The whole village knew I was obsessed with that pretty young wife, eager to slave away for her family like an ox or horse. Yet no one expected that just when she was at her most difficult moment, I suddenly turned on her. Faced with her pleading and seduction, I remained unmoved, even standing by to watch the show when loan sharks pressured her for repayment. She called me heartless and labeled me a faithless man. I laughed. How much is a conscience worth? In this life, I just want to make money. With foreknowledge, I became the first household in the village with 10,000 yuan in savings. Just as she was regretting her actions and trying to win me back, I returned with a city girl hundreds of times more beautiful than her. And the identity of this girl is actually... Chapter 1, The Supporting Man. Jianshe, just agree to your sister-in-law's request. Your sister-in-law isn't a frivolous woman. Apart from your brother, no other man has touched my body. As long as you move into my home and live with me and your brother, in the future, I'll definitely take good care of you. 1973, in an ordinary mountain village in the northwest. Zhang Jianshe, who had just finished working in the production team and returned home, hadn't even taken a sip of water when Li Min, the wife of his neighbor Song Ping'an, came knocking at his door. The stools in Zhang Jianshe's house were very low. It was summer, and Li Min, who had just returned from the fields, was only wearing a sweat-soaked undershirt. Though the neckline wasn't as deep as the modern V-neck, because the stool was too low and she was bending over, her collar gaped wide open. Sitting on a higher chair, Zhang Jianshe could effortlessly catch a glimpse of the dazzling, swaying expanse of white. Yet, at that moment, Zhang Jianshe had no mind to enjoy the view. She wasn't in the mood to care how embarrassed Li Min felt at that moment. He had been reborn, returned to this day that would change his fate. In his previous life, when Li Min came to him and said all this, Zhang Jianshe had been completely stunned at the time. Especially when he saw what he shouldn't have seen, he felt his blood boil and immediately embraced Li Min. That very night, he moved into Song Ping'an's home. From then on, Li Min indeed took care of him quite comfortably. He gradually developed feelings for Li Min too. Originally, he thought this would be how he and Song Ping'an's family would spend the rest of their lives together. But fate plays tricks on people. Who would have thought he would end up dead without a burial place? Song Ping'an was originally working in the forest protection team. Though the job was a bit dangerous, it was still an iron rice bowl with a good salary. The conditions were much better than most people working in the production team in the village. Thus, these advantages also allowed him to marry the most beautiful woman in the entire village, Li Min. However, the good times didn't last long. Less than 6 months after their marriage, Song Ping'an encountered a pack of wolves while out on patrol. Thanks to the timely arrival of other members of the forest ranger team, his life was saved, but ever since then, he has been left in a state of shock and confusion. Now, he behaves like a naive and absent-minded child all day long. Given Song Ping'an's current condition, he naturally can no longer continue working. The entire burden of the family has now fallen on Li Min's shoulders. But how could Li Min, a woman alone, possibly support both herself and Song Ping'an? After struggling for several years, the compensation from the forest ranger team had been completely spent, and they even accumulated quite a bit of debt. That's why they thought of having Zhang Jianshe lend a helping hand, just to get by. However, Zhang Jianshe genuinely cared for her, and had 2 sons with her. However, a few years later, after Song Ping'an regained his senses, Li Min abandoned him without hesitation. Not only did she allow Song Ping'an to break his leg and throw him into the woods where wolves often appeared, but she also took away their young sons, preventing them from ever knowing that Song Ping'an was their real father. As the scenes from before his rebirth flashed through his mind, Zhang Jianshe felt as if his heart was being pricked by needles. Facing the woman who once deeply captivated him, he no longer feels the slightest flutter of emotion. In this life, he only wanted to live for himself. Immersive translate: whoever wants to do this job can do it themselves. It has nothing to do with him. Sister-in-law, I know these years haven't been easy for you, but let's leave it at that. I've always regarded you as my sister-in-law, nothing more. Li Min had also noticed that Zhang Jianshe's angle gave him a perfect view inside her clothes. This made her blush with embarrassment, but it also eased her mind considerably. At the very least, she still held some attraction for Zhang Jianshe, making it easier to convince him to lend a helping hand. Even Zhang Jianshe's earlier days, lost in memories of his past life, seemed to Li Min like a craving for her body. However, after Zhang Jianshe finished his refusal, her face instantly turned deathly pale. Brother Jianshe, I beg you to help my sister-in-law. Even sister-in-law had no real choice. Anyway, life must go on. As long as you agree to my request, I'll agree to any condition you propose. Hearing Zhang Jianshe's refusal, Li Min knelt before him, tears streaming down her face. She clung tightly to Zhang Jianshe's leg. Seeing Li Min in such a state, Zhang Jianshe couldn't help but sigh deeply. A pang of compassion flickered through his heart. Yet the memories of his past life quickly restored his composure. Sister-in-law, please say no more. There's no way I can agree to this. I believe you currently have no choice but to genuinely want to live peacefully with me. But if someday Song Ping'an regains his senses, would he tolerate my presence? When that time comes, will you leave with me or stay with him? As Zhang Jianshe finished speaking, Li Min's face grew even paler. Her eyes were filled with terror as she shook her head like a rattledrum. Impossible, how could he possibly recover? If his mind could heal, it would have happened long ago. He's already a hopeless wreck. Li Min murmured to herself, but in the end, she didn't reveal what choice she would make if Song Ping'an's mind recovered. Fortunately, Zhang Jianshe wasn't really concerned about that question, because, in his past life, he had already known the answer. Alright, sister-in-law, I've said everything I needed to say to you. Maybe you should ask someone else. All I want in this life is to marry a woman and live peacefully. You go on ahead, I need to wash up a bit after a whole day's work. Zhang Jianmen spoke while impatiently preparing to pull Li Min out of his house. Do you think me a loose woman, brother Jianshi? Someone I'd casually settle down with? I only have eyes for you, admire you, that's why I wish to. As Zhang Jianshi dragged her out the door, Li Min grew flushed with humiliation and rage. With a flushed face, she struggled while speaking to Zhang Jianshi. But at this moment, Zhang Jianshi had no interest whatsoever in what she was saying. All his life, he had only wanted to live his own quiet life. Only after pushing Li Min out of his house and closing the door did the incessant chatter from outside finally cease. This made Zhang Jianshi, hiding behind the door, breathe a sigh of relief in his heart. After a full 5 minutes had passed, Zhang Jianshi finally managed to calm his emotions. He walked from his front door toward the living room of his house. Suddenly, from outside the door, Li Min's loud and desperate cries could be heard. Chapter 2 Dreams of Youth. Zhang Jian listened to the desperate cries outside, his heart feeling as if it were being slashed by a knife. In their past life, he and Li Min had spent so many years together it would be impossible to claim there weren't any feelings at all. It's just a shame that this woman was never meant to be mine. Zhang Jianshi couldn't help but sigh again at this thought. He hastily ate something and went to bed. At night, the howling northwest wind kept him awake, with a trace of worry in Zhang Jianshe's eyes. Life had been hard for everyone these years. It's already hard enough to fill one's stomach. There's naturally no time left for house repairs. With his roof in such a state, one could see the stars from inside the house. Although the climate in the northwest is dry, there are still several heavy rains during the summer monsoon season. If we don't hurry up and fix the roof, it'll be raining outside and dripping inside soon. But then he remembered that after dinner, he had just searched the house and found there was less than 20 yuan left. Zhang Jianshi couldn't help but sigh again. Looks like we'll have to start making some money quickly. Otherwise, it wouldn't be long before even feeding himself becomes a problem. In his previous life, he had worked with the forest protection team for so long that he was quite familiar with the grasslands. I should still go take a look at the grasslands tomorrow. Zhang Jianshi, thinking along these lines, had no idea how much time passed before he finally drifted off to sleep. In the hazy state between dreaming and waking, he suddenly felt a smooth, warm body slipping into his embrace. Ah, he had been reborn, and though much younger now, everything was an opportunity for a fresh start. But indeed, the vigor of youth could be quite a headache at times. In his previous life, he had ultimately been betrayed by Li Min. However, it must also be acknowledged that before Song Ping'an regained full consciousness, Li Min had taken very good care of him. Now that he was having such dreams himself, it seemed he really needed to find a wife sooner rather than later. As this thought surfaced in Zhang Jianshe's mind, he instinctively pulled the woman from his dream into his arms. As if he really heard a woman's voice, Zhang Jianshi, caught between dreaming and waking, felt the dream was incredibly vivid. Experiencing an incredibly lifelike dream, Zhang Jianshe's heart gradually grew restless. The woman in the dream seemed to notice his body's reaction and let out a gasp in his arms. This filled Zhang Jianshe's heart with even greater smugness. He was also highly confident in his own talents. In this era, families were large, and the adults were too busy working in the fields to feed their families. Thus, half-grown children often ran wild in the village until their teens. Of course, they frequently played by peeing in the mud. Even back then, he knew none of the village kids could match him. Especially when recalling that first night he went to Song Ping'an's house to serve as a hired farm worker, the mixture of surprise and fear in Li Min's eyes filled him with even greater pride. Why was he thinking about that woman again? He definitely wouldn't be taking on that kind of hired labor again in this lifetime. Even if he truly wanted to lend Li Min a helping hand, he absolutely wouldn't allow himself to get in that deep again. Half asleep, Zhang Jianshi felt a pang of melancholy as thoughts of Li Min surfaced in his mind. The woman in his dream seemed to hesitate because of the exclamation just now. Then, the woman's hair began to move. The night grew darker, and the dream continued. With the crowing of roosters from the village, Zhang Jianshi slowly opened his eyes. Last night's dream still feels incredibly vivid to him. I really need to hurry up and get married. This can't go on like this. But why does he still feel that woman's presence after waking up? Feeling the strands of hair on his chest, Zhang Jianshi, who was still somewhat groggy, suddenly jolted awake. Li Min, why are you here? Zhang Jianshi turned his head and was instantly startled to see Li Min lying beside him, leaping straight out of bed in shock. At this moment, he realized that he and Li Min were once again seeing each other naked. Fortunately, the summer temperature was relatively high, so neither of them felt cold. At this point, Zhang Jianshi looked at the woman before him, both familiar and strange, with a complicated expression in his eyes. As for Li Min, after being awakened by Zhang Jianshi, she quickly pulled the blanket to cover herself in embarrassment. But then, seemingly recalling something, she instead set the quilt aside boldly and proceeded to dress herself without inhibition. Jianshe, you mustn't think your sister-in-law is some shameless, worthless woman. Your sister-in-law truly likes you. If it were anyone else, even if they forced me to death, I wouldn't be willing. If you're unwilling to help your sister-in-law, she won't force you. But, your sister-in-law still wants to have your child. You know how your brother Song has become, and you also know it's impossible for me and your brother Song to have a child anymore. But, we still need a child to rely on in our old age. Don't worry, after you get married, I definitely won't tell anyone about this. It won't affect you. But if you still have Zhang Xiaoya in your heart, your sister-in-law could also bear you a child. By the time Li Min finished speaking, she had already dressed herself. Zhang Jianshe looked at Li Min, his expression growing even more complicated. Where was last night a dream? What dream could be so real? He should have thought of it long ago. And, Zhang Xiaoya, this is just a beautiful memory after all. However, since things have already reached this point, Zhang Jianshe naturally couldn't say much more. Alright, if there's nothing else, I'll go out and get back to work. Since you've served me, I won't let you serve me for nothing. I'll bring you 2 jean of grain tonight. As Zhang Jianshe finished speaking, he also put on his clothes and left the house expressionlessly. Li Min trembled all over upon hearing his words. After Zhang Jianshe left, she finally couldn't hold back and burst into tears. Did Zhang Jianshe regard her as a prostitute? Zhang Jianshe certainly didn't know Li Min's thoughts, and even if he did, he wouldn't care. His most important goal right now is to earn money quickly and renovate his family's house. Save up some more money to get myself a wife. As for Li Min, we'll take it one step at a time. Now having her as a lover, quenching the fire in this young body wouldn't be a bad idea. But if anyone thinks he could rope him into pulling the load again, that's absolutely impossible. Thinking this to himself, Zhang Jianshe picked up a basket, grabbed a hemp rope, hoisted a hoe, and headed for the grassland. Due to the arid climate, their grain yields here weren't high. However, the grasslands are abundant with various medicinal herbs. Collecting more and selling them in the city can earn quite a bit of money. After walking for less than half an hour, Zhang Jianshe suddenly spotted something. Cistanche deserticula. Luck is on his side today. He actually found Cistanche deserticula. Judging by the quantity, we could harvest at least several dozen pounds from this patch alone. Once it's dried, selling it could easily fetch over 100 yuan, no problem at all. Chapter 3, Strike It Rich. With this thought in mind, Zhang Jianshe got busy. It seemed no one else from the village had come to the grasslands to gather herbs during this period. That's how he stumbled upon this hidden gem. With this thought in mind, Zhang Jianshe didn't linger. His hoe swung relentlessly. Soon, he had gathered quite a bit of cistanche into his bamboo basket. Even though he was only in his early 20s, after 2 hours of hard work, Zhang Jianshe felt his back and waist ache. Straightening up to rest, he couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. No wonder later on, villagers could go to big cities to make a living. Few were willing to stay in the village anymore. Just then, Zhang Jianshe's pupils suddenly contracted sharply. His heart surged with excitement. A wild deer. This was a valuable find. Every part of a deer is valuable. Whether it's venison, deer blood, or antlers, all of it can be sold for money. This deer looked to weigh over 100 pounds. If he could just get it back and sell it, 300 yuan wouldn't be a problem. Not only would that cover all his food and drink, but it could even solve the problem of renovating his house. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Zhang Jianshe began to strategize. Wild deer are valuable precisely because they're incredibly timid creatures. So, catching this beast actually requires some clever thinking. For the average person, this was indeed a challenge. But Zhang Jianshe had spent years on the grasslands, so he had plenty of experience. Seeing the deer about 30 meters away, not looking in his direction, Zhang Jianshe wasted no time. He quickly dropped his hoe and dug a deep hole in the ground, then gathered some grass to camouflage it. Of course, merely doing this wouldn't be enough to catch the deer. After digging the pit, Zhang Jianshe found a large stone weighing several dozen pounds and hauled it over. He tied a hemp rope to the stone, made several slipknots, and placed them behind the pit. He wasn't entirely confident these slipknots would work. But these were the only tools he had at hand. Now, he could only hope for luck. After completing all this, Zhang Jianshe quietly circled around in a wide arc until he reached the deer's rear. As Zhang Jianshe slowly approached, the deer was indeed startled. Forgetting to continue grazing, it turned and bolted in the opposite direction from Zhang Jianshe. But little did the deer know that Zhang Jianshe had already set a trap for it. After running about 30 meters, just as its speed picked up, it plunged straight into the pit. Given the limited time, the pit Zhang Jianshe dug couldn't possibly trap the deer completely. But it was more than enough to trap the deer's hind legs and inflict some injury. The moment it realized it had fallen into the trap, panic surged through the deer's mind. All 4 legs strained with all their might. The sudden impact of the pit caused a fracture in its hind legs. The pain radiating from its hind legs made the deer acutely aware of the mortal danger it faced, intensifying its desperate urge to flee the area. But as it leaped forward with its front legs, one of its hind legs landed squarely in the live snare Zhang Jianshe had set. Now, with only one of its 4 legs functional and weighed down by a stone weighing dozens of pounds. Even if it wanted to run, it naturally had no chance. In the blink of an eye. The entire sequence unfolded in the blink of an eye. As the deer let out a mournful cry, Zhang Jianshe was already approaching with a smile, hoe in hand. The moment he saw the direction the deer fled, he knew he had it in the bag. Even if the front legs hadn't been caught in the snare, he was confident he could catch this beast after its hind legs were broken and its speed slowed. Generation after generation, the people of the Great Northwest had been nomads. In ancient times, their cavalry raids into the Central Plains had suffered greatly from the pitfalls. How could he not know how to use this thing? 2 blows from his pickaxe ended the deer's life. Only then did Zhang Jianshe use rope to bind all 4 legs of the deer, carrying it home along with the sistanch in his bamboo basket. After being out for half a day, he'd managed to gather over 500 yuan worth of goods, quite a decent haul. But as Zhang Jianshe reached his own doorstep, his expression shifted slightly. Li Min, you borrowed $50 from me. You said you'd pay me back in a week. But it's been over 10 days now. Where's the money? The speaker was none other than Liu Ergou, the village ne'er-do-well. Hearing this, Li Min's face flushed crimson as she lowered her head slightly. Brother Ergou, I really don't have the money right now. Please give me a few more days. I'll pay you back as soon as I get some money. I'll pay you interest then. Who needs your interest? I can't even get my principal back now, why would I expect interest from you? Before Li Min could finish speaking, Liu Ergou snorted. But then, his eyes fixed on Li Min and they shifted slightly. Li Min was quite attractive, and he'd been lusting after her for ages. But no matter how he tried to flirt with her, the woman kept him at arm's length, leaving him frustrated for ages. The only reason he'd agreed to lend her money last time was to get something in return. Since Li Min's family had always struggled financially, they naturally couldn't afford new clothes. They could only wash and rewash old clothes, wearing them even when they were frayed and threadbare. Anyway, it was hot in summer, so thinner clothes didn't matter much. But to Liu Ergou, Li Min's clothes were practically see-through. Especially now that he was looking down at her, he could see more than before. This sight was becoming too much for Liu Ergou to bear. Since you're broke, you'll just have to pay me back in kind. Li Min, don't say I didn't give you a chance. I'll let you choose. Either you keep me company for a month, and I'll forget about the $50. Otherwise, I'll have to send you to Zhang Jianshe to settle the debt. You choose. Hearing Liu Ergou's words, Li Min shuddered violently, terror deepening in her eyes. Zhang Jianshe was a brothel run by the local bully, Sun Dafu. Over the years, many girls whose families couldn't make ends meet had been bound and sold there. It seemed no woman who ended up there ever survived past 3 months. Liu Ergou noticed the terror in Li Min's eyes, and his smugness grew. Don't worry, sister-in-law. I'll take good care of you. Ever since your husband Song Ping'an went mad, he's been useless in that department, right? Don't you want it? Brother, I'll make you happy for a month, and you'll even pocket $50 for free. Isn't that good enough? As Liu Ergou spoke, he reached toward Li Min's chest with a lecherous grin. Just then, a rock smashed straight into Liu Ergou's head. Chapter 4, What's the difference between this and being a brothel girl? Who the hell did that? Zhang Jianshe, you're asking for it. Taken by surprise, Liu Ergou whipped his head around to see Zhang Jianshe, who had just struck him with the rock. His face instantly contorted with fury. Li Min, however, felt a surge of relief. It seemed this man still had a shred of conscience and wasn't as ruthless as he appeared. It hadn't been a complete waste that she'd given Zhang Jianshe a free ride last night. Recalling her own initiative last night, Li Min's cheeks flushed slightly. Zhang Jianshe, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. Li Min owes me money, and I'm here to collect it. What business is it of yours? Even if you want to meddle, you should at least be reasonable. Debt repayment is only fair. Or are you planning to pay it back for Li Min? Letting Liu Ergou bully Li Min, a woman, was no big deal. But now he was facing the burly Zhang Jianshe, and that made Liu Ergou feel a bit uneasy. Though material conditions were poor in this era, and many still went hungry. Most people weren't very tall. But Zhang Jianshe was an exception. Not only was he handsome, but he stood over 6 feet tall. In this era, he was a genuine giant. Seeing the blood on the hoe in Zhang Jianshe's hand, Liu Ergou certainly didn't want to experience the pain of that hoe landing on his own body. Brother Ergou, your sister-in-law really can't come up with that money right now. Please give your sister-in-law a little more time. She'll repay you as soon as she has the money. Hearing Liu Ergou's words, Li Min quickly interjected again. Though her words were directed at Ergou, her eyes secretly darted toward Zhang Jianshe. Liu Ergou naturally caught Li Min's gaze, which only fueled his anger. Damn it, he'd been eyeing Li Min for ages. Just when he thought he was about to close the net, he realized the prize had already landed in someone else's bowl? Why should that be? Li Min, don't waste my time with this nonsense. You're paying me back today, no matter what. Otherwise, I'll gather the whole village and let them judge this. You owe money and refuse to pay? How is that fair? Liu Ergou spoke coldly, his eyes fixed on Li Min with a sneer. Hearing this, Li Min felt even more bitter inside. Her family was already barely scraping by, having borrowed heavily from the village. But since they were all neighbors, many people, even knowing the money might be unrecoverable, felt awkward about bringing it up. But if Liu Ergou rallied the entire village, using the excuse that he couldn't collect the debt, wouldn't the villagers all come demanding repayment together? Even if Zhang Jianshe could help repay 1 or 2 households, what about all the others? Liu Ergou was trying to drive her to her death. How much does she owe you? Just as Li Min felt utterly hopeless and prepared to fight Liu Ergou to the death. Suddenly, Zhang Jianshe's emotionless voice pierced her thoughts, reigniting a glimmer of hope. Liu Ergou shot Zhang Jianshe a complicated look, annoyed that he was messing with his plans again. Fine, you want to pay it off for him? It's not much, 50 yuan total. Just give me the money. I don't have it now. Come back tomorrow to get it. This deer I got is worth several hundred. I'm not short on this little bit. Liu Ergou had spotted the deer Zhang Jianshe brought back long ago. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so polite to Zhang Jianshe. Otherwise, he would have already challenged Zhang Jianshe to a showdown. But those who could still bring home game after hunting on the grasslands weren't ordinary folk. It wasn't so much about the deer posing a threat, but mainly because wolves roamed the grasslands. Alright, Zhang Jianshe. Since you put it that way, I'll give you the courtesy. I'll come pick up the money tomorrow. Li Min, huh? No wonder you borrowed so much money in the village without a care. You've got a powerful backer now. You'd better take good care of brother Jianshe. Otherwise, if something happens one day, Liu Ergou lingered, his eyes fixed on Li Min's semi-transparent clothing, muttering a few more words before finally departing with obvious reluctance. Left alone, Li Min blushed fiercely from what Liu Ergou had said, unable to lift her head. Last night, she had indeed taken the initiative to attend to Zhang Jianshe, but that was at night. If Zhang Jianshe really wanted her to serve him now. Just as Li Min was torn between anxiety and a hint of anticipation, Zhang Jianshe spoke again, his expression unreadable. Consider this money owed to me. Work it off for me in the future. Don't try to sweet-talk me. I won't do it. Wash my clothes, cook my meals, and attend to me every night. I'll pay you 1 yuan per day. Now go prepare this sistanch and venison. I'll trade them for supplies in the village this afternoon. With that, Zhang Jianshe paid Li Min no further attention and went straight back inside to sleep. Since he couldn't escape entanglement with this woman in this lifetime, there was no point in deliberately avoiding her. But this time, he would take absolute control. A woman? In the end, she was nothing but a plaything. By all accounts, the price Zhang Jianshe offered Li Min was already quite generous. In those days, villagers toiling in production teams barely scraped together a few dozen yuan in net income after a year's labor. But if Zhang Jianshe paid Li Min 1 yuan a day, that would amount to over 300 yuan a year. Yet, as Li Min watched Zhang Jianshe's retreating figure disappear into the house, a profound sense of humiliation welled up inside her. Tears welled up in her eyes once more. What difference was there between this and being forced by Liu Ergou to become a prostitute? The only difference was that instead of selling herself to every man, she was now selling herself to just one man, Zhang Jianshe. Why was her life so bitter? Was marrying that wretched man, Song Pingan, truly a sentence to a lifetime of humiliation? Though her heart burned with humiliation, Li Min's hands moved with swift efficiency. She quickly hung up the deer Zhang Jianshe had brought back, bled it, and began skinning it. Venison had a fine texture, a delicacy coveted by many even in the city. However, the deer must be processed immediately after death. Otherwise, the meat would develop a foul odor, ruining the entire animal. With the summer heat, if the skin wasn't removed quickly, the meat would rot under the skin. Fortunately, the production team wasn't too busy right now, otherwise Zhang Jianshe wouldn't have had time to go hunting on the grasslands. By the time Li Min had finished most of the work, quite a few villagers had gathered to watch the spectacle. Li Min, where did you find such a big deer? Is this meat for sale? Yeah, deer meat is prime stuff. Must fetch a pretty penny, right? The villagers chatted while eyeing Li Min up and down as she worked. At this moment, Li Min had to bend over repeatedly to process the venison. This sight drew the eyes of every man in the village. Many felt an overwhelming sense of greed. If only they could get their hands on Li Min. Not only could they enjoy this beautiful young woman, but the deer would be theirs too. Chapter 5, Dividing the Meat. Li Min naturally noticed the men's stares, her face flushing crimson under their gaze. Truthfully, the men in the village had always been like this. In the past, Li Min wouldn't have given it a second thought. After all, they were just a bunch of men with lustful eyes but no guts. A few extra glances wouldn't cost her a single ounce of flesh. Allowing them a few extra glances might even make it easier for her when she went to borrow money from them. But things were different now. She was now essentially Zhang Jianshe's personal property. If Zhang Jianshe saw her and got angry, things might end up just like Liu Ergou said. Without Zhang Jianshe's backing, she'd inevitably end up as a prostitute. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Li Min hurried home. Finding no suitable clothes, she disregarded the heat and pulled on a long-sleeved shirt meant for autumn before stepping out. This deer isn't mine. Zhang Jianshe hunted it today. Let me handle it for you. Hearing this, the men who couldn't see the beautiful scenery couldn't help but feel a pang of disappointment. That makes sense. Zhang Jianshe was strong and sturdy, it was only natural he could handle such a deer. As for Li Min helping Zhang Jianshe, no one in the village suspected anything about their relationship. Everyone in the village knew how Li Min's family lived. She was surely thinking that by helping Zhang Jianshe, she might get some deer blood or offal in return. Though not meat itself, it still counted as a rare treat. The thought of meat made many people start swallowing hard again.
Hey, Li Min, did Zhang Jianshe say anything about how to handle this meat? Could we trade something for it?
Normally, everything produced in the village belonged to the production team and should be distributed uniformly. But when it came to the game Zhang Jianshe had hunted, no one dared entertain any improper thoughts. This was the wisdom born from the villagers' long-term way of life. Their village sat right on the edge of the grasslands, where they raised cattle and sheep in addition to farming. These herds relied not only on the forest rangers for protection but also on villagers hunting independently to eliminate threats from the grasslands. If hunters had to share the fruits of their labor, who would bother hunting anymore? Once wolves or other predators multiplied on the grasslands, the damage to livestock would be the least of their worries. It would be disastrous if they came into the village and harmed people.
Exchange? Of course we'll exchange. There's plenty of meat here, I couldn't possibly eat it all myself. It's too hot to store now.
I'll keep the deer penis and hide for myself. I'll keep 10 pounds of the meat and trade the rest. Grain, eggs, cash, salt, oil, anything works. Just then, Zhang Jianshe woke up and stepped out of the house. Hearing the main man speak, the villagers naturally nodded in agreement.
As long as there was a price, it was easy to handle. Even though they were all fellow villagers, Zhang Jianshe and the villagers traded meat at a fair price. But the entire village couldn't possibly consume this one deer.
Some villagers, eager to curry favor with Zhang Jianshe, volunteered to select the best cuts during the meat exchange and even called in people from neighboring villages.
As people from the neighboring village of Zhang Jianshe arrived, many gazed at the deer with envy. The most eye-catching pair in the crowd were two sisters, their eyes sparkling as they looked at Zhang Jianshe.
Sis, that's Zhang Jianshe. I've heard about him before, they say he's a real quiet type.
Seems like he doesn't really mix with his own villagers. But I never imagined he'd be so capable. If I could find a man like him to settle down with, life would be so much easier. He split that huge deer right down the middle, we'd be eating meat every day at home. Sister Zhao Meihua spoke, her eyes sparkling. But her older sister, Zhao Meihui, heard this and curled her lips in disdain. Her gaze toward Zhang Jianshe was filled with utter disdain. So what if he's capable? He's still just a country bumpkin. What kind of future could he possibly have, stuck in the village his whole life? If you ask me, we should marry into the city and find city men. Only in the city can we live a good life.
Zhao Meihui spoke, her eyes brimming with hope.
City folks all have bicycles, see if he has one? Zhao Meihui's dream of marrying into the city wasn't just wishful thinking.
Though she was a country girl, both sisters had blossomed into striking beauties. Their skin remained fair, untouched by the sun no matter how hard they worked. Standing about 5 feet 5 inches, they weren't short for women of that era. Their slender waists, rounded hips, and eyes that seemed to hold a stormy depth had become the subject of nighttime fantasies for countless men in the surrounding villages as they worked on their needlework. It was a mystery how, in an era when many went hungry, these sisters managed to absorb so much nourishment from their food. Now, one was 18 and the other 20. Both had reached marriageable age.
Countless suitors had practically worn down their doorstep, but Zhao Meihui knew her worth.
Not a single young man in the village caught her eye. Zhao Meihua shook her head at her sister's words and said nothing more. At first, she shared her sister's thoughts. She too had hoped to marry a man from the city and start a life there. But seeing her sister grow older, her perspective gradually shifted.
What city man would ever take a fancy to a country girl like them? Finding someone decent in a nearby village would be good enough. But seeing that woman busily helping Zhang Jianshe divide the meat, could this young man already be married? No way. After the meat distribution, I must find out.
Zhang Jianshe had no idea he'd already caught the eye of the village beauty renowned for miles around. Seeing that it was getting late, he told Li Min to start cooking while he finished dividing the remaining meat. He still had to head into town that evening to sell the deer penis, deer hide, and those sistanch tubers on the black market. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to repay Li Min's debt to Liu Ergou tomorrow, and who knew what trouble that would cause.
Jianshe, wash your hands and come eat.
After the meat was divided, the villagers had all left, and Li Min had finished cooking. She stir-fried some venison with sistanch and cooked a small pot of congee. Though she kept swallowing saliva at the sight of the dishes on the table, she still dared not eat. She knew exactly what her place was. Zhang Jianshe watched her cautious manner and waved his hand slightly.
Come eat with us. I can't finish all this myself, and it'll go bad tomorrow.
Zhang Jianshe offered the invitation without further ado, and she promptly began eating. Though his tone remained icy, Li Min felt an unexpected warmth in her heart. Truth be told, Zhang Jianshe had been quite kind to her.
Ever since Song Pingyun had gone mad, hadn't she gone without meat?
As these thoughts crossed Li Min's mind, she stole a glance at Zhang Jianshe. She still needed to go back and prepare something for Song Pingyun after finishing her meal, so she quickly ate as well.
But when she looked back at Zhang Jianshe, he had finished his meal quickly, his face flushed crimson, his eyes even reddened. He was panting heavily. Chapter 6: Entering the City. Both venison and sistanch were highly nourishing foods. When villagers came to trade for meat earlier, some had joked that they should take it easy that night after eating it. Now, not only had Li Min stir-fried the venison, but she'd also added sistanch to the dish. How could Zhang Jianshe possibly endure this? Jianshe, are you okay? You're not poisoned, are you? Li Min looked at Zhang Jianshe, fear creeping into her expression. Although she now had to serve Zhang Jianshe, at least she had someone to rely on. If something really happened to Zhang Jianshe, what would she do next? Would Liu Ergou spare her when he arrived tomorrow? Lost in these thoughts, Li Min had no time to lament her ill-fated circumstances. She hurriedly rose to go out and call for help. But her slightly panicked voice had completely ignited Zhang Jianshe. Before Li Min could react, Zhang Jianshe scooped her up and carried her toward the bedroom. Ah! Jianshe, wait a moment. Don't rush me, I haven't cleared the table yet. You're going to tear my clothes. Wait, don't force it. At first, Li Min resisted, but if all else failed, he could just have her close the door first. But as she felt the heat radiating from Zhang Jianshe's body, Li Min's strength to resist grew weaker and weaker. After all, Li Min was a normal woman. Ever since Song Pingan had become little cutie, she'd been living a life of widowhood. In the past, when faced with the village men who harbored ill intentions, she had always guarded herself fiercely. No man had ever succeeded. But since she secretly sought out Zhang Jianshe yesterday, it was like opening a breach. Once the door opened, desire surged like an unstoppable tide, impossible to contain. Though her words still resisted, her body was already growing limp. Their encounter lasted until past 9 o'clock that night. Zhang Jianshe leaned back comfortably on the bed, puffing on a cigarette, while Li Min was so exhausted she couldn't even lift a finger. As for getting Song Pingan something to eat? Forget it. After all, skipping one meal wouldn't kill him. You'll be home alone tonight. I need to head into town to sell the deer hide and antlers. Be careful, okay? Make sure you stay safe. Hearing Zhang Jianshe was going into town, Li Min couldn't help but voice her concern. His earlier state had nearly frightened her to death, making her realize just how important he was. Even if the money from selling the goods in town wouldn't cover all her debt to Liu Ergou, having Zhang Jianshe around meant Liu Ergou wouldn't dare push things too far. But if anything happened to Zhang Jianshe, even if she repaid Liu Ergou in full, she wouldn't be able to protect herself. Even without Liu Ergou, there were still other men in the village. Zhang Jianshe nodded at Li Min's words without further comment. He slipped out of the village under cover of night. The nearest city was Aochang. Though only a county seat, its proximity to coal mines meant many locals worked in the booming mining industry. Therefore, the local economy was fairly robust. The items Zhang Jianshe carried could fetch a decent price. By the time Zhang Jianshe reached the county seat, it was already 1 or 2 in the morning. Only when he reached a crowded area did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. Villagers had hunted game before, but they usually distributed the meat among themselves. As for the hides, they either kept them for their own use or handed them over to the production team to exchange for labor points. The production team members would figure out how to sell the pelts. Though the points earned from the production team were meager, there was no other way. Selling things on the black market himself was far too dangerous. On one hand, if caught engaging in illegal trading, one would inevitably face months behind bars. All goods intended for sale would be confiscated, and a hefty fine would be imposed. If caught during a crackdown, one would inevitably face the death penalty. But that was the least of it. Most of the time, as long as the authorities weren't pushing too hard, the security squads wouldn't bother much with the black market. After all, they had to let the people get by somehow. The real danger lay in the journey to the county seat, which required trekking across most of the grasslands on foot. If you encountered a pack of wolves, even if you went in a group, few would make it back alive. Once he earned enough money next time, he had to find a way to get a bicycle as soon as possible. This would significantly improve his safety on future trips into town. At the very least, his chances of surviving a wolf encounter would be considerably higher. Bro, this hide's top-notch. Fresh from today's hunt? But in this sweltering heat, you won't get much for it. Shortly after Zhang Jianshe brought his goods to the black market, someone approached his stall. Yet Zhang Jianshe remained silent, showing no urgency to sell his goods. This left the speaker feeling rather annoyed, as if he'd punched a pillow. All his pent-up energy had nowhere to go. The man was about to turn and walk away, but seeing the deer hide on the ground, he hesitated. Gritting his teeth, he finally named a price. $30 for this hide. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jianshe glanced at the man before coldly uttering 2 words. 50. Zhang Jianshe felt quite uneasy inside as he named his price. If traded for labor points at the production brigade, this hide would fetch no more than 10 yuan at most. He knew the production team leaders would certainly take a cut from the middle. But he had no idea how much they would take. If the man had held out just a little longer, he could have sold the hide for 30. Yet, upon hearing Zhang Jianshe's offer, the man felt even more conflicted. Buying the hide for 50 yuan wouldn't mean he was losing money. But there wouldn't be much profit either.
In the end, this pelt became a chicken rib neither tasty enough to eat nor valuable enough to discard. After glancing once more at the deer penis lying on the ground, the man finally nodded slightly.
80 in total, including the deer penis. Fine, if you say so. If not, forget it. Deal. Getting $80 for both items was more than he'd expected.
There was no reason to refuse. Upon hearing Zhang Jianshe's words, the man felt a wave of relief wash over him.
He quickly pulled out the money and bought the items. Typical country bumpkin, no clue what he's missing.
This stuff would fetch a higher price than that pelt if sold. If used properly, it could greatly enhance the value of this hide. For instance, he wasn't buying this deer penis to make money, but to gift it to the purchasing manager at the first coal plant to secure a permanent job for himself.
But Han Liuji's money wasn't so easy to part with.
This bumpkin took $80 from him, but whether you live to spend it is another story.
Chapter 7, Blackmailing the Blackmailer.
Han Liuji chose to forego the profit from reselling the deer penis to secure a formal position in the procurement department for one reason: safety. Once he had that official status, even if caught buying goods on the black market, the public security officers would usually turn a blind eye. They wouldn't push it too far. Though these procurement section workers were supposed to serve all the coal plant's employees, most of them still primarily procured goods for the leadership.
Messing with these people? That'd be asking for trouble, making the bosses pull strings and make their lives miserable.
Once Han Liuji secured his own safety, he could naturally turn on the country bumpkins who came from the countryside to sell goods in OU City. After all, these folks were breaking the law by trading on the black market in the first place. Even if he took their money back, they wouldn't dare make a scene and would just have to swallow their anger. Besides, even if these country bumpkins wanted to track him down in the city, how easy would that be? Han Liuji was convinced that with this deer penis in hand, securing a permanent job was practically guaranteed.
With that in mind, he tested his luck on today's kid first.
Zhang Jianshe had no idea he was already being targeted. After selling his goods, he bought several bolts of cloth and a bow and arrows at the black market.
He lingered until dawn broke and the black market crowd dispersed before heading home.
With all his goods sold, he felt no rush on the way back.
Ensuring his own safety was paramount.
Now that daylight had broken, he might still encounter wolf packs on the grasslands. But if he spotted them early, his chances of escaping would be better. However, after Zhang Jianshe left Stone City and walked for nearly another half hour, he realized someone was following him. He and Han Liuji left the city one after the other, taking the same route, which could be called a coincidence. But now, half an hour had passed, and the bicycle behind him still hadn't managed to outpace him on foot.
That didn't quite add up, did it? Realizing he was being followed, Zhang Jianshe decided to stop moving forward altogether. He sat down to rest. Seeing Zhang Jianshe stop, Han Liuji, trailing behind, felt a surge of delight. Truthfully, Han Liuji had been itching to make his move ever since following Zhang Jianshe out of the city.
But the thought of Zhang Jianshe carrying a machete and a bow and arrows, he had held back. It would be safer to wait until this country bumpkin was exhausted before robbing him. Plus, being farther from Stone City meant they were less likely to be spotted. Kid, put your hands up now and drop whatever you're carrying.
I've been following you the whole way. You went to the black market last night, didn't you? Come with me now. We're going back to explain this.
Han Liuji, who had caught up with Zhang Jianshe, shouted as he stopped his bicycle. He did look the part of a security squad member. Han Liuji dared to act this boldly because he figured Zhang Jianshe wouldn't recognize him in the dark last night. Besides, these country bumpkins had never dealt with security squad members before. A few words from him would surely scare the wits out of the other guy.
The rest would be easy.
But when Zhang Jianshe heard Han Liuji's words, a cold smile played on his lips.
Brother, you bought my stuff yesterday, and now you're trying to double-cross me? You followed me all this way just for this? That's not exactly fair, is it?
Hearing Zhang Jianshe's words, Han Liuji froze for a moment.
Exposed so directly by Zhang Jianshe, his face instantly flushed crimson.
But since the cat was out of the bag, there was no point in hiding anymore.
Kid, some money is hot to handle.
You might live to see it, but not live long enough to enjoy it.
You'd better hand over every last cent right now. Since I'm in a good mood today, I'll let you off easy. Otherwise, you better believe I'll round up the security squad and come looking for you in your village. I'm from the city, even the security squad will give me face. But then you'll be the one in trouble. If Han Liuji were facing an ordinary villager now, he might actually have pulled off the bluff. In this era, many rural folks harbored a natural reverence for city dwellers. They always felt inferior in their presence. It was precisely for this reason that Zhao Meihui had always wanted to find a city man. But upon hearing Han Liuji's words, Zhang Jianshe let out a cold laugh inside. In his previous life, he'd frequented the black market to sell goods. Having interacted with city dwellers frequently, he knew full well that not all of them lived glamorous lives. Plenty of them lived worse lives than country folk. And this kid was putting on airs in front of him? So what if he really had some skills? He'd already died once, what was there to fear? Fine, come with me over here. I'll give you the money.
Zhang Jianshe spoke as he walked toward a patch of grassier terrain on the nearby grassland.
Han Liuji hesitated for a moment before his heart leapt with joy. He knew these country bumpkins had no real-world experience. They'd just do whatever he said, wouldn't they? Fine, since you're being reasonable. Han Liuji had barely stopped his bicycle and uttered those words when Zhang Jianshe kicked him hard to the ground. Before Han Liuji could react, a machete was pressed against his throat. Brother, the grass around here is half a meter tall. If you die here, no one would ever find you, right? Ah. As Zhang Jianshe finished speaking, his gaze grew even colder. Whether in this life or the last, he'd never killed anyone, but many had died at his hands. A faint aura of killing intent naturally emanated from him. This nearly scared Han Liuji to his wits. Are country folk this fierce? Always threatening to take someone's life? Han Liuji found it hard to believe, yet he harbored little doubt that Zhang Jianshe intended to kill him. The main reason was that this spot was perfect. Hidden by all that grass, even passers-by wouldn't spot him. In a couple of days, his body would be devoured clean by the grassland scavengers. Even if someone discovered his body later, the security squad wouldn't suspect murder. They'd just say he'd had bad luck leaving the city. Sir, I was wrong. I didn't recognize a mountain when I saw one. I'll give you every penny and everything I own, please spare my life. Han Liuji knelt before Zhang Jianshe, repeatedly kowtowing as he spoke. Zhang Jianshe carefully repacked the deer hide and antlers he'd sold yesterday, adding over 300 yuan to his earnings. Zhang Jianshe felt even more satisfied. Counting the money he still had on him, the total came to over 400 yuan. Oh, and he'd gotten a bicycle for free. Watching Zhang Jianshe stow away the money and goods, Han Liuji breathed a sigh of relief. Brother, do you think I can leave now? Chapter 8, Zhang Jianshe has a bicycle? Han Liuji spoke while cautiously observing Zhang Jianshe, sighing inwardly. Why did he have to be so unlucky as to cross such a ruthless guy? Oh well, he'd just consider it money well spent to avoid trouble today. Next time this bastard came into town, he'd be ready and he'd make sure to recoup every penny he'd lost. But Han Liuji forgot that sometimes, paying to avoid trouble doesn't always work. He had planned that after robbing Zhang Jianshe, if the man dared to resist, he wouldn't let him off. Not for any other reason, but because he feared Zhang Jianshe might return to Oyu City and report him to the police. He didn't want the security squad to arrest him before he could pull off his scheme. Zhang Jianshe certainly wouldn't let Han Liuji off so easily either. To Han Liuji's utter shock, Zhang Jianshe knocked him unconscious with a single punch before packing up his belongings and riding away on his bicycle. Han Liuji bore no external injuries. If he died on the grasslands, the security squad's investigation would only uncover wounds caused by wild animals. They'd never trace it back to him. If Han Liuji was lucky enough to wake up before being discovered by the grassland wolves, it would simply be a matter of sheer luck. Of course, judging by his own strength and the faint, intermittent howls of wolves echoing from the depths of the grasslands, Zhang Jianshe didn't think Han Liuji stood much of a chance. With the bicycle, his return journey was naturally much faster. By the time he reached Zhang, the villagers there had also finished their work for the day. There wasn't much work left in the fields now. If you didn't want to earn labor points, no one would say anything even if you skipped work. After all, going to work was mostly just killing time. Seeing Zhang Jianshe ride back on a bicycle stunned the villagers of Zhaojia Gully. In the surrounding villages, news of anyone acquiring a bicycle was earth-shattering news. How come they hadn't heard Zhang Jianshe bought a new bike? Because yesterday, when they went to Oyu village to trade for meat, the people of Zhaojia and Zhang Jianshe had become somewhat acquainted. Still, someone smiled as they asked Zhang Jianshe. Jianshe, did you just buy a new bicycle? Hearing the question, Zhang Jianshe didn't hide it and nodded. After all, the news about his bicycle was impossible to keep secret. After we finished distributing the meat yesterday, I took the remaining bits into town to sell and traded them for a bicycle. But since I didn't have enough cash, I only managed to get a used one. Hearing this, the villagers of Zhang nodded in agreement. Many eyes turned to Zhang Jianshe with obvious envy. He'd earned a bicycle in just one day. He really is something. A deer hide and a deer penis were still visible on the rear rack, likely unsold from the previous night. Zhang Jianshe had struck it rich this time. Of course, some people felt a pang of envy. So what if Zhang Jianshe can make money? He just got a little money and bought a bike, he'll definitely blow it all. A man like that can't save money no matter how much he earns. Whoever marries him is bound to live a life of hardship. After pondering this, their eyes shifted warily toward the Zhao sisters. Whether they wanted to admit it or not, Zhang Jianshe now had the upper hand in choosing a partner. Could he possibly be setting his sights on one of these sisters? Whichever sister he chose to marry, it would break their hearts. Seeing Zhao Meiwa's eyes light up as she stared at Zhang Jianshe made many young men feel even more anxious. Sis, didn't you say yesterday he didn't even have a bike? Look, Zhang Jianshe bought a new bike today. That's what having money can do for you. Hearing this, Zhao Meiwa couldn't help but feel a pang of envy as she looked at Zhang Jianshe's second-hand bicycle. But her desire to marry into the city remained unchanged. So what if he got a new bike? He's still just a country bumpkin. If you really go with him, you'll be in for a life of hardship. Zhao Meiwa didn't entirely believe her sister's words. She still felt she could get to know Zhang Jianshe a little better. But just as she was about to approach him, Zhang Jianshe had already pedaled home on his bicycle. This left Zhao Meihua feeling a slight pang of regret. But the two villages were close together, so she'd have plenty of chances later. As soon as Zhang Jianshe arrived at his village, he heard waves of sobbing coming from the direction of his home as he approached the village entrance. This instantly filled Zhang Jianshe with concern. "Li Min, don't you dare pull this on me. Even if your husband is dead, you still owe me money. If it weren't for giving Zhang Jianshe face yesterday, you would have paid me back yesterday. Since you can't pay me back today, you're coming with me now. I doubt you can pay back what you owe others anyway. Going to Sunjiao to earn money would be perfect for paying back the rest of the village too." Liu Ergou spoke, his eyes gleaming with greed as he stared at Li Min. As long as he could take Li Min away, even if it meant sending her to Sunjiao, he'd get to enjoy her for a couple of days first. Otherwise, he'd have to pay for it later if he ever wanted to see her again. Hearing Liu Ergou's words and Li Min's sobs, the villagers felt a pang of sympathy, but none of them said anything. When they lent Li Min the money, many had known it was unlikely to be repaid. Still, if they could get even a fraction back, it would be a blessing. After all, it was Liu Ergou who sold Li Min to Sunjiao, not them. As for Li Min's fate, they naturally couldn't be bothered. Seeing the villagers' reaction, Liu Ergou felt a surge of satisfaction. That was precisely why he had claimed the money from selling Li Min could be repaid to the other villagers. By intertwining everyone's interests, naturally no one would stand in his way. In fact, when he went to sell Li Min, some villagers even offered him help. Liu Ergou grew increasingly smug as he contemplated this, reaching out to pull Li Min closer. But at that very moment, he suddenly sensed a whistling wind. Without a second thought, Liu Ergou rolled like a lazy donkey to dodge to the side. Seeing the arrow embedded in the ground filled Liu Ergou with both dread and seething rage. Who the hell was this? Yesterday, Zhang Jianshe had already ruined his plans. Today, seeing Song Pingyuan dead and Li Min weeping so bitterly, he hadn't spotted Zhang Jianshe anywhere. Knowing Zhang wasn't home, he'd dared to try taking Li Min away. Now who was ruining his plans again? Liu Ergou, I said I'd help Li Min repay you today. The day isn't even over yet, and you can't wait? And what's going on here? Zhang Jianshe said coldly to Liu Ergou, pointing at the straw mat covered by a tattered sheet on the ground. Whether it was because Zhang Jianshe's return gave Li Min a sense of security, or perhaps Zhang Jianshe's words made Li Min weep even more bitterly. Liu Ergou's gaze toward Zhang Jianshe, however, was filled with resentment and unwillingness. Chapter 9, Song Pingyuan is dead. Though he'd recovered the 50 yuan he'd lent out, Liu Ergou still seethed with anger. It was all because of that bastard Zhang Jianshe. He couldn't have come back any sooner or later. He had to come back right when Liu Ergou was about to get Li Min. Fine, Zhang Jianshe. If you want to be the sucker, I won't say anything. But if you're getting involved with that widow, you better watch your back. This time he didn't care about Song Pingyuan's life or death. The wolf just bit him to death. Next time, that widow might just be the one to bury you alive. As Liu Ergou finished speaking, Li Min instantly began crying even harder. Fearing Zhang Jianshe would come after him again, Liu Ergou quickly grabbed the money and fled. Listening to the villagers' murmurs, Zhang Jianshe finally realized the body beneath the bedsheet was Song Pingyuan. He also pieced together what had happened. Last night, while he and Li Min were sparring, Song Pingyuan had grown so hungry he couldn't bear it. Now, with the mental capacity of a child, Song Pingyuan grew anxious when he couldn't find Li Min. After crying and calling out for a while without seeing Li Min return, Song Pingyuan decided to go out and look for his wife. But somehow, he ended up wandering outside the village. In the end, he was killed by wolves. After piecing together the cause of Song Pingyuan's death, Zhang Jianshe paused in disbelief. Song Pingyuan just died like that? This was completely different from his previous life. A complex mix of emotions swirled within Zhang Jianshe. After a moment of contemplation, he let out a sigh. Alright, Li Min, stop crying. It's for the best that Brother Pingyuan is gone, at least he spared more suffering. Come on, everyone, let's help carry him out for burial. Hearing this, the villagers nodded in agreement. Song Pingyuan's family was so poor they couldn't even afford to put food on the table, with debts piled up everywhere. There was no way they could afford to hold a funeral for him. So why not hurry up and dig a hole to bury him? Before nightfall, the villagers got to work together. After burying Song Pingyuan, the villagers all returned to their homes. Li Min still owed them money, but as long as she remained in the village, they could collect it gradually. Besides, Li Min was now so close to Zhang Jianshe. If they couldn't get the money from her, they could always go after Zhang Jianshe. There was no need to pressure Li Min for repayment right after Song Pingyuan's passing, like Liu Ergou had done. After everyone had left, Li Min looked at Zhang Jianshe with a complex expression. Deep down, she harbored some resentment toward him. If Zhang Jianshe hadn't insisted on troubling her last night, she would have cooked for Song Pingyuan long ago. Song Pingyuan wouldn't have died, and she wouldn't have become a widow. But on the other hand, it was also fortunate that Song Pingyuan had died. Though she's still dirt poor now, and there's no hope for the future either. At least she wouldn't keep piling up debt trying to pay for Song Pingyuan's medical bills. Zhang Jianshe, of course, paid no heed to Li Min's complex thoughts.
After returning home, he hung the deer hide and antlers to dry, then tossed the fabric he'd bought on the black market to Li Min.
I bought some cloth from the city. Make yourself a dress tomorrow.
Since you're my woman now, no other man should see your body.
Don't wear that old dress anymore. I'm going to bed now.
With that, Zhang Jianshe paid Li Min no further attention, climbing into bed and falling asleep immediately.
He'd gone out after their night together yesterday and hadn't slept at all today. Even with his youthful physique, this was pushing his limits. Li Min's face flushed bright red at Zhang Jianshe's words. She knew her clothes were practically see-through. But what could she do? If she didn't give the men in the village a little something, she wouldn't even be able to borrow money. She and Song Ping'an probably wouldn't have lasted much longer. Besides, even if she wanted to wear something thicker, she'd have to alter her extra clothes into short-sleeved summer tops first. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Li Min sighed. Holding the fabric Zhang Jianshe had given her, her thoughts kept circling back to his earlier words that she was his woman. Could it be that after Song Ping'an left, Zhang Jianshe was willing to be with her? If that were the case, Li Min would certainly welcome it. Zhang Jianshe was unmatched in the entire village, both in looks and stature. That was why she had set her sights on him before, hoping he would take her as his wife. To marry him again would be a choice made willingly. But would Zhang Jianshe himself be willing? She owed Liu Ergou 50 yuan, and today Zhang Jianshe had repaid it without so much as a blink. He'd even ridden his bicycle back today, so he clearly wasn't short on cash. With Zhang Jianshe's qualifications, even if he went to Zhejiaga to propose to those twin sisters, they'd probably be willing, right? Why would he even consider her a widow? Li Min sighed again as these thoughts crossed her mind. There was nothing she could do now but take things one step at a time. At least by staying with Zhang Jianshe, she wouldn't have to worry about food and shelter. Meanwhile, news spread throughout the village that Zhang Jianshe had helped Li Min repay her debt today and even bought her a second-hand bicycle. The summer heat was stifling, making it impossible to stay indoors. Villagers came out to cool off, naturally chatting about the latest village affairs. As for Zhang Jianshe paying off Li Min's debt and growing close to her, the villagers didn't seem to mind. Li Min was indeed quite attractive. If they could get something for free or spend less money to gain an advantage, they'd certainly be willing. But if they had to shell out $50 like Zhang Jianshe did, they'd definitely refuse. It was only because Zhang Jianshe could hunt. It seemed that bagging that deer yesterday had made him a fortune. Otherwise, he wouldn't have that kind of money. After discussing this, the villagers' conversation turned to whether they should go hunting themselves when they weren't busy. If they got lucky and bagged something good, wouldn't that be a real windfall? Village Chief Wang Debao and production team secretary Xu Mengchangshan, overhearing the villagers' chatter, both turned grim. Fortunately, the poor nighttime visibility meant the villagers didn't notice their unease. Taking advantage of the villagers' inattention, Wang Debao gave Meng Changshan a meaningful glance, and the two slipped away to a secluded corner. Old Meng, this can't go on. With Zhang Jianshe stirring things up like this, the villagers will probably start hunting on their own and selling their goods on the black market in the city. If they really start selling stuff on the black market, we're finished. As Wang Debao finished speaking with a look of urgency, Meng Changshan's brow furrowed deeply. He pondered how to resolve this issue. Otherwise, when the villagers went to the county town to sell their goods, he'd secretly follow them. Once in town, he could report them to the security squad and have these profiteers arrested? Chapter 10, The Village Plans to Hire Guards. The thought flashed through Meng Changshan's mind, startling even himself. It took him a long time to suppress the thought. If he really went through with it, their village would be wiped out in no time. The reason all villages permitted hunting was primarily to prevent the wild beasts of the grasslands from threatening the settlements. But if he reported the villagers for profiteering, it would be like sending all the able-bodied men to prison. Never mind that the production team's quotas would never be met again. What if bandits attacked the village? Everyone would face certain death. But allowing villagers to sell goods in the county seat was also unfeasible. Previously, when villagers hunted game, the meat was distributed within the village. Any surplus goods were handed over to the production team in exchange for labor points, to be handled collectively. Though he claimed to have handed them over to the village, he actually sold them secretly on the black market, splitting the profits with Wang Debao. If the villagers found out they'd made so much money selling goods in town, wouldn't they be the talk of the village? In fact, the truth was already starting to slip out. People in the neighboring villages had heard that Zhang Jianshe had gone to the city and he'd come back riding a bicycle. This thought made Meng Changshan hate Zhang Jianshe even more. Why couldn't that bastard just hand over the remaining goods to the production team? Instead, he had to sneak off and sell them on the black market. Wasn't that just causing trouble for everyone? No matter what, we can't let everyone in the village go hunting. Even though Zhang Jianshe caught a deer, that was just luck. If everyone in the village goes out, it'll be trouble if something happens. But we can't just stay put either. If no one goes out, what if wild animals attack the village one day? I think we should just make Zhang Jianshe the village guard. He won't have to work in the production brigade anymore. His job will be to patrol the village perimeter and hunt. As long as he ensures no wild beasts disturb our village. He can keep whatever he hunts. Meng Changshan's proposal seemed to offer Zhang Jianshe quite favorable terms. In fact, aside from needing to be cautious during winter, the rest of the year would essentially be coasting by. Except in winter, the grasslands never lacked food. Unless absolutely forced, these beasts wouldn't actively attack densely populated villages. At most, they would ambush isolated individuals on the grasslands. Like Song Pingyan last night and Han Liuji today. Yet as he spoke these words, Meng Changshan's expression remained utterly icy. His eyes held a faint glint of murderous intent. Wang Debao was startled by Meng Changshan's words. Meng Changshan was essentially sentencing Zhang Jianshe to death. Zhang Jianshe had indeed bagged a deer yesterday, but that was merely a stroke of luck. His luck couldn't possibly stay this good forever, could it? If Zhang Jianshe became the village guard, he'd be roaming the grasslands every other day, whether he bagged game or not. Without anyone to help him, he might just end up dying out there one day. Old Meng, isn't this a bit too harsh? After all, it's a human life. Hearing Wang Debao's hesitation, Meng Changshan snorted coldly. His life matters, but what about ours? If the villagers find out how much we've profited from this, do you think we'll be able to stay here? And if the higher-ups find out? We'd be finished, wouldn't we? After Meng Changshan finished speaking, Wang Debao fell silent. After a moment of silence, he sighed and nodded. Clearly, his own life mattered more than Zhang Jianshe's. Early the next morning, Zhang Jianshe had just gotten out of bed when he saw that Li Min had already changed into fresh clothes. A fresh set of clothes lay beside the bed, prepared for him as well. Zhang Jianshe silently nodded in approval, though he said nothing outwardly. By then, Li Min had finished cooking breakfast and brought it over. Yet her expression remained utterly calm. If one hadn't seen it with their own eyes, who could believe this was a woman who had just lost her husband? Jianshe, hurry up and eat. The village chief just announced there'll be a meeting soon. I didn't wake you since you looked so sleepy. We'll go together later. Hearing this, Zhang Jianshe paused for a moment before nodding. By the time Zhang Jianshe and Li Min arrived at the village clearing, the villagers had already gathered. Wang Debao, seeing everyone present, gave a slight nod. Fellow villagers, we're holding a meeting today. We're here to discuss the incident where Song Pingyan from our village was killed by those beasts on the grasslands. Fellow villagers, our OU village lies right on the edge of the grasslands. We could face threats from these beasts at any moment. We absolutely must take this issue seriously. Hearing this, the villagers nodded in agreement and began murmuring among themselves. In this land, they had always fought tooth and nail against the beasts of the grasslands, and every year, people were killed by them. Yet after Song Pingyan's death, the villagers felt a sense of shared sorrow. What if they were the ones attacked someday? Their families wouldn't fare much better than Song Pingyan's. Then their wives and children would become someone else's property. Li Min, at least, had some beauty, and after marrying Song Pingyan, she had no children. That's how Zhang Jianshe came into the picture. But if something happened to them, their wives wouldn't take the children to find new men. They might just abandon their children and flee on their own. Wang Debao and Meng Changshan listened to the villagers' hushed discussions, faint smiles playing on their faces. Once the work was nearly done, Wang Debao spoke up again. Old Meng and I have discussed it and decided to find a guardian for our village. This person won't need to participate in the production team's labor. Instead, every villager working in the production team will give this person 1 point each month. Their sole task is to deal with these scoundrels on the grasslands and prevent them from threatening our village. Furthermore, all game they hunt will belong entirely to them. Old Meng and I think Zhang Jianshe would be perfect for this role. What do you all think? Hearing this, the villagers nodded in agreement. Having someone dedicated to hunting would indeed make them feel safer. Though Wang Debao's compensation package was generous, they weren't envious. If they were to take on this village guard role, they'd likely earn those work points with their lives and have no chance to spend them. Chapter 11, The Wolves Have Entered the Village. Seeing that the villagers had no further objections, Wang Debao and Meng Changshan felt even more pleased. Jianshe, now that the villagers have agreed to let you be the village protector, what do you think? Though Wang Debao appeared to be offering Zhang Jianshe a choice, in reality, Zhang had no room for refusal. Refusing would mean offending the entire village. Moreover, Zhang Jianshe's wealth came from the money earned through hunting. If he refused, hunting would become impossible for him in the future. The concerns weighing on Wang Debao and Meng Changshan's minds were thus resolved. After Wang Debao finished speaking, Li Min's face turned pale, and her heart pounded with anxiety. This village guard job sounded decent, but in reality, it was far more dangerous than working for the forest rangers. Her husband had become a little cutie precisely because of his forest ranger job. Now Zhang Jianshe was her only support, and the village wanted him to become this village guard? What if something happened to Zhang Jianshe? How would she ever go on? The thought brought tears to Li Min's eyes. She grabbed Zhang Jianshe's arm and shook her head. If she and Zhang Jianshe weren't still in an undefined relationship, she would have refused the offer for him right then and there. Zhang Jianshe understood Li Min's worries, but he still nodded. All right, village chief, I'll take care of it. Zhang Jianshe's response was crisp and decisive. He agreed immediately and headed back to prepare his gear.
Ever since the deer had brought him a windfall, Zhang Jianshe had come to a realization.
Staying in the village farming would never amount to anything in this lifetime.
If he wanted a better life, he'd have to make money through hunting. It was precisely this mindset that led him to sell his machete and bow and arrows on the black market. Originally, he'd found it difficult to keep hunting on the grasslands. Now that the production team had little work, he could do as he pleased. But during spring planting and autumn harvest, he still had to work.
Now that he'd become the village guard, things were even more convenient.
Of course, Zhang Jianshe knew full well that Wang Debao and Meng Chanshan weren't exactly up to good either. Li Min was also worried something might happen to him when he went out. But Zhang Jianshe didn't care about any of that.
If he was destined to spend his entire life farming in the village, what difference was that from being dead?
As for Li Min's worries, the current Li Min was indeed his woman, but she was merely an accessory attached to him.
Why should he bother considering her feelings? To put it bluntly, in the entire stone village, who else besides him would dare to help Li Min?
Taking Li Min meant saddling himself with the entire village's debts. Just as Zhang Jianshe was preparing to head out to the grasslands with his machete and bow, a man from Jiaegu suddenly came running over in a hurry.
Brothers, help us out. The wolves attacked the sheep pen at Zhao Laosan's place in our village. Hurry and help us. The speaker's face betrayed utter panic. Though their village had many residents, those with genuine hunting experience and the courage to confront a wolf pack were few and far between. These were wolves.
Never mind whether they could kill these wolves.
Even if they managed to kill one or two, they'd have the entire pack out for blood.
These beasts hold grudges like no other. If they hold a grudge, you'll live in constant fear from then on.
Unless the entire pack is wiped out, there'll be no peace.
So, only about a dozen people in the entire village dared to step forward and help Zhao Laosan's family drive away the wolves.
A dozen villagers against a dozen wolves, there's no numerical advantage there.
Even if they managed to drive the wolves away, it would likely cost several lives. That's why this young man rushed to Stone Village to call for help. It wouldn't take many if Stone Village could muster 10 willing hands. Driving off these beasts shouldn't be too difficult.
After the man finished speaking, many villagers who had just concluded their meeting in OU village quickly took a step back.
Apart from a few eager young men, no one else wanted to get involved in this mess. The young men were fearless, like calves born without fear of tigers. The other crucial reason was that Zhao Laosan was the father of those two sisters. What if Zhao Laosan took a liking to them while they were helping? They might end up becoming his sons-in-law. Before they could say anything, however, their families pulled them away. In the end, only Zhang Jianshe remained, mounting his bicycle.
I'll go check on your village first.
You can head back on your own later.
With that, Zhang Jianshe pedaled away.
Seeing that only one person was helping, the man from Jiaegu felt anxious but could do nothing about it.
This was a life or death matter, and since the other party wasn't willing, they couldn't force the issue.
Watching Zhang Jianshe's bicycle grow smaller in the distance, the man gritted his teeth and hurried after him. By the time Zhang Jianshe reached Jiaegu, a dozen strong villagers had already taken up hoes and shovels, facing off against a pack of wolves. Though the wolves hadn't attacked the villagers, the pack was slowly closing in on them. Seeing this scene, Zhang Jianshe, who had just arrived by bicycle, couldn't help but shake his head. These villagers were simply terrified by these beasts. If the entire village came out armed with tools, even if they couldn't wipe out the entire pack, driving the wolves away should be a breeze. After all, these beasts were nothing but bullies who preyed on the weak. Still, Zhang Jianshe didn't bother calling out to the villagers. After all, even if he did, they might not listen to him. If anything happened to anyone, someone would blame him. After steadying his bicycle, Zhang Jianshe drew his bow to full moon and fired at the alpha wolf. The bow and arrows he'd bought on the black market came with 20 arrows. Now was the perfect time to put them to use. Although the pack seemed to be slowly advancing toward the village, the wolves were actually nervous and highly alert. The moment Zhang Jianshe released his arrow, the alpha wolf dodged it. The pack suffered no casualties, but Zhang Jianshe had thoroughly enraged them. Realizing Zhang Jianshe was alone, the pack charged toward him at the Wolf King's howl. This sent a collective gasp of terror through the villagers of Jiaegu. Yet not a single soul came to his aid. Zhang Jianshe had no time to criticize the villagers of Zhaojia Gully. While the wolves were still far off, he quickly drew another arrow. He had parked his bicycle over 100 meters away from the wolves, and as they closed in, he managed to fire 3 arrows. Seeing this, Zhang Jianshe didn't bother with the alpha wolf first. His attacks were clearly effective. One wolf was struck in the eye, while 2 others were hit in the belly. By the time the pack closed to 20 meters, Zhang Jianshe had discarded his bow and arrow, gripping his machete instead. Chapter 12, The Wolves Retreat. Zhang Jianshe knew clearly that he absolutely couldn't back down now. If he showed weakness now, the wolves would fixate on him. Ultimately, he would be torn apart by the wolves. As the wolves charged, Zhang Jianshe was ready. His first instinct was to swing at the alpha wolf's midsection. By then, the alpha wolf was already mid-air, unable to brace itself. Even if it tried to dodge, it was too late. It could only watch helplessly as Zhang Jianshe's machete sliced open a gash in its belly. Good. This kid is amazing. Well done, Zhang Jianshe.
Kill every last one of these wolves. Let's see if these bastards dare come near the village again. Seeing the Wolf King wounded, the villagers of Zhang Jianshe cheered. Yet still, not a single person stepped forward to assist Zhang Jianshe. Zhang Jianshe remained fixedly focused on the pack, his expression stern. He dared not relax for even a moment. After the alpha wolf was wounded, the pack dared not launch another attack lightly. The pack let out a mournful howl and slowly retreated under the Wolf King's lead. Just as the villagers of Zhang Jianshe finally gathered their courage to approach and help Zhang Jianshe drive away the wolves, the pack halted once more. The villagers, who had just taken a few steps forward, quickly retreated in fright. However, seeing the wolves' eyes filled with reluctance, Zhang Jianshe felt no urgency. His earlier strike had been delivered with considerable force, aimed squarely at taking the Wolf King's life. Though the Wolf King still lived, the wound continued to bleed profusely. If they continued to stall like this, the Wolf King would be the first to succumb. Once a safe distance had been established, Zhang Jianshe drew his bow and fired arrows relentlessly at the pack, hoping to scatter them. After 2 more wolves were shot dead and another arrow pierced the alpha wolf's body, the alpha wolf finally couldn't hold back any longer and ordered the pack to attack once more. However, the severely wounded alpha wolf did not participate in this assault. Though the pack still followed the Wolf King's unified command, without his powerful support, the remaining wolves were no match for their opponents. As the pack charged forward, Zhang Jianshe once again felled a wolf with a direct blow from his machete. After the alpha wolf let out a few more howls, it reluctantly led the remaining wolves away. Zhang Jianshe, we really owe you this time. Otherwise, our village would have suffered heavy losses. That's right, Zhang Jianshe, you're the real deal. How else could you have caught a deer yesterday? He took down 4 or 5 wolves single-handedly all prime game. Once the pack had retreated far enough, the villagers of Zhaojia Gully emerged from their homes. The village chief of Zhaojia Gully grinned broadly as he thanked Zhang Jianshe. However, many villagers spoke with a hint of envy. Gazing at the wolf carcasses on the ground, they were calculating their own gains. Today, it was only because these wolves had ambushed their village that Zhang Jianshe had the chance to kill them. It could be said that if the wolves hadn't ambushed their village, no matter how skilled Zhang Jianshe was, he wouldn't have been able to kill so many wolves in such a short time. Now that Zhang Jianshe had gained fame, shouldn't they get some tangible benefits? Wolf meat wasn't tasty, it was tough and sour. Trying to sell it in the city? Hardly anyone would want it. But the villagers, who rarely get to eat meat, couldn't care less about that. Just having meat to eat was good enough. Who had time for such pickiness? If it weren't for riding on Zhang Jianshe's coattails yesterday to swap for some venison, many hadn't tasted meat in years. Besides, the wolf pelt was valuable too. Once dried, it could fetch several dozen yuan. They weren't asking for much. With 5 wolves on the ground, leaving them 2 shouldn't be a problem, right? Of course, these villagers were only thinking this to themselves, no one dared voice it aloud. After all, Zhang Jianshe wasn't afraid of wolves. What if he turned on them too? These thoughts in the villagers' minds certainly didn't escape Zhang Jianshe's notice. This made him snort coldly inside. He had never held the villagers of Zhang Jianshe in high regard. A village of several hundred people, yet terrified out of their wits by a mere dozen wolves. It was shameful enough to tell. The only reason the villagers of Zhaojia Gully hadn't outright suggested keeping the wolves was that they kept repeating how valuable these wolves were. Otherwise, he'd teach the villagers of Zhaojia Gully a lesson they'd never forget. The wolves weren't easy to mess with, but he was? Zhang Jianshe, we really owe you today. Otherwise, my family would have been ruined. In just a moment, the wolves killed 3 of my sheep. I'll find you a truck to haul these wolves away. Consider my 3 sheep yours as well. Consider it payment for saving our lives. Don't think it's too little. After confirming it was safe, Zhao Laosan emerged from his home, overflowing with gratitude toward Zhang Jianshe. Hearing this, Zhang Jianshe finally felt a bit better. Just as Zhang Jianshe was about to agree, Zhao Manhwa hurried out and tugged her father's arm. Dad, what are you saying? This will make Brother Jianshe think you're trying to chase him away. Brother Jianshe, don't listen to my father's nonsense. Come to our house for some water first. We'll take care of the wolf and those sheep for you. Otherwise, if we delay too long, the meat won't be worth much. Hearing this, old Zhao finally understood and nodded quickly. Right, Zhang Jianshe, come to my place for some water first. Zhang Jianshe also realized that if he took the wolves and those 3 sheep back home, it would probably take him the whole day to deal with them. Having some help would make things much easier. Alright, thanks for taking care of it. I'll pass on the wolf meat. Just divide it up among yourselves after you've finished processing it. Oh, well, thanks a lot for your help then. Third brother, hurry and take Jianshe back to your place for water. I'll have someone take care of these wolves and sheep. Hearing Zhang Jianshe's words, the village chief of Zhang Jianshe felt a surge of delight. Without waiting for Zhang Jianshe's response, he hurriedly called his men to work. Though the villagers of Zhaojia Gully couldn't keep the 2 wolves, getting some wolf meat was an unexpected treat. So upon hearing the village chief's call, they all got busy at work. While Zhang Jianshe was drinking water at their home, Zhao Manhwa's eyes never left him. This caught Zhao Laosan's attention. His little daughter seemed to have taken a liking to Zhang Jianshe. As this thought crossed his mind, Zhao Laosen couldn't help but scrutinize Zhang Jianshe with the eye of a prospective father-in-law. Naturally, the more he looked, the more satisfied he became. Chapter 13, Zhang Jianshe, do you have a girlfriend? Zhang Jianshe was naturally handsome, standing over 6 feet tall. He was one of the tallest men in the surrounding villages. He was certainly a good match for his daughter. Of course, what Zhao Laosen valued most was Zhang Jianshe's skill. Today, he single-handedly drove off an entire pack of wolves and killed 5 of them. With such skill, if he became his son-in-law, he wouldn't have to live in constant fear for his sheep anymore. Although he was responsible for the sheep and their production team, he wouldn't have to compensate for any losses if wolves attacked. But he often secretly kept a few sheep for himself while tending the collective flock. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to simply hand over the sheep killed by wolves to Zhang Jianshe. Many in the village knew about this, yet no one troubled him over it. Many still wanted to be his son-in-law. How could anyone dare offend him? Looks like I'll have to find time to head over to Stone Village and dig up some dirt on Zhang Jianshe. See if he's married or has a girlfriend. Most importantly, check his character. My daughter can't go suffer any mistreatment. Zhao Laosen planned to wait until he'd gathered all the facts before broaching the subject with Zhang Jianshe, but Zhao Meihua couldn't wait. Brother Jianshe, do you have a girlfriend? As soon as Zhao Meihua finished speaking, her face flushed bright red. In those days, it was incredibly bold for her to ask a young man if he had a girlfriend. Fortunately, they were in their own home, with no one else present besides Zhang Jianshe. If outsiders had overheard, it would have been utterly embarrassing. Her reputation would be ruined forever. Even with her good looks, no one would ever introduce her to a potential partner again. Though old Zhao pretended to scold his daughter, his attention was actually fixed on Zhang Jianshe. Hearing Zhao Meihua's words, Zhang Jianshe paused for a moment. His expression quickly darkened. Not yet, he replied. But I won't be looking for a partner anytime soon. After saying this, Zhang Jianshe couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Years had passed, yet he still couldn't forget Zhang Xiaoya. Zhang Xiaoya was an educated youth sent to Ou village for re-education. The moment he laid eyes on her, he fell for her. So back then, he'd gone out of his way to court her attention. Even though he often went hungry himself back then, Zhang Xiaoya didn't suffer much hardship during her years in the countryside. At the time, Zhang Xiaoya didn't know if she would ever be able to return to the city, so she eventually agreed to date him, albeit somewhat reluctantly. But just as they were about to discuss marriage, the notice for the educated youth to return to the city arrived. Zhang Xiaoya slipped away without so much as a word to him. Deep down, Zhang Jianshe understood her feelings. If given the chance to return to the city, who would willingly spend their entire life in the countryside? They were never meant for the same world. But Zhang Xiaoya was truly heartless. Not a single word, not even a letter left behind. That was what truly gnawed at Zhang Jianshe. Regardless of what Zhang Jianshe was thinking, the atmosphere turned awkward the moment he finished speaking. Zhang Jianshe's meaning was crystal clear. He was outright rejecting Zhao Meihua. He hadn't even bothered to give a reason. This made Zhao Laosen sigh inwardly. Such a fine man, yet fate had denied them the chance to become family. Zhao Meihua's eyes stung slightly, but deep down, she refused to accept it. She and her sister had been beautiful since childhood. Wherever they went, whenever there were boys their age around, the sisters were treated like queens surrounded by admirers. She refused to believe Zhang Jianshe wouldn't find her attractive. Fortunately, the awkwardness didn't last long. Soon, the village chief of Zhejiago sent word to Zhang Jianshe that the wolves had been dealt with. Only then did Zhang Jianshe hastily take his leave. Shortly after Zhang Jianshe departed, a matchmaker arrived at Zhao Laosen's home, brimming with excitement. Laosen, you'd better treat me well this time, or else I won't do it. The Zhao family members were still somewhat stuck in the awkward atmosphere caused by Zhang Jianshe's earlier ruthless rejection. Zhao Laosen froze at the matchmaker's words, momentarily stunned. But after a moment, his eyes lit up with surprise. Sister-in-law, does this mean you found a match for my eldest daughter? It's settled. The groom-to-be is a miner at Oching's first coal mine. He's only a temporary worker now, but he should be able to get permanent status in a year or so. His father passed away in the mines years ago, leaving only his elderly mother at home. He earns 30 yuan a month now, and it'll go up to 45 once he's permanent. If things work out, he'll buy a bicycle and a sewing machine for the wedding. That's why I rushed over to tell you all about it. Don't let someone else snatch him up. If it's a good match, come with me tomorrow to Ou City for the matchmaking. Hearing this, Zhao Laosen nodded silently to himself. 30 yuan a month, that's no small sum. And once she got her permanent position, the pay would be even higher. Life would definitely be comfortable. But this wasn't his decision to make. It all depended on Zhao Meihui's own wishes. What do you think, girl? At that moment, Zhao Meihui was also deeply conflicted. While she wanted to find someone from the city, she had her own standards. First off, she couldn't stand miners who worked underground all day. Not only were they perpetually covered in coal dust, but their work was dangerous too. Her ideal match would be someone who worked in an office. Moreover, not only was this man a minor, but he hadn't even been made permanent yet. Though she felt a slight dissatisfaction.
Zhao Meihui still nodded her head in agreement. After all, her age was a factor. If she didn't hurry up and get married, even with her good qualities, it would be hard to find a partner. Even though many men in the village still hung around her and her sisters, they often said she was too picky and would probably remain an old maid forever. Besides, even if tomorrow's matchmaking didn't work out, she could just treat it as a chance to explore the city and get familiar with the urban environment.
Alright, then it's settled. I'll come find you tomorrow morning. The matchmaker, seeing Zhao Meihui's agreement, finally left with a cheerful smile. With her marriage prospects now settled, Zhao Meihui felt considerably lighter.
Seeing her sister still looking unhappy, she couldn't help but try to persuade her.
Hey girl, I told you that guy wasn't right for you. Now look, he doesn't even want to date anyone. If you ask me, you should talk to the matchmaker tomorrow too. Have her find you a city guy as well. Wouldn't it be better for us to be in the city than in the village? If both of us sisters move to the city, we'll have each other to look out for.
Zhao Meihui thought it was a brilliant plan, but old Zhao sighed when he heard his daughter's words. He knew his eldest daughter had been raised in vain. Zhao Meihua understood her sister meant well, yet her face remained stubborn. I'll only marry Zhang Jianshe in this lifetime.
I refuse to believe he wouldn't want me.
Just as Zhao Meihua spoke these words, Zhang Jianshe had just returned to Oyu village when he spotted a bicycle parked outside his home. His heart began to race.
Chapter 14, The Arrival of Specialist Wang from the Procurement Department.
Zhang Jianshe's first thought was that Han Liuji had been discovered, and the police had traced the investigation all the way to the village. They were here to arrest him. It was precisely this thought that instantly made Zhang Jianshe's heart race. But upon closer reflection, it seemed unlikely. After all, no one had seen him, and he hadn't left any clues behind.
Unless Han Liuji had somehow survived and made it back from the grasslands.
Yet upon deeper reflection, something still felt off. If that were the case, the police would have come to the village in force.
It couldn't be that only one cop showed up on a bicycle.
Still puzzled by the mystery, Zhang Jianshe walked toward his home.
Jianshe, you're back. Come here quickly.
This is Mr. Wang, the procurement officer from the coal factory.
He wants to discuss something with you.
As soon as Zhang Jianshe stepped through the door, Li Min approached him with a smile and spoke. Behind Li Min, a man overheard her words and stepped forward enthusiastically, grasping Zhang Jianshe's hand.
Hello, you must be Comrade Zhang Jianshe?
Yesterday, my fellow villager told me you bagged a deer. It's got everyone in the surrounding villages buzzing. And today you've bagged quite a haul. You're truly a hero.
I'm Wang Jun from the procurement department of the first coal mine.
I came today to discuss with you whether there's any gain we could purchase, and also to ask if you'd consider selling all your future catches to us.
Rest assured, I'll offer fair prices. You won't lose out.
As Wang Jun spoke, his eyes were fixed intently on the several sheep Zhang Jianshe had brought back.
Hearing Wang Jun's words, Zhang Jianshe's heart finally settled.
He knew these procurement officers were responsible for traveling to rural areas to collect local specialties and game hunted by villagers. However, due to the dangers of the grasslands, even hunters dared not venture too deep, so the game they could obtain was very limited. Once the game was brought back, the smaller items like pheasants and rabbits were consumed by the hunters' families. Even larger game was distributed among the villagers. Therefore, when these procurement agents arrived with insider information to collect goods, they often ended up making a wasted trip. Gradually, some savvy buyers began developing their own informants in each village. They would be notified immediately whenever something valuable appeared in a village. Wang Jun must have heard he'd bagged a deer, which is why he rushed to Stone Village to find him. But he was still a step too late. Fortunately, Zhang Jianshe had procured 3 more sheep, so Wang Jun didn't make a wasted trip today. When the deer was previously hunted, the villagers of Stone Village and the surrounding villages had just finished distributing the meat. Therefore, if he wanted to distribute these 3 sheep himself, he'd have to go to a village farther away.
But that would take too much time. The meat absolutely had to be distributed today.
Otherwise, with summer temperatures, it would be unusable by tomorrow.
Giving the meat to Wang Jun now would save him a lot of trouble. So what price can you offer for the 3 sheep behind?
Zhang Jianshe didn't hesitate at all, getting straight to the point.
Wang Jun's spirits lifted again at the question.
He glanced at the lamb on the truck, paused briefly, then spoke.
The going rate is 1.2 yuan per gene.
I'll give you 1 yuan, but it'll be weighed with both meat and bones included.
How does that sound?
As he spoke these words, Wang Jun felt a pang of regret. When he delivered the meat back to the coal factory, they never counted the weight of the bones. Although the factory paid him a slightly higher price, this deal still wouldn't turn a profit.
Breaking even would be a win.
But this was his first deal with Zhang Jianshe. If he could maintain a good relationship, it would make completing future tasks much easier.
With a bit of luck, he might even earn a bonus.
That's why he offered this price. After hearing Wang Jun's words, Zhang Jianshe thought for a moment and nodded in agreement.
This price wasn't low.
Even on the black market, he might not get this much.
Alright, let's weigh it then. It's inconvenient for you to ride your bike back with this. I'll haul it over for you. No sooner had Zhang Jianshe finished speaking than Wang Jun shook his head firmly in refusal. Seeing Zhang Jianshe's puzzled expression, he realized his reaction had been a bit over the top. He gave an awkward laugh and offered a brief explanation. Comrade Zhang Jianshe, I appreciate your consideration. But this is my job. Taking all 3 sheep with me is no problem. Besides, it'd be too much trouble for you to haul the cart all the way to the county seat. It'd waste your time. So I'll take them myself. Though Wang Jun's explanation seemed perfectly reasonable, Zhang Jianshe felt even more puzzled. Occasionally, people from the procurement department would come to Oyu village to collect goods. But those people always treated them with an air of superiority. It was rare to find someone like Wang Jun who genuinely considered their needs. As the saying goes, when things are out of the ordinary, there's bound to be something fishy. If Wang Jun didn't want him to send the meat into town, there must be something he didn't want him to know. Zhang Jianshe pondered this inwardly, but outwardly he gave a slight nod. Alright, let's weigh it first then. Upon hearing Zhang Jianshe no longer insisted on delivering the meat to Oyu City, Wang Jun finally breathed a sigh of relief. He quickly grabbed a scale and weighed the meat with practiced ease. The 3 sheep Zhao Laosan had given Zhang Jianshe weren't particularly large. They could still be considered immature. But upon reflection, it made sense. If these 3 sheep had been strong and robust, they wouldn't have been killed by wolves. These 3 sheep total just 128 jin. I'll round it up to 130 jin for you. That comes to 156 yuan. Wang Jun said as he pulled out the money and handed it to Zhang Jianshe. Comrade Zhang Jianshe, if you ever have any more game in the future, you must have someone notify me. No matter how much you have, I'll take it all. Rest assured, the price will definitely satisfy you. Hearing Wang Jun's words, Zhang Jianshe naturally agreed with a smile. But deep down, he felt even more curious. Other buyers always try to drive prices down as much as possible when taking delivery. That way they could spend less money and pocket more in kickbacks. But today, Wang Jun was acting unusually. Even if they didn't lower the price, there was no need to raise it significantly either. After pondering it for a while without coming to any conclusion, Zhang Jianshe simply gave up trying to figure it out. He'd figure out what was going on tomorrow when he went into town to ask around. He could also handle the deer hides and antlers he'd brought back last time. The skins from these 3 sheep could also be sold on the black market. With these thoughts in mind, Zhang Jianshe lingered for over an hour after Wang Jun left. Only then did he mount his bicycle and set off. Chapter 15, The Coal Mine Recruitment Ad. Zhang Jianshe felt there was definitely something fishy about Wang Jun not letting him deliver the mutton to the city. Anyway, he still hadn't disposed of the deer hide and antlers he had on hand, and he needed to go into town to sell them. He might as well go to the city to see what was really going on. That evening, Zhang Jianshe rode his bicycle back to Oyu City. He navigated the black market with ease, finally selling the deer skins and antlers at dawn. Earlier, he had sold 3 sheep for over 100 yuan. Combined with this latest haul, he had pocketed another 300 yuan today. At this rate, his daily earnings could rival the annual income of many villagers. Yet, deep down, Zhang Jianshe still felt unsatisfied. By morning, the workers of Stone City had begun their shifts, and only then did Zhang Jianshe head to the first coal plant. He had assumed it would take some time to figure out what tricks Wang Jun was up to. But things turned out to be easier than he had imagined. At the first coal plant, he spotted a large poster plastered outside. Buying all kinds of mountain goods, best prices guaranteed. Procurement department recruitment, full-time positions available. Accommodation provided. Monthly procurement allowance of 50 yuan. 3 consecutive months of satisfactory performance leads to permanent employment. In those days, private trading between individuals was considered profiteering. Getting caught meant facing serious consequences. However, if commoners sold mountain produce to various institutions, it was unrestricted. Even so, the fact that the first coal mine posted this advertisement for purchasing mountain produce, along with another for recruiting procurement staff, clearly indicated a significant food shortage at the mine. Though Zhang Jianshe had a rough idea of what was going on, he didn't let it show. He pulled out a pack of cigarettes and approached the security guard at the entrance to probe for information. Hey, are you guys hiring at the coal plant? I heard jobs in the city are in high demand these days. Are they just handing them out now? The security guard glanced at Zhang Jianshe with a look of contempt. His attire clearly marked him as a country bumpkin. Still, since the man offered him a cigarette, he decided to continue the conversation. This job might seem like it's being handed out for free, but you've got to have the skills to get it. Do you think it's easy for these procurement officers to go out into the countryside and collect goods these days? 50 yuan a month, and some can't even collect goods worth 30 yuan. Plus, those collecting goods in the countryside might run into those bandits on the grasslands. Factory management has no choice. Workers haven't had meat in over a month and are on the verge of striking. That's why they came up with this solution. If you think it's easy, you can sign up too. It doesn't cost anything to apply. As long as you can collect 50 yuan worth of goods, you'll be hired. Your salary starts from that month. Also, if you fail to complete all tasks over the next 3 months, you won't be able to become a permanent employee until next year. You might even get fired. After listening to the security officer explain for a while, Zhang Jianshe had a rough idea of how things worked. Put that way, the coal plant's hiring standards were indeed quite high. He also understood why Wang Jun had forbidden him from delivering the goods to the city. He was afraid Zhang would see the job posting and apply to work at the coal plant himself. That would make Wang Jun's task much harder to accomplish. Brother, I really appreciate your help. To be honest, I'm just a hunter from the village below. I'm in town to take care of some business. Now that you mention it, I'm actually tempted to give it a shot. Where do I sign up? Hearing Zhang Jianshe say this, the security guard gave him a once-over. If this kid really was a hunter, he might actually end up working at the coal plant someday. Perhaps because they imagined Zhang Jianshe as a potential future colleague at the coal plant, the security guard's attitude softened a bit. No need to thank us, it's no big deal. Just go sign up at the procurement department. You'll see for yourself. Hearing this, Zhang Jianshe nodded with a smile. When he arrived at the procurement department to register, he saw quite a few names on the list. However, the items delivered by the people listed afterward were worth no more than about 10 yuan at most. Many entries were left blank. After completing his registration, Zhang Jianshe prepared to leave. He'd head out to the grasslands to try his luck. If he could hunt something, that would be ideal. If he really couldn't get anything, he could always buy a sheep from Zhang Jianshe with his money and still get the job. Who would want to stay in the village as a village guard when they could get a job in the city? Just as Zhang Jianshe was about to leave, he happened to see Zhao Meihui talking with a young man outside the coal factory. The man was covered head to toe in coal dust that wouldn't wash off, barely 5 feet tall. Zhang Jianshe couldn't help but sigh. It seemed Zhao Meihui had come to the city for another blind date. Though this man's circumstances weren't ideal, he was, after all, a city dweller. If Zhao Meihui truly accepted him, who knows how many men in the surrounding villages would be heartbroken. Anyway, Zhang Jianshe had no interest in the Zhao sisters. He glanced at them and headed home. As Zhang Jianshe returned to Oyu village, Zhao Meihua had just come back from outside, her face flushed with anger. Ernie, what's gotten into you? Who upset you? Hearing this, Zhao Meihua, already fuming, snorted again. Only after taking a sip of water did she reveal the reason for her grim expression. Who else could it be? That bastard Zhang Jianshe. I went to their stone village today to ask about him and found out he's hooking up with a newly widowed woman next door. I just don't get it. How could I, a virgin, be less desirable than a widow? Seeing Zhao Meihua's fuming expression, Zhao Laosen couldn't help but sigh. Ernie, I know you like that young man from Oyu village. But matters of the heart require mutual affection. Both parties have to be willing. If he doesn't want it, what can you do? When your sister and the matchmaker return, I'll speak with her and have her find someone for you too. No way. I refuse to believe I can't win over Zhang Jianshe. I'm heading to their village right now to wait for him. This was the first time in her life that a man had shown no interest in Zhao Meihua. This sparked a stubborn determination within her. With that, she stormed out again, huffing and puffing. By the time Zhang Jianshe returned home, it was already afternoon. Seeing Zhao Meihua and Li Min glaring at each other, he felt puzzled. Zhao Meihua, what are you doing at my place? Did you need something? Chapter 16, Discovering Wild Boar Tracks. Zhao Meihua's face flushed crimson at Zhang Jianshe's words. She had come early to wait at Zhang Jianshe's house, hoping to seize an opportunity to win him over. She was sure that if she kept pestering him relentlessly, he wouldn't be able to resist her. However, upon arriving at Zhang Jianshe's home, she didn't see Zhang Jianshe, but only a widow was there. This made Zhao Meihua sense something was amiss. The relationship between Zhang Jianshe and this widow was deeper than she had heard. Most importantly, this widow was quite attractive. Though not as young as her, she possessed a certain allure of a mature woman. No wonder Zhang Jianshe had gotten involved with this widow. Discovering Li Min at Zhang Jianshe's home only deepened Zhao Meihua's unease. She must keep an eye on this widow at Zhang Jianshe's place to prevent any further contact between them. Though this was Zhao Meihua's intention, how could she possibly convey her thoughts to Zhang Jianshe now? Brother Jianshe, I really owe you for helping us last time. Otherwise, all the sheep we raised would have died. I don't know how to thank you enough. I just wanted to stop by and see if there's anything I can do to help. Brother Jianshe, you must be tired after just getting back. You should rest. As Zhao Meihua spoke, she quickly pulled Zhang Jianshe down to sit and rest. She wandered around looking for chores to do, eventually starting to clean up around Zhang Jianshe's house. Zhang Jianshe was naturally quite diligent, so his home was already well kept. Now that Li Min had moved in, she cleaned daily too, so there wasn't much mess anywhere. Besides, no matter how you looked at it, Zhao Meihua was still a guest. He certainly couldn't have a guest doing chores. So he stepped in to stop her. But Zhao Meihua was dead set on her course now, refusing to listen to anything Zhang Jianshe said. This left Zhang Jianshe helpless, and he could only let her be. He still needed to head out to the grasslands to see if he could hunt down some game. Maybe tomorrow he could go to work in the city.
After Zhang Jianshe gathered his things and headed out with his tools, Li Min watched Zhao Meihua with a look of profound complexity. Ever since Zhao Meihua had come to live with Zhang Jianshe, Li Min understood exactly what Zhao Meihua was after.
What she couldn't understand was this: with Zhao Meihua's qualifications, what kind of man couldn't she find? Why would she need to compete with a widow like her for a man?
Though she inwardly grumbled, a sense of crisis had already taken root in Zhao Meihua's heart. As the saying goes, when a woman pursues a man, it's like a thin veil.
If Zhao Meihua kept pestering Zhang Jianshe, she might actually end up marrying him.
Where would that leave her? Of course, Zhang Jianshe had no idea about the complicated thoughts swirling in these women's minds. After arriving at the grasslands, he began riding his bicycle around.
Generally speaking, these wolves on the grasslands also had their own territory.
Near where they were now should be the territory of the wolf pack he had encountered last time in Zhang Jianshe. He shouldn't encounter any more ferocious beasts in this area.
Last time, he had decimated half the pack, and the remaining wolves were likely recuperating.
They shouldn't pose a threat to him anytime soon. Just as Zhang Jianshe was thinking this, he spotted a pile of dung on the grassland. His bicycle came to an abrupt halt, and his expression turned grave. Having worked in the forest ranger team in his previous life, Zhang Jianshe recognized it immediately. This was wild boar dung.
Normally, wild boars lived in forests and mountainous areas.
The nearest woods were still over 10 miles away from his current location.
How did a wild boar end up here? Could it be that the boar had discovered the wounded wolf pack and come to challenge them for territory? Though Zhang Jianshe couldn't fathom the exact reason, his expression grew even more serious. Judging by the tracks left by the boar's hooves on the grassland, this herd was quite large. There should be 7 or 8 boars in total. Even if the original wolf pack had been at full strength, they wouldn't stand a chance against a herd like this. With these beasts on the grasslands, herders would never find peace again.
Most critically, if the boars charged into the village, the threat to the villagers would be even greater.
With these thoughts in mind, Zhang Jianshe wasted no time and hurried back to the village on his bicycle. Everyone gather here. I need to tell you all something.
By the time Zhang Jianshe returned to the village, it was already afternoon. He gathered all the idle villagers together. The villagers of Oyu village were puzzled by Zhang Jianshe's call.
Had Zhang Jianshe hunted down something valuable again that he wanted to trade with them?
But they had just traded away their venison a few days ago. Now they had nothing left to offer Zhang Jianshe. Though this crossed their minds, the villagers still gathered around. Even if they couldn't get any for themselves, it would be nice to see what it was. When the villagers gathered around and saw Zhang Jianshe holding nothing in his hands, their confusion only deepened.
Jianshe, it's almost dinner time. Everyone's busy. What's the matter that you called everyone over?
After village chief Wang Debao finished speaking, the other villagers nodded in agreement, their faces equally puzzled. But Zhang Jianshe's expression was now extremely serious.
Today I spotted wild boar tracks on the grasslands. Everyone should be extra careful lately. Unless absolutely necessary, try to stay indoors.
What?
Wild boars? Hearing Zhang Jianshe's words, the villagers were stunned, murmuring among themselves. They knew full well how dangerous a wild boar could be when it went berserk. Wild boars on the grasslands? That was never good news.
Wang Debao was startled by the news, but then a flicker of delight crossed his face. Ever since Zhang Jianshe sold the game he hunted last time, it had been a thorn in Wang Debao and Meng Changshan's sides.
Yesterday, when Zhang Jianshe brought back 3 sheep from Zhang Jianshe, the meat had all been taken by the procurement officer sent from the city.
They naturally had nothing to say about that.
But Zhang Jianshe hadn't traded those 3 sheepskins for work points with them.
Clearly, he still intended to take them to the city to sell himself. If Zhang Jianshe kept this up, it wasn't just about how much money they'd lose. They feared the villagers might be corrupted by Zhang Jianshe's example. If everyone started taking their goods to the black market in the city without asking them for help, then they'd be the ones truly losing out. Therefore, it would be best for Zhang Jianshe to die quickly.
The appearance of these wild boars now, isn't that just to send Zhang Jianshe on his way? Wang Debao, thinking this, nodded solemnly. Jianshe's right.
In these unusual times, everyone should stay indoors as much as possible. But Jianshe, we can stay cooped up at home while there's no work in the fields, but we can't keep this up forever. You're the village guardian, you've got responsibilities to uphold.
Chapter 17, Liu Ergou's Jealousy.
As Wang Debao spoke these words, he couldn't help but sneer inwardly. If Zhang Jianshe went out hunting, there was a high probability he'd die on the grasslands. He'd heard rumors about Zhang Jianshe single-handedly taking on a pack of wolves, but he found it hard to believe. A pack of wolves that an entire village couldn't handle, and he could take them on alone? Dream on. It was probably just the people from Zhang Jianshe exaggerating his exploits because he'd gone to help them. But now, this very reputation was becoming a shackle around Zhang Jianshe's ankles. You went to help other villages when they had wolf problems. Now you're the one claiming wild boars might threaten their own village. You can't just ignore it, can you? The villagers didn't know what Wang Debao was thinking, but after hearing him out, they immediately nodded in agreement.
Exactly, Jianshe. We can't handle these wild boars. This task falls on your shoulders.
Zhang Jianshe had returned to the village to inform the villagers, partly to ensure safety, urging them to stay indoors. The other reason was that he was prepared to deal with these wild boars.
Everyone, don't worry.
I came back specifically to prepare some things.
Anyway, stay indoors these next couple of days. We'll deal with the wild boar first before heading out. After Zhang Jianshe agreed, many villagers breathed a sigh of relief. Even without Zhang Jianshe's reminder, they wouldn't go out looking for trouble.
Only Wang Debao heard these words and sneered inwardly. Zhang Jianshe still wanted to hunt those wild boars for personal gain. Hopefully, he wouldn't lose his own life in the process this time.
Zhao Meihua, you should head back to your village soon and inform your people. Our two villages aren't far apart.
This wild boar could pose a threat to our village, and it could also threaten yours.
Your villagers should stay indoors for now.
This single boar could hold its own against the wolf pack we faced last time.
If a whole herd of wild boars comes, it'll be even more dangerous.
By the time Zhang Jianshe finished speaking, Zhao Meihua's pretty face had turned pale with fear.
The wolf pack last time had already terrified everyone in their village.
If they really encountered an even more formidable wild boar herd this time, she had no idea what her villagers would do.
Alright, I'll head back now.
Just as Zhao Meihua was preparing to return to Zhejiagu, Li Min, seeing most of the villagers had left, couldn't help but throw her arms around Zhang Jianshe.
Jianshe, don't go out there. These wild boars are targeting everyone. Why should you be the only one going out to hunt? What if something happens? How will we handle it then? Let's just stay home and let someone else deal with that wild boar.
If the village really can't handle it, the village chief will definitely contact the forest rangers for help. Li Min spoke these words, her heart still heavy with worry. If Zhang Jianshe went out to deal with the boar and something happened,
her life would become utterly unbearable.
Besides, what she said was true. Although Zhang Jianshe had a bow and arrows and a machete, the forest rangers were armed with guns. Clearly, it was safer for them to handle the wild boar. Zhang Jianshe knew Li Min was only looking out for him. But upon hearing her words, he immediately shook his head.
No, I have to go this time.
Not only do these wild boars pose a daily threat to the village, but I also need them right now. Once these boars are dealt with, I can start working at Stone City.
What? You're going to work in the city?
Hearing Zhang Jianshe's words, both Li Min and Zhao Meihua, who had just been about to head home, were startled. Zhang Jianshe, however, didn't dwell on their reactions. He immediately shared what he'd seen in the city. The first coal plant was hiring a procurement officer. After Zhang Jianshe finished speaking, Zhao Meihua finally left with a heavy heart at his urging. She couldn't understand why, even though she, a young woman, had been so proactive. Why, instead of growing closer, had their relationship only drifted further apart? Now that Zhang Jianshe lived in OU village, she could still muster the courage to seek him out. But once Zhang Jianshe started working in OU city, would she still be able to see him? Why was it so difficult to be with Zhang Jianshe? Li Min felt equally uneasy inside. After Zhao Meihua left, she and Zhang Jianshe walked home together, her face etched with deep hurt. She stole glances at Zhang Jianshe several times. Yet, in the end, she held back her words.
Zhang Jianshe could guess what was on Li Min's mind.
Li Min, don't worry. Even if I go to work in the city, I'll still come back to the village to collect things or go hunting.
I'll definitely be back often.
You can stay here in the village without worry.
Nothing will happen. Whether it was because Song Pingan was gone, easing Zhang Jianshe's worries considerably.
Or perhaps it was because Li Min's current situation was truly difficult. Or perhaps it was because Zhang Jianshe, now without a woman by his side, still harbored some affection for Li Min. In any case, even if Zhang Jianshe went to work in the city, he still didn't intend to abandon Li Min. Of course, this was only temporary.
Once he established himself in the city, things might change.
Hearing Zhang Jianshe say this, Li Min's heart lifted with joy.
Alright, I'll go cook for you. Let's eat first.
With Zhang Jianshe's words, the weight on Li Min's heart finally lifted. She hurried out to get busy. Zhang Jianshe pondered for a moment, then headed toward the blacksmith's house in the village. The blacksmith in OU village usually did odd jobs. He'd help villagers mend farm tools and such. Today, Zhang Jianshe needed him to make several animal traps. Without first subduing these wild boars, he wouldn't be able to handle them.
After Zhang Jianshe left, Liu Ergou watched his retreating figure, his heart filled with jealousy and resentment.
Today, after hearing Zhang Jianshe mention wild boars might be near the village, everyone's attention turned to their own safety. They feared encountering these beasts would put them in danger.
But Liu Ergou's mind was entirely occupied with Zhao Meihua and Li Min.
It was one thing that Li Min, the widow, was now living with Zhang Jianshe.
But Zhao Meihua was renowned as the most beautiful woman in the area. Why was she now clinging to Zhang Jianshe?
It was all because Zhang Jianshe had stolen his thunder with his hunting prowess. This time, Liu Ergou had made up his mind, no matter what, he would keep a close eye on Zhang Jianshe. Once Zhang Jianshe bagged his prey, he'd find a way to steal it. Then he would be the best hunter in Stone Village. Zhao Meihua should be the one who likes him. These thoughts swirled in Liu Ergou's mind. After Zhang Jianshe ordered several traps to be delivered the next day, Liu Ergou waited at Zhang Jianshe's house once he returned home. But while Liu Ergou shivered in the cold night, Zhang Jianshe was enjoying himself immensely at home.
Chapter 18, Zhang Jianshe, why haven't you gone hunting yet?
Zhao Meihua's appearance had already made Li Min anxious. Especially since Zhang Jianshe had mentioned today that he might be heading to the city for work in a few days. Li Min had no worries about whether Zhang Jianshe would pass his probation period.
50-odd yuan a month?
Zhang Jianshe could easily cover that by hunting a few wild rabbits. What might be a headache for others was as easy as breathing for Zhang Jianshe. This only deepened Li Min's sense of insecurity. So now, when serving Zhang Jianshe, she was even more proactive. The nearly translucent clothes she had changed out of earlier found a new purpose, adding a touch of romance between them. Watching Zhang Jianshe's bloodshot eyes and heavy breathing, Li Min felt a mix of shyness and a hint of delight. After the first round ended, even though Li Min was exhausted and her body felt like jelly, she didn't want to move at all. She forced herself to rise and headed outside. Zhang Jianshe didn't think much of it, assuming she was going to wash up. But when he saw her return holding a bottle of fragrant oil, Zhang Jianshe froze. Under the lamplight, Li Min's face flushed even redder.
Jianshe, now I can only rely on you. I know I'm a widow, I'm not worthy of you. But no matter what happens in the future, I'm willing to give myself completely to you. As Li Min spoke these words, it seemed as though she had made a tremendous decision. But Zhang Jianshe was even more baffled. It wasn't until Li Min demonstrated the use of the sesame oil that Zhang Jianshe was truly left speechless. In his previous life, he had lived with Li Min for years without ever receiving such treatment. Why did I feel a bit uneasy yet strangely excited at the same time? That night, Zhang Jianshe learned a new phrase and grasped another meaning of old-fashioned warmth. Outside the door, however, Liu Ergou was shivering in the wind. Summer nights weren't particularly cold, and even the wind wasn't much to worry about. But Liu Ergou was terrified. Earlier, Zhang Jianshe had warned that wild boars might come into the village. And then there was the recent wolf attack on Zhang Jianshe. What if wolves or wild boars really did come to the village? That damn Zhang Jianshe said he was going hunting, didn't he? Why hadn't he made a move yet, even this late? Summer mornings dawned early, and the villagers were accustomed to rising with the light. By the time Zhang Jianshe got up, limping and assisted by Li Min, the entire village was already awake. The moment Zhang Jianshe stepped outside, he spotted Liu Ergou staring at him with dark circles under his eyes right at his doorstep. This gave him quite a fright. Liu Ergou, what are you doing here at my place? I've already paid back the money Li Min owed you. Now get lost. Or don't blame me for beating you. You. Liu Ergou, who had waited all night for nothing, was already furious. Now, hearing Zhang Jianshe say that only made him angrier. I'm just keeping an eye on you for the villagers. You said it yourself, wild boars could attack the village at any moment. Why aren't you out hunting? You're the village guard now, don't even think about slacking off. As Liu Ergou shouted, several villagers gathered around. But Zhang Jianshe couldn't help but snort coldly at this. Liu Ergou, do I need to report to you when I go hunting? If you're so capable, why don't you go yourself? Besides, the tools aren't even ready yet. You want me to fight the wild animals? Get out of my way, you're asking for a beating. Zhang Jianshe shoved Liu Ergou aside as he spoke, striding toward the blacksmith's house in the village. Though Liu Ergou had only questioned him earlier, perhaps this was the villagers growing impatient. He sent Liu Ergou to test his reaction. Even though he was about to head to Stone City soon, he didn't want to get into any more trouble with the villagers. He still needed to urge the blacksmith to hurry up and not waste too much time. Liu Ergou stared at Zhang Jianshe's retreating figure, momentarily stunned. His anger grew even more intense. After all that, Zhang Jianshe hadn't even intended to go hunting last night? Had he waited in vain? If Zhang Jianshe was implying they'd have to wait much longer for the hunt? Or should he go home and catch some sleep now, then keep an eye on Zhang Jianshe tomorrow? The thought barely formed in Liu Ergou's mind before he shook his head. What if Zhang Jianshe had seen through his plan and was deliberately deceiving him? Maybe Zhang Jianshe would go hunting soon, and if he went home now, he'd get nothing. If he could get his hands on the game Zhang Jianshe worked so hard to hunt, not only could he sell it for a fortune, but he'd become the most capable man in several nearby villages. Then Zhao Meihua wouldn't be trailing after Zhang Jianshe all day, she'd be by his side. The thought of Zhao Meihua's alluring figure made Liu Ergou swallow hard. Just hold on a little longer. For the sake of a better future, what's one more sleepless night? It must be said, Liu Ergou's decision was absolutely correct. When Zhang Jianshe arrived at the blacksmith's house and saw the finished traps, he was taken aback. Had the blacksmith stayed up all night? Truth be told, fear gnawed at the blacksmith's heart too. He was already in his 50s. What if the wild boar really charged into the village? He wouldn't be able to run away either. He had to hurry and make what Zhang Jianshe requested so Zhang Jianshe could take care of those wild boars, right? Jianshe, I finished everything you asked for. Rest assured, these things are made with solid materials and won't break. Although Zhang Jianshe hadn't expected the blacksmith to stay up all night to finish them. He nodded in satisfaction upon seeing the finished products before him. Alright, you keep busy. I'm off to work too.
Zhang Jianshe muttered casually, then headed home to grab his tools before cycling back out to the grasslands.
Liu Ergou couldn't help but spit in disgust. Thank goodness he was smart, otherwise, Zhang Jianshe would have fooled him.
Liu Ergou had been trailing behind Zhang Jianshe the whole time, and naturally, he hadn't gone unnoticed. But Zhang Jianshe didn't care.
As long as Liu Ergou didn't mess things up for him.
If Liu Ergou came to mess things up after he'd set the trap, that would make things even more interesting.
This trap he designed could take down a wild boar weighing hundreds of pounds. How could Liu Ergou's scrawny frame survive?
Even if he did die, it wouldn't be his problem.
With these thoughts in mind, Zhang Jianshe arrived at the grasslands.
After spotting the wild boar's tracks, he found a suitable spot and got to work.
Seeing Zhang Jianshe seemingly setting traps, Liu Ergou finally relaxed a bit. Once Zhang Jianshe finished setting the trap, any prey caught would be his.
He'd use this time to catch some sleep.
Chapter 19. Did Liu Ergou hunt a wild boar?
When Liu Ergou awoke from his nap, Zhang Jianshe had long since vanished. But his luck was indeed good. He'd slept on the grassland without any predators attacking him, and the trap Zhang Jianshe had set had already caught a wild boar.
Upon seeing the boar, Liu Ergou couldn't help but grin.
This boar weighed at least 400 or 500 pounds. Last time, Zhang Jianshe had sold a deer for a good sum and even bought a second-hand bicycle.
This boar was even bigger. Wouldn't it fetch even more money?
Thinking this, Liu Ergou's face flushed with excitement as he hurried back toward the village. He couldn't handle such a huge boar alone. He'd have to go back and borrow a wheelbarrow from the village chief.
Village chief. Village chief.
I bagged a wild boar on the grasslands must weigh 400 or 500 pounds.
Where's our production team's wheelbarrow? Let me borrow it.
Overcome with excitement, Liu Ergou started shouting as soon as he reached the village. Of course, part of it was also fear that Zhang Jianshe might take the boar while he was borrowing the cart. By the time he finished shouting all the way back, half the village knew the boar was his. There was no way Zhang Jianshe could take it now. Just as Liu Ergou had anticipated, many villagers who heard the commotion gathered to watch the spectacle. However, unlike the villagers' excitement, village chief Wang Debao's expression darkened. Sure enough, his worst fears had materialized.
After Zhang Jianshe made money from hunting, some villagers had started hunting too.
He didn't know why Zhang Jianshe hadn't mentioned that selling goods on the black market earned significantly more than handing them over to the production team. But ultimately, it was still a good thing for him. As long as Zhang Jianshe kept quiet about it, his carefully cultivated image in the village wouldn't crumble. But now, how could that good-for-nothing Liu Ergou suddenly start hunting too? Had he actually caught a wild boar? Next, the villagers would surely think, if Liu Ergou can catch a wild boar, then we can too. If more and more villagers start going out hunting, his scheme of pocketing the difference in prices will definitely be exposed.
Ergou, you think you're some kind of hunter now? You wouldn't be eyeing Zhang Jianshe's hunting success and scheming to sell off our village's little carts, would you?
As the village chief finished speaking, many villagers of Ou village nodded in agreement. While others might not dare such a thing, when it came to Liu Ergou, they didn't doubt it for a second.
Hearing the villagers' doubts, Liu Ergou's face flushed crimson.
He'd been hoping to bring back a wild boar to sell for cash, so he could enjoy a moment of glory in the village.
Maybe Zhao Meihua would stop pestering Zhang Jianshe and marry him instead.
Once he had money, that pretty widow Li Min wouldn't be able to run away either.
Sooner or later, she'd be his woman.
But before he'd even left the house, the village chief had already undermined him.
How could he possibly tolerate this?
Village chief, don't look down on people.
Who says only Zhang Jianshe can hunt? I can do it too. Quick, let me borrow the wheelbarrow.
If I don't bring back the wild boar and lose the cart, I'll pay for your house with my own home.
Is that good enough?
Hearing this, even the village chief couldn't refuse to lend Liu Ergou the wheelbarrow. The villagers listened to Liu Ergou's words, half believing, half doubting. Liu Ergou's father had died early, and it was his mother who had raised him with great hardship. But Liu Ergou had never been a hard worker. Even during the busy farming season, he rarely showed up for work at the production brigade. The family relied solely on his mother, so naturally, they lived the poorest life. The only valuable thing they owned was that house. Now that Liu Ergou was using this house as collateral, how could there be any mistake? Fine, if that's the case, then take it away. I must get that cart back today. Seeing there was no way to stop Liu Ergou, Wang Debao could only agree. But in his mind, he'd already made up his mind. If Liu Ergou could hand over the goods to him in exchange for work points, that would be one thing. But if Liu Ergou intended to take it into town to sell, he'd have to ambush him on the road with his son and Meng Changshan and kill Liu Ergou outright. Then, even if villagers managed to hunt game, they'd see how dangerous it was for one person to go into town alone. They'd have no choice but to come to him to exchange their points. That way, he could keep his secret safe. He couldn't outmatch Zhang Jianshe, that ruthless man who could take on a pack of wolves single-handedly. Why would he fear Liu Ergou? Even if Liu Ergou did manage to bring in a wild boar, it certainly wouldn't be one he'd killed himself. Liu Ergou had that much confidence in himself. Of course, Liu Ergou had no idea that in Wang Debao's mind, he was already half dead.
After borrowing the handcart, the smile never left his face. He was just waiting for the Zhao sisters to look at him with newfound respect. At that very moment, Zhao Meihua, the girl Liu Ergou couldn't stop thinking about, was heading into town with her sister and father to buy supplies. In 3 days, Zhao Meihua would be marrying Lin Fei, a worker from the first coal mine. Though Lin Fei was admittedly a bit ugly and perpetually covered in coal dust, and was only a probationary worker at the coal mine, but Zhao Meihua couldn't wait any longer. The matchmaker knew her circumstances and was well aware of her appearance. And yet, they still introduced her to a man like Lin Fei. All because these past few years, her age kept climbing. If she didn't marry soon, the next time the matchmaker came, she might be offered as a stepmother or paired with a disabled man. Her desire to marry into the city had become common knowledge throughout the surrounding villages. If she ended up marrying a man from the countryside, she'd never be able to hold her head up again. After Liu Ergou pushed his cart away, the villagers began discussing how he had managed to kill the wild boar. Li Min overheard the chatter in the village and her expression darkened. Last night, she had gone to great lengths to attend to Zhang Jianshe, and she had woken up a bit late this morning. She didn't get up until Zhang Jianshe returned from the grasslands. But as soon as she stepped outside, she overheard the villagers talking about how Liu Ergou had killed a wild boar. Liu Ergou killed a wild boar? She'd sooner believe the sun rose in the west than accept this nonsense. Could it be that Zhang Jianshe had set a trap to catch the boar, and Liu Ergou was trying to steal it while Zhang was away? With this thought, Li Min hurried toward Zhang Jianshe's house. At that moment, Liu Ergou also arrived at the wild boar's location with his wheelbarrow, but he was troubled by the sight of the boar. He could load it onto his cart and push it away right now. But while it sounded easy, doing it was another story. Damn Zhang Jianshe. What was he thinking digging such a huge pit on the grassland for no reason? If he'd known it would be like this, he might as well have called a few people to help. Chapter 20, Harvesting the Wild Boar. Liu Ergou merely entertained the thought. But if he really had to go back and call for help, he definitely wouldn't do it. After all, if he asked for help, he'd have to share some of the meat with them. Wouldn't it be better to keep all this meat for himself and sell it for cash? With money, he could not only find a wife but also fix up his family home. As Liu Ergou pondered this, he looked at the deep pit before him and felt a wave of worry wash over him. When Zhang Jianshe designed the trap, he had already considered that a single trap couldn't possibly capture a wild boar. Not only would they fail to catch the boar, but they'd also lose the trap for nothing. So, drawing on his experience from catching that deer last time, he dug a pitfall trap beside the snare. Once the boar was caught in the trap, it would fall into the pit. It would be absolutely unable to climb back up. In fact, Zhang Jianshe's hunch proved correct. The boar had already scattered a lot of dirt around the pit with its tusks, but it still couldn't climb out. Fortunately, Liu Ergou had brought a rope. He tied it around the pig's head, preparing to drag it out. However, the boar weighed more than twice as much as he did. After struggling for ages, Liu Ergou not only failed to pull the boar out but ended up falling into the pit himself. You useless beast. What good is being so heavy? Great, now I'm exhausted because of you. Then again, if you didn't have any meat on you, I'd have wasted my time today. Liu Ergou grumbled to himself in the pit, thinking he might have to make another trip back if things didn't work out. He was reluctant to ask for help. But he could bring a saw and cut this wild boar in half. Though that would make transporting and processing the boar a hassle and waste a lot of blood. Still, it was better than not getting the boar up at all. Lost in thought, Liu Ergou failed to notice the boar slowly regaining consciousness. The boar was unlucky too. After falling into the pit and struggling for ages without getting out, it was naturally seething with rage. Now, seeing a tiny human before it, it charged forward without hesitation. Ah! A piercing scream echoed as Liu Ergou's face instantly drained of color. His eyes filled with terror as he stared at the wild boar before him. Earlier, the boar had charged him right into the pit, its tusks piercing 2 holes in his leg. Liu Ergou felt certain his legs were broken. Before he could react, the boar had already latched onto his leg and started tearing into it. Wild boars are omnivorous animals, capable of eating both plant matter and meat. Feeling the pain in his leg, Liu Ergou was terrified to the extreme. Trapped here with no escape, would he be devoured alive by this wild boar? At that moment, Li Min returned home to find Zhang Jianshe asleep and quickly roused him. Jianshe, you must go check it out. Liu Ergou just came to the village to borrow a wheelbarrow. He said he'd caught a wild boar. Could he have discovered the trap you set and be trying to steal your boar? Hearing this, Zhang Jianshe froze for a moment. Liu Ergou caught a wild boar? That sounded about as unbelievable as pigs climbing trees. If it wasn't Liu Ergou who caught it, then it really could be the situation Li Min described. The thought made Zhang Jianshe jump out of bed and nod. Alright, I'll go check it out right now. When Zhang Jianshe arrived at the trap site on his bicycle and peered into the pit, he was startled by what he saw. Half of Liu Ergou's leg had been devoured by the wild boar, the bones now clearly visible. The man himself had fainted from the pain and terror. At least he'd suffered less this way. As for the boar, perhaps regaining strength after devouring half a leg, and was still struggling to climb out of the deep pit. Facing the wild boar now, Zhang Jianshe showed no mercy. He grabbed his machete and plunged it into the boar's neck. If this boar didn't die today and if it somehow managed to climb out, then he would be the one to die. As the blood gushed from its wound, the boar sensed its life was in danger. It thrashed even more violently within the pit. Zhang Jianshe went to the side and lit 2 cigarettes. Only then did he hear the commotion in the pit subside slightly. He approached the dying boar and delivered 2 more blows to end its life. He then grabbed a shovel, dug a ramp out of the pit, and pulled both the boar and Liu Ergou out. This delay cost him another half hour. It wasn't until dusk was approaching that Zhang Jianshe finally pushed his wheelbarrow back home. By then, the villagers were getting anxious. Hadn't that kid Liu Ergou said he'd caught a wild boar? Why hadn't he returned after so long, especially with a wheelbarrow? Could he have actually swindled the cart and sold it? At this thought, the villagers sighed helplessly. That good-for-nothing Liu Ergou really was a piece of work. They were all neighbors and knew Liu Ergou's family situation. Of course, no one would actually take over Liu Ergou's house. But once they found Liu Ergou, they'd have to teach her a lesson. Village Chief Ergou was in the wrong this time, but let's go find him first. It's already dark and he still hasn't come back. If something really happened to him out on the grasslands, I wouldn't be able to go on living. As Liu Ergou's mother wailed in anguish, Wang Debao felt an immense sense of satisfaction. He knew it. When did hunting become so easy? Did he really think anyone could just pick it up? Liu family, stop shouting. You know the grasslands are dangerous, yet you still send us out there to look for your son? Is it only your son's life that matters? What about ours? The villagers of Stone Village certainly didn't want to risk leaving the village, especially for that good-for-nothing Liu Ergou. So as soon as Wang Debao finished speaking, the villagers nodded in agreement. Exactly. Liu Ergou swindled that handcart away. It could fetch 10 or 20 bucks. He's probably enjoying himself in the city right now. Where are we supposed to find him? Seeing the villagers all speak this way, Liu Ergou's mother felt even more despair. Just then, a villager suddenly ran over from the distance. Liu Ergou's back. What? That kid's back? Looks like he finally got scared. Get him over here. He must explain today's incident clearly. As Wang Debao finished speaking with a face full of anger, the villager looked troubled. He couldn't possibly come on his own. Zhang Jianshe had to push him here. He's missing a leg now. What? Liu Ergou's mother heard this, her eyes rolled back and she fainted on the spot. Chapter 21, Liu Ergou becomes disabled. The Liu family had only this one son, and Liu Ergou's mother had pinned all her hopes on him for her old age. Seeing her son suddenly transformed like this, it was only natural she couldn't bear the shock. Quick, save him. Wake him up. If something happens to him, the Liu family will be wiped out. As one villager shouted, the others, regardless of whether his words were pleasant or not, rushed over to help. Only when Liu Ergou's mother finally came to did the villagers breathe a sigh of relief. Jianshi, what on earth happened? Didn't Liu Ergou say he caught a wild boar? How did it turn out like this? The villagers exchanged glances while staring at Zhang Jianshe. Zhang Jianshe couldn't help but sigh. I set a trap on the grassland to catch wild boars. Liu Ergou probably saw the boar caught in the trap and decided to take it back. But he probably didn't notice that the boar wasn't dead, it was just temporarily knocked out. In the end, it was only because I got there quickly that he didn't lose his life. Hearing this, the villagers couldn't help but nod in agreement. Most villagers never believed Liu Ergou could catch a wild boar, so they naturally accepted Zhang Jianshe's account without question. This time, Liu Ergou had been outsmarted by his own cleverness. If he hadn't tried to take advantage of that small opportunity, things wouldn't have turned out this way. You're right. I worked all night just yesterday to make that trap. I knew it. There's no way that kid Liu Ergou could catch a wild boar. The village blacksmith's words only reinforced the truth of Zhang Jianshe's claim. Alright, Ergou brought this on himself. Quick, get someone to check his injuries. At least he's still alive. Village Chief Wang Debao gave a brief order, glancing at Zhang Jianshe with a hint of resignation. In Wang Debao's mind, it would have been best if Zhang Jianshe had died on the grasslands. But instead, it was Liu Ergou who met with misfortune. Still, this outcome served a purpose. With Ergou's lesson, the villagers would likely think twice about hunting again. That way, his secret could remain hidden. But Liu Ergou's mother wasn't having any of it. Liu Ergou's mother knew full well that her son's current state was entirely her fault. But she couldn't accept this outcome. Liu Ergou was their only son. With her son now like this, how could she possibly go on living? Zhang Jianshe, my son is like this because of you. You must compensate us. Hearing this, the villagers of Oyu village were stunned. If Zhang Jianshe hadn't brought Liu Ergou back, that boy would have been torn to shreds by the wild boar, leaving nothing but bones. Now, though Liu Ergou was crippled, at least he had his life. Zhang Jianshe did your family such a huge favor and you didn't even thank him. Now you're demanding compensation from him? Though she felt the villagers' eyes fixed on her, Liu Ergou's mother showed no sign of guilt whatsoever. If Zhang Jianshe hadn't set that trap on the grasslands, why would my son have gone there? If my son hadn't gone to the grasslands, how could he have ended up like this? So there's no question about it, Zhang Jianshe, you must compensate my family 500 yuan. Liu Ergou's mother had also examined the wild boar closely. It weighed roughly 4 or 500 pounds. If sold, it could fetch at least 300 yuan. Plus, Zhang Jianshe's family even had a bicycle. They certainly weren't short on money. Compensating them 500 yuan was well within their means. As for Zhang Jianshe getting the short end of the stick? What's a little loss to a young man like Zhang Jianshe? He can earn money anyway, so this sum is hardly anything. But she and Liu Ergou would rely on that 500 for the rest of their lives. Liu Ergou's mother had thought it through well. Zhang Jianshe could certainly come up with the money. Yet after she finished speaking, the surrounding villagers all fell silent. Some had even felt sympathy for Liu Ergou's family's plight. Though their own lives were tight, they'd considered donating to the Liu family. But seeing this, they decided against it. If the Liu family became a burden, their good intentions might just bring trouble upon themselves. Zhang Jianshe paid no heed to Liu Ergou's mother's words and began calling on the villagers to help slaughter the pig. Once the meat was processed, he could head into town tomorrow and start his new job as a factory worker. Seeing Zhang Jianshe seeking help, the villagers readily agreed. After all, once the wild boar was butchered, they'd each get a share of the blood. Liu Ergou's mother watched the villagers busily at work, completely ignoring her, and her rage boiled over. Zhang Jianshe, my son ended up like this because of you. How could you be so heartless? Even if you don't have 500, surely you can give us 300? As Liu Ergou's mother continued her nagging, Zhang Jianshe couldn't hold back any longer. 300? Even if Liu Ergou didn't die, could he ever earn 300 yuan in his lifetime? Auntie Liu, please stop talking. Now take your Ergou to see a doctor. He may be missing a leg now, but at least he's still alive. If you keep delaying like this, he might not make it. Liu Ergou's mother knew her words were unreasonable. Seeing Zhang Jianshe's dark expression as he held the knife, coupled with the villagers' pleas, she dared not press her demands any further. So she finally dragged Liu Ergou off to find a doctor. But she still grumbled under her breath, muttering about how ungrateful Zhang Jianshe was. He could afford to buy a bicycle so rich now, yet he wouldn't lift a finger to help him. Her son ended up like this because of Zhang Jianshe. This left the villagers even more speechless. How could someone change so drastically overnight? Back in the day, Liu Ergou's mom had always been a reasonable person. The night passed without incident. After the villagers helped finish processing the wild boar and were given some pig's blood and offal, Zhang Jianshe rode his bicycle into town. Even if he went to the first coal mine factory to sell the meat, it wouldn't be picked up until the procurement department's truck arrived after dawn. Leaving the meat out overnight in summer wasn't too much of a problem, but the offal would definitely spoil. Given that, it was better to distribute it to the villagers. Early the next morning, when Zhang Jianshe arrived at the coal factory claiming he'd caught a wild boar that was too heavy to transport and requested a truck from the procurement department, the person handling the registration was stunned. Come on, I'll take you to see the head of the procurement department. The young man grabbed Zhang Jianshe's arm and dragged him toward the purchasing section chief's office. However, it took over 10 minutes before the door finally opened. Out stepped a middle-aged balding man and a woman with disheveled hair. Chapter 22, Zhang Jianshe becomes a city dweller. The moment Zhang Jianshe and the young man who brought him saw the two, they both felt a bit awkward. The young man, in particular, felt a twinge of unease. He was just a probationary worker at the coal plant himself, with little skill to speak of. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been assigned to handle the registration paperwork for people signing up at the coal plant. But now that he'd stumbled upon the purchasing manager's secret, he doubted he'd even be able to keep this job. The gloomy look on Section Chief Yu's face made it clear just how furious he was. Xiao Zhao, you must remember everything I just told you. Be diligent in your work and never make a similar mistake again. Yes, Section Chief, I understand. I'll get back to work now. After the middle-aged man finished speaking, the disheveled woman also replied earnestly. She glanced at Zhang Jianshe one last time before turning and walking away. Zhang Jianshe and the young man watched the two perform their act, feeling increasingly speechless. At this point, what good does your acting even do? We're all adults here, don't we know what's really going on? Fortunately, the awkwardness didn't linger for long. After a brief pause, Section Chief Yu cleared his throat and spoke up. Xiao Sun, what's going on here? What brings you here? Section Chief, it's like this. This young man came to our coal plant earlier to apply for a position in the procurement department. He said he hunted some game on the grasslands but can't transport it back alone. He wants our coal plant to send a truck to pick it up. How much could it possibly be that it requires our coal plant to transport it? Do you think our coal plant's vehicles run on air? Don't they need fuel? It's not much, just over 300 pounds of wild boar meat total. What? How much did you say? Section Chief Yu was already furious after being caught red-handed. But he couldn't vent his anger. Now that he'd found an opening, he wasn't about to hold back. This left Zhang Jianshe feeling a bit uneasy. Could it be that the coal factory wouldn't help arrange transportation, or that his haul was simply too small? If he'd known this would happen, he would have used the village cart to haul the pork over.
But hauling a cartload of meat across the grasslands meant slow progress, and that would be even more dangerous. Yet when Section Chief Yu heard Zhang Jianshe mention over 300 pounds of wild boar meat, he froze. His eyes were filled with utter astonishment. After double-checking with Zhang Jianshe to confirm he hadn't misheard and that Zhang hadn't miscounted, his attitude immediately shifted.
Haul it. We absolutely must haul it. Young man, you've done well. What's your name? Well, Xiao Sun, go fetch this young comrade's file for me to review. Zhang Jianshe. Not bad. Nice name too.
I think Zhang Jianshe not only deserves to be hired, but his probation period should be waived too. I'll send a car to take you out to haul in that wild boar meat.
Once you're back, we'll process your employment paperwork immediately and assign you housing.
Zhang Jianshe and Xiao Sun were stunned by Section Chief Yu's sudden change of attitude.
But Section Chief Yu didn't feel the slightest bit awkward.
Or rather, he had no choice in the current situation. Lately, the procurement department's work had been plagued by setbacks. During factory meetings, he'd been reprimanded repeatedly as the department head.
Eventually, the factory director could wait no longer. If he delayed any further, the miners below ground would go on strike.
Under these circumstances, recruitment ads were finally posted at the factory entrance to attract more capable individuals to their purchasing department.
Though Section Chief Yu remained outwardly silent, he was inwardly anxious.
If the procurement department's performance didn't improve, his days as section chief would be numbered. The over 300 pounds of wild boar meat Zhang Jianshe had procured was already the largest haul the coal plant had secured in recent times. Most importantly, Zhang Jianshe had hunted this wild boar meat himself. If Zhang Jianshe could catch one wild boar, he could catch more. That would ease his burden considerably. It was precisely for this reason that Section Chief Yu was being so courteous to Zhang Jianshe now. Though Zhang Jianshe didn't know what Section Chief Yu was thinking, he figured having a vehicle to transport the wild boar meat was a good thing. He could skip the 3-month probation period altogether and become a full-time employee immediately. He didn't care about the monthly salary of 35 yuan or the task completion bonuses. But now he had transformed into a city dweller. Everyone was scrambling to get into the city, and he wanted to see what it was really like.
Moreover, as a city dweller now, his chances of finding Zhang Xiaoya had greatly increased.
It wasn't that Zhang Jianshe wanted to rekindle their relationship, but he absolutely had to confront her face to face and get some answers. When the procurement department sent a vehicle to bring Zhang Jianshe back to Oyu village, people from both Zhaojiagou and Oyu village came out to watch the commotion. Many stared at Zhang Jianshe with utter astonishment, their hearts filled with envy. Back when Zhang Jianshe had managed to get a second-hand bicycle, he was already considered the most accomplished young man in the surrounding villages.
Now he could ride in a sedan? How impressive was that?
Only when the car pulled up in front of Zhang Jianshe's house did he explain to everyone he had sold the wild boar to the coal factory, and from now on, he would be a full-time worker in the procurement department.
The car was here to haul the wild boar meat. This news filled many hearts with even greater envy. A full-time job in the city. From now on, Zhang Jianshe would be different from them. He was a city dweller now. City folks who can pick and choose their partners. Though some young folks still harbored resentment, convinced Zhang Jianshe had merely gotten lucky. If they had Zhang Jianshe's luck, they'd surely do even better than him. The rest of the villagers were all thinking they needed to find an opportunity to build a good relationship with Zhang Jianshe. You never know when it might come in handy. Even Wang Debao and Meng Changshan knew Zhang Jianshe was someone they couldn't afford to mess with anymore. Of course, where there were happy people, there were also unhappy ones. Li Min and Zhao Meihua, who had come over to watch the commotion, were both deep in thought. Although Li Min had heard Zhang Jianshe mention getting a job in the city before, she hadn't expected it to happen so quickly. Once Zhang Jianshe became a city dweller, would he still have eyes for her, a widow? Without Zhang Jianshe as her protector, what would her future hold in the village? The thought left Li Min feeling deeply conflicted. Zhao Meihua, upon hearing that Zhang Jianshe was going to work in the city, was naturally delighted. The man she had her eye on truly had talent. Her taste was far superior to her sister's. But she still hadn't managed to get together with Zhang Jianshe. Now that Zhang Jianshe had become a city dweller, did she still stand a chance? Chapter 23, Zhang Jianshe settles in the city. Regardless of the women's thoughts, Zhang Jianshe and the driver loaded the meat onto the truck and headed back to the city together. Upon arriving at the factory in the city center, the weight was recorded as 350 jin. Hearing the figure, Zhang Jianshe gave a slight nod. It was roughly what he had anticipated. After removing the blood, bones, and offal, getting 350 pounds was already quite good. In truth, Zhang Jianshe's caution was somewhat unnecessary. He was now a full-time employee at the factory. Even if the coal factory's scales were faulty, they wouldn't shortchange their own people. Besides, the coal factory was a big operation, it wouldn't skimp on such a small amount. Zhang, you did a great job this time. I'll settle this pork with you at 1 yuan per jin. Keep up the good work, and you'll be rewarded handsomely. The housing has been allocated to us in a large courtyard near our factory. You know the place, Xiao Sunday. You and Xiao Zhang should go take a look later. You did well spotting Zhang's talent this time. I'll fast-track your permanent position too. Hearing this, Xiao Sun felt a surge of surprise and delight. But Zhang Jianshe knew this was payoff for exposing Section Chief Yu's shady dealings a bribe to keep them quiet. His early promotion was because he'd hunted down a wild boar. No matter who asked, his early promotion was justified. Naturally, this couldn't be used as a favor for him. That's why he only raised the purchase price for the wild boar slightly. In later times, wild boar meat would certainly command a higher price than domestic pork. Currently, domestic pork was priced around 70 cents per pound, so Section Chief Yu paying him $1 didn't seem like much. But things were different in this era. Wild boar meat wasn't particularly valuable. The main reason was that wild boar meat contained very little fat, consisting mostly of lean meat. Getting 60 cents per pound was considered a good price, and sometimes it could only fetch 50 cents on the black market. But Section Chief Yu had nearly doubled the price for him. Brother Zhang, I really owe you this time. I've benefited from your connections. If you hadn't procured that whole pig, making Section Chief Yu happy, I wouldn't have gotten my permanent position. Once we're done with this, I'll treat you to a meal. Zhang Jianshe watched Xiao Sun's excited expression and couldn't help but shake his head. It seemed Xiao Sun still hadn't grasped the real reason behind his promotion. Xiao Sun, forget about dinner. Your promotion today was just good luck, it had little to do with me. But from now on, you'd better watch what you say around the factory. Some things just shouldn't be blurted out. After Zhang Jianshe's warning, Xiao Sun's expression turned slightly bewildered. This prompted Zhang Jianshe to sigh once more. Xiao Sun was still too young, there were many things he simply couldn't grasp. As the saying goes, if you're going to help someone, see it through to the end. Having already spoken up, Zhang Jianshe wasn't about to stop halfway. Only after Zhang Jianshe finished explaining everything did Xiao Sun finally grasp the situation. Brother Zhang, you really have a sharp mind. If you hadn't reminded me, I might have gotten myself into trouble someday. Anyway, no more talk. Tonight, this brother owes you a treat. If you don't agree, it'll mean you look down on your brother. With Xiao Sun putting it that bluntly, Zhang Jianshe couldn't very well refuse. He'd just started working at the coal plant, and having more friends around couldn't hurt. Besides, after all he'd confided in Xiao Sun, accepting a meal from him now carried no psychological burden. When the two arrived at the nearby courtyard, they immediately drew attention from several people. Seeing Zhao Laosan and Zhao Meihui discussing something with the same man they'd seen earlier in the courtyard, Zhang Jianshe understood. It seemed Zhao Meihui was about to marry into the city. This girl is Qianhu's bride. She'll be moving in the day after tomorrow. Your house is right next to Qianhu's, so you'll get to share in his good fortune. But this place has terrible soundproofing. You'll probably suffer through it for a while after moving in. After Xiao Sun finished speaking, he winked and nudged Zhang Jianshe, making Zhang Jianshe almost burst out laughing. Come to think of it, that Qianhu might not be much to look at, but he's still a young man in the prime of his life. Just married, and my wife is so beautiful I'll definitely be keeping her busy at night from now on. Everyone, come over here for a moment. I need to tell you all something. The people gathered in the courtyard were all coal mine workers and their families. The workers were all at their jobs, and the family members gathered here were helping Qianhu's household prepare for the wedding. He quickly gathered everyone together, and they all showed up. This is Comrade Zhang Jianshe, who recently joined our coal factory and has now been formally appointed to our procurement department. He'll be living here with you all, we're neighbors now. Come on, everyone, clap your hands. Hearing Zhang Jianshe's words, the people in the courtyard clapped enthusiastically, watching him thoughtfully. Zhang Jianshe was quite handsome and tall. In those days, he was considered quite a handsome man. And from what Xiao Sun implied, he'd just been made permanent after arriving at the coal plant. Otherwise, even during probation, the factory would have arranged housing. He wouldn't have been assigned to their courtyard only now. Skipping the probation period altogether showed this young man had real talent. Building a good relationship with him couldn't hurt. Some people had already started thinking about which of their relatives might have a suitable girl. They'll ask Zhang Jianshe if he has a girlfriend when they get a chance. If he didn't have one, it would be even better to play matchmaker. Across the courtyard, only Zhao Laosan watched Zhang Jianshe with a sigh, while Zhao Meihui felt a pang of unease. Zhao Laosan thought it was only natural that Zhang Jianshe hadn't taken a liking to his daughter before. After all, someone who could easily get a job in the city, what kind of wife couldn't he find? Zhao Meihui's thoughts were complicated. When her younger sister had first taken a liking to Zhang Jianshe, she had thought his circumstances were inadequate. But now, Zhang Jianshe had transformed himself into a city dweller. Not only that, but he had a stable job and was good looking. He was so much better than Qianhu. If she'd known, she might as well have followed her sister's lead and tried to win Zhang Jianshe over herself. Then she remembered her sister hadn't managed to win Zhang Jianshe over either. Even if she wanted to date him, it wouldn't be easy to succeed. That thought made her feel a little better. Zhang Jianshe greeted the people in the courtyard and took a look at his room, which was over 40 square meters. Though not spacious, it was clean and tidy, and he nodded in satisfaction. He headed out with Xiao Sun to buy daily necessities. It was a pity, though, that Zhang Jianshe had originally intended to bring Li Min to the city too. On one hand, it was to reassure her that he wasn't abandoning her outright. On the other hand, he was young and full of vigor, and naturally needed female companionship. But now, the house felt spacious for one person, yet a bit cramped for two. He'd just have to wait a little longer. Chapter 24, Are city folk this shameless? Since Xiao Sun was treating everyone to dinner today, Zhang Jianshe didn't return to Oyu village. After dining at the state-run restaurant outside the village, he returned to the courtyard just in time to see Qian Hu's mother, Qian Sunshur, standing at his doorstep. "Auntie, did you need something?" Being new to the area, Zhang Jianshe wasn't sure how city folks behaved, so he kept his tone polite. "Young Zhang, you're quite the achiever. You've only been at the coal plant for one day and already secured a permanent position. Why doesn't my son have that kind of ability? He's been working at the factory for months now and still hasn't been made permanent. If you ask me, all the hundreds of folks in our courtyard should learn from you." Qian Sunshur followed Zhang Jianshe into the house, showering him with compliments as if they cost nothing. Zhang Jianshe remained unhurried. After pouring Qian Sunshur a glass of water, he simply watched her performance. Thankfully, he'd gone with Xiao Sun to buy a thermos this afternoon and borrowed hot water from a neighbor. Otherwise, Qian Sunshur would have talked herself hoarse without even a sip of water. Zhang Jianshe could tell now that Qian Sunshur had definitely come to him for a reason. Otherwise, she wouldn't be acting so polite. After talking for what felt like an eternity, Qian Sunshur noticed Zhang Jianshe hadn't uttered a word. Feeling awkward herself, she finally spoke up, a bit sheepishly. "Young Zhang, I did come to see you today about something. Aren't you the hunter in the village? Well, my son Qian Hu is getting married the day after tomorrow. Could you help us get some meat? With supplies so scarce these days, it wouldn't look right if there wasn't enough meat for the wedding banquet, would it?" Qian Sunshur rubbed her hands together awkwardly as she spoke. Zhang Jianshe actually breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Qian Sunshur's words. At first, seeing how enthusiastic she seemed, he thought she wanted to discuss something serious. That's why he hadn't dared to respond. Little did he expect it to be such a trivial matter. Come to think of it, it made sense. He had just moved into this courtyard today and wasn't familiar with any of the neighbors yet, so asking him for help wouldn't be too complicated. Today he'd just delivered over 300 pounds of meat to complete his quota, and he still held that leverage over Section Chief Yu. Even if he didn't make any deliveries for the next few days. Even if he skipped a task or two for a month or two, no one would say anything. The traps he'd set on the grasslands weren't limited to the one that poor Liu Ergou stumbled upon. After what happened to Liu Ergou, no one would dare venture onto the grasslands hoping to get lucky and take advantage of him. So whatever meat he gets from the grasslands tomorrow is all his. Sharing some with the neighbors to build goodwill wouldn't hurt either. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Jianshe gave a slight nod. "All right, Auntie, I'll head back tomorrow and try my luck. If I manage to get some meat, I'll sell it to you at 50 cents per pound. Once I bring back the wild boar, you can pick your share first, and I'll take the rest to the factory to fulfill my quota." Zhang Jianshe said with a smile, but Qian Sunshur's expression changed. Seeing the smile vanish instantly from Qian Sunshur's face, Zhang Jianshe couldn't help but sigh inwardly. City folks really do have their tricks up their sleeves. He just couldn't understand why she was so hesitant. They could take as much meat as they wanted. What more could she possibly want? Qian Sunshur didn't leave Zhang Jianshe puzzled for long. In less than 3 minutes, she was stomping her feet and cursing. "Zhang Jianshe, you look like a decent person, but I never imagined you'd be so scheming. Have you fallen into a money pit? We're neighbors, after all. What's wrong with me eating some of your meat? Besides, this meat wasn't bought by you, it grew wild on the grasslands. How dare you ask for payment? Let me make this perfectly clear, tomorrow, you're bringing me 50 pounds of meat. And don't even think about charging me." After realizing all her nice words had fallen on deaf ears, Qian Sunshur started stomping her feet and cursing. But this completely infuriated Zhang Jianshe. He'd seen shameless people before, but someone this brazen was a first. Was she trying to bully him just because he was new in town? Zhang Jianshe didn't hold back either, landing a sharp slap across Qian Sunshur's face. "Get out!" He then kicked Qian Sunshur out with a forceful shove. Zhang Jianshe still felt utterly cursed. This time, Qian Sunshur was truly enraged. In their very own courtyard, someone actually dared to strike her? This newcomer clearly didn't know his place. No matter what she says today, she has to get 50 pounds of meat from Zhang Jianshe. Otherwise, it'd be damn hard to keep this in line later. "Old Qian, come up here and take a look. Ever since you left, I've been getting bullied to death. That bastard won't give me any meat unless I pay him." As Qian Sunshur began wailing, quite a few people in the courtyard came out to gawk. In those days, entertainment was scarce, and watching the spectacle was the best way to pass the time. If you knew some gossip others didn't, sharing it would make you the talk of the town for days. Of course, many wore expressions of utter dismay. Fortunately, Qian Sunshur's tantrums and rolling around in the courtyard weren't anything new, they were all used to it by now. "You! How dare you hit my mother? I'll fight you to the death." Qianhu came out of the house and saw his mother crying on the ground. His heart ached. His father had died young in the mines, and it was his mother who had raised him through sheer hard work and sacrifice. Qianhu couldn't stand by and watch anyone bully his mother. Qianhu had every intention of teaching Zhang Jianshe a lesson, but he was still a bit outmatched in terms of strength. He stood only about 5 feet 3 inches, while Zhang Jianshe towered over him at over 6 feet 1 inch. Moreover, Zhang Jianshe's physique was far more robust than Qianhu's. Could he possibly be Zhang Jianshe's match? The moment Qianhu charged toward him, Zhang Jianshe sent him flying with a single kick. This startled the neighbors in the courtyard. No wonder he was the kind of tough guy who could take down a wild boar single-handedly. Now, dealing with Qianhu was no different than beating his own son. When they first heard rumors that Zhang Jianshe had been promoted after delivering a wild boar, many found it hard to believe. But seeing this now, it might actually be true. What's going on? Why are they fighting? Just as Zhang Jianshe was about to deal with Qianhu again, a commanding voice suddenly rang out from behind the crowd. Many people parted to make way. This man was none other than Erba Dagang, the highest paid worker in the yard and a technician at the coal mine's first shaft. His monthly salary was over 80 yuan. His high salary earned him considerable prestige within the courtyard. Over time, he had become the de facto leader of the courtyard. Whenever disputes arose between households, he was usually the one called upon to mediate. Chapter 25. Has the Chen family been swindled? The head steward, Erba Dagang, commanded immense respect within the compound. The moment he appeared, the courtyard fell silent. Though Zhang Jianshe didn't know Erba Dagang's exact status as the head steward, he could guess the situation pretty well. Chen Sunshi, who had been lying on the ground feigning death, saw Erba Dagang approaching and immediately felt as though she had found a protector. She scrambled to her feet. Old E, you must stand up for me. You must judge fairly. This bastard is a hunter who spends all day hunting on the grasslands. I thought since our son Qianhu was getting married soon, I'd have him bring back 50 pounds of meat for the wedding feast. But this bastard not only refused to help, he actually hit me. Everyone, judge for yourselves. Is this how people should behave? Hearing Qian Sunshi's words, many faces turned pale. If what Qian Sunshi said was true, this new neighbor would be quite difficult to deal with. Since you're a hunter, getting some meat shouldn't be that hard. We're all neighbors now, can't you even manage that much? Of course, there were still some independent thinkers in the courtyard. For instance, a young man leaning against the wall, appearing to be around 30, didn't believe the situation was as simple as Mrs. Qiansun described. His name was He Tian, and he worked as a chef in the coal factory cafeteria. His father had run off with a widow when he was young, leaving only him and his younger sister at home. His sister was still in school and rarely stayed at home. With a monthly salary of just over 30 yuan, life was far from comfortable. He had always considered himself the most promising young man in the neighborhood. Seeing Qianhu find a partner and marry before him left a bitter taste in his mouth. And to make matters worse, his bride was exceptionally beautiful. Yesterday, Chen Sunshi came to his house asking for his help, requesting that he cook for Qianhu's wedding. Though He Tian was reluctant, he agreed since they were neighbors in the same courtyard. But Qian Sunshi didn't stop at just asking for help. She didn't offer him any payment either. He knew that whenever he cooked banquets for others, he always earned at least 10 or 80 yuan. If Mrs. Qiansun couldn't even spare him that small amount, how could she possibly afford to pay for the meat? Sure enough, Zhang Jianshe's words soon confirmed his suspicions. Madam Qian, you sure have a way with words. But you didn't mention a word about asking me for 50 pounds of meat without intending to pay a single penny? I'm doing you a favor by getting the meat for you. It's already generous of me not to ask for a deposit first. And now you don't even plan to pay? You're really pushing your luck here, aren't you? Hearing this, the neighbors in the courtyard couldn't help but shake their heads. Just moments ago, they thought Zhang Jianshe was in the wrong, but now it seemed Qian Sunshi was the one at fault. But upon reflection, Qian Sunshi was indeed capable of such a scheme. Even though Qian Sunshi's face was thicker than a city wall, having Zhang Jianshe expose her scheme in front of so many people still made her feel a bit embarrassed. Her face flushed crimson, yet she persisted in her evasive defense. So what if I don't give you money? We're neighbors. If I don't give you money, will you stop helping me? Besides, I'm not wrong. That meat wasn't bought by you, it grew on the grasslands. Even if I don't give you money, you're not losing anything. At worst, when you two come to my banquet, I won't take your gift money. Is that okay? Upon hearing Qian Sunshi's words, Zhang Jianshe and the neighbors in the courtyard were speechless. How much is 50 pounds of pork? How much is the customary gift for a banquet? How could Qian Sunshi even say such things? Fine, I won't argue with you. I won't sell this meat to you even if you pay. At least this way, people won't accuse me of profiteering. Figure it out yourself. I won't be attending your banquet either. Do whatever you want. Zhang Jianshe turned to leave. But Qian Sunshi grew even more anxious. If there had been no other option before, as his mother, she naturally had to buy meat for the banquet when Qianhu got married. But now, with this hunter neighbor around, why should she be the one to foot the bill? Don't give me that. What profiteering? If I give you money, that's profiteering? But if I don't give you money, that's profiteering too? You're giving me this meat whether you like it or not. Or else I'll call the cops and say you hit me just now. Let the cops arrest you. After Qian Suncher finished speaking, she looked at Zhang Jianshe with a smug expression. Whether others believed her or not, she certainly believed her own words. With Yi Buchuan backing her up, she was confident she could take down this new kid on the block. Smack! Just as Qian Suncher was basking in her smugness, Zhang Jianshe delivered a resounding slap straight across her face. Alright, go call the police right now. I'll wait here. This left Qian Suncher stunned. She was about to call the police, and Zhang Jianshe still dared to hit her? How could he dare? Zhang Jianshe wasn't afraid at all. Even if the police showed up, he was in the right. Could they really arrest him? You dare hit my mom? I'll fight you to the death. By now, Chen Hu had snapped out of it. He shouted, his eyes burning with hatred as he glared at Zhang Jianshe. But despite his loud outburst, he didn't take a single step forward. He'd already experienced Zhang Jianshe's strength firsthand and knew full well he was no match for him. Enough! Just as Qian Hu was bluffing, Yi Buchuan's furious roar echoed through the air, and Qian Hu felt a wave of relief wash over him. His master truly lived up to his reputation, providing a way out at the crucial moment. Yet Yi Buchuan felt profoundly helpless himself. He was Qian Hu's master, no doubt. He'd been married for decades without children, gradually losing hope of ever having any. His only hope was to find a disciple, nurture him well, and have him take care of him in his old age. Unfortunately, Qian Hu proved disappointing. After years of training under him, he still couldn't even read blueprints. In the end, he could only send him off to work as a miner. From that moment on, Yi Buchuan had no desire to acknowledge this apprentice. But considering his reputation in the courtyard and his continued reliance on Qian Hu for support in his old age, he had no choice but to endure the situation. No matter what messes the Qian family made in the courtyard, he had to clean up after them. After observing everyone fall silent, Yi Buchuan's expression toward Zhang Jianshe grew intensely complex. He knew full well that Qian Suncher was in the wrong today. Qian Suncher had long been accustomed to his protection in the courtyard. Neighbors sympathized with her hardship as a widow raising a child alone, often overlooking minor injustices. That's precisely why she'd grown increasingly arrogant and overbearing. But even if Qian Suncher was in the wrong, it was one thing for you young people to take a loss. Why make such a scene? Didn't this make him, the steward, lose face too? Chapter 26, Qian Suncher backtracks. Though Yi Buchuan thought this, he still felt compelled to speak on behalf of the Qian family. Clearing his throat slightly, he finally spoke. We're neighbors in the same courtyard. We should handle matters ourselves. Calling the police over every little thing, don't you worry about people seeing the child? Zhang Jianshe, I'm the head of our courtyard. How about I handle this matter? Upon hearing Yi Buchuan's words, Zhang Jianshe thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. He figured that since the old man was the neighborhood leader, he'd probably be reasonable. He wasn't sure exactly what this head of the courtyard role entailed, but he figured it was probably similar to the village chief back home. If Yi Buchuan was unreasonable, would the neighbors in the courtyard really let him keep doing this? It was precisely this line of thinking that led Zhang Jianshe to nod in agreement. Alright, since that's the case, I'll defer to your judgment. You have my full authority to handle this matter. Hearing this, Yi Buchuan nodded with satisfaction, thinking that this young man Zhang Jianshe wasn't beyond redemption after all. Yet many neighbors in the courtyard shook their heads silently. This kid had asked Yi Buchuan for help. He was probably going to get screwed over today. Who in the entire courtyard, except for the newcomer Zhang Jianshe, didn't know that Yi Buchuan favored the Qian family the most? Here's how I see it, Yi Buchuan began. Mrs. Qian, you want 50 pounds of pork for free. That's clearly not right. Even if they didn't buy the meat, they still hunted it down. If you claim it's free, why didn't you send your son Qian Hu to hunt it? After Yi Buchuan finished speaking, Zhang Jianshe nodded. He seemed like a pretty reliable steward. The neighbors in the courtyard, however, were all stunned. Had Yi Buchuan become a different person today? He wasn't sticking up for the Qian family anymore? Qian Suncher nearly exploded upon hearing Yi Buchuan's words. But seeing Yi Buchuan keep winking at her, she finally decided to hold back once more. If Yi Buchuan truly refused to support them, she wouldn't hesitate to turn against him. Back when Yi Buchuan wanted to take on an apprentice to train his foster son, Qian Hu wasn't the only suitable candidate in the courtyard. Had it not been for her sacrifices, Yi Buchuan would never have taken Qian Hu as his disciple. Now, if Yi Buchuan sided with outsiders, she would make sure he suffered a complete downfall. Clearly, Yi Buchuan knew he couldn't refuse Qian Suncher's request. Then he shifted his tone. But, Zhang, you did strike Qian Suncher. That was wrong too, you must admit that, right? At this point, Zhang Jianshe still didn't sense anything amiss and immediately nodded. If push came to shove, he could just apologize to Qian Suncher and be done with it. But Yi Buchuan clearly had other ideas. Since both of you have made mistakes, let's each take a step back. Xiao Zhang, get the Qian family 50 pounds of meat and don't charge them for it. After all, you only exerted a little effort, no other losses incurred. But Mrs. Qian, you must drop any further pursuit of Zhang Jianshe for hitting you earlier. Since you've both agreed to let me handle this matter, that's how it will be settled. With that, Yi Buchuan settled the matter decisively and prepared to send them back to their respective homes. Qian Suncher couldn't help but smile at his words. Oldie really knows how to handle things. This works. Getting 50 pounds of meat in exchange for a kick and a couple of slaps? She wished such good fortune came her way every day. The neighbors in the courtyard finally caught on. Now this was the familiar drama they knew. Now it was up to Zhang Jianshe to see how he'd handle it. Hearing Yi Buchuan's words, Zhang Jianshe couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. It seemed that when city folk acted unreasonable, they could be even more unreasonable than country folk. Still, he had indeed suggested that Yi Buchuan handle the matter, so he wouldn't go back on his word. Fine. Since that's the case, let's proceed this way. Oh, and Qian Suncher, your daughter-in-law is Jia Meihui, right? Her family is from Jiaegu. I know her. When wolves attacked their sheep pen before, I helped them out. This time, for her wedding, I'll get her 50 pounds of meat. That's a big favor. I'll mention it to her when I return tomorrow. We'll all be neighbors in the same courtyard soon. She'll owe me a favor, won't she? Zhang Jianshe finished speaking and prepared to head home with a satisfied smile, but Qian Suncher suddenly panicked. Though her words seemed reasonable, she knew full well how much she was trying to take advantage of Zhang Jianshe. If Zhao Meihui found out about this, would she still be willing to marry Chen Hu? The entire marriage would be ruined. Young Zhang, wait a moment. Though reluctant, Qian Suncher forced a smile and quickly grabbed Zhang Jianshe's arm. What? You still have business? At that moment, Mrs. Qian felt like tearing Zhang Jianshe's mouth apart, but for the sake of her son's marriage, she had to suppress her anger. Well, Zhang, your auntie was just joking with you earlier. It's already a big favor for your aunt to get you some meat, how could I not give you money? Wait here, I'll get you the money right now. Although Mrs. Qian spoke politely, she turned and walked straight toward Yi Buchuan. Oldie, you know Qian Hu is still on probation with us, and his salary isn't high. And the wedding cost a pretty penny too. Though Qian Suncher didn't spell it out, her meaning was perfectly clear. Yi Buchuan's face darkened considerably. He truly hadn't expected this youngster to be such a handful. Now that Zhang Jianshe had played this trick on him, he'd lost all face. Naturally, he didn't want to stay in the courtyard any longer and be the laughingstock. He pulled out 30 yuan and handed it to Mrs. Qian's son before storming off home in a huff. Young Zhang, here's the money. Remember to bring me some good meat tomorrow. Mrs. Qian handed the money to Zhang Jianshe with a pained expression, her heart aching at the expense. Zhang Jianshe nodded with a smile and gave her 5 yuan in change. They'd agreed on 50 cents per pound, and once agreed, the price wouldn't change. Alright, as long as I can get pork tomorrow, you'll be the first to choose. But hunting depends on luck. If I don't catch any wild boar tomorrow, I'll give you this money back. With that, Zhang Jianshe headed home. Seeing there was no more commotion, the neighbors in the courtyard dispersed to their own homes. After Qian Suncher and Qian Hu returned home, Qian Hu invited Yi Buchuan over to their place again. Oldie, this new kid who just moved in is already causing so much trouble. He's going to be a handful. You've got to figure out a way to deal with him. Having been humiliated by Zhang Jianshe today, Yi Buchuan was also seething inside. Hearing this, he smiled and nodded. He's just moved into our courtyard. We'll have plenty of chances to get to know him. Just wait. Sooner or later, I'll show him what I'm capable of. As Yi Buchuan spat out his threats, the door to Zhang Jianshe's home was knocked on once more. Chapter 27, The Basics of the Compound. The sound of knocking left Zhang Jianshe speechless. He hadn't expected his first day moving in to be so eventful. Opening the door, his neighbor He Yutian walked over with a cheerful smile. Bro, you're something else. We've lived in this courtyard together for years, and you're the first one to make that old witch Qian Suncher eat her words. And that bastard Yi Buchuan, he always takes sides whenever anyone has a problem with the Qian family. This time he finally got his comeuppance. You handled things perfectly today. Bro, have you eaten yet? I'll whip up a couple dishes, let's have a drink. Oh, by the way, my name is He Yutian. I'm the head chef at the coal plant cafeteria. Consider us acquainted from now on. If you ever need anything, just say the word. Zhang Jianshe felt a bit overwhelmed by He Yutian's sudden outpouring of warmth. Still, he could tell from He Yutian's words that it seemed the residents of the courtyard had harbored resentment toward the Qian family for quite some time. But with Yi Buchuan as their protector, the courtyard residents couldn't do much about it. This situation puzzled Zhang Jianshe. If everyone disliked Yi Buchuan, why did they still let him act as the boss? With an information source offering itself up, Zhang Jianshe didn't mind learning more about the courtyard's situation. Brother, I won't be joining you for dinner. I ate out before coming back. But hearing you talk about it has piqued my curiosity. Is the situation in our courtyard really that complicated? Hearing Zhang Jianshe's words, He Yutian snorted coldly. Complicated? It's downright complicated. How does that saying go again? Shallow waters breed many turtles, small temples stir up fierce winds. You're new here and don't know much yet. You'll see once you've been around longer. There aren't many decent people in our courtyard. Hearing this, Zhang Jianshe nodded and poured He Yutian a glass of water. After listening to He Yutian, Zhang Jianshe gained a clearer picture of the courtyard's situation. Truthfully, most residents here lead quiet, ordinary lives. Only a few stood out. The first was naturally the yard's overseer, Yi Buchuan. Not only did he earn the highest salary, but he also held the position of yard overseer. He was the kind of person whose word carried immense weight in the courtyard. According to Yi Yutian, since he had caused the Qian family to suffer a loss today, Yi Buchuan and the Qians would surely seek revenge. The reason Yi Buchuan was close to the Qian family seemed to be because he had taken Qian, who was his apprentice, hoping Qian who would support him in his old age. As for whether there were other reasons, He Yutian couldn't say. Additionally, Liu Hanze, the team leader at the mine, had long resented Yi Buchuan's position as the yard's overseer. He believed that even though his monthly salary was only 70 yuan, he was a team leader at the factory and thus considered a cadre. He believed the position of foreman should rightfully be his. Moreover, Liu Hanze was a career-driven man who had long coveted Zhang Jianshe's position as production director but never found an opening. Finally, there was Yan Xuanxiu, the former security guard who lived at the factory gate. Years ago, when thieves broke into the coal plant, Yan Xuanxiu was shot twice during a fight with them and had been recuperating at home ever since. Since he still got 20 yuan a month even without working, he stopped showing up. Instead, he idled at home, occasionally sneaking out to do some black market deals. Of course, this guy was the most calculating of them all. As He Yutian put it, he was so calculating that even if a manure cart rolled by, he'd have to taste it to gauge its saltiness. After hearing He Yutian's account, Zhang Jianshe silently committed it to memory. However, based on Zhang Jianshe's observations, he felt that He Yutian himself was probably one of the more conspicuous figures in this courtyard. Just exactly how conspicuous, he wasn't entirely sure yet. Brother, that's pretty much the situation in our courtyard. I've told you everything I know. As for the rest, you'll figure it out after staying here for a while. Well, I'll head back now. You should get some rest too. I'll treat you to a meal sometime. After chatting for a while, He Yutian saw that Chen Jia's excitement over getting the short end of the stick had faded, so he finally took his leave. Zhang Jianshe walked He Yutian out, closed the door, and went to bed. But suddenly, without Li Min by his side, he found himself feeling a bit unsettled. It seemed moving to the city wasn't the end of the story. He still had to work his way up. He aimed to climb the ranks at the factory. Once he got a position, he'd finally have his own little courtyard. Not only would he be free from all the nonsense in the courtyard, but finding a woman would be easier too. With these thoughts in mind, Zhang Jianshe slept soundly. The next day, he borrowed a tricycle from the factory and rode back to Oyu village. In his mind, today's haul of meat would surely be bigger than yesterday's. The bicycle was definitely a waste. But it felt awkward to keep asking factory workers to haul meat for him every time. By the time Zhang Jianshe arrived at Oyu village, it was already noon. But the moment he reached his own doorstep, his expression darkened considerably. Li Min, this isn't your house. Get the hell out of here. If it weren't for that bastard Zhang Jianshe, I wouldn't be in this mess. He's not here now, so it's only fair I use this house as compensation. If you dare block my way again, don't blame me for setting this place on fire. Zhang Jianshe, now crippled and leaning on crutches, was standing at the doorway hurling abuse at Li Min. He'd arrived at Zhang Jianshe's house early that morning, intent on driving Li Min out and taking over the place. In his mind, Zhang Jianshe had gone to work in the city and was now considered a city dweller. He was sure Zhang Jianshe wouldn't return, so taking the house wouldn't be a problem. Besides, he believed he had a point. If it weren't for the trap Zhang Jianshe designed, he wouldn't have become disabled. Taking Zhang Jianshe's house was only fair. Though the place was run down, it was still far better than his own home. But he never expected that as soon as he arrived, Li Min would block the doorway and refuse to let him in. Nowadays, Liu Ergou couldn't possibly beat Li Min, so he could only curse at the top of his lungs at the doorway. But when he had cursed at Li Min before, she had merely blocked the doorway without a word. Why was she laughing now? And why had the onlookers fallen silent? Sensing something was off, Liu Ergou turned his head and froze in shock at the sight of Zhang Jianshe. Zhang Jianshe, you. Before Liu Ergou could finish his sentence, Zhang Jianshe delivered a sharp slap across his face. Liu Ergou, do you think I'm giving you face? You dare come to my house and cause trouble? Now get the hell out of here, or I'll beat you to a pulp. You. Fine, just you wait. Liu Ergou dared not fight Zhang Jianshe to the death, so he slunk away. But the hatred in his eyes as he looked at Zhang Jianshe burned with venom. Zhang Jianshe, just you wait. This isn't over. Chapter 28, this isn't hunting, it's stocking up. Zhang Jianshe, of course, had no idea what was going through Liu Ergou's mind, and even if he did, he wouldn't care. He was nothing but a worthless piece of trash. When Liu Ergou was still in one piece, he wasn't afraid. Why would he be afraid now? Jianshe, you're back? That was a close call earlier. When dealing with Liu Ergou, Li Min remained resolutely firm. But now, with Zhang Jianshe bringing Li Min home and the gawkers from the village all gone, left alone with just the two of them, Li Min finally couldn't hold back the tears welling up in her eyes. Seeing her tearful, aggrieved expression, Zhang Jianshe felt a pang of emotion. Regardless of how Li Min had treated him in his past life, at least this lifetime had been decent. After all, he was heading to the city. Though he'd told Li Min he'd return, she had no way of knowing if he truly would. Even when faced with a scoundrel like Liu Ergou, Li Min had moved all her belongings back to her own home without him saying a word. But Li Min had protected his house. It was fortunate he'd returned today, otherwise, who knew how things would have ended. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Jianshe finally spoke up. "Pack up your things. Get ready to move back in." Li Min, still basking in the joy of Zhang Jianshe's return, froze upon hearing his words. Her eyes reddened slightly, and without a word, she went to pack her things. Sure enough, after Zhang Jianshe went to the city, he no longer wanted her, a widow. But they had never been truly connected to begin with. Since he rejected her, she had no grounds to complain. In fact, these few days living with Zhang Jianshe had been the best she'd had since Song Ping'an's accident. The best food, the best clothes. She should be content. Only after Li Min had finished packing did Zhang Jianshe notice the tears on her face and realize he hadn't made himself clear. "I'm not kicking you out. I just thought we should renovate the house before the rainy season hits. Otherwise, when it rains heavily outside, it'll drip inside. That's not right. You can move back to your place for now. Come back once the repairs are done." Hearing Zhang Jianshe's explanation, Li Min's mood instantly lifted. This roller coaster of emotions overwhelmed her, and she couldn't hold back any longer. She rushed over and threw her arms around Zhang Jianshe. "Why don't you sell me your house too? Then we can knock the walls down and build a bigger courtyard together. That way we'd have more space to live comfortably." "How much would that cost?" "Building a house that big would cost at least 200,000, right?" Zhang Jianshe's words startled Li Min. After all, if they included their homestead plot, they could build 6 rooms. Add in the east and west wings, plus the kitchen and bathroom, and you'd easily have 10 rooms. This was no small undertaking. Zhang Jianshe shook his head at this. 200 won't be enough. I'm not planning to build earthen walls this time, they're too prone to damage. I'll go to town to get bricks and build a brick and tile house. I reckon 500 should cover it. We won't need to pay for labor in our village, everyone's got nothing else to do these days. I'll go check today. If we catch a lot of wild boars, we can share one among the villagers. Then we'll provide meals, guaranteeing meat every day that should cover it." Truthfully, if Zhang Jianshe could guarantee daily meat, villagers would likely agree even without sharing the pig. But Zhang Jianshe figured he'd still spend most of his time in the city going forward. By giving the villagers a little benefit now, if troublemakers like Liu Ergou ever caused trouble again, the villagers could lend Li Min a hand. Having made up his mind, Zhang Jianshe pulled 300 yuan from his pocket and handed it to Li Min. "Later, we'll go find the village chief to draw up a document. When I get the permit, I'll just build the houses together." Li Min looked at the 300 yuan and shook her head, preparing to refuse. Now that she belonged entirely to Zhang Jianshe, there was naturally no need to accept his money. But before she could speak, Zhang Jianshe anticipated her thoughts. "Take this money. Use it to settle any debts you owe to families in the village. We'll pay them all back later. I can't help you repay this debt. You said you sold me the house, so the villagers won't say anything once they get the money. Don't worry, I have enough money to cover it." Zhang Jianshe wasn't exaggerating. He still had about 600 yuan on him. Once he delivered the wild boar to the factory in town today, his cash might even break 1,000. More than enough to build a house. Hearing Zhang Jianshe's words, Li Min thought for a moment, then nodded without saying anything more. After all, it wouldn't be right for her to start a new life with Zhang Jianshe while still carrying debts from her time with Song Ping'an. Zhang Jianshe told Li Min to go find the village chief to write up the paperwork and settle the village accounts while she was at it. He himself rode off on his tricycle, carrying tools and weapons, heading for the grasslands. Just as he'd expected, several traps he'd set earlier had yielded results. This time he bagged 3 wild boars. Though not as large as the previous haul, they still yielded about 600 pounds of lean meat combined. 2 wolves, likely drawn by the wounded boars, had come to pick off the easy prey just as Liu Ergou had predicted. But in the end, they were killed by the boars. When Zhang Jianshe brought all this back to the village, the villagers were stunned once more. They knew Zhang Jianshe was a skilled hunter, but they never imagined he was this good. This wasn't hunting anymore. It was clearly like bringing home the entire grassland. Seeing the villagers gathered there, Zhang Jianshe didn't stand on ceremony. He immediately called on them to help process the game. The pig offal and wolf meat were naturally distributed among the villagers. This made the villagers even more enthusiastic, working with renewed vigor. When they heard Zhang Jianshe mention building a house, they pounded their chests in assurance, promising that as long as he provided the bricks and blue tiles, the rest was entirely on them. Since it was a slow season, the villagers would handle the rest of the work. Wang Debao now understood he couldn't afford to offend Zhang Jianshe and even sought to cultivate a good relationship with him. He too offered cheerful assurances. Jianshe, you just focus on your job in the city. I'll make sure this house turns out grand. With the village chief speaking so decisively, Zhang Jianshe naturally had no further objections. After lunch, Zhang Jianshe hurried back to town on his tricycle, while Li Min's eyes were filled with reluctance. By this time, news of Zhang Jianshe building a new house had already spread. Upon hearing this, Zhao Meihua grew even more anxious. The gap between her and Zhang Jianshe was widening by the day. If she didn't secure Zhang Jianshe quickly, would she ever find such a good man again? Sis, when you get married, I'll come stay with you in the city for a while, okay? As soon as Zhao Meihua finished speaking, both Zhao Laosan and Zhao Meihui froze in surprise. Zhao Laosan knew full well his daughter had her sights set on Zhang Jianshe. But don't you know he doesn't fancy you? Though he thought this, Zhao Laosan didn't want to be too blunt and hurt his daughter's feelings. How could you, as her sister-in-law, move in right after your sister gets married? Even if you must go, you should wait a few months until after your sister's pregnancy. Chapter 29, Zhao Meihui enters the wrong room. After settling matters with the villagers, Zhang Jianshe rode his tricycle back to Oyu City. After procuring 50 pounds of meat and paying Qian Sunshire, his business with the Qian family was finally settled. For the next 2 days, Zhang Jianshe stayed in Oyu village instead of returning to his own hamlet. He had already enlisted section chief Yu's help to arrange for a batch of bricks from the brick factory to be delivered to Oyu village. Construction on his family's house should have begun by now. Even if he went home these days, there was nowhere to stay, so it was more comfortable to stay in the city. Time flew by, and soon it was the day of Zhao Meihui and Qianhu's wedding. As the courtyard bustled with activity, Zhang Jianshe lay on his bed at home, choosing not to go out. Mom, isn't this new guy Zhang Jianshe coming to the banquet? What about the gift money? As Qianhu spoke, his gaze fixed on the window of Zhang Jianshe's house, his eyes filled with reluctance. They had seen Zhang Jianshe bring meat over to them. There were still 500 or 600 pounds of meat left in the truck. Zhang Jianshe had delivered all that meat to the coal factory to fulfill his quota. Just think how much cash that must have netted him. Others collected meat from elsewhere, delivered it to the factory to fulfill their quota, and ended up with very little money in their own pockets. But Zhang Jianshe was different. All his meat came from hunting on the grasslands himself. Whatever he earned was all his. Qianhu had already calculated it all. With Zhang Jianshe so loaded, wouldn't it be ridiculous not to give at least $10 for his wedding gift? But unexpectedly, with the courtyard bustling with activity today, Zhang Jianshe was playing dead at home, refusing to step outside. Qian Suanshi's thoughts mirrored Qianhu's. Staring at Zhang Jianshe's doorway, her expression was filled with venomous resentment. In her eyes, this wasn't about not giving a wedding gift. He was clearly stealing money from the Qian family. Never mind, Huzi. If he won't come, he won't come. Today is your big day. Let's not dwell on this. Go get ready to toast with Mei Wei. We'll deal with the rest later. Your master has already figured out a way to deal with that bastard these past few days. He thinks he can stay in this courtyard without giving us any benefits? That's just a pipe dream. Hearing this, Qianhu nodded in agreement. He understood the order of priorities. Today was his wedding day, the most important day of his life. The main event couldn't be delayed. Besides, since Yi Buchuan had already devised a plan to deal with this bastard, it should be foolproof. Because of the wedding, neither Qianhu nor Zhao Meihui had slept well the night before. Having drunk quite a bit today, the newlyweds retired to their room to sleep after the midday banquet ended. Qian Sunshire, who was clearing tables with the neighbors, felt a pang of resentment. Before Qianhu got married, she had to handle all the household chores. Now that Qianhu was married, did she still have to do all this work? Wouldn't that make Qianhu's marriage pointless? Today, Zhao Meihui could have an easy day, but starting tomorrow, she'd have to get back to work. She had to establish this rule first. But if these two are sleeping in broad daylight, won't my precious son have to wait until nightfall? If something actually happened, that wouldn't be so bad, she could hold her grandchild sooner. Qian Sunshire's thoughts were spot on, but she never imagined the two would sleep straight through until nightfall. Zhao Meihui felt her head still spinning a bit. Seeing that it had grown dark outside, she suddenly remembered she hadn't consummated the marriage with Qianhu yet. But Qianhu was now snoring like a dead pig. She couldn't very well wake him up for the wedding night, could she? How could she even bring herself to say it? With that thought, Zhao Meihui sighed and got up to go to the bathroom. A day later was a day later. After all, she was now part of the Qian family. A day earlier or later made no difference. While Zhao Meihui was out using the restroom, Zhang Jianshe had just returned from drinking at He Yutian's house. It must be said, He Yutian's cooking skills were quite impressive. Earlier, He Yutian had told him he learned his skills from a master chef in Beijing, but Zhang Jianshe hadn't believed it. But now it seemed entirely possible. A bit tipsy, Zhang Jianshe collapsed into bed as soon as he got home, not even bothering to lock his door. Since Zhang Jianshe's house was right next to the Qian family's, Zhao Meihui, returning from the bathroom and still unfamiliar with the layout of the courtyard houses, stumbled sleepily into Zhang Jianshe's home. Zhang Jianshe lay in bed, drifting in and out of sleep, when suddenly he felt a warm body slip into his bed. He thought he had returned to Oyu village and that Li Min was coming to bed. Without hesitation, he pulled the woman into his arms. Soon, under Zhang Jianshe's fierce advances, Zhao Meihui felt as if every bone in her body was about to be shattered. Yet her mind remained hazy. Qianhu might not be tall, but he certainly packs a punch. Wait. When this man kissed her earlier, he seemed taller than her. Had she entered the wrong room? The thought made Zhao Meihui's face instantly go pale. But just as she was about to struggle, she bumped into Zhang Jianshe's body. This made Zhang Jianshe think Li Min still wasn't convinced. Now she dared to challenge him? Without a word, he flipped over and sounded the charge again. No matter how much Zhao Meihui struggled, she couldn't resist. Eventually, both of them grew exhausted and finally fell asleep. However, with Zhao Meihui preoccupied by her thoughts, she woke up early the next morning. By 5 o'clock, the sky outside had already brightened. Zhao Meihui opened her eyes, staring at the bloodstains on the sheets and Zhang Jianshe lying beside her. She froze in shock. This was it. She had truly entered the wrong room. Zhao Meihui couldn't even recall how she managed to get dressed and return to the Qian residence. If the Qian family found out about this, wouldn't they beat her to death? In this era, a woman's chastity was held in the highest regard. If she really were beaten to death by the Qian family over this, no one would lift a finger to help her. At that moment, tears streamed down Zhao Meihui's face. Why did she have to be so unlucky? She had finally managed to marry into the city, only to have another city dweller appear, one with far better prospects than her own husband. And it was Zhang Jianshe, the very man she had always looked down upon. That would have been bearable enough after all, her marriage to Qian who was already arranged, and she could just focus on building her own little life. But then, right after the wedding, she'd somehow ended up in the wrong bed. No, she had to figure something out. She couldn't die like this. With this thought in her mind, Zhao Meihui glanced at Qianhu, who was fast asleep. She bit her finger until it bled, letting several drops fall onto the bed before finally drifting back to sleep. It wasn't until past 8 o'clock that the couple finally got up. Qianhu rubbed his eyes, feeling a twinge of regret. Had he drunk too much last night? Had he forgotten something? Seeing the blood on the bed, he didn't think much of it. Maybe he'd blacked out, he'd even forgotten about their wedding night. Then he noticed Zhao Meihui limping as she walked to the kitchen to cook. A surge of joy filled Qianhu's heart. Who knew he could be so vigorous when drunk? Much more so than when he was doing his craft work. Chapter 30, An accident at the mine on his first day? Qianhu felt rather proud as these thoughts crossed his mind. But tonight, he absolutely couldn't drink again. Tonight, he needed to properly spar with Zhao Meihui. Mom, I'm off to work. After grabbing a quick bite at home, Qianhu informed Qian Sunshur. Aren't you supposed to have 3 days of wedding leave? Why the rush to go back to work? Well, I just got married, so I need to earn more money. Try to get your permanent position sooner. Otherwise, once we have kids, my salary won't be enough. Qianhu spoke as he picked up his miner's lamp and hat and walked out. Qian Sunshur watched her son's retreating figure, feeling deeply satisfied. Marriage really does make a difference. Her son had finally grown up. There was hope for the future of their household now. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Qian Sunshur glanced at Zhao Meihui, whose eyes still held a trace of drowsiness, and couldn't help but sigh again. Her son had grown up, alright, but he sure knew how to wear her out at night. Look at how exhausted she's left Zhao Meihui. She'll probably be worn out all day today. It wasn't that Qian Sunshur felt sorry for Zhao Meihui, she just worried that if this kept up, there'd be no one left to help with the chores. But there was nothing to be done now. Qian Sunshur could only manage on her own. She pulled the bedsheets off Zhao Meihui and Qianhu's bed. Seeing the bloodstains on the sheets, her heart swelled with even greater joy. A little restlessness was fine, it meant she could hold her first grandson sooner. While Qian Sunshur was washing the sheets, Zhang Jianshe also woke up. Rubbing his head, he resolved to cut back on drinking with He Yutian. He couldn't figure out why that cook could hold his liquor so well, making him feel like he was no match for him. But hadn't he been holding a girl in his arms last night? Where had she gone now? Why was there blood on the bed? After racking his brain and failing to recall anything, Zhang Jianshe could only shake his head and head out to wash the sheets. The procurement department's schedule was flexible by nature as long as the factory's purchasing tasks were completed on time. As someone who consistently exceeded his quotas, Zhang Jianshe had become a prized asset in Section Chief Yu's eyes. Even if he skipped work for a whole month, no one would say a word. Still, after washing the sheets and grabbing a quick bite, Zhang Jianshe headed to the factory. After all, he was still new to the job, and acting too unusual wouldn't be good. He needed to familiarize himself with the place. Hey, our procurement department's star performer is here. Jianshe, it's all thanks to you that our procurement department successfully completed this month's purchasing tasks and even impressed the factory leadership. When Zhang Jianshe arrived at the purchasing department, Section Chief Yu was holding a meeting with the staff. Seeing that Zhang Jianshe was late, he didn't seem upset at all. Instead, he pulled him over with a smile. His tone and manner were exceptionally warm. Come on, let me introduce you. This is Zhang Jianshe, our department's top talent. He's the one who sourced all that wild boar meat for our factory before. Jianshe, let me introduce the rest of the team. Including you, there are only 5 of us in the procurement section now.
The other 3 are, the older gentleman here is Zhou Nan, this young lady is Li Yanyan, and this comrade is Wang Jun.
After Section Chief Yu's brief introductions, Zhou Nan and Li Yanyan both smiled and greeted Zhang Jianshe.
Only Wang Jun remained sullen-faced, saying nothing.
Zhang Jianshe knew exactly why Wang Jun was unhappy.
It was Wang Jun who had gone to Stone Village to collect the meat earlier. Although he had managed to secure a decent amount of wild boar meat at the time, earning him some recognition at the factory. But now that Zhang Jianshe had procured even more wild boar meat, Wang Jun's haul seemed insignificant by comparison. Most crucially, Zhang Jianshe had now started working at the factory, effectively cutting off another source of supply for Wang Jun. Even if Zhang Jianshe stopped hunting himself and switched to sourcing goods from the countryside, the villages near Oyu village would surely be more familiar with Zhang Jianshe and prefer to sell to him. Li Yanyan was the woman Zhang Jianshe and Xiao Sun had encountered last time, the one who came out of Section Chief Yu's office. While Zhang Jianshe didn't look down on women like her, he also didn't want to deal with her. He merely gave her a nod with a smile and said nothing more. Alright, Jianshe, your desk will be across from old Zhou's. He can mentor you. You'll be working alongside old Zhou for the time being. Understood, Section Chief. Hearing this, Zhang Jianshe promptly stepped forward to greet Zhou Nan. Uncle Zhou, I'll be counting on your guidance from now on. Not at all, not at all. This is the world of the young now. I'm just an old man waiting to retire. But don't worry if you have any questions, just ask me. I'll take you on a tour around the area later so you can get familiar with the surrounding villages. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, Zhang Jianshe and old Zhou walked off chatting and laughing. Li Yanyan showed no signs of preparing to go out to work. Only Wang Jun followed them out, his face dark and sullen. It must be said that Section Chief Yu, having seen how much meat Zhang Jianshe could procure, had indeed found him a good mentor. Along the way, Zhou Nan explained the prices and various details of collecting goods in the countryside, which proved extremely beneficial to Zhang Jianshe. However, since the villagers were all poor, despite working hard for most of the day, by 4 p.m. they had only collected a few dozen eggs. Old Zhou was quite satisfied with this outcome. Completing over 3 yuan worth of procurement in a single day was already quite an achievement. Just as the two approached the coal plant, a sudden, deafening explosion echoed through the air. Zhang Jianshe, unfamiliar with the sound, froze in place. Zhou Nan's expression, however, changed abruptly. Oh no, something's happened at the mine. Let's go check it out quickly. As soon as Zhou Nan finished speaking, he pedaled his bicycle with all his might. Zhang Jianshe naturally followed suit. He had only heard that working in the mines was dangerous, with several deaths each year. But he never truly grasped just how dangerous it was. Now that he'd just arrived, he was already encountering this? By the time they reached the factory, many workers had already grabbed tools to help with the rescue. A man in his 50s, clearly a supervisor, stood with a grim expression. Beside him, a man in his 30s hung his head like a submissive grandson, obviously having just been reprimanded. Further back was Liu Hanze. Though he was trying to look sad, he couldn't hide the smile on his face. Now that their mine had suffered an accident, wouldn't the production director have to be replaced? Judging by how furious Director Yang had been when reprimanding Director Wang earlier, he'd likely be dismissed. Wouldn't that open up an opportunity for him? As Liu Hanze basked in this thought, some of the rescue workers rushed out. Director Yang, Director Wang, it's not a major accident, just a minor cave-in. Production won't be affected. But one person was crushed to death. Chapter 31, Chen who is dead. Hearing that only one person had died, Director Yang and Director Wang's expressions eased considerably. It's just one person dead, not exactly a major incident. All they need to do is file a report. After all, the coal mine had its own disability quota. As long as the number of disabled workers didn't exceed the annual limit, it was fine. After all, working in a mine, it's impossible to completely eliminate accidents. Though plant manager Yang thought this privately, he naturally feigned concern outwardly. What's the name of the worker who had the accident? What about his family? Old Wang, you need to handle the consolation and compensation properly. After Director Yang finished speaking, Chief Wang nodded in understanding. The worker hesitated before cautiously speaking up. The worker seems to be Qian Hu. He just got married yesterday. He was supposed to have the day off today, but he said he just got married and needed to earn more money, so he came back to work. Who knew? What? Hearing the worker's words, both plant manager Yang and Director Wang's expressions suddenly darkened. This was getting complicated. If it had been a worker with a wife and kids who got hurt, it would have been straightforward. A bit of compensation, and once the child grew up and could inherit the position at the coal plant, things would generally work out. But this was a young man. This effectively meant the family line would be cut off. In that instant, plant manager Yang felt a headache coming on. Why did this worker have to be so enthusiastic today, of all days? Now not only had he lost his life, but he'd also left the factory with a difficult problem. Though deeply frustrated, he knew he couldn't neglect any necessary procedures. Alright, go notify the family first. Offer as much compensation as possible.
That's how it'll be. After saying this, Director Yang couldn't help but shake his head.
Director Yang, Qian who lives in the same courtyard as me. I'll go to his house and call his family.
Just then, Liu Hanze quickly called out. This was his chance to impress Director Yang. As a mere team leader, he rarely even got to speak with Director Yang, let alone make an impression in front of him. Therefore, he had to seize this chance firmly, absolutely couldn't let it slip away. However, Director Yang's mind was completely occupied with the aftermath of the incident. Who cared who went to call the family? He gave a casual nod and headed back to his office to write the report. Yet Liu Hanze, as if receiving an imperial decree, hurried out the door.
Zhang Jianshe was also stunned. Although the previous incident had left Zhang Jianshe with a poor impression of the Qian family, he never imagined Qian who would die on his very first day back at work after getting married. This was truly. And Zhao Meihui's life was no less tragic. She had barely married before becoming a widow. How was she supposed to live the rest of her life? Li Min was constantly the subject of gossip in the village, with many whispering behind her back that Song Pingan had been cursed to death by her. How could the shame on Zhao Meihui's shoulders ever lessen? Of course, none of this concerned him. He was just here for the spectacle. Jianshi, do you know this Qian Hu? Just then, Zhounan noticed Zhang Jianshe staring blankly and couldn't help but tug his sleeve. Hearing this, Zhang Jianshe immediately nodded. He lives right next door to me. He just got married yesterday. Who knew something like this would happen today? As the two men spoke, Liu Hanze had Qian Sunshur chase him from outside the factory and into the building. Liu Hanze, you bastard! How dare you curse my son? I'll kill you today. You're just jealous that my Huzi got married, aren't you? Your 3 sons still don't have girlfriends, do they? Mark my words, if I catch you, I'll break your legs. Qian Sunshur gritted her teeth as she chased after him. Liu Hanze ran ahead, 2 bright red handprints still visible on his face. The coal factory workers knew immediately that Liu Hanze had delivered the message, but the Qin family refused to believe it. But then again, it made sense. No family could accept a healthy son leaving for work, only to vanish without a trace. It was simply too much to bear. Zhao Meihui followed behind them, but her face had turned pale. Partly because last night's turmoil had been too intense, leaving her utterly exhausted. On the other hand, she believed Liu Hanze was telling the truth. Even if Liu Hanze truly had some conflict with the Qian family, he wouldn't go out of his way to cause them trouble like this. Spinning such lies would invite public condemnation. Just then, the workers had already carried Qian Hu's body out of the mine shaft. Liu Hanze's face lit up at the sight. Mrs. Qian, why would I lie to you? Look, your Qian Hu is lying right here. See if he can get up now. Having said this, Liu Hanze stood firmly with his hands on his hips, wearing a look of smug satisfaction. Zhang Jianshe couldn't help but shake his head at the sight. And this is the kind of person who dreams of becoming an official. He's lucky he wasn't beaten to death. At that moment, Qian Sunshur also spotted Qian Hu lying on the ground. Though covered in soot and blood, Qian Sunshur recognized her son at a glance. Her body swayed dangerously, nearly causing her to stumble. Sister-in-law, are you all right? Please try to stay strong. At that moment, Yi Buchuan quickly called out, rushing forward to support Qian Sunshur. He too had rushed over upon hearing that Qian Hu had met with an accident down in the mine. Upon confirming Qian Hu's death, Yi Buchuan was utterly heartbroken. This was the man he had raised as his own. With Qian Hu gone, all his investments in the man had gone down the drain. But no matter what, life must go on. If the man he was grooming was gone, he'd simply cultivate another. He Tian seemed like a suitable candidate. Yi Buchuan could take it in stride, but Mrs. Qian clearly couldn't. After being steadied by Yi Buchuan, she slowly regained her composure and immediately delivered 2 sharp slaps to Yi Buchuan's face. Yi Buchuan, stop pretending to care. You're the one who killed my Huzi. Why did you take Huzi as your apprentice but fail to teach him properly, forcing him to work in the mines? If he'd become a technician, none of this would have happened. Hearing this, the surrounding workers fell silent. They understood Qian Sunshur's grief was understandable. But this was simply unreasonable. Yi Buchuan's face darkened. But with so many people present, he couldn't very well lose his temper. He merely took a step back. You handle it. I won't pursue this further. Hearing Yi Buchuan's words, many workers around him grew even more respectful toward him. Even Zhang Jianshe thought that if he hadn't seen Yi Buchuan's true colors earlier, he might have considered him a decent person. Mom, let's focus on arranging Huzi's funeral first. Please stop causing trouble. Chapter 32, Yan Chuanqiu's scheme. If anyone was the most heartbroken, it was Zhao Meihui. She had only been married for a single day before becoming a widow, and she had no idea how she would manage in the days ahead. For now, she must first handle Qian Hu's funeral arrangements and secure compensation from the factory. If Qian Sunshur kept causing trouble like this, she'd end up alienating everyone at the factory. It would be strange if the factory gave them high compensation. Zhao Meihui's reasoning was sound, but upon hearing her words, Qian Sunshur slapped her across the face. And you money-losing good for nothing.
You're the one who cursed my son to death, and now you have the nerve to speak. Did you curse my son to death just so you could get his compensation money? I'll beat you to death today. As she spoke, Chen Suncher pinned Zhao Meihui to the ground, raining blows upon her face. Seeing Chen Suncher's frenzied state, the surrounding workers found her outburst increasingly plausible. If Zhao Meihui hadn't cursed him to death, how come Qian, who had worked at the factory for years without incident? Why did he die on their very first day of marriage? They'd better keep their distance from this woman who knows what bad luck she might bring. Others might ignore it, but Yi Buchuan, as Qianhu's mentor, couldn't just stand by and let this continue. Besides, as a factory technician, he didn't have to go down the mine. Naturally, he couldn't accept that Zhao Meihui had cursed him to death. Alright, sister-in-law, calm down. Qianhu's death was an accident. What does it have to do with Zhao Meihui? If you hurt Zhao Meihui, you'll regret it. After all, Zhao Meihui spent her wedding night with Qianhu last night. She might be carrying your Qian family's child. If you really harm Zhao Meihui, your Qian family might truly die out. What Yi Buchuan was thinking, Chen Suncher had already considered moments ago. Precisely because of this, she intended to beat Zhao Meihui and accuse her of causing Qianhu's death. She knew full well how lovely her daughter-in-law was. Even among the girls in the city, few were as strikingly beautiful as she had grown into. Now that Qianhu was dead, who knew how many men would set their sights on Zhao Meihui? If Zhao Meihui remarried, even if she truly bore Qianhu's child, it would no longer concern the Qian family. At the very least, if Zhao Meihui wasn't pregnant, as long as she didn't remarry, she'd still be bound to serve the Chen family like a beast of burden. She'd still have someone to care for her in her old age. So when Yi Buchuan gave her a push, Chen Suncher merely grunted in response and climbed off Zhao Meihui. Our Huzi died in that factory. They owe us an explanation. The factory must compensate our family 1,000 yuan. Otherwise, this matter is absolutely not over. Chen Suncher spoke while glaring at factory director Yang and director Wang, hands on her hips. It seemed as though she might fight them to the death if they refused. This was Chen Suncher's second stroke of cleverness. Her husband had died in the mine before, and she'd already been through this once. Now her son had died in the mine too. Though her heart ached, she hadn't reached this point before. But by putting on this unreasonable act, she made it clear to the factory that she was not someone to be trifled with. The compensation the factory offered would absolutely not be meager. This was something Chen Suncher had come to understand after receiving compensation for her late husband's death. Who would have thought it would come in handy again in this lifetime? 1,000 is absolutely out of the question. The factory has no precedent for that. As soon as Chen Suncher finished speaking, factory manager Yang flatly refused. However, considering both your father and you died in the mine, the factory will provide a little extra subsidy to your family 800 yuan. If that still doesn't satisfy you, then go ahead and take it up with whoever you want. With that, factory director Yang turned to leave. The surrounding workers nodded slightly upon hearing his words. Usually, when accidents occurred at the factory, the compensation was only 500 or 600 yuan. Offering the Qian family 800 was indeed quite generous. Chen Suncher was already quite satisfied with this amount. Her bottom line had been 600 yuan. But seeing how readily Director Yang had agreed, she still wanted to secure more benefits. Our family's workstations must be reserved for us. We'll need someone to take over the family business in the future. Hearing Chen Suncher's words, factory director Yang merely snorted without comment, clearly tacitly agreeing. Whether the Qian family would have anyone in the future was uncertain. Keeping the workstation or not made little difference. After Director Yang departed, Chen Suncher finally allowed Zhao Meihui to carry away Qianhu's body. It was nearly quitting time at the coal plant, so Zhang Jianshe headed home to rest. Meanwhile, Yan Chuanqiu was calculating his own plans at home. After pondering for a moment, he handed 5 yuan to his wife, Liu Ergou. Go buy some meat later. Tonight we'll treat Zhang Jianshe to dinner. Our eldest son is getting old enough now. It's time for him to start working. The factory is hiring now. Let's have him help us get some meat and get our eldest son a job at the factory. At these words, Yan Chuanqiu's eldest son, Yan Fendu, lit up instantly. He had long wanted to work at the factory. Without a job, it was hard enough to find a partner. But with a job, things would be different. Even Qianhu, still in his probationary period at the factory, had managed to find such a lovely wife. What if he became a permanent employee? But as soon as Yan Chuanqiu finished speaking, Liu Ergou flew into a rage. Old Yan, have you lost your mind? Qianhu just died at the factory today, and you want the boss to go work there? What if something happens to him? What did the boss ever do to you that you want him dead? Liu Ergou stood up, her face flushed with anger, as if ready to fight Yan Chuanqiu. What on earth are you thinking? Qianhu died in the mines while working underground. Our boss is going to the factory to be a purchasing agent. He doesn't even go down into the mines. How could it be that dangerous? Hearing this, Liu Ergou's expression softened slightly. But when Yan Chuanqiu suggested buying meat to treat Zhang Jianshe to a meal, she still felt a twinge of reluctance. Then we don't have to treat Zhang Jianshe to a meal. The Chen family also got Zhang Jianshe to help with the meat, but they didn't treat him to a meal either. Even if we cover the boss's expenses for 3 months and buy meat for him to secure his permanent position, it won't matter if he can't meet his targets later. We can't keep buying meat from Zhang Jianshe forever, can we? If this keeps up, no matter how much meat the boss buys and delivers, we won't make a single penny in profit. Are we supposed to rely solely on that measly monthly factory wage? Even if Zhang Jianshe is willing, others will figure out the same solution. If someone else offers more money, will Zhang Jianshe still sell meat to us? Chapter 33, Zhao Meihui's Allure. If we could really buy meat from Zhang Jianshe and switch workstations at the coal plant, even if we didn't make a single penny in profit on the procurement side, we'd still get over 20 yuan in free wages each month. If they could think of such a good deal, others surely could too. Even if they hadn't, they'd learn by watching us buy meat from Zhang Jianshe. Then others would rather earn a few yuan less themselves, pay Zhang Jianshe a few extra yuan, and have him sell the meat to them instead. Then it would become impossible for them to get meat from Zhang Jianshe to help Yan Fen to complete his task. So Lu Tsuewa's idea was sound. Yan Chuanxiu smiled faintly upon hearing his wife's words. That's why I want you to treat Zhang Jianshe to a meal. Then we won't just get Zhang Jianshe to sell us meat, we'll have the boss apprentice under him. Once our boss becomes his apprentice, won't he have to give us a break? If our boss fails to complete the task, it won't look good for Zhang Jianshe either. Even if others offer more money, he'll definitely sell the meat to us first. That's what they call spending a little to gain a lot. Yan Chuanxiu's current thinking perfectly validated He Yutian's earlier assessment of the people in this courtyard. Shallow waters breed many turtles, there wasn't a single decent soul in the entire courtyard. Lu Tsuehua pondered Yan Chuanxiu's analysis and realized he was absolutely right. Alright, I'll go buy the meat now. You bring out that fin liquor, and tonight we'll treat Zhang Jianshe to a proper feast. With that, Lu Tsuehua cheerfully set off to buy the meat. Yan Fendu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Though it might look bad to take Zhang Jianshe appear as his mentor. But the prospect of a free salary and a job slot made that concern fade. Once he got settled in his job, found a wife, and had a few kids, life would be perfect. If he had to choose, Zhao Meihui seemed like a decent option. Though she was a widow, she'd only slept with Qian Hu for one night as good as new. As for the rumor that Qian Hu died because Zhao Meihui cursed him to death, he didn't work in the mines, so he naturally had nothing to fear. Yan Fenda's mind grew increasingly filled with pleasant visions, as if he could already see Zhao Meihui marrying him. Chen Suncher could never have imagined that even after beating Zhao Meihui today and declaring Qian Hu had been killed by her, someone was coveting her daughter-in-law. And it wasn't just one person coveting her. Besides Yan Fendu, He Yutian also harbored this thought. But unlike Yan Chuanxiu, who merely fantasized about it, He Yutian was much more decisive. He headed straight to Zhang Jianshe's house after work. Brother Jianshe, I've got something to ask you. Hearing this, Zhang Jianshe paused for a moment. But remembering that He Yutian had treated him to dinner the day before, he didn't refuse. Brother He, just ask whatever's on your mind. No need for formalities between us brothers, right? Hearing this, He Yutian actually felt a bit embarrassed. Brother Jianshe, I'm getting on in years now. Don't you think it's time I found someone too? Now that Qian Hu's wife is a widow, I feel pretty sorry for her. What do you think about me and her? Zhang Jianshe hadn't expected Zhao Meihui to be so sought after as a widow. Her husband had barely passed away before someone was already eyeing her. In Zhang Jianshe's mind, He Yutian and Zhao Meihui actually seemed like a pretty good match. Everyone in the surrounding villages knew Zhao Meihui wanted to marry into the city. After all, that was her only requirement, and He Yutian met it perfectly. Moreover, He Yutian earned over 30 yuan a month, several yuan more than Qian Hu. But given Qian Suinsher's unreasonable nature, He Yutian would likely have to jump through hoops to marry Zhao Meihui. With this in mind, Zhang Jianshe didn't beat around the bush. Brother He, marrying Zhao Meihui is certainly no problem. The government even encourages widows to remarry these days. It's all about boosting productivity, after all. But there are two issues. First, Zhao Meihui has to be willing. After all, she just lost her husband. You should at least wait a while. Second, that Qian Sunsher probably won't be so easy to deal with. You'd better be prepared for that. Hearing this, He Yutian fell deep in thought. Alright, buddy, I got it. I've got things to do, so I'll be heading out now. Let's grab a meal sometime. He Yutian hurried home as he spoke. Zhang Jianshe's words had indeed given him some insight. For instance, if he wanted to marry Zhao Meihui, Qian Sunsher would surely oppose it. At the very least, she'd make him repay all the dowry money the Qian family had spent back then. They might even demand a profit. But none of this was a big deal for He Yutian. He wasn't short on money. But He Yutian disagreed with Zhang Jianshe's suggestion that Zhao Meihui had just lost her husband and it wasn't appropriate to discuss this matter with her now. When Qian Hu and Zhao Meihui were set up on a blind date, everyone in the courtyard knew about it. They'd only known each other a few days before marrying. What kind of love could there be? A girl as lovely as Zhao Meihui must have countless suitors keeping an eye on her. If he delayed too long, what if someone else swooped in first? Driven by these thoughts, He Yutian got busy as soon as he returned home. He hurried to the kitchen, stir-fried a few dishes, and sent them over to Zhao Meihui. She must have barely eaten today, busy with Qianhu's funeral arrangements. She'd be his wife soon, he couldn't let her go hungry. This was the perfect chance for Zhao Meihui to sample his cooking and for them to build some rapport. Xiao Zhao, don't be too upset. I know you're hurting without Qianhu, but you can't go without eating. I cooked 2 dishes. Please eat something first. A memorial altar for Qianhu had been set up in the center of the courtyard, where Zhao Meihui knelt. Before He Yutian could finish speaking or even hand the plate to Zhao Meihui, Chen Sunshur stormed out of the house, her face twisted into a ferocious expression. You! My son just died, and you're seducing my daughter-in-law? Are you even human? Let me tell you this, give up that notion. Zhao Meihui, mark my words, you were born into the Qian family, and you shall die as one of us. Now that you're our Qian family daughter-in-law, don't even think about remarrying in this lifetime. Chen Sunshur delivered 2 sharp slaps to Zhao Meihui's face as she spoke, her eyes blazing with murderous intent. This time, He Yutian wouldn't stand for it. He'd come to bring Zhao Meihui her meal, not to bring one for Chen Sunshur. What business was it of Chen Sunshur's? Back when Qianhu was still alive, he hadn't feared Chen Sunshur or the Chen family. Now that Qianhu was gone, why should he fear this old widow? However, He Yushui failed to notice the equally icy glare in Zhao Meihui's eyes. Now that Qianhu was gone, Zhao Meihui had certainly considered remarrying. She was still so young she couldn't spend her entire life as a widow, could she? But now, before Qianhu was even buried, you come fawning over me. What does he take her for? Chapter 34, The Indirect Approach. The neighbors in the courtyard all looked at He Yutian with disgust. This He Yutian really takes the cake. First off, Zhao Meihui had just moved into the courtyard and wasn't familiar with anyone there. They didn't even know what kind of person you, He Yutian, were, so naturally they wouldn't easily associate with you. But you showing up at Qianhu's funeral to hit on his widow? That's not something a human being would do. He Yutian was just taking advantage of the Chen family being without a man. Chen Sunshur and Zhao Meihui, 2 women, couldn't do anything about him. Otherwise, what He Yutian did would have gotten him beaten to death on the spot. Yet He Yutian felt no remorse whatsoever. Now that Qianhu was dead, Zhao Meihui was a widow. What was wrong with him pursuing a widow? As the head chef at the Rolling Mill cafeteria, was he not worthy of a widow? Hey, Mrs. Qian, what's this about? Before He Yutian could finish speaking, Zhang Jianshe quickly pulled him aside. Truth be told, Zhang Jianshe felt deeply frustrated himself. He had already told He Yutian not to rush things now, and even if he truly had feelings for Zhao Meihui, he needed to take it slow. Yet He Yutian still went and did something like this. Deep down, Zhang Jianshe felt like giving up on He Yutian altogether. This wasn't something a normal person would do. But since Zhang Jianshe had just arrived at the courtyard and wasn't familiar with the situation there, he ultimately couldn't just abandon He Yutian to his fate. Brother He, enough. Just keep quiet for a moment. They're busy right now. You should go home and eat. Zhang Jianshe spoke, ignoring whatever else He Yutian might say. He forcibly dragged He Yutian back to his own home. Brother He, haven't you figured it out yet? Zhao Meihui doesn't have any feelings for you either. Even if you want to keep pursuing her now, you're just slapping a coal but with a hot face. The whole neighborhood is watching. Aren't you embarrassed? Hearing Zhang Jianshe's words only deepened He Yutian's frustration. He wasn't some naive kid. Of course he could tell Zhao Meihui wasn't interested in him. But precisely because of that, He Yutian felt even more depressed. Brother Jianshe, I just don't get it. I'm not bad looking, am I? Even if I were, I'd still be better than that coal-ball Qianhu. But what's Zhao Meihui thinking? She can settle for Qianhu, yet she won't give me the time of day? Hearing He Yutian's frustrated rant, Zhang Jianshe was utterly speechless. He Yutian was indeed a skilled cook, but he knew nothing about social etiquette. Then again, it made sense. His mother died young, and his father ran off with a widow early on. Naturally, no one taught him these things. All these years, He Yutian had lived within the confines of the courtyard, rarely interacting with outsiders. The people in the courtyard had watched him grow up and knew how pitiful his situation was. They usually didn't take his behavior seriously. Brother He, I told you not to rush things. Think about it, Qian who isn't even buried yet, and you're already trying to cozy up to Zhao Meihui. How could she possibly agree to that? If she gets close to you, even if she's not officially dating you yet, forget about whether Chen Sunshur will cause trouble for you. Just think about how the people in the courtyard will look at Zhao Meihui. How could she ever hold her head up in the courtyard again? Hearing Zhang Jianshe say that even if Zhao Meihui wasn't dating him, He Yutian grew anxious. He just wanted to win Zhao Meihui over and make her his wife. If Zhao Meihui didn't date him, wouldn't all his efforts be wasted? But hearing Zhang Jianshe's subsequent words, he realized there was some truth to it. It seemed he really had been rushing things. Realizing it was indeed his own fault, especially since Zhang Jianshe had warned him before He Yutian's face flushed crimson. Bro, I'm just worried if I wait too long, someone else might swoop in on Zhao Meihui. With looks like hers? Even in Stone City, she'd be top tier. What if someone snatches her away? What then? Bro, I know you're sharp, you gotta help me figure this out. Hearing He Yutian's plea, Zhang Jianshe felt utterly speechless inside. If you go cozying up to Zhao Meihui now, she won't give you the time of day. But if someone else approaches her, she'll suddenly be interested? So He Yutian's worries were completely unfounded. Still, Zhang Jianshe understood that He Yutian was in a state of panic right now. There was no point in trying to reason with him. After a moment's thought, he nodded again. Brother He, why not try a roundabout approach? An indirect approach? Hearing Zhang Jianshe's suggestion, He Yutian felt even more perplexed. Wasn't this about finding a partner? How did it suddenly involve tactics? Was he suggesting they go to war? Ignoring He Yutian's confusion, Zhang Jianshe nodded and continued his explanation. Getting close to Zhao Meihui is out of the question now. Even if you bring her food, she won't accept it. But you could send things to Mrs. Qian instead. Tell her you feel sorry for the Qian family after losing Qianhu, and you want to lend them a hand. What happened today was just a misunderstanding. Originally, you wanted to be with Zhao Meihui, but Qian Sunshur stood in your way. But by doing this, you've actually improved your relationship with Mrs. Qian. Even if someone tries to court Zhao Meihui later, she'll still likely end up with you in the end. Besides, how could all the food you brought to the Qian household possibly end up in Mrs. Qian's stomach alone? Zhao Meihui will surely get to taste the same dishes you did. This will make her recognize your culinary skills, and she'll be willing to be with you herself. When Zhang Jianshe spoke these words, he genuinely believed Zhao Meihui and He Yutian were a good match. Therefore, he was utterly sincere in proposing this idea. After hearing Zhang Jianshe's words, He Yutian thought it over and realized he was absolutely right. Alright, brother Jianshe, you've got a sharp mind. I'll go with that plan. Just then, Yan Chuanxiu approached with a cheerful smile. Zhang, are you busy? Hearing the commotion, Zhang Jianshe looked up at Yan Chuanxiu, momentarily startled. He'd only been in the courtyard for a short while. Why were all these neighbors suddenly seeking him out? Though puzzled, Zhang Jianshe still nodded with a smile. Uncle Yan, did you need something? Nothing serious, nothing serious. It's just that my wife cooked a few dishes. Why don't you come over and have some? Being invited to dinner out of the blue only deepened Zhang Jianshe's confusion. If He Yutian had grown close to him because he previously prevented the Qian family and Yi Buchuan from taking advantage of him, a move that had given He Yutian a sense of satisfaction. But why was Yan Chuanxiu inviting him to dinner now? Chapter 35 Old Yan, you're truly calculating. As the saying goes, where there's smoke, there's fire. Zhang Jianshe had no desire to accept Yan Chuanxiu's inexplicable invitation. But before he could speak, He Yutian beat him to it and accepted on his behalf. Hey, old Scrooge Yan, you're actually treating us to dinner? Is this because you can't go to work after your injury? Alright, I'll head over with brother Jianshe shortly. Brother Jianshe, that stingy Yan got hurt years ago and has been using it as an excuse ever since. He's been sitting at home collecting factory benefits instead of going to work. Getting him to treat us today is no small feat. We'd better go. Perfect timing, these two dishes are untouched. Let's take them over together. As He Yutian spoke, he gestured toward the two dishes he'd originally intended for Zhao Meihui. Old Yan, you don't mind, do you? Deep down, Yan Chuanxiu was naturally reluctant. After making fun of him like that, He Yutian still wanted to come over for dinner? The reason Yan Chuanxiu wasn't going to work was that if he returned to the factory, he'd only earn about 30 yuan a month. Now that he wasn't working, he only had 20 yuan a month, seemingly 10 yuan less. But with the extra free time, he could buy and sell goods on the black market, bringing his monthly income up to around 40 yuan. In the courtyard, that was considered a middle to upper income. Still, with 3 sons at home without jobs, the whole family depended on him to bring in money, and life remained tight. He Yutian saying this in front of his new neighbor, Zhang Jianshe, naturally made him feel a bit embarrassed. But upon reflection, Zhang Jianshe had only recently arrived at the compound and was merely somewhat acquainted with He Yutian. Now that He Yutian had spoken up, it would be awkward not to invite him alone. Most importantly, he feared He Yutian might spread rumors behind their backs and ruin his plans. For this very reason, Yan Chuanxiu forced a smile and nodded. Of course, that's fine. Who in our courtyard doesn't know your cooking skills are praised even by the factory leadership? With these 2 dishes from you, tonight's spread will be quite the feast. Alright, head over in half an hour. My aunt hasn't finished preparing everything yet, I'll go give her a nudge. With that, Yan Chuanxiu walked away with a cheerful smile. But when he reached his own doorstep, he couldn't help but sigh. The 2 dishes He Yutian had stir-fried were specially prepared to impress Zhao Meihui, naturally made with generous portions. Originally, the meal prepared at Yan Shou Chun's house tonight was quite decent, but compared to He Yutian's dishes, it paled in comparison. So he quickly pushed the time back another half hour, grabbed some cash, and headed out. He needed to buy a roast duck to round out the meal. As he pulled out his wallet, Yan Chuanxiu felt his heart break. To treat Zhang Jianshe to dinner today had wiped out his family's entire week's worth of living expenses in one fell swoop. No matter what, he had to make sure this event went off without a hitch today. Otherwise, he'd truly be at a huge loss. When Zhang Jianshe and He Yutian arrived at Yan Chuanxiu's home, the spread on the table made Zhang Jianshe's eyes light up. 2 stir-fried meat dishes, a whole roast duck, and a plate of braised pork. Add to that the 2 meat dishes. He Yutian brought 6 meat dishes in total. It was indeed a lavish spread. Only He Yutian felt a twinge of unease as he surveyed the table laden with food. What exactly did Yen Chuanxiu need Zhang Jianshe's help with? Why was he so willing to splurge? During the meal, Yen Chuanxiu didn't leave He Yutian wondering for long. Once everyone had drunk their fill, Yen Chuanxiu finally spoke with a smile. Jianshi, you're quite the capable man, gotten your permanent position so soon after joining the factory. Today I'd like to ask for your help with something. Would that be convenient for you? Yen Chuanxiu didn't keep him guessing any longer, cheerfully revealing his true purpose. Zhang Jianshe had already braced himself for this, so he wasn't particularly surprised. Uncle Yen, just tell me what you need. As long as it's something I can handle, we're neighbors, I'll definitely take care of it for you. Hearing this, Yen Chuanxiu felt a surge of delight. It's really nothing major. My eldest son is getting to that age, and I'd like him to learn a trade from you. Would that be possible? After saying this, Yen Chuanxiu laid out everything his family had discussed. As soon as he heard it, He Yutian chuckled. Old Yen, you're such a tightwad, no wonder they say you're a shrewd one. Trading a meal for your son, a new job, that's not something just anyone would dare to think of. It's only because the factory is hiring procurement officers now. Back in the day, this position would have been worth hundreds of dollars. He Yutian wasn't exaggerating. While many new coal plant jobs carried risks, the factory offered decent pay. Even if it meant paying, many still wanted factory jobs. An ordinary miner's position was worth several hundred yuan, let alone the lucrative role of a procurement officer. However, after the factory implemented new performance-based evaluation standards for procurement officers, the value of that position had declined somewhat. Even so, it remains a coveted job for many. Once you're officially hired, the factory can't fire you outright. Even if you fail to meet quotas, at worst, your pay might be reduced. They might be reassigned to another position or sent down into the mines. But the iron rice bowl was definitely secured. Zhang Jianshe paused for a moment upon hearing Yen Chuanxiu's words. City folks really are sharp, they could come up with such a scheme. But after pondering it, Zhang Jianshe shook his head. Uncle Yen, your idea isn't bad, but the factory leaders aren't pushovers either. This might work for a month or two, but won't the bosses eventually find a way to plug the loophole? So forget about cutting corners. But if my brother Fendu can endure hardship and hunt, I could manage to take him along. Hearing Zhang Jianshe's words, Yen Chuanxiu felt conflicted. He'd been thinking of simply buying meat from Zhang Jianshe to fulfill Yen Fendu's tasks, never truly considering sending his own son out hunting. Going down the mine was dangerous, but hunting on the grasslands was dangerous too. This was different from a real procurement officer going to the countryside to collect goods. Still, upon reflection, Zhang Jianshe's point held merit. If everyone started doing this, the factory leadership would surely find a way to address it. Besides, it was only because the factory was currently short on all kinds of supplies that they'd sent some of the previously idle procurement staff to work in the mines. Once the factory's conditions improve, fewer procurement staff will be needed. Only those with genuine skills could avoid being reassigned to mining. Realizing this, Yen Chuanxiu fell silent and turned his gaze toward Yen Fendu. After all, this matter directly concerned his livelihood. Even as his father, he couldn't simply make the decision for his son. Chapter 36, Deep into the Forest. At that moment, Yen Fendu was also deeply conflicted. Zhang Jianshe actually intended to take him hunting, something he hadn't anticipated. Originally, he'd planned to just put his name on the procurement department roster. All he needed to do was buy meat from Zhang Jianshe each month to fulfill his quota. With that cover, he and his father could trade goods on the black market more safely. He wouldn't have to worry about being arrested by the security squad. But now it seemed this opportunity wasn't as golden as he'd hoped. Thinking of the dangers on the grasslands, Yen Fendu initially didn't want to agree. Yet he couldn't ignore how Zhang Jianshe, a simple countryman, had transformed into a city dweller solely through his hunting skills. Moreover, Zhang Jianshe now held more wealth than most households in the courtyard. Yen Fendu gritted his teeth and nodded in agreement. Alright, brother Jianshe, I'll learn hunting from you from now on. Zhang Jianshe, of course, had no idea about the complex thoughts swirling in Yen Fendu's mind in such a short time. Even if he had known, he wouldn't have cared. The rewards matched the risks. Where could there be such a good deal that offered only benefits without any risk? Since Yen Fendu had agreed, and their meal was nearly finished, Zhang Jianshe saw no point in wasting any more time. Alright then. Tomorrow, get yourself a machete and a bow and arrow. Register them at the factory, and we'll head straight to the grasslands. With that, Zhang Jianshe, having finished his meal, headed home with He Yutian. As he walked through the courtyard, Zhao Meiwei, kneeling before the memorial altar, watched him with a look of profound complexity. Zhao Meiwei was certain Zhang Jianshe knew nothing about last night's events. But that was fine. This matter would remain her secret. The items Zhang Jianshe asked Yen Fendu to prepare could all be bought on the black market. Thus, the next morning, Zhang Jianshe showed no surprise when Yen Fendu presented the items before him. The two exchanged a nod and departed. The rainy season will arrive soon. Once it starts, the grasslands become too dangerous. That's why we must gather everything you need to secure your permanent position before the rains arrive. Though Zhang Jianshe said this, he still didn't feel very confident. He had indeed gathered quite a few things through hunting before. But hunting was ultimately a matter of luck. Today might very well yield nothing. Regardless of the outcome, he had to lay the groundwork beforehand. Brothers struggle, as the saying goes, brothers should keep clear accounts. We're going hunting together now. I want 2/3 of everything. Is that okay with you? Upon hearing Zhang Jianshe's words, Yan Fendu nodded in agreement without hesitation. When it came to scheming, no one in all of Beijing could match the Yin family. Now that he was hunting with Zhang Jianshe, he knew nothing. Even if Zhang didn't give him a single thing, he couldn't really complain. Even if he learned the ropes later and got a third, that would still be a bargain. Seeing Yan Fendu's acquiescence, Zhang Jianshe finally brought him to Oyu village. Their house in Li Min's family home had already been demolished. The villagers were all busy helping him rebuild before the rainy season arrived. Seeing the village bustling with activity, Zhang Jianshe nodded with satisfaction. The favors he'd done for the village hadn't been wasted after all. The villagers greeted Zhang Jianshe warmly as he arrived, and Li Min happily ran over to him. Upon seeing Yan Fendu and learning he was Zhang Jianshe's apprentice, she felt a pang of disappointment. With nowhere else to stay for the time being, Li Min was staying at the brigade headquarters. She had hoped that with Zhang Jianshe away for several days, they could finally spend some intimate time together. But with an outsider present, it just didn't feel right. Folks, I really owe you all this time. I'll go scout the grasslands. If I can find something today, I'll treat everyone to a special dinner tonight. Hearing Zhang Jianshe's words, the villagers grew excited once more. They now held Zhang Jianshe in high regard for his skills. The wild boar herd had likely been dealt with by him. For several days now, the village had remained untouched by the wild boar herd. With Zhang Jianshe heading to the grasslands, tonight's feast was practically guaranteed. Of course, not everyone was pleased. Take Liu Ergou, for instance, sitting in his wooden wheelchair with a face as grim as could be. Why was his life turning out like this, while Zhang Jianshe's kept getting better and better? Was he even taking on apprentices now? Watching Zhang Jianshe walk away with Yan Fendu, who kept glancing back at Li Min, a thought finally dawned on Liu Ergou. Upon arriving at the grasslands, Zhang Jianshe first inspected the traps he had previously set. The wild boars were gone, but the ground was still littered with the remains of dead hares. It seemed wild rabbits had stumbled into the traps and perished, only to be devoured by wolves afterward. Zhang Jianshe didn't feel particularly sorry about it. He didn't really care about a little rabbit meat. However, this hunt wasn't going as smoothly as Zhang Jianshe had hoped. By the time they reached the nearest forest, they had only caught 4 or 5 wild rabbits and 2 pheasants. This had Yan Fendu absolutely thrilled. Taking these back to complete the task would net him 15 yuan. Even if Zhang Jianshe only gave him 5 yuan, that meant his monthly wages would come to 150 yuan. Zhang Jianshe shook his head. He was clearly dissatisfied with the outcome. Perhaps it was because they hadn't found anything today, or maybe having an extra pair of hands had emboldened him. He still had Yan Fendu ride the tricycle with him into the woods. But when they passed a pile of dung, Zhang Jianshe made Yan Fendu stop the tricycle, his expression turning serious. Brother Jianshe, what kind of bear's droppings are these? Brown bear. The moment Zhang Jianshe uttered the word brown bear, Yan Fendu shuddered violently. Brown bear? He'd never seen one, but he'd heard stories. When these beasts went berserk, they could even snap trees clean in two. If they encountered one, wouldn't they be as good as dead? At that moment, Yan Fendu's first instinct was to run for his life. But since today was his first day out with Zhang Jianshe, he felt a bit awkward. Watching Zhang Jianshe carefully survey the surroundings only deepened Yan Fendu's curiosity. Could it be that Zhang Jianshe was planning to capture a brown bear? Surely he didn't have the guts for that? In truth, Yan Fendu had somewhat underestimated Zhang Jianshe. After surveying the surroundings, Zhang Jianshe began designing traps with Yan Fendu. The brown bear's den was nearby, and it could return at any moment. Therefore, they had to work quickly to set the traps. However, the traps they devised this time were entirely different from those used to capture the wild boar last time. Chapter 37, The Wounded Brown Bear. Last time, when Zhang Jianshe trapped the wild boar, he dug a pit on the ground and used a trap to injure it. This way, once the boar fell into the deep pit he had prepared, it couldn't climb out. But this time, the same method wouldn't work. After all, a brown bear was far larger than a wild boar. Digging a pit deep enough to trap a brown bear would likely take Zhang Jianshe and Yan Fendu an entire day of labor. Moreover, even if they injured the bear with a trap, it wouldn't inflict a fatal wound. Trapping the bear, waiting for its strength to wane, and then killing it was now impossible. Fortunately, Zhang Jianshe had prepared a more thorough set of tools this time. Brother Fendu, we need to cut down this tree and use it to build a trap. Hearing Zhang Jianshe's words and seeing him point at a tree, Yan Fendu felt a bit confused. Though he didn't understand Zhang Jianshe's plan, he obeyed without question. After spending half the day hacking down a tree, Zhang Jianshe didn't let it fall. Instead, he tied ropes around it to create a tripwire and set several steel traps on the ground. After finishing these preparations, Zhang Jianshe went nearby to gather several smaller branches. He bound them together with rope, using the trunk's elasticity to create a large-scale launcher. Once someone tripped on the rope, the machete he had prepared would be launched directly at them. The brown bear would first be caught in the trap, then crushed by the several hundred-pound tree, and finally struck twice by the launched machete. Even if it didn't kill the bear, it would likely inflict severe injuries. Only under such circumstances would they stand a chance against this brown bear. By the time they finished all this, the brown bear still hadn't returned. This brought a sigh of relief to Zhang Jianshe's heart. Today, he and Yan Fendu had been relatively fortunate. Had the bear returned while they worked, their only option would have been to flee for their lives. However, as Zhang Jianshe led Yan Fendu out of the woods toward Stone Village, Yan Fendu's eyes were filled with doubt. "Brother Jianshe, is that really enough? Will that trap you designed really catch a brown bear?" Hearing this, Zhang Jianshe didn't give a firm yes. He shook his head slightly. "It depends on luck. If luck's on our side, we might catch it tomorrow. But if luck's against us, all our effort will be for nothing." After hearing Zhang Jianshe's words, Yan Fendu nodded and said nothing more. By the time the two returned to Stone Village, dusk was falling. Though the villagers saw Zhang Jianshe and Yan Fendu returning empty-handed, they weren't disappointed. After all, hadn't it taken Zhang Jianshe some time to catch that wild boar last time? This was only to be expected. That night, Zhang Jianshe and Yan Fendu stayed in the village. Zhang Jianshe naturally went to the brigade to be intimate with Li Min, while Yan Fendu was also arranged to stay at a villager's home. Little did anyone know that Liu Ergou had slipped out of his house that night to find Yan Fendu. Whatever Liu Ergou and Yan Fendu discussed, from the next day onward, Yan Fendu's expression toward Zhang Jianshe began to shift. The next day, Zhang Jianshe took Yan Fendu back to the woods. Seeing that the traps he had set showed no signs of disturbance, Zhang Jianshe's brow furrowed slightly. If the brown bear had simply gone elsewhere to forage, that would be one thing. But what if it had gone to ambush another village? That could cost lives. But rushing into things wouldn't solve the problem now. It wasn't until 3 days later, when Zhang Jianshe and Yan Fendu returned to the grasslands together, that they finally spotted the bloodstains on the ground. At first, Yan Fendu still appeared full of confidence. But after spending 3 consecutive days on the grasslands, he and Zhang Jianshe managed to catch only a few wild rabbits and pheasants. After eating their share, they gave the rest to the villagers as a special treat. This left Yan Fendu feeling somewhat regretful. Was it right or wrong for him and Zhang Jianshe to learn hunting? Was he, a promising young man, letting Zhang Jianshe turn him into a ne'er-do-well? Then he recalled the words Liu Ergou had spoken to him, and thought about how beautiful Li Min truly was. Yan Fendu's gaze toward Zhang Jianshe grew more complicated. Distracted, he failed to spot the brown bear lurking in the woods. As usual, Yan Fendu prepared to turn back and head home with Zhang Jianshe. At most, they'd circle the grasslands a few more times to see if they could snag some wild pheasants or rabbits. But this time, the moment he turned, Zhang Jianshe grabbed his arm. "Brother Fendu, where are you rushing off to? You don't want that brown bear anymore?" Hearing Zhang Jianshe's words, Yan Fendu's face twisted into a wry smile. "Brother Jianshe, stop joking around. There's not a soul around here. Where's the brown bear? I'm telling you, maybe we're looking in the wrong place?" Yan Fendu had no doubt about the bear's existence. They had seen brown bear droppings earlier. As a seasoned hunter, Zhang Jianshe wouldn't be mistaken about such things. But whether the spot Zhang Jianshe chose for the trap was suitable, well, that was another matter. Hearing Yan Fendu's words, Zhang Jianshe couldn't help but shake his head. Yan Fendu's observational skills still weren't up to par, he simply lacked experience. "Brother Fendu, look at all this blood on the ground. That brown bear is wounded, it even knocked down a tree. If we follow the blood trail now, we should be able to catch that beast." After Zhang Jianshe finished speaking, Yan Fendu looked at the bloodstains on the ground and his eyes lit up. He had indeed noticed the fallen tree, but initially assumed it had been blown over by the wind. But now, seeing the blood on the ground, it was a different story. Whatever they caught this time, they wouldn't be going home empty-handed. Moreover, whatever it was had to be sizable, otherwise, having been stabbed and then crushed by a tree, it would have been dead long ago. Following the trail for nearly half an hour, the two men finally spotted the brown bear lying beneath a tree. 2 knives were stuck in its body, and it looked rather listless now. 2 traps were still clamped onto its legs. Clearly, the journey from the trap site to this spot had drained the bear of all strength. Its life was hanging by a thread. "Brother Jianshe, you really outdid yourself. We really bagged a big one this time, must be 500 or 600 pounds, right? What do we do next?" Hearing Yan Fendu's words, Zhang Jianshe glanced over and nodded in agreement. "We should get about 500 pounds of meat out of it. Even though it's injured, we can't go near it. Here's what we'll do, the 2 of us will climb the tree and shoot it dead with our bows." Chapter 38, Taking Down the Brown Bear. After speaking, Zhang Jianshe immediately climbed a nearby tree. Yan Fendu followed suit, scrambling up another nearby tree. However, the look on Yan Fendu's face as he glanced over at Zhang Jianshe was incredibly complex. His bow and arrow were faintly aimed at Zhang Jianshe.
After a moment's hesitation, watching Zhang Jianshe shoot his arrow at the brown bear, Yan Fendu sighed and raised his bout of fire at the bear as well. Originally, Yan Fendu had intended to use this opportunity to eliminate Zhang Jianshe. After all, Liu Ergou had told him when he found him. If he could eliminate Zhang Jianshe, Liu Ergou would find a way to make Li Min live with him. Although Li Min wasn't as beautiful as Zhao Meihui and was slightly older. But precisely because of that, Li Min possessed a certain charm. If he could truly win Li Min over, it would be a decent choice for him. Besides, Li Min was just a widow from the countryside. Even if he won her over, there'd be no need to marry her. It wouldn't interfere with his marriage to Zhao Meihui. Still, Yan Fendu had only been using a bow and arrow for a few days. These past 2 days on the grasslands, all the wild rabbits and pheasants were caught by Zhang Jianshe. He wasn't confident he could take down Zhang Jianshe in one go, so he couldn't afford to take risks. Besides, although he felt he had learned from Zhang Jianshe how to set traps for large game, he still had little experience catching rabbits and pheasants. He could kill Zhang Jianshe later after learning more from him. As the two men continued firing arrows, the brown bear, which had been still, suddenly went berserk again. It kept ramming the tree where the two were hiding. However, with its leg still trapped in the snare and having already expended much energy. Under these circumstances, it was extremely difficult for it to damage the tree. After nearly 20 minutes, as the bear's movements grew weaker, Zhang Jianshe suddenly leaped down from the tree. He yanked the machete from the bear's body and plunged it straight into its heart before leaping back to safety. An ordinary person might not have been able to kill the bear outright with such a blow, but Zhang Jianshe drove the entire machete into its body. With a final, furious roar, the bear finally breathed its last, unwilling to accept its fate. Staring at the bear's carcass, Yan Fendu couldn't help but swallow hard. Thank goodness he hadn't acted impulsively earlier. Otherwise, if he hadn't killed Zhang Jianshe, his current state wouldn't be much better than that of this bear. Brother Fendu, go get the tricycle over here. We need to get this bastard out of here fast. This beast weighs 500 or 600 pounds, but it's still on the smaller side for a brown bear. If we leave too late and encounter a larger brown bear, we're dead meat. Hearing this, Yan Struggle nodded quickly and jumped down from the tree. It wasn't until the two were nearly at Stone Village that Yan Struggle finally breathed a sigh of relief. He'd made up his mind, even if he had to kill Zhang Jianshe later, he'd have to use other means. He couldn't do it himself. Zhang Jianshe might be skilled at hunting, but in other aspects, he was no match for Yan. He was a city boy raised in Beijing since childhood, while Zhang Jianshe had only recently moved to the city. There were plenty of ways to outsmart and take him down. Of course, that was all for later. The most urgent task now was to deal with the brown bear. Jianshe, you're something else. You actually took down a brown bear this time? Yeah, I've never even tasted bear meat before. The moment the two entered the village, villagers swarmed around them. Many young girls in the village watched Zhang Jianshe and Yan Fendu with eyes sparkling with admiration. If they could find such capable men, they'd never go without meat for the rest of their lives. But this wasn't Zhang Jianshe's first hunt, and he'd encountered such scenes countless times before. He didn't sense anything amiss. But Yan Fendu made those girls blush fiercely. It seemed that if things continued like this, steadily hunting alongside Zhang Jianshe might be quite nice. Finding a wife in the future wouldn't be difficult either. Maybe he couldn't be too picky about a city girl, but if he went for a country girl? He could choose anyone he wanted. It was only because Qin Hu had died that the Zhao family was still in the capital these past few days and hadn't returned yet, so Zhao Meihua hadn't come to see the commotion. Otherwise, Yan Fendu would likely have already sent someone to propose marriage to Zhao Laosan's family. Alright, everyone lend a hand and dispose of this bastard. Same as always, all the offal goes to the villagers. After Zhang Jianshe finished speaking, the villagers immediately sprang into action. Once the processing was complete, Zhang Jianshe took his share of meat and distributed half of it among the villagers who had helped build his house. Only then did he and Yan Fendu ride back to the city on a tricycle, carrying the remaining supplies. The remaining meat was split evenly between him and Yan Fendu. The bear gallbladder and pelt remained his. Although the bear skin had several tiers, his earnings from this trip would still amount to at least 700 or 800 yuan. Yan Fendu's earnings wouldn't be less than 500 either. That's precisely why the smile never left his face on the way back to the Forbidden City. By the time they delivered the bear to the coal factory and completed the paperwork for Yan Fendu, night had fallen. Just as Zhang Jianshe was about to head home to rest, Yan Fendu's eyes twinkled. Brother Jianshe, now that I've got some cash, I'm going out with friends for drinks. I won't be coming back tonight. Go tell my parents I'll treat you to a meal when I have time. Hearing this, Zhang Jianshe nodded. Now that Yan Fendu had over 500 yuan in his hands, it was only natural he'd want to go out and spend it. Jianshe, you're back? Where's my eldest son? As soon as Zhang Jianshe reached the doorway, Lu Tsuihua hurried over to greet him. At first, Lu Tsuihua looked genuinely excited. But upon looking closely and not seeing Yan Fendu, she grew anxious. She knew the grasslands were dangerous, but surely her son wouldn't be gone on his very first hunt? Zhang Jianshe understood Lu Tsuihua's worries perfectly. Auntie, don't worry. Brother Fendu is perfectly fine. We hunted a bear this time, which delayed us a few days.
Brother Fendu was out looking for his friend now. After Zhang Jianshe briefly explained the situation to Liu Ergou, she became instantly excited upon hearing that Yin Fendu had earned over 500 yuan in just a few days. That Fendu boy, he's such a handful. Alright, I understand. You should head home and rest early too, Jianshe. I'll cook something delicious for you when I have time. Just as Zhang Jianshe reached his own doorstep, loud commotion erupted from the Qian household next door. Chapter 39, Why aren't you down in the mine? Zhao Meihui, do you think marrying into the Jia family means you get to live in luxury? You've already cursed my son to death. This lifetime, you'll be nothing but a beast of burden for the Jia family. Starting tomorrow, you'll work down in the mines at the factory. Otherwise, you won't get a bite to eat at home. After Qian Hu's death, at the insistence of Qian Sunshur, the factory retained his workstation. However, while the position remained, the job duties would not change. Therefore, if Zhao Meihui went to work at the factory, she too would have to descend into the mines as a miner. Hearing Qian Sunshur's words, Zhao Meihui was filled with profound regret. She must have been blind to marry Qian Hu. Now that her husband had died so soon after their marriage, Qian Sunshur had suddenly become a different person. The kindness she had shown during their arranged meeting with Qian Hu was completely gone. Mom, the mine is full of men. How could I, a woman, go down into the mine to work? Besides, I've never worked in a mine before, I just can't do it. Though Zhao Meihui felt deep sorrow, causing such a scene so soon after marriage wouldn't look good. She still wanted to reason with Qian Sunshur. However, upon hearing Zhao Meihui's words, Qian Sunshur snorted coldly and delivered a sharp slap across her face. Don't waste my breath with nonsense. As long as you're under this Jia roof, you'll work for me. Otherwise, you can get the hell out. After handling Qian Hu's funeral arrangements, Qian Sunshur began scheming on how to keep Zhao Meihui under her thumb. She had to suppress Zhao Meihui and prevent her from leaving the Jia household. Moreover, she had to make Zhao Meihui work herself to the bone for the family. After days of deliberation, Qian Sunshur concluded her stance must be unyielding. Moreover, the fact that Zhao Meihui had married her son in the first place proved that as long as Zhao Meihui could marry into the city, there was nothing she couldn't accept. Therefore, allowing Zhao Meihui to continue living in the city was her weakness. Having come to this realization, Qian Sunshur decided today to test Zhao Meihui's stance. If Zhao Meihui truly agreed to work in the mines, it would not only earn wages for the Jia family but also confirm her suspicions were correct. From then on, Zhao Meihui would never have a chance to turn the tables again. Qian Sunshur's reasoning was certainly sound. However, she underestimated Zhao Meihui's reluctance to work in the mines. It wasn't that Zhao Meihui was unwilling to work, it was mainly that it was simply inappropriate for a woman to go down into the mines. Not to mention, mining was backbreaking labor far beyond what a woman could handle. Moreover, miners typically worked naked underground for convenience, which would be impossible for a woman. Moreover, being the only woman in the entire mine, if any of the men harbored improper intentions toward her, she would have nowhere to hide. After being bullied by those men, they might even kill her to silence her and prevent her from reporting it. It was precisely this fear that weighed heavily on Zhao Meihui's heart as she packed her belongings, her face clouded with sorrow, preparing to return to Jiaegu. Things had reached this point, and she had finally seen the truth. Life in the city was indeed better than in the countryside, but people's hearts were far more corrupt. This city wasn't a place for just anyone to stay. She'd better go back. When she finished packing her belongings and reached the doorway, she couldn't help but sigh as she looked at the coal factory, feeling a deep envy in her heart. The coal factory really had something going for it. They all came from the countryside, but the coal factory established itself firmly after moving to the city. Now they were even taking city folk as apprentices. Seeing Zhao Meihui truly about to leave, Qian Sunshur felt a pang of panic. If Zhao Meihui truly left like this, not only would she be the subject of gossip forever, but the dowry money would be wasted. She feared her days alone in OU City would be difficult. With only her left in the household, she'd surely be bullied. Her future retirement would be a problem too. Even if she had the compensation money from Qian Hui. But with only her left in the family, could she really keep that money? And once the Zhao family finds out how she drove Zhao Meihui away, won't they come looking for her to settle the score? Oh, you actually dared to leave? Did you plan to leave after you cursed my Huzi to death? So now you're finally revealing what you've been thinking all along? Let me tell you, it won't be that easy. Since you married into the Jia family, you're ours in life and ours in death. Come back here. Qian Sunshur shouted, lunging forward to grab Zhao Meihui by the hair and drag her back. Since driving Zhao Meihui away hadn't worked to control her, other means would have to be employed. But before Qian Sunshur could grab Zhao Meihui's hair, Coal Factory stepped forward and seized Qian Sunshur's hand. He shielded Zhao Meihui behind him. Coal Factory, mind your own business. This is the Jia family's business, none of yours. At that moment, Qian Sunshur looked at Coal Factory, a sudden wave of tension washing over her. Yet her tone remained unyieldingly harsh. Coal Factory heard this and couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. I can't stand seeing you bully people like this. Besides, Zhao Meihui's family lives just 2 li away from ours. We're neighbors, after all. You're bullying Zhao Meihui right in front of me now. Do you really think we country folk are easy to push around? You sent Zhao Meihui down the mine, yet that workstation is still your son's. Why don't you go yourself? Hearing the coal factory's words, Zhao Meihui, hiding behind the factory, felt an instant surge of satisfaction. It also filled her heart with warmth. Though that night with coal factory had been an accident, one he himself didn't even know about. But the coal factory was, after all, her de facto man. Zhao Meihui felt no shame in asking him for protection. Coal factory stepped forward to help Zhao Meihui partly out of genuine sympathy for her. On the other hand, he also wanted to help Zhao Meihui settle into city life. Although he was now doing quite well in the city, deep down he still felt like a newcomer from the countryside. Without allies, his future would be uncertain. He was now cultivating a good relationship with Yu Tian, had agreed to take Yin Fendu as an apprentice, and was now helping Zhao Meihui all to gain more friends. At this moment, the neighbors in the courtyard nodded in agreement as they listened to the coal factory's words. Seeing Qian Sunshi pointing fingers, they all murmured disapproval of her behavior. This only infuriated Qian Sunshi further. Well, I knew you were no good, you money-losing good for nothing. Now you're stealing men too? Neighbor, my foot. I bet he's your old lover. I'll beat you to death today. Chapter 40, Why don't we go to the police? Qian Sunshi raged, lunging toward Zhao Meihui once more. Earlier, the coal factory had merely restrained Qian Sunshi, but now they showed her no mercy. No sooner had Qian Sunshi finished speaking than the coal factory worker landed 2 sharp slaps across her face. Qian Sunshi, if you can't speak properly, shut your filthy mouth. If you dare utter another word, I'll beat you to death. To coal factory, Qian Sunshi's words meant nothing. After all, he wasn't married yet, so even if she did say something, it wouldn't have much impact. Others wouldn't necessarily believe her anyway. Even if they did, they'd just think he was capable. But for Zhao Meihui, the consequences were severe. Zhao Meihui had just married into Oyu City when her husband died. Before that, Qian Sunshi had been spreading rumors that Qian Hu had been killed by Zhao Meihui's curse. Now, if rumors about Zhao Meihui's alleged indiscretions were added to that, it would destroy her completely. Even if Zhao Meihui could leave the Jia household, she would never be able to remarry in this lifetime. Given the sheer malice in Qian Sunshi's heart, the 2 slaps at the coal factory were practically a mercy. Qian Sunshi, having endured the 2 slaps, was somewhat incredulous. Shouldn't the coal factory and Zhao Meihui be frantically trying to explain themselves right now? How dare the coal factory lay a hand on her now? Weren't they afraid rumors would spread about him and Zhao Meihui, making it impossible for him to find a wife in the future? Judging by this line of reasoning, Qian Sunshi did possess some degree of intelligence. But she overlooked the damage to her reputation. If such rumors spread from others' mouths, they would tarnish both the coal factory and Zhao Meihui. But given Qian Sunshi's reputation in this neighborhood, it wouldn't affect the coal factory at all, and even its impact on Zhao Meihui would be minimal. Just as Qian Sunshi was about to lose her temper, Yi Buchuan sighed and stepped out from the crowd. Yi Buchuan knew full well that Qian Sunshi wanted to force Zhao Meihui to work at the steel mill. She had even specifically sought his opinion earlier. Yi Buchuan understood clearly that with Qian Hu gone, no one from the Jia family would be working there anymore. As Qian Hu's mentor, he still held leverage over Qian Sunshi, meaning he would inevitably have to look after the Jia family. But if Zhao Meihui could get a job, the need for his support would diminish significantly. Who could have predicted that just when everything seemed perfectly planned, this coal mine would come along and disrupt everything? Even if Qian's son had bullied someone, it was their own daughter-in-law they were picking on. What business was it of an outsider like you? Though Yi Buchuan thought this inwardly, he certainly couldn't voice it aloud. He still had to maintain his image within the household. What's all this commotion about? Coal factory, no offense, but you've already hit Mrs. Qian twice since arriving in the courtyard. While Qian Sunshi is indeed in the wrong, she is still your senior. You're always laying hands on elders. That's not right, is it? This was the very notion Yi Buchuan had been promoting throughout the courtyard. Whatever the elders say is right, it's all for the sake of the younger generation. As juniors, you must simply obey. Disobeying elders is unthinkable, it's outright disrespect. Such behavior would invite the scorn of the entire household. Of course, Yi Buchuan had his own reasons for promoting such ideas in the courtyard. He had no son of his own. Even if he could rely on his disciple Qian Xianhu to support him in his old age, his situation would still be vastly different from others. If he didn't instill this mindset early, he'd be vulnerable to exploitation in his twilight years. Many in the courtyard recognized Yi Buchuan's petty scheming, yet this doctrine also provided them a convenient means to control their own children. Naturally, they all agreed. Thus, after Yi Buchuan finished speaking, many middle-aged residents in the courtyard now glared at the coal factory with displeasure. The coal factory's desire to stand up for Zhao Meihui was none of their business, but they absolutely couldn't let the coal factory corrupt the neighborhood's morals. Some of the younger folks, however, looked utterly frustrated after hearing Yi Buchuan's words. Yet they dared not speak up. Many of them were still unemployed, relying entirely on their families for basic necessities. Sticking their necks out now would only make their lives miserable later.
Seeing the situation firmly back under his control, Yi Buchuan's face broke into a smug smile.
He refused to believe he couldn't handle this troublemaker from the coal factory. Did this kid really think that just because he'd come to the city and moved into a courtyard, he could do whatever he pleased?
But Coal Factory merely snorted coldly at Yi Buchuan's words.
What about Qian Suncher forcing Zhao Meihui, a woman, to work down the mine? Why don't you say anything about that? You admitted Qian Suncher was wrong, so shouldn't she be punished? Why don't we just call the police right now and let them settle this? You.
Hearing the Coal Factory's retort, both Yi Buchuan and Qian Suncher were speechless.
How could the young coal factory worker think of calling the police? For Yi Buchuan, resorting to the police for every issue was utterly unacceptable. He couldn't even entertain the idea. If everyone in the courtyard started calling the police over every little thing, where would that leave him, the head steward, to exert his authority? How could he maintain control over the entire compound and cultivate an environment for his own retirement? Well, that's not what I meant. I just think it's inappropriate for you to resort to violence so easily. But Qian Suncher wanting Zhao Meihui to start working at the steel mill right now? That really isn't right either. How about this? Let's just drop the matter. None of you should make a fuss over it anymore.
Zhao Meihui, returning to your parents' home so soon after your wedding isn't exactly a good look. You shouldn't leave, and Mrs. Qian shouldn't make Zhao Meihui go to work either. For now, Yi Buchuan couldn't do anything about the coal plant, so in the end, he chose not to speak up for Qian Suncher. He was sure Qian Suncher understood his predicament.
Qian Suncher naturally dared not let the coal factory involve the police.
Forcing Zhao Meihui to work today was only known within the courtyard, and while it might tarnish her reputation, she could afford to ignore that. But if the police were actually called in, and they witnessed her mistreating Zhao Meihui severely, they might take her away immediately. That would be trouble.
Yet, if she conceded defeat now, Qian Suncher's pride would be irreparably damaged. Most crucially, it would make it far harder to manipulate Zhao Meihui in the future.
With this thought, Qian Suncher hesitated for a moment before gritting her teeth and speaking up.
Fine, Zhao Meihui can skip work, but she's gotta support me in my old age. Give me 3 yuan every month for my old age. When Qian Suncher uttered these words, the entire coal factory fell into stunned silence. Qian Suncher really did intend to leech off Zhao Meihui for the rest of her life. Sure, Zhao Meihui did marry Qianhu, but Qianhu is dead now. Why should Zhao Meihui support you in your old age?
Yet upon hearing this, Zhao Meihui simply nodded her head in agreement.
Fine, 3 yuan it is. But don't you dare meddle in my affairs from now on. Chapter 41, From now on, you're the only sucker. After Zhao Meihui said this, the coal factory workers looked at her with surprise. This Zhao Meihui didn't seem like some pushover. She actually agreed to these terms?
Zhao Meihui noticed the coal factory's gaze, but her heart felt bitter. She understood Qian Suncher's intentions perfectly well, and knew the coal factory was looking out for her best interests. Deep down, she was immensely grateful to Coal Factory. But the news of her intended marriage to Oyu City had already spread like wildfire throughout the countryside. Now, the news that she had just married into the city only to lose her husband had also spread throughout the countryside. Her earlier insistence on returning home had been driven by Qian Suncher's relentless pressure. Yet if she truly had the chance to remain in Oyu City, she would naturally prefer not to return. Even if life in the city was difficult, it was still better than facing constant gossip and finger-pointing back home. Regardless of Zhao Meihui's true thoughts, once she and Qian Suncher reached an agreement, the matter was settled. Once everyone in the courtyard had dispersed, He Yutian made his way cheerfully to the coal factory. Brother Jianshe, thank goodness you stood up for Zhao Meihui today. Otherwise, she really would have gone back to her hometown. As He Yutian spoke these words, he felt a mix of relief and envy toward the coal factory. In He Yutian's mind, Zhao Meihui was exceptionally beautiful. Once she returned home, who knew how many men would come to her family's door seeking her hand in marriage? She'd likely remarry within days. Then he'd have no chance. Although Zhao Meihui was indeed a widow, she had only spent one night with Qianhu. Of course, in He Yutian's mind, it would be even better if he were the one to help Zhao Meihui. But since he had no connection to Zhao Meihui, he naturally had no standing to say such a thing. Unlike the coal factory, which was her neighbor. Fortunately, Zhao Meihui still lived in the city, so he would have opportunities in the future. However, Coal Factory couldn't help but snort coldly upon hearing He Yutian's words. Brother He, you think Zhao Meihui staying in Oyu City means you'll have a chance? Hearing Coal Factory's words, He Yutian nodded, though his eyes betrayed a hint of confusion. It was obvious as day what was there to doubt? Seeing He Yutian's expression, Coal Factory couldn't help but shake his head. Your chances have indeed increased, you don't even have any competitors now. Qian Suncher has completely pinned his hopes on Zhao Meihui now. He's counting on her to take care of him in his old age. If you want to be with Zhao Meihui, you'll have to deal with Qian Suncher's clinginess. Frankly, I doubt anyone else would be such a sucker for this. At first, He Yutian didn't quite grasp what the coal plant was saying. But after hearing the coal factory's analysis, he realized it made perfect sense. For anyone else, once Zhao Meihui remarried, she'd have no ties left to the Zhao family.
But for Qian Sunshi, clinging to Zhao Meihui was perfectly normal.
Of course, once he grasped these points, He Yutian shrugged it off.
No big deal. It's only 3 yuan a month.
This young master isn't short on cash. Consider this money as charity for the beggars. He Yutian spoke with great confidence, and in truth, he genuinely wasn't short on cash. Working as a chef at the steel rolling mill, he earned over 30 yuan a month. On top of that, he earned extra cash helping out with wedding banquets in the surrounding courtyards. All told, his monthly income came to 50 yuan.
Giving Mrs. Qian 3 yuan was no big deal, even 5 yuan wouldn't faze him. Upon hearing He Yutian's words, the coal factory representative had nothing more to say and could only nod in agreement.
After all, he'd made his position perfectly clear to He Yutian.
Whatever choice He Yutian made was none of his concern. Alright, brother He, just keep it in mind.
Oh, and by the way, I got 4 bear paws while hunting. I split them with brother's struggle 2 each. I don't know how to prepare these things.
Why don't you handle it? We could eat them tomorrow?
As the coal factory owner pulled out the 2 bear paws, He Yutian's eyes lit up.
Bro, you've got this good stuff? Why didn't you mention it sooner? Forget tomorrow.
I'll take them home and cook them right now.
Let's have a drink tonight. Let me tell you, I've got something else special stashed away. Tonight's the perfect night to let you try it. Seeing He Yutian's mysterious expression, the coal plant owner's curiosity was piqued.
He immediately nodded in agreement. While He Yutian bustled about in the kitchen with the 2 bear paws, Qian Sunshi grew angrier the more she thought about it upon returning home. If it weren't for that bastard coal factory, she could have had Zhao Meihui wrapped around her finger by now. Zhao Meihui would have spent her entire life toiling like a beast of burden for the Jia family. How could she possibly be satisfied with only 3 yuan a month from Zhao Meihui now? The more Qian Sunshi thought about it, the angrier she became, until she could no longer sit still. She went straight to Yi Buchuan's house. Oldie, that coal factory is nothing but a piece of s. They're deliberately causing trouble for our Jia family. You have to help me figure out a way to get rid of him. If this keeps up, our Jia family won't be able to survive. If you get rid of him, we'll forget about that previous incident. Truthfully, even if Qian Sunshi hadn't spoken up, Yi Buchuan was already planning to confront the coal factory. Ever since that kid showed up in the courtyard, he'd never once respected this old steward. This was the second time he'd refused to give him any face. Moreover, the coal factory constantly threatened to call the police, something Yi Buchuan simply couldn't tolerate. Hearing Qian Sunshi bring up the past incident now made Yi Buchuan feel a twinge of guilt. He glanced toward the kitchen. His wife was busy cooking and hadn't overheard their conversation, which eased his mind considerably. Sister-in-law, rest assured. Qian, who is my apprentice. Your family's affairs are my affairs. That coal factory definitely needs to be dealt with. I heard from old Yen that he's out hunting with Yen Fendu now, right? I'll go talk to that kid Yen Fendu tomorrow. Qian Sunshi felt much more at ease upon hearing Yi Buchuan's resolve to deal with the coal factory. Having known Yi Buchuan for so many years, she had yet to see anything that could stump him. But when she heard him mention going to see Yen Fendu, she felt puzzled. Hey, oldie, what's the point of going after that kid? What good can he possibly do? Seeing the confusion in Qian Sunshi's eyes, Yi Buchuan merely smiled faintly. Just wait and see, sister-in-law. That kid at the coal plant won't last much longer anyway. Don't worry about it now. You'll find out in a few days. Chapter 42, Yen Fendu gets carried away. Qian Sunshi found Yi Buchuan's teasing incredibly irritating. He'd always played these games when he was young and now he was at it again? But since Yi Buchuan refused to say anything, she couldn't do much about it. I could only nod. Alright, since you say so, I'll be waiting for your good news. I'll head back now. Yi Buchuan's thoughts were straightforward. He wanted Yen Fendu to find an opportunity to eliminate the coal plant during a hunting trip. Though coal plant was an old hunter, everyone knew how dangerous the grasslands could be. Who says an old hunter can't die? Once coal factory was dead, the police wouldn't be able to figure it out. As these thoughts swirled in Yi Buchuan's mind, Yen Fendu and several friends lay sprawled on a bed in a half-open house. 3 or 4 friends lay beside him, each accompanied by a woman. Guys, remember what I said before? I always said Yen Fendu would strike it rich someday, and that day would come when I could treat my brothers to some fun. And now, here we are. Yen Fendu's face beamed with smug satisfaction as he spoke. This was his first time visiting a half-open door establishment, and together with his friends, they had spent a full 2 yuan. Yet he felt no pang of regret. The Yen family had always relied solely on Yen Xuanxiu for income, living a life of constant frugality. Naturally, Yen Fendu never had much money to spare. Even the money he earned from odd jobs outside had to be handed over to his family. So before, he'd always tagged along with these friends, freeloading on their meals and drinks. At first, his friends didn't mind. After all, they were friends, and treating him made them feel good about themselves. But after years of this, it started to wear on them. No one's a little darling. You, Yen Fendu, send all your earnings home, yet when others make money, you demand they treat you? Once they started thinking this way, they stopped inviting Yen Fendu to meals. They couldn't resist taking jabs at him in everyday conversations. Though Yen Fendu never voiced it, he felt deeply resentful inside. It was precisely for this reason that after Yen Fendu made money, he couldn't even spare a moment to go home. He had to find his friends to show off. Watching Yen Fendu's smug expression, his friends felt more miserable than if they'd been stabbed. Yen Fendu was indeed spending freely today, allowing them to recoup some of the losses from previous meals they'd treated him to.
But Yen, weren't you always broke as a church mouse? How did you suddenly become so rich? We're all perfectly content being poor.
You, Yen Fendu, should just stay the poorest of us all.
You've betrayed us. Though these thoughts swirled in their minds, their words remained impeccably polite.
Brother Yen, you've really got the skills. We guys can make some money too, but we'd never spend it like this. Brother Struggle, we're all your best buddies.
If you find any new money-making schemes, you gotta let us in on them.
Exactly. Brother Struggle, we're all following you from now on.
Hearing their flattery, Yen Struggle's expression grew even more smug. Don't worry, brothers. Following me will definitely let you live the high life. But I can't take you along on this money-making venture, it's too dangerous. Let me be honest with you, I went hunting on the grasslands with a neighbor of ours.
We bagged a brown bear. This time each of us got over $500.
Back on the grasslands, let me tell you.
With someone to show off to and a few drinks under his belt, Yen Fendu was now bragging without restraint. According to his version, he was practically a man capable of anything, conquering mountains and seas. Without his help, the coal factory crew would have died on the grasslands, even if they had 9 lives. His buddies around him stared wide-eyed.
Yen Fendu went hunting on the grasslands? How come they never knew he was this bold before?
They didn't buy Yen Fendu's boasts about his own bravery. But they believed every word about him hunting a brown bear and making a fortune. After all, that was something they could easily verify. If Yen Fendu exaggerated too much, he'd never be able to hold his head up again.
But how did Yen Fendu come by all that money? Even if he did get the money, it should have been theirs.
The few who shared this thought exchanged glances, their minds forming a plan. Brother Fendu, you're absolutely right about that. This kind of money really is something only someone with your skills could earn. But hunting on the grasslands to make money is far too dangerous. We really need to find a safer way to make money.
Hearing this, Yen Struggle couldn't help but nod in agreement.
To put it bluntly, when he spotted that brown bear, if the coal plant hadn't blocked his path, he would have walked right up to it. But who could have guessed that the bear was playing dead? That could have killed him for sure.
Bro, what's your plan for making money?
Whatever you've got, let's do it together. With money on his mind, Yen Fendu spoke with confidence. The moment he finished speaking, the others nearby lit up. Yen Fendu's words showed he was genuinely interested. Originally, they'd only been testing the waters to gauge his attitude.
But if Yen Fendu refused outright, they wouldn't have much recourse.
Since that was the case, they wouldn't hold back any longer.
Brother Fendu, we don't have your kind of connections. We just make a little money on the side. There's a gambling den in Stone City. We brothers made a little money playing there.
Went in yesterday with $5 and came out with 50 by the end of the day. We brothers were planning to treat you to a meal, but when we came looking for you yesterday, we couldn't find you anywhere.
Of course, these guys hadn't gone looking for Yen Struggle. The story about winning money was also made up.
But they knew Yen Fendu had only just returned today, so they weren't worried he'd call them out. But the casino they mentioned was real, and they had indeed made money there. As long as they could bring people to gamble there, they'd get half of whatever others lost.
Just as they'd hoped, Yen Fendu laughed after hearing their story.
Making money at the casino was so easy, it was far better than hunting on the grasslands. These guys only had $5 to start with, so they only made $50 that day. He had over 500 yuan. That meant he could make 5,000 in a single day. The thought of becoming a 10,000 yuan man in just 2 days made Yen Fendu's breathing grow heavy with excitement.
Bro, is that casino still open? Why don't we go check it out now?
Don't worry, once I win big, I'll treat you guys to feasts every single day.
Chapter 43, Yen Fendu's money laundering.
In Yen Fendu's mind, the money from that casino was practically free money. His buddies just weren't as sharp as he was. If they could win at the casino, he was sure he could win even more. Hearing Yen Fendu's words, the others felt reassured. Taking Yen Fendu down proved easier than they'd imagined. Still, the necessary procedures had to be followed. One of them, upon hearing Yen Fendu's words, wore an expression of genuine distress. Bro, it's not that we don't want to take you to make money. But in this casino, there are winners and losers. No one can guarantee they'll win. You've got over 500 here, enough to get married and start a family, to live a good life from now on.
What if we take you along and you lose money? Wouldn't we be ruining your life?
His friends beside him pleaded earnestly, but Yen Fendu couldn't hear a word they said now.
Everyone else could win money, why couldn't he?
Besides, he wasn't stupid.
If he really couldn't win, he'd just quit after losing $50, right? He didn't even care about that amount. It's fine. Just take me along.
If I do lose, I'll blame my bad luck, not you guys. Since Yen Fendu had said that, the others felt completely at ease.
Without another word, they quickly dressed, settled the bill at the half-open door, and headed toward an abandoned house in the northern part of the city. Upon arriving and seeing over a dozen burly men surrounding the place, Yen Fendu felt a twinge of unease. But since he'd come this far, he couldn't lose face in front of his friends. After finding a table to play 3-card poker, Yen Fendu initially won some and lost some, but he didn't think much of it. He hadn't played before, so naturally he needed time to get the hang of it. But when he wasn't paying attention, one of his friends went over and whispered something to one of the burly men. Another half-hour passed and the players at the table had quietly changed. Yen Fendu's luck suddenly turned. He swept the pot 3 times in a row, betting 10 yuan each time, netting him 50 yuan in total. Under normal circumstances, the casino wouldn't interfere with the players' games or rig the cards. Regardless of who won or lost, the house took a 10% cut, ensuring a steady profit. But now, word had spread that Yen Fendu had over 500 yuan on him. That changed everything. Such a large sum demanded the casino's attention. They couldn't let this fat pig be slaughtered by someone else, they had to feast on it themselves. But to slaughter the pig, they first had to fatten it up. That's why Yen Fendu kept winning. Yen Fendu, of course, had no idea that all the money he'd just won was merely pig feed. His face glowed with excitement. I thought playing cards was so difficult, but it turns out to be this easy. See? I'm not too bad at this, am I? Watching Yen Fendu fall into their trap, his friends felt nothing but contempt. But outwardly, they showered him with praise. This only made Yen Fendu feel even more elated. Hey, guys, how about we up the stakes this time? $50 max. Previously, every hand they played capped at $5. Even though Yen Fendu had won $50, he now felt it was too slow. If they could raise the limit to $50, he'd already be up 500. But when he said this, the others at the table exchanged glances without immediately agreeing. Young man, you've had some luck today and won a bit. But don't get too cocky. We'll match your 50 now, but if we raise it to 500 later, will you dare to match us? Why wouldn't I dare? What's there to fear? As long as you're willing to play. Yen Fendu spoke while placing his bet. Even as several friends beside him tried to pull him away, he wouldn't listen to a word. Whether it was Yen Fendu's good fortune or his opponent's sheer bad luck. By midnight, Yen Fendu had won more than he'd lost, accumulating over 2,000 yuan. Seeing it was getting late, one of his friends finally grabbed Yen Fendu's arm. Brother Fendu, it's about time. It's already past midnight. Once the clock strikes 12, it'll be a new day and your luck might just change. Why don't we head back for now and come back another time? But Yen Fendu was riding high on his winning streak and wasn't listening to a word. If you guys are tired, go home and sleep. I'll treat you to breakfast tomorrow morning. I just ran into a few money-bringing fairies, I've got to seize this chance. Seeing Yen Fendu's attitude, the others beside him said nothing more. However, the few people playing cards with Yen Fendu were flushed red by his remark about the money-bringing children. Kid, you're getting a bit cocky. 500 a hand, you got the guts? What's there to be afraid of? 500 it is. Yen Fendu stared at the cash on the table, feeling dizzy. Besides, he had already agreed with these guys earlier that they could raise the stakes to 500 per hand. Naturally, he accepted without hesitation. But whether it was Yen Fendu's luck running out or simply the start of a new day. After the stakes were raised, he started losing more than he won. By dawn, not only had he lost all his winnings, but even the 500 plus he'd started with was gone, not a single cent left. It wasn't until someone asked him if he needed to borrow money that Yen Fendu finally snapped back to reality. Shaking his head, he walked out of the casino with his friends. What he didn't notice was that after his friends used the restroom, their pockets were bulging. Brother Fendu, you should have stopped when we told you to. This new day just brought us better luck. Ugh, we should have never brought you along. Losing all that money hurts us too. At that moment, Yen's struggle was filled with regret. His regret wasn't about coming to the casino at all, but rather, as his friends had warned, continuing to play after winning over 2,000. You're right. Once the time changes, the luck's gone. Next time I'll know better. Well, I'm going back to bed now. Yen Fendu turned to leave, and his friends breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing his words. What's the rush? Even if you lost money, dinner's still on us. Come on, your luck's off today. This round's on me. His friends chatted as they pulled Yen Fendu toward the restaurant. This made Yen Fendu feel incredibly warm inside. These guys truly considered him a friend. They hadn't forgotten him when they found ways to make money, and they were even treating him to a meal. But his family must have heard from the coal plant that he'd earned over 500 yesterday. He didn't have a single penny on him now. How was he supposed to face them at home? Chapter 44, Buchuan hires hitman. The thought of returning home empty-handed sent a shiver down Yen Fendu's spine. His family had always lived hand to mouth. So this 500 yuan was especially crucial for them. If Yen Chuanqiu found out he'd gambled it all away at the casino, he'd probably beat him to death on the spot. Could he possibly borrow money from Zhang Jianshe first, then repay him gradually after hunting yielded some income? The thought flashed through Yen Fendu's mind, but he quickly shook his head. Zhang Jianshe certainly had money, but whether he'd be willing to lend it was another matter. After all, over 500 yuan was no small sum for anyone. Besides, hunting wasn't guaranteed to yield such bountiful returns every time. Even if he and Zhang Jianshe made money hunting, he'd have to give a portion back to his family, leaving only a limited amount to repay Zhang Jianshe. And who knew when he'd ever be able to repay it? On the other hand, he worried that if he asked Zhang Jianshe for the money, Zhang might tell his family about it. Lost in these troublesome thoughts, Yan Fendu found himself at the courtyard gate before he knew it. "Fendu, you're back?" Still lost in thought, Yan Fendu jumped at the sudden voice of Yi Buchuan. "Uncle Yi, did you need something?" Upon hearing Yan Fendu's question, Yi Buchuan first glanced around to ensure no one was paying attention to them before pulling Yan Fendu into a corner. After Yi Buchuan whispered a few words to Yan Fendu, a flicker of surprise crossed Yan Fendu's face. Then, fear. But when he saw Yi Buchuan pull out 200 yuan, Yan Fendu's eyes turned greedy. A day ago, he wouldn't have given those 200 yuan a second thought. If it had been before he went hunting with Zhang Jianshe, the sum would have been enough to tempt him. But considering what Yi Buchuan had asked him to do, he still couldn't agree. Yet for Yan Fendu now, this money was like a lifeline. After a moment's hesitation, Yan Fendu nodded immediately. "Alright, Uncle Yi, I can handle this for you. But I won't be able to handle it quickly. It'll take at least a month." Hearing this, Yi Buchuan's brow furrowed slightly. The task he'd asked Yan Fendu to handle was simple enough: kill Zhang Jianshe while he was out hunting. He couldn't tolerate such an uncontrollable element lingering in the courtyard. If Yan Fendu truly accomplished this, it wouldn't just eliminate the nuisance of Zhang Jianshe, it would ensure no one in the courtyard could oppose him in the future. Most crucially, he would have seized a leverage point over Yan Fendu. With this leverage in hand, he could rest assured that Yan Fendu would take care of him in his old age. Though the 200 yuan he gave Yan Fendu now seemed substantial, it was insignificant compared to the goal he would achieve. After all, the Yan family had many children. Even if one were set aside to care for him in his old age, it wouldn't be a significant sacrifice. He just hadn't expected Yan Fendu to need a whole month to handle it. Yi Buchuan found this outcome hard to accept. But upon reflection, he realized he had no better option than relying on Yan Fendu to handle this matter. Zhang Jianshe didn't work in the mines, so even if Yi Buchuan wanted to hire someone to stage a mining accident to kill him, it was impossible. Hiring someone outside to kill Zhang Jianshe was not only uncertain in success but also wouldn't achieve the goal of finding someone to take care of him in his old age. It was precisely these thoughts that made Yi Buchuan hesitate for a moment before finally nodding his agreement. Watching Yi Buchuan turn to go back to work, Yan Chuanqiu felt a wave of relief wash over him. At least with these 200 yuan to report back home, he could somehow justify himself. As for eliminating Zhang Jianshe, Liu Ergou's earlier suggestion had already stirred his interest. Now, with Yi Buchuan's 200 yuan in hand, he was fully resolved. You couldn't blame him for this. The fault lay with Zhang Jianshe, who had offended far too many people. Otherwise, why would so many people want him dead? "Fendu, you're back? What about the money you and Jianshe made together before? Listen, even though you've made money now, you can't just spend it recklessly. You have to be careful with your finances. As the saying goes, you won't go broke from eating or wearing clothes, but you will go broke if you don't plan ahead." Just as Yan's struggle had anticipated, the moment he stepped through the door, his father was already demanding money. "Here's 200 for the household. The rest I gave to a friend to buy supplies. Anyway, I'm a procurement officer at the steel mill now. Even if I do a little side business on the black market, the security squad turns a blind eye. I can't let this opportunity go to waste, nor can I keep hunting for myself." With that, Yan Fendu headed back to his room to rest. He hadn't slept a wink the night before. While at the casino, his mind had been in a state of heightened alertness, and he hadn't noticed anything amiss. But now that he'd relaxed, the exhaustion hit him hard. Yan Chuanqiu's heart tightened upon hearing his son had directly purchased over 300 yuan worth of goods. He understood why his son would use his connections to dabble in black market deals. It was a good thing. But wasn't 300 yuan worth of goods a bit too much this time? Had he been swindled? Though these thoughts crossed his mind, Yan Chuanqiu glanced at Yan Fendu's retreating figure and the 200 yuan in his own hand. In the end, he said nothing. After all, whatever he said now, Yan Fendu wouldn't listen. If Yan Fendu could make money this time, that would be best. If he really did lose money, then he'd teach his son a lesson properly later. Yan Fendu lay awake in bed, unable to sleep. He planned to tell his family in a few days that someone had swindled him out of the money meant for purchasing goods, which would naturally settle the debt. But after giving his family 200 yuan, he'd be penniless again. He should have only given his father 150 yuan. Keeping 50 would have allowed him to try his luck at the casino. But now it was too late to dwell on such thoughts. Giving the money to his father was easy enough, but getting it back would be another story. Yan Fendu sat at home calculating where he could scrounge up more capital, while Zhang Jianshe, having just woken up, was thinking about how much money he now had in his hands. Renovating the old family home wouldn't use it all up. Why not take advantage of the rainy season not yet arriving to properly fix up his place in Beijing too? The moment this thought crossed his mind, Zhang Jianshe felt a flicker of excitement. He would undoubtedly spend more time in Beijing in the future. If he could rise to a position at the rolling mill and no longer need to hunt, his trips back to Aocheng would become even fewer. Renovating the house was crucial. Chapter 45. Is Zhang Jianshe that rich? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Zhang Jianshe stepped out of his home to discuss the matter with He Yutian. Brother He, I want to renovate my house. Could you help me find some people? Hearing Zhang Jianshe's words, He Yutian still seemed a bit tipsy. The main reason was that the alcohol they'd consumed the previous day had hit him particularly hard. Zhang Jianshe had brought 2 bear paws precious items indeed. He'd even brought out a bottle of ginseng wine he treasured for years, a gift originally meant for some big shot visiting Aocheng on an inspection tour. Little did they know that once they started drinking, neither of them could finish even half a liter before getting completely wasted. Luckily, Zhang Jianshe also lived in the courtyard, otherwise, neither of them would have made it back to their own homes last night. Now, upon hearing Zhang Jianshe's words, He Yutian scratched his head and finally agreed. Alright, brother Jianshe, renovating your place is gonna cost you a pretty penny. Probably 200 or 300. When are you planning to start? He Yutian's concern stemmed from doubting Zhang Jianshe's financial capacity. Although Zhang Jianshe earned good money hunting, He Yutian knew that such a large project couldn't be handled by just Zhang Jianshe and Yen Fendu alone. He'd surely enlist help from folks in the neighboring villages. Therefore, most of Zhang Jianshe's earnings would likely be split among them. If he readily agreed to find workers for Zhang Jianshe now, but Zhang ended up short on funds later, it would be awkward. Zhang Jianshe understood He Yutian's concerns perfectly well. But he couldn't very well grab someone and tell them outright that he wasn't short on cash. So upon hearing this, he merely offered a faint smile. Brother He, rest assured I wouldn't have brought this up unless I was fully prepared. Besides, the rainy season is almost upon us. I plan to finish renovating the house before it arrives. So the sooner we start construction, the better. After hearing Zhang Jianshe's explanation, He Yutian gave a slight nod and said nothing more. After all, he had already given Zhang Jianshe a heads up, and Zhang surely knew what to do next. If Zhang Jianshe still wanted him to help find people, that was no problem. Alright, I do know quite a few people through my work cooking for others. Some of them used to work in construction crews. I'll put you in touch with them. Stay put today. Once they come back, you should have a good chat with them. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jianshe naturally thanked He Yutian repeatedly. Although he could handle these matters himself, he wasn't particularly familiar with the courtyard area. Not only was finding these people difficult, but it was also easy to end up with unskilled workers. Spending a bit more money on this wasn't a big deal, he certainly wasn't short on funds. But if the renovation turns out to have quality issues, that could spell trouble. After discussing this matter with He Yutian, Zhang Jianshe saw that He Yutian was getting ready for work, so he didn't say anything more. He headed straight home to rest. Since he wasn't going out today anyway, and he wasn't familiar with these neighbors in the courtyard, he might as well go home and sleep. But after Zhang Jianshe left, the discussions about him among the courtyard residents didn't stop. This young Zhang sure is something. He's only been in the courtyard a few days and already wants to renovate his house. Exactly. His place doesn't have any major issues, there's really no need for renovations. The fact that he can afford to renovate this place clearly means he's got deep pockets. He just wants to make it more comfortable for himself. How much cash do you think he's got? Renovating this place costs hundreds, that's no small sum. Why ask? Didn't he say yesterday he brought back a brown bear? That brown bear must be worth at least 1,000 yuan, right? Even if he and Chun Tian split that, that's still 500 each. No wonder he can renovate a house so effortlessly. Seems like being a hunter's the way to go after all. Sure, it's a bit dangerous, but at least you're never short on cash. The neighbors in the courtyard buzzed with chatter, but when Zhang Jianshe came up, most harbored nothing but envy. Qian Sunshur, of course, heard every word of their discussion. Learning that Zhang Jianshe had such wealth made Qian Sunshur feel deeply uneasy. In her mind, Zhang Jianshe was nothing but a good-for-nothing. She wished he'd just die while out hunting. Even if he didn't die, she hoped he'd be reduced to living hand-to-mouth, unable to stay in the courtyard any longer. But how could his life have turned out so well now? Why was the household money growing steadily? This thought left Qian Sunshur feeling bitter inside. The jealousy and hatred welling up within her made her wish she could seize Zhang Jianshe's money right then and there. Yet despite her seething envy, Qian Sunshur retained her wits. She knew full well that if she confronted Zhang Jianshe, he'd likely slap her out the door. After a moment's thought, Qian Sunshur's gaze shifted toward Zhao Menghui. Zhao Menghui, you don't want to work at the coal factory now, but we can't just sit here eating into our savings forever. Our savings are running low. If this continues, we won't be able to make ends meet. Aren't you neighbors with that Zhang Jianshe? He's got plenty of money, more than he can spend renovating his house. Why don't you ask him for a loan? That way, our household could breathe a little easier. What do you think? Hearing this, Zhao Menghui couldn't help but snort coldly inside. When Qian Hu was taken for cremation, the coal factory had paid out his compensation directly.
At the time, Qian's son had taken all 800 yuan for herself, leaving him not a single penny. With that 800 yuan, even if neither of them earned a penny, they could easily get by for 10 or 8 years.
So how could Qian Suncher claim they had no money left?
He understood Sun's true motive all too well. She was simply jealous that Zhang Jianshe had money and wanted him to borrow some. But when repayment time came, Qian Suncher would surely turn her back on him, leaving him to shoulder the debt alone. He wasn't stupid, he wouldn't fall for Qian Suncher's trick. Yet the memory of seeking out Zhang Jianshe last night made Zhao Meihui's cheeks flush slightly once more. Chapter 46, Qian Suncher loses her cool. After He Yutian finished preparing the bear paw last night, he invited Zhang Jianshe over for dinner. After both men became thoroughly drunk, Zhang Jianshe finally stumbled home on his own. Zhao Meihui, however, kept her eyes fixed on the entrance to Zhang Jianshe's house. As soon as she saw him return, she hurried over to find him. This wasn't because she harbored any feelings for Zhang Jianshe. Rather, it was because Zhang Jianshe had spoken up for her today, and this made Zhao Meihui feel deeply grateful. Now she understood exactly what kind of person Qian Suncher truly was. No one in the entire courtyard dared to provoke that old shrew. So the fact that Zhang Jianshe had spoken up for him and even managed to get the better of Qian Suncher felt incredibly rare. He had to express his gratitude in person. He also needed to strengthen his relationship with Zhang Jianshe. As Zhang Jianshe had mentioned, their ancestral homes weren't particularly far apart, just neighboring villages. In that sense, Zhang Jianshe was practically his neighbor. If he could cultivate a good relationship with Zhang Jianshe, having his support in the courtyard would make life easier for him. At the very least, no one in the courtyard would dare bully him lightly. But what he hadn't anticipated was that when he went to find Zhang Jianshe, the man was already passed out drunk on his bed. Seeing this, Zhao Meihui sighed and prepared to help Zhang Jianshe up, intending to pour him a bowl of water. At the very least, she needed to undress him and get him into bed. Although it was nearly Qian Sunchi and the night wasn't particularly cold. But someone like Zhang Jianshe sleeping fully clothed all night was bound to catch a cold. After all, Zhang Jianshe frequently went hunting on the grasslands, and catching a cold was no small matter. A slight dip in his physical condition could cost him his life. Zhao Meihui meant well, but just as she was about to help Zhang Jianshe up, he suddenly grabbed her and pinned her beneath him again. The two engaged in another bout of sparring. Even after waiting until he was fully dressed, she saw Zhang Jianshe still lying there with his eyes tightly shut, showing no signs of waking up. A seed of doubt began to grow in his mind. Could it be that everything that night the night he and Qian, who had just gotten married, had been deliberately orchestrated by Zhang Jianshe? Seeing Zhang Jianshe still unconscious, Zhao Meihui could only sigh helplessly, shake her head, and head home. Regardless, Zhang Jianshe had helped him today, and by accompanying him once more, he felt he had repaid the favor. This thought brought Zhao Meihui some comfort. Now, hearing Qian Suncher mention again that he should go find Zhang Jianshe, he naturally recalled the implications of last night. His face flushed slightly, making him feel a bit embarrassed. But he feared Qian Suncher might notice his change. If she truly saw something, trouble would surely follow. So Zhao Meihui forced herself to suppress the turmoil within, letting out a cold snort. If you want to borrow money from Zhang Jianshe, then go yourself. I don't have that kind of clout to just walk up and ask someone for money. Besides, don't you have that 800 yuan compensation money in your hands? Isn't that enough for you to spend? The moment Zhao Meihui finished speaking, Qian Suncher suddenly exploded like a barrel of gunpowder ignited. Well, Zhao Meihui, I never imagined you could be so heartless. That 800 yuan is my nest egg for retirement. It's my savings tucked away for emergencies, how could I just dip into it? You're clinging to our home now, refusing to leave, is it because you're eyeing that money? Let me tell you this, don't even dream about it. I will never touch that money. And whether you steal it or rob it, you'll give me my 3 yuan a month for retirement. If you dare not give it to me, just wait until I tear your mouth to shreds. At that moment, Zhao Meihui watched Qian Suncher on the verge of another fit and couldn't help but sigh helplessly, feeling an overwhelming sense of sorrow. He couldn't fathom what terrible deeds he must have committed in a past life to deserve such an unreasonable mother-in-law. Meanwhile, Zhang Jianshe had just returned home and was about to rest when he heard another round of commotion coming from next door. This startled Zhang Jianshe for a moment. Truthfully, Zhang Jianshe didn't want to meddle in other people's affairs. What happened next door had nothing to do with him. Besides, Qian Suncher and Zhao Meihui were merely exchanging harsh words, there was no sign of physical altercation. It was even more inappropriate for him to meddle in someone else's family affairs. But upon further reflection, he had already publicly sided with Zhao Meihui in the courtyard earlier. Now that Qian Suncher was treating Zhao Meihui this way, it wasn't just disrespecting Zhao Meihui, it was disrespecting him too. If this continued, who knew how Qian Suncher would bully Zhao Meihui when he wasn't around? With this realization, Zhang Jianshe took a deep breath, quickly dressed himself, and headed toward the neighboring courtyard. As the saying goes, help someone all the way to the end, see the Buddha off to the west. To him, it might be nothing more than a minor matter, but to Zhao Meihui, it could be a major issue. After watching Zhang Jianshe leave, Qian Suncher paused mid-rant. Deep down, she felt a twinge of fear. After all, since Zhang Jianshe had arrived in the courtyard, he had already beaten him twice.
Now that Zhang Jianshe had returned, was he planning to lay hands on her again?
Zhang Jianshe, let me warn you, don't you dare cause trouble. This is our family's business now, and it has nothing to do with you. If you dare cause me trouble again, don't blame me for being unkind. Jian Suncher straightened her back as she spoke, trying to appear fearless. He had already made up his mind, if Zhang Jianshe dared to lay a finger on him again today, he would go straight to the police. After all, he hadn't bullied Zhao Meihui today, nor had he forced her to work at the coal factory. Even if the police showed up, he would be in the right. Zhang Jianshe watched Qian Suinsher's bluffing display and couldn't help but chuckle softly. With such a timid spirit, he still dared to bully others? Clearly, he hadn't suffered enough of society's harsh lessons.
Zhao Meihui lives here too. I'm here to find her. Are you going to stop me? Besides, I'm Zhao Meihui's neighbor.
I heard you were bullying her, so I came to help my neighbor.
What's wrong with that? As long as you refuse to be reasonable, I'll always stand up for justice.
As Zhang Jianshe finished speaking, Qian Suncher trembled with rage. But Zhao Meihui felt a deep warmth inside. Though their relationship held no official status, Zhang Jianshe was effectively the only man in her life. Having such a man to lean on felt rather nice.
Chapter 47, Finding Work for Zhao Meihui.
After this thought flashed through Zhao Meihui's mind, she noticed a slight change in Zhang Jianshe's expression. But Zhang Jianshe had no idea about the complex thoughts swirling inside Zhao Meihui. Zhao Meihui, if that old hag dares to bully you again, come straight to me. If I'm not home, just tell me when I return. Then I'll see if her old bones can take a beating, and if she dares to bully people anymore. Hearing Zhang Jianshe's words, Zhao Meihui's heart swelled with sweetness. She blushed and nodded. But upon hearing these words, Qian Suinsher's anger only grew fiercer within her. Earlier, Zhang Jianshe had spoken up for Zhao Meihui, preventing her from sending her to work at the coal factory. Although Zhao Meihui had agreed to give her 3 yuan a month for her pension, it was still far less than the 20 or 30 yuan Zhao Meihui would earn working at the coal factory. At the time, Qian Suncher had no choice but to swallow her pride. But in her heart, she believed that once Zhang Jianshe went out hunting and was unavailable, she would have her chance to properly deal with Zhao Meihui. Once she experienced it enough times and realized Zhang Jianshe couldn't protect her, she would naturally become more obedient. Then, when Zhao Meihui herself wanted to work at the coal factory, Zhang Jianshe wouldn't be able to stop her, right? But she never imagined that Zhang Jianshe would block this path so quickly.
This thought made Qian Suncher inwardly curse even more fiercely, wishing Zhang Jianshe would just die on the grasslands the next time he went hunting.
Zhang Jianshe, of course, remained oblivious to Zhao Meihui's inner turmoil. After a moment's reflection, he couldn't help but sigh once more. Since Zhao Meihui had already agreed to give Qian Suncher 3 yuan a month for her old age, she would certainly have to continue paying it. Otherwise, Zhao Meihui might not be able to stay in the courtyard any longer.
But Zhao Meihui currently had no income whatsoever.
Although he had helped her keep Qian Suncher in check, he naturally wouldn't begrudge her this small favor. With this thought, Zhang Jianshe spoke up once more. I'm a grown man sitting around the house all day, and I don't want to do housework either. How about this, from now on, you can wash my clothes, tidy up the house, and cook dinner for me when I come home. I'll pay you 5 yuan a month, and whenever I eat at home, you can eat with me. What do you think? Hearing this, Zhao Meihui was startled and immediately shook her head instinctively. It certainly wasn't because Zhang Jianshe's offer was too low that she refused. Rather, it was because the amount Zhang Jianshe offered was too generous. Even though nearly every household in the courtyard had someone working at the coal factory, and the factory wages weren't low, the minimum was nearly 30 yuan. But this extra 5 yuan was no small sum for anyone. It was safe to say that if Zhang Jianshe went out to find someone to help him with this small task, plenty of people would be scrambling to take it. The fact that Zhang Jianshe was willing to pay him this price to do the job was entirely out of consideration for him. Deep down, Zhao Meihui felt Zhang Jianshe had already done more than enough for him. After all, Zhang Jianshe had no idea that the two of them had already slept together twice. All the help Zhang Jianshe had given her before was purely out of neighborly goodwill. Precisely because of this, he couldn't afford to be overly demanding, lest he gradually erode whatever goodwill remained between them. Brother Jianshe, this is far too generous. Helping you out like this is no big deal. Don't even mention the money. I'll tidy things up for you whenever I have time, it's not too much trouble. The moment Zhao Meihui finished speaking, Qian Suncher grew anxious. In her mind, Zhang Jianshe asking Zhao Meihui for help with this was practically like giving money away for free. How could she possibly refuse? For any other young wife, it would be unthinkable to clean another man's house, let alone do his laundry or cook his meals. If others heard about it, they might even suspect their husbands of infidelity. But Zhao Meihui was a widow, she had none of those reservations. So when she heard Zhao Meihui wasn't charging a penny, Qian Suncher wanted to slap her across the face twice, teaching her a lesson in how to behave. But seeing Zhang Jianshe standing right beside Zhao Meihui, she reluctantly held back. If he tried to confront Zhao Meihui now, he couldn't be sure she wouldn't suffer, but he knew for certain he himself would definitely suffer. Zhang Jianshe was slightly taken aback by Zhao Meihui's words, feeling even more satisfied with her.
Still, he shook his head immediately. Don't even mention it. Since you're helping me with this work, I'll definitely pay you. Otherwise, what kind of situation would that create? Wouldn't I become some kind of exploitative landlord? That would be a mistake. Alright, it's settled. 5 yuan a month. I'll give you the money at the end of the month.
After saying this, Zhang Jianshe walked away without waiting for Zhao Meihui's response.
Seeing this, Zhao Meihui could only sigh helplessly.
He'd made up his mind there was no way he could accept this money. At worst, she could discuss it with him when he came to pay at month's end. That afternoon, when Zhao Meihui came to Zhang Jianshe's house to tidy up and cook for him, the news naturally spread throughout the courtyard. This news stirred up a complex mix of emotions in many hearts. Not only was Zhang Jianshe renovating a new house, but he also had someone helping him with the work. Things were clearly looking up for his household. After all, that was 5 yuan a month, an amount most of them wouldn't dare part with. Many couldn't help but feel regret that they hadn't gotten such a chance to earn money. Of course, most people weren't foolish. They understood this was Zhang Jianshe's way of looking out for an old neighbor, so they kept quiet. Among them, the one feeling most uneasy was Yan Fendu, who had slept in late and just gotten up. In Yan Fendu's mind, even though he was now learning hunting from Zhang Jianshe, he still looked down on him deep down. This guy had just arrived in the city and knew nothing about urban life. How could he possibly compare to someone like Yan, who had lived in the city all his life and was so polished and sophisticated? Yet now he was penniless, while Zhang Jianshe seemed to be living it up. Chapter 48, The Proactive Yan Fendu. Some people, seeing others living better than themselves, feel intense envy deep inside. They'll work twice as hard to improve their own circumstances. But others, upon seeing others' lives surpass their own, turn to jealousy. These individuals resort to any means necessary to sabotage others' lives or seize what rightfully belongs to them. At this moment, Yan Fendu's heart was filled with jealousy toward Zhang Jianshe. How could Zhang Jianshe, a guy from the countryside, be living a better life than him? Such an outcome was utterly unacceptable to him. Therefore, he must learn how to hunt from Zhang Jianshe as soon as possible. Then he would eliminate Zhang Jianshe. Then, armed with his hunting skills, he could become the most prosperous person in the entire courtyard. As for Zhang Jianshe, he'd just be some lucky guy people occasionally remembered. This thought made Yan Fendu feel even more impatient. He couldn't wait to learn hunting from Zhang Jianshe today and eliminate him tomorrow. It was precisely this thought that drove him, after watching Zhang Jianshe have Guigua finish cooking, to finally approach Zhang Jianshe. Brother Jianshe, your life keeps getting better and better. You even have someone to tidy up for you, you don't even have to cook yourself. When we have time, let's go take a trip to the countryside again. Last time we went hunting, I didn't do much to help, you did most of the work. This time, I'm determined to learn from you properly so I can be more useful. Zhang Jianshe paused slightly as he watched Yan Fendu's smiling face after he finished speaking. According to Zhang Jianshe's original expectations, after they debagged that brown bear, Yan Fendu had submitted the task report. Though he hadn't been promoted early like Zhang, he'd at least been officially registered among all probationary staff in the procurement department. If they achieved such a high haul again next month, securing early confirmation would be as easy as saying the word. Moreover, with that extra 500 plus yuan, Yan Fendu's family should be able to get by much better. So why was he now in such a rush to go hunting? Yan Fendu clearly sensed the confusion in Zhang Jianshe's eyes, which made him feel a bit uneasy. If Zhang Jianshe discovered his true intentions, he'd be in serious trouble. It wasn't impossible that Zhang Jianshe might take the initiative and eliminate him first. Brother Jianshe, I just don't want to give up halfway through learning how to hunt, you know? If we only go hunting once a month, even if I've picked up a few things before, I'll surely forget them over time. At this rate, who knows how long it'll take me to master hunting enough to go out into the countryside on my own. Even though we brothers get along well, I can't keep relying on you forever. I need to learn some real skills myself. Only then can I hunt on my own in the future. As he spoke these words, Yan Fendu's tone was utterly sincere. He felt that if someone spoke to him like this, he would definitely be willing to trust them. Upon hearing Yan Fendu's words, Zhang Jianshe truly harbored no suspicion whatsoever. Instead, he nodded slightly. It seemed he had underestimated Yan Fendu before. In truth, Zhang Jianshe didn't rush to continue hunting. On one hand, he wanted to wait until he'd arranged for someone to renovate his house. On the other hand, he felt that taking Yan Fendu out to the countryside recently had indeed been quite taxing. While he himself was accustomed to such a lifestyle and might not mind, Yan Fendu might find it unbearable. Therefore, he wanted to give Yan Fendu some time to rest properly. But since Yan Fendu himself seemed fine with it, Zhang Jianshe naturally had no objections. He nodded immediately and agreed. All right then. Go pack your things. We'll head out to the grasslands first thing tomorrow morning. All right, bro, that's exactly what I wanted to hear. I'll head back and pack right away. I'll come pick you up tomorrow morning. With that, Yan Fendu finally left, brimming with excitement. Tomorrow on the grasslands, he was determined to learn thoroughly from Zhang Jianshe to master how to bag game in the shortest possible time. Once he mastered these skills, the day Zhang Jianshe met his end would be near. On the other hand, he worried that staying home too long would prompt his father to ask about his progress in sourcing supplies and preparing for the business venture. He hadn't fully figured out how to explain things to his father yet. If he slipped up during the explanation, it could bring him even more trouble. But as long as he went out hunting, he wouldn't have to worry or dwell on these matters. Early the next morning, the two of them rode straight out to the grasslands on the tricycle. This time, however, Zhang Jianshe didn't head to the grasslands near Ou village like before. Instead, he wandered around the grasslands close to the courtyard. Seeing this, Yin Fendu felt a sudden wave of unease wash over him. Could it be that Zhang Jianshe had already figured out what he was up to and was now planning to take him out somewhere closer? The thought sent a shiver down Yin Fendu's spine. Brother Jianshe, aren't we going to the grasslands we visited before this time? Hearing this, Zhang Jianshe felt a hint of confusion, unsure what had gotten into Yin Fendu. Just moments ago, everything had been fine. Why was his voice trembling slightly now? But Yin Fendu was his apprentice after all. Hearing his request, Zhang Jianshe felt no reason to doubt him and didn't think much of it. No, we won't. Last time we went there, we didn't get much, and it wasted several days. I suspect it's because my recent successful hunts have made people in the surrounding villages jealous. They've been lurking around there frequently, catching more than us, so there's hardly any game left over there. This courtyard area probably doesn't get many hunters, so if we scout it thoroughly, we should still find decent game. Hearing this, Yin Fendu finally relaxed. After pondering for a moment, he felt an overwhelming surge of delight. He knew the area around the courtyard far better than Zhang Jianshe did. If he ever wanted to take Zhang Jianshe out, it would be much easier now. Chapter 49, is that all the arrangements? With this thought in mind, Yin Fendu immediately nodded. Brother Jianshe, you're absolutely right about that. We're just hunting anyway. It doesn't matter where we do it. But hunting here is closer to home, which is more convenient. It saves us a lot of trouble compared to trekking all the way out to the countryside. Zhang Jianshe didn't think much of Yin Fendu's words at the time. He simply nodded and agreed. I won't be hunting today. My main goal is to teach you how to set traps. When it comes to the actual work, it'll mostly be up to you. Zhang Jianshe's reasoning was straightforward. Since Yin Fendu genuinely wanted to learn hunting and acquire some skills from him, he was naturally willing to teach him a thing or two. If he kept doing all the work himself, Yin Fendu would ultimately learn only so much. Only by letting Yin Fendu participate firsthand could he truly grasp more. Hearing Zhang Jianshe's words, Yin Fendu felt a surge of delight. He had been worried about how to persuade Zhang Jianshe to impart his genuine skills. After all, this was a craft that could put food on the table, and mastering it would undoubtedly take considerable time. For instance, some cooks at the coal plant had been learning from Yi Yutian for years yet still hadn't mastered much. In the kitchen, they were mostly just doing odd jobs. But now he only had 1 month to defeat Zhang Jianshe, leaving no room for wasted time. And now, without him even asking, Zhang Jianshe had volunteered to teach him. This saved him a lot of trouble. Alright, brother Jianshe, rest assured. I'll follow you closely and learn diligently. The two walked on for a while longer. Zhang Jianshe found a suitable spot and spotted the tracks of wild rabbits nearby. Only then did he nod. Since we're close to the city, we probably won't find any large game around here. If we can catch a few wild rabbits today, that'll be pretty good. Later, you'll set some traps here, mainly digging pits and placing snares inside should do the trick. For Zhang Jianshe, hunting was now his primary source of income. After returning to town, he had a blacksmith make several more traps for him. Following his instructions, Yin Fendu dug pit after pit in the ground, placing the traps exactly where Zhang Jianshe had specified. After finishing all this, he looked at Zhang Jianshe, ready to take him back. But this left Yin Fendu stunned. Brother Jianshe, is that all we need to do? All we need to do now is wait. Seeing Yin Fendu's astonished expression, Zhang Jianshe nodded with a smile. Hunting itself relies on a certain amount of luck. We've done nearly everything we can. Now we just wait for those wild rabbits to come right to us. Anyway, waiting there is just waiting. Might as well wait at home. After hearing those words, Yin Fendu still harbored some lingering doubt. But since Zhang Jianshe had said it, there was nothing else he could do. When Zhang Jianshe had just returned to the courtyard, Yi Yutian was already waiting there with his men. Spotting Zhang Jianshe approach, he greeted him warmly. Brother Jianshe, I made you wait all day yesterday. Here's the construction crew I found for you. You should know this is the best construction crew in Stone City, so they're usually pretty busy. They just finished a job yesterday, so I called them over right away today. Just tell Master Li how you want your place renovated. Hearing Yi Yutian's words, Zhang Jianshe felt a wave of relief wash over him. After waiting all day yesterday without Yi Yutian bringing the crew, he'd assumed it would be quite a hassle. But upon reflection, it made sense. After all, many people struggle to put food on the table these days, let alone afford home renovations. Because of these thoughts, Zhang Jianshe didn't think much of it. At worst, he'd just have to wait a few more days. But now, hearing Yi Yutian's words, he realized it was because the man was swamped with work. It seemed he still didn't fully grasp the realities of city life. Life here was far more demanding than in the countryside.
Alright, brother this is really putting you out. Once my place is done, I'll treat you to a meal.
Zhang Jianshe whispered to Yu Tian before leading Master Li to his home. Master Li, renovating like this isn't something I do often, so I want to get it done right the first time. Not only will the floors need replacing, but I also plan to install a toilet and a washroom in my own room. Ideally, I'd like to be able to shower indoors during winter too. As for the bed, we'll build a bunk bed inside the room and put it up there. Zhang Jianshe figured he was still young enough that climbing up and down daily wouldn't be too much trouble. But building a second level at home would really open up the space. In winter, he wouldn't have to go outside to use the bathroom or shower. That would be a huge convenience. He had found a partner, and that was incredibly satisfying. After Zhang Jianshe briefly shared his idea, both Master Li and Yu Tian's eyes lit up. Brother Jianshe, that's brilliant. I've lived in the city for years, but I've never heard of anyone incorporating this kind of design into their renovation. Just hearing about your place makes me feel how comfortable it'd be to live there. Yu Tian's eyes brimmed with astonishment and envy. If only he had the money, he'd definitely renovate his place to the same standard. Master Li, listening nearby, nodded in agreement after hearing Zhang Jianshe's words. You're right. After all these years in renovations, I have to say this is the most well thought out design I've ever seen. If the boss follows your specifications, the result will be flawless. But the price tag won't be cheap. So you should be prepared for that aspect as well. Zhang Jianshe had naturally considered this issue already, so he wasn't surprised by the remark. Master Li, as long as the work is done well, the cost is no big deal. Now, give me a rough estimate of how long it'll take and how much it'll cost. Upon hearing this, Master Li wasted no time and began calculating. After nearly 10 minutes, he finally spoke up. It'll cost at least 300 yuan, and the work won't be quick. Expect about half a month. Zhang Jianshe was reasonably satisfied with this outcome. Alright, get started as soon as possible. Let me know if you need anything. I'll give you 200 now, and pay the rest once the job's done. Chapter 50, Is Hunting This Simple? Hearing Zhang Jianshe's words, Master Li felt no surprise. Paying a portion up front for home renovations and settling the rest after completion was standard practice in the industry. Besides, as long as they did a good job, they had nothing to fear about not getting paid. As Master Li walked away with the money, Yan Fendu watched the 200 yuan in his hand and felt jealousy burning inside him. Now he and Zhang Jianshe were both hunters. Why did he have not a single penny to his name, while Zhang Jianshe could casually pull out 200 yuan for renovations? What good would it do Zhang Jianshe to renovate his house so beautifully? In any case, he had no more than a month left before he would eliminate Zhang Jianshe. When that time came, he wouldn't just take Zhang Jianshe's life, he'd also claim the widow he'd left behind in the countryside. Even the house Zhang Jianshe built in the countryside and the one here in the city will be his. After all, the villagers back home had no idea about his connection to Zhang Jianshe. He'll just go to the countryside and explain things to the villagers. He wasn't worried they'd dare refuse to hand over Zhang Jianshe's house. They were just a bunch of country bumpkins. How could they dare offend a city slicker like him? As for the city house, he could always pull some strings through his father to secure it. Although the house belongs to Zhang Jianshe, he'll be dead by then. The place couldn't just sit empty. And since he was a coal factory worker, it made perfect sense for the factory to allocate this house to him. These thoughts brought Yan Fendu some measure of comfort. Zhang Jianshe, of course, had no idea that Yan Fendu had already set his sights on him. Had he known, Yan Fendu would have learned his lesson today. Brother Jianshe, you're really taking your time renovating this place. Most people finish renovating in 3 days at most, or even 2 days. But you've been at it for half a month. Where have you been staying all this time? As Yu Tian spoke, he looked at Zhang Jianshe with a hint of concern. Why don't you move into my place temporarily? Zhang Jianshe smiled and shook his head at the suggestion, declining outright. Brother that won't be necessary. Once the renovation starts, I'll head back to the countryside to stay. My place back home is also getting renovated. Right now, the villagers are helping me keep an eye on things. But it wouldn't be right for me to stay away forever. It's good to go back and check on things. Anyway, I've already finished this month's tasks, so staying home a bit longer shouldn't be a big deal. Hearing Zhang Jianshe's explanation, Yu Tian nodded in agreement without further comment. However, Zhao Meihui, who had come to Zhang Jianshe's house to help boil water, couldn't help but sigh inwardly upon hearing his words. Regarding Zhang Jianshe hiring her to help with chores and offering her 5 yuan a month for the work. Although Zhao Meihui had never once considered taking the money, she felt deeply grateful to Zhang Jianshe. Moreover, having Zhang Jianshe, a relatively familiar neighbor around, gave her a greater sense of security. At the very least, Mrs. Zhao wouldn't dare bully her so easily anymore. But she hadn't expected Zhang Jianshe to suddenly return to the countryside. And this time, he'd be gone for a full fortnight. She wondered if Zhao Zhengshi would come looking for trouble again during his absence. Regardless of Zhao Meihui's complex emotions, Yu Tian nodded in agreement upon hearing Zhang Jianshe's words. Alright then, go back to the countryside with peace of mind. I'll keep an eye on the house here. No one will be able to cause you trouble here.
After chatting for a while longer, Zhang Jianshe saw it was getting late and finally nodded. Once again, he took Yin Fendu to the grasslands. When they arrived at the spot where they had dug the traps earlier, they saw several wild rabbits already caught inside. They collected all the traps, reeling in nearly 10 wild rabbits in total. Seeing this result, Zhang Jianshe nodded with satisfaction. As his hunting experience grew with each outing, his expertise deepened. Consequently, the success rate of his trap designs had significantly improved. Achieving this haul in less than half a day left him feeling quite satisfied. Yin Fendu stared at the dozen or so wild rabbits in utter amazement. Each one weighed roughly 2 to 3 pounds. So in less than half a day, they managed to get nearly 20 or 30 pounds of meat? The wild rabbit meat isn't worth much, delivering it to the coal plant for the task would still fetch at least 20 yuan. If they made 20 yuan in such a short time, wouldn't their daily income reach 50 yuan? If you do the math, that's over 1,000 yuan a month. Bro, this money is way too easy to make. If we keep this up, it won't be long before we're both 10,000 yuan households. Watching Yin Fendu's excited expression, Zhang Jianshe couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh inside. Yin Fendu was still oversimplifying the whole thing. True, they had caught some wild rabbits, and if they could actually sell them, the income wouldn't be insignificant. But as he'd said before, catching wild rabbits depended heavily on luck. Today's luck was good, but that didn't mean every outing would be so fortunate. Sometimes they'd go a week or two without catching a single thing that wasn't unusual at all. Though Zhang Jianshe harbored these thoughts inwardly, he reminded himself that Yin Fendu was just starting out. If he told Yin Fendu about this, it might dampen his enthusiasm. It was precisely because of this thought that he gave a slight nod. Hunting is like that. Once you've laid the groundwork, you just wait for the harvest. Wasn't it much the same when we caught that brown bear on the grasslands before? After setting the trap, we waited a few days and got our reward. If that brown bear hadn't been so cunning, we wouldn't have had to stay there so long. After hearing Zhang Jianshe's words, Yin Fendu couldn't help but nod again. He found Zhang Jianshe's reasoning quite sound. From then on, the way he looked at Zhang Jianshe changed. If hunting were truly that easy, Zhang Jianshe wouldn't have needed to survive. But since Zhang Jianshe had already begun renovating his house, Yin Fendu couldn't act against him just yet. At the very least, he'd have to wait until Zhang Jianshe finished renovating the house before he could eliminate him and take over the finished property. With that thought, he smiled and spoke again. Alright, brother Jianshe, I've learned a lot from you this time. Why don't we deliver these wild rabbits to the factory to complete our task right now? Chapter 51, Yin Fendu returns to the casino. As Yin Fendu spoke these words, his mind was already racing with thoughts of getting his hands on the money quickly so he could head to the casino. After all, catching these wild rabbits had only netted them about 20 yuan total. Splitting it with Zhang Jianshe meant each of them only had 10 yuan. So he wasn't planning to hand this money over to his family. Instead, he intended to take it to the casino for a few more rounds. If luck was on his side, he might even win back all the money he'd lost before today. Zhang Jianshe, of course, had no idea what Yin Fendu was thinking. But since there really wasn't anything else to do right now, he nodded and agreed. After delivering the wild rabbit to the coal factory and collecting the payment, Zhang Jianshe prepared to ride his tricycle back to the countryside. Meanwhile, Yin Fendu broke into a jog, heading straight for the gambling den. His buddies were hanging around on the street, hoping to recruit a few more people to join them at the gambling den. Previously, when they had lured Yin Fendu in, they'd made several hundred yuan in one go, with each person getting a share of several dozen yuan. This had given them a taste of the rewards, and now recruiting people for the casino had become their main occupation. Just then, they suddenly spotted Yin Fendu rushing hurriedly down the street. This caught them all slightly off guard. One of them immediately grabbed Yin Fendu by the arm. Hey, brother Fendu, what's the rush? Where are you headed? Could it be you got another sucker today and are rushing off to try to win back your losses? Hearing this, Yin Fendu's expression shifted slightly as he recalled the 500 yuan he'd lost earlier. That brown bear wasn't easy to hunt down. Last time, it took me several days. But as long as we go to Dalia, we'll never be short on cash. Today wasn't my luckiest day, only managed to get a few wild rabbits. Still managed to trade them for 10 bucks at the factory. Come on, let's head over to the casino. Watch me turn this 10 bucks into a win that covers every cent I lost before. As he spoke with his friends, Yin Fendu wore a look of absolute confidence. He'd already made up his mind. Last time he lost so much precisely because he didn't know when to quit. This time, he'd play it safe stop once he hit 50 yuan. What if he could win 5 times his money every day? In less than 2 days, not only would he recoup the 500 yuan, but he'd also have a decent profit. The other thugs beside him were slightly taken aback upon hearing Yin Fendu's words. They had assumed Yin Fendu had just gotten lucky last time. That's how he bagged a brown bear and struck it rich overnight. But they never imagined Yin Fendu had actually learned to hunt. If that was the case, wouldn't it mean Yin Fendu always had money on hand? As long as they took him down, they could have a steady stream of cash. As this thought crossed their minds, the group exchanged glances. 2 of them immediately nodded in agreement. Alright then, brother Fendu. We'll be watching you dominate the field shortly. But as they say, before the troops move, provisions must be secured. Going to the casino to gamble may not be exactly war, but it's pretty close. If you don't fill your belly first, you won't have the energy to play properly. We brothers actually won a little extra cash at the casino earlier. Come on, I'm treating today. Let's grab a bite before we play.
Yen Fendu grew even more anxious upon hearing that these less than bright fellows had won money at the casino. Naturally, he wanted to rush over to the casino and make a killing. But now these guys were tugging at his arm, refusing to let him leave.
He couldn't do much about it.
In the end, he could only nod and go eat with them first. Once they finished eating and returned to the casino, Yen Fendu couldn't resist heading straight for a table. The brothers who had come with him initially felt a slight tension. But when they saw someone who had arrived at the casino earlier give them a slight nod, their hearts finally settled. Originally, Yen Fendu had planned to win 50 yuan just like last time. He'd win 50 bucks in no time and head home happy to sleep. But whether it was bad luck or something else this time. After just 2 hands, the 10 yuan in his hand was completely gone. This left Yen Fendu momentarily stunned, almost unable to believe it. His friends nearby saw his reaction and felt genuinely sorry for him. Brother Fendu, you just didn't bring enough capital this time. If you'd brought a few hundred like last time, you could have been dominating the table again. You'd have made a killing for sure. But because your bankroll was small, you played cautiously. That's why you lost all your money so quickly. It's just that we brothers are too broke ourselves, otherwise we'd lend you money right now so you could win it back. If Yen Fendu had heard this while calm, he would have recognized the flaw in their reasoning. But right now, Yen Fendu's mind was consumed by the bitter sting of his losses. Not only did he fail to see the problem, he actually found his brother's words convincing. It was true. The last time he'd gambled, he'd won and lost it first. He hadn't won much money. Therefore, he believed that only by having more capital to play with could he turn his luck around. But now he had absolutely nothing left in his hands. What was he supposed to do next? Just as Yen Fendu was feeling a headache coming on, a chubby guy walked over with a smile. Bro, feeling a bit unlucky? I happen to have some spare cash lying around. Care to borrow some? Our interest rates aren't high, just 10% if you pay it back the same day. If you repay within 3 days, the interest will be the same as the principal. Maximum 5 days. After that, it doubles. Upon hearing this, Yen Fendu felt a slight stir of interest, yet also some apprehension. If the interest rate worked out as the other guy said, borrowing 10 yuan would mean paying back 30 yuan in just 5 days. The brothers standing nearby, however, were immediately fired up upon hearing this. Brother Fendu, you've just been unlucky before. Once your luck turns, you won't need that long to pay it back. You'll probably pay this back in no time. Borrowing this money now is like winning it all outright. Miss this opportunity, and you'll never get another chance like this. Chapter 52, Aren't You Dead? As one finished speaking, the others nodded in agreement and continued their persuasion. Exactly, struggle brother. You absolutely can't pass up such a golden opportunity. If we didn't lack your skills, we'd jump at it ourselves. Think about it, you took 500 yuan earlier and easily won over 2,000 yuan. If you hadn't been so greedy back then, you'd be walking around with over 2,000 yuan right now. This time we're not asking for much. Just take 500 from this brother here. If you can win 1,000 back, that'll be enough, right? If it really doesn't work out, you can always go hunting and bring back more game. Then you could pay this money back. Originally, Yen Fendu had felt some resentment inside because he'd lost money. Hearing his brother's words now, he realized they were absolutely right. Driven by these thoughts, Yen Fendu nodded without hesitation. Alright, give me 500 yuan first. I'll pay you back once I win some money. After Yen Fendu signed and sealed the loan for 500 yuan, his friends continued to shower him with flattery. Yet the looks they gave him were filled with mockery. After entering the casino with the borrowed money, he indeed experienced both wins and losses. He didn't lose his entire principal right away. But after winning at most 30 or 40 yuan, he started losing again. He had borrowed 500 yuan, and if he repaid it today, the interest alone would be 50 yuan. Winning only 30 or 40 yuan wouldn't even cover the interest. Naturally, Yen Fendu felt deeply frustrated. That day, he was so engrossed in gambling that he forgot to eat, playing from morning until night. In the afternoon, Zhang Jianshe also rode his tricycle back to Ou village. This time, as soon as he reached the entrance of the village brigade, he saw Liu Ergou pushing his wheelchair, approaching with a smug look on his face. Li Min, I'll be honest with you. Zhang Jianshe is definitely dead in the city by now. Hoping he'll come back is nothing but a pipe dream. Right now, you'd better listen to me. Young master here won't treat you badly in the future. But if you don't play nice, just wait till I bring Sun Fuguei over. By then, it'll be too late for regrets. As he spoke these words, a cold smile played at the corners of Liu Ergou's mouth. His gaze fixed on Li Min was filled with unbridled greed. His original plan was to take Li Min for himself first, to enjoy her to his heart's content. Then sell her to Sun Fuguei's brothel. Just as he had planned all along.
but now he was confined to a wheelchair. Even if Li Min was just an ordinary woman, controlling her wouldn't be easy. Given the circumstances, selling Li Min outright for cash was the only option left. Moreover, Sun Fuguei had agreed to share a portion of Li Min's monthly earnings from the brothel with him. That was fine. He couldn't work anymore, but at least he and his old mother would be taken care of. At first, when Liu Ergou approached Sun Fuguei about this, he still harbored some apprehension. If Zhang Jianshe found out about this and returned, he would surely give him a thorough beating. But several days had passed without Zhang Jianshe returning from the city. This eased Liu Ergou's mind considerably. It must have been him and that guy who came to the village with Zhang Jianshe last time. After talking it over, that guy had already toyed with him. He'd killed Zhang Jianshe outright. With that settled, he naturally had no lingering worries. Of course, the best course would be to sell Li Min outright before that city guy came to seduce her. Otherwise, even though he held the evidence that the city guy had killed Zhang Jianshe, selling Li Min would require extra effort. That city guy was definitely not someone to mess with lightly. Hearing Liu Ergou's words, Li Min's face flushed crimson with rage. She glared at Liu Ergou, her face twisted with fury. He never imagined Liu Ergou could sink to such a shameless level. Now he was setting his sights on him again. Yet deep down, Li Min harbored a lingering worry about Zhang Jianshe's safety. If she hadn't been certain something had truly happened to Zhang Jianshe, she doubted Liu Ergou would have dared to cause her trouble, even if he had the audacity. Just as these thoughts crossed Li Min's mind, she suddenly saw Zhang Jianshe appear at the doorway. Her eyes lit up with surprise and delight. "Jianshe, you're finally back. You haven't returned these past 2 days, and I was worried sick about you." Liu Ergou froze slightly upon hearing Li Min's words. But then, without even turning his head, he flashed a look of utter contempt. "Li Min, you think mentioning some dead guy will scare me? If it weren't for that bastard Zhang Jianshe setting traps on the grasslands, I'd never have ended up like this. Since you're with him now, you'll have to compensate this young master for a lifetime of losses. If you don't come with me to find Sun Fuguei now, wait until I track him down myself. Your fate won't be nearly as merciful then." Just as Liu Ergou finished his threatening words, his mind suddenly went black. His mind grew hazy. Which bastard did this? Sun Ergou was about to unleash a torrent of curses when he turned and saw Zhang Jianshe approaching with a grim expression. He froze in shock. "You? Aren't you dead? How could you come back? Are you even human or a ghost?" Zhang Jianshe listened to Liu Ergou's terrified words, feeling even more baffled about what was happening. But he couldn't let Liu Ergou's nonsense slide. He stepped forward and delivered a series of hard slaps. Though Liu Ergou's nose bled profusely, the beating brought him to his senses. He now knew for certain that Zhang Jianshe was alive and well, not dead. Zhang Jianshe offered a few words of comfort to Li Min, then stepped forward and grabbed Liu Ergou by the collar. "What? Did you wish me dead? And from the way you just acted, you seem surprised I'm still alive. What's going on here? Are you going to explain yourself, or do I have to make you talk? You should know those wild beasts on the grasslands probably haven't had a proper meal in ages. What do you think would happen if I pushed your wheelchair out onto the grasslands and left you there?" Chapter 53, Liu Ergou backed down. As Zhang Jianshe spoke these words, his gaze turned icy cold. Seeing that look on Zhang Jianshe's face, Liu Ergou instantly felt a surge of tension in his heart. He dared not gamble on whether Zhang Jianshe's words were truth or bluff. If Zhang Jianshe truly intended to take him out to the grasslands now, he'd be in serious trouble. Even if wolves devoured him, no one would avenge him. "Zhang Jianshe, let me warn you, don't do anything rash. We're in the village now, and there are people everywhere. If you dare take me out to the grasslands, someone will see you. Then no one will be able to save you. Even if I die, you'll be dead, me too." At this moment, though Liu Ergou felt a twinge of fear deep inside, his demeanor remained stubbornly defiant. If he could truly intimidate Zhang Jianshe into backing down, that would be a good thing. But Zhang Jianshe didn't utter a single word of nonsense in response. He pushed Liu Ergou's wheelchair, preparing to leave. This move completely terrified Liu Ergou. "Wait. I'll tell you everything." Liu Ergou's face twisted with panic as he grabbed Zhang Jianshe's arm, his voice trembling. Although he intended to use Yan Fende to eliminate Zhang Jianshe, the plan hadn't succeeded yet. Even if he told Zhang Jianshe about it now, it would make Zhang Jianshe angry. It wouldn't necessarily cost him his life. If he kept it hidden from Zhang Jianshe, the consequences were unpredictable. It was precisely these thoughts that made Liu Ergou dare not delay for even a moment. He recounted in detail how he had approached Yan Fende for negotiations and how Yan had agreed to his terms. After hearing this, both Zhang Jianshe and Li Min's expressions darkened. Fortunately, Yan Fende hadn't taken action yet, and Zhang Jianshe was now aware of the situation. Otherwise, if that Yan Fende fellow had succeeded, Zhang Jianshe would have been in grave danger. "Liu Ergou, I always knew you were a scoundrel, but I never imagined you could be this vicious. You actually conspired with outsiders to try and kill Zhang Jianshe? Doesn't your conscience hurt at all?" The more Li Min thought about it, the angrier she grew, and she couldn't help but unleash a torrent of abuse at Liu Ergou. Zhang Jianshe was now her only lifeline. If anything happened to him, she'd be doomed. And judging by the lengths Liu Ergou was willing to go to now, she feared she'd be tormented by him even in her final moments. Li Min dared not even imagine what might have happened if Zhang Jianshe hadn't returned today. Liu Ergou might have actually dared to take him to Sunjiao to sell him off. Under the watchful eyes of Zhang Jianshe and Li Min, Liu Ergou lost his earlier arrogance. I was just joking with him back then. He wouldn't dare do something like that. But none of that has happened yet, has it? I've told you everything about Zhang Jianshe now. Please, just spare me this once. I absolutely won't dare cross you again in the future. As Liu Ergou uttered these words, his expression turned pitiful. But upon hearing Zhang Jianshe's words, Li Min snorted coldly. Her gaze remained intensely furious as she stared at Liu Ergou. Jianshe, we absolutely cannot let this bastard off the hook. This bastard is already this bold now, who knows what he might do in the future. If we let him off the hook, it could actually put you in danger. Why don't we just call the police? Just for conspiring with outsiders to kill you, the police will definitely arrest him once they hear about this. Hearing Li Min say this made Liu Ergou tremble with fear all over. Already crippled, his life was already miserable enough. If the police really arrested him, he'd likely not survive long in prison. I truly regret my actions. Please, just spare me this once. I swear I'll never do it again. If you'll just let me go, I'll agree to any terms you set. At that moment, Liu Ergou was genuinely terrified. As he spoke, he climbed down from his wheelchair and kowtowed to Zhang Jianshe and Li Min. But Li Min merely snorted at Liu Ergou, saying nothing. Given what Liu Ergou had planned to do, forgiving him was utterly impossible. Still, deep down, Li Min knew Zhang Jianshe would ultimately decide everything. After all, he had already warned Zhang Jianshe. What Zhang Jianshe chose to do next was no longer his concern. At that moment, Zhang Jianshe stared at Liu Ergou for a moment, then shook his head. His thoughts were straightforward. Though he believed Liu Ergou's words, there was no concrete evidence. The only evidence was Liu Ergou's testimony. But Liu Ergou was only confessing now because he feared Zhang Jianshe would cause him trouble. If he actually called the police and had them arrest Liu Ergou, at that point, Liu Ergou would surely have no way out. Therefore, Liu Ergou would undoubtedly retract his confession immediately after being arrested. At that point, even the police wouldn't be able to do anything to Liu Ergou. They'd have no choice but to release him. Given that, it's better to find an opportunity to eliminate Liu Ergou directly. That way, they could avoid future complications. Liu Ergou and Li Min, of course, had no idea what Zhang Jianshe was thinking. After watching Zhang Jianshe shake his head, Li Min couldn't help but sigh. She felt a pang of disappointment deep inside. But Liu Ergou seemed to have grasped a lifeline, repeatedly kowtowing to Zhang Jianshe. Brother Jianshe, I knew you were a kind-hearted man who wouldn't do anything so cruel to me. Rest assured, I've learned my lesson now. I'd never dare to mess with you again. And even when you're not in the village, I'll take good care of Li Min for you. From today onward, anyone who messes with Li Min is messing with me. I'll fight them to the death. After hearing Liu Ergou's words, Li Min merely snorted coldly, her expression tinged with disdain. In his current state, Liu Ergou was nothing but a cripple. Protecting himself would be difficult enough, how could he possibly protect her? Zhang Jianshe, however, nodded slightly upon hearing this. Alright, let's consider this matter settled. I'll take you home first. Chapter 54, Yan Fendu's reputation restored. As he spoke, Zhang Jianshe pushed Liu Ergou's wheelchair out of Oyu village's commune compound. But instead of taking Liu Ergou straight home, Zhang Jianshe steered him out of the village. At first, Liu Ergou felt his heart finally settle upon hearing Zhang Jianshe's words. But now, seeing the direction Zhang Jianshe was pushing him, anxiety surged back into his heart. Brother Jianshe, weren't you going to take me home? This isn't the right direction. Where exactly are you taking me? No matter how loudly Liu Ergou called out, Zhang Jianshe remained silent, showing no sign of speaking. Seeing this attitude only made Liu Ergou feel even more anxious. Finally, Liu Ergou couldn't hold back any longer and began shouting loudly. Help! Zhang Jianshe is going to kill me. Zhang Jianshe is going to push me onto the grasslands and let those wild beasts eat me alive. Someone, please come save me now. Though Liu Ergou's cries were loud, the grasslands were swept by fierce winds at night. Moreover, the villagers had all retired to their homes early, so hardly anyone heard the commotion. Even if someone did hear, knowing Liu Ergou's reputation, they certainly wouldn't come out. In short, after Liu Ergou shouted several times, there was still no response. No one came out. A cold smile played on Zhang Jianshe's face, while Liu Ergou's expression grew even more terrified. Brother Jianshe, just let me go, and I'll give you money. No matter how much you want, I'll give it to you, just spare me this once. No matter how Liu Ergou pleaded, Zhang Jianshe's attitude remained utterly unmoved. After all, Liu Ergou's life had deteriorated to this point. If he claimed his family still had money, even he probably wouldn't believe it. Besides, Zhang Jianshe wasn't short on cash now. He certainly wouldn't risk leaving such a liability behind for a mere sum of money. Only after pushing Liu Ergou out onto the grassland beyond the village did Zhang Jianshe sabotage Liu Ergou's wheelchair. Then he hummed a tune all the way home. Zhang Jianshe, you bastard. You deliberately set me up. You'll get your comeuppance sooner or later. The cops will track you down for sure. Then you'll be the one getting shot. Filled with terror, Liu Ergou cursed Zhang Jianshe's retreating back. No matter how loudly he yelled, it was all for naught now. Only after watching Zhang Jianshe return did Li Min breathe a sigh of relief. Given Zhang Jianshe's physical condition, the likelihood of Liu Ergou posing a threat to him was slim. But since this bastard had already set his sights on killing Zhang Jianshe, she couldn't rest easy until she saw him return safely. Jianshe, have you eaten? Should I make you something to eat now? Li Min asked with a smile as she looked at Zhang Jianshe. But at that moment, Zhang Jianshe picked her up and carried her straight toward the bedroom. At first, Li Min was startled and couldn't help but gasp. But her face quickly flushed crimson. Truth be told, Zhang Jianshe's trip to the city had lasted quite a while. Having grown accustomed to his vigorous advances, Li Min now felt slightly unsettled. So that night, just like before, Li Min pulled out all her tricks. Though she was exhausted, her whole body aching, Zhang Jianshe felt utterly satisfied. After 2 hours of intense sparring, Li Min collapsed onto the bed, feeling as though her body had turned to cotton. Jianshe, do you think what Liu Ergou said earlier was true or not? Did he really make a deal with your apprentice? If that's the case, you'd better be careful from now on. As the saying goes, you shouldn't harbor suspicion, but you must always be prepared for harm. If someone truly intends to harm you, you'd better be prepared. Truthfully, after hearing Liu Ergou's words, Zhang Jianshe's mind was filled with doubts. He didn't entirely believe Yin Fendu would dare to do such a thing to him. But Liu Ergou had made his point convincingly. It didn't seem like he was bluffing. Most importantly, Liu Ergou genuinely believed he was dead. That state couldn't have been feigned. Precisely because of this, when Zhang Jianshe heard Li Min's words, he nodded slightly. Don't worry. I'll be staying in the village for the next half-month. I've already started renovating the house over there. So whether what he said is true or not, Yin Fendu definitely won't have a chance to harm me. And if he does find a chance to harm me, I won't let him succeed so easily. As Zhang Jianshe finished speaking, Li Min's eyes lit up. She hadn't expected Zhang Jianshe to be able to stay with her for such a long time. A smile spread across his face, and he felt considerably more at ease. During the time Zhang Jianshe was away from home, although he had kept a close eye on the villagers helping Zhang Jianshe build his house, deep down, he'd been constantly anxious. He feared Zhang Jianshe might meet a city girl and never return. After all, if Zhang Jianshe could find a wife in the city, her circumstances would undoubtedly be far better. And that would be far better than him, a widower. To be honest, he owed Zhang Jianshe a great deal for his help, and Zhang Jianshe hadn't done anything to wrong him. Even if Zhang Jianshe had abandoned him outright, he wouldn't have had a word to say. But now that Zhang Jianshe would be staying in the village, his heart felt considerably lighter. At least he still held some appeal for Zhang Jianshe. And Li Min believed that if he tried harder, he could definitely make Zhang Jianshe even more captivated by him. If he could give Zhang Jianshe a child, that would be even more secure. While Zhang Jianshe and Li Min slept soundly, Yin Fendu sat in the casino, his eyes wide with disbelief, his mind in a daze. After gambling for several more hours, he had lost every last penny of his final 500 yuan. The casino had lent him money precisely to keep him indebted, ensuring they could keep milking him dry. However, since this was Yin Fendu's second visit, winning all his money too quickly would have raised suspicions. So the casino staff had played along for hours to enhance his gaming experience. Now, sensing the timing was right, they moved in to take him down. Seeing this, the few brothers beside Yin Fendu were nearly laughing out loud inside. Although the money Yin Fendu lost was borrowed from the casino, their share of the winnings was anything but small. Yet in front of Yin Fendu, these so-called brothers offered consolation. Brother Fendu, don't be discouraged. This time, you just had some bad luck. Next time, with better luck, you'll definitely win back your principal and interest. Chapter 55, No More Loans. If he'd heard such words of comfort from his brothers earlier, Yin Fendu might have felt a little better. But the Yin Fendu of the present clearly wasn't in the mood for it. After hearing his brother's words, he merely nodded silently and headed straight home. Yin Fendu knew all too well that if he couldn't repay this debt, these men would come knocking at his door to collect. Setting aside whether his family's current financial situation could cover such a massive gambling debt. Even if he could somehow repay it, the news that he'd lost money at the casino would spread. Forget about ever having a chance with Zhao Meihui, such a beautiful woman. Even if others tried to set him up with women of the worst possible conditions, no one would marry him. Even if someone else's family was struggling, they'd never marry a gambler. He was a bottomless pit. Back home, lying on his own bed, Yin Fendu couldn't help but sigh. To resolve this problem now, borrowing money seemed his only option. And in Yin Fendu's mind, the only people he could turn to for a loan were Zhang Jianshe and Yi Buchuan. On one hand, only these two had relatively high incomes and enough spare cash to lend him. On the other hand, it was because he had already promised Yi Buchuan to kill Zhang Jianshe within a month. Once Zhang Jianshe was dead, no one else would know about the money he'd borrowed from him, meaning he wouldn't have to repay it. As for Yi Buchuan, Yin Fendu believed that once Zhang Jianshe was eliminated, Yi Buchuan would cease demanding repayment. With these thoughts in mind, Yin Fendu felt a little more at ease. Yet lying in bed, he still couldn't sleep. He tossed and turned until dawn, then hurriedly got up and headed toward Zhang Jianshe's house. "Fendu, what brings you here? Are you looking for Jianshe?" Jianshe went back to the countryside yesterday. His family is starting renovations now. "What do you need him for?" "If it's urgent, I can tell you where his family lives so you can go find him in the village." Zhao Meihui, who had just arrived and was already directing the construction crew, approached Yin Fendu with a smile and offered her help. Everyone in the courtyard knew Yin Fendu was currently learning hunting from Zhang Jianshe. Out of respect for Zhang Jianshe, Zhao Meihui naturally maintained a fairly friendly attitude toward Yin Fendu. But upon hearing Zhao Meihui's words, Yin Fendu couldn't help but sigh inwardly and shake his head. "Nothing much. I just wanted to ask if he'd like to join us for hunting on the grasslands. But since he's gone back to his hometown, he probably won't be working for a few days. I've picked up a few techniques from him these past couple of days. I'll head out to the grasslands on my own later." After saying this, Yin Fendu turned and walked away without mentioning the loan to Zhao Meihui. Part of him still harbored hopes of winning Zhao Meihui over someday. He certainly didn't want to lose face in front of a woman. On the other hand, considering the Qian family's financial situation, they likely wouldn't have money to lend him anyway. Even if they did have money, it was controlled by Mrs. Qian and had nothing to do with Zhao Meihui. Upon hearing Yin Fendu's words, Zhao Meihui showed no suspicion whatsoever. She gave a slight nod and continued with her own affairs. Yin Fendu made his way to the courtyard gate. Just as Yi Buchuan was about to head off to work, Yin quickly grabbed his arm. "Uncle Yi, I've been waiting for you. Zhang Jianshe has gone back to the countryside now and doesn't live in the courtyard at all. Even if I wanted to make a move on her, there's no suitable opportunity. So don't blame me for the delay caused by this matter." Actually, Yi Buchuan had already learned yesterday that Zhang Jianshe had returned home, and at that moment, doubts had begun to stir in his mind. Could it be that Yin Fendu not only failed to act against Zhang Jianshe, but actually revealed his plan to him? The moment this thought crossed his mind, Yi Buchuan felt a surge of irritation. If that were the case, no matter what method he tried to deal with Zhang Jianshe in the future, the chances of success would likely be slim. Zhang Jianshe would surely prepare in advance. But upon careful reflection, Yi Buchuan concluded that Yin Fendu probably didn't share such deep feelings for Zhang Jianshe and wouldn't come to his aid. After all, the 200 yuan he'd given Yin Fendu was real money. Now, just as he was about to head to work, Yin Fendu had stopped him. After hearing what Yin Fendu had to say, Yi Buchuan's suspicions about him vanished completely. Yet Yi Buchuan was acutely aware that Yin Fendu must have other motives for intercepting him at this moment. It was precisely these thoughts that made Yi Buchuan nod slightly. Since that bastard Zhang Jianshe has gone back to his hometown, let's give him a few more days to live. I gave you a month anyway, so there's still time. Even though he's now a full-time employee, the coal plant's monthly quotas still need to be met on schedule. When he needs to meet next month's quota, he'll have to keep taking you hunting. So, what brings you here today? After hearing Yi Buchuan's words, Yin Fendu scratched his head awkwardly. But he quickly nodded and spoke up in a low voice. "Uncle Yi, could you possibly lend me another 600 yuan? Yin Fendu figured that if he went to repay the debt now, he'd only need to pay back around 500 yuan. As for the remaining 100 yuan, that would naturally be kept for a comeback. Just like his buddies had said, yesterday was simply a case of bad luck. His luck couldn't possibly stay bad forever." Upon hearing Yin Fendu's words, Yi Buchuan's expression darkened instantly. Could it be that Yin Fendu thought he had previously tried to get him to take action against Zhang Jianshe and now believed he had something on him? Was this bastard now treating him like an ATM, ready to keep draining his wallet? And this bastard was certainly bold, demanding 600 yuan right off the bat. Even for him, that was more than half a year's salary. Though Yi Buchuan felt a twinge of unease at that moment, he reminded himself that Yin Fendu had no concrete evidence regarding his earlier request. And he absolutely couldn't back down now, otherwise Yin Fendu would become even more brazen. "Yin Fendu, you really have some nerve asking for that much. Who in this whole courtyard would even consider lending you that kind of money? I certainly don't. You'd better go find someone else to figure it out." With that, Yi Buchuan waved his hand dismissively, gave a cold snort, and walked away. Yin Fendu was left utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 56, How did the Yin family produce such a prodigal son? Deep down, Yin Fendu saw Yi Buchuan and Zhang Jianshe as his only hope. But he never imagined that now, neither of them could lend him money. If this was truly the case, the situation ahead looked decidedly perilous. If he couldn't repay the debt in 5 days, the casino's enforcers would surely come knocking at his door. By then, the debt would have ballooned to 1,500 yuan, an amount his family could never possibly repay. In fact, very few people in the entire Stone City could come up with 1,500 yuan on short notice. It was precisely this thought that caused Yin Fendu to hesitate for a moment before gritting his teeth and heading home. "Father, I've gotten into trouble outside. Our family is in big trouble now." Yen Shunyu was startled upon hearing Yin Fendu's words. But after a moment of careful thought, his mood settled. In his mind, Yen Shunyu assumed Yin Fendu had been swindled while doing business with outsiders using the 300 yuan. Losing 300 yuan all at once was no small matter for Yin Fendu.
But since Yin Fendu and Zhang Jianshe had hunted a bear earlier, netting over 500 yuan in one go, this made Yin Xuanxiu feel that the 300 yuan was just a minor setback. His son could probably earn several hundred more in just a few days out wandering. Precisely because of this, even though Yin Xuanxiu inwardly regretted the wasted 300 yuan, he nodded steadily.
Alright, what exactly is going on? Tell me first. Fendu, you're an adult now. In another year or two, you'll need to save up to marry a wife. You can't keep acting so impulsive and getting worked up over every little thing. People see you as shallow and immature. What girl would want to marry someone like that? Under Yin Xuanxiu's soothing words, Yin Fendu's heart gradually calmed down.
At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It seemed his old man was still the most dependable when it mattered, someone who could truly help him. It was precisely these thoughts that made Yin Fendu hesitate not a moment. He laid everything bare, how he'd lost money gambling and now owed debts. But upon hearing this, Yin Xuanxiu immediately fainted. Dad, are you okay? Don't scare me like that. Seeing Yin Xuanxiu collapse instantly, Yin Fendu was utterly terrified. Mom, come out quick. Dad just passed out. At Yin Fendu's cry, Liu Ergou quickly emerged from the house. Seeing her husband collapsed on the ground, she was startled as well.
What happened? Quick, call a car. We need to get your dad to the hospital right away.
Hearing Liu Ergou's words, Yin Fendu finally snapped out of his daze and rushed out in a panic. Soon, several neighbors gathered around the courtyard to watch the commotion. He Yutian, who hadn't left for work yet, saw the scene and shook his head slightly.
Hey, Fendu, did you say something earlier that upset your dad?
Honestly, I think your dad suddenly heard some news that shocked him, and that's why he's like this. Right now, you don't need to rush him to the hospital. Just pinch his philtrum and splash cold water on his face, he should come to.
Hearing He Yutian's words, Yin Fendu quickly nodded.
He immediately instructed them to pinch his father's nose and mouth, then went to fetch some cold water himself. He had just told his father about losing all that money. If his father wasn't upset now, that would be strange indeed.
Meanwhile, those in the courtyard who hadn't left for work yet weren't in any hurry to go.
They all watched the family bustling about with curious expressions. They all wanted to know what kind of shock could have reduced Yin Xuanxiu to this state. As a basin of cold water splashed onto Yin Xuanxiu's face, the crowd around him finally breathed a sigh of relief when he stirred. But Yin Xuanxiu, without hesitation, grabbed the doorstop from his home and swung it directly at Yin Fendu's head.
You bastard! You good-for-nothing son of a… Do you want to ruin the whole family? I'll beat you to death right now, you bastard. At least then I won't have to worry about you anymore. Hey, old Yin, take it easy. You could really kill someone like this. Exactly. We can talk things out calmly. Yin Fendu is still just a child. It's not that serious. What if you really hurt the boy? What then? Seeing Yin Xuanxiu truly striking with lethal force, the neighbors in the courtyard grew fearful.
Even Liu Hanzi, who had often laid hands on his own children before, hadn't been as vicious as Yin Xuanxiu.
After taking several blows, Yin Fendu finally couldn't hold back and burst into tears. But he immediately clung to his father's leg. Dad, even if you want to beat me to death, I'll take it. But right now, we need to figure out how to pay back that money. Otherwise, if the casino people come demanding payment, we'll be in real trouble. The moment Yin Fendu finished speaking, the neighbors nearby all turned their curious eyes toward him. Wasn't Yin Fendu learning hunting with Zhang Jianshe before? How did he end up tangled up with the casino now? Seeing the curious looks on his neighbors' faces, Yin Xuanxiu couldn't help but sigh again. With things having reached this point, it was certainly impossible to keep it hidden any longer. If his family remained silent, it would only fuel the neighbors' curiosity. Then all sorts of speculations would start circulating. That would only make things more complicated. Moreover, his family simply couldn't come up with that much money. To resolve the current problem, they genuinely needed the neighbors' help. It was precisely these thoughts weighing on his mind that made Yin Xuanxiu sigh once more. What a disgrace to our family. I never imagined our elders would produce such a wastrel. After uttering these words, Yin Xuanxiu proceeded without hesitation to recount the entire story of how Yin Fendu had lost money at the casino. The neighbors gathered in the courtyard were stunned by what they heard. They'd heard of people losing money at gambling dens before, but none had ever gambled on such a massive scale. Yet Yin Xuanxiu paid no heed to what the neighbors might be thinking at that moment. After finishing his story, he looked at the neighbors with a pleading expression. Folks, our family is in serious trouble now. I beg you all to lend a helping hand. Please help us pool some money so we can repay this debt first. Chapter 57, He Yutian wants to borrow money? As Yin Xuanxiu spoke these words, his expression was one of utter helplessness. He knew full well that Yin Fendu had caused an enormous problem this time. No single person in the courtyard could save Yin Fendu alone. Only by pooling their resources could they possibly raise such a large sum. If all the neighbors were willing to lend a hand, scraping together 500 yuan shouldn't be too difficult. Yin Xuanxiu's idea was indeed sound, but he overlooked one crucial issue. He had always been the one trying to take advantage of others in the courtyard, never allowing anyone to take advantage of him. Now that his family was in trouble, expecting others to help was naturally very difficult. Most crucially, everyone knew the Yin family's current predicament was entirely Yin Fendu's own doing. Once this gambling addict got hooked on betting, he'd likely never recover. Even if they helped him today, similar situations would likely arise again in the future. Not only would their money go down the drain, but even if they managed to bail him out this time, they couldn't keep cleaning up his messes forever. The biggest problem is that when Yin Fendu gambles at the casino and loses money, he expects the neighbors to bail him out. But if he ever won, he'd never share a penny with his neighbors. It was precisely because of these thoughts that, although the neighbors deeply sympathized with the Yin family's plight, no one was prepared to offer assistance. Seeing this, Yan Chuanxiu's expression instantly darkened slightly. He Yutian, however, couldn't help but burst into laughter at that moment. I say, old Scrooge Yen, your family's current situation is entirely of your own making. You actually expect the neighbors to help you? That's nothing short of wishful thinking. Zhang Jianshe is willing to take your son hunting. That's an opportunity for your family to earn money. Plenty of folks in our courtyard would jump at that chance, but they can't even get it. But your son didn't even appreciate it and mess things up. Isn't this all his own doing? As He Yutian finished speaking, several neighbors in the courtyard couldn't help but nod slightly in agreement. Though what He Yutian said sounded harsh, it was undeniably true. It was also the most genuine sentiment currently shared by everyone present. Hearing this, Yan Chuanxiu's expression darkened considerably. He was itching to confront He Yutian and give him a piece of his mind. At a time when the Yin family desperately needed support, not only did this bastard refuse to help, but he had the nerve to make snide remarks. Wasn't this effectively condemning the Yans to a fate worse than death? Yet Yan Chuanxiu understood all too well that now was not the time to clash with He Yutian. If he offended He Yutian now, the people in the courtyard would naturally be even less inclined to help him. Most crucially, everyone in the courtyard knew He Yutian was close with Zhang Jianshe. Offending He Yutian now could easily lead to offending Zhang Jianshe next. What if Zhang Jianshe stopped taking Yin Fendu hunting? That would be even more troublesome. Although the current situation was uncomfortable, as long as Zhang Jianshe continued taking Yin Fendu hunting, repaying this debt with their usual haul was merely a matter of time. But if Zhang Jianshe stopped taking their family hunting, all hope would be lost. Therefore, even though Yan Chuanxiu seethed inwardly, he still humbled himself before these neighbors. This time, it truly is our family's Fendu who has caused trouble for everyone. But he's still just a child, after all. You've all watched him grow up. Regardless, I beg you all to lend a hand and give the boy one more chance. No matter how pitiful Yan Chuanxiu's words sounded at that moment, the neighbors gathered in the courtyard remained utterly unmoved. Seeing this, He Yutian couldn't help but sigh before speaking up. Fine, old Yan. Seeing you beg like this everywhere is pretty pitiful. Fine then. I'll give you 500 yuan to use. After saying this, He Yutian went straight back to his home and soon emerged with a wad of cash in hand. Witnessing this, the neighbors in the courtyard were stunned once more. They never imagined He Yutian could possess such wealth, and more importantly, be willing to lend it to someone else. But upon reflection, it made perfect sense. He Yutian worked in the coal factory cafeteria, earning over 30 yuan a month, not a small sum. He also frequently took on odd jobs on the side, likely earning an extra 500 or 600 yuan annually. Having worked for several years now, it wasn't surprising that he had accumulated these savings. Even so, Yan Chuanxiu's face lit up with surprise when he saw the money in He Yutian's hands. Any lingering dissatisfaction he'd felt toward He Yutian vanished completely. Young He, I truly don't know how to thank you enough. This time, it's all thanks to you. Otherwise, my family really wouldn't have made it through this crisis. Rest assured, once this matter is settled, I'll make sure to properly thank you. And I'll repay you as soon as possible. Yan Chuanxiu spoke as he reached to take the money from He Yutian's hand. At that moment, only Yin Fendu felt a twinge of unease. He Yutian, and Xian who had all grown up together in the same courtyard. Xian who was already dead, so there was no need to dwell on him. But before his death, he had secured a job at the coal factory and even married a wife. Though He Yutian wasn't married yet, he could produce this much cash on the spot. Compared to this penniless guy, they weren't even in the same league. He had always believed himself to be the most capable and clever person in the entire courtyard. Why then, was his own situation growing increasingly dire? It was bad enough that Zhang Jianshe, that country bumpkin, had stolen his thunder. Now even He Yutian in his own courtyard was outshining him. No matter how complicated Yin Fendu's thoughts were, just as Yan Chuanxiu was about to take the money, He Yutian sneered coldly and dodged away. Hey, old Scrooge Yin, he said, even with everyone watching, you can't just take the money without a word. You're quick to talk about repaying the debt, but what if you don't pay me back when the time comes? Chapter 58, He Yutian wants a workstation. When Yan Chuanxiu first saw He Yutian snatch the money back, his expression darkened. He assumed He Yutian was deliberately playing games with him, refusing to lend the money. Now, hearing He Yutian's words, he nodded slightly, finally understanding his meaning. It made sense. Even with all the neighbors in the courtyard as witnesses, lending such a large sum couldn't be done with just empty promises. Alright, I'll write you an IOU. Once my family makes money from hunting, I'll pay you back immediately. Don't worry, we've been neighbors for years. There's no way I'd ever cheat you in this world. Yan Xuanxiu spoke as he prepared to return home for paper and pen to write the IOU. But He Yutian smiled and shook his head. Old Yan, no need to go through all that trouble. Don't you still have that job opening at home? Since you're not working at the coal plant anyway, that position is just sitting idle. So if you give me this job, I'll give you 600 yuan. Upon hearing these words, Yan Xuanxiu's expression instantly changed. His gaze toward He Yutian now held a hint of gritted teeth. Just moments ago, he had regarded He Yutian as a decent person, but he never expected He Yutian to scheme against him like this. It was true that he hadn't started working at the coal mine yet, that much was undeniable. However, because he had been injured at the coal factory, they were still paying him a monthly wage of 20 yuan. Without that 20 yuan, he'd be relying solely on his black market dealings to scrape by, and his family couldn't make ends meet. Besides, his current physical condition wasn't preventing him from working at the coal mine. He simply felt that staying home and squeezing in time to buy things on the black market earned him more money. If the black market business ever dried up, he could always go back to the coal mine and earn over 30 yuan a month. That was their family's last safety net. But now He Yutian was offering 600 yuan to take that job away. That would leave his family with absolutely no fallback. It was precisely for this reason that Yan Xuanxiu's expression darkened as he looked at He Yutian, his tone losing its usual politeness. He Yutian, we've been neighbors for years. Now that the Yan family is in trouble, taking advantage like this seems a bit much, don't you think? If you didn't have a job yourself, that would be one thing. But you do have work, and this position isn't doing you any good sitting idle. What's the point of you competing with me for this position? That's none of your concern. I have my own reasons for wanting this position. Just tell me if you're willing or not. If you refuse, I won't press the issue. But you'll have to figure out your own problems. He Yutian finished speaking and stuffed the money back into his pocket, ready to head home at any moment. His desire for this position wasn't for himself. It was because his younger sister, He Yumiao, was about to graduate soon. Although He Yumiao was still in high school, she should be able to secure a job after graduation. But since their mother had died young and their father had remarried early, the two siblings had relied on each other since childhood. Even though He Yumiao was now an adult, the thought of his sister leaving him still made him uneasy. If He Yumiao could also work at the coal plant, the family could stay together. Then he wouldn't have to worry about He Yumiao anymore. Hearing He Yutian speak thus, Yan Xuanxiu's gaze toward him burned with hatred, as if he could devour him whole. They were neighbors in the same courtyard, and He Yutian certainly wasn't without money. So what if he helped them out now? Besides, he hadn't said he wouldn't repay the debt. But He Yutian's current attitude was pushing their entire family toward ruin. Yet despite the rage boiling in Yan Xuanxiu's mind, there was nothing he could do. He certainly couldn't afford to provoke those casino operators. If those men really came, not only would his family face dire consequences, but the entire courtyard would likely be thrown into chaos. Even if their house was allocated by the coal factory, the neighbors would likely band together to drive them out. Moving to another courtyard meant entering unfamiliar territory. If the casino operators came looking for trouble there, his family would be even more vulnerable. It was precisely these thoughts that made Yan Xuanxiu, though unwilling, grit his teeth and agree. Fine. I'll go with you today to handle the handover procedures. After uttering these words, Yan Xuanxiu finally led He Yutian, who was wearing a forced smile, to the coal factory. But at that moment, Yan Fendu watched He Yutian's retreating figure, his eyes filled with hatred. He knew full well how crucial this job was for his family. But now, because of the trouble he'd caused, that position had been snatched away by He Yutian. Yet Yan Fendu never considered his own situation. Deep down, he believed He Yutian was scum, taking advantage of the situation. Sure enough, anyone who got too close to Zhang Jianshe was no good. Zhang Jianshe had only been in the city for a short time before offending Yi Buchuan. Back in the countryside, he'd already alienated his neighbor. Now, after hanging out with Zhang Jianshe for just a few days, He Yutian had already turned into a scumbag too. Once he recouped his losses at the casino, he would make these people pay. Of course, Zhang Jianshe had no idea he'd caught Yan Fendu's attention again. That morning, he had just gotten up and was helping the villagers build his house. Whenever villagers spotted him, they greeted him with smiles. After all, Zhang Jianshe was the most capable man in Stone Village. Not only had he made it to the city, but he could also hunt. Since they'd been helping Zhang Jianshe build his house, life had been pretty good for them. They even got to eat meat every day. However, with so many villagers coming to assist Zhang Jianshe, the leftover venison from the previous hunt was nearly gone. Now, many villagers spoke to Zhang Jianshe, subtly hinting that he should venture out to the grasslands again. Zhang Jianshe could certainly discern the meaning behind their words, but he felt somewhat helpless. It seemed he had been too generous with the villagers, and now they had begun to hold him in far too high an esteem. Just then, Liu Ergou's mother came running over in a panic. "Zhang Jianshe, you bastard! Where the hell did you take my Erdu? If you've harmed my son, I'll never forgive you. My son went to the brigade yesterday to look for Li Min and hasn't come back yet. You must give me an explanation right now.
The villagers of Oyu village exchanged puzzled glances upon hearing Liu Ergou's mother's words.
Chapter 59, Liu Ergou's body was found in pieces.
The villagers found it hard to understand why Liu Ergou's mother was demanding answers from Zhang Jianshe now that her son had vanished. But Liu Ergou's mother knew exactly what had happened. She knew perfectly well that yesterday, Liu Ergou had planned to find Li Min and sell her to Sun Jiao. She had even tried to dissuade him, warning him never to do such a thing. As a woman herself, she knew full well the fate awaiting those sold to Sun Jiao. Of course, she didn't want her son to do something so heartless. After all, she was getting old, and with her son crippled, she would need the villagers' care in the future. If the villagers found out about Liu Ergou's plan, they'd likely be unable to live in the village anymore. It would be a miracle if they weren't driven out. Expecting the villagers to care for them was nothing short of a pipe dream. But Liu Ergou insisted this was their family's last chance to defy fate and change their destiny. Selling Li Min would not only net them a huge sum now but also provide them with endless wealth in the future. Though Liu Ergou's mother harbored lingering worries, she could do nothing to dissuade him and reluctantly agreed. Yet Liu Ergou hadn't returned home all the way until last night, which made his mother feel increasingly anxious. Today, seeing Zhang Jianshe emerge from the brigade office only deepened her sense of foreboding. Even though Liu Ergou was now crippled, his mother believed he could still handle Li Min, a woman, without much trouble. But with Zhang Jianshe involved, Liu Ergou would surely be no match for them. Zhang Jianshe hadn't expected Liu Ergou's mother to dare come looking for an explanation. Judging by her demeanor, she must know exactly what her son had done. Precisely because of this, Zhang Jianshe's tone turned icy. Auntie Liu, don't go spouting nonsense. I just got back from the city yesterday and haven't seen Liu Ergou. Now that he's gone missing, what does that have to do with me? Besides, Liu Ergou is already a cripple. Even if we had any issues, they're long behind us. Why would I bother picking on a cripple? As Zhang Jianshe finished speaking, many in Oyu village couldn't help but nod slightly in agreement. They too felt Zhang Jianshe had a point. After all, Zhang Jianshe had absolutely no reason to pick on Liu Ergou. But Liu Ergou's mother, upon hearing Zhang Jianshe's words, felt an overwhelming sense of panic. But her son's actions had gone too far, and she couldn't bring herself to speak up now. For this very reason, she could only swallow her frustration for the time being. In the end, it was village chief Wang Debao who couldn't bear it any longer. He shook his head. Forget it. Whatever the reason, Liu Ergou is missing. We need to find him fast. A whole night gone, even a healthy person would be in grave danger out on the grasslands. And Liu Ergou is disabled, that makes it even more dangerous. But Liu Ergou probably knows his own limitations. He shouldn't have wandered too far. Let's all search around the village for now. After hearing these words, the villagers nodded in agreement. They began searching everywhere. Regardless of their usual impressions of Liu Ergou, the potential for a fatal incident meant they naturally took the search with utmost seriousness. Liu Ergou's mother, seeing the villagers helping with the search, stopped causing trouble. Perhaps Liu Ergou's wheelchair had broken down yesterday, and he hadn't returned yet. With the villagers helping search, there was a chance they might find him. Since Zhang Jianshe had abandoned Liu Ergou on the grassland yesterday, the distance from the village wasn't particularly far. So within 10 minutes, a villager came running back, his face ashen. We found Liu Ergou. He was eaten by wolves. Only half his body remains. His wheelchair has been completely destroyed by those beasts. Everyone, hurry and bury Liu Ergou's body now. Otherwise, by nightfall, it'll attract more beasts from the grasslands, and our entire village will be in danger. Hearing this, the entire village was startled. They all rushed out of the village in a panic. They saw Liu Ergou's wooden wheelchair reduced to splinters, with half a body lying beside it. The villagers couldn't help but gasp in horror. Liu Ergou's death was truly horrific. Not even his body remained intact. Even Zhang Jianshe, witnessing Liu Ergou's state, couldn't help but shake his head. At that moment, Liu Ergou's mother charged toward Zhang Jianshe like a madwoman. Zhang Jianshe, you're the one who killed my son. Now I'll make you pay for my son's life. Liu Ergou's mother, seemingly summoning strength from nowhere, lunged forward, clawing and scratching at Zhang Jianshe. Faced with this raving woman, Zhang Jianshe's brow furrowed deeply. He kicked her aside with a single swift motion. I've already told you, your son's death has nothing to do with me. Now you'd better get out of here, or don't blame me for being rude. Villagers rushed over and pulled Liu Ergou's mother away. I know your son died, sister-in-law, and you're hurting. But you can't blame everything on Zhang Jianshe. Zhang Jianshe only returned from the city yesterday. How could he have done anything to your son? Exactly. This incident has nothing to do with Zhang Jianshe. Seeing the villagers all speaking up for Zhang Jianshe, Liu Ergou's mother grew even more furious, her face flushing crimson. You're all talking nonsense. Last night, my son was planning to sell Li Min to Sun Jiao. Now Li Min is fine, and Zhang Jianshe has returned from the city. If it wasn't them who killed my son, then what happened? Hearing this, the villagers' expressions instantly turned grim.
If what Liu Ergou's mother said was true, then Liu Ergou deserved whatever happened to him. But then, many villagers noticed Zhang Jianshe's expression shift slightly. If Zhang Jianshe really had killed Liu Ergou, that meant he'd murdered someone from the village. They didn't care if Zhang Jianshe killed those bandits on the grasslands. But killing someone from the village was different. If Zhang Jianshe could kill Liu Ergou now, what if they offended him in the future? Could he kill them too? Chapter 60, Liu Ergou's damned revenge. Though the villagers thought this, none dared speak up at that moment. In the end, it was Wang Debao who stepped forward first. Sister-in-law, is what you just said about Ergou really true? Did Liu Ergou really plan to sell Li Min to Sun Jiao? Wang Debao's expression was utterly serious as he asked, and the villagers all turned their gaze toward Liu Ergou's mother. Having lost her son, Liu Ergou's mother was now utterly broken. Naturally, she had no reason to hide anything anymore. Yes, my Ergou told me about it yesterday. I tried to talk him out of it. But now it seems these two bastards are just scum. They'd be better off dead. As she spoke, Liu Ergou's mother fixed her gaze on Zhang Jianshe, her expression filled with venomous hatred. In her mind, since Zhang Jianshe had already killed someone, the villagers would never tolerate him staying. Even if he couldn't live comfortably himself, he'd make sure Zhang Jianshe's life was miserable. But Wang Debao shook his head and couldn't help but sigh. Since you feel that way, sister-in-law, you really can't stay in the village any longer. What your son did is truly heartbreaking. Li Min is a widow already struggling to make ends meet, and now your son wants to sell her off. Regardless of your son's circumstances, what he's done makes him unwelcome in our village. While it's still early, you should leave. Upon hearing Wang Debao's words, Liu Ergou's mother froze in shock. It was Zhang Jianshe who killed her son. Why were the villagers not only afraid to confront him but now demanding she leave? Her eyes darted around in disbelief, scanning the villagers gathered nearby. But when they met her gaze, they all lowered their heads. Not a single soul spoke up for her. The people of Oyu village were certainly no pushovers. Not driving Liu Ergou's mother away posed no real problem. After all, an old woman couldn't cause trouble or threaten anyone. But if they really wanted to drive Zhang Jianshe away and provoke him into anger. Remember, those cowboys on the grasslands weren't Zhang Jianshe's match. If he ever decided to take revenge, how could they possibly stand up to him? Not to mention that after Zhang Jianshe killed them, he'd be caught by the police and shot as a target. Now everyone in the village knew Liu Ergou had likely died at Zhang Jianshe's hands. But who has any proof? After a moment, Liu Ergou's mother looked at the villagers with a despairing, bitter smile. Fine, very well. Now you all want me gone. Just don't regret it later. Without another word, Liu Ergou's mother turned and went home to pack her things. She was gone before noon. Though the villagers were still helping Zhang Jianshe build his house, many now worked with listless energy. If not for fear of offending Zhang Jianshe, they would likely have gone home by now. After all, Zhang Jianshe now had blood on his hands, and naturally, they wanted nothing more to do with him. Seeing this, Zhang Jianshe couldn't help but shake his head. He knew it would be incredibly difficult for him to continue living in the village now. Now, only one thought occupied Zhang Jianshe's mind. Once the house was finished in a few months, he would take Li Min to the city first. The village house would serve as a temporary supply point for his hunting trips to the grasslands. He resolved to return as little as possible. Another night passed with these thoughts, but that evening, Liu Ergou's mother quietly returned to the village. This wasn't because the grasslands were dangerous, nor was it because Liu Ergou's mother wanted to hide in the village for safety. In truth, after the death of her only son, life held little meaning for Liu Ergou's mother. But even if she were to die, she would never let Zhang Jianshe live comfortably. Since Zhang Jianshe's house was under renovation, a large pile of lumber was stacked outside. Taking advantage of the night when everyone was asleep, Liu Ergou's mother set fire to the woodpile stacked right outside Zhang Jianshe's door. Then, with a cold smile, she headed for the grasslands. He knew this journey to the grasslands meant certain death. But the villagers wouldn't get off easy either. The night winds on the grasslands were fierce, and the temperatures were already high. Once ignited, the wood quickly burst into flames. The flames were even threatening to spread to the neighboring houses. Only then did the villagers suddenly wake up, rushing out in a panic. Fire! Everyone, help put it out! One person's cry drew more and more villagers out into the night. Zhang Jianshe, who lived in the brigade office, heard the commotion and rushed out too. Seeing the scene, he didn't have time to think twice. He grabbed a bucket and joined the firefighting effort. But the flames had already grown too fierce to extinguish. With no other options left, they braved the flames to at least separate the burning timber from the neighboring houses. At least they could prevent the blaze from consuming the rest of the village. It wasn't until morning that the fire gradually died down as the wood finally burned out. The villagers breathed a collective sigh of relief at the sight, though many exchanged meaningful glances at Zhang Jianshe, their words caught in their throats. Deep down, most understood this was undoubtedly Liu Ergou's mother's revenge against Zhang Jianshe. But now they didn't know where Liu Ergou's mother had gone or if she was dead. If Zhang Jianshe stayed in the village, the villagers would surely live in constant fear of Liu Ergou's mother's retaliation. If it was only Zhang Jianshe they were targeting, the villagers could accept that. But if it dragged them into trouble too, that would be unbearable.
Zhang Jianshe could see the thoughts swirling in the villagers' minds, and he couldn't help but shake his head with a bitter smile. It seemed the situation was worse than he had imagined. Since all my building materials have been burned, there's no point in continuing this house.
Today, Li Min and I will head to the city first. If I come back to the grasslands for hunting in the future, I'll just stay at the brigade office. Alright. Zhang Jianshe, you can go back with peace of mind. Even though you won't be living in the village anymore, you're still one of us. Whenever you come back for hunting, there will always be a place for you to stay.
Hearing Zhang Jianshe say he was returning to the city, everyone breathed a sigh of relief.
Naturally, they agreed immediately. The moment Zhang Jianshe and Li Min left, the news spread like wildfire through the neighboring villages. Chapter 61, Zhao Meihua's Resentment.
People in the surrounding villages also learned that Zhang Jianshe might have killed Liu Ergou. They also learned that Zhang Jianshe had taken Li Min to live in the city. Upon learning these developments, most harbored deep envy toward Zhang Jianshe. Yet no one reported him for killing Liu Ergou, nor did they even bring it up in everyday conversation. Though they all understood deep down that Zhang Jianshe's killing of Liu Ergou was likely true. But no one possessed any evidence. Even if they reported it to the police, the officers would have no evidence to act on, and it would only risk antagonizing Zhang Jianshe. If Zhang Jianshe retaliated against them, they'd be finished. Besides, they had no connection to Liu Ergou, so naturally no one cared about his fate. Conversely, Zhao Meihua and Zhang Jianshe grew anxious upon hearing that Zhang Jianshe had taken Li Min to live in the city. Deep down, she felt Li Min posed a threat to her relationship with Zhang Jianshe. But in the past, she hadn't been overly anxious or concerned about it. After all, Zhang Jianshe was now living in the city and rarely returned to the countryside. Even if Li Min possessed extraordinary abilities, it would be difficult for her to maintain an intensely passionate relationship with Zhang Jianshe indefinitely. On the other hand, if he went to the city for a while to visit relatives and see his sister, that would give him more time to spend with Zhang Jianshe, allowing their bond to deepen steadily. It would actually be easier to initiate something with Zhang Jianshe. But now that Zhang Jianshe was actually planning to take Li Min to the city with him, the situation was entirely different. First, he underestimated Li Min's standing in Zhang Jianshe's heart. After all, once Li Min went to the city, she wouldn't have a formal job either, so she'd naturally have to rely on Zhang Jianshe for her livelihood. The fact that Zhang Jianshe was willing to support her without expecting anything in return already revealed her status in his heart. Moreover, this woman would now be able to remain constantly by Zhang Jianshe's side. To suggest their bond wouldn't deepen over time would be hard to believe. Even though he always considered himself exceptionally handsome and had been pursued by many men since childhood, she couldn't deny that Li Min possessed a more captivating charm. These thoughts made Zhao Meihua feel increasingly distant from Zhang Jianshe, a distance she could no longer bear. "Father, I'm going into town. I'll stay with my sister for a few days. Take me there tomorrow." Hearing Zhao Meihua's words, Zhao Laosan couldn't help but sigh. He understood all too well what his daughter was thinking deep down. He had once believed Zhang Jianshe to be a capable man and had hoped his daughter would end up with him. But now he'd heard that Zhang Jianshe was involved with a widow and apparently didn't care for his daughter. Though Zhao Laosan felt a pang of regret, there was nothing he could do about it. Now, upon hearing that Zhang Jianshe might have blood on his hands, Zhao Laosan's perspective shifted. "Ernie, I know what you're thinking, but this Zhang Jianshe isn't someone we can afford to provoke. That Liu Ergou was their neighbor, after all, yet he took someone's life like that. If you really get involved with him, who knows what might happen in the future? What if you ever fell out with him? Would our family even survive?" After saying this, Zhao Laosan couldn't help but sigh. People in the nearby villages envied his good fortune raising two daughters as beautiful as flowers. If he could find two capable sons-in-law, their future would be as comfortable as could be. Even better than families blessed with two sons. After all, if you had sons, there was no guarantee how well they would turn out. If the son turned out well, perhaps he could share in the glory and live a good life himself. But if your son turned out to be a failure, you wouldn't just fail to benefit, you'd likely be dragged down by him. But Zhao Laosan finding sons-in-law? That's a different story. With the beauty of these two daughters, she could certainly be selective. If a son-in-law lacks ability, he might not even be allowed through her family's front door. Yet only Zhao Laosan herself knew how deeply troubled she truly felt inside. His eldest daughter had finally married into the city, securing him a son-in-law from the urban elite. Yet on the very next day after the wedding, this son-in-law met with an accident and died, leaving his newlywed daughter a widow. Life wouldn't be easy from now on, and he might even have to help her out. He had pinned his hopes on his second daughter, who had found a capable man. Yet this man might have blood on his hands. This left Zhao Laosan feeling rather uneasy inside. If they really ended up with such a son-in-law, who could say whether it would bring blessings or misfortune in the future? Zhao Meihua understood her father's worries. But she thought of how Zhang Jianshe had managed to move to the city on his own merits. He truly was a capable man. If she let this man slip away, who knew what her future would hold? It was precisely because of this thought that Zhao Meihua stubbornly shook her head.
Anyway, I don't believe Zhang Jianshe would kill innocent people indiscriminately. And even if those people say Zhang Jianshe might have killed Liu Ergou, no one has any evidence. If you ask me, these people are just jealous of Zhang Jianshe's abilities, so they're deliberately smearing him out of envy. Even if Zhang Jianshe did kill Liu Ergou, he must have had no choice. Seeing his daughter's unwavering stance, Zhao Laosen couldn't help but sigh again. He knew full well that even if he tried to persuade her, his daughter was set in her ways and wouldn't listen. It was precisely these thoughts that ultimately left Zhao Laosen with no choice but to nod helplessly. All right. You're grown now and can make your own decisions. Since that's the case, go find your sister in the city tomorrow. What happens then is none of my concern. A smile finally spread across Zhao Meihua's face when she heard her father give in. Rest assured, father. If Zhang Jianshe and I truly end up together, I'll take good care of you in my old age. Chapter 62. Zhang Jianshe is being watched. While Zhao Meihua was thinking about how soon she'd be able to be with Zhang Jianshe, he had already arrived in the city and found a guest house. For now, the two of us will stay here at the guest house. My place in town is still being renovated. For now, you should stay here and avoid going out. You're unfamiliar with the city, and getting lost wouldn't be good. Once the apartment is finished in a while, I'll take you straight there. Hearing Zhang Jianshe's words, Li Min immediately nodded in agreement. When she heard Zhang Jianshe was willing to bring her to the city, Li Min felt utterly astonished and thrilled. He truly hadn't imagined Zhang Jianshe would actually bring him to the city. Now, Zhang Jianshe had become his sole source of support. Naturally, whatever Zhang Jianshe said went. After settling Li Min in, Zhang Jianshe finally prepared to go out for a walk. Though he'd been in the city for some time now, aside from selling goods at the black market, he hadn't really explored much. Since he had some free time recently, he naturally wanted to explore properly. While Zhang Jianshe wandered the streets, Yan Xuanxiu had already completed the workstation transfer procedures with He Yutian. He Yutian headed home in high spirits, while Yan Xuanxiu couldn't help but sigh. Seeing Yan Fengdo with his head hanging low, looking equally miserable, filled Yan Xuanxiu with a bellyful of rage. If his son had merely caused trouble, costing him a workstation, he could have accepted it. After all, what was done was done. Regretting it now served no purpose. But now, seeing Yan Fengdo with his head hanging low, looking so listless, only made Yan Xuanxiu's anger grow even more. Such a minor incident had completely sapped his son's spirit. If he was already like this now, his condition would only deteriorate further. When would he ever grow up and become the pillar of the family if he stayed like this? It was precisely this frustration at his son's failure to live up to expectations that made Yan Xuanxiu speak to him with some irritation. You good for nothing. All you've done since growing up is cause trouble. You've contributed nothing to this family. With your reputation ruined like this, who would dare marry their daughter to you? Looks like you're destined to be a lifelong bachelor. You'll have to fend for yourself from now on. If you still can't find a proper job in a few years, I see no point in you staying here. We might as well split up and live separately sooner rather than later. Yan Xuanxiu spoke these words merely to pressure his son, hoping he would grow up sooner. But to Yan Fengdo, his father's words felt like sharp needles piercing his heart. If others looked down on him, Yan Fengdo might feel anger, but he could accept it. After all, the trouble he'd caused was undeniably significant in the eyes of everyone in the courtyard. But hearing his father speak this way was something Yan Fengdo simply couldn't bear. Rest assured, I'll definitely pay you back the 600 yuan. Just don't regret it later when I make something of myself. With a snort, Yan Fengdo finished his speech and stormed back into his room. Seeing this, Yan Xuanxiu couldn't help but sigh again. When would his son ever amount to anything? After returning home, Yan Fengdo racked his brain, determined to find more money to gamble away his losses at the casino. In his mind, losing so much last time was just bad luck. Otherwise, how could he have won so much on his very first visit? Tomorrow, he planned to set a few traps on the grasslands and then borrow some money from his brothers. As long as he could scrape together 100 yuan, he was going to storm the casino and win back every penny he'd lost. At this moment, Yan Fengdo's friends had no idea he was already plotting against them. Yan Fengdo was already scheming to borrow money from them. If they knew what Yan Fengdo was thinking, they'd probably feel quite pleased inside. The fact that Yan Fengdo could repay the casino's 500 yuan today was truly beyond their expectations. Even the casino operators hadn't anticipated the money being recovered so swiftly. But for the casino, it didn't matter much. They might have earned a little less, but they certainly weren't at a loss. If Yan Fengdo turned to them for loans in the future, they could naturally extract even higher interest rates from him. Such a stroke of luck was probably as rare as finding a needle in a haystack. Meanwhile, the gangsters continued to loiter on the streets. They had indeed made a tidy profit off Yan Fengdo recently. But deep down, they figured since Yan Fengdo had already told his family about this matter, he probably wouldn't be gambling at the casino for a while. He might never set foot in a casino again. Given that, if they wanted to keep making money, they'd naturally have to find other targets. Just then, as they wandered the streets, they spotted Zhang Jianshe also milling about. Suddenly, their eyes lit up. Hey, check this guy out, isn't he Zhang Jianshe, Yan Fengdo's mentor? As soon as one of the thugs finished speaking, the others immediately turned their gaze toward Zhang Jianshe. One by one, they nodded with delighted expressions. It really was him. Now that they'd run into this guy, they were about to make a fortune. Zhang Jianshe had been hunting frequently lately, delivering substantial quantities of goods to the coal plant each time. So whenever he went to deliver his haul to the coal plant, he attracted a lot of attention, even drawing crowds of onlookers. Naturally, the thugs recruiting for the casino joined the crowd too, eager to get acquainted with Zhang Jianshe. After all, just seeing the money Chow brought back from the coal plant had made them green with envy. How could they possibly lure Zhang Jianshe into their schemes without knowing him? Now that they spotted Zhang Jianshe here, the group exchanged glances. After a brief consultation, they made their way toward Zhang Jianshe. Chapter 63, Why is Zhang Xiaoya here? Hey, brother, you must be Zhang Jianshe, Yan Fendu's mentor, right? Just as Zhang Jianshe had spotted a watch he liked in the state-run store and was about to buy it, he suddenly saw several young thugs approaching him. He paused, slightly startled. However, upon hearing them mention Yan Fendu's name directly, Zhang Jianshe hesitated for a moment before nodding. That's right, I'm Zhang Jianshe. What brings you gentlemen here? Upon hearing Zhang Jianshe's words, the thugs smiled and nodded in return. Well, Master Zhang, we won a few $100 at the casino recently, and now we're looking to get married. But you know how tough things are these days. Getting some meat isn't exactly easy. We used to be pretty close with Yan Fendu. We heard he took you as his master, and you've managed to get a lot of meat out on the grasslands. So we were wondering if you could help us out and see if you could get us some meat too. This story was, of course, carefully planned by the young hustlers beforehand. If they just said they wanted to drag Zhang Jianshe to the casino, it would have been too obvious a trap. Zhang Jianshe wouldn't easily follow them there. After all, they had no real connection to Zhang Jianshe. If they simply said they were going to the casino, he probably wouldn't trust them so easily. But now that they'd presented this excuse, it was all about seeing how Zhang Jianshe reacted. If Zhang Jianshe genuinely agreed to go to the casino, that would naturally be a win for them. But even if Zhang Jianshe refused, they had other plans in place. Upon hearing the thug's words, Zhang Jianshe gave a slight nod, harboring no suspicion whatsoever. After all, when Qianhu got married, Qian Sunshur had asked him to help procure meat. With that prior experience, he figured securing meat for city weddings must be quite difficult. With such a golden opportunity presented to him, Zhang Jianshe naturally wouldn't refuse. Alright, since that's the case, I'll head out to the grasslands soon. I'll give you the wild boar meat I get for 70 cents per pound. You guys get first pick. Whatever's left after you've chosen, I'll deliver to the coal plant to fulfill my quota. For Zhang Jianshe, this arrangement posed no difficulty whatsoever. He agreed without hesitation. Upon hearing Zhang Jianshe's words, the young thugs immediately felt a surge of anxiety. They had assumed that upon hearing this, Zhang Jianshe would at least ask how much they'd won at the casino. After all, their appearance didn't exactly scream rich guy. If Zhang Jianshe showed even a hint of curiosity, luring him back to the casino would be a breeze. But who would have thought that Zhang Jianshe only cared about buying meat, completely indifferent to anything else? This was certainly not good news for the small-time crooks. Although they had a decent amount of cash on hand now, buying that much meat was still a bit too extravagant. Since Zhang Jianshe wasn't taking the bait, they had no choice but to move on to plan B. Alright, Master Zhang, you're a straight shooter. But we can't just have wild boar meat, we need some wild rabbit and pheasant too. After all, when the wedding comes, we can't just have wild boar meat on the table without any other dishes, right? That would be way too sparse. But the exact quantities of each meat are up to our family to decide. Why don't you come home with us and discuss it with our family? We can't let you work for nothing, Master Zhang. Here's a deposit to seal the deal. As one of the thugs spoke these words, others nearby had already slipped away. Zhang Jianshe, however, remained oblivious to any issues and promptly nodded in agreement. Alright then, I'll go with you. With that, Zhang Jianshe followed the thugs out of the city. The place they led him to was right next to the gambling den. Through the gap in their courtyard wall, he could see the bustling activity inside the gambling den. Many people had won money at the tables, while scantily clad women waited nearby to serve them. They were certain Zhang Jianshe wouldn't be tempted by the scene before him. True to their expectations, the moment Zhang Jianshe stepped into their courtyard, he glanced briefly toward the casino and froze in place. Even when Cain, disguised as an elder of a gangster family, discussed how much meat they needed to prepare next, Zhang Jianshe seemed distracted. Zhang Jianshe's reaction wasn't because he was captivated by the gamblers inside. Though Zhang Jianshe himself wasn't highly educated, he understood one thing very clearly. This place was a den of deceit where 9 out of 10 gamblers were cheated. Most who came to play would lose everything. Those who managed to win money were, after all, few and far between. Otherwise, why would gambling dens stay open if they weren't running charity operations? What had truly shocked him was spotting a very familiar face inside the casino moments earlier. Though he only caught a glimpse, and the woman was dressed in revealing attire, Zhang Jianshe recognized her instantly. This woman was Zhang Xiaoya, the one he had once dated, who had returned to the city without a word and left no trace. Zhang Jianshe never imagined encountering Zhang Xiaoya here, and it felt almost unbelievable to him. Her home should have been in the capital city. When she returned, she should have gone back there. So why was she here in Stone City now? And why had she become a woman working in a casino? Seeing Zhang Xiaoya dressed in clothes that might as well have been nothing at all stirred a complex mix of emotions within Zhang Jianshe. He had imagined countless scenarios of how he might see her again, what state she might be in. But this situation? He never could have imagined it. The few thugs nearby, seeing Zhang Jianshe's expression, felt a surge of delight. In their minds, taking down Zhang Jianshe should be a piece of cake from here on out. Master Zhang, could it be that you're interested in these things over at the casino too? Getting us into this mess was quite the favor you did us. Why don't I take you over there to have a look? Chapter 64. Jianshe, are you trying to get rid of me? Hearing this, Zhang Jianshe hesitated for a moment before nodding. Alright, I haven't really played cards much before. Why don't you take me over there to have a look? After saying this, the few small-time hoodlums nodded with even greater delight. They led Zhang Jianshe straight to the gambling den. Once Zhang Jianshe started gambling here, they were confident they could lure him deeper and deeper into it. Taking him down later would become much easier. Once Zhang Jianshe arrived at the casino, a gambling table was quickly prepared for him. This time, Zhang Jianshe dominated the table, winning a whopping 5,000 yuan in less than half a day. The reason the casino was so generous was that they knew Zhang Jianshe earned a substantial income from hunting on the grasslands. If the casino couldn't attract Zhang Jianshe with enough capital, he could simply earn money through hunting himself. Everyone understood that gambling carried inherent risks. Given that, why did Zhang Jianshe still come to gamble? But now, Zhang Jianshe had won 5,000 yuan in a single day. That was a different story. Even with his substantial income, 5,000 yuan was no small sum for Zhang Jianshe. Under these circumstances, it would be unusual for Zhang Jianshe not to be tempted. Although Zhang Jianshe had won a considerable sum today, he still felt a certain restlessness deep inside. Because as soon as he arrived at the casino, someone grabbed him and dragged him straight over to the card tables. After a while, he couldn't find Zhang Xiaoya anywhere. Even with the 5,000 yuan win, Zhang Jianshe felt today had been a waste of effort. On the way back to the guest house, Zhang Jianshe couldn't help but sigh again. Given the situation, his only option now was to keep watching outside the casino, hoping to spot Zhang Xiaoya again. Once he knew where Zhang Xiaoya lived after her shift ended, the rest would fall into place. Though Zhang Jianshe had begun to form some ideas in his mind, he remained deeply troubled. He returned to the guest house looking just as unhappy as before. Seeing him like this, Li Min couldn't help but feel a slight sinking in her heart. Could it be that his trip to Aqing had caused Zhang Jianshe more trouble? As this thought crossed Li Min's mind, he too felt his emotions become tangled and chaotic. If that were truly the case, Zhang Jianshe might just kick him out. Then he wouldn't be able to return to Oyu village, nor could he stay in Oyu city. He feared he would have nowhere to go. It was precisely these worries and thoughts churning inside him that made Li Min hesitate for a moment before finally blurting out the question. Jianshe, are you planning to kick me out? Zhang Jianshe, who was still preoccupied with thoughts about Zhang Xiaoya, froze upon hearing Li Min's words. What nonsense are you talking about? Why would I drive you away? I just saw Zhang Xiaoya out earlier. I never expected her to be on this side of Stone City. Rest assured, I would never drive you away. Despite Zhang Jianshe's reassurance, Li Min felt no relief. Instead, a sigh escaped her lips. She knew exactly how Zhang Jianshe felt about Zhang Xiaoya. In fact, the entire Stone village knew. In the past, it was Zhang Jianshe who wasn't good enough for Zhang Xiaoya, so her leaving was understandable. But now, it seemed Zhang Xiaoya was the one who couldn't match Zhang Jianshe. Given the chance, Zhang Jianshe would likely reunite with Zhang Xiaoya. Put this way, it seemed only a matter of time before Zhang Jianshe would drive him away. This thought brought a bitter taste to Zhao Meihui's heart. Still, she managed to restrain her emotions. If you marry Zhang Xiaoya in the future, I'll stay by your side even without any official recognition. If Zhang Xiaoya refuses and you refuse too, even if you ask me to leave, I won't say another word. Hearing Li Min's words again, Zhang Jianshe paused slightly. After a moment, he grasped her meaning and immediately shook his head. What are you talking about? I definitely won't be with Zhang Xiaoya anymore. What's past is past. Forget it. Let's get some sleep. Tomorrow I need to go back and check things out, and make sure those guys hurry up with the house repairs. Although we brought letters of introduction when we left the village, we can't stay at the guest house forever. When Zhang Jianshe uttered those words, he truly meant every syllable. He truly did have different feelings for Zhang Xiaoya, but now things had changed beyond recognition. There was no need to get too entangled with Zhang Xiaoya anymore. His current curiosity about why Zhang Xiaoya was on the Stone City side stemmed purely from personal interest. Hearing Zhang Jianshe speak thus, Li Min gave a slight nod, her suspended heart finally easing a little. However, she served Zhang Jianshe with even greater initiative that day. The next morning, just as Zhang Jianshe rose and prepared to step into the courtyard, Zhao Meihua was already waiting there. Ernie, why are you here? Seeing her younger sister arrive caught Zhao Meihua off guard. Sis, I just came to the city to see you. By the way, does Zhang Jianshe's family also live in this courtyard? Where exactly is their place?
Hearing Zhao Meihua's question, Zhao Meihui sighed helplessly and shook her head. It seemed her sister still hadn't forgotten Zhang Jianshe. But Zhang Jianshe was now her only true man. If her sister were to be with Zhang Jianshe too, wouldn't that relationship become? As this thought flashed through Zhao Meihui's mind, her face instantly flushed crimson. Isn't that house next door under renovation Zhang Jianshe's place? He seems to have gone back to the village for now. He'll only return once the renovation is finished. If you're looking for him this time, you'll probably be making a wasted trip. Chapter 65, Zhao Meihui lives in the city now. Zhao Meihui spoke while feigning a sigh. But inside, she felt a great sense of relief. Thankfully, Zhang Jianshe had returned to Oyu village instead of staying in the city, making Zhao Meihui's trip a wasted effort. Otherwise, she had already given her body to Zhang Jianshe, and now her sister was involved with him too. What would become of her reputation? Zhao Meihua, however, froze slightly upon hearing her sister's words. She had heard from villagers that Zhang Jianshe had arrived in Oyu village with Li Min, prompting her to rush over immediately. So why wasn't Zhang Jianshe here now? Deep down, Zhao Meihua knew her sister wouldn't lie to her. Seeing Zhang Jianshe's house under renovation, Zhao Meihua finally understood what was going on. Since the house was under renovation, they must have found another place to stay. Zhao Meihua naturally didn't want this trip to be in vain. After pondering for a moment, she looked at Zhao Meihui and asked, "Sis, it's not easy for me to come to the city. Why don't I just stay at your place for a while? Come to think of it, this is the first time we've seen each other since you moved to the city. I've missed you too." Hearing these words, Zhao Meihui couldn't help but sigh inwardly. She knew full well that her sister hadn't come to see her, but rather to try and run into Zhang Jianshe in the city. But in Zhao Meihui's estimation, Zhao Meihua was likely setting herself up for disappointment this time. Moreover, she harbored some concern. Knowing Zhang Jianshe lived in Oyu village, Zhao Meihua would likely return home and seek him out. Faced with such a beautiful woman, how could Zhang Jianshe possibly resist? In the end, it might just lead to Zhang Jianshe getting involved with both sisters. Therefore, it was actually a good thing that Zhao Meihua was staying in the city now. It was precisely because of these thoughts that Zhao Meihui nodded and agreed immediately. However, upon seeing Zhao Meihui's agreement, Qian Suanshi's expression darkened. She had always felt she was getting the short end of the stick, asking Zhao Meihui for only 3 yuan a month for her retirement expenses. Ideally, Zhao Meihui would get a job at the coal factory and pay her 20 yuan a month. She hadn't yet figured out a suitable way to continue persuading Zhao Meihui when, unexpectedly, another poor relative arrived to live off them. Wasn't all this money coming out of the Qian family's pocket? These thoughts made Qian Suncher feel even more pained, and she let out a sharp snort. Of course you can live in the city, but this city house wasn't built for you for free. With daily rent plus food and other expenses, 30 cents a day isn't asking too much, is it? Hearing this, Zhao Meihua was stunned. Although times were tough now, many people in the countryside rarely visited relatives anymore. But that was to avoid freeloading off relatives and putting pressure on them. But now he was in the city, could things really be like this here? Staying with relatives for a few days actually required paying them? Zhao Meihua's face betrayed utter astonishment as these thoughts raced through her mind, yet she began calculating inwardly. If this is how it is, he couldn't afford to stay in the city. Looking at the renovation work at Zhang Jianshe's place, who knew how long it would take? 10 days would cost 3 yuan, he simply didn't have that kind of money. Just as Zhao Meihua was fretting over where else he could stay if not at Zhao Meihui's place, Zhao Meihui's face suddenly flushed crimson. He hadn't expected Qian Suncher to say such a thing at this moment. It was like rubbing his face in the dirt. Although Qian Suncher hadn't dared to bully him since Zhang Jianshe had dealt with her last time. But now, though the two lived under the same roof, they weren't like a family. They barely exchanged a few words each day. And this house truly belonged to the Qian family. If Qian Suncher really insisted on collecting rent now, he had no way to refuse. But having his sister witness this scene wasn't just humiliating. It would also likely cause his parents some worry if they learned of his life in the city. It was precisely this thought that prompted Zhao Meihui to quickly pull Qian Suncher aside. "Mom, what do you mean by that? My sister is staying at our home for a few days, does she really have to pay for it?" Seeing Zhao Meihui's angry expression, Qian Suncher felt an immense sense of satisfaction deep inside. Didn't Zhao Meihui think she could ignore her mother-in-law now that she had Zhang Jianshe as her backing? Today, she seized this chance to set boundaries for Zhao Meihui, making her understand who truly held authority in the Qian household. "What about your sister? Does that mean she can just go to other people's homes and eat and drink for free? What are our family's circumstances now? You know perfectly well who has extra grain to spare? I won't tolerate it. If he wants to stay in the courtyard, he must pay rent and contribute to the food expenses. Otherwise, he can fend for himself." Qian Suncher deliberately raised her voice as she spoke, aiming to humiliate Zhao Meihui. So this time, not only did Zhao Meihui and Zhao Meihua hear it clearly, but many neighbors in the courtyard also came over to watch the spectacle. Many who heard the former teacher's words couldn't help but shake their heads.
After all, if their own relatives came to visit and stayed for a few days, they wouldn't feel right asking them for money either. If this continued, they wouldn't be able to maintain relationships with their relatives. Yet many others deeply sympathized with Mrs. Qian. The situation of the Qian family was well known to everyone in the courtyard. They had always relied on Qian, whose income from working at the coal factory. But now that Qian Hu was dead, the Qian family had no income whatsoever. Asking for more money might actually make it harder for them to keep going. Zhao Meihua blushed bright red under the stares of so many people, feeling somewhat flustered and at a loss. He never imagined that on his very first day in OU City, he'd become the subject of ridicule. It seemed he'd have no choice but to stay at the guest house for a few days if things didn't work out. Though the guest house was rather shabby, at least it was cheaper. Zhao Meihui's face flushed even redder at that moment. After a brief pause, she pulled Qian Suncher aside. "Do you know why my sister came to Stone City? She has her eye on Zhang Jianshe and wants to date him." Hearing this, the previous incarnation couldn't help but curl his lips in disdain. Though he harbored deep resentment toward Zhang Jianshe, he couldn't deny that the man now possessed excellent prospects. "A country girl like yours wanting to marry Zhang Jianshe? How could that ever happen?" Chapter 66, Is Zhao Meihui this calculating? Seeing the disdainful look on the previous incarnation's face, Zhao Meihui couldn't help but sigh. It seemed that to save face, she would have to resort to some harsh tactics now. "Mom, think about it, if she really becomes Zhang Jianshe's partner, then our family and Zhang Jianshe would become relatives." Now everyone in the courtyard knows that Zhang Jianshe made a fortune hunting and even took Yin Fendu as his apprentice. Yin Fendu must be rolling in it too, otherwise, he wouldn't dare gamble at the casino. "If we can just build a good relationship with Zhang Jianshe's in-laws, won't life be easier for our family from now on?" Though Zhao Meihui spoke these words, she certainly didn't harbor such thoughts in her heart. He believed that if they did that, Zhang Jianshe might actually help him out, considering they were all from the countryside and their hometowns weren't far apart. But deep down, Zhang Jianshe would surely look down on him. Zhao Meihui could tolerate being looked down upon by others. But she absolutely refused to be looked down upon by the man who was truly hers. The previous incarnation paused slightly upon hearing Zhao Meihui's words. After a moment's thought, he realized Zhao Meihui's words actually made sense. This daughter-in-law seemed no ordinary woman, her scheming skills were now on par with his own. Deep down, Zhen Suncher understood perfectly well that even if Zhang Jianshe and Zhao Meihui's sister did end up together, the ones who would benefit most in the long run would still be these two sisters. But as long as he could get a little something out of it, as long as Zhang Jianshe took care of him in his old age, that would be enough. Then they'd all be blood relatives. If Zhang Jianshe refused to support him in his old age, he'd make a scene at the coal factory and cause trouble in the courtyard, making Zhang Jianshe's life unbearable. Upon reaching this conclusion, Zhen Suncher realized that if Zhao Meihua truly married Zhang Jianshe, it would be like gaining a son for free. It was precisely these thoughts that caused a dramatic shift in Qian Suensher's expression just moments ago. She had been ready to accept the money. "So you're Zhao Meihua, right? I was just joking with you earlier. You're my daughter-in-law's own sister. You're visiting family, how could I possibly take your money? Come on, hurry home. You haven't eaten yet, have you? I'll make you something to eat in a bit. Oh, and if you're thinking of meeting Zhang Jianshe, you should really spruce yourself up. After all, Zhang Jianshe is a city dweller now. Even though you didn't bother with appearances back in the village, and Zhang Jianshe has seen you before. But if you don't look your best now, Zhang Jianshe definitely won't find you attractive." Hearing this, Zhao Meihua was somewhat surprised by the sudden shift in Qian Suensher's attitude. But upon hearing these words, she couldn't help but feel a pang of worry deep inside. Qian Suensher's words did hold some truth. Originally, she thought that since Zhang Jianshe had brought Li Min to the city, Li Min was her biggest rival. But now, upon reflection, she realized Li Min wasn't her only rival. Many girls in town were likely eyeing Zhang Jianshe too. But buying clothes was easier said than done. Where would she find the money? Life in the countryside was always tight, and few could afford a new outfit. If that weren't the case, Li Min wouldn't have kept wearing clothes washed until they were practically see-through from the start. Qian Suncher clearly sensed Zhao Meihua's discomfort at this moment. Still smiling warmly, she spoke up. "Don't worry about the money for clothes. I'll give some to your sister later so she can take you shopping. Then you can pick out a few nice outfits to wear when you meet Zhang Jianshe. As for the money spent, once you and Zhang Jianshe are married and you receive the betrothal gift, you can repay me then." Though Qian Suncher was willing to incur some costs now to ensure Zhang Jianshe would support her in her old age. But expecting him to spend money on outsiders was simply out of the question. Therefore, Zhao Meihua would definitely repay her mother-in-law once she received the betrothal gift. After all, Zhang Jianshe earned several hundred yuan daily from hunting. This small sum for clothes was hardly a burden for him. Upon hearing Qian Suensher's words, Zhao Meihua felt even more delighted and immediately nodded in agreement. "Auntie, thank you so much for your trouble. Rest assured, I will definitely repay you later." Upon hearing this, Zhao Meihua naturally agreed without hesitation. Qian Suncher chatted cheerfully as she led Zhao Meihua home. This left the neighbors in the courtyard utterly bewildered. They never imagined Jian Suncher would suddenly become so generous. But soon, many realized the crux of the matter. This girl was here to meet Zhang Jianshe for a matchmaking session, and Zhang Jianshe was still single. If this girl could be matched with Zhang Jianshe, then they could certainly introduce potential partners to him as well. As this thought took root in their minds, many felt a surge of excitement. Although Zhang Jianshe had only recently moved into the courtyard, his lifestyle was the envy of many. He didn't have to work all day, and the money he earned from occasional trips to the grasslands for a few days matched what they made in over a year. He'd only been in the city for a few days, yet he'd already renovated his home. Clearly, it was because he was flush with cash that he could afford such renovations. If they could become related to Zhang Jianshe, they'd surely reap benefits in the future. If they could successfully introduce a match to Zhang Jianshe, and he ended up owing them a favor, it was a win-win situation no matter how you looked at it. It was precisely these thoughts stirring within them that had many neighbors in the courtyard beginning to feel tempted. They felt they absolutely had to find an opportunity to consult their own relatives and friends about the matter. However, they must maintain strict secrecy about this endeavor. Under no circumstances should Jian Suncher find out. Given Jian Suncher's temperament, she might just stir up trouble otherwise. Meanwhile, Yan Fengde watched his neighbors discussing matchmaking for Zhang Jianshe, gave a cold snort, and headed straight for the grasslands. He needed to hunt urgently now, hoping to earn extra money to recoup his losses at the casino. Once he could recoup his losses at the casino, everything else would fall into place much more easily. The neighbors in the courtyard were arranging matches for Zhang Jianshe now, and they'd keep doing it later. Shortly after Yan Fengde left the courtyard, Zhang Jianshe arrived from the guest house. Chapter 67, Yi Buchuan up to no good again? Now that Zhang Jianshe and Li Min had both come to live in Ou City, staying at the guest house wasn't particularly convenient. Therefore, they absolutely had to push the workers renovating their house to speed up the progress. The moment Zhang Jianshe entered the courtyard, he immediately drew the attention of everyone present. But at this moment, Zhang Jianshe paid no heed whatsoever, walking straight past the construction crew. Masterly, we were thinking of taking our time with the renovations, but now it seems we won't have enough time. We need to speed things up. How soon do you think you can finish? The construction crew had clearly overheard the neighbors' earlier comments, as well as the remarks from the former Zhang family and Zhao Manhwa. Seeing such a beautiful young woman follow Zhang Jianshe all the way from the countryside to the city made the construction crew's foreman realize that Zhang Jianshe might not be as straightforward as he initially thought. It was precisely because of this suspicion that, upon hearing Zhang Jianshe's words, the foreman took them very seriously. Boss, we're already working at top speed. Even if we push harder, it'll still take about another week to finish the renovation. If we push any harder, we'll have to work overtime, which isn't a problem for us. But it might disturb the neighbors' rest. After Masterly finished speaking, he looked at Zhang Jianshe with a hint of unease. He certainly wanted to maintain a good relationship with Zhang Jianshe, but this particular situation was beyond his control. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jianshe thought for a moment and couldn't help but nod slightly. He understood perfectly well that, given the current pace, the renovation was progressing quite rapidly. But staying at the guest house indefinitely was indeed rather inconvenient. At that moment, many people in the courtyard had not yet gone to work. After a brief pause, Zhang Jianshe called out to the courtyard. Folks, my place is under renovation, and I'm afraid I'll be troubling you all. If we can speed things up a bit, it should be mostly finished in another 3 to 5 days. But it might affect your rest, so I'd appreciate your patience and understanding. No sooner had Zhang Jianshe finished speaking than his words drew the attention of several neighbors in the courtyard. Upon hearing Zhang Jianshe's words, Yi Buchuan immediately stepped forward. Look, Zhang Jianshe, I understand you're a resident here and renovating your own home. But since we all live in the same courtyard, you should show some consideration for others. Sure, you'll be comfortable once your place is finished, but how are the rest of us supposed to get any rest with this round-the-clock renovation? Remember, we all still work at the coal plant. If we don't get proper rest and something happens on the job, can you take responsibility for that? After Yi Buchuan blurted out this speech, Zhang Jianshe's expression darkened slightly. His earlier remarks had been a test. If working overtime could save time, it would naturally be beneficial. If it truly wasn't feasible, then there was nothing to be done. But judging by the current situation, it seemed unlikely to work out. We'll just have to proceed with the renovation slowly. When Yi Buchuan saw the displeased expression on Zhang Jianshe's face, he felt even more smug inside. He hadn't missed the sudden shift in Jian Suncher's attitude toward Zhao Manhwa, nor the fact that several people in the courtyard were now preparing to introduce potential partners to Zhang Jianshe. Hearing this news, Yi Buchuan's expression darkened considerably. Judging by the current situation, Zhang Jianshe was becoming increasingly influential within the courtyard. Many were even eager to cultivate a relationship with him. But he was the head steward of the courtyard. He had to maintain control over the entire place to foster an environment conducive to his own retirement. Setting aside whether Zhang Jianshe was stealing his thunder, Zhang Jianshe's previous attitude toward him would likely prove detrimental to Yi Buchuan's future retirement prospects. That's precisely why Yi Buchuan immediately jumped in after hearing Zhang Jianshe's words. By stepping forward to defend the courtyard's interests, he would naturally earn greater respect from the residents as their steward. Most crucially, it would also undermine Zhang Jianshe's standing within the compound, allowing him to gradually reclaim the initiative. Given the current situation, his overall plan was shaping up quite well. Ibuchuan's reasoning was indeed sound. If anyone else were renovating their home and rushed the work to the point of disturbing everyone's rest, the courtyard residents would certainly not tolerate it. They all lived under the same roof, there was no hierarchy among them. Why should everyone else accommodate you just so you can renovate your courtyard to live more comfortably? But now that it's Zhang Jianshe renovating this house, the situation is entirely different. Many in the courtyard genuinely envied Yin Fendu. They felt Yin Fendu had truly hit the jackpot by learning hunting skills from Zhang Jianshe. Precisely because of this, many were quietly murmuring to themselves. Once Yin Fendu has learned enough from Zhang Jianshe, they plan to approach Zhang Jianshe themselves to ask him to teach them hunting. Not to mention that Zhang Jianshe's family was now living so well that they even wanted to set him up with a match. If Zhang Jianshe refused even this small favor, they doubted he'd accept a matchmaker's offer either. Many in the courtyard wanted to set Zhang Jianshe up with someone, including Zhao Meihua, who had followed him from the countryside. One more wouldn't make much difference. It was precisely because of this sentiment that the neighbors in the courtyard, though they knew Ibuchu and spoke with everyone's best interests in mind, still shook their heads. Oldie, you're wrong to say that. Zhang Jianshe just moved into our courtyard. We longtime neighbors should look out for him. Exactly. Even if they work overtime on the renovation, they can only squeeze in a few extra hours a day at most. It won't affect us much. It's no easy task for Zhang Jianshe to renovate a house. Of course we should lend him a hand. As the courtyard residents spoke, Master Li quickly nodded in agreement. Everyone, rest assured. We'll just arrive a bit earlier in the morning and leave a bit later at night. It won't disturb your rest too much. Seeing everyone in the courtyard agree to let Zhang Jianshe's house be renovated around the clock, Ibuchuan felt a bit confused. Why was this situation turning out so differently from what he had anticipated? Chapter 68, Hunting Again. The more Ibuchuan pondered it, the more puzzled he became, and naturally, he felt uneasy. But now that everyone in the courtyard had agreed, even if he alone tried to object, it would be futile. In fact, it would only damage his reputation as the head steward among the neighbors. For this very reason, Ibuchuan could only snort in frustration before turning and heading off to work. Zhang Jianshe felt a surge of satisfaction hearing his neighbors speak up for him. It seemed that not everyone in OU City was bad, some people were actually quite decent. But since Zhang Jianshe had asked for their help, he naturally wouldn't let them go unrewarded. Thanks for looking out for me, everyone. I'll be out hunting for a while. When I bring back game, I'll share all the offal with you for free. It'll help you guys get some extra nourishment. Back in Stone Village, Zhang Jianshe had always looked down on those offal parts, giving them all away to the villagers. Now that he'd come to the city, he naturally felt no qualms about distributing these parts to his neighbors instead. Hearing Zhang Jianshe's words, the neighbors in the courtyard instantly felt a surge of delight. Though these offal couldn't compare to meat, they were free after all. Having anything to eat at all was more than enough to satisfy the neighbors in the courtyard. It seemed Zhang Jianshe really knew how to handle things with skill and generosity. This thought filled the courtyard residents, and their admiration for Zhang Jianshe grew considerably. Meanwhile, Zhao Meihua had naturally heard that Zhang Jianshe had arrived in the courtyard. This news washed over Zhao Meihua's heart, and she immediately prepared to go greet Zhang Jianshe. But just then, Chen Sunshire quickly grabbed her arm. Zhao, I know you're eager to see Zhang Jianshe, but you mustn't be too hasty. Hearing this, Zhao Meihua felt a twinge of confusion. He had come to the city specifically to find Zhang Jianshe, naturally wanting to have a proper talk with him as soon as possible. If he could get Zhang Jianshe to agree to date him, that would be ideal. But what did Chen Sunshire mean by saying this now? Seeing Zhao Meihua's puzzled expression, Quan Shinshire couldn't help but sigh. It seemed this country girl still wasn't very sharp, nothing like the city folks. In the past, Chen Sunshire wouldn't have bothered with such meddling. But in Chen Sunshire's current mindset, whether Zhang Jianshe and Zhao Meihua could get together had become tied to whether he'd have someone to take care of him in his old age. Precisely because of this issue, she immediately spoke up to continue persuading them. Think about it, Zhao. Right now, Zhang Jianshe is completely absorbed in renovating his house. How could he possibly consider anything else? Even if you went to see him now, it wouldn't accomplish anything. You must wait until he finishes renovating his house before he'll have the leisure to look for a partner. Then you can go see him. And if you could lend a hand with the renovations while he's at it, that would be even better. But going to see Zhang Jianshe now won't accomplish anything, you'll just miss this opportunity. So you'd better be patient and wait a while longer. After hearing Chen Sunshire's words, Zhao Meihua felt torn inside. Yet she couldn't deny that Chen Sunshire's words held a certain logic. Finally, her face flushed, she nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, after consulting with his neighbors, Zhang Jianshe received the final answer from Master Li. The house renovations would be completed in about 3 days at most. With the timeline confirmed, Zhang Jianshe gave a slight nod and headed to the grasslands with his tools. He had promised to share some game offal with his neighbors, and he couldn't go back on his word. Otherwise, no one would trust him when he spoke in the courtyard again, which would be extremely detrimental to him. Yan Fengdu had already arrived at the grasslands. After observing how Zhang Jianshe had previously set traps, he casually dug a few holes, tossed in some animal traps, and then found a spot to sleep. After all, Zhang Jianshe had hunted this way before, so there was no reason he wouldn't catch anything now. After arriving on the grasslands, Zhang Jianshe headed toward the western part of the city. He had always roamed around the northern part of the city before and wasn't particularly familiar with the western side. After carefully surveying the area for a while, Zhang Jianshe nodded slightly, feeling quite satisfied. Judging by the nearby footprints and animal droppings, wild deer must be active in this area. Among the game available on the grasslands, wild deer commanded a relatively high price. Moreover, he could supply the venison to the coal factory, distribute the offal to his neighbors in the courtyard, and sell the remaining deer hide and antlers on the black market for profit. So even though a deer weighed considerably less than a wild boar, the income it could generate might actually be greater. After spotting tracks leading across the grassland, Zhang Jianshe pedaled his tricycle at breakneck speed and soon spotted a wild deer grazing. Without hesitation, Zhang Jianshe drew his bow and arrow and fired. By the time he prepared to return in the afternoon, his cart was already loaded with 3 wild deer. Seeing such a haul, Zhang Jianshe nodded with satisfaction. Although only one stag provided a deer penis, the total haul was estimated to bring in over 1,000 yuan. Meanwhile, Yan Fengdu checked the traps he had set and found 4 or 5 rabbits caught, leaving him grinning from ear to ear. Hunting didn't seem as difficult as he'd imagined. Hadn't he just easily earned over 10 yuan? His income was probably higher than even the coal factory directors. Chapter 69, Why is the gap between people so vast? In truth, Yan Fengdu felt deeply satisfied with this outcome. At this rate of income, he could easily recoup the 600 yuan he'd previously spent selling his job placement. Moreover, he could easily earn over 10 yuan every day he came to the grasslands. So, even though his dad had sold his job to Yu Tian, he figured he could earn enough to buy his dad another one in the future. Then he wouldn't owe his family anything. He wondered if his father would ever regret demanding they split the household. Yu Tian, lost in these thoughts, felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Still, after delivering his coal quota to the factory, he planned to swing by the casino with his earnings. Winning money at the casino would make things easier, and repaying the money his father had received for selling his workstation would be simpler too. On the way back to the courtyard, Yan Fengdu's mood remained fairly good. But the moment he stepped back into his own courtyard, his expression darkened. Zhang Jianshe had already returned from the grasslands on his tricycle and was having the courtyard workers process his latest haul. He could have gone straight to the factory to deliver his quota, where the canteen staff would have handled the processing. But if he did that, all the offal would go to the factory, and he wouldn't be able to share it with his neighbors in the courtyard. So, even though the neighbors knew they'd have to work hard next, they were all cheerful and got busy. At that moment, Zhao Meihua from the Qian household watched as everyone in the courtyard smiled and flattered Zhang Jianshe. Her admiration for him grew significantly. If she could truly be with Zhang Jianshe, she would gain considerable prestige within the courtyard. Anyone who saw him would likely treat him with great courtesy. This life would be far more comfortable than her sister's. Zhao Meihua wasn't naive. After spending a day at the Qian household, she could tell the relationship between Zhao Meihui and her mother-in-law wasn't particularly good. But Zhao Meihui was now part of the Qian family. Old Madame Qian didn't openly bully her, and even if she harbored resentment, she couldn't voice it. As the neighbors divided up the offal, Zhao Meihui watched Zhao Meihua stay inside and breathed a sigh of relief. Earlier, when Mrs. Qian had told Zhao Meihua to stay inside for the time being, Zhao Meihui had naturally overheard. But Zhao Meihui didn't entirely agree with Qian Suanshi's reasoning. In her mind, she suspected countless people in the city were keeping a close eye on Zhang Jianshe. Even within this courtyard alone, there were likely many people scheming to set Zhang Jianshe up with someone. If Zhao Meihua delayed for a few days, Zhang Jianshe might already have a match by then, leaving Zhao Meihua with no chance at all. Though this thought crossed his mind, Zhao Meihui naturally wouldn't warn Zhao Meihua. It was best if he and Zhang Jianshe didn't end up together. Otherwise, the thought of both sisters becoming Zhang Jianshe's women filled him with shame. Originally, Yan Fengdu felt quite pleased that he could earn over 10 yuan again today. If the neighbors in the courtyard knew he could make over 10 yuan a day, they'd surely be envious. Then those neighbors who hadn't lent his family money would regret it bitterly. Once he had money, he'd never help anyone who asked. Especially if that He Yutian came asking for help, he'd not only reclaim his own workstation but also seize He Yutian's. But when Yan Fengdu saw the neighbors helping Zhang Jianshe process 3 deer, he was instantly dumbfounded. How could the gap between people be so vast when they all went hunting on the grasslands? Could it be that Zhang Jianshe had some secret technique he hadn't shared? Upon reflection, it seemed entirely possible. After all, he and Zhang Jianshe had no familial ties. Becoming Zhang Jianshe's apprentice was merely because his family had once treated Zhang Jianshe to a meal. Beyond that, there was no real connection between them. It was only natural that Zhang Jianshe would keep some techniques to himself. Though he could accept and understand it intellectually, Yen Fende still felt a smoldering anger inside. If Zhang Jianshe had shared everything with him, Yen could have earned hundreds of yuan a day without even stepping foot in a casino. As for the 500 yuan his family had spent earlier, that was merely a day's earnings for him. This thought only strengthened Yen Fendu's resolve to eliminate Zhang Jianshe as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would never be able to swallow his pride. Moreover, if he didn't eliminate Zhang Jianshe, Buchuan would likely find a way to reclaim his 200 yuan as well. Though these thoughts churned within him, Yen Fende still approached Zhang Jianshe with an awkward smile plastered on his face. "Brother Jianshe, you've made quite a haul today, huh? Didn't you go back to the countryside? Did you get all this stuff there?" At that moment, Zhang Jianshe had no idea that Yen Fende had already resolved to kill him. Hearing this, he didn't suspect a thing and shook his head slightly. "My village is just too far away. I'll try to hunt closer to Oyu City from now on. I caught these out west today. You should check that area out more often. Not that haul today, these rabbits alone could fetch over 10 bucks. As Zhang Jianshe finished speaking, the neighbors in the courtyard finally noticed the wild rabbits Yen Fende was carrying. Many couldn't help but feel an intense pang of envy. Zhang Jianshe really had a knack for it. Not only could he earn money himself, but now he had a disciple. His apprentice could earn money too. Once Zhang Jianshe's house renovation was complete, they'd have to ask him to teach their own family members how to hunt too. After all, they were neighbors in the same courtyard. Surely Zhang Jianshe wouldn't refuse such a small favor. But when Yen Fende heard Zhang Jianshe's words again, he felt like Zhang was mocking him. So what if he made a little money hunting today? Look how smug Zhang Jianshe is. Once he hit the gambling tables, he'd surely rake in more than Zhang Jianshe. With these thoughts churning inside him, Yen Fende forced an awkward smile and nodded. "Master, once we're done with this, let's head over to the coal factory together to turn in our tasks." Yen Fende said this, of course, intending to borrow some money from Zhang Jianshe. Only then could he go to the casino and make a killing. The very thought of using Zhang Jianshe's money to win more money sent a thrill through him. Zhang Jianshe, of course, had no idea about Yen Fendu's true intentions. After a moment's thought, since it was on their way anyway, he nodded in agreement. "Alright, once we're done cleaning up, we'll head over together." Chapter 70, Yen Fende borrows money. Zhang Jianshe gave it a moment's thought before nodding in agreement. After all, he was heading to the coal plant anyway, and tagging along with Yen Fende wouldn't be too much trouble. But as soon as they arrived at the coal plant, after handing in their task and collecting payment, Yen Fende grinned and sidled up to Zhang Jianshe. "Master, I'm a bit short on cash right now. Could you lend me some money?" "I don't need much, just 200 yuan will do." As soon as Yen Fende finished speaking, Zhang Jianshe abruptly looked up at him. This guy really had some nerve. After all, 200 yuan was more than a year's income for most people in Stone Village. Even in Stone City, where most people worked at the coal plant and earned relatively high incomes, that amount represented nearly half a year's earnings. Yen Fende really didn't treat himself as an outsider, he just blurted out 200 yuan like it was nothing. Most importantly, Yen Fende shouldn't be short on cash right now. Last time they hunted that brown bear, he'd handed Yen Fende 500 yuan outright. So why was he borrowing money now? These thoughts churned in Zhang Jianshe's mind. Yet when Yen Fende stared back at him without a word, a hint of displeasure flickered in his own heart. After all, Zhang Jianshe's 3 deer had just fetched over 1,000 yuan today. And that didn't even include the deer hides and antlers sold on the black market. If he really added it all up, Zhang Jianshe's earnings this time would easily exceed 1,500 yuan. So why was he hesitating over lending him just 200 yuan? "Master, rest assured. I won't need it for long. Our hunting now provides a steady income. As soon as my finances improve, I'll repay you immediately." Though Yen Fende felt a surge of irritation inside, he had to get his hands on the money quickly to make it to the casino. The more capital he invested, the greater his chances of winning. It was precisely this thought that prompted Yen Fende to speak up once more. After hearing this, Zhang Jianshe paused before asking. "It's not that I can't lend you the money, but you should at least tell me what you need it for. Otherwise, you suddenly asking for such a large sum leaves me feeling uncertain." Zhang Jianshe spoke with a look of utmost sincerity, but this only made Yen Fende feel even more disgusted inside. Deep down, he felt that the small amount he was borrowing from Zhang Jianshe was practically nothing to him. The real priority was for Zhang Jianshe to hand over the money promptly so he wouldn't be delayed from making his money at the casino. Hearing Zhang Jianshe speak thus, Yen Fende felt helpless. After stammering for a while, he finally spoke up, his face flushing red. "Master, you see, I'm not exactly young anymore, I'm actually older than you. Now that I'm hunting with you, I finally have a proper job. So, I'm thinking about finding a partner. But finding a partner isn't that simple. I need to earn more money to host a wedding banquet, and marriage itself costs money too. I'm really strapped for cash right now, which is why I'm asking you for help." As Yen Fende spoke these words, he looked visibly embarrassed. But upon hearing this, Zhang Jianshe couldn't help but shake his head inwardly. Though Yen Fende spoke earnestly, Zhang Jianshe didn't believe a single word of it. On one hand, even if Yin Fendu was telling the truth, the 500 yuan he had already received should have been more than enough for his wedding expenses. On the other hand, Zhang Jianshe recalled the group that had taken him to the casino before, claiming to know Yin Fendu. If he hadn't misjudged the situation, Yin Fendu had probably gambled away every last penny at the casino. Now he was asking for a loan, likely to gamble again. Although Zhang Jianshe had won over 5,000 yuan at the casino before, he knew deep down that if he kept gambling, he'd lose every last penny. By then, not only would he have ruined Yin Fendu, but he'd likely never see that money again. Brother Fendu, you know my family just started renovating our place. I'm pretty strapped for cash right now. So I really need to save this money for myself. Why don't you try asking someone else? After saying this, Zhang Jianshe hurriedly left, seemingly worried that Yin Fendu might ask to borrow money again. Faced with this situation, Yin Fendu's face flushed crimson with anger. If Zhang Jianshe had no intention of lending him money, why even ask what it was for? This guy was just too mean. Next time they went hunting together, he'd have to take care of Zhang Jianshe as soon as possible. Deep down, Yin Fendu believed Zhang Jianshe had previously withheld the real techniques from him. Therefore, he now felt no moral qualms whatsoever about eliminating Zhang Jianshe. He had originally planned to wait until he had learned enough hunting skills from Zhang Jianshe before taking action. But since Zhang Jianshe wasn't genuinely willing to teach him everything, there was no point in waiting any longer. Zhang Jianshe, of course, remained unaware of Yin Fendu's inner thoughts. After leaving the coal plant, he headed back to the guest house. His apartment would be finished renovating in a few days anyway. He planned to use this time to figure out how to keep a closer eye on the casino. He wanted to see if he could figure out what was really going on with Zhang Xiaoya. Why had she suddenly appeared in Outchang, and why was she even working at the casino? Yin Fendu felt a bit depressed inside, but there was nothing he could do about it now. Since Zhang Jianshe refused to lend him money, borrowing from others was even less likely. At least he still had 10 yuan in his pocket, better than nothing. If luck was on his side, going to the casino might just give him a chance to turn things around. With this thought in mind, Yin Fendu soon found himself back at the casino alone. Zhang Jianshe, watching from outside, couldn't help but nod slightly. It seemed exactly as he'd expected. Yin Fendu, having come into a little money, was now drawn back to the casino. It wasn't at all what he'd claimed. But this matter had nothing to do with him. He saw no need to meddle in others' affairs. At most, he'd ensure he never had any financial dealings with Yin Fendu. The casino staff lit up the moment they spotted Yin Fendu approaching. Their hearts surged with excitement. Chapter 71, Brother Struggle, Your Stakes Are Too Low. Earlier, Zhang Jianshe had taken over 5,000 yuan from the casino. This sum was no small amount, even for the casino. Originally, the casino assumed that since Zhang Jianshe could win money so easily, he would surely continue gambling there. As long as he kept playing, they could not only win back that money but also clean him out completely. But what they hadn't anticipated was that after taking away over 5,000 yuan, Zhang Jianshe hadn't returned to gamble for over a day. If Zhang Jianshe never returned to gamble, they would have lost 5,000 yuan for nothing. Such a large sum was no small matter, even for the casino. Just as everyone was growing anxious, seeing Yin Fendu arrive brought a collective sigh of relief. With Yin Fendu present today, the rest of the plan would fall into place. As long as they could keep winning money from Yin Fendu, once he was unable to recover his losses, he would inevitably turn to Zhang Jianshe for a loan. Then they could naturally get their money back. As for what kind of predicament Yin Fendu would find himself in, that naturally had nothing to do with them. Of course, this approach would be slower. The best outcome would be to get Zhang Jianshe to come to the casino side to play. Let Zhang Jianshe lose everything cleanly. Moreover, since Yin Fendu had already lost 2 days in a row, they would need to let him win back a little bit next. That's precisely why, after Yin Fendu sat down at the table today, despite some wins and losses, he ended up winning 20 yuan. Seeing this outcome, Yin Fendu's friends approached him again, though their expressions were somewhat gloomy. Brother Fendu, your luck really was pretty good today. It's just that you brought too little capital. If you'd started with 100 yuan, wouldn't you have won another 200 by now? What a shame. When luck comes your way, you've got to seize the moment. After all, days like this don't come around every day. Yin Fendu had already been feeling a bit down, and hearing his friend's words only made him feel even more depressed. His hatred for Zhang Jianshe surged to a whole new level. It was all because that bastard Zhang Jianshe wouldn't lend him money. If Zhang Jianshe had lent him 200 yuan, he'd have 600 yuan now. Even after paying Zhang Jianshe back, the remaining 400 yuan would have nearly covered the debt he owed his father. But now, despite his anger, he could only shake his head helplessly. There's nothing I can do about it. I only managed to hunt 10 yuan worth of game on the grasslands today. My luck really hasn't been great. Forget it. I'm heading back to rest. Maybe tomorrow I'll try my luck again. Yin Fendu started to leave as he spoke, but his friends beside him weren't about to let him go so easily. Hey, Yin Fendu, even if you don't have any cash on you, you could go see your master. We heard today that your master bagged quite a haul again that's gotta be over 1,000 yuan. Hearing this, Yin Fendu felt even more frustrated, at a loss for words. I was planning to ask him for a loan, but that guy's a real tightwad. I'm only asking for 200 yuan, why won't he lend it to me? No wonder he's made so many enemies. I don't see him having much of a future either. As Yin Fendu spoke, he spat venomously, as if he could kill Zhang Jianshe right then and there if he were standing before him. His buddies standing nearby heard this and couldn't help but shake their heads again. To them, gambling addicts like Yin Fendu treated money like dirt no matter the amount, it was just pocket change. For families living frugally, 200 yuan could cover a year's expenses. It wasn't something to be casually lent out. It was only natural that Zhang Jianshe wouldn't lend him the money. Besides, if Yin Fendu started cursing someone behind their back just because they refused to lend him money, it would be strange if anyone actually did lend him anything. Yin Fendu's friends wouldn't voice these thoughts aloud. Whether Yin Fendu got the loan or not had nothing to do with them. Regardless of whether Yin Fendu secures the loan or ends up owing the casino, they stand to profit from his losses. The top priority now is to get Yin Fendu to bring Zhang Jianshe to the casino too. That way, they could rake in an extra payday. Above all, they must win back the money the casino had previously lost. Otherwise, the casino operators might suspect they teamed up with Zhang Jianshe to set a trap. The casino crew might even start looking for trouble with him next. It was precisely these thoughts that made one of them shake his head immediately. Yin Fendu, have you lost your mind? Zhang Jianshe worked hard hunting to earn that money. Of course he wouldn't be willing to lend it to you like that. But you could bring him over to the casino side to play. If he wins some money here at the casino, he'll be happy for sure. Besides, this money comes easy. If you want to borrow from him, you can take as much as you want. After one of them finished speaking, the others nodded in agreement. Yin Fendu's eyes lit up upon hearing this. He realized the logic behind it was undeniably sound. But then he thought about it. If he really brought Zhang Jianshe over to the casino side to play, Zhang Jianshe would definitely win away even more money. Even though killing Zhang Jianshe would mean his money was irrelevant to him, Yin Fendu still felt a pang of unease. So upon hearing this proposal, he didn't immediately agree but instead offered a few non-committal responses. I'll give this some serious thought. We'll talk later. I need to get some sleep first. Yin Fendu left after saying this, but the casino staff watching his retreating figure grew intensely serious. It seemed the pressure they'd applied to Yin Fendu hadn't been enough. If that was the case, the next time Yin Fendu came to the casino, he wouldn't be allowed to win any money. They had to make him owe a huge sum again, and then he'd set his sights on Zhang Jianshe. Meanwhile, Zhang Jianshe watched Yin Fendu leave the casino and head home. Not seeing Zhang Xiaoda anywhere, he couldn't help but shake his head. It seemed tonight had been another wasted effort. He might as well head back to rest early. For the next few days, Zhang Jianshe planned to stay put at the guest house with Li Min. In his spare time, he'd stroll around outside the casino, hoping to run into Zhang Xiaoya. As for the courtyard, there was no rush to return. It would be fine to go back after the renovations were complete. 2 days passed like this, but Yin Fendu grew increasingly anxious because he couldn't find Zhang Jianshe. Chapter 72, Farewell, Zhang Xiaoya. Zhang Jianshe now understood perfectly well that Yin Fendu was nothing but a gambling addict. So even though he'd been keeping watch outside the casino these past few days, he hadn't gone out to greet Yin Fendu when he spotted him. Naturally, he wouldn't let Yin Fengdo know he was lurking nearby. After winning 20 yuan at the casino, Yin Fendu felt even more convinced that his previous losses were just bad luck. For the past 2 days, he'd been itching to return to the casino to recoup his losses and win more money. But whether it was because he'd used up all his good luck or not, every time he visited the casino these days, he'd win money at first, only to start losing again before long. This naturally made Yin Fendu feel a bit reckless, and he was incredibly annoyed. So he borrowed a significant amount of money from the casino again, hoping to turn things around. This time, he borrowed a total of 1,000 yuan. Not only did he fail to win a single penny, but he ended up losing every last cent of the 1,000 yuan. Only then did Yin Fendu snap back to reality, his heart pounding with panic. If this continued, when the casino came to his home demanding payment, even his father wouldn't be able to cover the debt. And last time, he'd only lost 500 yuan, yet his father had sold his job to cover it. His father was still resentful about it. If it weren't for the fact that he'd been hunting these past few days and managed to bring in some income, his father would have confronted him long ago. So now that Yin Fendu had lost money, he naturally dared not tell his father about it. That left him with no choice but to turn to Zhang Jianshe. His friends had been right all along. If he could just get Zhang Jianshe to come gamble here. With all the money Zhang Jianshe had, he was bound to win some cash. And once Zhang Jianshe won, asking him for a loan would become incredibly easy. But after scouring Oyu City for 2 days, he still hadn't found Zhang Jianshe. He made a trip down to Oyu village, only to hear from the villagers that Zhang Jianshe had long since returned to Oyu City himself, and no one knew where he was now. This left Yin Fendu feeling incredibly anxious. If things kept dragging on like this, he was going to be in big trouble. Unlike Yin Fendu's mounting anxiety, Zhang Jianshe finally made a discovery that day. The very next day after Yin Fendu had lost everything and was frantically searching for Zhang Jianshe, Zhang Xiaoya reappeared at the gambling den, dressed in revealing clothing once more. But the bruises on Zhang Xiaoya's face confirmed Zhang Jianshe's suspicion she hadn't had an easy time these past few days. This realization weighed heavily on Zhang Jianshe's mind.
Given the current situation, Zhang Xiaoya likely wasn't here of her own free will, she might even be under duress. If that was the case, he would help her if he could. Even though she had left Ou village without so much as a word to him back then, he couldn't bring himself to be as ruthless as she had been. It was precisely for this reason that when dawn broke and Zhang Xiaoya and several other women were led away from the casino, Zhang Jianshe quietly followed behind them. Although the casino personnel escorting Zhang Xiaoya and the others were extremely cautious, Zhang Jianshe was no stranger to hunting on the grasslands. Even those sharp-eyed hunters found it difficult to spot his presence, let alone the casino staff. It was precisely because of this that Zhang Jianshe easily followed them to a nearby courtyard. As Zhang Jianshe climbed onto the wall and peered into the courtyard, rage quickly filled his heart once more. He saw more than a dozen women tied up with ropes inside the courtyard. These women shared one common trait: they were all young and beautiful. Moreover, not a single one of them wore any clothing. Several men entered the courtyard, first dragging a few women away. They went into the bedroom, and soon, the sound of women's screams echoed from within. The screams only gradually subsided once the men emerged from the bedroom, seemingly satisfied. But whether it was Zhang Xiaoya or the other women in the courtyard, they had all grown numb to the sound. They showed no reaction whatsoever. At this point, Zhang Jianshe could confirm these women were all from the gambling den, procured through various means from who knows where. Though Zhang Jianshe had never held much regard for casino operators, he hadn't previously considered interfering in their affairs. After all, those who gambled at the casino were inherently greedy. Even if they lost their entire fortunes, it was their own fault. But now, the casino had stooped to such an utterly heartless act. This was something Zhang Jianshe simply couldn't accept. He could certainly sneak into the courtyard and release these women. But he suspected that even if he did, they wouldn't get far. And even if they did, the casino's people would surely have ways to recapture them. Therefore, if he truly wanted to save these women, the only way was to wipe out the entire casino. Only by completely dismantling the operation could he truly save the women trapped inside. Though he understood these issues clearly, executing this plan would require careful long-term planning. With these thoughts in mind, Zhang Jianshe returned to the guest house to pack his things and headed back to the courtyard with Li Min. His house was now fully renovated, so there was no need to continue staying at the guest house. When Zhang Jianshe and Li Min arrived back at the courtyard, several people greeted him with smiles. But when they saw Li Min by his side, many of them were stunned. Wasn't Zhang Jianshe single? They had been busy reaching out to relatives and friends to arrange introductions for him. So what was the story with this woman? She was dressed in fabrics commonly seen in the city, and she was so beautiful. If Zhang Jianshe already had a girlfriend like this, what chance did they have to introduce other women to him? Zhang Jianshe naturally noticed the puzzled expressions on his neighbors' faces. Still, he explained with a smile. This is my neighbor from Ou village, Li Min. She has nowhere to go right now, so she'll be staying with us temporarily. After Zhang Jianshe said this, the neighbors nodded slightly in understanding. Next, to maintain appearances, Zhang Jianshe naturally had to arrange a bed in his own home. He set up another bed to make it look like he and Li Min weren't sharing a room. Whether the neighbors in the courtyard believed it or not didn't really matter. After all, Li Min didn't know anyone else in the courtyard. At least with this bed present, no one could accuse him of having an illicit relationship with Li Min. Chapter 73, A Done Deal? The folks in the courtyard weren't exactly naive. They knew full well that Li Min's relationship with Zhang Jianshe wasn't as simple as it seemed. Even though Zhang Jianshe claimed she was a neighbor from the countryside staying temporarily at his place. But if there was nothing between them, why would she be staying at Zhang Jianshe's place? Even as neighbors, it wasn't particularly appropriate for a man and woman to be alone together. However, since the matter didn't directly involve them, no one bothered to cause trouble for Zhang Jianshe. Throughout the entire courtyard, only Zhao Meihua and Yan Fendu, upon hearing the news, wore expressions of utter dismay. Zhao Meihua's expression was grim, and her heart was filled with anxiety. She never imagined Zhang Jianshe would actually bring Li Min back to live in the courtyard. This development clearly indicated that the relationship between Zhang Jianshe and Li Min was more than just casual. Consequently, her own prospects of marrying Zhang Jianshe had become significantly more challenging. Faced with this situation, Zhao Meihua had no choice but to turn her gaze toward Zhao Meihui. Sis, what should we do now? It seems Zhang Jianshe and Li Min are really involved with each other. I just don't understand. Zhang Jianshe could have any woman he wants. Why does he have to choose Li Min, a widow? As she spoke these words, Zhao Meihua felt a lingering sense of resentment within her. If he had lost to a woman from the city, she could accept it. But why should Zhang Jianshe be allowed to be with a widow while he was ignored? Upon hearing Zhang Jianshe's words, Zhao Meihui's expression darkened. He was also a widow, and he had become Zhang Jianshe's man, only Zhang Jianshe himself didn't know it yet. If Zhao Meihua's logic held, what did that make him? Only when Zhao Meihua saw her sister's expression remain unchanged did she realize she had said the wrong thing.
Though she didn't believe her sister and Zhang Jianshe had anything going on, her earlier words had undoubtedly hurt her sister. Sis, don't overthink it. I didn't mean anything by it. I just feel a bit resentful inside. I truly want to be with Zhang Jianshe. Sis, please help me figure out a way. Hearing Zhao Meihua's plea, Zhao Mei couldn't help but sigh again. Just as she was about to persuade Zhao Meihua to abandon this notion, Chen Suncher snorted from the side. Little Zhao, don't get so worked up. Even if Zhang Jianshe really did have something with that woman, it's no big deal. Right now, Zhang Jianshe and that woman aren't together, and their relationship hasn't been made public. Ultimately, it all comes down to who registers their marriage with Zhang Jianshe. That's who will be his wife. Besides, Zhang Jianshe is doing so well now, earning good money. Having a few women around is pretty normal. It all comes down to whether you can let it go. If you can accept that Zhang Jianshe has other women, then staying with him will be easier. But if you can't accept this, then it'll actually take more effort moving forward. Even though that woman is a widow, from what you said, she seems to have some influence. Getting Zhang Jianshe to ignore this woman might prove a bit difficult. After Qian Suncher finished speaking, Zhao Meihua's eyes immediately filled with hope. Auntie, do you have any ideas? You must help me. Rest assured, as long as I can be with Zhang Jianshe, I'll never forget your kindness to me. I will repay you in the future. As Zhao Meihua spoke these words, her eyes brimmed with earnest pleading, and a hint of urgency stirred within her heart. Since even his sister was helpless in this situation, all his hopes now rested solely on Qian Suncher, an outsider. Hearing Zhao Meihua's words, Qian Suncher felt considerably more at ease. Earlier, she had already given Zhao Meihui money to take Zhao Meihua shopping for clothes. Every penny spent came from the compensation Qian Hu received after his death at the coal mine, money meant for her retirement. Every penny was precious to Qian Suncher, representing the security of her future livelihood. Otherwise, when she grew old, relying solely on the 3 yuan Zhao Meihui gave her each month would certainly not be enough. Besides, her daughter-in-law was quite attractive. Who knew when some other man might lure her away and she'd remarry? Even if he tried to stop her, he couldn't guarantee it would last forever. If his daughter-in-law did remarry, he might not even get that 3 yuan anymore. But if he could help Zhao Meihua marry Zhang Jianshe, aside from establishing a tangible kinship between the two families, Zhang Jianshe would surely look out for them more. Take today, for instance, he'd done Zhao Meihua such a huge favor. Even if Zhang Jianshe didn't want to help him, Zhao Meihua wouldn't forget this kindness. After a moment's thought, Qian Suncher gritted her teeth and voiced her plan. The best course now is to make it a done deal. Once you become Zhang Jianshe's woman, even if he tried to deny it, it would be impossible. Unless he's tired of you and wants to rot in jail. What? Zhao Meihua was startled by Qian Suncher's words. She wanted to live a good life with Zhang Jianshe, not send him to jail. If Zhang Jianshe really ended up behind bars, it wouldn't benefit him in the slightest. Seeing Zhao Meihua's face turn pale with fright, Qian Suncher couldn't help but sigh again. This girl was quite pretty and showed some ambition. But her courage was simply too small. She probably wouldn't amount to much. Even though she thought this inwardly, she still continued to explain at this moment. I don't actually want you to send Zhang Jianshe to prison. All I need is for you to become his woman. Then you can rightfully demand he marry you. At that point, no matter how much dowry you demand or what conditions you set, Zhang Jianshe will likely have no choice but to agree. If he dares refuse, just tell him you're calling the police. And if you actually did call the police, Zhang Jianshe would be charged with sexual assault. That's serious trouble. Zhang Jianshe's living pretty well now. Every time he goes hunting on the grasslands, he brings home at least 1,000 yuan. I don't believe Zhang Jianshe would willingly risk going to jail when he's living so well. By getting Zhang Jianshe under your thumb now, before you're married, you'll definitely be the one calling the shots at home later. Whatever you say, Zhang Jianshe will have to listen. Then your good life will truly have arrived. Chapter 74, Yan Fendu's Unease. Zhao Meihua nodded thoughtfully upon hearing Qian Suncher's words. Qian Suncher's words did hold some truth in her eyes. If things continued this way, she truly could look forward to a better life in the future. But then, Zhao Meihua's brow furrowed slightly again. Auntie, what you say makes sense, but Zhang Jianshe doesn't even look my way, and he's got a woman by his side. So how am I supposed to make things happen with Zhang Jianshe? Even if I threw myself at him now, he probably wouldn't want me. He might even scold me. We've got to find a way to make this work. As she spoke these words, a hint of hurt flashed across Zhao Meihua's face. She couldn't understand it. She was a beautiful, unmarried young woman. Could she really be less attractive to Zhang Jianshe than a widow? Upon hearing this, Qian's face lit up with confidence. He clearly already devised a plan. Leave this to me. I've already figured it out for you. You can stay at my place for now. When the time is right, when that woman isn't home, we'll invite Zhang Jianshe over for a meal. Then we'll slip something into his food. He won't be able to resist. Before you know it, you'll be married. Though Zhao Meihua felt a pang of humiliation upon hearing these words. She never imagined that finding a man would require such underhanded tactics. But in Zhao Meihua's current state of mind, it seemed there truly was no better option. So despite the humiliation she felt deep inside, she bit her lip and agreed. Upon hearing this, Zhao Meihui's expression darkened. She truly hadn't imagined her mother-in-law capable of such things. If Qian Suanshi's plan succeeded and they could truly control Zhang Jianshe, it would naturally be a good thing for Zhao Meihua. But what if Zhang Jianshe refused to be with Zhao Meihua? Would they really send him to prison? Even if they did send Zhang Jianshe away, Zhao Meihua's reputation would be utterly ruined. She'd never be able to marry again for the rest of her life. It was clear that Qian Sunsher was willing to do anything to extract benefits from Zhang Jianshe. Whether it was because she herself didn't want Zhang Jianshe and Zhao Meihua to be together, or because she was thinking about Zhao Meihua's future, Zhao Meihui naturally had to stop this. But Zhao Meihui could see that Zhao Meihua was now utterly determined to marry Zhang Jianshe. If she tried to persuade her now, Zhao Meihui probably wouldn't listen to a single word. She might even harbor some reservations about him deep down, and in the future, she'd keep things from him on the sly. In that case, who knows what kind of mess Qian Sunsher would manipulate Zhao Meihua into, or how much trouble she'd get into later. These thoughts left Zhao Meihui with a headache. But since there was no way to approach Zhao Meihua directly now, he could only prepare to sabotage Zhao Meihua and Qian Suanshi's plans by targeting Zhang Jianshe and Li Min instead. Besides Zhao Meihua feeling a bit gloomy inside, the one who was even more gloomy in the entire courtyard was naturally Yin Fendu. In Yin Fendu's own estimation, he was the most capable young man in the entire courtyard. But now he was deeply in debt at the gambling den with no way to settle it. Moreover, he hadn't even touched a woman yet, while Zhang Jianshe had such a beautiful woman like Li Min by his side. He had known about the ambiguous relationship between Zhang Jianshe and Li Min when he visited Oyu village before, but he never imagined Zhang Jianshe would actually bring this woman directly into the city. At this moment, Yin Fendu's heart was filled with jealousy toward Zhang Jianshe. This only strengthened his resolve to take down Zhang Jianshe. Then, whether it was Zhang Jianshe's house or his woman, they would naturally become his. But first, he had to lure Zhang Jianshe to the casino. Once Zhang Jianshe made money, he'd borrow more from him. Then, armed with the money borrowed from Zhang Jianshe, he would dominate the casino. Once he had amassed a large sum, seducing Li Min would become far easier. With this plan forming in his mind, Yin Fendu felt even more urgent to get Zhang Jianshe to the casino. At that moment, Li Min and Zhang Jianshe entered the house together. Seeing the newly renovated space, their eyes widened in astonishment. Zhang Jianshe, I never imagined your city apartment would be this beautiful. Sitting here feels incredibly comfortable. In winter, you don't even have to go outside to bathe or use the restroom. It's incredibly convenient. Li Min surveyed the house, her eyes brimming with admiration. Zhang Jianshe heard Li Min's words and wore a faint smile. It's nothing special. The place was just finished being renovated. After all, this will be our home in the city from now on. It's much more comfortable this way. But since you've just arrived in the city, we don't know what kind of people live in the courtyard yet. So for the time being, I'm afraid you'll have to make do with sleeping on the floor downstairs. Once things settle down and we're less conspicuous, you can move upstairs with me. Hearing Zhang Jianshe's words, Li Min's face flushed slightly despite their many sparring sessions. But since Zhang Jianshe had spoken, he naturally didn't press the matter further. Blushing, he simply nodded his agreement. Just then, Yin Fendu approached with a smug expression. Originally, Zhang Jianshe had been considering sparring with Li Min again, but seeing Yin Fendu approach made his brow furrow slightly. Ever since learning Yin Fendu was a gambling addict, Zhang Jianshe's opinion of him had plummeted. Seeing him now, Zhang Jianshe felt a surge of impatience. Yin Fendu, what brings you here? Is there something you need? Hearing the slight stiffness in Zhang Jianshe's tone made Yin Fendu feel uneasy inside. Although Zhang Jianshe had been his master before, he had always been very polite to him, addressing him as Brother Fendu every time they met. But after he'd asked Zhang Jianshe for a loan last time, why had Zhang's attitude toward him changed so drastically? And doing it in front of the beautiful Li Min? Wasn't this a direct snub? Chapter 75, I have a way to make money. This thought only intensified Yin Fendu's desire to eliminate Zhang Jianshe as soon as possible. His hatred for Zhang Jianshe had reached its peak. Still, he had legitimate business with Zhang Jianshe now, so he forced himself to suppress his rage. He forced a smile onto his face. Brother Jianshe, I came to see you because there's something I really need to discuss with you. How about we talk after you get out? Though Yin Fendu had already made up his mind internally, he was acutely aware that gambling was hardly a commendable endeavor. Moreover, since he intended to pursue Li Min in the future, it wouldn't be wise to bring it up directly in front of her. He intended to call Zhang Jianshe out first before discussing this matter with him. Seeing Yin Fendu's evasive attitude, Zhang Jianshe's frown deepened. His impression of Yin Fendu grew even worse. No need for all this fuss. Just say what's on your mind. Li Min isn't an outsider. You met him when you went to Oyu village before. There's no need to hide anything between us, nor is there any reason to keep it from him. Hearing Zhang Jianshe's words, Li Min felt deeply moved. But Yin Fendu, seeing Zhang Jianshe's current attitude, felt even more furious inside. Still, since Zhang Jianshe had spoken so plainly, Yin Fendu couldn't very well insist on sending him away. He could only glance furtively toward the doorway to make sure no one was paying attention before speaking in a low voice. Brother Jianshe, I've noticed how hard you work hunting on the grasslands every day. Now I've got a new way to make money. You always brought me along when you were earning before, so this time I thought of you right away. Rest assured, the two of us will definitely make a fortune. Our lives will definitely get better from now on.
After Yin Fendu finished his earnest pitch, Li Min found herself warming up to him a bit.
Earlier, Zhang Jianshe had asked him what city folk were really like, leaving him a bit uneasy. But now it seemed like there were plenty of good people in the city too. Otherwise, if they had their own ways to make money, why would they even think about bringing Zhang Jianshe along? But upon hearing Yin Fendu's words, Zhang Jianshe couldn't help but snore coldly. He suspected Yin Fendu was planning to take him gambling at the casino. He had no interest in participating in that kind of money-making scheme. Although he had indeed won 5,000 yuan at the casino before, he knew the truth that prolonged gambling inevitably leads to loss. These thoughts swirled in Zhang Jianshe's mind, though he kept them to himself, merely nodding slightly. Seeing Zhang Jianshe's reaction, Yin Fendu's excitement surged. Brother Jianshe, I wouldn't mention this to just anyone. You know there's a casino up north in our city, right? I went there yesterday to play. I actually won over $100. If you hadn't come back yesterday, I was going to treat you to a meal.
And this isn't my first time there. I've been a few times before and made a decent profit each time. I only told you about it after I was sure I could make money. If you're interested, we can go together and clean out that casino. Upon hearing Yin Fendu's method for making money, Li Min's expression changed. It seemed he had oversimplified the issue. He never imagined this guy's money-making scheme would involve taking Zhang Jianshe gambling. Deep down, he naturally didn't want Zhang Jianshe to take such a risk. If Zhang Jianshe actually went gambling, he might lose all his money at any moment, and life would become unbearable. It was precisely because of this that Li Min quietly tugged at Zhang Jianshe's sleeve at that moment. Seeing how concerned Li Min was about Zhang Jianshe only made Yin Fendu feel even more jealous inside. At the same time, a faint worry stirred within Yin Fendu. Would Zhang Jianshe really back out just because of a few words from this woman? If that were the case, this woman would become a stumbling block for him. Zhang Jianshe, of course, understood Li Min's worry. He gave her a reassuring smile and a look that said, "Don't worry." Only then did he turn his gaze back to Yin Fendu, his voice tinged with coldness as he spoke. "Yin Fendu, this money-making scheme of yours does sound rather promising. But if you really did win money, why not show me what you won? You won 100 yesterday. Even if you spent some, you should still have at least a few dozen left on you. So why don't you show me exactly how much you have left? If I'm not mistaken, that 500 plus you earned from hunting with us earlier must have all gone down the drain at the casino too. You gambled away your own money, and now you want to drag me down with you? What exactly are you up to?" As Zhang Jianshe spoke, his expression grew even colder, while Yin Fendu's face darkened further. If he had any money on him right now, he'd love to pull it out and throw it right in front of Zhang Jianshe. Just to show Zhang Jianshe what he was made of. But even though he'd hunted a few wild rabbits yesterday and traded them for $10, he'd only won 20 at the casino. All he had on him was $30 total. While that wasn't exactly a small sum, it fell far short of the boasts he'd made to Zhang Jianshe earlier. This made Yin Fendu inwardly scratch his head in frustration. He hadn't expected Zhang Jianshe to be so sharp. He had figured out the entire story. Even if he claimed now that he'd given all his money to his family, Zhang Jianshe wouldn't believe him so easily. And if Zhang Jianshe went digging around, he'd soon discover that Yin not only lost all his money but also racked up casino debts, leading to collectors showing up at his family's door. Under these circumstances, trying to lure Zhang Jianshe back to the casino was completely out of the question. You really are like a dog biting Lu Dongbin, unable to recognize a kind heart. Everything I said was for your own good, genuinely trying to help you make money. I never imagined you wouldn't trust me, overthinking everything. Since you refuse to go, I'll earn this money myself. It has nothing to do with you anymore. After delivering this speech, Yin Fendu snorted coldly and prepared to turn and leave. Since Zhang Jianshe refused to accompany him to the casino, Yin Fendu could no longer wait for Zhang to win money and borrow it from him. But the casino would come calling for payment within 5 days at most. This problem had to be resolved. It seemed the time had come to finish off Zhang Jianshe once and for all. Chapter 76, Yin Fendu goes undercover. Just as Yin Fendu was mentally preparing to leave, Zhang Jianshe called out from behind him. "Hold on. Now, do you want to get back the money you lost at the casino? If you're interested, we could team up on this." Hearing this, Yin Fendu couldn't help but halt his steps. Truth be told, the debt he owed the casino was indeed weighing heavily on him. If he could truly win back what he'd lost, he could repay his casino debts. The casino wouldn't even be able to come after him for repayment anymore. But while the idea sounded simple enough, the casino operators weren't the kind of people ordinary folks could mess with. This left him frowning deeply, unsure what Zhang Jianshe had in mind. At that moment, Zhang Jianshe, seeing Yin Fendu's skeptical expression, couldn't help but smile. He had only just realized that if he kept going to the casino to probe for information, it might not be easy to track down those women.
It could even arouse the casino's suspicion, bringing trouble upon himself.
But if Yan Fendu went to play, that would be a different story. Everyone at the casino knew Yan Fendu was a gambling addict.
Even if he hung around there all day, he wouldn't attract any attention. And once the casino was taken down, rescuing those women would naturally follow. Once this idea formed in his mind, Zhang Jianshe finally continued speaking to Yan Fendu with a smile. That casino is a scourge on OU City. If you want to get back the money you mentioned, the best way is to wipe it out.
So now you need to figure out how the casino operates, how many people are involved, and when and where they're active.
Once you've gathered that information, we'll go together to report the casino. Not only will you get back every penny you lost, but I'll throw in an extra 200 yuan. What do you say? Are you in?
After Zhang Jianshe finished speaking, Yan Fendu's eyes lit up, and ideas began to form in his mind.
Zhang Jianshe's proposal made perfect sense.
If they could shut down the casino, not only would he recover his losses, but he'd also be free from the casino's debt collectors. And if he got caught while surveilling the casino or reporting it, or if something went wrong, he could always pin the blame on Zhang Jianshe.
No matter what happened, there would be no risk to him. Moreover, Zhang Jianshe would give him another 200 yuan afterward, which was an added bonus.
Once the whole affair was over, he could quietly tell the people in the courtyard that the casino's downfall was caused by Zhang Jianshe's report. Then, even if he killed Zhang Jianshe, the courtyard residents and police would suspect it was revenge from the casino. After considering all this, Yan Fendu felt even more certain that proceeding this way offered him nothing but advantages, with no downsides whatsoever. It was precisely this conviction that made Yan Fendu nod immediately.
Alright, we'll proceed as you suggest.
But I'll need money to gamble at the casino.
Right now, I only have 30 bucks total. If I lose it all, that's it. Hearing this, Zhang Jianshe couldn't help but sigh, but he nodded nonetheless.
He pulled a 100 yuan bill from his pocket and handed it to Yan Fendu.
Anyway, this is all I have until the job's done. If you lose it, it's gone for good. If you succeed, you won't have to repay this 100, and the 200 I gave you earlier won't be deducted either. After receiving the money, Yan Fendu said nothing more and turned to leave. At that moment, Li Min observed a hint of worry on Zhang Jianshe's face. Jianshe, the people running that casino are all involved in the underworld. They're not the kind of people ordinary folks like us can afford to mess with. Besides, what business is it of ours where they run their gambling den? Why must you go looking for trouble with them? What if they come after us? Then they'll come after you, and that won't be good.
As Li Min finished speaking, the look in her eyes as she watched Zhang Jianshe was filled with deep concern.
But Zhang Jianshe's stance remained unwavering. That casino is pure evil. I'm going after them. You know where I saw Zhang Xiaya? Right inside that casino.
After uttering these words, Zhang Jianshe sighed again before detailing Zhang Xiaoya's current situation. Upon hearing this, Li Min fell silent, saying nothing more.
He understood all too well that since this matter involved Zhang Xiaoya, persuading Zhang Jianshe to abandon his plan was utterly impossible. Moreover, learning that the casino had ensnared so many unfortunate women filled him with a sense of profound disbelief. Meanwhile, Yan Fendu, having received the money, immediately headed back to the casino. This piqued the casino staff's interest in Yan Fendu. Now that Yan Fendu had signed away his money to the casino, they never expected this guy would dare to come back to gamble. It seemed there was still plenty of profit to be made from this guy. Just as the supervisor prepared to continue fleecing him, Yan Fendu played cautiously this time, never daring to place large bets. After all, he only had this 100 yuan left. He needed to keep hanging around the casino, observing the situation, and couldn't afford to lose it all. Seeing Yan Fendu dragging his feet like this made the casino staff grow impatient. Even after letting him win a few dozen yuan, his unhurried demeanor only deepened their confusion. Just then, Yan Fendu spotted several people entering the casino. His pupils suddenly contracted sharply. Chief's son, hello. I've had the meal prepared. We must have a few drinks today. The casino owner emerged from the gambling hall, smiling broadly as he addressed Chief's son of the police station.
Seeing Chief's son return the smile and nod in acknowledgement, Yan Fendu felt his heart sink to the bottom of his stomach.
Chapter 77, Yan Fendu turns traitor.
Yan Fendu had initially been very supportive of Zhang Jianshe's plan. He believed that once this casino was shut down, his money would be returned.
No one would ever come after him for debts again.
But now, Yan Fendu's inner thoughts had completely shifted.
He now saw clearly that Chief's son and the casino owner were in cahoots.
He feared that the moment he reported the casino to the police station, the owner would already know about it.
When that happened, how could the casino's people possibly let him off? As this realization dawned on him, Yan Fendu couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath.
Fortunately, he had uncovered this problem now. Otherwise, if he had actually gone ahead with the report, he would have been in serious trouble. But regardless, he still had to find a way to settle his debt with the casino. Otherwise, when the casino's people came looking for repayment, he'd be facing certain doom. After these thoughts raced through his mind, Yan Fendu wasted no time. He headed straight for the room where the casino boss had taken Chief's son to dine earlier.
Hey, kid, what do you think you're doing? Just keep yourself busy playing at the table. Don't go wandering around.
Or else don't blame me for being rude. Yin Fendu had barely taken a few steps when a casino enforcer blocked his path.
Seeing the thug's menacing expression, Yin Fendu couldn't help but feel a twinge of fear. But thinking of his upcoming plan, he shook his head with unwavering resolve. I have urgent business to report to Brother Long. This matter concerns the very survival of your casino. Are you sure you want to stop me?
If you delay this critical matter and something goes wrong with your casino later, don't blame me for not warning you. As he spoke these words, Yin Fendu forced himself to suppress his nervousness, adopting an air of superiority.
Ironically, it was precisely this demeanor that actually intimidated the casino representative. Could it be that this kid really knows something significant? But he was just a lowly gambler. No matter how you looked at it, he couldn't possibly have uncovered anything truly significant. Could it be that this kid owed the casino money he couldn't repay and was coming to beg his boss for mercy? As this thought flashed through the enforcer's mind, a cold, ruthless expression hardened his features. If Yin Fendu was truly thinking this way, and if he dared to disrupt Brother Long's interest over such a trivial matter, then he could guarantee Yin Fendu would die a miserable death. Brother Long had repeatedly instructed his men, when Chief Sun came to see him, they were not to let too many people know. Precisely for this reason, Brother Long had issued an order, unless it was an absolute emergency, no one was to disturb him. It was as if he could already envision Yin Fendu having his limbs broken on Brother Long's direct orders. So at this moment, the enforcer's mind was filled only with schadenfreude and a desire to watch the spectacle unfold. Alright, wait here for me. I'll go report to Brother Long immediately. But let me warn you, you better be telling the truth. Otherwise, you'll pay for your arrogance today. The enforcer uttered these words before cautiously stepping into the adjacent room. Nearly 5 minutes later, he emerged from the room with a dark, sullen expression. You'd better make sure you really have something important to say. Otherwise, you'll be waiting for death today. Brother Long is letting you in now. As the enforcer spat these words, he glared at Yin Fendu with such ferocity it seemed he could devour him whole. Earlier, he'd merely gone in to report someone wanted to see Brother Long, only to be berated for several minutes. He couldn't even imagine what would happen to this kid if Brother Long found out he was lying. But remembering the scolding he'd just endured made the enforcer even more eager to see Yin Fendu's humiliation. Yin Fendu, under the enforcer's cold, piercing stare, clearly felt a twinge of unease. A faint regret stirred within him now, doubting whether his scheme could truly succeed. He wished he'd just pretended ignorance and never reported the casino. But now, there was no point in carrying out his plan. After all, as long as he could eliminate Zhang Jianshe, all of Zhang's money would be his. Not only could he repay the casino debts, but he might even have money left over. But now that things had reached this point, even if he regretted it, it was too late. So, after taking a deep breath and steadying his nerves, Yin Fendu walked into that room. So you wanted to talk to me about something that concerns the very survival of our casino? As Brother Long spoke, his expression remained utterly unconcerned as he sliced an apple with the dagger in his hand. Beside him and Chief Sun sat several stunningly beautiful women dressed in revealing attire, keeping them company. Though these women held considerable allure for Yin Fendu, upon entering the room, he dared not even lift his gaze to survey the surroundings. He kept his head bowed slightly and spoke immediately. Brother Long, everything I'm telling you is true. But if you want me to reveal the entire story, you must agree to one condition. Oh? It's been a long time since anyone dared to make demands of me. You're quite interesting. Upon hearing Yin Fendu's words, Brother Long couldn't help but lift his head, giving Yin Fendu a sidelong glance that was neither quite a smile nor quite a frown. After a brief pause, however, Brother Long gave a slight nod. Since you're so confident, go ahead and state your condition. I'm curious to hear what you want to discuss with me. Though Yin Fendu was filled with terror at that moment, he knew this was his only chance. Brother Long, I owe over $500 at the casino. My request isn't much, just forgive my gambling debt. Otherwise, I absolutely would never tell you about this matter under any circumstances. Even if you hire someone to kill me, it won't be long before you're facing certain death yourself. Chapter 78, Do I Fear Others Reporting Me? As Yin Fendu uttered these words, he felt his breath nearly stop from sheer tension. He knew full well that after saying this, Brother Long would be furious. He might even order someone to drag him outside and kill him outright. After all, OU City had plenty of abandoned coal mines. Even if they killed him, finding a place to dump the body wouldn't be difficult. Moreover, no one in the entire compound knew he'd come to the casino again. So even if he died, no one would come here to cause trouble. Even if his family came to cause trouble at the casino, with Chief Sun protecting him, there wouldn't be any problems. Just as Yin Fendu had anticipated, upon hearing his words, Brother Long's expression darkened further. After a brief pause, however, Brother Long gave a slight nod. You've got some nerve making such a demand. It shows you're genuinely confident in the information you hold. Fine. Since that's the case, I'll give you a chance. Tell me exactly what you know. If what you have is genuinely valuable, I'll wipe your debt clean. To Brother Long, that 500 yuan was mere pocket change.
He already paid thousands monthly to Chief Sun as a token of respect, so this amount was hardly a concern. Besides, even if Yen Fendu revealed some information, the upper hand would still be in his own hands. So he wasn't worried Yen would pull any tricks. Upon hearing Brother Long's words, Yen Fendu actually felt a sense of relief wash over him. He knew full well that the situation was still very unfavorable for him. But since Brother Long was willing to listen to him, it meant he still had a chance. Here's the thing, this whole affair started when my mentor, Zhang Jianshe, took me hunting. Today I went to his place hoping to bring him to the casino for some fun, but he refused. Instead, at this point, Yen Fendu held nothing back. He recounted how he and Zhang Jianshe had gone hunting together, then come to the casino to gamble, lost all their money, and now planned to bring Zhang Jianshe to the casino. The crucial point, of course, was that Zhang Jianshe might report the casino, potentially causing trouble for the operation. But after hearing all this, Brother Long just waved his hand dismissively. Do you recognize the gentleman beside me? This is Chief Sun, the head of our Aocheng police station. Do you really think I'd worry about someone reporting us with Chief Sun here? Besides, this casino has been operating here for nearly 10 years. Every year, plenty of people report me. But look, has it affected my casino in the slightest? Young man, I truly gave you a chance, but now you've let it slip away. Still, since you've requested to waive these debts and I've already agreed, I've also heard the news you mentioned. Under these circumstances, I certainly can't demand your money back. But you dared to play me for a fool? I'll make sure we settle this properly. Anyone who dared to play me for a fool in Stone City is probably dead by now. Rest assured, come this time next year, I'll be burning paper offerings for you too. When Yen Fendu first heard Brother Long say he'd forgive his debts, he actually felt a sense of relief. This Brother Long seemed remarkably generous, no wonder he could afford to run such a large casino. He'd merely provided a tip, yet the man had actually forgiven his entire debt. If he'd known it would turn out like this, why would he have needed his family to pay off his debts? Now it had even caused his father to demand a division of the family estate. Back then, he could have just made up a story and perhaps had his debt forgiven. But upon hearing the subsequent words, Yen Fendu's expression abruptly darkened. No wonder they weren't coming after his money, they were after his life. But it made sense. If they simply killed him outright, whether the money was repaid or not wouldn't matter much. Just then, Brother Long clapped his hands. Soon, the burly man walked in from outside. The burly man stared at Yen Fendu as if he were already dead. Enough. Drag him down and finish him off. Bury him anywhere. Upon hearing this, the burly man nodded to Brother Long and prepared to take Yen Fendu away. That bastard had just caused him to be berated by Brother Long for several minutes. So even if this guy wanted to die, he wouldn't get to die easily. He had already decided, before Yen Fendu breathed his last, he would give him a memory so horrific it would haunt him for lifetimes to come. As Yen Fendu felt the burly man's cold, mocking gaze fixed upon him, his hands gripping like iron bands preparing to drag him away, panic surged through his heart. Brother Long, please listen to me. Everything I said earlier was the truth. Zhang Jianshe isn't as simple as he seems. You have to be careful. Even with Chief Sun protecting you, he can't touch you now. But he might go higher up to keep making accusations. When that happens, if higher-ups send investigators down again, it might not just be you who gets into trouble, even Chief Sun could be implicated. Fendu shouted, and Brother Long's expression darkened further. He waved his hand dismissively, signaling his men to take the man away immediately. The burly man understood his boss's intent, pulling a rag from somewhere and preparing to stuff it into Yen Fendu's mouth. After all, letting Yen Fendu keep shouting like this would inevitably disrupt the casino's business. It would also affect his boss's mood. This matter absolutely had to be handled properly. Such an incident could not be allowed to happen. But at that moment, Chief Sun waved his hand immediately. Hold on. Hearing Chief Sun's words, Brother Long and the burly man both froze momentarily, while Yen Fendu felt an immense sense of relief. It seemed his luck wasn't entirely bad after all, he had survived. After a moment's thought, Chief Sun spoke again. Recently, several high-ranking officials have been scheduled to visit our Aocheng area for inspections and visits. So we need to be extra cautious about this matter. Otherwise, if we really slip up, it could spell trouble. Since this kid's information is indeed useful, let's spare him. Don't kill him. Even though Brother Long still didn't take this matter seriously deep down, he could only nod in agreement since Chief Sun had spoken. Alright, Chief Sunday. Since you say so, I'll let the kid off this time. Now get over here and kowtow to Director Sun to thank him for saving your life. Chapter 79, Yen Fendu seizes the opportunity. Hearing Brother Long's words, Yen Fendu scrambled to his feet and crawled before Chief Sun, repeatedly kowtowing. Thank you for your immense kindness, Chief. If not for you, I would have been dead today. From now on, my life belongs to Chief Sunday. Whatever arrangements you make for me, I will follow without question. Hearing Yen Fendu's words, Brother Long beside him couldn't help but curl his lips in disdain. He hadn't expected this guy to have a shred of cunning left, now trying to latch onto Chief Sun's coattails. If Yen Fendu truly became Director Sun's man, Longo would have to treat him with extreme courtesy whenever they crossed paths. But come on, think about it, someone like you? A nobody.
How many like you could Director's son find if he wanted? Why would he bother taking a gambling addict like you under his wing? It was precisely because of this thought that even as Brother Long watched Yin Fendu repeatedly kowtow until blood trickled from his forehead, he still didn't take it too seriously. But after hearing those words, Director's son lifted his head, glanced at Yin Fendu, and gave a slight nod. Fine. I figured you'd be wise to get the hell out of here right now. But since you're offering to lend me a hand, I'll give you a task. Let's see if you can pull it off. Hearing this, Brother Long froze momentarily, his mouth agape. Inside, he felt as sick as if he'd swallowed a mouthful of flies. When had Director's son become so easygoing? This kid had barely said a word, and he'd actually taken him under his wing. He had to remember that he had previously spent thousands of yuan trying to curry favor with Chief's son just to get on his good side. Though inwardly frustrated, Brother Long couldn't help but take Yin Fendu seriously now. If this kid truly became Director's son's man, even he would have to treat him with utmost courtesy in the future. Meanwhile, Yin Fendu was filled with immense surprise and delight. He had only blurted out that name because Director's son had saved his life. He never imagined Director's son would actually be willing to take him under his wing. This was perfect. With Chief's son as his patron, wouldn't his future prospects be far brighter than continuing to hunt? He might even get a job at the police station through this connection. Then not only would his salary be decent, but he could carry a gun at all times. No one in the entire courtyard would be as capable as him. Then he'd be even more formidable. Whether it was Peony, Snow White, or that Li Min, wouldn't they all be within his grasp? It was precisely these thoughts that made Yin Fendu's heart race with excitement. He nodded eagerly. Chief's son, whatever you need me to do, just give the order. Whether it's within my capabilities or not, I'll certainly do my utmost. After hearing this, Chief's son nodded, his expression remaining largely unchanged. You mentioned that Zhang Jianshe intends to report us? Since this man has already set his sights on it, and with higher-ups likely to conduct an inspection soon, keeping him around poses a risk. Under these circumstances, you and Along should coordinate. Find a way to lure him out and eliminate him directly. If you pull this off, I guarantee you a life of luxury and privilege. After Director's son finished speaking, Brother Long gave a slight nod beside him. Ever since Director's son mentioned the possibility of higher-ups conducting an inspection, Brother Long had already been plotting against Zhang Jianshe. If higher-ups did come down, it might just play out as Yin Fendu had warned. Not only would Chief's son be unable to protect him, but he might even drag Chief's son down with him. At that point, if his gambling den were discovered by higher-ups, he wouldn't be able to atone for his crimes even if he ate 10 peanuts. Given that, it was best to eliminate the threat while it was still in its infancy. After all, he already had several lives on his hands. So when he heard Chief's son's order, he felt indifferent. To someone like Brother Long, adding another life to his tally meant nothing. But Yin Fendu froze. He knew that if he really lured Zhang Jianshe out and killed him, he would have blood on his hands. From then on, his life would be in Chief's son's hands. Killing him would be as easy as uttering a single command. He could be arrested at any time and executed for murder. Even if Brother Long and his men killed Zhang Jianshe without Yin Fendu's direct involvement, Chief's son would likely find ways to pin the blame on him. Deep down, Yin Fendu only wanted Chief's son as his protector, hoping to become a figure of influence in OU City. But the idea of placing his very life in someone else's hands was clearly something he was unwilling to do. Brother Long, standing nearby, naturally noticed the hesitation on Yin Fendu's face. This caused Brother Long's expression to shift slightly. What's wrong? Director's son is giving you this chance, you better make the most of it. If you refuse, that's fine too. I'll send you down below right now, where you can reunite with your master. After uttering these words, Brother Long prepared to personally drag Yin Fendu outside and finish him off. The murderous intent radiating from Brother Long completely shattered Yin Fendu's resolve. No. I'll do it. I agree. Chief's son, I'll work for you. I'll definitely lure Zhang Jianshe out. After Yin Fendu's desperate pleas, Brother Long finally snorted coldly and tossed him aside. A useless piece of trash like this, how had he even managed to survive this long? But Brother Long felt considerably more at ease now. Chief's son certainly wouldn't have any use for such a worthless piece of trash. So keeping this kid around now was purely because he still had some use. Once he lured Zhang Jianshe out and they disposed of him, killing this kid afterward would be no trouble. It was precisely this thought that made Brother Long's tone grow impatient. Fine. I'll give you 2 days. If you still can't lure him out, you can go die yourself. Chapter 80. Yin Fendu's behavior was unusual. After Brother Long finished speaking, Yin Fendu was quickly kicked out of the casino. At that moment, a faint sense of regret stirred within Yin Fendu's heart. Although he now seemed to have a chance to curry favor with Chief's son. But just as quickly, he would be embroiled in a murder case. Such an outcome was naturally something he wished to avoid at all costs. But now he had no choice. Deep down, Yin Fendu understood clearly, since Director's son and Brother Long had already resolved to kill Zhang Jianshe, he must either join them or risk neither of them sparing his life. And luring Zhang Jianshe out in such a short time wouldn't be easy either. After spending the night at home, Yan Fendu steeled himself and made his way back to Zhang Jianshe's residence. At that moment, Zhang Jianshe and Li Min had just gotten out of bed. Seeing Yan Fendu approach with a grim expression, Zhang Jianshe paused in surprise for a moment. "What brings you here again? Could it be you've already handled the task I asked you to do?" Hearing this, Yan Fendu gave a wry smile and shook his head. "Brother Jianshe, I lost $50 straight at the casino yesterday. That leaves me with only half of the 100 you gave me. But I didn't figure out anything at the casino yesterday, and I still haven't grasped their patterns. I reckon it'll take a long time to figure out what's really going on if I stay there, but I won't have enough money to last that long. But I feel awkward asking you for more money now. Let's just leave it at that. Let's go hunting together tomorrow and see if we can get something else. Once we sell these things, I'll have some cash of my own." Upon hearing Yan Fendu's words, Zhang Jianshe couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. Yan Fendu hadn't managed to uncover the details in such a short time, and Zhang Jianshe wasn't the least bit surprised. If this gambling den were truly so easy to figure out, it probably wouldn't have lasted this long. And Yan Fendu losing money was perfectly normal too. But it was precisely the convergence of these ordinary events, coupled with Yan Fendu now preparing to go hunting with him, that struck Zhang Jianshe as odd. Though Zhang Jianshe himself disliked gambling, he understood all too well. Once someone got hooked on gambling, there was no way they could ever go back to working honestly for a living. No matter how one made money, nothing compared to the thrill of winning at the gambling table. Nor could any other method match the speed of making money at the gambling table. This kid clearly still craved gambling. How could he suddenly have a change of heart and want to go hunting with him? Still, he couldn't refuse Yan Fendu's request. He absolutely wouldn't hand over cash to Yan Fendu directly again. Besides, after a few days of idleness, Zhang Jianshe felt bored at home. Getting out and about sounded like a good idea. It was precisely these thoughts that led Zhang Jianshe to carefully consider the matter before agreeing. "All right then. Come find me tomorrow morning and the two of us will head out to the grasslands for a look around." After reaching an agreement with Zhang Jianshe, Yan Fendu finally agreed with a delighted look on his face before turning and rushing back toward the casino. After all, Zhang Jianshe already knew he hung around the casino and had even asked him to keep an eye on the casino's operations. Even if Zhang Jianshe saw him at the casino again, he wouldn't suspect a thing. But the moment Yan Fendu left, Li Min couldn't help but furrow her brows. "Jianshe, I can't shake this feeling that this kid might have ulterior motives. If he really wanted to go hunting, why not go with you today? Why does it have to be tomorrow? Could this guy be setting some kind of trap to get you?" It must be said that a woman's intuition is often remarkably accurate. But Zhang Jianshe clearly wasn't thinking along those lines. Hearing her words, he just smiled and shook his head. "Li Min, this kid is nothing but a gambling addict. As long as he's got a penny left in his pocket, he'll never settle down to work properly. The fact that he's even considering hunting tomorrow just so he can gamble again later is already pretty good. Whatever he's up to, we've got nothing to fear from him. If he really tries to pull any tricks on me, it'll actually be a blessing in disguise. It'll make it easier for me to take him out. Alright, stop worrying. You're new to Stone City. Today, I'll take you out for a tour. I'm heading out hunting next. Who knows if I'll get anything tomorrow. If not, it'll set us back another few days. That'll mean less time I can spend with you." Hearing Zhang Jianshe say this, Li Min felt an overwhelming warmth wash over her heart. Still, a lingering unease remained within him. He couldn't shake the feeling that Yan Fendu harbored ill intentions. But since Zhang Jianshe had already spoken, he felt awkward about dampening his enthusiasm. For that very reason, she ultimately nodded her consent. At worst, he could remind Zhang Jianshe a few more times tomorrow to be careful, and that should prevent any trouble. Meanwhile, upon arriving at the casino, Yan Fendu had already informed Brother Long about tomorrow's hunting trip with Zhang Jianshe. Upon hearing this, Brother Long gave a cold smile and nodded. "I never expected you to have a bit of skill after all. Since that's the case, go with him tomorrow. I'll have my men follow behind. Once you reach the right spot, create some distance between you and him. We'll definitely be able to take this kid out. Rest assured, once we take care of this kid, we'll all be family. You'll have more money than you can spend." After hearing these words, though Yan Fendu felt bitter inside, he nodded and agreed. The next day, when he arrived at the grasslands with Zhang Jianshe, Yan Fendu felt uneasy. It felt as though someone was watching him from just behind, not far away. Chapter 81, The Grassland Ambush. Yan Fendu's premonition wasn't unfounded. Not far behind them, a group sent by Brother Long was indeed following. However, Yan Fendu had spent far too little time learning hunting from Zhang Jianshe, so he hadn't yet detected their presence. His vague sense of being followed stemmed purely from instinct. But shortly after leaving Stone City, Zhang Jianshe had already detected the presence of pursuers behind them. At that moment, he couldn't help but recall what Liu Ergou had said earlier, causing a cold chuckle to escape his lips. Could it be that Yan Fendu, that kid, was truly audacious enough to attempt something against him? If that was the case, then today he would certainly make Yan Fendu taste his wrath. Though these thoughts churned within Zhang Jianshe, he remained unhurried. It wasn't until he reached the depths of the grasslands and found a patch of shrubbery that he nodded in satisfaction. Though this spot offered little game and made hunting difficult, it would prove immensely useful for his upcoming plans against those men. Alright, we'll set our traps here today. It shouldn't take long before we get results. Zhang Jianshe began working diligently as he spoke, and Yan Fengde nodded in agreement upon hearing his words. Though Yan Fengde pretended to help Zhang Jianshe set the traps, he kept a considerable distance from him. A growing sense of foreboding gripped his heart. Therefore, he naturally kept his distance from Zhang Jianshe to avoid being caught in the crossfire by Long Ji's men. Less than 5 minutes later, figures could be seen approaching their direction. Seeing this, Yan Fengde couldn't help but swallow hard. Though Yan Fengde had fantasized countless times about eliminating Zhang Jianshe, he believed that once Zhang Jianshe was gone, everything belonging to him would be his for the taking. But these were merely fantasies in Yan Fengde's mind. He certainly didn't possess the audacity to act on them. If he truly possessed such audacity, he would have acted long ago instead of waiting until now. It was only Long Ji's men who showed no hesitation whatsoever when they truly wanted someone dead. This thought stirred a flicker of excitement within Yan Fengde. After all, though these men were Dragon Brothers' men, they all took orders from Chief Sun. Without Director Sun's backing, Brother Long likely couldn't have assembled such a large force in Ou City. And once Zhang Jianshe was eliminated this time, he would become Chief Sun's ally. If that happened, wouldn't all the men beneath him automatically become his subordinates too? If anyone in Ou City dared to cause him trouble in the future, he wouldn't hesitate for a moment. He would absolutely use these men to eliminate them completely. As these thoughts churned within Yan Fengde's mind, the men behind him had already closed in to within striking distance. Though Zhang Jianshe's figure was obscured by the thicket, he could still be made out. Without a moment's hesitation, Brother Long's men drew their bows from their shoulders and began firing arrows toward Zhang Jianshe's position. Even in this day and age, many weapons are relatively easy to come by, and with Director Sun's connections, obtaining some guns would be a breeze. However, since higher-ups would soon arrive for an inspection, he naturally wouldn't supply firearms to his subordinates. Instead, they were to use bows and arrows, pressurized cold weapons. Though Zhang Jianshe appeared to be setting traps within the thickets, his attention remained fixed on the grassland. Therefore, the moment these men drew their bows to shoot at him, he had already spotted their silhouettes. Given this, he hesitated not a moment. As soon as the enemy began firing, he ducked out of the way. All of Brother Long's men frowned involuntarily upon seeing Zhang Jianshe's surprisingly agile movements, which had allowed him to dodge their arrows. This situation had truly exceeded their expectations and was not what they wished to see. It seemed Zhang Jianshe was far more formidable than they had anticipated. Eliminating him might prove more difficult than they had imagined. At that very moment, Zhang Jianshe's bow was already drawn, arrows aimed squarely at their position. He intended to finish them off completely. Compared to the skills of Long Gu and his men, Zhang Jianshe's abilities were far superior. Purple fired 5 arrows in rapid succession, striking 2 men squarely in the chest. They collapsed onto the grassland. Witnessing this, Long Ji's men were instantly shaken. After all, Brother Long had only dispatched a little over 10 men. And now, after just a brief exchange with Zhang Jianshe, they had already lost 2 men. If they continued engaging Zhang Jianshe at a distance like this, they might not stand a chance against him. Realizing this, the expressions on Long Ji's men turned grim. They were working for Brother Long, but this mission was essentially gambling with their own lives. If they couldn't eliminate Zhang Jianshe, they would be in grave danger. Driven by these thoughts, several exchanged glances before one spoke up immediately. At this point, we can't afford to wait any longer. We need to charge straight at him and take him out by force. Otherwise, even with all of us, we might not be able to take him down. After one of them finished speaking, the others nodded in agreement. Though given the current situation, their numerical advantage might still allow them to kill Zhang Jianshe with continued arrow fire. But no one could be certain whether the first casualty would be themselves or Zhang Jianshe. Given that, close-quarters combat with blades was clearly the superior option. Zhang Jianshe's archery skills were quite good, but they attributed it solely to his experience hunting on the grasslands. But in close combat, Zhang Jianshe might not be their match. Chapter 82, Leave No Survivors. When Zhang Jianshe saw these men charging toward him with bows drawn, a cold smile couldn't help but appear on his face. Although he had just taken out 2 of them, he didn't feel particularly confident deep down. After all, there were simply too many of them. If any managed to escape, they might rush straight to the police station and accuse him of murder. If that happened, he'd likely be in serious trouble. Therefore, the best outcome was to eliminate every single one of them before him. Originally, Zhang Jianshe had thought it would be quite difficult to take them all out quickly. But now that they were charging toward him with knives, intent on close combat, his worries vanished. Seeing them advance, Zhang Jianshe immediately charged at them with his knife. Remember when he faced the wolf pack in Zhang Jianshe? Armed with just a knife and no bow or arrows, he hadn't felt the slightest fear. So why would he be afraid of these men now? With a cold sneer, Zhang Jianshe charged straight through the front of the group. Before they could react, his blade came down. 2 more men instantly collapsed in pools of blood.
Only then did the other's blades reach his front. But Zhang Jianshe spun violently to the side, dodging them. The blades aimed at him all missed their mark. Seeing two more comrades cut down by Zhang Jianshe, unable to rise, the remaining men burned with fury. Everyone, attack together. Don't give him the slightest chance to fight back. Every one of them understood clearly that their situation was now truly dire. Given that, there would be no mercy whatsoever. But just as the others charged toward Zhang Jianshe once more, two of them suddenly let out piercing screams. Watch out, everyone! There are traps on the ground. Hearing this warning, the others nearby were instantly startled. But a faint, cold smile played on Zhang Jianshe's face. These traps were ones he had deliberately placed on the ground earlier while pretending to set up a trap. When he saw them charging toward him with knives drawn, he deliberately ran straight into their path. At first, he hadn't expected these traps to work so effectively. But judging by the current situation, the results had surpassed his wildest expectations. The men sent by Brother Long clearly hadn't anticipated Zhang Jianshe's cunning. They were momentarily stunned, unable to react. Seizing this opening, Zhang Jianshe swung his knife directly at their legs. Several men caught off guard were struck in the legs, collapsing to the ground unable to rise. At this point, only two men remained unscathed. Yet the fear in their eyes as they stared at Zhang Jianshe was palpable. They had known from the start that Zhang Jianshe wouldn't be easy to deal with during this mission. Otherwise, Brother Long wouldn't have dispatched over a dozen men for this operation. Yet they never imagined Zhang Jianshe's strength would be this formidable. At this moment, the men naturally lost all desire to confront Zhang Jianshe and immediately fled toward the distance. If they engaged him again, it wouldn't be Zhang Jianshe who ended up dead, it would be them. After the group had fled far enough, a cold, disdainful smile played at the corners of Zhang Jianshe's mouth. He made no move to pursue them. Those two weren't stupid, they didn't flee in the same direction. Even if Zhang Jianshe pursued, he could only catch one of them at most. Yet no matter how fast these men ran, they could never match the speed of an arrow. As Zhang Jianshe drew his bow and released the arrow, both men collapsed onto the grassland. After dealing with them, the men lying on the ground now stared at Zhang Jianshe with utter terror in their eyes. They knew all too well that they were all finished now. Judging by the ruthless severity of Zhang Jianshe's earlier actions, it was entirely possible that they too would meet their end here today. But this outcome was something they absolutely refused to accept. Precisely because of this, despite the panic surging within them, they immediately spoke with forced resolve. Zhang Jianshe, I never imagined you possessed such skills. But I advise you to let us go now. Otherwise, Brother Long won't let you off. He'll definitely avenge us. That's right. If you dare kill us, your situation won't be pleasant afterward either. Yet upon hearing their words, Zhang Jianshe's face still bore a faint, cold smile. The blade in his hand flashed, instantly ending their lives. By the time Zhang Jianshe went to find Yan Fendu, Yan had already fled a considerable distance. Instead of immediately firing his bow, Zhang Jianshe pursued him on a tricycle until he caught up. Seeing Zhang Jianshe suddenly appear, Yan Fendu was terrified, trembling all over as he fell to his knees. Brother Jianshe, it's not my fault. Please spare me. I didn't mean to betray you, but if I refused to help them, they would have killed me. I had no choice. Hearing this, Zhang Jianshe only gave a cold laugh, his gaze toward Yan Fendu filled with utter contempt. Now, if you don't want to die, tell me everything honestly. Why would anyone want to kill me? Yes, I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. Just let me go, and I'll tell you everything. At this point, Yan Fendu was already scared out of his wits. After hearing Zhang Jianshe's words, he naturally dared not withhold anything further. He immediately laid out the specific details. When Zhang Jianshe learned that Brother Long had actually dispatched so many men to target him, the look on his face darkened to an extreme degree. But the fact that Brother Long was colluding with Chief Sun made the situation considerably more complicated. Chapter 83, Wandering the Grasslands. After a moment's thought, Zhang Jianshe couldn't help but sigh. It seemed he had oversimplified the situation. He had only thought to have Yan Fendu observe the casino's operations quickly and then report it. That way, he could avenge Zhang Xiaoya and rescue all the women held captive by the casino. But now he realized the situation was far more complicated than he'd imagined. Upon closer reflection, however, it all seemed rather logical. Without powerful backers and connections, it would be abnormal for this casino to have operated for so many years. Brother Jianshe, I've told you everything now. Can I go? Rest assured, I won't tell a soul about today's events. Besides, these guys are just street thugs anyway. It's not unusual for them to go days without coming home. Besides, plenty of people would be happy to see them dead. Even if they die now, absolutely no one will come looking for trouble with you. I promise to keep today's incident confidential. As Yan Fendu spoke these words, his gaze toward Zhang Jianshe was filled with pleading. After hearing Yan Fendu's words, Zhang Jianshe finally snapped back to reality. He looked at Yan Fendu and snorted coldly. The knife in Zhang Jianshe's hand moved with ruthless precision. Without hesitation, he ended Yan Fendu's life. He couldn't fathom what Yan Fendu was thinking. After all, Yan Fendu had previously tried to take his life.
Given that, how could he possibly spare Yin Fendu now? Besides, even if he had spared Yin Fendu out of kindness, Yin Fendu's promise to keep his secret would likely never be kept. Yin Fendu had already betrayed him to Brother Long and the others before. It would be perfectly normal for Yin Fendu to betray him again. Regardless, hearing Yin Fendu's words did ease Zhang Jianshe's mind slightly. Now, he just needed to dispose of the body properly, and things should be fine afterward. But Zhang Jianshe knew full well that returning to Acheng now was absolutely out of the question. If he were discovered by Brother Long or Chief Sun's men, he would face immense trouble. Director Sun might even fabricate charges to eliminate him permanently. Precisely for this reason, he had to lie low for a while. He would wait until the inspection team mentioned by Sun Quan arrived before reporting Sun Quan and Brother Long. But he couldn't return to Oyu village either. Not only had his house in Oyu village been burned to the ground. Even if he could return, he'd have nowhere to stay for the time being. Even if he did return, the villagers might be willing to let him stay. But if Chief Sun and his men were even slightly cautious, they would likely send people to the village to inquire whether he had returned home. If that happened, the danger for him would only grow. With these thoughts weighing on his mind, Zhang Jianshe could only find a temporary hiding spot near Stone Village. During the day, he continued hunting on the grasslands. After hunting in the morning, he would spend the afternoon processing the game. He kept some of the game as his own food supply, while preserving the rest to prevent spoilage in the short term, intending to bring it all back with him when he returned to the city. After 2 or 3 days of this routine, Zhang Jianshe went hunting again and saw a pack of wolves surrounding a jeep. His brow furrowed slightly. In those days, only important figures could afford to ride in a jeep. Even the coal plant manager didn't get to ride in one. What had gone wrong with this vehicle, causing these people to be surrounded by these beasts? With these thoughts racing through his mind, Zhang Jianshe wasted no time. From a safe distance, he drew his bow and began firing arrows at the wolves. Fortunately, he had genuinely prepared for hunting on the grasslands this time, bringing a substantial number of arrows. After several days of effort, many components could still be salvaged and reused. Finally, after 3 wolves fell, the pack gradually dispersed with the alpha wolf's howl. Seeing this, Zhang Jianshe wasted no time in moving forward to collect his prey. True, he had saved these people earlier, but that didn't mean he had to share his hunt with them. Besides, these individuals who could casually ride in jeeps were clearly important figures. They would likely show little interest in wolf meat. Just as Zhang Jianshe was busy gathering the carcasses, the people from the jeep got out. Each of them looked deathly pale, and some were wiping cold sweat from their foreheads. They had clearly been terrified by the wolf pack. "Young man, we owe you our lives. If not for you, we all would have perished here today. We're investigators heading to Stone City. We never imagined that after our vehicle broke down here, we'd encounter a pack of wolves. If we linger here too long, we might face danger again. So, young man, would you be able to take us to Stone City?" As he finished speaking, the leaders before him fixed Zhang Jianshe with eyes brimming with hope. Though Zhang Jianshe's tricycle was loaded with corpses of some kind, covered in bloodstains. At this moment, however, they couldn't afford to dwell on such details. As long as it could guarantee their safe passage to Stone City, even a dirty, shabby tricycle was acceptable. But upon hearing their request, Zhang Jianshe was genuinely taken aback. He hadn't expected his luck to be this good. Had he just happened upon an investigation team? If that was the case, it would save him a lot of trouble. Driven by these thoughts, Zhang Jianshe didn't hesitate to speak up. "Excuse me, sirs, if I have any questions, would it be okay to report them directly to you?" Hearing this, the group exchanged glances, their expressions turning solemn. Their investigation in Oyu City stemmed from reports of rampant corruption and chaos there. But they hadn't expected to uncover clues even before arriving in Oyu City. Had they already uncovered some clues? Chapter 84, Heading to Huangtu City. Regardless, having leads was undoubtedly a positive development for them. It was precisely for this reason that the eldest among them soon approached Zhang Jianshe with a broad smile. "Young man, we've come to Stone City specifically to investigate the issues plaguing this city. So whatever problems you encounter, you can come talk to us or report them directly. Rest assured, if any genuine problems exist, we will handle them with the utmost seriousness. We absolutely will not allow these people to continue their wrongdoing." The leader understood perfectly well that if this young man wished to report something, he must have suffered some injustice. Whether to facilitate their upcoming work or to have the young man guide them into the city. He naturally wouldn't refuse Zhang Jianshe's intention to report the matter. After hearing these words, Zhang Jianshe nodded slightly, feeling somewhat favorably toward the man before him. He promptly recounted how the casino had trafficked numerous women, and how the casino boss Long and the police station chief were complicit in the scheme. Upon hearing this, the expression on the leader's face turned grim. But the subordinate beside him looked visibly shaken. "Boss, it's fortunate we encountered trouble before reaching Outcheng, and that we happened upon this young man. Otherwise, if we'd gone to Oyu City to start our investigation, not only would the police station have been unable to help us, but they might have been the biggest danger to us." As the subordinate finished speaking, the leader's brow furrowed slightly. Earlier, consumed by his own anger, he hadn't fully considered the implications. But now, after hearing his subordinate's words, he paused to think for a moment and realized his subordinate was absolutely right. After all, if he led his men to Stone City to investigate, both Brother Long and Chief Sun would likely be terrified. They'd be terrified that their deeds would be uncovered. And once they uncovered any leads, if these people discovered the progress of their investigation, Chief Sun might take desperate measures and order his men to eliminate them all. It wasn't a question of whether there would be danger or whether they had the guts. Since Chief Sun had already dared to collude with Brother Long and his crew, there was nothing they wouldn't dare to do. After all, once they were dead, Sun could easily cover it up with his superiors. All he'd need to say was they'd been attacked by monsters on the grasslands. After all, they had already encountered these incidents on their way to the grasslands, so even if Director Sun reported this to higher-ups, it shouldn't arouse suspicion from others. This realization gave the leader a headache. This means we'll have no one to rely on during our investigation in Stone City. This poses significant risks for our upcoming arrests or other operations. Given the current situation, do any of you have a better solution? After the leader finished speaking, the others present also furrowed their brows deeply. They all understood his concerns all too well. No one could say for certain whether there were still individuals within Stone City colluding with the enemy. If they attempted to resolve the Stone City issue using Stone City's own forces, the risks would become overwhelmingly high. Even deploying the coal plant security department to handle the situation wouldn't be enough to calm everyone down. After a moment's thought, the subordinate finally spoke up. Leader, given the current situation, this is indeed quite a predicament for us. In that case, perhaps we should seek assistance from another nearby city, Huangtu City, and bring in reinforcements. You must understand that Huangtu City isn't exactly close to here, so there shouldn't be any connection between them. If we bring in people from Huangtu City to assist, it shouldn't pose any major problems. After hearing this proposal, the leader pondered for a moment before nodding slightly. He then turned his gaze back to Zhang Jianshe. Young man, since you reported the deputy chief and Brother Long, staying in Stone City might not be the safest option for you now. Given that, would you be willing to come with us to Huangtu City? Once we're settled there, we can come straight back to Stone City to make the arrests. The leader's suggestion stemmed partly from genuine concern for Zhang Jianshe. But another crucial reason, of course, was his own safety. Their jeep was now broken down, meaning even reaching Huangtu City would require walking. But they were still quite far from Huangtu City, several dozen miles away. Danger and unexpected incidents could easily arise during the journey. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Jianshe felt a faint surge of joy within. Several days had passed since he killed those men under Brother Long. He guessed that both Brother Long and Chief Sun must be getting anxious by now. Even though he was on the grasslands where few could spot him, his safety remained far from guaranteed. If Longgu or Chief Sun's men found him, he would be in grave danger. Staying with these people would offer him greater security. It was precisely these thoughts that made Zhang Jianshe nod without hesitation. Since you put it that way, boss, I'll definitely help you out. So let's get going right now. I'll take you both on my tricycle and we'll head over together. Upon hearing Zhang Jianshe's words, the leader chuckled heartily and nodded in agreement. Shortly after Zhang Jianshe departed with the group visiting Oyu City, a convoy from the city arrived at the same location. Discovering the broken-down jeep on the road startled them. After checking the contents inside, they hurriedly ran back toward the city. At that moment, Brother Long and Chief Sun were both present. Inside the restroom, worry was evident on everyone's faces. Suddenly, subordinates rushed in from outside. Chief, we still haven't found any trace of those brothers or Zhang Jianshe, but we discovered a jeep on the grasslands. However, it was deserted. It's highly likely they were ambushed by bandits on the grasslands. This jeep could very well belong to the officials who came to investigate our Stone City. Chapter 85, Time to keep a low profile. After the subordinate finished speaking, Director Sun let out a sigh of relief, only for his brows to furrow tightly once more. This development was indeed good news for him. It strongly suggested that the officials who had come to investigate Oyu City had encountered bandits in the wilderness and been killed by those grassland bandits. This gave him more time to prepare, naturally increasing his chances of landing safely. However, it also meant more people would soon arrive in Stone City to conduct a more thorough investigation. Although those officials had likely perished at the hands of bandits on the grasslands, higher-ups would not accept this explanation so readily. It was highly probable that suspicions would arise, pointing to Stone City as having interfered or even orchestrated the incident. Under the influence of such suspicions, the next investigative team sent to Stone City would likely be even more meticulous, leaving no detail unexamined. Even if he made more thorough preparations now, the chances of pulling off a deception would be significantly reduced. It was precisely these thoughts churning within him that made Director Sun now look at Brother Long with trepidation. His tone turned somewhat serious as he spoke. Brother Long, this situation has already slipped somewhat beyond my control. We must proceed with extreme caution from here on out. Given the current situation, it's best to shut down your casino for a while. Hide everything and everyone associated with it. As for those who owe your casino money, don't pursue them for repayment just yet. Let them enjoy a few days of ease. Once this matter blows over, you can settle accounts with those bastards. As he uttered these words, Chief Sun felt a pang of heartache. After all, Long paid him a monthly dividend based on the casino's profits. Therefore, the higher the casino's profits, the more money he would naturally receive. It was unclear how long it would take for higher-ups to send investigators back. But until this matter was resolved, the entire casino couldn't operate normally. He had no idea how much damage he would suffer next. Chief Sun felt a sense of unease deep within, while Long felt as if his heart were bleeding. Brother Long understood that Chief Sun must have his reasons for speaking this way. Perhaps he had already detected some danger. But most of his family's fortune was invested in this casino. Even knowing the situation could become extremely dangerous, he still wanted to fight back. Chief Sun, has the situation truly reached this point? Based on what that brother just said, it seems those who came to investigate must have perished on the grasslands. If that's the case, then no one will come to investigate our stone city next, and no one will come looking for trouble with us either. We should seize this chance to make a killing instead. That way, when future investigations do come, shutting down won't cost us too much. You bastard, are you ignoring my orders now? All you know is running a gambling den. What do you know? If we keep this gambling den open, mark my words, within a month, every last one of us will lose our heads. Do exactly as I say now. Not a single mistake. If you dare disobey, I'll take care of you before anyone from above arrives. At least you'll save me the trouble. As he spoke these words, Director Sun's gaze toward Long turned utterly icy. Seeing this, Brother Long felt a surge of rage within him, but all he could do was give a slight nod. Chief Sun, I acted rashly. I'll handle these matters properly. You won't have to worry about a thing. Hearing this, Chief Sun still felt a flicker of unease deep inside. He merely gave a cold snort, having no desire to continue the conversation. He turned and walked straight out of the casino. After Director Sun departed, Brother Long finally couldn't hold back any longer and flipped the table completely. That bastard took so many favors from me before, and now he actually wants me to shut down my business? He's made a fortune and feels satisfied, but does he have any idea how much we'll lose if we shut down? Witnessing Brother Long's furious outburst, the casino staff trembled in fear. The timid ones even took a few steps back. Everyone knew full well that when Brother Long was in a rage, it was best not to cross him. Otherwise, their very lives might be at risk. After a while, Brother Long gradually calmed down and waved his hand, beckoning one of his brothers to his side. Has that Yin Fendu shown up yet? Have you found that guy? Upon hearing this, the subordinate immediately shook his head. Brother Long, whether it's Yin Fendu, Zhang Jianshe, or the brothers we sent to kill Zhang Jianshe, none of them have returned since heading to the grasslands. Right now, these guys are all missing without a trace, no bodies, no sightings. As he spoke these words, a sense of sorrow welled up within this subordinate. So much time had passed, those who went to the grasslands were likely in grave danger. Yet a faint glimmer of hope lingered within him. After all, they had sent over a dozen men to the grasslands. Among them were several of his close friends, who naturally didn't want to see their buddy die like that. After hearing his subordinate's words, Brother Long nodded thoughtfully. If we consider it this way, then it suggests those people might all have been injured, which is why they were eaten by the beasts on the grasslands. Although Zhang Jianshe is just one man, he is a hunter after all, and his combat prowess is quite formidable. It's not impossible for him to have injured over a dozen of our men. But thankfully, we took Zhang Jianshe out. With that troublemaker gone, our casino won't have to worry about being reported by others anymore. After hearing Brother Long's words, the subordinate beside him nodded in agreement, though he found it hard to believe. Chapter 86, Preparing to Go Home. Deep down, the subordinate found it hard to believe anyone could take on over a dozen men and kill them all. Yet beyond this possibility, there was truly no other way to explain the current situation. After all, those who followed Brother Long were already desperate men. After completing their mission, they had nowhere else to go but back to Brother Long. And since Zhang Jianshe hadn't shown up for so long, he must have perished on the grasslands too. Even if it felt unbelievable, this was the most plausible explanation available. After reaching this conclusion, the subordinate could only silently mourn his friend in his heart before turning his gaze back to Brother Long. Brother Long, should we shut down the casino for now? And what about the debt collectors? Should they keep working or take a break? Shut down? How could we shut down? If we shut down, what would the brothers eat? If you ask me, that bastard son got his balls scared off by the higher-ups. Now he's freaking out at the slightest sign of trouble. Anyway, if something really happens, it'll be him getting investigated by the higher-ups. It won't have much to do with us. When the investigation kicks off, they'll go after that bastard son first. That'll be our chance to make a quick getaway. But we can't completely ignore that bastard son's face either. If he gets cornered and lashes out, that could get messy. Here's what we'll do, keep operations minimal for now. Just leave 2 tables open. As for the debt collectors, let them take a break for now. Once things calm down, we'll send them back to collect double the money. Anyway, this period counts as interest anyway, so we won't lose out. After Brother Long made his decision, the subordinate beside him immediately nodded in agreement and went off to make the necessary arrangements. Another day passed before Zhang Jianshe finally arrived at Huangtu City with his team of leaders. Though Zhang Jianshe was thoroughly familiar with the grasslands, he still dared not roam freely at night. So last night, he could only lead the officials to a relatively safe spot to rest. However, none of them had slept a wink all night. Naturally concerned, Zhang Jianshe kept watch over their surroundings to prevent any potential enemies from discovering and ambushing them. As for the officials, even with Zhang Jianshe's protection, they remained on edge. Thus, they too had not slept a wink all night. Now, having finally endured until dawn, each person bore dark circles under their eyes and looked rather grim. Upon finally reaching Stone City, everyone couldn't help but cheer. Even the leaders wore faint smiles on their faces. "Young man, we owe you everything this time. Without you, we might not have made it safely to Stone City. We could have perished on the grasslands long ago. Come on, let's find somewhere to eat first. I want to properly thank you for saving our lives. We'll rest up here in Yellow Earth City for a day. Tomorrow, we'll head straight to Stone City." Since the leader had spoken, Zhang Jianshe naturally nodded with a smile in agreement. After all, matters in Stone City had been unfolding for so long that delaying by a day wouldn't significantly alter the situation or cause major repercussions. The next day, as Zhang Jianshe prepared to lead the group of officials to Huangtu City, he sat in the jeep, his emotions running deep and complex. His tricycle was temporarily stored at the police station on the Huangtu City side, and the food supplies on it had been taken directly by the station's canteen. He planned to follow the officials back to Huangtu City when they departed, so he could ride his tricycle home. He had been walking on eggshells, too afraid to return to Oyu City lest he be discovered by Chief Sun and his men. If he really got caught by Chief Sun and the casino people, he'd surely be dead meat. But now, with him escorting so many officials back, it seemed the ones who would be in trouble next were likely Chief Sun and his crew. Upon arriving back at Stone City, the officials couldn't help but ask Zhang Jianshe, "Young man, should we take you with us to check on Sun Fuwen and see what his situation is, or would you prefer to go home and rest first?" Hearing this, Zhang Jianshe knew exactly how to respond. He immediately smiled and said, "Sir, I've been away for several days now. I'm sure many people at home are worried. I think I'll head home first. If you need any help later, just send someone to my place. My place is in the family compound over by the coal plant." Zhang Jianshe understood perfectly well. The fact that his superior was asking him this meant he didn't want him to continue following alone. Otherwise, there would be no need for such a redundant inquiry. Upon hearing Zhang Jianshe's words, the leader smiled and nodded. "All right then. Since that's the case, we'll part ways here. We'll come find you when we're ready to head back to Huangtuching." The leader clearly saw no further need for Zhang Jianshe's assistance, so after exchanging a few words, they turned back to their own affairs. When Zhang Jianshe returned to the courtyard, several neighbors looked at him with surprise, though none said much. After all, Zhang Jianshe had gone hunting many times before, and some trips had lasted quite a while. Besides, whether Zhang Jianshe encountered danger while hunting was none of their business. Even if Zhang Jianshe made a fortune, he wouldn't spend a single penny on them. Upon seeing Zhang Jianshe return, Li Min could no longer contain her emotions. Forgetting the crowd watching in the courtyard, she threw herself into his arms. "Jianshe, you're finally back. These past few days nearly scared me to death. Where did you go hunting this time? Why did it take so long? And where did your tricycle go? It's nowhere to be seen." Chapter 87, Zhang Jianshe returned on his own? Hearing these words, Zhang Jianshe felt deeply moved. He smiled and ruffled Li Min's hair. "I ran into some trouble out there and ended up making a trip to Huangtu City. Since it was urgent at the time, I didn't have a chance to come back and tell you." Hearing Zhang Jianshe's explanation, Li Min's anxious heart finally eased somewhat. Yet, a hint of reproach still lingered in her gaze as she looked at him. "Next time, no matter what happens, you must let me know. Even if you can't come back, you could have sent someone to deliver a message. If you vanish like that again, just wait till you get back, I'll have words with you." Though Li Min seemed to be scolding Zhang Jianshe at that moment, her tone was more like playful teasing than genuine reproach. Upon hearing her words, Zhang Jianshe simply smiled and nodded again, saying nothing more. Meanwhile, Zhao Meihui and Zhao Meihua were watching the scene unfold from their side of the courtyard. Their eyes brimmed with envy, wishing they were the ones nestled in Zhang Jianshe's embrace. Zhao Meihui, being a widow, kept her gaze on Zhang Jianshe somewhat restrained. Zhao Meihua, however, couldn't wait to show her affection for Zhang Jianshe. At this moment, however, Zhang Jianshe's thoughts were entirely focused on Li Min. After spending so many days away, not only had he faced numerous dangers, but his desires had also grown significantly. Now that he was finally back home, he naturally wanted to let off some steam. Just as Zhang Jianshe was about to close the door with Li Min to engage in some intimate activities, Lu Tsuifan spotted him returning and hurriedly dashed toward her own home. "Old Yan, I just saw Zhang Jianshe come back from outside, but wasn't our Fendu out hunting with him? Why hasn't he returned yet? Could something have happened to him out there?" The moment Lu Tsuifan finished speaking, Yan Xuanxiu, who had been dozing in his chair, sprang to his feet. Earlier, he had indeed spoken harshly to his son, but that was born of frustration at his son's lack of progress.
After all, this was the son he had raised from childhood, now grown and capable of helping the family at any moment. In Yan Xuanxiu's heart, Yan Fendu held a place of great importance. Has Zhang Jianshe returned yet? Let's go find him immediately and ask what exactly happened. Without waiting for his wife's response, Yan Xuanxiu rushed out the door. Seeing this, Lu Zuifan couldn't think of anything else and hurried after him. The neighbors gathered in the courtyard watched the Yan couple's frantic expressions with curiosity, knowing something serious must have happened again. To catch a glimpse of the commotion, these people naturally gathered at Zhang Jianshe's doorstep in no time. Just as Zhang Jianshe was about to close the door, he suddenly spotted someone approaching. His expression darkened slightly. Hey, old Scroogean, what brings you here? In the past, Zhang Jianshe had held Yan Xuanxiu in high regard, usually addressing him as Uncle Yan. But ever since Yan Fendu had planned to deal him a heavy blow, Zhang Jianshe had been filled with hatred toward Yan Fendu, and his attitude toward the Yan family had changed as well. At this moment, however, Yan Xuanxiu couldn't care less about Zhang Jianshe's choice of words or attitude. Upon hearing Zhang Jianshe's words, he immediately spoke with an urgent tone. Jianshe, didn't my son Fendu say he was going hunting with you? Why hasn't he returned after so long? What's going on? As he uttered these words, Yan Xuanxiu's body trembled slightly. Deep down, he knew that if his son had indeed gone hunting and taken this long, and Zhang Jianshe had returned alone, it likely meant something had happened to his son. But deep down, he simply couldn't accept that possibility. So he asked the question, clinging to a sliver of hope. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jianshe wore a look of utter bewilderment. No, when did he ever say he was coming to find me to go hunting together? This time I just happened to be free and went out on my own. I didn't go with him. I heard that kid likes to hang out at the casino, right? This time he went to the casino by himself, but he was afraid you guys would find out, so he made up the story about going hunting with me. It must be said, Zhang Jianshe's acting was truly impressive at this moment. Although every word he spoke was a lie, by the time he finished, not only did he almost believe it himself, but even Li Min, standing closest to him, showed not a hint of suspicion. The other neighbors in the courtyard couldn't help but nod in agreement after hearing Zhang Jianshe's words, then sighed. Deep down, they all thought Zhang Jianshe's story was probably true. After all, Yan Fendu had previously racked up a 500 yuan gambling debt outside and returned home to ask his family to cover it. This alone showed Yan Fendu had become a gambling addict, so continuing to frequent the casino was hardly surprising. Besides, Zhang Jianshe had no reason to deceive Yan Xuanxiu. If Yan Fendu really had met with an accident on the grasslands while with Zhang Jianshe, he could have simply said so. That way, the Yan family wouldn't have blamed Zhang Jianshe. After all, everyone knew deep down just how dangerous the grasslands truly were. Even if Yan Fendu had met with misfortune, it would have been his own doing. Upon hearing Zhang Jianshe's words, Yan Xuanxiu's face instantly drained of color, and his body swayed twice. He immediately lunged forward, grabbing Zhang Jianshe's arm as his voice rose to a shrill pitch. Bull! Zhang Jianshe, you're the one who killed my son. Maybe my son caught some game out there that made you jealous, so you killed him and took his catch to sell for money. Now you pay with my son's life. I'll fight you to the death. Chapter 88, Zhang Jianshe, you killed my son. Yan Xuanxiu roared as he charged toward Zhang Jianshe, clawing and snarling as if intent on tearing him to shreds. Seeing this, the neighbors in the courtyard couldn't help but shake their heads and take a few steps back. Though they understood Yan Xuanxiu's grief, if he lost his mind completely, the Yan family would truly be ruined. Even if Yan Fendu had indeed gone to the casino, his prolonged absence suggested he was likely in grave danger. Although the Yan family had 3 children in total, the remaining 2 were still young. And now that Yan Xuanxiu had shut himself away, was the entire maternal family supposed to rely on Lu Zuifan alone to hold everything together? Truthfully, at this moment, though Yan Xuanxiu appeared fierce and threatening, deep down he believed Zhang Jianshe's words. He knew his son's character all too well. If he'd sneaked off to the casino again, it wouldn't have surprised him. Even so, he was determined to pin the blame on Zhang Jianshe. He certainly didn't have the guts to go after the casino operators himself. He feared that before he could do anything to the casino would send him down to join Yan Fendu in the afterlife. But facing Zhang Jianshe was a different matter entirely. Sure, Zhang Jianshe had killed quite a few thugs on the grasslands, but they were still just thugs. Besides, they were neighbors now. He didn't believe Zhang Jianshe would actually do anything to him. As long as he could squeeze some money out of Zhang Jianshe, he could raise his 2 remaining sons. That way, the Yan family wouldn't collapse, and they could still get by. Otherwise, with him gone and his job at the coal plant gone too, along with that 20 yuan monthly subsidy, the entire family depended solely on him for small-scale black market trading to scrape together a living. Life would only grow harder and harder. But Zhang Jianshe couldn't care less about what Yan Xuanxiu was thinking. He already held no favorable impression of the Yan family, and now that they were causing him trouble, he naturally showed no courtesy. If you want to lose your mind, go do it somewhere else. Don't do it here. I've already told you, your family's Yan Fendu didn't go hunting with me this time. I have no idea where he went. Even if he died out there, it's his own damn fault. It has nothing to do with me.
If you keep trying to pin this on me, believe me, I'll go straight to the police. Then let the police arrest you too. I'll see how your family manages to survive after that. Earlier, when Zhang Jianshe suggested Yin Fengdu might have gone to the casino, he was actually trying to lure Yin Xuanqiu into causing trouble there. Given Yin Xuanqiu's current state, he'd surely cause quite a scene if he went to the casino. This would actually be a boon for the officials investigating OU City. It would be easy to find relevant evidence. But seeing Yin Xuanqiu like this now, he realized the man simply didn't have the guts. So at this moment, he could only shake his head helplessly, losing all interest in continuing the conversation with Yin Xuanqiu. As he spoke, he pushed Yin Xuanqiu outside, then took Li Min home and shut the door. Yin Xuanqiu immediately sat down on the ground and began wailing loudly. After a while, he knelt down and looked up at the neighbors. Neighbors, please help me find Struggle. We've all watched this child grow up since he was little. Now that he's gone missing, we absolutely must find him. Upon hearing Yin Xuanqiu's plea, the neighbors dispersed, each returning to their homes. In their minds, Yin Xuanqiu had simply gone to the gambling den, so he must still be there. While they themselves lacked the courage to search for his son at the casino, these unrelated individuals certainly wouldn't want to stir up trouble. Otherwise, if the casino decided to make them pay off Yin Struggle's entire debt, they'd be left crying over spilled milk. Remember, Yin Fengdu had already racked up a 500 yuan debt at the casino before, dragging Yin Xuanqiu into it and forcing him to sell his workstation. Who knew how much this bastard had racked up this time? Even if things were exactly as Yin Xuanqiu said that Yin Fengdu had gone hunting with Zhang Jianshe, there was no point in searching for him. Since he hadn't returned with Zhang Jianshe, it meant he must have perished on the grasslands. Several days had passed since then. By now, they probably couldn't even find his bones. Watching the neighbors leave, Lu Cuifan and Yin Xuanqiu wept even more bitterly in the courtyard, but there was nothing they could do now. After a brief pause, they steeled themselves and set out together to search for him. At that very moment, Yin Fengdu's friends were aimlessly wandering the streets, having nothing to do since the casino had scaled back its operations. They happened to spot Yin Fengdu's parents stepping out and, filled with curiosity, approached them. Hey, Uncle Yen, Aunt Yen, where are you two headed? Shouldn't you be resting at home in the middle of the day? As the rainy season approached, the midday summer heat was intense. Upon hearing this, Yin Xuanqiu paused for a moment before recognizing the people before him. His eyes instantly lit up with delight. You must be friends of our Fengdu, right? Fengdu went hunting on the grasslands with Zhang Jianshe from our courtyard earlier. Zhang Jianshe came back on his own, but our Fengdu was nowhere to be found. Could you help me look for Fengdu? Hearing this, the group exchanged glances, each looking somewhat startled. Alright, we'll go with you. But to make things easier, let's split up and search. That way we'll be more efficient. Without waiting for Yin Xuanqiu's response, they hurried off in different directions. Watching their anxious haste, Yin Xuanqiu felt an overwhelming surge of gratitude welling up inside him. He had repeatedly warned Yin Fengdu not to get too close to these people before, as they didn't seem like good sorts. But seeing how these fellows now cared for his son, he realized he'd misjudged them. Ironically, it was Zhang Jianshe with his prominent eyebrows and large eyes who seemed upright, yet turned out to be no good. If they could truly bring Yin Fengdu back this time, he would have to reconsider his attitude toward these men. What Yin Xuanqiu never could have imagined, though, was that after getting far away, these guys didn't head to the grasslands to search for him. Instead, they went straight for the casino. As peripheral members of the casino's operation, they too had heard about Yin Fengdu leading Brother Long's crew to ambush Zhang Jianshe on the grasslands. With no one returning for so long, everyone assumed they were dead. But today, rumors surfaced that Zhang Jianshe had returned from the grasslands. Something was clearly amiss. When they arrived at the casino and relayed the news to Brother Long, he was startled. Alright, go notify all the brothers. Under no circumstances mention the previous incident. I'm heading to see Chief Sun now. Chapter 89, This is Bad. Zhang Jianshe's sudden appearance had Brother Long feeling uneasy. In the past, even if Zhang Jianshe hadn't died and returned alive from the grasslands, Long Go wouldn't have batted an eye. At worst, he'd simply send more men to eliminate Zhang Jianshe. But the current situation was different from before. First, he had previously dispatched many of his most capable men to eliminate Zhang Jianshe. That was a full dozen men sent to take down Zhang Jianshe alone. Yet now, Zhang Jianshe had returned from the grasslands, while those he sent out remained missing without a trace. It was obvious they had all perished on the grasslands. This alone demonstrated that Zhang Jianshe's capabilities were truly extraordinary. Deep down, Brother Long couldn't help but worry whether Zhang Jianshe had already discovered that he had sent men to kill him. Long Go felt this was quite possible. Although those men were his subordinates and had always appeared utterly loyal to him. But that was only because they hadn't encountered any opponents or trouble. When danger struck, these men would certainly not continue to keep his secrets. On top of that, the higher-ups had already sent people to investigate OU City. Though Brother Long didn't take these investigators seriously, his casino was still operating under the radar. But recalling Director Sun's terrified expression, Brother Long understood all too well that this matter was no ordinary affair. If Zhang Jianshe went to report to the investigating officials, the situation could easily become far more complicated. It was precisely these concerns that drove him to rush over and explain the situation to Chief Sun. Meanwhile, Chief Sun was smiling broadly, having just seen off the investigating officials. Upon arriving in Aochang, those officials headed straight for the offices of the local leadership. After exchanging a few casual words with the Stone City leadership, they then brought the Stone City officials over to the police station. Their swift actions caught Chief Sun completely off guard, as he hadn't received any advance notice. Although he felt he had handled their inquiries reasonably well earlier, the suddenness of today's event still felt beyond his control, leaving him with some lingering concern. Could it be that he'd have to shell out some cash to buy gifts for these officials? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Chief Sun returned to his office. Gift-giving was an art in itself. If the gifts were too extravagant, not only would it make these officials suspect him further. Moreover, such gifts would exceed his normal income range. That would likely end up being a case of shooting himself in the foot, bringing trouble upon himself. But if the gifts were too cheap, not only would they fail to win the favor of these officials, but might even make them feel disrespected, fueling their anger. Even if the superiors couldn't find any concrete issues, they'd likely find ways to make trouble for him. Just as Director Sun was wrestling with indecision, Brother Long suddenly pushed open the door to his office and walked in. This made Director Sun's expression turn even more grim. Didn't I tell you? Keep out of my office area. If you have any issues, just call my phone. Leave a message on the office line, and I'll come find you myself. Now you come straight here. If someone sees you, do you have any idea how much trouble that could cause? Hearing this, Brother Long couldn't help but silently curse under his breath. Only Chief Sun believed their relationship was exceptionally close and unknown to others. But in reality, everyone in the station knew his gambling den was under Chief Sun's protection. If not for Chief Sun as his backer, who knew how many times the station had already raided his place. In the past, Brother Long naturally wouldn't dare provoke Chief Sun, so he'd always agreed to whatever the chief demanded. Now, however, Brother Long was panicking inside, and naturally had no mind for such matters. Chief Sun, I rushed over here today for a very specific reason. If this matter isn't handled properly, we're going to be in serious trouble. Zhang Jianshe made it back alive from the grasslands today and even returned to his own home. Do you think he might have found out about our partnership? Or even be planning to retaliate against us? What? Hearing this, Director Sun was startled. He no longer cared about why Brother Long had rushed to his office in such a panic. What exactly is going on? Tell me everything in detail. Truthfully, Brother Long wasn't entirely clear on the specifics either, having only heard the accounts from Yin Fendu's former associates who'd returned. Nevertheless, Brother Long proceeded to recount every detail he possessed. After listening to Brother Long's account, the expression on Director Sun's face turned grim. Unlike Brother Long, who clung to a sliver of hope, Director Sun was almost certain he was in deep trouble. It was precisely because Director Sun had always been so cautious and prudent that he had managed to climb to his current position. At this moment, the thoughts swirling in Director Sun's mind were clearly far more complex. Since both Zhang Jianshe and the leaders who came to investigate Oyu City arrived on the same day. And since Zhang Jianshe had spent such a long time on the grasslands beforehand. Was it possible that Zhang Jianshe had already met with these officials beforehand? And had Zhang Jianshe even informed those leaders of the situation? As this thought emerged from Director Sun's mind, his face paled and a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. On the surface, such a scenario seemed improbable, even entirely impossible. But the more Chief Sun pondered it, the more plausible it seemed. Otherwise, why would these officials, after arriving in Aochang for their investigation, bypass all other locations and head straight for their police station? Chapter 90, Zhang Jianshe must be eliminated. At this moment, Brother Long remained oblivious to the complex thoughts churning within Director Sun's mind. Seeing the pale color in Chief Sun's face and the cold sweat beating on his forehead caused a slight sinking feeling in his heart. Though he couldn't fathom what was troubling the chief, his demeanor made it clear nothing good was brewing. Chief Sun, what's wrong? Could something really have gone wrong? Hearing this, Director Sun couldn't help but sigh, his expression turning grim. I suspect Zhang Jianshe only returned today because he encountered those leaders investigating our Oyu City out on the grasslands. It's possible he not only discovered our connection and learned about your gambling operation, but also reported all of this to those officials. After uttering these words, Chief Sun wasted no time recounting the details of those officials' recent departure from the station. Hearing this, Brother Long was utterly dumbfounded. What do we do now? If the leaders already know about us, aren't we all as good as dead? If the higher-ups really investigate us, we'll all be in deep trouble. Chief Sun, you've got to think of a solution fast. We can't just go down like this. When dealing with the gamblers at the casino, Brother Long always carried himself with an air of superiority. But now, realizing he was in serious trouble, Brother Long lost all his usual composure. Instead, his entire face contorted with sheer terror. Seeing Brother Long like this now, a sense of annoyance stirred within Director Sun. Just a minor hiccup, and Brother Long is already freaking out like this? He's making a complete fool of himself. Alright, stop acting like this. It's not like disaster is actually about to strike. What are you freaking out for? Even if the higher-ups find out about this, they'll need substantial evidence to investigate. If they don't have any proof, there's nothing they can do to us. Just send some men to kill Zhang Jianshe immediately, then have your people hide elsewhere. When those leaders came to investigate Aocheng, only Zhang Jianshe provided them with leads. There's no other evidence. Once we take care of Zhang Jianshe, he won't be able to dig up any more information. That way, the officials won't uncover anything. Then I'll spend a little money to grease some palms, and all the problems will be resolved. Alright, I'll handle it immediately. After hearing Chief Sun's proposal, Brother Long felt reassured and immediately agreed. He knew that the fatal incident in Aocheng would inevitably provoke fierce anger among the leaders, and that a large-scale cleanup operation would follow in Oyu City, potentially bringing misfortune to countless people. But at this moment, he couldn't afford to dwell on such matters. Even if others suffered, it was better than him suffering. As long as his casino survived this crisis unscathed, all other problems would be solved. Wait a minute. I ordered you to shut down your gambling operation. Did you actually close the entire casino? Just as Brother Long was about to leave, Chief Sun called out after him. Hearing the chief's words, Brother Long's eyes flickered slightly. Even now, 2 tables inside his casino were still operating normally. Originally, Brother Long hadn't taken Chief Sun's wariness seriously, nor did he pay it much mind. He figured that even if the casino kept operating, it shouldn't cause too much trouble. Moreover, with the casino still operating, all the profits wouldn't have to be split with Chief Sun, it would all go straight into his own pocket. This meant he stood to gain a huge profit. But today, upon hearing Chief Sun's words and learning that higher-ups were indeed investigating Oyu City, Brother Long realized his judgment had been wrong. He was clearly filled with regret. Yet when he heard Chief Sun's question, Brother Long hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. Chief Sun, you've already handed over the brothers. There's absolutely no way we can keep this casino open now. The brothers will certainly obey your orders. I've already shut down the entire operation. After a final moment of hesitation, Brother Long still couldn't bring himself to admit that he was still keeping the casino open. Admitting it would not only offend Chief Sun but might also lead to him being sacrificed as a scapegoat. Such an outcome was utterly unacceptable to Brother Long. But Chief Sun wasn't some pushover. He wasn't about to be fooled so easily. Upon hearing this, he merely snorted coldly. Anyway, I've told you everything I needed to. You're on your own now. Let me give you some advice. If the casino had already shut down, that would be the best outcome. If you haven't shut it down yet, don't make any rash moves now. Trying to move the casino staff at this point will be highly conspicuous. It might even lead those officials straight to the casino's location. And when that happens, even I won't be able to protect you. After hearing Chief Sun's words, Brother Long felt an overwhelming sense of dread wash over him. Fortunately, Chief Sun had offered this timely warning. Otherwise, following his initial impulse, Brother Long would have immediately returned to relocate his men. As long as he acted fast enough, destroying all evidence shouldn't be too difficult. But now, hearing Chief Sun's words, he realized he'd oversimplified the situation. It was all because of that bastard Zhang Jianshe. Earlier, Zhang Jianshe had even won 5,000 yuan at his casino. He hadn't done anything to wrong Zhang Jianshe. Why did that bastard Zhang Jianshe have to pick a fight with him? The more Brother Long thought about it, the angrier he became, solidifying his resolve to eliminate Zhang Jianshe immediately. Chapter 91, Where there's a will, there's a way. When Brother Long returned to his casino, several of his men gathered around him. Seeing him rush out of their casino earlier, some had already guessed something major must have happened. Now, seeing the grave expression on Brother Long's face, many were certain this time the matter was no small affair. At this moment, they naturally wanted to prove themselves. If they could earn Brother Long's approval and help him resolve this trouble, it would bring them many benefits for their future advancement. But at this moment, Brother Long had no interest in what his men were thinking. Returning to his casino and seeing his men had gathered, Brother Long wasted no time. Take a few dozen of the most capable brothers right now. Head straight to the coal factory's residential compound and finish off Zhang Jianshe. Who'd have thought that bastard had such luck? He actually made it back alive from the grasslands. If we don't take care of Zhang Jianshe, he'll be a threat to our entire casino operation. None of us will have an easy life going forward. Who's willing to take care of this? Upon hearing Brother Long's words, the casino's underlings all froze in place. The fact that Brother Long had sent men to kill Zhang Jianshe on the grasslands was no longer a secret, at least within this casino. Many knew about it. But now that Zhang Jianshe had returned from the grasslands, it meant those sent to kill him had perished. If that was indeed the case, just how formidable was Zhang Jianshe's fighting prowess? If they went looking for trouble with Zhang Jianshe now, would they end up killing him or would he end up killing them? It was precisely these inner anxieties and fears that had the underlings all bowing their heads, as if they hadn't heard Brother Long's words at all. Even though this state of affairs made them feel somewhat humiliated. But shame was preferable to death. Seeing his men like this, Brother Long's face darkened. These men had always claimed unwavering loyalty to him, each boasting unique skills. Yet when the moment came to put them to use, they proved utterly cowardly, utterly useless. It seemed that once this current crisis was resolved, he would have to thoroughly clean house within his ranks. He absolutely had to ensure their loyalty to him. Though these thoughts churned in Brother Long's mind, he knew now was not the time for such deliberations. His men were unwilling to act, and he couldn't force them to carry out the mission. Otherwise, forget about completing the mission, they might just slip away the moment they stepped outside the casino. That would not only fail to solve the problem but also deal a massive blow to his authority. Once morale crumbled, leading the team would become increasingly difficult. After weighing these concerns, even though Brother Long felt immense pain in his heart, he gritted his teeth and spoke. Everyone participating in this mission will receive a 500 yuan reward upon successful completion. Even if the mission fails, you'll each receive 200 yuan. Though the casino raked in gold daily for Brother Long, parting with such a large sum at once still stung his wallet. For the small-time hustlers under Brother Long, this sum was certainly no small amount. That's precisely why, the moment Brother Long finished speaking, many of his men's eyes lit up. Since they'd still get a 200 yuan bonus even if they failed the mission, there was nothing to worry about. Even if Zhang Jianshe's henchmen were present, could they possibly kill all of them at once? As long as their luck wasn't so bad that Zhang Jianshe killed them first, they'd walk away with 200 yuan upon their return. Besides, those who had gone to kill Zhang Jianshe before had operated on the grasslands. Everyone knew the grasslands were fraught with danger, so it was only natural that Zhang Jianshe had been on high alert and prepared in advance. But now they were in Stone City. Zhang Jianshe might be completely unprepared. Under these circumstances, their chances of success were naturally much higher. It was precisely these thoughts that drove over a dozen brothers to sign up immediately to take down Zhang Jianshe. Seeing so many willing to join the operation after he announced the reward only deepened Brother Long's disappointment. It seemed he had been far too lenient with his men, failing to instill any sense of authority in their hearts. Though these thoughts crossed Brother Long's mind, he knew this wasn't the time for idle chatter. Seeing his men nod in agreement once more, he replied, "Fine. Since that's the case, get moving. If you succeed, I'll be waiting for your good news." Only after hearing these words did the thugs finally pick up their weapons and scatter. Under normal circumstances, they certainly couldn't just open fire in Stone City. But knowing that the men Brother Long had sent out earlier had all died at Zhang Jianshe's hands, they were prepared to shoot anyway, even though they knew they shouldn't. After all, once they killed someone in broad daylight, they wouldn't be able to stay in Stone City anyway. After collecting the money from Brother Long, they'd have to make a swift escape. Given this, they naturally had no need to worry about the consequences of firing their guns. Meanwhile, as these men set out to confront Zhang Jianshe, the leaders who had arrived from Huangtuching gathered at the guest house. Their expressions were grave. It seems breaking through from Oyu City won't be as easy as we thought. After all, we can't just arrest that bastard Sun Fuwen for questioning. Doing so would be slapping the entire Stone City establishment in the face. After one of the officials voiced this concern, the surrounding entourage nodded in agreement. After a brief pause, one staff member finally suggested, "Perhaps we should go to the coal plant and find that young man named Zhang Jianshe instead. If he can provide a detailed account and file a formal complaint under his real name, we'll be able to launch an investigation immediately." After hearing this, the leader paused briefly. Seeing no better alternative, he nodded in agreement. "All right. Let's go now. If we wait until Sun Fuwen senses something's amiss, launching an investigation will only become more difficult." Chapter 92, The Gunfire. After the leader finished speaking, the team immediately headed toward the residential area of the coal plant. However, these officials were traveling in plain clothes, and the personnel borrowed from the Huangtuching police station were also dressed in ordinary attire, blending into the surrounding crowd. While their mission was to protect the officials, they couldn't afford to draw too much attention. Otherwise, Sun Fuwen wasn't some naive fool. He'd surely noticed something was amiss with so many people investigating Tucheng. Most crucially, upon arriving in Aocheng, these officials had not utilized the local police force but instead brought in officers from Huangtuching. To Sun Fuwen, this felt far too targeted. It would be easier to alert the snake and make Sun Fuwen suspect something was amiss. When the leader and his entourage approached the courtyard to find Zhang Jianshe, many people inside the courtyard watched with astonishment as Zhang Jianshe spoke with the leader. Though they didn't know the officials' identities, their attire and demeanor made it clear these were no ordinary people. After all, this group exuded more authority than even the coal factory director. They could very well be local officials. Once one neighbor voiced this suspicion, it quickly gained widespread agreement among the others. But what followed left these neighbors feeling utterly astonished. Everyone knew exactly how long Zhang Jianshe had been in Oyu City since arriving from the village below. Yet in such a short time, not only had he earned enough to renovate his house, but he'd also befriended such high-ranking officials? It seemed this hunter Zhang Jianshe was quite capable after all. No wonder his life kept improving, and he had such a beautiful woman at home. It was precisely this thought that sparked a growing desire among the neighbors to learn hunting from Zhang Jianshe. Even many who worked at the coal plant were now contemplating whether they should approach Zhang Jianshe.
If Zhang Jianshe agreed to take them on as apprentices and teach them to hunt, they could quit their jobs at the coal plant. They could sell their factory positions for a few hundred yuan, and once they gathered enough game to sell to the factory, they could buy another position from the procurement department. For them, this meant no loss whatsoever, only the potential to earn significantly more. Upon seeing these leaders, Zhang Jianshe's expression momentarily froze, but he immediately stepped forward to greet them.
Leaders, have you finished handling your matters?
If you're heading back to Huangtuching now, please wait for me a moment while I gather a few things, Zhang Jianshe said as he started walking toward his pressure. This time, he was heading to Huangtuching to retrieve his tricycle, but he certainly wouldn't make the trip for nothing. Therefore, on his return journey, he would definitely hunt more game on the grasslands. This would take considerably longer, so naturally, he needed to prepare some supplies first. After hearing Zhang Jianshe's words, the leader smiled and shook his head. Brother Zhang, we came to see you this time to understand the specific details you previously discussed with us.
After launching our investigation in Stone City, we've discovered there may indeed be some issues. But since we haven't found concrete evidence yet, we can't make a breakthrough. So we need to learn more from you.
Upon hearing this, Zhang Jianshe immediately nodded in agreement. Since these investigating officials genuinely intended to dismantle the gambling operation, Zhang Jianshe naturally welcomed their efforts wholeheartedly. Just as Zhang Jianshe was about to share specific details with the officials, the men sent to kill him arrived. Seeing the crowd gathered to watch the spectacle and Zhang Jianshe still conversing with someone, many of them hesitated slightly, their inner resolve wavering. Although they had come armed this time, their inner preference was to avoid firing if possible. Otherwise, the commotion would draw too much attention. Now, with so many onlookers present, escaping after killing Zhang Jianshe would likely prove far more difficult. It was precisely these thoughts that made them unsure whether to proceed with the operation. Just then, one of them grew impatient and spoke up. With all these people here now, it's just their bad luck. We still have to kill Zhang Jianshe. Once he's dead, if anyone dares to interfere, we'll send them all to the underworld too. The ensuing chaos will be our escape route. Then we can use Chief's son to stall them, buying time before the police arrive to investigate. By the time the cops show up, we might already be long gone from Maochang. Even if the higher-ups get furious when they find out, it won't have anything to do with us anymore. If we keep stalling like this, we're all unfamiliar faces here. Staying any longer will definitely draw attention. What if that bastard Zhang Jianshe senses something's wrong? Our chances of pulling this off would be even slimmer. After hearing this reasoning, the others thought it through carefully and found it undeniably sound. They immediately nodded in agreement. If Zhang Jianshe really did catch on and the operation failed, that would be the least of their worries. What they feared most was losing their own lives. That would be a loss far greater than any gain. Driven by these thoughts, the men present immediately drew their guns, aiming directly at Zhang Jianshe and preparing to fire. But Zhang Jianshe's reflexes were lightning fast, and he happened to be facing these casino men. The moment he saw them draw their guns, he realized something was terribly wrong. He immediately grabbed the leader in front of him and pulled him aside to take cover. At that very instant, the casino men opened fire. Thanks to their quick dodging, several bullets grazed their bodies without causing injury. The luck of the leader's entourage, however, was far less favorable. Several of them were now lying on the ground, struck down. Realizing they hadn't hit Zhang Jianshe, the casino's men showed no hesitation and immediately prepared to leave. But before they could get far, the police officers from Huangtu City, who had been hiding in the crowd, swarmed forward and firmly took them into custody. Chapter 93, Things Escalate. The sight of someone actually firing a gun left the Huangtuching police station officers completely dumbfounded. They never imagined OU City would descend into such chaos. They had come to escort their superiors, yet someone had dared to commit violence in broad daylight. Although this incident in Huangtu City had little direct connection to them, people had still been injured. Once they returned, they would undoubtedly face criticism and reprimands. This thought only fueled the Huangtuching police officers' anger. Naturally, they gave the casino's men nothing but cold stares. After subduing the opponents, they thoroughly dealt with them. At that moment, Zhang Jianshe glanced at the leader he'd pulled down beside him and breathed a slight sigh of relief. Thankfully, his reaction had been quick enough, otherwise, it could have been a real disaster. "Sir, are you all right?" "I'm fine. Now bring these guys over here. I want to ask them where they got the nerve to pull this off. To commit such an act in broad daylight. It seems Stone City truly must be dealt with severely. If these people don't come clean, they'll face the most severe punishment possible." At this moment, the leader's inner rage had reached its peak, and his words carried no trace of restraint. While the leader spoke with Zhang Jianshe, the Stone City officials, having heard the commotion, had also hurried to the scene. Upon seeing the scene, Chief Sun's face instantly turned pale, and his entire body swayed slightly. Seeing the scene unfold, he needed no further questions to know. Brother Long had sent men to kill Zhang Jianshe, and the cover-up had failed. Deep down, Chief Sun felt a sense of incomprehension. He had Brother Long send someone to take out Zhang Jianshe, but why would Brother Long want to mess with this leader? Now look what's happened, he's blown it wide open. Everyone's going to suffer for this.
As this thought flashed through Director Sun's mind, it only deepened the rage boiling within him. At the same time, he was contemplating how to resolve this situation moving forward. Since the matter had already reached higher-ups and caused such a significant impact, a simple resolution was clearly no longer feasible. Precisely because of this, the higher-ups would inevitably take the matter extremely seriously, and the handling would be exceptionally strict. Under these circumstances, protecting Brother Long was no longer an option. If he tried to forcefully protect Brother Long now, not only would he likely fail, but he himself might even face danger. Driven by these thoughts, he now saw only one path forward: to betray Brother Long outright, forcing him to shoulder all responsibility for the incident. Under such circumstances, he would naturally have no cause for concern whatsoever. Though this plan was indeed quite sound, Chief Sun still needed to carefully consider how to execute it. The Stone City leadership, unaware of Sun's inner thoughts, saw their superior's face darken like a sooty pot bottom. Their hearts sank instantly. Forgetting all about saving face, he hurriedly approached the leader. "Sir, are you all right?" Earlier, when Zhang Jianshe hadn't raised this issue, the leader who had nearly been injured had spoken in a very gentle tone and treated Zhang Jianshe with particular courtesy. But now, upon hearing the Stone City leader's words, this leader who had traveled far for the investigation showed absolutely no mercy. "Does it look like I'm fine? I'm lucky to be alive. Otherwise, I might have died here today. I'd heard rumors that Aocheng was no ordinary place, but coming here myself, I see you truly are extraordinary. I wonder if, after a few years of development, OU City has become an independent kingdom?" Hearing these words, the Stone City leader's face drained of color, his entire body nearly collapsing to the ground. The leader's words now clearly revealed the depth of his inner rage. Given this, resolving the matter smoothly would be even more difficult, and someone would inevitably have to take responsibility. If the investigation ultimately failed to uncover the truth and no one was held accountable, then he would likely be the one to suffer the consequences. Driven by these thoughts, the Stone City leader immediately made his stance clear. "Leader, this incident stems from our city's mismanagement. I take full responsibility. I now pledge to you that we will identify these individuals and uncover their motives within the shortest possible timeframe. Son, take these individuals back for interrogation immediately. Anyone who dares to be dishonest will be executed on the spot." Hearing this, Chief Sun felt a wave of relief wash over him. He nodded repeatedly in agreement. Since OU City's leadership had entrusted him with handling this matter, it meant the Shirsho City authorities still harbored no suspicion toward him. Now that these individuals were in his custody, he possessed greater leeway to either destroy certain evidence or alter the direction of the investigation. So even if Brother Long had truly caused a major incident this time, it shouldn't drag him down with it. If he could pull it off, he might not even have to sacrifice Brother Long. While Chief Sun's inner calculations were indeed quite sound, the casino underlings beside him were suddenly dumbfounded. They were all members of the Stone City Society and were certainly no strangers to Chief Sun or the Stone City leadership. Earlier, when these two had spoken to the man beside Zhang Jianshe, they'd been so deferential, even addressing him as leader. What kind of status did that person hold? As this thought flashed through their minds, the casino underlings felt their legs give way. Some even collapsed to the floor. They knew full well that given his status, if he decided to make trouble for them, they wouldn't stand a chance. This time, Brother Long had truly screwed them over. Chapter 94, We'll Tell Everything. This realization only deepened the minions' overwhelming regret. Amidst their regret, resentment toward Brother Long surged within them. They had been reluctant to get involved in this affair from the start, but Brother Long had used his methods to lure them in and force them to carry out this mission. Just as they had anticipated, undertaking this mission carried immense risk. Escaping this time would be far from easy. They might well be facing a dead end. Faced with this situation, the casino's Huehue understood clearly that if she confessed, she might suffer less punishment. But if they dug in their heels, survival was impossible. Only more brutal punishment awaited. Driven by these thoughts, they immediately knelt on the ground. Leaders were willing to confess. Everything we did coming here to kill Zhang Jianshe was all ordered by Brother Long. Brother Long runs a casino here in Stone City. Zhang Jianshe found out about this casino and apparently planned to report it. Now that Brother Liu learned of this, he's worried and sent us to kill Zhang Jianshe. We never imagined this would escalate so dramatically. We truly recognize our mistake now. Please, leaders, spare us this time. We'll never dare do anything like this again. Exactly. Leaders, if you want to investigate, you should go after Brother Long. We were all just following his orders. As these casino thugs finished speaking, many neighbors in the courtyard couldn't help but applaud in satisfaction. Ever since Yen Fenda got swindled by the gambling den and ended up owing over 500 yuan, the residents had come to understand just how dangerous that place was. Lately, many in the courtyard had been strictly warning their children never to set foot near the gambling den. Anyone caught by their family would inevitably have a leg broken. After all, most families were worse off than the Yans. Breaking a child's leg might cost money to care for them afterward, but it was nothing compared to the financial ruin that could follow. But if a prodigal son truly spent his days at the gambling den, the entire family would likely be dragged into ruin.
Though the neighbors in the courtyard were stern when warning their children, and the kids all promised never to come near the casino. They vowed never to set foot in the gambling dens. Yet deep down, many still harbored lingering worries. Now that they'd heard Zhang Jianshe was preparing to report the casino, many felt a sudden sense of relief. They hadn't considered Zhang Jianshe's solution before. If the casino were shut down through reporting, their families would naturally be spared from being swindled. Of course, it was possible that some others in the courtyard had thought of this solution themselves but lacked the courage to voice it. That was precisely why they had pretended ignorance. Upon hearing this, the Yen family's faces turned even paler. If the casino operators were willing to kill Zhang Jianshe over a difficult bet, then eliminating their own son would surely be even easier. Driven by this very thought, Yan Xuanqiu immediately stepped forward and grabbed the collar of one of the thugs.
What exactly happened to my son, Yan Fengdo? Is he still trapped inside your casino? The authorities know about this now. Release my son immediately, or you'll all die too. Yan Xuanqiu spat out these words through gritted teeth, his expression savage enough to devour a man. Yet upon hearing his demand, the thugs froze in stunned silence. Didn't Yan Fengdo head to the grasslands earlier? And wasn't it his idea to kill Zhang Jianshe? He hasn't returned for so long now. What does that have to do with our casino? He might have already died on the grasslands. The thugs' expressions remained largely unchanged as they spoke, but they had long suspected Yan Fengdo was likely already dead. Yet upon hearing the thugs' words, Yan Xuanqiu's body swayed once more, and he instantly appeared much older. Deep down, Yan Xuanqiu was almost certain Yan Fengdo was dead. He believed Yan Fengdo had perished on the grasslands while hunting with Zhang Jianshe. As long as he could get a definitive answer from these punks confirming Yan Fengdo wasn't at the casino, he could then demand an explanation from Zhang Jianshe. With so many leaders present, he wasn't worried Zhang Jianshe would dare refuse compensation. What he hadn't anticipated was that the plan to kill Zhang Jianshe had actually been proposed by Yan Fengdo himself and that this lowlife had blurted it out. Under these circumstances, even if he couldn't prove Yan Fengdo's death was directly linked to Zhang Jianshe, even if there was a connection, it couldn't be blamed on Zhang Jianshe. After all, Yan Fengdo had planned to kill Zhang Jianshe first. In that scenario, his own death would simply be a case of being outmaneuvered. Moreover, Zhang Jianshe seemed to have solid connections with these leaders. Even if he tried to get these leaders to speak up for him and demand an explanation, it probably wouldn't work. While these thoughts swirled in Yan Xuanqiu's mind, hearing the thugs' words still sent a chill through him. If these thugs kept talking, he might get dragged into it too. The moment these thugs started talking, Chief Sun knew Brother Long was as good as dead. But saving himself should still be manageable. If these punks kept talking, even he himself might be in trouble. It was precisely because of this line of thinking that Director Sun immediately spoke up, his tone filled with urgency. What nonsense are you spouting? Take them all back immediately for thorough interrogation. We must thoroughly investigate everything they've done. Chapter 95, Chief Sun, you stay right here. Chief Sun's thoughts were simple: seize the moment and get these people taken away. He absolutely couldn't let these punks continue spouting things they shouldn't say. Once they were taken away, whatever these punks might say afterward could be effectively controlled. This incident wouldn't pose the slightest threat to any of them. But at that moment, the leader standing beside Zhang Jianshe snorted coldly. Having finally opened this breakthrough, he couldn't let Director Sun simply walk away with his men. The Yaocheng leadership might not be fully aware that Chief Sun and Brother Long were in cahoots. Or perhaps they knew about it but were complicit themselves. Regardless of the outcome, the leader standing beside Zhang Jianshe was acutely aware that something was amiss with Director Sun. Precisely for this reason, he couldn't allow Director Sun to simply take his people away. Chief Sun, regarding the investigation into the cases here in Oyu City, it would be best if you weren't involved in this matter. This time, I brought officers from the Huangtu City Police Station to work with us. Having them handle these investigations will suffice. This place isn't far from the coal plant. Have the plant's security department temporarily clear out a room to serve as an interrogation room. As soon as the leader finished speaking, officers from Huangtu City Police Station nodded in agreement and hurried off to make arrangements. Watching them bustle about, Chief Sun's face still bore an awkward smile, but inside, panic gripped him. Deep down, he knew all too well that if things continued this way, he was truly finished. Since higher-ups refused to involve him in this matter and barred him from investigating, it clearly meant they already harbored suspicions about him. It was precisely these thoughts that made fleeing as quickly as possible his only viable option now. Though fleeing now meant he could never live openly again, doomed to a life of hiding. Moreover, the wealth he had painstakingly accumulated over the years would be thoroughly investigated and confiscated. But compared to his own life, his life was obviously more important. It was precisely these thoughts that drove Chief Sun to maintain a forced composure, nodding with a smile. You're truly thoughtful, sir. In that case, I'll head back immediately and have our local stations seal off every corner of Oyu City. If Brother Long dares to run a gambling den here in Stone City, his crew must be sizable. If we don't seal off the area quickly, and someone manages to escape, we'll be in big trouble. After finishing his statement, Chief Sun turned to leave. The reason he'd given was perfectly plausible, so he wasn't worried about arousing suspicion. But before he could finish, the leader shook his head, a faint, ambiguous smile playing on his lips. I don't think that's necessary. We'll leave this matter to the security department of the coal plant. Director Sun, you've worked hard today. Just stay right here. Don't go anywhere. Yes, sir. Understood. Upon hearing the leader's words, the expression on Sun's face darkened instantly, and panic surged within him. At that moment, Sun even suspected that the leadership already knew about his collaboration with the casino, though they hadn't yet found concrete evidence. Once they did, he was truly finished. It seemed Zhang Jianshe, that bastard, had truly sold out the entire casino. This thought filled Sun's gaze with such hatred toward Zhang Jianshe it seemed he could devour him whole. He couldn't understand it. Earlier, when Zhang Jianshe had gone to the casino, not only had he not lost money, but he had actually won a large sum. From his perspective, there was simply no logical reason for Zhang Jianshe to betray the casino and cause it trouble. What possible motive could Zhang Jianshe have had for doing this? Director Sun was still puzzling over this when a leader from Ouching beside him noticed something. Judging by the ambiguous smile on the leader's face and Director Sun's persistent eagerness to leave, he suspected Sun and Xiao Zhao were concealing something he didn't know. Most crucially, the searcher's gaze toward Zhang Jianshe now seemed as if he wanted to devour him. Recalling the casino staff's earlier mention of Zhang Jianshe planning to report the operation. After piecing all this together, the Ouching leadership suddenly felt a wave of panic wash over them, cold sweat beading on their foreheads. Although Director Sun had connections with the casino, meaning he wouldn't bear major responsibility, he would still be held accountable for failing to manage his subordinates properly. This time, he'd truly been screwed over by that bastard Sun. These thoughts churned within him, fueling the deep-seated anger of this high-ranking official. Without hesitation, he delivered a sharp slap across Director Sun's face. What the hell is your connection to that casino? Are you still not going to come clean? If you explain things quickly, you might get off lightly. Otherwise, today is your last day. The sight of OU City's leader slapping Sun across the face stunned many onlookers. But at that moment, Sun slowly came to his senses and nodded without hesitation. I'll confess. It was all Along who led me astray. When he first came to Stone City to set up the casino, he brought Xiao Huanyu straight to my house. I couldn't resist the temptation. Once he started talking, the searcher held nothing back, quickly laying out the entire story clearly. According to Chief Sun's account, this Along had fled from another city to Ouching to run his casino. It seemed he was already wanted by police stations elsewhere, and he even had a murder on his hands. When he first learned about Along's shady background, he had naturally intended to arrest him immediately. But Along proved remarkably generous, handing over 10,000 yuan in cash on their very first meeting. Seeing that money instantly stirred something in Chief Sun's heart. Chapter 96, The Casino's Downfall. If we're talking about normal income, Chief Sun's annual earnings would barely amount to one small yellow croaker. So Along's first payment alone equaled his total income over 10 years. Most crucially, Along's reasoning made perfect sense. Even if he could arrest Along, he had no idea how many men were under his command. His brothers simply couldn't round up every last one of Along's men. But as long as Along's men remained at large, they knew full well that once Along was arrested, he would exact revenge. Then it wouldn't just be him who suffered, his entire family would likely face certain death. Though Chief Sun couldn't verify whether Along's threats were genuine, deep down he knew he absolutely couldn't take that risk. Besides, even though Along's business was shady, the money he paid was real. Along had also promised that as long as his casino in OU City operated smoothly, he would receive a monthly share of the profits. Weighing his income and safety, Chief Sun was quickly won over by Along. And it was precisely because of Director Sun's protection that Along's casino had operated without incident until now. After hearing Chief Sun's explanation, the Stone City leadership turned crimson with rage, their finger trembling as they pointed at him. You bastard! You have the audacity to do such things. Do you have any idea how many lives you've ruined over the years? A scumbag like you, even execution by firing squad wouldn't atone for your crimes. Now, be honest. Quickly reveal the exact location of that casino and where Along is hiding. If you cooperate fully, we might show leniency. Otherwise, you'll be eating peanuts in prison. By now, Chief Sun was trembling all over. Hearing this, he dared not say another word. He could only nod immediately and confess everything clearly and completely. Hearing the crimes committed by Chief Sun and Along over the years left everyone speechless. An overwhelming sense of rage surged within each person. The women controlled by their gambling dens were bad enough, but many had been sold outright to brothels across the country. Moreover, the confessions revealed that Brother Long was actually a member of this criminal syndicate, and behind it all likely lurked an even more powerful organization. It was impossible to know how many lives this criminal syndicate had stained. Upon realizing this, the expression on the leader accompanying Zhang Jianshe grew extremely grave. On one hand, the case had rapidly become extremely complicated, and its subsequent impact would undoubtedly be immense. On the other hand, the greater the case's impact, the stronger the protection it undoubtedly commanded.
Therefore, even as the leader dispatched from above to investigate, he couldn't help but feel some apprehension. If handled poorly, they might not be able to resolve the matter smoothly and could even find themselves in serious trouble. It was precisely these thoughts churning within them that caused the expressions on these leaders' faces to darken. But now that matters had reached this point, even if the task proved extremely difficult, it wasn't something they could simply call off. After pondering these thoughts for a moment, one of the leaders gave a slight nod.
Very well. Proceed immediately to apprehend Long and everyone at the casino. Secure the entire establishment.
With that order given, the officers from Huangtuching police station promptly nodded in agreement and set off in a large contingent toward the casino. But just as the Huangtuching team set off, a subordinate in the crowd hurriedly dashed toward the casino ahead of them. This time, Long had dispatched over a dozen men to eliminate Zhang Jianshe, yet deep down, he still harbored a lingering unease. Therefore, he had also dispatched several men who rarely appeared in public to secretly monitor the situation from behind the scenes. On one hand, this was to supervise his subordinates and ensure they were carrying out his orders diligently. On the other hand, it was also to keep tabs on the situation outside at all times. Once these men confirmed that police were preparing to raid the casino, they hurried back to report to Long. When they returned to the casino, Long immediately rose from the table, his expression turning frantic.
What's the situation now? Did you take care of Zhang Jianshe?
I heard earlier that a large number of police were rushing toward the coal plant.
There must have been a fatality.
As he spoke, Long's eyes brimmed with anticipation.
He knew full well that a fatality would cause massive repercussions, but safety concerns were secondary now.
Besides, with Chief Sun backing him up, there shouldn't be too much trouble. Hearing Long's words, the expression on his subordinate's face grew even more anxious. Brother Long, we need to get out of here fast. This time, the higher-ups brought officers from other precincts directly to our place.
The cops from Huangtuching are about to raid our casino.
Those guys spilled everything about the place.
And Chief Sun has already been arrested by the police.
What? Upon hearing this news, Long's face instantly turned pale, and he felt an overwhelming sense of dread. His previous escape from the police to Oyu City and starting anew had been a stroke of sheer luck. If he fell into the police's hands again this time, all his past crimes would be added up, and he would surely be doomed.
Let's go. Everyone, hurry up and escape. We absolutely cannot stay here any longer. If we don't leave now, it'll be too late. We won't be able to escape then.
At Brother Long's command, his men scrambled to prepare.
If Brother Long couldn't hold out, they certainly couldn't either. Chapter 97, Brother Long's Arrest. The current situation was crystal clear to Brother Long and his men.
If the police really came and arrested them all, every single one of them would face certain death. It was precisely because of these thoughts that, upon hearing Brother Long's words, all the underlings nodded in agreement.
At this moment, the underlings had no time for anything else. They hurriedly packed their belongings, preparing to flee.
At this critical moment, they couldn't care less that Brother Long was their leader.
Even if Brother Long was their boss, so what? When faced with life and death, their own safety was paramount.
Besides, with the scene descending into chaos, Brother Long would soon be scrambling for his own escape, leaving no time to spare for them. Seeing the scene descend into utter chaos, Brother Long actually felt a sense of relief wash over him. Truthfully, what worried Brother Long most wasn't the scene descending into chaos, but rather the complete lack of commotion. If this side of the scene remained completely silent, slipping away under cover of chaos wouldn't be so easy. Even with all these underlings protecting him, it would be useless. After all, everyone would be well aware that he was the ultimate mastermind behind it all, and they certainly wouldn't let him off the hook. But now, with the scene in such chaos, even if the police arrived, finding him wouldn't be so straightforward. Precisely because of this, while his men outside were preparing to leave, Brother Long headed straight for his office. After about 10 minutes, Brother Long emerged quietly, clutching the stash of yellow fish he'd hidden in his office. Although the raid on the entire casino had cost him dearly, the stash of small yellow fish hidden in his office could still fetch several thousand yuan on the black market. With this money, he could continue recruiting underlings and rebuild his operations. Most crucially, this money would serve as an explanation to his backer, ensuring he wouldn't be abandoned by his boss. Lost in these thoughts, Brother Long had just stepped out of his office when he noticed an eerie silence outside. This eerie stillness instantly made Brother Long feel incredibly tense, sensing something was terribly wrong. Although his men had already prepared to flee, nearly 100 people were present in the entire casino. A sudden mass departure at this moment would inevitably draw police attention, triggering a large-scale manhunt for these individuals. Even if his men reacted swiftly enough to evade capture, it would still require considerable time. Given this situation, the eerie silence outside now felt particularly abnormal. Even though Brother Long sensed something was amiss deep down, he had no choice. He steeled himself and stepped out of his casino. The moment he stepped outside, he halted abruptly.
Standing before him was the captain of Huangtuching police station.
The captain of the Huangtuching police station stared at the man before him, a cold sneer on his face.
So, you're the legendary Brother Long? Trying to escape at this point? Isn't that a bit naive? Now, raise your hands obediently and come with us quietly for questioning. Otherwise, the only path ahead for you is certain death." Hearing these words, Brother Long's expression darkened considerably. He glared fiercely at the captain of the Huang-touching police station. But within a minute, that fierce glare gradually softened. Deep down, Brother Long understood all too well that now that he was in their hands, the only path ahead was death. Even now, however, Brother Long refused to surrender without a fight. After a moment's hesitation, he gritted his teeth and fixed his gaze on the captain before him. "Even if you arrest me, at best you'll earn some merit points. Getting promoted won't be easy, you'll probably just get a small bonus. But if you let me go now, these 2 yellow croakers are all yours. Brother, we're all out here doing this for the money. Let's cut each other some slack. Give me one more chance. Can you make this happen?" As he finished speaking, Brother Long tossed the 2 yellow croakers onto the police captain's desk, his eyes brimming with hope. Faced with the current situation, he truly had no better options. He could only hope this fellow before him was sufficiently greedy. The captain, upon seeing the 2 yellow croakers, couldn't help but swallow hard. Seeing this reaction, Brother Long felt a flicker of hope. It seemed his luck hadn't run out just yet. Even though his predicament was dire, he could still manage to survive. But before his relief could last more than a few minutes, the captain beside him waved his hand dismissively and barked an order to his men. "Seize him immediately and strip search him. See if he's got any more stolen goods on him. This guy's got serious issues. If we can haul him back, we'll be raking in major credit." At the captain's command, the officers from the nearby police station sprang into action. At that moment, Long Gu, pinned to the ground, couldn't help but feel a sense of disbelief. Why was this situation unfolding so differently from what he had anticipated? Had these men actually arrested him just like that? If they really took him away like this, wouldn't he be as good as dead? Meanwhile, the police station chief observed Brother Long's expression with a faint, cold smile. He, too, was fond of the yellow croaker and knew it was a prized catch. But with the higher-ups still present, even if he wanted the yellow croaker, there was no way he could get his hands on it. If the higher-ups found out what he'd done, forget about keeping the yellow croaker, he might not even keep his own life. Chapter 98, Someone Else Behind the Scenes? Regardless of what the police station captain was thinking, it took less than 5 minutes to search Brother Long thoroughly. Brother Long was then escorted by the station personnel directly to the temporary interrogation room in the coal plant's security department. Upon seeing him brought in, the superior officer couldn't help but give Brother Long a slight nod. "So this is the guy called Brother Long?" As soon as the superior uttered these words, Chief Sun beside him nodded emphatically, his eyes brimming with hatred. "That bastard leader, that dragon, it was that bastard who bought me off, and that's what ultimately led me down the wrong path. If it weren't for this guy, I'd never have ended up like this. Boss, he's the one responsible for all this. So he should bear the blame for every crime. I've come to realize my mistakes. Please, sir, spare me this once." At that moment, Chief Sun had shed all traces of his former arrogance and tyranny. His eyes were filled with fear and pleading. Seeing Sun like this, Along, who had always obeyed him without question, even groveling, couldn't help but snort coldly. Deep down, he had always looked down on men like Sun. Such a useless individual only commanded his obsequious flattery and generous bribes because of his former high status as the police station chief. In the real world, a weakling like Sun would likely be killed in no time. The superior sent from headquarters to oversee the investigation heard Chief Sun's words and shot him a look of utter disgust. Naturally, they paid no heed to Sun's desperate pleas for mercy, instead turning their gaze directly to Along. "Along, as the saying goes, the victor is king, the loser is bandit. Since we've captured you now, you must accept the consequences of your actions. As for what exactly you've done, I suggest you come clean and confess everything honestly. That way, it'll save us some trouble, and you'll suffer less hardship." After the leader finished speaking, Along immediately nodded. When dealing with streetwise types like Along, there was no point in lecturing him with grand principles. Even if you tried, he'd never listen. He knew his own deeds better than anyone. Now that he was in the hands of the police station, his life was clearly in jeopardy. But now, talking about accepting the consequences of his choices was actually easier for Along to swallow. "I can tell you everything I've done, but I have one question I need answered. You're Zhang Jianshe, right? I'd like to ask. Our casino never hired you, never crossed you. Why did you target us? You should know that the first time you came to our casino, you were recognized. But back then, to lure you in, we gave you a lot of money. Under normal circumstances, even if you didn't come to our casino to play, there'd be no reason for you to target us." As Along spoke these words, his gaze remained fixed on Zhang Jianshe. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jianshe nodded slightly. "To be honest, I genuinely didn't care about your casino at first. Even when you swindled Yin Flingdo, it had nothing to do with me. But when I visited your casino, I recognized one of the women there. Her name is Zhang Xiaoya. This woman was sent to our village during the Down to the Countryside movement. She should have returned to Beijing by now. So when I spotted her at the casino just now, the shock in my eyes was undeniable. Then, upon learning of her current predicament, my anger only grew. That's when my reason for dealing with you both became clear.
As he finished speaking, both Zhang Jianshe and Brother Long wore expressions of utter calm. After hearing this explanation, Brother Long merely gave a slight nod, showing not a trace of anger. I'd already told the higher-ups that women like these should be handled by brothers specializing in that business, not mixed up with our casino operations. But back then, the higher-ups insisted that mixing the casino with these women would better distract the gamblers, allowing us to rake in even more money. I knew trouble would come sooner or later, but I never imagined it would happen this way. But if I told you that over in Stone City, some of the women might have been brought in by us through, well, let's just say we found a way to make them a little more willing to participate. But as you mentioned, the entire batch from the capital city was sold directly to us, and these women even volunteered themselves.
Do you believe that? Upon hearing this, Zhang Jianshe's expression instantly turned grave.
After a few minutes, however, he finally gave a slight nod.
Deep down, Zhang Jianshe understood perfectly well.
Given how things had unfolded, Brother Long had no reason to deceive him now. Besides, given the current situation, even if Brother Long had powerful organizations backing him, those behind the scenes wouldn't dare to kidnap people directly from the Forbidden City. Otherwise, if their actions were exposed, it would be a matter of life and death. Therefore, these women must have been controlled in Beijing before being forced to join the gang. If that were the case, it suggested Zhang Xiaoya hadn't been faring well since returning to Beijing, perhaps even facing significant problems at home. Otherwise, no matter how one looked at it, Zhang Xiaoya would likely not have ended up in her current predicament.
These internal thoughts stirred a hint of unease within Zhang Jianshe.
But the leaders standing beside Zhang Jianshe at that moment had no interest in the affairs of Beijing.
All eyes were now fixed on Along. Didn't you just say there were others behind you? Now, tell us everything about those people behind you. Clarify the issue sooner rather than later, and you might get a lighter punishment. Otherwise, you know exactly what your fate will be. Chapter 99, Are you going to the provincial capital? The officials who had come to Ouching to investigate at this moment sought ways to pressure Along. But after hearing these words, the contempt in Along's eyes as he looked at the official was palpable. It was precisely because of his repeated failures in recent operations that his situation had grown increasingly perilous, and even his standing within the organization was steadily declining. That's why he sunk so low now he could only run a casino on this side of Stone City. In the past, even someone of this official stature wouldn't have had the standing to speak to him directly, let alone interrogate him. It was precisely this inner conviction that made Brother Long utterly unwilling to acknowledge the leader's presence. Instead, his gaze toward Zhang Jianshe grew more complex. Since you reported our casino because of that woman, it shows she must hold significant importance in your heart. But let me give you some advice. Now that you've shut down our casino, that woman should be able to regain her freedom. Whatever life she chooses to live from now on has nothing to do with you. I also advise you not to go to Beijing to continue your investigation. Otherwise, the only path awaiting you will be a dead end. After hearing Brother Long's words, Zhang Jianshe nodded solemnly. Under normal circumstances, the relationship between him and Brother Long should have been filled with hatred. But at this moment, he harbored no doubt about Brother Long's words. He believed Brother Long was genuinely looking out for him. I will heed your advice. I absolutely will not go to the Forbidden City lightly, and this matter ends here. I will definitely not get involved any further. Upon hearing Zhang Jianshe's words, Along finally nodded with a satisfied smile. You managed to make me look so pathetic. Even though you used others' strength, catching me so off guard was truly your doing. Precisely because of that, I have no desire to meet you down below anytime soon. You'd better live well. With that, Along suddenly bit down on the poison hidden between his teeth. He slumped back in his chair and fell silent. Witnessing this, the officers from the nearby police station were stunned. They immediately rushed forward to examine him. At that moment, many officers felt an overwhelming sense of regret. If only they had known this would happen, they would have searched Along more thoroughly. How could they have possibly missed the poison hidden in his teeth? But in truth, it wasn't entirely their fault. In everyone's eyes, Along was nothing more than a desperate criminal involved in these illicit activities. Given that, they assumed his methods would be typical of a desperate criminal. No one could have imagined he would hide poison in his teeth like an intelligence operative, ready to take his own life at a critical moment. Faced with this situation, the expression of the investigating leader had darkened to the extreme. Instead of continuing his confession, Along had chosen to take his own life right before their eyes. This act felt like a direct slap in the face, leaving the leader utterly humiliated and with no room for dignity. Faced with this situation, even though the leader felt immense rage deep inside, he had no way to vent his fury. Only after the subordinates had disposed of the body and gathered all necessary information did the leader turn to Zhang Jianshe, letting out a faint sigh. Brother Zhang, the issues here have been resolved smoothly. We should head back now. But with such a major incident occurring in OU City, staying here might not be particularly safe for you. And your abilities are truly outstanding. So I'm thinking of taking you directly to the provincial capital for further development. Are you interested? As the leader finished speaking, many present were taken aback. The looks they cast at Zhang Jianshe were now thick with envy. After all, the provincial capital was vastly more prosperous than their stone city. Moreover, the leader's offer to personally take Zhang Jianshe to the provincial capital implied that he would be guaranteed a formal position upon arrival. A job in the provincial capital offered not only vastly superior living conditions and benefits compared to Oyu City, but more importantly, significantly greater opportunities for promotion and advancement. Even the coal plant leaders present now began to regard Zhang Jianshe with a different look. At present, Zhang Jianshe might still be just an ordinary worker at their coal plant, but in the future, he might very well become their superior. Hearing this, Zhang Jianshe paused for a moment, then smiled and shook his head. Sir, thank you for your kind offer, but aside from hunting, I don't really know how to do much else. Besides, I'm quite content working here at Outchen coal mine for now, so I'll continue here. If I ever get the chance to visit the provincial capital in the future, I'll come see you then. Though his voice was soft, Zhang Jianshe's tone was unwaveringly firm. Hearing this, the leader beside him could only nod in agreement. His earlier intention to bring Zhang Jianshe to the provincial capital stemmed partly from genuine recognition of Zhang's abilities, and partly from a desire to repay the debt of gratitude for Zhang's earlier rescue on the grasslands. However, now that the opportunity had been offered to Zhang Jianshe and he himself declined, they could not be blamed for the outcome. He certainly wouldn't force the issue. Alright then. Since that's the case, we won't dwell on it. If you ever run into trouble here in Outchang, give me a call anytime. Alright, you should go back and prepare a bit. We'll depart for Huangtu City promptly in half an hour. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jianshe smiled and headed home, informing Li Min of his plans to leave. Meanwhile, all the coal plant's leaders gathered together, buzzing with discussion. The procurement department head felt particularly uneasy. After all, Zhang Jianshe now had direct access to higher-ups. He couldn't help but wonder if he'd ever crossed Zhang Jianshe before. If he had indeed crossed him and Zhang held a grudge, trouble was brewing. Chapter 100, A Backer. Amidst the concerns of Ocheng's leadership, Zhang Jianshe quickly finished his preparations and returned to the coal plant. Soon, the jeep convoy set off again for Huangtuching. It wasn't until the next day that Zhang Jianshe finally rode his tricycle back from the grasslands. This time, his haul wasn't particularly large, just another wild wolf he'd caught on the grasslands. Still, for Zhang Jianshe, it was better than nothing. He promptly delivered the wolf to the coal plant's procurement department for inventory. When the procurement department handed him 200 yuan, Zhang Jianshe was stunned. After all, neither ordinary people nor the coal factory workers were particularly keen on eating wolf meat. After all, its texture was vastly different from other meats. Precisely because of this, even when selling it to the coal plant, the price offered for wolf meat was generally quite low. Under normal circumstances, getting around 50 yuan for a wolf was already considered a pretty good deal. This was a special privilege afforded to procurement department staff. Meat delivered by outsiders might not even fetch 50 yuan. But now the factory was offering over 200 yuan outright? What was going on? It was precisely this inner question that prompted Zhang Jianshe to voice his doubts to the purchasing department head. Section Chief, is there a mistake with this price? Isn't over 200 a bit high? Upon hearing this, the purchasing department head immediately shook his head vigorously like a rattle, his smile growing even brighter. No mistake at all. How could there be? To be honest, this is actually due to our own negligence in our work. Truthfully, we should have categorized the goods based on quality and established a more detailed pricing list long ago. The meat you deliver each time is not only of excellent quality but also in substantial quantities. It meets the highest grade of our procurement standards. Therefore, the price will naturally be higher. As soon as the purchasing department head finished speaking, the accountant beside him smiled warmly and nodded in agreement. Exactly. The factory director has already discussed this with us. When receiving goods, all prices must be verified to ensure our comrades aren't shortchanged. After hearing this, Zhang Jianshe could only nod thoughtfully before leaving. Deep down, Zhang Jianshe understood perfectly well that this situation had inevitably arisen because of the attitude the leadership had displayed when they left earlier. Now, many people at the coal plant feared him, so this outcome was quite normal. Reflecting on this, Zhang Jianshe felt a sense of emptiness wash over him. Still, he recognized this as a positive development and chose not to dwell on it further. Just as Zhang Jianshe was about to head home, he couldn't help but stop his tricycle outside the coal plant. Seeing the woman in tattered clothes before him, his expression grew incredibly complex. Zhang Jianshe, thank you this time. If not for you, I might never have escaped that hellhole in my lifetime. So I came to apologize. I'm leaving soon, and this is also my farewell. The woman speaking to Zhang Jianshe was none other than Zhang Xiaoya. As she uttered these words, she couldn't even bring herself to look Zhang Jianshe in the eye. Seeing Zhang Xiaoya again stirred up a whirlwind of emotions within Zhang Jianshe. For a moment, he didn't even know what to say. Deep down, he did harbor some resentment toward her for leaving without a word back then. Yet upon learning of her ordeal, he felt an overwhelming pang of sympathy for her. Though both knew full well they could never return to the past, after a moment's hesitation, Zhang Jianshe couldn't help but ask. Where are you heading now that you're leaving Stone City? At those words, Zhang Xiaoya fell instantly silent. She opened her mouth but no words came out. She had nowhere else to go. In fact, if she had had other options, she wouldn't have ended up in this predicament. Zhang Jianshe, standing beside her, clearly understood Zhang Xiaoya's predicament. After a moment's hesitation, he spoke again. Since there's nowhere else to go in the short term, you might as well stay in Stone City for now. I'll secure a job for you. For now, you'll work at the coal plant. We'll address everything else once things settle down. Deep down, Zhang Jianshe knew full well that if Zhang Xiaoya left now, she'd likely fall back into the hands of those people. With the resources those people had behind them, finding Zhang Xiaoya wouldn't be too difficult. Even if she avoided their clutches, without proper identification or employment, surviving in this era would be no easy feat. After hearing Zhang Jianshe's words, Zhang Xiaoya finally nodded silently through her tears, agreeing to stay. Facing Zhang Jianshe now, she felt profound guilt. He already owed Zhang Jianshe a great deal, and accepting his help now only deepened that debt. But given the current situation, he had no other choice. Zhang Jianshe was the only one he could rely on. When Zhang Jianshe brought Zhang Xiaoya back to the courtyard, the neighbors immediately gathered around. Others looked at Zhang Jianshe and the woman beside him with puzzled expressions, but Liu Ergou couldn't help but laugh first. Hey, buddy, everyone thought you'd followed your boss to the provincial capital for good. Who knew you'd actually come back? And who's this young lady? Won't you introduce her to us? Chapter 101, Li Min's sense of crisis. After Liu Ergou finished speaking, all eyes turned to Zhang Jianshe and Zhang Xiaoya standing behind him. Just then, Li Min emerged from the room. Spotting Zhang Xiaoya behind Zhang Jianshe, her heart skipped a beat. Back when Zhang Xiaoya was sent to Oyu village for her rural placement, Li Min had met her and knew about the relationship between Zhang Jianshe and Zhang Xiaoya. When she learned Zhang Xiaoya had fallen into the hands of those casino operators and Zhang Jianshe was planning to return to the casino, she understood he was going to rescue her. Though Li Min felt a twinge of unease at the time, he hadn't been overly concerned. Deep down, he understood that given Zhang Xiaoya's beauty, she would inevitably be mistreated if she fell into the hands of those casino people. But Zhang Jianshe was no longer the same man he once was. Back then, he was just an ordinary villager in Oyu village. Marrying someone as beautiful as Zhang Xiaoya was already a rare stroke of luck. Even if Zhang Xiaoya was no longer pure, she still held immense appeal for Zhang Jianshe. But now Zhang Jianshe had settled down in Stone City, and his life there had even become quite comfortable. The possibility of him still having eyes for Zhang Xiaoya was minuscule. Yet to her surprise, Zhang Jianshe had actually brought Zhang Xiaoya back. This development instantly reignited Li Min's inner anxieties. Though Li Min believed she was far more attractive and had greater advantages than Zhang Xiaoya. But now, facing Zhang Xiaoya, he felt utterly lacking in confidence. After all, she was the first woman Zhang Jianshe had ever truly been attracted to, and naturally held a special place in his heart. Perhaps this woman could actually steal Zhang Jianshe away from him. Such an outcome was utterly unacceptable to Li Min, compelling him to devise a plan immediately. At that moment, Zhao Meihui and Zhao Meihua also noticed Zhang Xiaoya. Each harbored their own calculations within their hearts. Zhao Meihui and Zhao Meihua naturally felt uneasy upon seeing that Zhang Jianshe had other women in his life. After all, for Zhao Meihui, no matter what, Zhang Jianshe was truly the only man in her life. Even if she couldn't let anyone know this secret, Zhang Jianshe held a special place in her heart. Zhao Meihua, meanwhile, had always kept her heart fixed on Zhang Jianshe, naturally hoping to become his woman. When she saw Li Min appear by Zhang Jianshe's side, Zhao Meihua grew extremely anxious, which is why she chased him all the way to Oyu City. Earlier rumors that Zhang Jianshe might accompany a high-ranking official to the provincial capital had filled Zhao Meihua with panic and anxiety. If Zhang Jianshe truly went to the provincial capital, the gap between them would only widen, making it even more difficult for her to be with him. Seeing Zhang Jianshe finally return to the courtyard brought Zhao Meihua some relief. But she never imagined another woman would appear by his side, a woman not only beautiful but possessing an extraordinary aura. In this situation, the distance between her and Zhang Jianshe seemed to grow even wider. Just as Zhao Meihua was consumed by anxiety, Li Min noticed the expression on her face. This stirred something within Li Min. Li Min understood Zhao Meihua's feelings toward Zhang Jianshe all too well. Otherwise, Bai Shui wouldn't have gone straight to Zhang Jianshe's home in Oyu village earlier. Previously, Li Min had been highly resistant to Zhao Meihua, even guarding against the possibility of her stealing Zhang Jianshe away. But now, with Zhang Xiaoya's appearance, Li Min's thoughts had shifted slightly. If Zhang Xiaoya truly posed a threat going forward, then teaming up with Zhao Meihua might not be so unthinkable after all. Although Zhao Meihua was undeniably beautiful and still very young. But she posed a lesser threat than Zhang Xiaoya. At this moment, Zhang Jianshe remained oblivious to the intricate thoughts swirling within these women's minds. After hearing Liu Ergou's words, he smiled and nodded in agreement. He had originally intended to introduce Zhang Xiaoya's identity to the neighbors in the courtyard. Furthermore, if he secured employment for her in the future, she would also move into the courtyard. Now that Liu Ergou had spoken up, this would naturally become much simpler for him. It was precisely because of these thoughts that Zhang Jianshe seized the opportunity to explain to everyone. Since everyone is here, I'll explain this matter to you all. This is Zhang Jianshe, the educated youth who was sent to our village during the Cultural Revolution. She's an old friend of ours. I happened to run into her here in Aochang recently. Since she doesn't have a job yet, I invited her to stay with us as a guest. Oh, and Yu Tian, didn't you buy that job position from the Yin family earlier? Since your sister hasn't graduated yet and doesn't need that job immediately, why not sell it to Zhang Jianshe? I'll cover the cost for him up front. Once he starts earning a salary, he can repay me then. Then when your sister graduates, I'll help her find a job. As soon as Zhang Jianshe finished speaking, Yu Tian's eyes lit up. He immediately waved his hands in agreement. Hey, Jianshe, why are you being so formal with me? Anyway, that job at my place is just sitting idle. It's a waste to leave it unused. Since this young Zhang needs a job, let him fill it for now. He can just go work at the factory. As for the money, there's no rush. Little Zhang can pay me back slowly once he starts earning. As Yu Tian spoke, he grinned and winked at Zhang Jianshe. In Yu Tian's mind, Zhang Jianshe seemed to be living in his house, and this woman named Li Min wasn't just any ordinary acquaintance. Since Zhang Jianshe already had a woman, there was nothing else going on with this Zhang Jianshe. In that case, he naturally intended to make this woman his wife. Although the sisters Zhao Meihui and Zhao Meihua were undeniably beautiful, and Yu Tian had been quite taken with them before. But now, compared to Zhang Jianshe, the sisters fell slightly short in both looks and aura. His winking at Zhang Jianshe at this moment was out of fear that Zhang Jianshe, unfamiliar with him, might refuse. He wanted Zhang Jianshe to put in a good word for him. Chapter 102, Yu Tian's Thoughts. Zhang Jianshe had no idea that Yu Tian had set his sights on Zhang Jianshe again. Yu Tian's unexpected generosity in offering Zhang Jianshe the workstation first was something Zhang Jianshe hadn't anticipated. Still, securing stable employment was undoubtedly a positive development for Zhang Jianshe, enabling her to make a life in Aochang. It was precisely this thought that made Zhang Jianshe smile and nod at Yu Tian. Alright, brother, we'll do as you say. Then this afternoon, we'll take Zhang Jianshe over to the coal plant to handle her onboarding paperwork. Tonight, we'll whip up a few dishes and welcome her properly. Perfect. That way, little Zhang can sample my cooking tonight too. Hearing Zhang Jianshe's words made Yu Tian even more excited, and he readily agreed without hesitation. Deep down, he felt immensely satisfied with Zhang Jianshe. Sure enough, it was brother Jianshe who understood his inner thoughts best. He was clearly worried about Yu Tian struggling to connect with Zhang Jianshe, so he was creating this opportunity for him. Yu Tian felt he absolutely had to make a good impression tonight. With his cooking skills, winning this woman over shouldn't be too difficult. Besides, she was a city girl herself, otherwise, she wouldn't have gone to the countryside for the down to the countryside movement in the first place. Now in Aochang, she must have ended up here due to some family trouble. But once conditions improved, she might very well return to the city. Having a city wife would naturally be preferable to marrying either Zhao Meihui, the widow, or Zhao Meihua, the country girl. It was precisely this thought that made Yu Tian more proactive than Zhang Jianshe. He grabbed Zhang Jianshe and prepared to go with Zhang Jianshe to the coal factory to handle the paperwork. Zhang Jianshe, now utterly alone, relied entirely on Zhang Jianshe to arrange everything. Hearing that Zhang Jianshe planned to help him secure a job, she couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Zhang Jianshe understood all too well that fate had destined them to be destined yet apart. Even if Zhang Jianshe still harbored feelings for her, she herself was unwilling. Now that her body had been defiled, she knew she was unworthy of Zhang Jianshe. He refused to lose his last shred of dignity in front of Zhang Jianshe. Yet now this man was proactively offering him a job position, which brought him a sense of relief. At least it wouldn't make her owe Zhang Jianshe more and more. Though Yu Tian's gaze made him feel a bit repulsed, it was exactly the same look he got from those people at the casino. Deep down, Zhang Jianshe understood Yu Tian's feelings toward her. But considering she had nothing left now, and with the huge trouble her family had faced, having someone willing to take him in and marry him was already a blessing. Precisely because of this, Zhang Jianshe didn't harbor as much resistance toward Yu Tian as she might have otherwise. It was precisely these thoughts in Zhang Jianshe's heart that allowed Yu Tian's deliberate attempts to cozy up to her along the way to significantly close the distance between them. When the two arrived at the factory to complete the formalities, the factory leadership, recognizing Zhang Jianshe as the sponsor, readily approved the arrangement without hesitation. Even if this woman didn't have a job position yet, the coal factory would certainly find a way to arrange one for her. This was all to strengthen their relationship with Zhang Jianshe. Not to mention that now there was also the job position in Yu Tian's hands, so the relevant paperwork was naturally processed even more swiftly. While Zhang Jianshe was busy handling Zhang Jianshe's paperwork, Li Min grew increasingly anxious inside. After a moment's hesitation, she headed straight to the family mart next door. At that moment, Zhao Meihua was also in a state of panic at the family mart. She watched as Zhao Meihui and Qian Sunshur discussed what to do next. Sis, auntie, it's good that Zhang Jianshe hasn't left OU City, but I never expected there'd be another woman involved. If things keep going like this, it'll only make it harder for me to be with Zhang Jianshe in the future. Upon hearing this, Zhao Meihui remained silent, but Qian Sunshur couldn't help but sigh. Deep down, Chen Suncher sensed a premonition. Her investment in Zhao Meihua might well fail this time. Even if Zhang Jianshe didn't leave Oyu City, the chances of him actually being with Zhao Meihua were indeed slim. Most crucially, with another woman now in Zhang Jianshe's household, even if she wanted Zhao Meihua and Zhang Jianshe to consummate their relationship, finding a suitable opportunity would be far from easy. And now, with another woman suddenly appearing, Zhao Meihua's chances naturally diminished even further. Of course, Chen Suncher would never be at a disadvantage no matter what. After all, when she had given Zhao Meihua money to buy clothes, she had made Zhao Meihua sign an IOU. If Zhao Meihua ultimately couldn't marry Zhang Jianshe, he could simply go to Zhang Jianshe and demand repayment from Zhao Laosan. Even if they were in-laws, a debt documented by a promissory note must be settled. Of course, this was a choice Chen Suncher would only make as a last resort. Right now, she still felt a lingering sense of reluctance. Precisely because of this, she kept her thoughts to herself, still searching for other possible solutions. Just then, Li Min suddenly appeared from the next room. Both Chen Suncher and Zhao Meihua froze momentarily. In the minds of both Chen Suncher and Zhao Meihua, Li Min had become a significant threat. After all, this woman had already moved into Zhang Jianshe's home and was now just a step away from marrying him. Though they knew she was a widow, given her relationship with Zhang Jianshe, it seemed highly likely she would win him over. What's the deal with this woman suddenly showing up at their place? Was she here to flaunt her power and show off, or had she too sensed the looming crisis? Uncertain of her true intentions, neither Chen Suncher nor Zhao Meihua felt compelled to speak just yet. Li Min, noticing the wary glances Chen Suncher and Zhao Meihua were shooting her, could easily guess what they were thinking. This made Li Min sigh involuntarily. He never imagined things would turn out like this after returning to Oyu City. But with the situation now so critical, she had no time for games. Zhao Meihua, there's no need for games now. I'll ask you straight, do you want to be with Zhang Jianshe? Chapter 103, Li Min's Conditions. Li Min's direct question caused Zhao Meihua's face to flush slightly, a hint of embarrassment stirring within her. She truly did want to marry Zhang Jianshe, but having him state it so directly still made her feel somewhat embarrassed. Moreover, she was facing her rival right now, and she had no idea what her opponent was truly thinking. Perhaps Li Min had come to speak with her now precisely to humiliate her. Just as Zhao Meihua hesitated inwardly, Chen Suncher, standing nearby, heard Li Min's words and felt a flicker of interest. Before Zhao Meihua could respond, Chen Suncher smiled and nodded. Li Min. It's no surprise you noticed this. And since you've come forward to bring it up, there's no need for us to keep playing coy. Zhao Meihua genuinely wants to build a life with Zhang Jianshe. She's quite attractive, and the two of them are well suited. I know you and Zhang Jianshe are quite close, and I'm sure you'd want him to find a suitable woman. We're neighbors now, after all. If there's anything you can do to help, please don't hesitate to lend a hand. After Chen Suncher finished her words with a warm smile, Zhao Meihua neither confirmed nor denied anything. Instead, she looked at Li Min with a hopeful expression. Though she knew it was unlikely Li Min would help, a sliver of hope flickered within her. At this moment, however, Li Min neither agreed nor refused. Instead, she brought up the matter of Zhang Xiaoya. Zhao Meihua, if you want to be with Zhang Jianshe, I'm afraid Zhang Xiaoya is your biggest rival. Don't underestimate her. She's a city girl through and through, raised in the city from childhood. She's fundamentally different from us country folk. Besides, back when she was sent to Oyu village for her rural placement, she and Zhang Jianshe were already dating. It was only after he returned to the city that they lost contact. Now that he's returned, the chances of Zhang Jianshe marrying him are still very high. After Li Min finished speaking, Chen Suncher's expression darkened further, and Zhao Meihua's face turned pale. If Li Min's account was true, the chances of Zhao Meihua and Zhang Jianshe being together had indeed diminished significantly. At that moment, Chen Suncher was already calculating in her mind whether she should go to Zhang Jianshe tomorrow to collect the money owed to her with the promissory note. Since she couldn't get any more return from Zhao Meihua, she had to recover all her previous investment costs. Yet seeing Li Min approach them with this matter now stirred a lingering reluctance within Chen Suncher. Hesitating slightly, she tentatively asked again. Li Min, since you've come to discuss this with us, it can't be that you're just idly suggesting Zhao Meihua give up, right? Could it be that you've somehow found another way to resolve this? Though Chen Suncher voiced this question to Li Min, she harbored little genuine expectation in her heart. Having lived most of her life, what hadn't Chen Suncher seen? She understood perfectly well the immense attraction and power a woman held over a man's heart. She didn't believe Li Min could come up with any good solution. Yet when Li Min heard Chen Suncher's words, he nodded. What followed left Chen Suncher feeling both surprised and delighted. I do indeed know more about Zhang Xiaoya and can share some information with you. But whether you can ultimately get Zhao Meihua to marry Zhang Jianshe depends entirely on your own abilities. It has nothing to do with me. But if Zhao Meihua does marry Zhang Jianshe, I have one condition you must agree to. I won't compete with Zhao Meihua for a place by Zhang Jianshe's side, but Zhang Jianshe is also my man. You must not let him abandon me. If you can agree to this condition and let me bear Zhang Jianshe a son or daughter, then I'll tell you what I know. After Li Min finished speaking, Chen Suncher didn't respond. Instead, she turned her gaze directly toward Zhao Meihua. After all, this matter concerned Zhao Meihua's own lifelong future, so naturally, Zhao Meihua herself had to make the decision. If Zhao Meihua refused, no amount of coercion would work, it might even make things worse. After all, he could always go to Zhang Jianshe later and reclaim every penny he'd spent. So for now, he felt no urgency. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Meihua felt profoundly conflicted inside. Deep down, she naturally didn't want to share her man with anyone else. After all, she and her sister were renowned throughout the surrounding villages, with countless suitors lining up to propose marriage. The reason she was actively pursuing Zhang Jianshe now was because she felt his circumstances were favorable and he seemed like a suitable match. But she felt that pursuing him proactively was already a huge concession, even a rather shameless thing to do. Allowing Zhang Jianshe to keep another woman would make him feel utterly humiliated. Yet if she refused Li Min's condition now, her chances of being with Zhang Jianshe would undoubtedly diminish significantly. Precisely because of this, after wrestling with the decision for a while, Zhao Meihua still felt she absolutely had to be with Zhang Jianshe. Otherwise, having invested so much time and effort already, she simply couldn't bear the thought of giving up. Gritting her teeth, she finally nodded in agreement. Fine, Li Min. As long as you don't compete with me for the title of being with Tao Dao, I'll agree to your demand. Just tell me what you need to say now. Upon hearing this, Li Min's face softened into a faint smile. Without hesitation, she recounted everything Zhang Jianshe had told her about discovering Zhang Xiaoya at the casino. She also voiced her inner suspicion, since Zhang Xiaoya had fallen into the hands of those casino people, she had likely already been violated by them. As Li Min finished speaking, the three women in the Qian household were instantly rendered speechless. Yet after the initial shock, Zhao Meihua couldn't help but sigh. Since Zhang Jianshe knew about Zhang Xiaoya's previous ordeal, he must have guessed she'd likely been violated. The fact that he's still willing to bring her back shows that Zhang Jianshe can accept it. This situation doesn't seem to hold much significance for us, does it? Chapter 104, Qian Suanshi's suggestion. As she spoke these words, Zhao Meihua felt a pang of disappointment welling up inside her. For her, it was a case of the higher the hopes, the greater the disappointment. At this moment, she didn't know what to say. But upon hearing this, Qian Sunsher merely shook her head with a smile. This matter isn't as straightforward as you imagine. The reason Zhang Jianshe can tolerate this situation now is because only he knows about it, no one else does. If others were to find out now, and Zhang Jianshe were still with Zhang Xiaoya or even married her, how do you think people would view him afterward? Wouldn't that be utterly humiliating for Zhang Jianshe, leaving him unable to hold his head high for the rest of his life? Hearing this, Zhao Meihua felt a slight stir within her heart. Auntie, so you're suggesting we tell the others in the courtyard about this? Upon hearing this, Qian Sunsher nodded without hesitation. Exactly. Once we tell others, this will become the talk of the entire courtyard. Then Zhang Jianshe will absolutely refuse to marry Zhang Xiaoya. And Xiaoya won't have the face to stay in OU City anymore. Once Zhang Xiaoya leaves OU City, that will eliminate the problem once and for all. You won't even have to worry about Zhang Jianshe secretly keeping her around. Upon hearing this, Li Min beside her also smiled and nodded slightly. In truth, everything Qian Sunsher was saying now had already been carefully considered by Li Min at home. And precisely because she had already planned it out, she came to tell Zhao Meihua about it. Her goal was to use Zhao Meihua to spread this news throughout the household, preventing Zhang Jianshe from being with Zhang Xiaoya and even forcing Zhang Xiaoya to leave altogether. However, Li Min was also acutely aware that Zhang Jianshe undoubtedly held Zhang Xiaoya in high regard. If he were the one to drive her away, and Zhang Jianshe somehow found out, he would undoubtedly be furious. It wasn't impossible that in his rage, he might even kick her out too. It was precisely because of these internal calculations that Li Min carefully considered the situation and concluded it would be safer to use Zhao Meihua to carry out this task. This way, he wouldn't bring trouble upon himself. Given the current situation, her goal could indeed be achieved immediately. Sure enough, prompted by Qian Sunsher, Zhao Meihua recognized the plan's genuine feasibility. Though she had heard about Zhang Xiaoya's situation and felt genuine pity for her. I felt a slight pang of sympathy for Zhang Xiaoya. But the moment she considered how Zhang Xiaoya might interfere with her relationship with Zhang Jianshe, that sympathy vanished without a trace. Fine, then I'll go tell the neighbors in the courtyard about this right away. Just as Zhao Meihua finished speaking and prepared to go discuss it with everyone, Qian Sunsher grabbed her arm. Don't be so hasty. If you go tell them now, it'll be easy for the people in the courtyard to sense that we have ulterior motives. At that point, regardless of whether they know our true intentions, they won't dare to discuss this matter lightly. Otherwise, they'll worry we're using them. In that case, even if we spread these rumors, the ultimate effect wouldn't be particularly significant. It would just be a waste of time. I say we hold our position for now. Wait until Zhang Xiaoya settles into our courtyard, then spread the news after some time has passed. The impact will be far greater than if we spread it now. Zhao Meihua herself lacked a strong backbone, and in this situation, she truly didn't understand as much as Qian Sunsher. Precisely because of this, upon hearing Qian Sunsher's words, she immediately nodded in agreement. Li Min couldn't care less when Zhao Meihua would spread the news. As long as she had the idea, his objective was already achieved. Alright, Zhao Meihua. I've told you what I needed to. Just don't forget the promise you made me earlier.
Zhang Jianshe and the others should be returning from the coal plant soon.
I'll head home now. With that, Li Min swayed her ample hips back to Zhang Jianshe's residence. Watching Li Min's retreating figure, Zhao Meihui felt a surge of unease. Truthfully, even though Zhao Meihui had felt uneasy about Li Min living in Zhang Jianshe's home before, she had never considered confronting Zhang Jianshe about it. After all, on the surface, she and Zhang Jianshe were merely fellow villagers and neighbors at best, friends. Naturally, she had no right to criticize him. But today, Li Min's behavior had filled Zhao Meihui with dread. She sensed this woman's intentions ran far too deep. If this woman remained by Zhang Jianshe's side, who knew when he might become a tool she exploited? It was precisely these thoughts that made Zhao Meihui wonder if she should find an opportunity to warn Zhang Jianshe. At the very least, she needed to make him more wary of this woman, to ensure he wasn't manipulated by her. Yet Zhao Meihui knew full well that even if she wanted to find a chance to warn Zhang Jianshe, it wouldn't be something that could happen overnight. Moreover, when warning Zhang Jianshe, she absolutely couldn't let Li Min find out. Otherwise, that woman would surely come after her too. While these thoughts swirled in Zhao Meihui's mind, Zhang Jianshe had already completed Zhang Xiaoya's onboarding procedures. Come tomorrow, she would officially become a warehouse administrator. Upon hearing this news, He Yutian's smile grew even brighter. In his heart, He Yutian had already envisioned Zhang Xiaoya as his future partner, and the thought filled him with excitement. The better Zhang Xiaoya did at her job, the more beneficial it would be for him. Xiao Zhang, congratulations on starting at the factory tomorrow. I'll prepare a few extra dishes tonight so we can celebrate properly. Chapter 105. Do you think this woman is a good person? After Zhang Xiaoya's job was confirmed, He Yutian was even happier than she was. His smile hadn't faded all the way home. As soon as they reached the courtyard gate, he extended the invitation to Zhang Xiaoya. At that moment, Zhang Xiaoya felt immense joy within herself. When he was held captive by those casino people, he had thought he was completely finished. But unexpectedly, after being brought to Oyu City, he encountered Zhang Jianshe, who not only wiped out the casino but also rescued him. And now, it was precisely because of Zhang Jianshe that he had regained his job, and his future life had new hope. These thoughts filled Zhang Xiaoya with profound gratitude toward Zhang Jianshe. At this moment, Zhang Xiaoya also felt that if she could build a future with He Yutian, she might be able to start a new life. So even though she understood He Yutian's intentions, she still nodded with a blush and agreed. Seeing Zhang Xiaoya's acceptance filled He Yutian with immense excitement. Alright, Xiao Zhang, you go rest first. Brother Jianshi will help you tidy up the place. I'll go buy groceries first. We absolutely have to celebrate properly tonight. With that, He Yutian hurried out the door. Zhang Jianshi watched his retreating figure and couldn't help but smile and shake his head. Come on, let me show you around your new place. After all, we'll be neighbors from now on. Zhang Jianshi spoke as he led Zhang Xiaoya into the courtyard. Zhang Xiaoya's assigned house was right next to He Yutian's, which was quite convenient for He Yutian. Zhang Jianshi could certainly see the feelings He Yutian had for Zhang Xiaoya. But in his view, if these two could be together, it would be a good thing, so naturally he wouldn't stand in their way. While he was helping Zhang Xiaoya tidy up the house, several neighbors gathered in the courtyard. Facing their curiosity, Zhang Jianshi held nothing back, explaining that Zhang Xiaoya would start working at the coal factory tomorrow. After Zhang Jianshi finished speaking, the neighbors dispersed, but the news became a hot topic of discussion among many. Shen Sunshur had been at home, waiting for the right moment to quietly tell the neighbors about Zhang Xiaoya. At that moment, he was instructing Zhao Meihui to prepare dinner when he overheard the neighbors discussing Zhang Xiaoya in the courtyard. This stirred something within him. None of her family worked at the coal factory anymore, and they had no monthly income. Why should a rotten woman like Zhang Xiaoya still have a job at the coal factory, especially in a lucrative place like the warehouse? It must be because Zhang Jianshi had connected with some bigwigs. The factory leaders were giving him face, asking him to pull strings for her. These thoughts churned in Qian Suinshur's mind, leaving her deeply unsettled. If Zhang Jianshi and Zhao Meihua really got together, then given all the help he had given Zhao Meihua before, Zhang Jianshi should surely take care of their whole family too. Once he could force Zhao Meihui to take a job, he'd definitely secure her a well-paying position too. That way, their entire family wouldn't just have a steady income from wages, but also an extra source of side income. Now Zhang Xiaoya was snatching away what should have been their family's livelihood. If Zhang Jianshi truly married Zhang Xiaoya, then no matter what schemes they hatched afterward, they would be utterly useless. He feared his family might forever lose this opportunity. As this thought emerged in Qian Suinshur's mind, a sudden sense of urgency gripped her heart. Forgetting whether it was appropriate to discuss this matter with the neighbors now, she immediately grabbed a chair and a handful of melon seeds and joined the neighbors' conversation. You think Zhang Xiaoya is some saint? Let me tell you, she's a woman who's been played around with. Who knows what trick she used to deceive Zhang Jianshi into bringing her back? Maybe she used her connection with Zhang Jianshi from their days doing rural work in Oyu village to trick him. As she spoke, Qian Suinshur's eyes flashed with calculation. Of course, she wouldn't mention that Zhang Jianshe and Zhang Xiaoya had been dating back then.
And certainly not that Zhang Jianshe had once harbored feelings for Zhang Xiaoya himself. If she revealed those truths, it would only make breaking up Zhang Jianshe and Zhang Xiaoya even harder. Even if Zhang Jianshe genuinely wanted to separate from Zhang Xiaoya because of these rumors, to the neighbors gathered in the courtyard, it would look like he was abandoning her after seeing her suffer. This would not only garner sympathy for Zhang Xiaoya among the courtyard residents but also put pressure on Zhang Jianshe. It would actually hinder Zhang Jianshe and Zhao Meihua's relationship. Of course, the neighbors in the courtyard were unaware of the intricate web of complications at play. After hearing Qian Sunshur mention things they hadn't known, puzzled expressions spread across everyone's faces. Sister-in-law, don't go spreading rumors like that. I think Zhang Xiaoya is a good girl too. Exactly. If she overheard you gossiping behind her back, she'd come looking for you to settle the score. Besides, that woman has a good relationship with Zhang Jianshe.
You know he's connected to some bigwigs now. What if she gets Zhang Jianshe to come after you? Could you handle that?
Many neighbors in the courtyard listened to Qian Sunshur's words with a mix of skepticism and doubt.
On one hand, Qian Sunshur's character was already questionable, so the neighbors weren't easily swayed by her words.
On the other hand, they were employing a bit of reverse psychology, hoping to get Qian Sunshur to spill the beans quickly. Otherwise, if they pressed her later, given Qian Sunshur's temperament, she might demand some benefit before revealing anything. It must be said that the neighbors' plan had indeed worked. Hearing that the neighbors didn't believe her, Qian Sunshur instantly grew anxious. How could I possibly be making things up or slandering someone behind their back? I'll tell you this, even if Zhang Xiaoya were standing right here, I'd confront her face to face.
You know my daughter-in-law, right?
Her village borders Zhang Jianshe's.
So we've heard all about this woman too. Hearing this, the neighbors' gazes shifted back to Qian Sunshur. Chapter 106, Zhang Xiaoya, will you be with me?
At this moment, no one in the courtyard dared to speak up, wondering if Qian Sunshur would keep them in suspense.
Every pair of eyes fixed on Qian Sunshur brimmed with anticipation. Hey, sister-in-law, what's really going on here?
Why don't you tell us?
Exactly.
You started the story but left us hanging. This is driving us crazy. Seeing the anxious expressions on her neighbors' faces only made Qian Sunshur feel immensely pleased with herself. In the past, she might have demanded some benefit from them before revealing the truth. But now, her sole purpose was to sabotage the relationship between Zhang Jianshe and Zhang Xiaoya.
She wasn't about to waste a single moment.
She immediately recounted what Li Min had told them earlier, how Zhang Xiaoya had been caught at the gambling den and even abused by the people there.
After hearing this, the entire courtyard of neighbors fell instantly silent.
In this era, a woman's virtue was valued above all else. If not for this, Zhao Meihui wouldn't be so troubled by her own remarriage prospects. Even Zhao Meihui, merely a widow, faced such immense difficulty in remarrying.
How much worse would it be for Zhang Xiaoya, a young maiden who had been violated?
It was certain that if word of this matter spread, Zhang Xiaoya would never be able to hold her head high again.
Sister-in-law, I think you're just making this up. I absolutely refuse to believe it. Exactly. I don't believe a word of it either.
I think you're just jealous that Zhang Xiaoya got a good job at the coal factory.
Enough. It's getting late. I need to go home and cook dinner. I won't bother you anymore. Right. My water's still boiling at home. I should be heading back too.
Though these neighbors all claimed not to believe Qian Sunshur's words, none of them lingered in the courtyard any longer.
It was as if they feared Qian Sunshur's words might reach Zhang Xiaoya's ears.
If that happened, Zhang Xiaoya wouldn't just come after Qian Sunshur, she'd come after them too. Yet as Qian Sunshur watched her neighbors hurry home, a faint smile touched her lips. In her heart, Qian Sunshur was certain that by tomorrow at the latest, this news would have spread throughout the entire courtyard. Of course, Zhang Jianshe and Zhang Xiaoya were unaware of Qian Sunshur's little schemes at this moment. After roughly tidying up the room where Zhang Xiaoya would stay, Zhang Jianshe took her to the supply store to buy various daily necessities. By the time they returned to the courtyard with everything in order, He Yutian had already prepared dinner. Brother Jianshi, Xiao Zhang, I noticed you weren't in the courtyard earlier and knew you must have gone shopping. Dinner's almost ready. Go wash your hands, and let's eat. Alright. Zhang Xiaoya, let me tell you brother, his cooking skills? He learned them from a big shot in Beijing. His cooking is something you'll never forget once you taste it. After Zhang Jianshe said this, he hurried off to wash his hands. This made He Yutian feel incredibly pleased inside. His brother Jianshi truly lived up to his name. They worked together like clockwork. Just one word from him, and brother Jianshi understood exactly what he meant. Now he was even speaking up for him. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaoya merely gave a slight nod, not taking it too seriously. After all, her family held considerable status and standing in Beijing. Had it not been for their once glorious past, they wouldn't have been brought down so harshly. Growing up, Zhang Xiaoya had seen and tasted it all. Ordinary meals rarely made an impression on her. Indeed, when the meal began and she surveyed the table laden with dishes, Zhang Xiaoya found it comparable to what ordinary families served, quite decent, in fact.
But if these things were part of their original lifestyle, she wouldn't necessarily care much about them. Of course, these thoughts remained solely within Zhang Xiaoya's mind. She would never voice them aloud. For one thing, such words would be hurtful and unnecessary. On the other hand, the life he described was all in the past and had nothing to do with the present. In fact, he had only just started working at the coal plant, and before his first paycheck arrived, he still relied on Zhang Jianshe for financial support. Yet seeing Zhang Xiaoya eat slowly and unhurriedly, showing no sign of surprise, made He Yutian feel a bit anxious inside. He knew Zhang Xiaoya was from the city too, and her upbringing was undoubtedly refined. Eating slowly and deliberately was perfectly normal for her. After all, he had pulled out all the stops to prepare for tonight's dinner with Zhang Xiaoya. Yet Zhang Xiaoya showed no hint of surprise and didn't praise his cooking at all, which made He Yutian feel a bit anxious. Could it be that his extraordinary culinary skills were utterly unimpressive to her? If that were the case, things would get complicated. Winning her over wouldn't be so straightforward. After all, she was a city girl. While his current circumstances were better than many ordinary households, they were only average by city standards. Beyond his impressive cooking skills, he had little confidence in quickly winning Zhang Xiaoya over and persuading her to marry him. Perhaps it was the urgency in his heart, or perhaps it was the alcohol bolstering his courage. By the time he and Zhang Jianshe had polished off nearly 2 bottles of baijiu, He Yutian finally couldn't hold back. His face flushed, he looked at Zhang Xiaoya and spoke up. "Xiao Zhang, are you planning to settle down around Aocheng from now on?" "If I'm settling here, I'll definitely need to start a family and find a partner locally." "I don't have a partner yet. What do you think? Would you be willing to date me?" As He Yutian blurted out these words, his face flushed and tongue-tied. Zhang Jianshe nearly choked on his food. Even with his 2 lifetimes of experience, he'd never seen anyone as direct as He Yutian asking a girl to date him right in the middle of a meal. How on earth was Zhang Xiaoya supposed to respond to this? Upon hearing He Yutian's words, Zhang Xiaoya was utterly dumbfounded. After a moment of stunned silence, she couldn't help but burst out laughing. Chapter 107, Things seem to have gone awry. Deep down, Zhang Xiaoya did feel a hint of surprise. After all, she had never encountered someone like He Yutian before. But once she regained her composure, she found herself feeling quite pleased. At least, in her eyes, someone like He Yutian lived a very simple life, free of scheming. Reflecting on her own past experiences, Zhang Xiaoya felt profoundly weary and yearned for a life of simplicity. Precisely because of this, He Yutian's earlier behavior actually earned him points in Zhang Xiaoya's estimation. Moreover, Zhang Xiaoya had already noticed He Yutian's interest in her and had been weighing her options internally. Given the current circumstances, being with He Yutian was already her best option. Driven by these thoughts, Zhang Xiaoya finally nodded, her face flushing. "Alright then, let's get to know each other for now. I'm not entirely sure if we'll be compatible in the end. As for marriage, let's just wait and see." Hearing this, He Yutian felt an instant surge of joy within him. In his mind, since Zhang Xiaoya had spoken so plainly, their future together was practically a done deal. Zhang Jianshe, upon hearing Zhang Xiaoya's words, couldn't help but show a hint of surprise in his eyes. After all, based on his understanding of her, it seemed quite difficult for Zhang Xiaoya to develop feelings for a man like He Yutian. But recalling some of the things Zhang Xiaoya had been through before, Zhang Jianshe couldn't help but sigh. Deep down, he understood what was going on in Zhang Xiaoya's heart now. Still, this was for the best. Finding Zhang Xiaoya a good home was certainly a positive outcome. Moreover, based on what he knew about He Yutian, finding a wife more beautiful than Zhang Xiaoya would likely prove difficult for him. The main thing was that He Yutian was a decent man in most respects, but his biggest flaw was that he was too easily tempted by new things. Getting him married sooner would help him settle down and live a stable life. Alright, then tomorrow I'll prepare some special dishes. We'll celebrate properly, and we absolutely must share this news with the other neighbors in the courtyard. After all, quite a few people in our courtyard still don't have partners. If anyone else tries to steal you away, I'll tear them limb from limb. As He Yutian spoke, he couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter. But just a few minutes later, he was already sprawled across the table, fast asleep. Seeing this, Zhang Jianshe couldn't help but shake his head with a mix of laughter and exasperation. Alright, you go home and get some rest. I'll carry him to bed. Earlier, when all 3 of them were still sober, Zhang Xiaoya hadn't sensed anything amiss. But now, with He Yutian suddenly passed out drunk, Zhang Xiaoya couldn't help but recall the events back in Stone Village as she looked at Zhang Jianshe. Back then, fearing pregnancy and clinging to the hope that she would eventually return to the city. Naturally, I never took that final step with Zhang Jianshe. But aside from that final step, everything else had been done. Now, recalling those past events once more, Zhang Xiaoya felt her cheeks flush slightly. Simultaneously, she recalled her earlier promise to He Yutian about trying dating, which made her feel even more embarrassed. So upon hearing Zhang Jianshe's words, she promptly nodded and headed straight home. After getting He Yutian into bed, Zhang Jianshe also hurried home to rest. Early the next morning, He Yutian woke up and immediately called Zhang Xiaoya to go to work together. He didn't forget to announce to the neighbors that he and Zhang Xiaoya would be dating from now on. Once everyone in the courtyard had left for work, the place suddenly came alive with chatter.
Those who had been in the courtyard yesterday, having heard what Qian Sunshur had said, naturally discussed it with their families once they returned home. Most people, however, only chatted about it briefly and didn't dwell on the matter too much. After all, no matter what kind of woman Zhang Xiaoya was, it had nothing to do with them. Moreover, this woman and Zhang Jianshe were on very good terms, and now Zhang Jianshe was acquainted with a high-ranking official. If they spoke ill of her and she heard it, they would surely offend someone. Regardless of whether the rumors were true or false, they would likely face trouble from her. Naturally, none of the neighbors in the courtyard wanted that outcome. But this time, upon hearing He Yutian say he was actually dating Zhang Xiaoya and might even marry her this year, the neighbors in the courtyard naturally perked up again. Could it be that He Yutian felt the winter was too cold, so he was preparing to find himself a warm hat to wear? As the neighbors discussed this, all sorts of theories were floated around. Just then, Qian Sunshur emerged from her house. Upon overhearing the conversation, her expression darkened instantly and she hurried back inside. "Auntie, what's wrong? Has something happened again?" Zhao Meihua looked at Qian Sunshur's panicked expression, a hint of confusion crossing her own face. He too felt a twinge of worry. Could Qian Sunshur's sudden urgency be connected to his own plan to be with Zhang Jianshe? Upon hearing these words, Qian Sunshur's expression grew even more frantic. "This is bad. I've really gotten myself into trouble this time. We all thought Zhang Jianshe brought this woman into our courtyard to rekindle their old romance. But I never imagined Zhang Jianshe was actually planning to marry her off to He Yutian. But thinking about it carefully, it makes sense. Even if Zhang Jianshe still harbors feelings for her, he certainly wouldn't marry her himself. By marrying her off to He Yutian, given their relationship, no one will suspect him of looking after her in the future. Most crucially, He Yutian occasionally hosts banquets for the factory and works overtime at the coal plant at night. If Zhang Jianshe and this woman wanted to get together again, it would become incredibly easy. But now that I've been badmouthing her around the courtyard, if He Yutian finds out, how could he possibly marry her? Once Zhang Jianshe finds out about this, he'll definitely come looking for trouble with us too." Chapter 108, He Yutian's Boasting. After hearing Qian Sunshur's words, Zhao Meihua was utterly dumbfounded. Truthfully, Zhao Meihua wasn't entirely sure what Qian Sunshur meant by her words. But one thing was crystal clear to her. Based on what Qian Sunshur had described, it seemed extremely difficult for her to be with Zhang Jianshe from now on. Moreover, the rumors circulating outside would likely enrage Zhang Jianshe. And if Zhang Jianshe discovered these rumors had originated from them, it would likely bring even greater trouble. It was precisely these concerns that made Zhao Meihua look at Qian Sunshur with utter panic. "Auntie, what should we do now?" Qian Sunshur herself was now visibly flustered. This turn of events had been entirely unforeseen. When Zhao Meihua asked her what to do, she naturally had no idea either. Yet Qian Sunshur managed to maintain a semblance of composure. After a moment's thought, she shook her head calmly. "Don't fret too much over this matter. Although the neighbors in the courtyard are discussing it, I doubt anyone would be foolish enough to bring it up in front of He Yutian. As long as no one mentions it in front of He Yutian, he'll never find out about it. Once he marries Zhang Xiaoya, even if he finds out, it will be too late. It won't affect our plans in the slightest. So for now, we should keep quiet and pretend we know nothing. If the opportunity arises, we should find ways to encourage them to marry sooner. If Zhang Jianshe ever finds out about this and comes looking for trouble, we absolutely must not admit to anything. When that time comes, we'll claim all this was orchestrated by that woman named Li Min. It has nothing to do with us." Zhao Meihua was already panicking inside. No matter what Qian Sunshur said to him now, he could only nod and agree. She committed every detail Qian Sunshur instructed her to remember firmly to her heart. But Zhao Meihua, listening to Qian Sunshur's words beside them, couldn't help but shake her head inwardly. To Zhao Meihua, it seemed as though Li Min, Zhao Meihua, and Qian Sunshur were all on the verge of madness. Many people would resort to any means necessary to achieve their goals. But these matters had little to do with him, and he preferred not to get involved. At most, if that woman named Li Min tried to scheme against Zhang Jianshe next, he would keep a closer eye on things and give Zhang Jianshe a heads up when it mattered. Under normal circumstances, things would indeed unfold exactly as Qian Sunshur had predicted. Naturally, no one in the entire courtyard would dare mention Zhang Xiaoya in front of He Yutian. Bringing it up would first offend Zhang Xiaoya, and might even offend Zhang Jianshe. And most importantly, He Yutian might not appreciate the favor. He might already know the details about Zhang Xiaoya but still choose to marry her. If they were to bring up Zhang Xiaoya's past now, forcing He Yutian to abandon his marriage plans for the sake of his reputation, he might harbor resentment toward them. What Qian Sunshur never could have imagined was just how smug He Yutian felt now that he'd found himself such a beautiful bride. Arriving at the coal plant early that morning, he immediately announced the news in front of all the cooks. He even invited all his colleagues to come help out at his wedding. Hearing this, the cooks naturally nodded in agreement. Yet most harbored lingering doubts. They were fairly familiar with He Yutian and hadn't noticed him actively seeking a match through blind dates, nor had they observed him getting particularly close to any woman. So how did this sudden bride-to-be appear out of nowhere? Unable to make sense of it and curious about this woman named Zhang Jianshe, someone to ask those living in the same courtyard as He Yutian for information. Last night, the courtyard residents had all heard stories about Zhang Jianshe's past from their own families. Now, hearing people come asking about her and saying He Yutian wanted to marry Zhang Jianshe, the courtyard workers naturally found it laughable. Since they weren't discussing it directly with He Yutian, the courtyard workers didn't bother keeping it confidential when talking to the other cooks in the cafeteria. They naturally recounted everything about Zhang Jianshe being taken by casino thugs and the possible dangers she might have faced. Hearing this, many in the cafeteria nearly burst out laughing. Earlier, when they heard He Yutian was about to find a partner and get married, some had even felt a hint of envy. But now, any trace of that envy vanished from their hearts. Instead, they were all waiting to see He Yutian make a fool of himself. Under normal circumstances, this situation wouldn't have caused much trouble, at least not enough to alert He Yutian to Zhang Jianshe's situation. But He Yutian had been bragging excessively. From the moment he started work that morning until nearly quitting time in the afternoon, he hadn't stopped talking. This finally pushed another older colleague in the cafeteria, someone also still single, to snap. "Hey, He Yutian, cut the swagger. You think you found some kind of prize just because you've got a girlfriend? A woman like that, worn out from who knows how many lovers, and you're treating her like a treasure, planning to marry her? You piece of, what the hell are you talking about? I'll beat the crap out of you today." Hearing this, He Yutian instantly flew into a rage and immediately started fighting with the other guy. At that moment, He Yutian didn't think much of it, assuming the other man was just jealous. Of course, this man was no match for He Yutian and was soon beaten black and blue. This only fueled the man's fury even more. Everyone in the coal plant knows this now. Just ask around and you'll find out. Now that I've said it straight out, you still won't admit it? Who else would want a piece of trash like this besides you? Chapter 109, He Yutian's Confrontation. Hearing the words from the kitchen, Liu Bei's expression darkened instantly. Naturally, he immediately clashed with the kitchen worker again. Yet at this moment, a faint trace of doubt stirred within He Yutian's mind. Judging by the man's confident demeanor earlier, his words didn't seem fabricated. Could it be that Zhang Jianshe truly had some issue? Otherwise, this man would never have dared to speak to him like that. The moment this thought entered He Yutian's mind, an overwhelming sense of irritation gripped his heart. He even seemed listless during the rest of his workday. However, seeing He Yutian in such a state had startled quite a few people. Naturally, no one dared to provoke him further at that moment. Finally, when quitting time arrived, He Yutian immediately sought out several factory workers he was familiar with. He intended to probe and find out exactly what was going on. If even the kitchen staff knew about Zhang Jianshe, then surely many others in the factory were aware as well. He suspected the matter was somehow connected to him, which was why no one had come forward to tell him the truth. Now, if he wanted to find out, it should be relatively easy to uncover the truth. It must be said that He Yutian did possess a certain degree of cunning. After approaching several acquaintances, they naturally resisted getting involved at first. No matter how He Yutian pressed them, they hemmed and hawed, refusing to say anything. But their evasive attitude only reinforced He Yutian's suspicion that something was definitely amiss. Later, when he threatened to cut ties with them if they didn't tell him, someone finally spilled the rumors circulating at the coal plant about Zhang Jianshe. After hearing these words, He Yutian's expression darkened to the extreme. With so many people at the plant now saying these things, regardless of whether the investment rumors were true or false, they had become reality. Yet today, he knew nothing about it, while he himself had been telling everyone he was going to marry Zhang Jianshe. It was easy to imagine he had become the laughingstock of many at the coal plant. Who knew how many people were waiting to mock him after the wedding? This thought filled He Yutian with fury, and his heart burned with hatred for Zhang Jianshe. He refused to believe Zhang Jianshe had brought Zhang Jianshe into the courtyard without knowing about her situation. Yet in his heart, he had regarded Zhang Jianshe as a friend, and Zhang Jianshe had never warned him. Could it be that Zhang Jianshe also wanted him to marry this trash? His anger boiling over, He Yutian packed his things and rode his bicycle back to the courtyard. He stormed up to Zhang Jianshe's door and banged on it loudly. "Zhang Jianshe, get out here. I treated you like a friend, but I never imagined you'd betray me like this. You need to give me a proper explanation for what happened today. Otherwise, don't blame me for turning against you." As He Yutian stormed over, several neighbors gathered in the courtyard, each wearing an excited look of curiosity. They knew He Yutian had come looking for Zhang Jianshe at this hour because he must have heard about the incident involving Zhang Jianshe. That's why he was here demanding answers. Zhang Jianshe remained unaware of the rumors circulating outside. He had nothing else to do today and hadn't gone hunting, so he stayed home organizing the leftover items from his previous hunt. Once he was mostly done, he planned to find time to head back to the black market to sell everything off. Seeing He Yutian show up at his doorstep now left Zhang Jianshe utterly puzzled. "Hey, brother what's gotten into you? Who's upset you so much? Come inside. We can talk about it properly," Zhang Jianshe said with a smile, preparing to lead He Yutian into his home. But upon hearing Zhang Jianshe's words, He Yutian snorted coldly and swatted Zhang Jianshe's hand away with a single slap.
Zhang Jianshe, I truly considered you a brother. I never imagined you'd treat me like this. Tell me the truth. Zhang Xiaoya was captured by the casino people. Who knows how many of them have taken advantage of her? Did you know about this? After He Yutian delivered this line with a face twisted in rage, several neighbors nearby couldn't help but nod slightly in agreement. Sure enough, it was just as they suspected. Now that He Yutian knew about this, he was finally coming after Zhang Jianshe. To be fair, Zhang Jianshe had handled this situation rather shady. Even if you wanted to keep Zhang Xiaoya as a plaything, the neighbors in the courtyard wouldn't have said anything. After all, you're successful now. Not only do you earn a high income, but you've also connected with influential leaders. Naturally, no one would report Zhang Jianshe just to stir up trouble. But to actually try to marry Zhang Xiaoya off to He Yutian? That was crossing the line. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jianshe's expression darkened instantly. Brother He, where did you hear this? Who told you such a thing? Zhang Jianshe's question only confirmed He Yutian's suspicions that the rumors he'd heard were true. This only fueled the anger burning within him. Well, I never imagined it would actually be like this. Zhang Jianshe, I considered you a friend. But you didn't even tell me the specifics about Zhang Xiaoya. How could you do this to me? Starting today, I'm cutting ties with you. From now on, we'll stay out of each other's business. If you ever dare scheme against me again, just wait till I beat you to a pulp. With that, He Yutian turned and stormed off, fuming. Just then, he saw Zhang Xiaoya returning from work, his gaze filled with utter disgust. At that moment, Zhang Xiaoya's face was streaked with tears, her heart aching with profound sorrow. She never imagined things would turn out this way, that her past would be dragged into the open. Zhang Xiaoya knew all too well how crucial a woman's reputation was in this era. Now that the entire courtyard knew about her past, she could no longer live here. Driven by this realization, Zhang Xiaoya silently prepared to pack her belongings. When Zhang Jianshe saw the look in Zhang Xiaoya's eyes, a look that had lost all will to live, his heart sank. Since everyone is here, I'll address this openly. As for those rumors circulating outside, I have no idea where they originated, but they are all false. Someone must be jealous that Zhang Xiaoya found work so quickly after arriving in our courtyard. That's why they spread these lies. If I find out who dared to spread these lies, don't blame me for being harsh with them. Furthermore, if any of you spread these rumors, let me warn you, you will be held legally responsible. Chapter 110, Is Zhang Xiaoya innocent? After hearing Zhang Jianshe's icy tone deliver these words, the neighbors in the courtyard naturally avoided meeting his gaze. Truthfully, while the neighbors had been discussing yesterday's incident, they had no real knowledge of whether it was true or false. But seeing Zhang Jianshe's attitude now, they understood all too well. If they ever mentioned it again, they would surely offend Zhang Jianshe, and their situation would undoubtedly become very unpleasant. Noticing the neighbors' expressions, Zhang Jianshe snorted again before entering Zhang Xiaoya's home. Zhang Xiaoya, you can rest assured. No one will dare to spread rumors about this again. You have nowhere else to go now, so just keep working diligently at the coal plant. As long as you keep your head down and work here, you won't run into any major trouble going forward. And no one will dare cause you trouble again. If you leave now, it'll only give these people more ammunition to gossip about you behind your back. Never mind whether you have anywhere else to go. Even if you did, if you ever ran into these people from the courtyard again, you wouldn't be able to hold your head up. What Zhang Jianshe said was undeniably true, but at this moment, it was more about giving Zhang Xiaoya the confidence to keep going. After hearing Zhang Jianshe's words, Zhang Xiaoya felt an overwhelming mix of emotions. On one hand, she felt gratitude toward Zhang Jianshe for helping her. On the other, she was consumed by guilt over having left him behind. In the end, Zhang Xiaoya said nothing more. She simply nodded silently and stopped packing her things. Seeing this, Zhang Jianshe finally exhaled in relief before turning and heading home with a grim expression. Even though he could control the neighbors in the courtyard from spreading rumors, the matter couldn't simply be swept under the rug like this. There are still matters that need to be addressed and should be handled. After Zhang Jianshe returned home, He Yutian paused for a moment, feeling an overwhelming sense of regret deep within. Truthfully, deep down, He Yutian didn't fully believe the rumors circulating outside. After all, if He Yutian had truly been captured by those casino people, the chances of him emerging alive from the casino were minuscule. Human trafficking was a serious crime in any era. Those casino people would surely kill all the trafficked victims before meeting their own end. But with the entire coal mine crew spreading these rumors, He Yutian feared he'd lose all face if he ended up with Zhang Xiaoya. Wherever he went, people would whisper behind his back. That's why he turned on Zhang Jianshe outright and refused to continue dating Zhang Xiaoya. But he never imagined that Zhang Jianshe would resolve the matter so effortlessly. Now, deep down, He Yutian felt a pang of regret. Yet now he lacked the face to apologize to Zhang Xiaoya or reconcile with Zhang Jianshe. All He Yutian could do was sigh helplessly and head home, lost in his own thoughts. Meanwhile, Yan Qingzhan, the second son of the Yin family, had his own calculations brewing. After a moment's thought, he looked at his father and spoke directly. Father, what do you think about me dating Zhang Xiaoya? The moment those words left his mouth, however, Yan Xuanqiu's face instantly darkened with fury. He grabbed the broom from the house, ready to teach his son a lesson. After all, his eldest son had died at the hands of Zhang Jianshe. The hatred between their family and Zhang Jianshe was irreconcilable. No matter how you looked at it, Zhang Xiaoya was closely connected to Zhang Jianshe. Even if all the rumors outside were false, his son could never marry this woman. Otherwise, how could he ever hold his head high in front of Zhang Jianshe again? Father, don't hit me. Please listen to me. Even if my brother really was killed by Zhang Jianshe, he's already dead. What good does it do to bring it up now? Besides, my brother went to the grasslands with those casino people. There's no way to prove for certain if he really died at Zhang Jianshe's hands. Maybe those guys just had bad luck and ran into a pack of wolves on the grasslands, and those beasts killed them. Our family can barely scrape by now. We rely on you getting things on the black market. But this can't go on forever. We can't keep living like this. Zhang Jianshe knows some bigwigs. Even the coal plant bosses have to give him face. Once I marry Zhang Xiaoya, we can rebuild our relationship with Zhang Jianshe. Then getting a few jobs back at the factory would be a piece of cake, right? Yan Kangjian watched Yan Xuanxiu prepare to strike and felt panic rising within him. Dodging Yan Xuanxiu's blows, he hurriedly voiced his true thoughts. He genuinely believed Yu Tian had no chance with Zhang Xiaoya now, and she was undeniably attractive. This was a rare opportunity for him. It was precisely because of this thought in his heart that he blurted it out. After hearing Yan Kangjian's words, Yan Xuanxiu lowered the broom in his hand and froze in place. Deep down, Yan Xuanxiu knew his son's words held some truth. But the memory of his eldest son's death made it all too difficult for him to accept. At that moment, his wife stepped forward to intercede. Old Jen, I think our second son has a point too. Let's face it, that kid brought it on himself. If he hadn't gone to the casino and gotten hooked on drugs, our family would be living better than anyone else's. Even if he really did die at Zhang Jianshe's hands, he had it coming. But we still have to keep living our lives. Right now, in this whole courtyard, besides Zhang Jianshe, who else could possibly help our family? Chapter 111, Driving Out Li Min. After hearing Lu Cuifan echo this sentiment and observing Yan Kangjian's stance, Yan Xuanxiu sighed helplessly. Fine. You two handle this yourselves. My word doesn't carry weight at home anymore. I'm washing my hands of this matter. With that, Yan Xuanxiu turned and went straight back inside. Though he hadn't explicitly agreed, his words implied tacit acceptance. Yet the memory of Yan Fendu's death left a bitter taste in his mouth. At that moment, Yan Kangjian couldn't care less about his father's inner thoughts. His mind was filled with nothing but excitement. It was his father and brother who had offended Zhang Jianshe, even earning his enmity. But this matter had nothing to do with him. As long as he could marry Zhang Xiaoya, he would immediately propose dividing the family estate. That way, the enmity between Zhang Jianshe and his father wouldn't extend to him. With Zhang Jianshe's backing, he might even secure an official position at the coal plant someday. With this plan forming in his mind, Yan Kangjian had no time to dwell further. He headed straight for Zhang Xiaoya's home. Meanwhile, Zhang Jianshe had returned home and was now staring at Li Min with an extremely complex expression. Under Zhang Jianshe's gaze, Li Min felt a slight flicker of panic. She couldn't shake the feeling that Zhang Jianshe had somehow discovered it was she who had revealed Zhang Xiaoya's secret to others. At that moment, Li Min felt profound regret. Her original motive for revealing Zhang Xiaoya's secret to Qian Sunshi and Zhao Meihua had been the fear that Zhang Xiaoya might pose a threat to her. He intended to use Qian Sunshi and Zhao Meihua to eliminate this threat. But he never imagined Zhang Jianshe intended to match Zhang Xiaoya with Yu Tian. If Zhang Jianshe had succeeded in bringing them together, Li Min could have accepted it even if Zhang Jianshe still had a secret affair with Zhang Xiaoya afterward. After all, even if Zhang Xiaoya secretly carried on with Zhang Jianshe, she would never openly compete with him for Zhang Jianshe's affections. But now, due to his miscalculation, he found himself in a very passive position. If Zhang Jianshe discovered his involvement in this matter, who knew how he would treat him next? Though panic surged within him, he forced himself to appear composed, even managing a strained smile. Jianshe, why are you staring at me like that? Are you hungry? I can cook something for you. Upon hearing Li Min's words, Zhang Jianshe shook his head slightly, still saying nothing. The silence stretched on for nearly 5 minutes, making Li Min feel increasingly tense. Finally, Zhang Jianshe's low voice broke the silence. Starting tomorrow, you should move out and find your own place. You can't keep staying at my house. What? Zhang Jianshe, I haven't done anything wrong to you. Why are you kicking me out? Hearing Zhang Jianshe's words sent Li Min's heart racing even faster, her tone tinged with panic. But at that moment, the look in Zhang Jianshe's eyes felt utterly unfamiliar to Li Min. I only told you about Zhang Xiaoya. Now that everyone in the courtyard knows about it, it means the information came from you. If you dare to do this, why won't you own up to it? Enough. I won't waste any more words on this. You're moving out tomorrow. You're kicking me out over that piece of junk? Hearing Zhang Jianshe speak these words shattered the last shred of hope lingering in Li Min's heart. He knew Zhang Jianshe was aware of everything he'd done. Pretending ignorance wouldn't help him now. Yet the fact that Zhang Jianshe was kicking him out over this still felt almost unbelievable. Yet when he heard Li Min's words, Zhang Jianshe remained silent.
Truthfully, though Zhang Jianshe still harbored a unique feeling for Zhang Xiaoya, it was already certain they would never be together. Yet Li Min's behavior today left Zhang Jianshe feeling deeply disheartened and suddenly aware of a looming sense of crisis. After all, although Zhang Jianshe's life was relatively comfortable now, and he had a legitimate job in the coal industry, he still couldn't avoid dealing in the black market. Now that Li Min had exposed Zhang Xiaoya's situation to others, causing such a commotion, there was a real possibility she might reveal his own affairs in the future. Under normal circumstances, even if authorities caught him dealing on the black market, they'd likely turn a blind eye. Especially now that everyone knew he had connections with influential figures in the provincial capital, they were even less inclined to cause trouble for him. Even if the security patrol happened to spot Zhang Jianshe at the black market, they'd likely pretend not to see him. But that was only under normal circumstances. If someone reported Zhang Jianshe, it would be a different story. Remember, there are regulations explicitly prohibiting private trade. If someone files a formal complaint with solid evidence, coupled with Li Min as a witness, even if the bigwigs in the provincial capital are willing to help Zhang Jianshe, they'd likely be powerless to intervene. Moreover, the provincial capital is hundreds of kilometers away from Aochang. Even if something were to happen to Zhang Jianshe, the bigwigs in the provincial capital might not even know about it. Even if they did, after so much time had passed, they would likely have forgotten about Zhang Jianshe entirely and certainly wouldn't offer him any assistance. This was the fundamental reason Zhang Jianshe wanted to get rid of Li Min. He couldn't place his life in someone else's hands. Seeing Zhang Jianshe remain silent, Li Min's heart sank instantly. He could tell that Zhang Jianshe was genuinely prepared to abandon him now. But for Li Min, Zhang Jianshe was his only remaining support. So even though he knew he was in the wrong and deeply regretted his actions, he refused to simply walk away from Zhang Jianshe. Zhang Jianshe, no matter what, I've served you for so long. You can't be this heartless, can you? You better believe I'll spill everything about what happened between us. You know that messing around with relationships like this could land you in big trouble. Chapter 112, Yan Qingjian was kicked out. As Li Min spoke these words, a hint of madness flickered in her eyes. If Zhang Jianshe truly intended to drive him out, he feared he couldn't survive alone in Aochang. In that case, he might as well go down with Zhang Jianshe. Even if he died, he would never let Zhang Jianshe live comfortably. Yet upon hearing Li Min's words, a cold smile played across Zhang Jianshe's face. Clearly, he harbored not a shred of worry or fear. Li Min, truly the most venomous heart belongs to a woman. I never imagined you could harbor such thoughts. Since you wish to make accusations now, then go ahead and do so. Everyone in the courtyard can testify for me. When you first moved in, I told them you were my neighbor from Oyu village, just staying temporarily. So now that I'm not letting you sponsor me, you're ready to smear me with lies? You claim we had an improper relationship? Then produce your evidence. If you can produce evidence that convinces both the police station and the coal factory security department, I'll accept it. Zhang Jianshe spoke these words with an utterly flat tone. But to Li Min, it felt like another boulder had crashed down on his heart. He had indeed slept with Zhang Jianshe, he couldn't even count how many times. But if he were asked to produce evidence, it was absolutely impossible. She wasn't pregnant now, so how could there be any evidence? Besides, even if she were pregnant, there was no way to confirm the child was Zhang Jianshe's before it was born. And now that Zhang Jianshe knew his intentions, he would never allow him to bring the child into the world. Remember, Liu Ergou had died at Zhang Jianshe's hands. If Zhang Jianshe could kill Liu Ergou, killing him wouldn't be too difficult either. It was precisely these thoughts churning inside her that made Li Min feel even more panicked now. Yet she dared not continue to stand firm against Zhang Jianshe. After careful consideration, Li Min had no choice but to accept the reality that she was about to be driven away. If he didn't leave soon, Zhang Jianshe might well make it impossible for him to leave at all. But now he was penniless, and leaving Zhang Jianshe's life was impossible. It was precisely these thoughts churning inside him that made Li Min pause for a moment before speaking once more. Fine, I can leave tomorrow morning, but you must give me 50 yuan. Otherwise, I won't be able to get back to Oyu village, nor rent a place to stay in Oyu city. Then I'll be as good as dead. Hearing this, Zhang Jianshe couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Truth be told, ever since Li Min had followed him, he hadn't treated her poorly in the slightest. If nothing else, the debts he'd paid off for her amounted to an unknown fortune. But now she was actually asking him for money? Wasn't that a bit too much? Zhang Jianshe had initially intended to ignore Li Min, but after a moment's thought, he spoke again. 50 yuan is definitely out of the question, but I can give you 10 yuan. But this 10 yuan won't be free. You must tell me exactly who you told about Zhang Xiaoya. If you just explain this matter clearly to me, then 10 bucks isn't a big deal. Hearing Zhang Jianshe still care about Zhang Xiaoya at this point made Li Min's anger flare up instantly. Faced with the current situation, however, he had no choice but to glare fiercely at Zhang Jianshe before recounting everything he'd told the family next door. After hearing this, Zhang Jianshe's hatred toward Qian Sunshire only deepened. In Zhang Jianshe's mind, he didn't know how much the Zhao sisters were involved in this incident, but Qian Sunshire was definitely part of it. Since the entire family refused to let him live in peace, he naturally wouldn't hold back from now on.
Just as these thoughts swirled in Zhang Jianshe's mind, a commotion erupted in the courtyard.
He stepped outside to find Zhang Xiaoyao's face flushed crimson, a kitchen knife clenched in her hand.
Get lost. Yan Kangjian, I'm telling you right here and now I absolutely will not date you.
After uttering these words, Zhang Xiaoya snorted and stormed back into the house with the knife. Several neighbors had gathered in the courtyard to watch the commotion, and the sight left them startled. It seemed this woman named Zhang Xiaoya wasn't someone to mess with. They knew they'd have to tread carefully around her from now on.
Even without mentioning Zhang Jianshe as her powerful friend, Zhang Xiaoya's fiery temper alone was something ordinary people couldn't afford to provoke. Yan Kangjian, having been humiliatingly driven out by Zhang Xiaoya, wore an expression of utter dismay.
Deep down, he was filled with hatred toward Yan Kangjian. Once he married Zhang Xiaoya, he'd see how he'd deal with her. He'd use her until she was worn out, then leverage her connection to Zhang Jianshe for his own gain before divorcing her. Today, Zhang Xiaoya had humiliated him so thoroughly that Yan Kangjian would never be able to hold his head high in ouching again. Truthfully, Yan Kangjian had brought this downfall upon himself. Earlier, when he went to Zhang Xiaoya's home, he wasted no time and directly brought up wanting to date her.
Hearing Yan Kangjian's words, Zhang Xiaoya froze for a moment, feeling a flicker of hesitation within.
Deep down, Zhang Xiaoya knew she would eventually need a man to rely on. The rumors about him were already swirling wildly around the coal plant in this neighborhood. Deep down, she knew this was hardly the right time to be looking for a partner. Still, she sensed Yan Kangjian seemed like a decent prospect, so she didn't want to shut the door completely by rejecting him outright. But just as Zhang Xiaoya was pondering how to broach the subject with Yan Kangjian, he blurted out that people were saying she'd been taken advantage of. Therefore, if they were to date, he insisted on inspecting the goods first.
Yan Kangjian's words were like rubbing salt into Zhang Xiaoya's wounds, completely enraging her.
At that moment, Yan Kangjian remained oblivious to any issues, even preparing to step forward and embrace Zhang Xiaoya. After all, in Yan Kangjian's view, since Zhang Xiaoya had so readily agreed to date He Yutian before, she couldn't be a woman of integrity. So what if he wanted to test the goods first to ease his concerns? Little did he know that Zhang Xiaoya would rush straight to the kitchen, grab a cleaver, and lunge at him. If he hadn't dodged quickly, he would have been cut for sure. Chapter 113, He Yutian steps in. At that moment, Yan Kangjian was seething inside. Not only had he failed to get what he wanted, but he'd also gotten himself into a mess. He had thought winning Zhang Xiaoya over wouldn't be too difficult. After all, Zhang Xiaoya had no family or connections in Stone City, with only Zhang Jianshe as her friend. But Zhang Jianshe and Zhang Xiaoya were, after all, of opposite sexes. Even if they had been close before, Zhang Jianshe couldn't keep helping Zhang Xiaoya indefinitely. If word of this got out, who knew what kind of situation it might create? It wouldn't reflect well on either Zhang Jianshe or Zhang Xiaoya's reputation. Only after Zhang Xiaoya got married could they grow closer without any issues or causing others to overthink things. That's why he'd taken the initiative to propose marriage to Zhang Xiaoya. It would not only secure his own future prospects but also benefit her. But he never expected Zhang Xiaoya to react this way. She had literally kicked him out. Just as Yan Kangjian was seething with thoughts of revenge against Zhang Xiaoya and preparing to head home, He Yutian caught the look on his face equally furious. Well done, Yan Kangjian, you bastard. How did I never see how disgusting you are before? Now you're bullying a little girl and even trying to steal my girlfriend? I'll beat you to a pulp. As soon as he finished speaking, He Yutian landed a punch squarely on Yan Kangjian's face. The blow stunned Yan Kangjian, leaving the onlookers gathered in the courtyard utterly bewildered. Hadn't He Yutian already fallen out with Zhang Xiaoya? And hadn't his earlier confrontation with Zhang Jianshe over an explanation already made Zhang Xiaoya lose face? So no matter how you looked at it, it seemed impossible for the two of them to continue dating. Given that, it was only natural that Yan Kangjian liked Zhang Xiaoya. So why was He Yutian picking a fight with him? He Yutian paid no heed to the neighbor's thoughts, his fists landing relentlessly on Yan Kangjian's body. While beating Yan Kangjian, he glanced briefly toward Zhang Jianshe's house. When he saw Zhang Jianshe come out to watch the commotion, his blows naturally grew even harder. But Yan Kangjian was only stunned at first because he hadn't expected He Yutian to suddenly attack him. By now, Yan Kangjian had regained his senses. His face twisted with fury as he stared at He Yutian. He Yutian, have you lost your mind? Why are you acting like a rabid dog? You were the one who turned on Zhang Xiaoya earlier, even going so far as to say she was being played around with. Now Zhang Xiaoya has nothing to do with you. What business is it of yours if I talk to her? Hearing this, He Yutian snorted. I just can't stand seeing you bully that girl. If you guys bullied Zhang Xiaoya, would she come after you with a kitchen knife? Besides, when did Zhang Xiaoya and I ever fall out? I was just fooled by you guys all along. Now that everything's been cleared up, I'm definitely still interested in dating Zhang Xiaoya. Jianshi, come over here and tell me if what I'm saying is true. After finishing his statement, He Yutian turned his gaze toward Zhang Jianshe. That final remark was his true objective. Truthfully, the moment he heard Zhang Jianshe speak up for Zhang Xiaoya, regret had begun to stir within He Yutian.
He realized he'd acted too impulsively today, demanding answers from Zhang Jianshe before fully understanding the situation. When he initially asked Zhang Jianshe where he'd heard the rumor, it only reinforced his suspicion that Zhang Jianshe knew Zhang Xiaoya was no longer pure. That's why he nearly turned on Zhang Jianshe outright. But after Zhang Jianshe explained, he Yutian reconsidered. Zhang Jianshe and Zhang Xiaoya were friends. It was only natural for him to be furious that his friend had slandered Zhang Jianshe like that and to want to find the culprit. If Zhang Xiaoya was truly innocent, then by falling out with her now, he'd not only lose his fiancée but also Zhang Jianshe as a friend, a huge loss indeed. After all, even the coal factory leadership gave Zhang Jianshe some face these days. Currently working as a chef in the coal factory cafeteria, his life was passable, but if Zhang Jianshe could lend a hand, his future prospects might improve significantly. Therefore, he naturally placed great importance on his relationship with Zhang Jianshe. Though regret stirred within He Yutian, the damage was done. For the moment, he had no better solution. Just then, he suddenly saw Yan Kangzhan trying to pursue Zhang Xiaoya. This naturally filled him with shock and fury. Fortunately, Zhang Xiaoya had refused Yan Kangzhan and even brandished a kitchen knife threatening to kill him. Otherwise, any chance he had with Zhang Xiaoya would have vanished completely. However, Yan Kangzhan's attempt to court Zhang Xiaoya served as a wake-up call. If he didn't act quickly to mend his relationship with both Zhang Jianshe and Zhang Xiaoya, someone else in the courtyard might set their sights on her. Once Zhang Xiaoya was officially dating someone else, it would be too late for him, no matter how hard he tried. That was precisely why he seized the moment to beat Yan Kangzhan first. On one hand, he wanted to vent Zhang Xiaoya's frustration and ease the tension between them. On the other hand, he also wanted to demonstrate his stance to Zhang Jianshe, making it clear that the previous incident had been a misunderstanding. In He Yutian's mind, he considered himself one of the more suitable candidates among everyone in the courtyard. He figured Zhang Jianshe would likely forgive him, and it would also mean finding a decent match for Zhang Xiaoya. But after hearing He Yutian's words, Zhang Jianshe only gave a cold snort. This incident gave Zhang Jianshe a clearer understanding of He Yutian. This guy, if you could offer him enough benefits, perhaps they could even maintain a friendship. But if something unexpected happened, this guy could turn out to be quite the scoundrel. Given that, Zhang Jianshe certainly wasn't going to give him any friendly looks now. Your relationship with Zhang Xiaoya is your business, it has nothing to do with me. I don't want to get involved in this matter, and I absolutely won't pry. Chapter 114, He Yutian, do you think this can just be forgotten? After saying this, Zhang Jianshe headed straight home. Upon hearing this, He Yutian could only sigh helplessly, then cast a hopeful glance toward Zhang Xiaoya. As long as Zhang Xiaoya was still willing to date him, even if his relationship with Zhang Jianshe was beyond repair, it wouldn't be a major issue. After all, even if Zhang Jianshe wouldn't give him face, he'd have to give Zhang Xiaoya face. Perhaps he could still count on Zhang Jianshe's support when needed. But if He Yutian hadn't come to the courtyard and directly mentioned the incident at the casino where he had someone beaten up, Zhang Xiaoya wouldn't have been put in such a passive position. Precisely because of this, Zhang Xiaoya naturally harbored no goodwill toward He Yutian in her heart. Now, hearing He Yutian still wanted to date her only made Zhang Xiaoya feel even more humiliated. It was as if she'd been blind before. He Yutian, give up on this idea. Even if every man on earth were to die out, I would never marry you. After delivering this line, Zhang Xiaoya snorted dismissively and walked straight home without another word to the crowd. The neighbors gathered in the courtyard, having witnessed this spectacle, nearly burst out laughing. He Yutian, having been publicly rejected by Zhang Xiaoya in front of so many people, flushed crimson, his pride stung. But now, he dared not offend Zhang Xiaoya any further. He could only snort in response. Well, I'll be damned if I don't see what kind of man you can find in OU City. I refuse to believe there's a man in OU City with better credentials than me. He Yutian spoke these words with a certain degree of confidence. But he overlooked one crucial point. When other women sought partners with better prospects, it was mainly because they lacked employment. Moreover, jobs were extremely scarce in those days, and the employment situation wouldn't improve anytime soon. Given this reality, these women had no choice but to rely on men for their livelihood. Finding a man with better prospects could make their future lives more comfortable. But Zhang Xiaoya had a formal job at the coal plant. And thanks to Zhang Jianshe's connections, even though he's currently working as a warehouse manager, his salary isn't low. With this income alone, he could easily support himself. Even if he were to find a man with less favorable circumstances, they could still manage to get by. Therefore, for Zhang Xiaoya, the most crucial criteria for choosing a partner now were that he didn't mind her past and could genuinely treat her well. He Yutian hadn't considered these complexities. After uttering that remark to Zhang Xiaoya's retreating figure, he felt utterly humiliated. He turned to head home. But just then, Yan Kangzhan grabbed He Yutian's arm, a cold smile playing on his face. He Yutian, you just beat me up like that, and now you think you can just walk away? Nothing in this world comes that easily. What do you want then? Hearing Yan Kangzhan's words, He Yutian didn't feel particularly bothered. After all, he'd gotten into countless fights in the courtyard since childhood. He'd beaten up kids his own age countless times.
But after growing up and becoming an adult, the absence of elders in his family made him feel somewhat inferior. He always sensed that the neighbors in the courtyard were picking on him. So whenever a neighbor upset him, he'd pick a fight. These neighbors had watched He Yutian grow up and knew his family's situation was truly pitiful. He'd never had adults to guide him. So naturally, they didn't take He Yutian seriously. In He Yutian's mind, he'd beaten up so many people in the courtyard before without any consequences. What harm could come from just giving Yan Kangjian a beating now? Besides, he had his reasons for picking on Yan Kangjian. The guy had definitely crossed Zhang Xiaoya. From He Yutian's perspective, his reasoning certainly held some merit. But clearly, Yan Kangjian wasn't about to give He Yutian face so easily. As He Yutian finished speaking, the cold sneer on Yan Kangjian's face grew even more pronounced. What do I want? Right now, I want you to compensate me. Hand over $50 right now, and we'll call it even. If you don't give me the money now, I'll go straight to the police station to file a report. You should know that after what happened with Chief Sun and his team, the village leaders in OU village are probably keeping a very close eye on the police station now. A scumbag like you, openly assaulting someone, this might even qualify as a serious crime under the crackdown. If they haul you off to eat peanuts, don't blame me. As he uttered these words, Yan Kangjian wore a faint smile on his face, feeling utterly triumphant inside. He had indeed taken a beating today, but if that beating earned him $50, he certainly wouldn't be at a loss. Hearing Yan Kangjian's words, He Yutian's face instantly flushed crimson with rage. He'd dealt with countless people in the courtyard before and never once paid compensation. How could he possibly set this precedent now? If he set this precedent today, wouldn't it mean he couldn't beat people up as often in the future? Though reluctant deep down, He Yutian had no better option at this moment. If Yan Kangjian actually reported it, the police would definitely come to investigate. If Zhang Jianshe were to speak ill of him in front of those officers, he'd be in serious trouble. After pondering carefully for a moment, Yan Kangjian found himself with no other choice but to turn his gaze toward Yi Buchuan. Mr. Yi, you're the head overseer at Wire and the most senior worker in our courtyard. You've got to help settle this matter fairly today. I just got into a fight with Yan Kangjian, and now he's actually going to call the police? Don't you think that's making a mountain out of a molehill? If this escalates, regardless of who's in the right, it'll ruin our courtyard's reputation. Hearing this, the neighbors in the courtyard all turned their gaze toward Yi Buchuan. But upon hearing these words, Yi Buchuan's expression darkened considerably. Chapter 115, Yi Buchuan steps in. Ever since Yi Buchuan had planned to have Yin Fendu kill Zhang Jianshe, he had been keeping a very low profile in the courtyard. Initially, his main concern was that after Zhang Jianshe's death, the police would inevitably investigate the neighborhood. At that point, anyone who had ever had a conflict with Zhang Jianshe would inevitably become a prime suspect in the police's initial investigation. Yi Buchuan only wanted Zhang Jianshe dead not to bring trouble upon himself. But he never imagined that useless Yin Fendu would not only fail to kill Zhang Jianshe, but end up dead on the grasslands himself. Even the gambling den had been completely wiped out because of Zhang Jianshe. Faced with such an outcome, Yi Buchuan naturally felt a deep sense of regret. But ever since learning that Zhang Jianshe had connections with high-ranking officials in the provincial capital, Yi Buchuan had become even more low-key. Even though he was the big boss in charge of the compound, he hadn't gotten involved in any recent incidents there. He feared that if he drew Zhang Jianshe's attention, the leader might uncover his past hiring of Yin Fendu. With Zhang Jianshe's connections, eliminating him would be remarkably straightforward. Even as a technician at the coal plant, Zhang Jianshe would likely find ways to make his life miserable. After maintaining this low profile for so long, Yi Buchuan felt that given enough time, the matter would eventually blow over. Even if he later clashed with Zhang Jianshe, no one would suspect his past involvement with the gambling den. But unexpectedly, at this moment, He Yutian had singled him out again. Yi Buchuan's expression darkened considerably. Naturally, he had no desire to get involved in this mess. Yet when facing Yi Hai, He Yutian harbored his own calculations. Uncle Yi, you hold the utmost respect in our entire courtyard. I even regard you as my godfather. Now that this has happened, if you won't help me get justice, I won't be able to hold my head up in this courtyard anymore. Just give me a fair explanation. As for He Yutian's pleas, Yi Buchuan naturally paid them no mind whatsoever. But when he heard He Yutian say he regarded him as a godfather, those words suddenly stirred something deep within Yi Buchuan. For Yi Buchuan, his greatest concern was naturally his own retirement security. Yet despite his deep anxiety, he had no solutions at present. After all, he had finally taken on an apprentice, only for him to die. He had initially thought that since Zhang Jianshe was a newcomer from the village below, if he could properly train him, he might become a suitable candidate to take care of him in his old age. But he never imagined Zhang Jianshe would turn out to be such a troublesome fellow. Not only was it impossible to rely on him for support in old age, but even dealing with him properly proved extremely difficult. Precisely because of this, the issue of retirement support remained the most vexing and pressing concern weighing on Yi Buchuan's mind. Now, He Yutian's words offered him renewed hope for securing his retirement. Upon reflection, He Yutian's family had no elders left either.
Moreover, working as a chef at the coal plant, he possessed considerable culinary skill. If He Yutian could truly take care of him in his old age, then his later years would be relatively happy. It was precisely these thoughts that made Yi Buchuan glance at Zhang Jianshe once more. Seeing that Zhang Jianshe was still at home and hadn't come out, he finally spoke slowly. Alright, since you've put it that way, I'll certainly help you two come up with a reasonable explanation for this matter. While Yan Kangjian was indeed in the wrong for hitting you earlier, you're not injured at all. Demanding 50 yuan outright is simply too much. Here's what we'll do. I think compensation is warranted, but it certainly doesn't need to be 50 yuan. If 5 yuan is acceptable, I'll cover it for He Yutian. Hearing Yi Buchuan mention compensation made He Yutian feel extremely uncomfortable. After all, he had already declared in front of all the neighbors in the courtyard that Yi Buchuan would handle this matter for him. Moreover, Yi Buchuan had just made it clear that he would cover the cost himself, so Yi Yutian wouldn't have to pay a dime. It was precisely because of these thoughts that, despite feeling somewhat uncomfortable inside, He Yutian didn't show it. As for Yan Kangjian's earlier demand for money, it stemmed mainly from the frustration of having been beaten for no apparent reason. That's why he'd sought out He Yutian in the first place. He simply wasn't satisfied. In truth, even if He Yutian hadn't given him money, Yan Kangjian might not have gone to the police. After all, in Yan Kangjian's view, this whole incident was just a minor matter. Even if he did report it, the police would at most detain He Yutian for a few days. It wasn't nearly as serious as he made it out to be. His earlier exaggeration had been nothing more than a deliberate scare tactic aimed at intimidating He Yutian. But unexpectedly, he actually managed to get a little extra money out of it. This was naturally a pleasant surprise for him. Even 5 yuan was free money, so Yan Kangjian immediately nodded his head and agreed. Alright then, old man Yi. Since you've put it that way, I suppose I should give you some face. If anyone else had said that, forget 5 yuan, even 49 yuan wouldn't have been enough for me to agree. Upon hearing this, Yi Buchuan nodded without further comment, saving time by promptly pulling out 5 yuan and handing it to Yan Kangjian. Once everyone in the courtyard had returned home, the matter was finally settled. But Li Min, now lying asleep in Zhang Jianshe's living room, wore a look of deep concern on her face. She had told Zhang Jianshe that she'd shared the incident with her entire family, and Zhang Jianshe hadn't deceived her. He'd given her 10 yuan outright. With that 10 yuan, Li Ming could rent a place in Stone City for 3 months, finally securing a place to call home. But the problem of food remained difficult to solve. Therefore, he must find a way tomorrow to secure someone to support him financially. Otherwise, life in Aochang would become unbearable. As these thoughts churned within him, the name He Yutian flashed through his mind, sparking an idea. Chapter 116, Li Min's Thoughts. On the very first day Li Min arrived at this courtyard, she noticed something off about the way He Yutian looked at her. After all, Li Min was exceptionally beautiful. Back in Stone Village, many men had often set their sights on her. She understood perfectly well what those men's gazes implied. However, at that time, Li Min had Zhang Jianshe as her support, so naturally, she looked down on a man like He Yutian. But now that Zhang Jianshe was driving him away, He Yutian suddenly seemed like a much better option. Moreover, based on He Yutian's previous behavior, Li Min could clearly see that this man was a lecher. If she wanted to take He Yutian down, it shouldn't be too difficult. After carefully reviewing her plan in her mind and confirming there were no flaws, Li Min finally drifted into a deep sleep. The next morning, as neighbors in the courtyard were just waking up to head to work, Li Min hurriedly emerged from Zhang Jianshe's home, luggage in tow. Seeing this, the neighbors in the courtyard were slightly taken aback. They hadn't expected Zhang Jianshe to let his neighbor prepare to leave his home. However, since this matter concerned Zhang Jianshe's own family affairs, they naturally refrained from prying. Only Zhao Meihua and Qian Sunshi from the Qian family felt a flicker of unease upon witnessing the scene. Auntie, do you think Zhang Jianshe kicking Li Min out means he's found out she was the one spreading those rumors? If he does know, could Li Min have ratted us out too? If Zhang Jianshe finds out about those past incidents and realizes I was involved, he'll definitely be furious and never want to be with me again. What on earth are we supposed to do now? After hearing Zhao Meihua's words, Qian Sunshi felt an overwhelming sense of panic welling up inside her. Even if she didn't want to admit it, she had to face the truth. Zhang Jianshe was no longer someone they could easily provoke. If Zhang Jianshe truly discovered his involvement in this matter, he would be in serious trouble. After all, Zhao Meihua only knew about this one incident and hadn't discussed anything with the neighbors in the courtyard. After all, Zhao Meihua was essentially a guest in the courtyard now, and she wasn't particularly close with the neighbors there. Even if Zhao Meihua wanted to chat with them, they might not have responded. But he himself had personally discussed so many things with these neighbors. It was precisely because of the panic in her heart that Qian Sunshi couldn't accept the outcome of Zhang Jianshe learning the truth. So upon hearing Zhao Meihua's words, she immediately shook her head. That can't be possible. If Zhang Jianshe already knew about this, he'd be coming after us for answers right now. But Zhang Jianshe is still at home and hasn't left. He only sent Li Ming away, so he definitely didn't say anything to Zhang Jianshe. Besides, even if Li Min did tell Zhang Jianshe something, she has no proof. He might not believe her anyway. After Qian Suncher spoke several sentences in quick succession whether she was persuading Zhao Meihua or herself, Zhao Meihua finally felt a little more at ease. Zhao Meihua, upon hearing Qian Suncher's words, remained half convinced, half skeptical. Still, she felt considerably better and nodded without further comment. Only Zhao Meihua, upon hearing the two women's exchange, couldn't help but sigh. What Qian Suncher said certainly made sense. But Zhang Jianshe wasn't a police officer, he didn't need any evidence at all. Moreover, after Zhang Jianshe had lived in the courtyard for so long, he surely knew exactly who Qian Suncher really was. Even without any evidence, as long as Li Min took the lead and focused her attention on Qian Suncher, there would be no problem at all. Of course, these thoughts remained solely within Zhao Meihui's mind, she would never voice them aloud. After Li Min left the courtyard, she hurried toward the coal factory. Before He Yutian could get too far ahead, he quickly caught up from behind. Brother He. Hearing the call from behind, He Yutian paused momentarily before turning to see Li Min carrying large and small bundles. He was slightly taken aback. Li Min, what are you up to? Planning to head back to your hometown? At these words, Li Min's eyes immediately welled up with tears of performance he had rehearsed the night before. Brother He, I used to live over in Ou village. Our house was sold to Zhang Jianshe long ago. Otherwise, he wouldn't have brought me to Ou village in the first place. But because of some misunderstandings between me and Zhang Jianshe, he thinks I spread those rumors circulating in the courtyard to our neighbors. Now he's trying to kick me out outright. I won't be able to make a living here anymore. This Zhang Jianshe is going too far. How is this even your fault? Now he's kicking you out, a woman, how are you supposed to live? Come on, I'll go back with you right now to testify. We'll make sure he answers for this. He Yutian spoke angrily as he reached out to take Li Min's hand and lead her back. Deep down, He Yutian genuinely believed this incident had nothing to do with Li Min. He had heard about it secondhand at the coal plant, so in his mind, the rumor originated there. Deep down, He Yutian was filled with hatred toward whoever had spread these rumors, damaging his relationship with Zhang Jianshe and Zhang Xiaoya. Yet deep down, he didn't believe this matter had anything to do with Li Min either. As He Yutian pulled her back, Li Min's anxiety surged even more. He could tell that He Yutian genuinely didn't suspect him of spreading the rumors. But if He Yutian really dragged him to confront Zhang Jianshe now, Zhang would surely set the record straight. In that case, not only would he be unable to gain He Yutian's support, but he would also risk offending him, which would spell serious trouble. It was precisely this thought that made Li Ming shake his head immediately. Brother He, I won't be going back. Please listen to me. Chapter 117, Can I live with you from now on? Li Min, naturally afraid to face Zhang Jianshe, quickly grabbed He Yutian's arm. This sudden gesture instantly filled He Yutian with confusion, wondering what Li Min was up to. However, He Yutian had never been one to stand his ground when faced with a beautiful woman. So instead of getting angry, he smiled and nodded. Alright, Li Min, just tell me what's on your mind. Rest assured, I'll definitely help you with this. I won't let Zhang Jianshe get away with it. The thing is, what he did this time was just too much. Leaving you alone in Aocheng now is practically trying to get you killed. I'll go back with you later and demand an explanation. As He Yutian spoke these words, he naturally had his own plans in mind. It could be said that ever since falling out with Zhang Jianshe and Zhang Xiaoya, regret had been gnawing at He Yutian's heart. Now, a day later, his regret had only deepened. He shouldn't have confronted Zhang Jianshe without getting the facts straight, and he certainly shouldn't have let things escalate to this point with Zhang Xiaoya. Had he controlled his emotions back then and avoided turning his back on both Zhang Jianshe and Zhang Xiaoya, he might have married Xiaoya in just a few more days. Then he'd have someone to warm his bed, and life would certainly be more comfortable than it was now. But given the current situation, the chances of him getting back together with Zhang Xiaoya were naturally slim. Having finally gotten a chance to marry, He Yutian clearly wasn't willing to give up so easily. So he saw Li Min coming to him for help as a rare chance. In He Yutian's estimation, Zhang Jianshe had likely just quarreled with Li Min. Zhang Jianshe was likely too proud to let Li Min return home right now. But deep down, Zhang Jianshe might already be regretting it. If he could mediate at this moment, it would save Zhang Jianshe face while also smoothing things over between them. He Yutian naturally attached great importance to this matter and was unwilling to let such a favorable opportunity slip away. Li Min, unaware of He Yutian's thoughts, felt a slight relief when she saw he wasn't planning to approach Zhang Jianshe again. Next, Li Min stood there, her face flushed and her lips pressed together, staring at He Yutian without uttering a word. Seeing her like this only made He Yutian feel even more anxious. Hey, Li Min, what exactly are you thinking? Just tell me already. How can I help you if you don't tell me? Besides, we'll be at the coal plant soon. I need to hurry to get to work on time. If I'm even a minute late, they'll dock my pay. Deep down, He Yutian didn't really care whether the coal plant docked his pay. After all, he was the sole breadwinner, and his wages were more than enough to cover his expenses. His real motive for saying this was to hurry Li Min along. Sure enough, after He Yutian finished speaking, Li Min couldn't hold back any longer. He Yutian, I want to spend the rest of my life with you. Would you consider me? Rest assured, though I am a widow, no other man has touched me besides my late husband.
Even when I lived with Zhang Jianshe, our relationship was completely pure. After speaking these words, Li Min watched He Yutian with a hint of trepidation in her eyes.
He Yutian was now her only hope. She had no idea what she would do if he refused her. Hearing this, He Yutian was utterly stunned. He certainly didn't believe Li Min's claim that she and Zhang Jianshe were innocent. Besides, even if they were truly innocent, others would likely see it differently. If he married Li Min, he would inevitably have to endure gossip and rumors. Yet despite this awareness, Li Min's words still stirred something within him. So what if she was a widow? At least she hadn't borne any children, meaning no burdens would follow. And while Li Min wasn't as beautiful as the Zhao sisters, she was still quite attractive. Moreover, He Yutian was acutely aware that after his public falling out with Zhang Xiaoya and the ensuing uproar, no one would dare introduce him to a potential partner anytime soon. Even if someone were to set him up with a date, the chances of success would naturally be slim. So from this perspective, marrying Li Min would clearly be an excellent choice. If he married Li Min, there would naturally be no need to cultivate a relationship with Zhang Jianshe. While cultivating a relationship with Zhang Jianshe could certainly help his future career at the coal plant, as long as he had a wife and children to keep him warm at home, future career prospects wouldn't matter so much. He Yutian harbored no such ambitions. Deep down he simply wanted to live his own life. Are you telling the truth? After a moment's hesitation, He Yutian found himself tempted and couldn't help but ask Li Min. Hearing this, Li Min's heart finally settled. Though he felt immense excitement inside, he still feigned embarrassment and lowered his head. Brother He, please don't think I'm an easy woman. It's just that my current situation leaves me no other choice. Earlier, Zhang Jianshe promised to provide me with accommodation, so I sold my house in the countryside to him. But now he's completely abandoned me. He's even trying to kick me out. As a woman without a job, I simply can't survive here in Aochang. Rest assured, from now on I'll follow you wholeheartedly, live a proper life with you, and never have any contact with Zhang Jianshe again. As Li Min spoke these words, her gaze fixed on He Yutian was filled with sincere earnestness. Hearing this, He Yutian felt a surge of joy in his heart. Getting a wife out of nowhere was naturally a good thing for He Yutian, so he immediately nodded in agreement. Alright, wait for me outside the coal plant for a moment. I'll go inside to take leave. Then we'll go get married right after. Chapter 118, Who is He Yutian's partner? He Yutian was now afraid that delaying things would only lead to complications. Having learned his lesson from the falling out with Zhang Xiaoya, he felt that regardless of other matters, securing the marriage certificate promptly was paramount. That way, no matter what others might gossip about, his wife would be his for sure. Deep down, He Yutian also harbored a lingering worry. What if Zhang Jianshe and Li Min had merely quarreled, as he suspected? Perhaps Zhang Jianshe could coax Li Min back with a little persuasion. But since Li Min was now prepared to be his wife, he couldn't let that happen. Besides, Li Min was quite attractive. Even if Zhang Jianshe didn't take her back, if word got out at the coal mine or among the courtyard residents that she was looking for a man, many suitors would surely come forward. Though He Yutian believed himself to be quite eligible, he couldn't fathom what women truly desired. For instance, Zhang Xiaoya marrying him would have been the best choice, yet now she refused to have anything to do with him. To prevent other competitors from emerging, the best course of action now was to get married to Li Min as soon as possible. Upon hearing He Yutian's words, Li Min paused in surprise. She hadn't expected He Yutian to be in such a rush, skipping even wedding discussions and rushing straight to getting married. Still, hearing this made Li Min feel a slight sense of relief. As long as she could get married to He Yutian, she would finally have a home of her own in Aochang. Moreover, with a marriage certificate in hand, even if He Yutian later regretted it and tried to kick him out, it wouldn't be so easy. If He Yutian dared to kick him out, he'd take the matter straight to the Women's Federation and demand justice. Even if He Yutian wanted to divorce him, he could still claim half of the He family's assets. It was precisely this thought that made Li Min nod obediently at that moment. Alright, brother He, I'll wait here for you. Hurry up and take leave. Hearing this, He Yutian felt an immense surge of joy. He pedaled his bicycle furiously and soon arrived at the coal factory. Director, I need to take leave. Also, write me a letter of recommendation. I'm getting married today. He shouted as he burst into the kitchen, his face radiating excitement. Deep down, He Yutian knew full well that after yesterday's incident, many at the coal plant were waiting to see him fail. But today, he would show those mockers that they could only laugh at others, while he was about to become a husband himself. True to He Yutian's expectations, his words left the entire kitchen in stunned silence. After all, He Yutian had heard rumors that Zhang Xiaoya had some kind of problem. Yet now he was actually going to marry her? Didn't He Yutian find her disgusting? Wasn't he worried about wearing a permanent green hat? Though many inwardly mocked him, none dared show it in front of He Yutian. The cafeteria director, upon hearing He Yutian's words, felt a certain admiration for him. However, the director merely gave a slight nod and promptly processed He Yutian's leave of absence paperwork and wrote him a letter of recommendation. Regardless of what He Yutian was thinking inside, this matter had nothing to do with him. Moreover, issuing letters of recommendation and approving leave for employees getting married was standard procedure. There was no reason to interfere.
Only after He Yutian had completed the letter and left the coal plant did the cafeteria staff begin whispering among themselves. Since the cafeteria didn't start preparing lunch until noon, the mornings were generally quiet.
None of the cafeteria staff shared a courtyard with He Yutian.
After a brief discussion yielding no results, some grew restless and immediately scattered to other locations. Some even went straight to the mine to question neighbors from the same courtyard as He Yutian. I gotta say, He Yutian has some seriously twisted taste.
How could he still want to marry Zhang Jianshe after finding out what kind of woman she really is? As soon as someone voiced this question, the neighbors from He Yutian and Zhang Jianshe's courtyard shook their heads and quickly covered the person's mouth. Only after confirming no one had noticed did they relax, whispering urgently. From now on, don't ever mention anything about his investments. Those are all rumors. People are just jealous that Zhang Jianshe got a job at the coal plant, so they're spreading lies.
Yesterday, Zhang Jianshe found out about this and warned us in our courtyard.
We absolutely mustn't say such things anymore.
If you spread these rumors outside, make sure you don't mention our courtyard.
If Zhang Jianshe ever tracks you down, we want no connection to it.
After this person finished speaking, the cafeteria worker who had come to inquire quickly covered his mouth and nodded immediately. Everyone in the coal plant knew Zhang Jianshe was connected to high-ranking officials. Even the plant manager gave him special consideration. Naturally, they wouldn't dare cross him. If Zhang Jianshe found out they were still gossiping behind his back, they'd be in serious trouble. Feeling a twinge of regret inwardly, the cafeteria worker couldn't help but feel a hint of envy toward He Yutian. Come to think of it, that really worked out well for that guy He Yutian. Not only did he win the girl, but now he's got Zhang Jianshe as his backer.
Doesn't that mean he'll be able to walk all over the coal factory from now on?
I heard he and Zhang Jianshe were already on good terms before. When Zhang first came to the coal plant, He Yutian treated him to several meals.
With Zhang Jianshe backing him now, who knows?
Maybe once our director retires, this He Yutian will become the cafeteria director himself.
After finishing his rant, the cafeteria worker couldn't help but sigh and shake his head.
Although He Yutian had been considered a top chef in the cafeteria, few people there had ever respected him. But from now on, they'd have to treat He Yutian with respect. The nearby slacker overheard this and couldn't help but snort with laughter, his eyes brimming with contempt.
He Yutian wants to marry Zhang Jianshe? He can dream on. Chapter 119, announcing the wedding news. Naturally, this neighbor's remark instantly stunned the cafeteria staff. But didn't He Yutian himself say he was dating Zhang Jianshe? And that they were about to get married? Now you're saying it's impossible for him to marry Zhang Jianshe? Could it be that He Yutian was lying all along? Did he deliberately spread rumors to pressure Zhang Jianshe into marrying him?
Hearing this, the neighbor beside him shook his head.
He Yutian was definitely dating Zhang Jianshe before.
I think Zhang Jianshe knew about it and was actually supportive. But yesterday, after hearing something from someone outside, He Yutian came home and accused Zhang Jianshe of being played with and demanded an explanation from Zhang Jianshe.
He completely turned against Zhang Jianshe yesterday afternoon.
It was precisely because of this incident that Zhang Jianshe heard those rumors circulating outside and warned us neighbors in the courtyard never to spread gossip. Once He Yutian realized it was all a misunderstanding, he genuinely wanted to reconcile with Zhang Jianshe and mend fences with Zhang Jianshe.
But what kind of person is Zhang Jianshe? How could he possibly give He Yutian the time of day? Moreover, Zhang Jianshe had originally married He Yutian to secure a foothold in Aochang. After this incident, she clearly no longer holds He Yutian in any regard. There's absolutely no chance she'll marry him now.
Just yesterday, Zhang Jianshe declared right here in our courtyard that even if every man outside were to die, she'd never marry He Yutian. Hearing this made the cafeteria worker feel a little better inside. Though he didn't know Zhang Jianshe personally and his chances of marrying her were slim to none, the mere fact that someone he knew wouldn't get that advantage was reason enough for him to feel pleased.
That doesn't add up.
Just now, He Yutian went straight to the cafeteria to ask our director for leave, saying he needed to get his marriage certificate today.
Since it's impossible between him and Zhang Jianshe, who else could he be going to get a marriage certificate with today? Does he think he can just conjure up a wife out of thin air?
After the cafeteria worker finished speaking, the neighbor beside him pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Honestly, I have no clue what's going on with this situation you're describing. But one thing I know for sure is that this person definitely isn't Zhang Jianshe.
Alright, I've got work to do over here. Can't chat with you any longer. If you hear anything, let me know.
Hearing this, the cafeteria worker could only nod and return to the kitchen. Everyone in the cafeteria was now filled with curiosity.
As soon as the worker returned, they immediately began asking questions.
Even the cafeteria manager approached with a look of pure gossip on his face. Upon hearing that the staff member had gone out to investigate, everyone in the cafeteria was naturally puzzled, wondering who He Yutian's marriage partner could possibly be. Now, the fact that He Yutian was getting married without anyone knowing his bride had become an unsolved mystery that many in the coal factory were curious about. The neighbors in the courtyard were the first to know the answer. After obtaining the introduction letter, He Yutian and Zhang Jianshe immediately went to the neighborhood office to register their marriage.
Then, the two returned to the courtyard, radiant with joy. Seeing this, the neighbors in the courtyard were stunned at first glance. Hadn't Zhang Jianshe driven this woman away before? Why had He Yutian now brought her back? It was no secret that He Yutian and Zhang Jianshe already had a strained relationship. By bringing back the woman Zhang Jianshe had driven away, wasn't He Yutian risking further antagonizing him? Although Zhang Jianshe was just an ordinary purchaser in the procurement department, his status and standing within the factory were far from ordinary. If Zhang Jianshe wanted to cause trouble for He Yutian, the factory leadership would likely step in to support Zhang. Just as everyone felt puzzled, He Yutian smiled and spoke up first. Neighbors, I have something to share with you all today. Li Min and I have already obtained our marriage certificate. From now on, she is my wife. So he'll be living with us from now on. Everyone, please look out for each other. While Li Yutian was delivering this speech, Zhang Jianshe had finished packing his tools at home and was preparing to head out hunting again. At that moment, all eyes naturally turned to Zhang Jianshe, then back to He Yutian. Under the gaze of so many people, Li Min felt incredibly awkward inside. Zhang Jianshe and He Yutian, however, showed little change in their expressions. Since his relationship with He Yutian had already broken down, Zhang Jianshe said little, merely nodding slightly before walking away. Seeing Zhang Jianshe's retreating figure, Li Min felt a wave of relief wash over her, yet a sense of injustice also stirred within her. She worried Zhang Jianshe might still find ways to drive him away. Though she was now He Yutian's legitimate wife with proper status, the thought of Zhang Jianshe forcing her out still caused her some anxiety. It was precisely because of this that, watching Zhang Jianshe walk away, the weight on her heart finally lifted. Yet Zhang Jianshe's complete disregard for her left a bitter taste in Li Min's mouth. After all, he had spent several months accompanying Zhang Jianshe. They say a day as husband and wife creates 100 days of affection. Hadn't they lived together for so long? Could Zhang Jianshe truly feel nothing for him? Even now, upon learning she was getting married, Zhang Jianshe showed not the slightest flicker of emotion. Faced with this outcome, Li Min naturally felt deeply unsettled. She resolved she must prove herself worthy and build a life far superior to Zhang Jianshe's. Chapter 120, Li Min wants to run the household. Zhang Jianshe had no idea what was going on in Li Min's mind, and even if he did, he wouldn't have cared much. Ever since learning of Li Min's actions, Zhang Jianshe had lost all trust in her. Naturally, he had no desire to maintain any connection with her. Even though she had now married He Yutian, that was solely their affair and had nothing to do with him. In fact, Zhang Jianshe now looked forward to watching the drama unfold, eager to see how their lives would unfold. For Zhang Jianshe, the priority now was to hunt more game on the grasslands and earn more money. Although he was now the wealthiest man in the entire courtyard, if he wanted to improve his life in the future, there would undoubtedly be many expenses. Moreover, Zhang Jianshe couldn't shake the memory of what Qian Suncher and Zhao Meihua had done to him. Naturally, he harbored no warmth toward the entire family. He hadn't previously considered how to deal with the entire family, but now that they were seeking trouble, he would retaliate without mercy. With these thoughts in mind, Zhang Jianshe went to the grasslands that very day and hunted 2 more wild boars. He then delivered them to the coal factory to fulfill his quota. As for the rest of the game, he naturally planned to sell it on the black market. When He Yutian learned that Zhang Jianshe had hunted so many wild boars, he opened his mouth to say something but ultimately couldn't bring himself to speak. He Yutian had now formally married Li Min, and naturally, they needed to host a banquet to celebrate properly. He Yutian had originally planned to use his 3 days back home to host a banquet in the courtyard. But hosting a banquet required meat, and even as a chef, buying large quantities from outside sources wasn't easy. If he could buy some meat from Zhang Jianshe, it would solve many of his problems. But upon reflecting on his current relationship with Zhang Jianshe, he shook his head and abandoned this tempting notion. It seemed he'd have to venture over to the black market later that night. Just as Zhang Jianshe was lost in these thoughts, Li Min, already acting like the mistress of the house, walked straight up to He Yutian. Brother He, now that we're married, we'll be sharing our lives together from now on. They say the man handles the outside world while the woman manages the household. You take care of your responsibilities, and I'll handle things at home. You don't mind that, do you? Hearing this, He Yutian was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly nodded in agreement. Having a woman suddenly appear in his home still felt slightly unfamiliar to him. But the thought that he wouldn't be alone anymore, that someone would warm his bed tonight, made him feel particularly content. At that moment, Li Min looked at him and spoke again slowly. Alright then, since that's the case, hand over all the household money to me. From now on, I'll be in charge of managing it. Our monthly household expenses should be around 20 yuan. Plus, give me 10 yuan for pocket money. After all, I'm a woman and need to buy things. It's absolutely unacceptable to never have any money on me. After finishing her sentence, Li Min fixed her gaze on He Yutian, waiting for him to produce the money. Deep down, Li Min felt her demands weren't unreasonable at all. After all, when she was with Zhang Jianshe, he had given her 10 yuan in pocket money, and quite frequently at that. Now that she was living with He Yutian, she knew his circumstances couldn't possibly compare to Zhang Jianshe's. But 10 yuan a month shouldn't be too much of a burden for He Yutian, right? What Li Min hadn't anticipated was that the moment he finished speaking, He Yutian's brow furrowed involuntarily. Deep down, he felt a faint pang of regret. Only then did He Yutian grasp the truth behind the saying, "You get what you pay for." Everyone in the courtyard paid dowries when marrying off their daughters several yuan each time, and it wasn't cheap at all. But this woman, Li Min, had practically thrown herself at him. Not only had she paid no dowry, but they hadn't even held a wedding banquet before registering their marriage. At first, He Yutian had thought he'd gotten a great bargain, but now he realized this bargain wasn't so sweet after all. He also understood why Zhang Jianshe had driven this woman away. The thing was, now that he and Li Min had already obtained their marriage certificate, getting divorced so soon after tying the knot would look really bad. It would make him unable to hold his head up high in the future. Otherwise, he would have kicked her out immediately. Even so, a quiet resolve had taken root in He Yutian's heart. Once this woman bore him a child, he would send her away immediately. Then he would remarry. The reason for this thought was undoubtedly Li Min's outrageous demands. Beyond his coal factory wages, He Yutian occasionally took on catering gigs for weddings and funerals, bringing his monthly income to around 50 yuan. If he followed Li Min's proposed budget, he could manage on 30 yuan a month and still save 20. But the math didn't add up that way. Li Min had only recently married him and hadn't been in Oucheng long, so she naturally didn't know about his extra income. All she knew was his monthly wage of over 30 yuan from the coal plant. Yet with only this income, Li Min managed to spend every penny each month, leaving just a few yuan at best, clearly not a sustainable way to live. If He Yutian had agreed to Li Min's request, she would undoubtedly live very comfortably in his home. But one day, when she grew unhappy, she might just pack up her stashed savings and walk out. He Yutian, however, would face a very difficult life. She might even secretly take all the cash in the house before leaving. So naturally, He Yutian couldn't possibly agree to Li Min's terms. After a moment's thought, he shook his head. Let's discuss this matter later. Tonight, we still need to go to the black market to buy some meat. Tomorrow, we'll host a banquet in the courtyard. There are still many expenses to cover. Let's talk about it after the banquet is over. Chapter 121, Chen Sunshire wants to make money. Li Min clearly wasn't entirely satisfied with He Yutian's response. But she also recognized that what he said held some truth. Precisely because of this, though she felt a bit annoyed inside, she still nodded in agreement. After all, once she married He Yutian in the near future, these things would eventually fall into his hands anyway. Alright, I understand. But when you go to the black market tonight to buy things, there's no need to get anything too fancy. After all, we're just neighbors in this courtyard, no relatives. As long as it's passable, that'll do. Li Min said this, naturally hoping to save as much money as possible so that He Yutian's money could all end up in his hands. Her words weren't born of any plan to abscond with He Yutian's money later, she was simply terrified of poverty. Ever since Song Ping'an's incident, Li Min's life had been a constant struggle. She'd even nearly been sold by Liu Ergou to become a semi-concubine at Sunjiao. Later, with Zhang Jianshe's help, his life finally became a little easier, and Zhang Jianshe even helped him pay off all his debts. But this time, being abandoned outright by Zhang Jianshe left Li Min feeling profoundly insecure. Li Min had come to realize that no man was trustworthy or reliable. The only certainty was keeping her money firmly in her own hands. Therefore, if He Yutian spent less now, he would have more money in his hands later, which would naturally bring him greater security. But after hearing Li Min's words, He Yutian felt even more dissatisfied with her. Having grown up without his parents, He Yutian carried a deep-seated sense of inferiority. It was precisely this insecurity that made him place greater importance on appearances than others. He had planned to throw a grand wedding celebration this time, wanting the neighbors in the courtyard to see that he was the most capable young man there. But now, on her very first day as his wife, Li Min was already begrudging his spending. Though clearly annoyed, he held his tongue. Alright, you don't need to worry about this. I'm a chef, don't you think I know how to handle a banquet? Oh, and from now on, I'll handle the household finances. You just stick to your chores at home. No need for you to lift a finger on anything else. After saying this, He Yutian turned away with a sullen expression and went back to his own business. Though he felt somewhat dissatisfied with Li Min deep down, believing he'd been tricked, she was now his wife after all. So he treated her reasonably well. Most of the housewives in the courtyard were like Li Min, staying home to do housework with little else to occupy their time. So, aside from not letting Li Min handle the finances, He Yutian's treatment of her wasn't too much different from how most other housewives in the courtyard lived. Yet, hearing his words made Li Min feel even more uncomfortable inside. Men really were unreliable. On their very first day of marriage, He Yutian had already dared to contradict her. If life continued like this, who knew what the future would bring? At that moment, Li Min began to doubt He Yutian's reliability. She realized she needed to have some money in her own hands to secure her future. Though it sounded simple enough, actually earning money would likely prove far more difficult than he imagined. After all, he currently had no job in Stone City. To earn money, he could only resort to mending clothes for others, just as he had done back in Stone Village. But Stone City was different from Stone Village. Back in Stone Village, everyone, men, women, young, and old, had to work in the production teams to earn labor points. Only then could they fill their stomachs. Precisely because of this, many women were so busy with daily labor that they couldn't even manage the sewing and mending at home. That's why he could find odd jobs within his capabilities in Stone Village, earning just enough to support himself. In Stone City, however, many people were unemployed, especially housewives who spent their days idle at home doing only household chores. As a result, they could naturally handle all the sewing and mending themselves, without needing to seek help from others. Even if he wanted to find odd jobs, he probably wouldn't find suitable work. Thinking this, Li Min felt incredibly frustrated inside. Just then, he spotted Zhao Meihui heading to the restroom, and an idea immediately sparked in his mind. Soon, he had a way to make money. However, though his plan was feasible, he absolutely couldn't rush it. Otherwise, not only would he fail to achieve his goal, but he might even ruin his own life. If He Yutian discovered what he was up to, she might divorce him outright and kick him out. And if the police found out about his plans, they'd arrest him without hesitation. Precisely because of this, he had to wait for the right opportunity before making his move. Lost in these thoughts, Li Min failed to notice Qian Sunshur eavesdropping from the corner, overhearing every word of his conversation with He Yutian. Hearing that He Yutian planned to buy something at the black market that night stirred something within Qian Sunshur. Currently, no one in the entire family had a job. Qian Sunshur's only income came from the 3 yuan Zhao Meihui had promised her each month as pension money. This sum was certainly enough for Qian Sunshur's daily needs and would cover her future retirement expenses. But since losing her son, Qian Sunshur felt a deep sense of insecurity. While she was still young, she had to find ways to earn more money. Otherwise, relying solely on Zhao Meihui for support in her old age would be unrealistic. Therefore, Qian Sunshur decided she could also engage in small-scale black market transactions. After all, Yan Xuanqiu had previously engaged in black market activities without incident. Moreover, He Yutian now needed to purchase goods there, suggesting the black market wasn't as terrifying as people imagined. If others could engage in such activities there, he saw no reason why he couldn't. Chapter 122, Caught in the Black Market. Driven by these thoughts, Qian Sunshur went to bed early that night. She waited until the dead of night before quietly slipping out of the courtyard and heading straight for the black market. That night, the black market bustled more than usual, largely because many factories in Stone City had just paid wages. With extra cash in hand, many families were willing to splurge at the black market. Meanwhile, those struggling to make ends meet seized this opportunity to sell their goods. Zhang Jianshe, Qian Sunshur, and He Yutian all arrived at the black market one after another. He Yutian spotted Zhang Jianshe early on, running a stall selling leather and other goods brought from the grasslands. Seeing these goods, He Yutian paid no mind to what Zhang Jianshe was selling. After all, he and Zhang Jianshe had already fallen out. Even if he went over to speak with Zhang Jianshe, the latter probably wouldn't give him a friendly look. Given the situation, focusing on his own affairs was paramount. After nearly an hour of bustling about, He Yutian finally purchased the meat and vegetables needed for the banquet and slipped quietly away. By this time, Zhang Jianshe had also sold all his goods and returned to the courtyard. However, Qian's son had overslept and was only just arriving now. Meanwhile, officers from the police station were quietly closing in on this black market. Ever since the incident involving Chief Sun last time, the police station in Oyu City had undergone a major purge. Not only had many of the station's leaders been arrested, but numerous officers below them had also faced disciplinary actions. The newly appointed leadership understood that as the station chief, they must demonstrate tangible results within the shortest possible time frame. On one hand, this would stabilize morale among the officers. On the other, it would demonstrate to higher-ups that appointing him as chief had been the right decision. Moreover, he must seize this opportunity to secure benefits for his subordinates. Only by doing so could he demonstrate his capabilities to his subordinates, ensuring their unwavering loyalty in the future. This station chief is well aware that achieving his objectives hinges on 3 primary strategies. One was to crack down on illegal gambling dens and other illicit businesses. Another avenue involved cracking down on women involved in semi-underground businesses and clearing out their dens. Beyond these 2 options, the remaining avenue was to crack down on the black market. However, since Brother Lon's gambling den had just been shut down, even though still engaged in illegal activities in Stone City had been keeping a low profile lately. Every illegal operator in Stone City knew full well that Brother Long had powerful connections, otherwise, his casino couldn't have grown so large. But now that Brother Long had fallen, they were certainly not going to be so stubborn as to stir up too much trouble at this moment. As for those involved in the flesh trade, the station chief had no intention of cracking down on them either. Deep down, he understood that those in that line of work surely had their own powerful connections. But having just taken over as chief of this police station, his foundation was still far from solid. On one hand, some of his own men might be connected to those operators. Taking action now could easily lead to leaks. Not only would the operation fail, but he might even suffer personal consequences. Should word reach higher-ups, they would naturally conclude he lacked competence, making his position untenable. Another reason, of course, was the calculation that keeping these people around might yield benefits from them once he had firmly established his position. With the first two paths blocked, the only option left was the third. Launch a direct crackdown on the black market, arresting everyone involved. Whether buyers or sellers, they were all implicated in illegal speculation. While it wasn't feasible to imprison everyone, imposing hefty fines would serve as punishment. The revenue from these fines would allow him to report satisfactory results to his superiors while demonstrating his competence. Moreover, dividing the confiscated goods from the black market among his subordinates would yield a substantial sum, strengthening their bonds. After carefully weighing these factors, the station chief found his plan increasingly feasible. He issued orders during the day, planning to take action against the black market that night. After all, the black market traders were just ordinary citizens. Even if they arrested them all, it wouldn't cause much disruption. The reason for issuing the order during daylight hours was to give his men time to prepare. The timing also gave his men time to prepare. At the very least, their families and friends would definitely avoid the black market tonight. After the chief issued the order, his subordinates felt immense excitement. They understood perfectly well that tonight's operation was essentially a bonus for them, meaning the benefits they'd reap would certainly be substantial. Thus, when the appointed hour arrived, the chief didn't need to lead the charge personally. The entire force marched in full force straight to the black market. Only when the police drew near did the black market vendors sense something amiss. By then, it was too late for them to flee. Everyone was taken back. Among them, those with connections showed little change in their expressions. Although the police station periodically conducted cleanup operations in the black market area, these individuals were absolutely certain they wouldn't get into trouble. At worst, they'd be back by tomorrow morning. As for those who had no connections but eked out a living through black market dealings, their faces bore a certain gloom, though no particular worry. After all, they'd been operating in the black market for a long time, and the money they'd made was certainly no small sum. Even if they got unlucky today and were caught by the police, having to pay a fine at the station, it would be insignificant compared to the income they'd earned over the years. Besides, if they lost money today, they could simply raise their prices slightly when selling on the black market later. The extra money spent today would be lost anyway, and they might even make more in the long run. Chapter 123, The Arrogant Qiansun Family. The most disheartened faces belonged to the ordinary citizens who had come to the black market to buy goods. Facing the police station personnel, they naturally dared not utter a word. Among them, Qiansunshe was an exception. Qiansunshe was accustomed to throwing tantrums and acting high and mighty in the courtyard. Since everyone there was a neighbor, they naturally didn't take her seriously. Precisely because of this, Qiansunshe had grown to feel invincible. Even now, being detained at the police station, she couldn't care less. Especially after witnessing the police release several well-connected individuals, Qiansunshe felt her own detention was insignificant. In her mind, she reasoned that the police station couldn't handle those individuals because of their intimidating demeanor, which was why they had been released. If that was the case, then there was no way the police station would bother with her. "You bastards, release me this instant, or don't blame me for being rude. Do you know which courtyard I live in? Let me tell you, I'm neighbors with Zhang Jianshe. You dare arrest me? When Zhang Jianshe finds out tomorrow, he won't let you off the hook. He'll skin every last one of you alive. We'll see if you still have the guts to do this then." Qiansunshe's loud shouting inside the police station did indeed catch the attention of several officers. After hearing Qiansunshe's words, the officers hesitated to take any action against her. After all, everyone in OU City knew full well Zhang Jianshe had connections even among the provincial capital's leadership. Even OU City's top officials spoke to him with utmost courtesy. They were mere small fry. If they truly offended Zhang Jianshe, they clearly wouldn't end well. Seeing the gravity on the officers' faces only made Qiansunshe feel even more triumphant inside. "See? I'm not someone to mess with. You have half an hour to release me. If you don't, even if you want to let me go, I won't leave." The officers felt a wave of panic wash over them, many also sensing an ominous foreboding. How could they have imagined arresting someone from Zhang Jianshe's compound today? But since they'd already made the arrest, and Qiansunshe had no formal employment, releasing her now was out of the question. They had no choice but to report the situation to the station chief. Upon hearing the news, the chief's brow furrowed involuntarily. He hadn't anticipated the situation becoming so complicated. Deep down, the chief intended to release Qiansunshe immediately, thereby avoiding much trouble. But he had only recently assumed this position as chief. It was precisely the time when a new chief needed to make a strong impression. If he released someone just because of this woman's words, he would lose face in front of his subordinates. That would inevitably make the team harder to manage in the future. It was precisely these thoughts that occupied his mind. After a moment of careful consideration, the chief slowly spoke. "Dawn is only a few hours away. Wait until tomorrow to bring Zhang Jianshe in. We'll ask him what's really going on. If it turns out this person is genuinely connected to Zhang Jianshe, we can give Zhang Jianshe some face. But if this guy dares to deceive us, we won't let him off the hook." Hearing this, the officers all paused slightly, a hint of surprise flickering in their eyes. Could it be that someone in OU City dared to abuse Zhang Jianshe's name to bully others? Everyone knew full well that in OU City, using Zhang Jianshe's name made it easier to get things done. Whether seeking assistance from anyone, others would inevitably show some degree of deference. But precisely because using Zhang Jianshe's name carried such weight, those with no connection to him dared not do so. After all, if exposed, even if Zhang Jianshe himself didn't pursue them, those eager to curry favor with him would certainly make them pay. Could anyone really be that bold? Though they harbored doubts internally, since their chief had spoken, they naturally had no objections. They all nodded in agreement and readily accepted the task. That very reason is why, the next morning, Zhang Jianshe had barely risen when he saw several police officers already at his doorstep. "Comrade Zhang Jianshe, we're from the police station. Yesterday we conducted an investigation at the black market and apprehended several individuals. One of them mentioned having connections to you. Would it be convenient for you to accompany us for questioning?" Hearing this, Zhang Jianshe paused in surprise. He hadn't expected the police to have gone to the black market the previous night. He felt fortunate that he hadn't run into them yesterday, or else he might have gotten into trouble. Since the officers were requesting his cooperation, Zhang Jianshe naturally nodded in agreement. But in truth, all his worries were completely unnecessary. Not only had Zhang Jianshe already left by the time the officers arrived at the black market, but even if he had been there and they had seen him, they would have pretended not to notice. After Zhang Jianshe and the officers departed, the neighbors in the courtyard began whispering among themselves. Everyone from their courtyard seems to still be here. No one's missing. Then who exactly went to the black market and got arrested? Just as they were discussing this, He Yutian emerged from his house, still visibly shaken as he carried the meat and vegetables. "Alright, everyone, come lend a hand. Li Min and I are getting married, and we're hosting the banquet in our courtyard today. Let's all celebrate together." Hearing this, the neighbors finally shifted their attention and nodded in agreement. Just as everyone was busy preparing, a sudden thought flashed through one person's mind. Probably Qian Sunshur got arrested. If it were any other time, he'd have been here helping out already, trying to make a quick buck. Chapter 124, That's a Harsh Punishment. After this neighbor voiced the thought aloud, the others in the courtyard nodded in agreement, their gazes turning toward Zhao Meihui and Zhao Meihua, who were helping out. "Zhao Meihui, is your mother-in-law home right now? Could she have been caught last night at the black market?" Hearing this, Zhao Meihui felt a momentary daze. She naturally had no idea what was going on, but deep down, she couldn't help but feel a tinge of excitement. After all, Qian Sunshur was definitely not at home right now. Perhaps she really had been arrested by the police. If Qian Sunshur was arrested, that would be perfect. That way, he wouldn't have to give her the 3 yuan monthly allowance anymore. It would be best if she were executed, then he'd be completely free of any burden. Negotiating a new price would become much easier. It was precisely these thoughts that made Zhao Meihui shake her head immediately. "I have no idea where my mother-in-law went. I didn't see her when I got up this morning." Hearing Zhao Meihui's words, the neighbors in the courtyard became almost certain that the person arrested from their courtyard must be Qian Sunshur. The neighbors in the courtyard couldn't help but shake their heads. They hadn't expected Qian Sunshur to have such bad luck on her trip to the black market. However, deep down, no one was particularly concerned. After all, someone from their courtyard had been caught at the black market before. Usually, it only resulted in a few words of criticism and education, followed by a small fine before the person was released. So this hardly counted as a major incident. Even if Qian Sunshur faced a lecture, she'd likely return by afternoon at the earliest, meaning she'd definitely miss He Yutian's luncheon. To the others in the courtyard, it was a minor inconvenience. But to Qian Sunshur, it surely felt like a major setback. Who knew what trouble she'd stir up next? The neighbors whispered among themselves, unaware that the unfolding events would prove far more complicated than they could have imagined. Upon arriving at the police station, Zhang Jianshe was led to the very room where Qian Sunshur was being held. Seeing that it was Qian Sunshur who had been arrested, Zhang Jianshe paused in surprise. He hadn't expected this unlucky soul to be her. Still, he didn't pay it much mind. Getting arrested wasn't a big deal anyway. When Qian Sunshur saw Zhang Jianshe approach, her expression remained utterly unconcerned. "Zhang Jianshe, why did you take so long? Don't you know I haven't eaten a thing since they arrested me last night? Now hurry up and get these cops to release me. Then take 5 yuan and buy me a few steamed buns to eat. I'm getting old now, I can't endure this kind of hardship anymore." As she spoke these words, Qian Sunshur wore an expression of utter entitlement, as if Zhang Jianshe truly owed her something. Upon hearing Qian Sunshur's words, Zhang Jianshe was momentarily speechless. Even if Qian Sunshur had been arrested, he hadn't planned to get involved. Of course, he wouldn't release her, he hadn't forgotten. Earlier, Li Min had told Qian Sunshur and Zhao Meihua about Zhang Xiaoya's situation in the courtyard. It was entirely possible that Qian Sunshur was the one who had spread those rumors about Zhang Xiaoya. He hadn't even caused trouble for Qian Sunshur yet, and now she was already praying fervently. How could he possibly help her? Especially now, with Qian Sun's utterly self-righteous attitude, it only made Zhang Jianshe feel even more infuriated inside. Precisely because of this, Zhang Jianshe now wore an icy expression as he shook his head. Listen, Qian Sunshire, you got yourself arrested at the black market. That's your crime. What does it have to do with me? Whatever the police decide to do next, they'll be enforcing the law fairly. I certainly can't help you with that. Alright, this matter has nothing to do with me anymore. I'll be leaving now. After saying this, Zhang Jianshe nodded to the officers and turned to leave. After the officers briefed the station chief on the specifics, the chief understood Zhang Jianshe's stance. His expression darkened considerably. I never imagined that bastard would actually dare to play us for fools. He does know Zhang Jianshe, but they're not exactly close. In that case, we needn't hold back. We must impose strict punishment to make an example of him. He conducted transactions on the black market and shows no remorse or willingness to confess. Under the regulations, he could face up to 1 year in prison, plus an 800 yuan fine. Sentence him immediately, then go to his home and collect the full 800 yuan in compensation. Upon hearing this, the surrounding officers nodded in agreement. They understood this was their chief seizing the opportunity to establish his authority. Yet not a single one of them harbored the slightest hesitation or objection. They all headed straight for the courtyard. This man had dared to scam Zhang Jianshe and nearly fooled them, the police officers too. Getting sentenced now was what he deserved. The neighbors in the courtyard saw Zhang Jianshe return without Qian Sunshire. They knew he hadn't helped her, but no one paid it much mind. After all, everyone knew the strained relationship between Zhang Jianshe and Qian Sunshire. His refusal to assist was hardly surprising. Just then, the sudden arrival of so many police officers into the courtyard instantly stunned the neighbors once more. Which house belongs to Qian Sunshire? Who else lives there? Hearing the shout, Zhao Meihui jumped in surprise but immediately stepped outside. Officer, I'm Mrs. Qian Sun's daughter-in-law. What brings you here? Upon seeing her, the officers bluntly revealed everything. Qian Sunshire had been arrested, sentenced to 1 year, and fined 800 yuan. Hearing this, the neighbors gathered in the courtyard were instantly stunned. After all, 800 yuan was no small sum. For most families earning a regular wage, it represented nearly 20 years' worth of income. Who would dare venture into the black market after this? Getting caught meant you'd never recover from it. Chapter 125, Zhang Jianshe, have you no conscience? According to the relevant regulations, penalties for illegal speculation were severe. Take Qian Sunshire, for instance, she now faced an 800 yuan fine. For ordinary people, such a massive fine meant they'd never recover financially for the rest of their lives. The reason for such severe penalties is actually a necessary measure. After all, supplies were still relatively scarce at the time, and it was impossible to supply everyone. Only by strengthening control over supplies can we ensure they reach where they are truly needed. However, in the actual implementation of these controls at the grassroots level, almost every citizen has resorted to black market transactions. Therefore, police stations and public security teams often turn a blind eye during enforcement. Typically, the lightest penalties are imposed: a few days detention and a modest fine, and that's the end of it. A case like Qian Sunshire suddenly being fined 800 yuan was probably a once-in-a-decade occurrence. The neighbors gathered in the courtyard were utterly shocked, but the police officers paid them no mind. They turned their gaze toward Zhao Meihui and spoke slowly. Since you're Qian Sunshire's daughter-in-law, you should pay this fine for her. Hearing this, Zhao Meihui finally snapped back to reality and shook her head with obvious distress. Officer, where would I possibly get that kind of money? Since I married into the Qian family, their entire household assets never amounted to this much. And my husband died just 2 days after our wedding, leaving us without any income. If it weren't for the neighbors helping us out a little, we wouldn't even be able to get by. How could we possibly have any money? As Zhao Meihui spoke these words, reflecting on her fate, she couldn't help but burst into tears. The neighbors listening nearby couldn't help but sigh and nod in sympathy. Everyone understood the circumstances all too well. The police officers present, however, found the situation increasingly vexing. Truthfully, they too felt their chief was being overly harsh in handling this matter. Such a large sum was simply beyond the means of most people. Still, they understood their chief's intentions. He wanted to teach Zhang Jianshe a lesson. It was clear Zhang Jianshe didn't hold Miss Qian in high regard. But they were the ones here to handle the matter, so this difficult task naturally fell into their hands. Just then, Zhang Jianshe suddenly laughed. Zhao Meihui, have you forgotten? When your husband passed away, the factory compensated us with 800 yuan. That 800 yuan can be used to pay Qian Sunshire's fine now. Besides, he never spent any of that money on you anyway. Now that he's been arrested and the authorities are demanding fines, this money is perfectly suited for the purpose. Upon hearing this, many neighbors in the courtyard paused in surprise. Their subsequent gazes toward Zhang Jianshe grew intensely complicated. Many in the courtyard were well aware of the 800 yuan compensation the Qian family had received back then. Some had already considered this possibility earlier, but most chose to pretend ignorance. After all, given the current situation, if they were to hand over that 800 yuan, it would be like the sky falling on the Qian family. Everyone felt they should leave the Qian family a lifeline. They hadn't expected Zhang Jianshe to bring up those 800 yuan at this very moment. It seemed Zhang Jianshe was truly someone not to be crossed. Anyone who crossed him was bound to meet a grim fate. Upon hearing this, Zhao Meihui froze for a moment. She then gave Zhang Jianshe a long, meaningful look, her emotions running deep and complex. But when the officers turned their gaze back to her, Zhao Meihui shook her head with obvious reluctance. "Officer, it's not that I'm unwilling to pay this money. It's just that my mother-in-law took it and guards it like it's stolen goods. I honestly have no idea where it is right now. Why don't you come to our house and look for it? If you can find it, then take it." Faced with this situation, the officers present felt a pang of reluctance in their hearts. But since Zhang Jianshe had voluntarily provided them with a lead, they had no choice but to nod their heads once more. Within minutes of entering the Qian residence, the officers discovered the 800 yuan hidden in a crevice and departed with the money. At first, none of the neighbors in the courtyard said a word as the officers took the money. But once they left, Yi Buchuan suddenly found his courage. "Zhang Jianshe, this is going too far. You must know that 800 yuan was the Qian family's last remaining money. And now, because of Qian Suinshi's actions, they've caused such a huge scandal and ruined their reputation. Sure, the Qian family still has a job at the coal plant, but I doubt they'll be able to keep that one either. And you went and blabbed about the Qian family having 800 yuan. Are you trying to drive them to ruin? Zhao Meihui, look at your so-called good neighbor, your fellow villager, no less. Now that he's wronged you, he shows not the slightest mercy." As Yi Buchuan spoke these words, many neighbors in the courtyard naturally turned their gaze toward Zhang Jianshe, their expressions filled with complex emotions. Even Zhao Meihui and Zhao Meihua glanced at Zhang Jianshe before falling silent. Their expressions clearly revealed some resentment toward Zhang Jianshe in their hearts. Upon hearing Yi Buchuan's words, Zhang Jianshe wasted no time in delivering a sharp slap directly across Yi Buchuan's face. "Zhang Jianshe, how dare you hit me? You're utterly heartless. How could our courtyard produce someone like you?" At that moment, Yi Buchuan's gaze toward Zhang Jianshe burned with hatred, his entire face contorted with fury. Ever since Yi Yutian had dragged Yi Buchuan into helping him settle a dispute, Yi Buchuan had been walking on eggshells, terrified of drawing Zhang Jianshe's attention again. This made him worry that he might be in big trouble next. Precisely because of this thought, he decided he had to strike first and cause trouble for Zhang Jianshe. Chapter 126, Zhang Jianshe's True Intentions. Though the plan itself was simple, finding the right opportunity proved far from easy. After all, Zhang Jianshe was not only thriving within the compound but also had connections to high-ranking officials in the provincial capital. If he rashly provoked Zhang Jianshe now, the latter would likely suffer no consequences, while Yi Buchuan would surely be the one to suffer first. It wasn't until Zhang Jianshe brought up the matter of the 800 yuan from the Qian family that Yi Buchuan sensed he had finally found his opportunity. Though he didn't know why Zhang Jianshe had done it, he understood that this action would inevitably stir widespread discontent. Given that, he could leverage this situation to apply pressure on Zhang Jianshe through public opinion. As long as he could drive Zhang Jianshe out of this face-saving position, no matter how capable Zhang Jianshe was, he would no longer be able to exert any influence over him. What he hadn't anticipated was that the moment he uttered those words, Zhang Jianshe delivered a sharp slap across his face. The blow not only left Yi Buchuan reeling in shock but also left him utterly humiliated. Yet Zhang Jianshe merely sneered coldly at Yi Buchuan, showing him no regard whatsoever. "When those police officers were here earlier, you didn't dare utter a word. Now that they're gone, suddenly you've found your courage. Fine. Since you think this money shouldn't be handed over, go explain the situation to the officers at the police station right now. Go get all this money back, then." As Zhang Jianshe finished speaking, Yi Buchuan's face instantly flushed crimson, his expression turning utterly grim. Yet at this moment, he found himself utterly speechless. If he truly had the guts, he would have stepped forward to stop the police officers earlier. Deep down, he knew all too well, had he dared to intervene then, who knows if the police would have let the money stay with the Chen family? But he himself would have been the one to suffer the consequences. Now, with Zhang Jianshe exposing his vulnerability right in front of everyone, Yi Buchuan felt utterly humiliated. But Zhang Jianshe paid no heed to Yi Buchuan's inner turmoil. He turned his gaze toward Zhao Meihui. "Zhao Meihui, don't blame me. This outcome is actually the best possible result for you. As that officer mentioned earlier, Qian Sunsher will be sentenced to 1 year in prison. During that year, no one will bother you. Moreover, the Qian family has already paid the compensation. No one will cause you trouble from now on. You have a full year to find a good man and remarry." Upon hearing Zhang Jianshe's words, the neighbors gathered in the courtyard finally understood his meaning. Many of them couldn't help but nod slightly in agreement. It must be said that Zhang Jianshe's words were genuinely for Zhao Meihui's sake. If they couldn't pay the 800 yuan fine now, the police would likely keep pressuring the Qian family. While they wouldn't pressure the Qian family to pay immediately, as long as the family had money, the authorities would certainly come to collect. Moreover, the Qian family would face restrictions in various aspects of their lives.
Under such circumstances, Zhao Meihui's life outside would likely become even more difficult, making it hard for her to endure.
Moreover, should Zhao Meihui wish to remarry, it would certainly prove no easy task. Not only would she likely face pressure from Qian Sunshur, but even the police station might obstruct her remarriage. After all, Qian Sunshur couldn't possibly be released from prison until the Qian family paid the fine. Even if the detention period ended next year, the police station wouldn't likely let her go so easily. This would leave Zhao Meihui as the sole remaining member of the Qian family outside prison. Should she remarry, the Qian family would effectively cease to exist. The fine imposed on the Qian family would then be irretrievable. By paying this money now, they were essentially buying Zhao Meihui's freedom. After hearing this explanation, the neighbors in the courtyard finally understood the situation. Their hostility toward Zhang Jianshe dissipated, replaced by looks of admiration. After all, they had lived in the same courtyard with Mrs. Qian for so long. They knew exactly what kind of person she was. Even if Qian Sunshur was locked up for a year, it was entirely her own doing. Previously, their sympathy for the Qian family stemmed more from pity for Zhao Meihui. But now, with Zhang Jianshe's maneuver, Zhao Meihui wouldn't be implicated in this matter. It was indeed a relatively favorable outcome. Zhao Meihui's expression toward Zhang Jianshe had grown incredibly complex. When she first heard Zhang Jianshe mention the 800 yuan, a chill had run through her heart. After all, Zhang Jianshe was truly the only man in her life. Even though Zhang Jianshe was unaware of the situation, Zhao Meihui still felt betrayed by the man she trusted. Such a feeling was naturally a tremendous blow to her. But now, hearing Zhang Jianshe's words, she finally understood his meaning and realized he was thinking of her best interests. "Jianshe, I'm afraid it won't be easy for me to find a job in such a short time. Remember how you offered to pay me 5 yuan a month to help with cleaning and odd jobs? Are you still willing?" As she spoke these words, Zhao Meihui felt a twinge of nervousness. He knew full well that Zhang Jianshe's primary motivation for his earlier actions had been the 3 yuan in pension money Qian Sunshur demanded from him each month. It could be said that Zhang Jianshe had done it entirely to help him. But whether Zhang Jianshe would still be willing now was uncertain. After all, he could easily handle those minor tasks himself. Even if Zhang Jianshe refused, asking others in the neighborhood for help would likely save him a lot of money. If Zhang Jianshe refused to help, then naturally he would have no income from the courtyard going forward. That meant the days ahead would definitely not be easy. Chapter 127, Zhao Meihui beats Yi Buchuan. Upon hearing Zhao Meihui's words, Zhang Jianshe paused in surprise. If he hadn't kicked Li Min out of his house, the money he gave Zhao Meihui would have been pure charity. After all, the household chores could just as easily be handled by Li Min. But now he was alone in the house, and naturally, he wasn't willing to do the housework himself. So having Zhao Meihui continue to help would still serve a purpose. It was precisely this thought that made Zhang Jianshe nod immediately. "Of course, that's absolutely no problem. Rest assured, all the odd jobs around my place will still be yours to handle. I'll pay you 5 yuan a month." Hearing this, Zhao Meihui finally felt completely reassured and nodded, preparing to head home. By then, the other neighbors in the courtyard were also preparing to leave. Only Yi Buchuan's expression had turned incredibly grim. He had already taken direct action against Zhang Jianshe today, so it was inevitable that Zhang Jianshe would now harbor resentment toward him. If he had merely tarnished Zhang Jianshe's reputation today, that might have been tolerable. After all, Yi Buchuan understood very well that Zhang Jianshe now held an extraordinary position in Stone City. Completely eliminating Zhang Jianshe in one fell swoop would not be an easy task. Simply causing some initial damage to Zhang Jianshe would be a decent outcome. But if Zhang Jianshe emerged unscathed, the outcome would be utterly unacceptable to him. It was precisely this thought that drove him to seek further trouble with Zhang Jianshe. "Zhang Jianshe, you actually intend to leave like this? Don't you plan to give everyone an explanation? Even if you've resolved Zhao Meihui's situation, haven't you considered how Qian Sunshur will survive from here on out? When he gets out, if Zhao Meihui has remarried, he'll have no one to care for him in his old age and not a penny to his name. How do you expect him to survive? Mrs. Qian is already so old. Once she's released, she'll be alone and helpless. Doesn't that make your conscience ache? You're essentially trying to kill Qian Sunshur outright." As Yi Buchuan spoke these words, his eyes began to redden slightly, and a profound sense of dread gripped his heart. Qian Sunshur's current plight made him envision his own future. When he grew old, his circumstances would likely be no better than hers. Though he would receive a pension from the coal mine, ensuring basic sustenance. But if something were to happen at home, then he might never recover. Worst of all, if Zhang Jianshe decided to target him again in his twilight years, he would be utterly powerless to resist. It was precisely this realization of his own future predicament that filled Qian Sunshur's heart with unbearable sorrow and indignation. Now, Zhang Jianshe's expression had turned grim as well. After hearing these words, Zhang Jianshe looked at Yi Buchuan as if he were gazing at a little darling. Before Zhang Jianshe could speak, Zhao Meihui, overcome with fury, lunged forward and slapped Yi Buchuan twice across the face. "Yi Buchuan, you're still the head steward of our courtyard. Is this how you manage things? You've thought about how Jian Suncher will live in the future, but haven't you considered me at all? I'm not even 30 yet. Am I supposed to spend my entire life supporting Jian Suncher and guarding the Jian household forever? You're the one with no conscience at all. Stunned by the two fresh slaps, Buchuan froze. In his mind, since she had married into the Jian family, caring for Jian Suncher in her old age was simply his duty. Ideally, he should care for him in his old age too. That would be the best outcome, since he was Jian Hu's master. If Jian Suncher could support Jian Hu's mother, surely she could support him, her master. But just as the words reached his lips, Buchuan snapped back to his senses and held them back. If he dared speak them now, the fragile advantage he painstakingly built in the public opinion would vanish completely. What Buchuan hadn't anticipated was that despite his earlier words, he still held no real advantage in the public opinion. The neighbors gathered in the courtyard showed no change in expression upon hearing Buchuan's words. If Jian Suncher had treated Zhao Meihui decently before, they might have considered it. But Jian Suncher had nearly driven Zhao Meihui to the point of forcing a woman to work in the coal mines. Given all the things Jian Suncher has done, it's only right that Zhao Meihui refuses to support her in her old age. She brought all this upon herself. How could anyone utter such words at a time like this? Just then, Zhang Jianshe spoke up with a smile. Buchuan, the Jian family's affairs don't seem to concern you, do they? Even if you're the steward of this courtyard, it doesn't seem like you have the authority to meddle in such matters. Besides, Jian Suncher can figure out her own retirement arrangements once she leaves. Don't forget the Jian family still has a job position available. Selling that alone could fetch several hundred yuan. With that money in hand, wouldn't that be enough for Jian Suncher's retirement? Hearing this, Buchuan opened his mouth again. He wanted to say that even with money, retirement might not be guaranteed. After all, in old age, one might become immobile, and even spending money would require someone else to manage it. Most crucially, that money might not be a blessing at all. It could stir greed among the courtyard folk, making things even more dangerous. This was precisely Buchuan's greatest concern, a thought that had crossed his mind countless times. But in the end, he kept these words to himself. After all, none of this had happened yet. Even if he did speak up, no one would believe him. Besides, voicing such concerns now would only alert others, potentially inviting even greater trouble and danger. Chapter 128, Li Min's money-making scheme. After everyone in the courtyard had left, Li Min watched Zhang Jianshe's retreating figure, a surge of irritation welling up inside her. Now, not only did Zhang Jianshe have no shortage of money at home, but he didn't even have to do any manual labor himself. He'd spent 5 yuan to hire someone to do Zhang Jianshe's chores. To the other families in the courtyard, this sum was no small amount. No one else would be willing to spend such a large sum each month just to hire someone to help with a few household chores. But Li Min knew full well that to Zhang Jianshe, this sum was utterly insignificant. Not just 5 yuan, even 50 yuan, if Zhang Jianshe was willing, he could easily afford. Originally, living in Zhang Jianshe's household, he had enjoyed the privilege of being waited on hand and foot. But because Zhang Jianshe had kicked him out, this life now had nothing to do with him anymore. The mere thought of this outcome filled Li Min with unbearable fury. Even though he was gone now, Zhang Jianshe would still have to live a life of being waited on. And he was certain he could become richer than Zhang Jianshe. His life would undoubtedly be more comfortable than Zhang Jianshe's. Li Min thought this viciously within himself, convinced that only by surpassing Zhang Jianshe could he find any measure of satisfaction. Yet though this notion seemed straightforward, Li Min knew full well that persuading He Yutian to cough up the money to hire someone was utterly impossible. Forget 5 yuan, even 50 cents would likely be too much for He Yutian to part with. In fact, He Yutian probably believed that since Li Min had married into the family, household chores were naturally his responsibility. Therefore, he had to find a way to earn money on his own. But today was their wedding day, a day of great joy. Even if Li Min had some thoughts swirling inside, she could only suppress them for now. Finally, after the wedding ceremony and banquet concluded in the afternoon, Li Min slowly came up with a rather clever plan. That night, after consummating the marriage with He Yutian, Li Min woke up the next morning and spoke to him with a gentle expression. "Brother He, I'm idle at home with nothing to do. Why don't I go out and see if I can find some odd jobs? After all, we're family now. Once we have children, we must save more for their future. It's too slow and too hard for you to be the only one earning money." As Li Min spoke these words, she felt a wave of disgust wash over her. But to achieve her goal, she had to endure it for now. He Yutian, however, paid no heed to Li Min's inner thoughts. Hearing her words, his heart leapt with delight once more. Just as he'd anticipated, once Li Min truly became his woman, she began thinking of him like now, when she was already considering household matters. This outcome naturally pleased He Yutian. Though he doubted Li Min could earn much working outside, and he certainly didn't need the extra money. But her attitude still filled him with immense satisfaction. It was precisely because he had considered these points that he nodded with a broad smile. "It's already very commendable that you have this kind of mindset. Since that's the case, go out and look around when you have time. If you find suitable work, take it. If not, it's no big deal. Just don't overwork yourself. The most important thing for you now is to bear a child for our He family. After hearing these words, Li Min flushed with embarrassment and nodded, though inwardly she felt utterly disgusted. He Yutian wanted her to bear him a child? That was utterly impossible. Ever since discovering He Yutian refused to hand over the family finances for her management, Li Min had begun to harbor doubts about him. She felt increasingly certain she couldn't continue living with him. Once he earned more money, he would definitely leave He Yutian. Right now, He Yutian was merely a stepping stone for him to gain a foothold in this rocky terrain. And his future plans absolutely could not include getting pregnant himself. Seeing Li Min's expression now reassured He Yutian even more, naturally boosting his motivation. Before his honeymoon leave had even ended, he returned straight to work at the coal mine. Since he didn't need to go down into the mines, there was no risk of him suddenly dying in an accident on his second day back at work after the wedding. Once He Yutian left for work, Li Min quietly slipped out of the courtyard and headed straight for the hospital in Stone City. Her purpose in coming to the hospital now was to get an IUD inserted and undergo a tubal ligation procedure. Earlier, when he had been with Zhang Jianshe, Zhang had given him some pocket money, and in the end, he had received 10 yuan from Zhang. The tubal ligation procedure only cost 5 yuan, which was no problem for him. After enduring it and completing the surgery, Li Min's anxious heart finally settled. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about getting pregnant with He Yutian's child anymore. Moreover, this development would greatly facilitate his upcoming plan, making its execution much smoother. As for the days ahead when he couldn't share a bed with He Yutian, he'd already prepared an excuse: he'd suddenly gotten his period. Sure enough, when He Yutian sought intimacy that evening, he accepted Li Min's explanation without question. After all, they had consummated their marriage the night before. Even if they couldn't be intimate these few days, it wouldn't make much difference. A week passed this way. By the time Li Min had mostly recovered, she quietly slipped out of the courtyard again after He Yutian left for work, heading north toward the city. When life in OU village became unbearable, Li Min had considered entering the sex trade. She had even inquired about the details at the time. Sunjiao was absolutely out of the question. Going there would mean losing all freedom, even the ability to survive. Other places might pay less than Sunjiao, but at least the money would be hers to keep, and she could sustain herself long term. Precisely for this reason, Li Min had already scouted potential locations. Now he intended to find a place and speak with its boss, to see if cooperation was possible. Chapter 129, I'm here to discuss business with Brother Wolf. Following the information he had gathered from memory, Li Min soon arrived at a dilapidated alleyway. No sooner had he arrived than several burly men emerged, knives in hand. Who are you? What are you doing here? Since Brother Long's casino had recently been raided, everyone involved in illegal activities in Stone City was now extra cautious. Not only had the number of lookouts outside increased, but their strength had also grown significantly. Li Min swallowed hard as she stared at the burly men brandishing daggers before her, a faint tinge of fear stirring within her. But remembering the purpose of her visit, she gritted her teeth and took a few steps forward. I want to see Brother Wolf. I have business to discuss with him. Hearing this, the burly men exchanged glances. After scrutinizing Li Min closely, one of them stepped forward. Do you know what kind of business we're in here? And you want to discuss business with our wolf brother? Hearing this, Li Min nodded once more. I know I'm here to sell my body. I came because I couldn't make ends meet anymore. The whole Stone City knows that only coming to Brother Wolf's place can make you money, and it's the fairest deal to come and go as you please. That's precisely why I want to discuss business with Brother Wolf. What Li Min said was indeed the truth. From what he understood, Brother Wolf had once been a hunter on the grasslands. But later, while hunting, he nearly died on the grasslands. Though he ultimately escaped unharmed, Brother Wolf never hunted again. Even without hunting, he still needed to make a living. So Wolf Brother used the money he'd saved from hunting to rent a few rooms in Stone City. He then recruited women struggling to make ends meet to work for him in the role-playing business. Compared to others in the same line of work, Wolf Brother was relatively conscientious. He only takes 30% of the earnings from all the women working here, the rest is theirs to keep. Moreover, Brother Wolf never forced unwilling women to take clients. All business was conducted on a voluntary basis. Precisely because of these terms, though Wolf Brothers' operation wasn't the most lucrative in Stone City, it attracted the largest number of women. After hearing Li Min's words, several henchmen glanced at her before stepping forward to search her. Naturally, some of them couldn't keep their hands to themselves during the search, taking liberties with her. Though her face flushed crimson at the touch of her sensitive areas by these men, Li Min gritted her teeth and uttered not a single sound. In truth, this was also a test of Li Min by these men. They were now concerned whether their business might draw unwanted attention, or if higher-ups might deliberately send people to probe their operations and investigate them. If Li Min truly intended to join them as a businesswoman, she wouldn't care about being touched. After all, once the deal with Brother Wolf was finalized, she would be sleeping with other men anyway. A mere touch now was nothing to worry about. But if this woman had an unusual background, she would never be subjected to such humiliation. Next, they would naturally take her back to investigate her background thoroughly and teach her a lesson. At the same time, they would search Li Min. They needed to ensure she wasn't carrying any weapons that could pose a threat to Wolf Brother. After searching Li Min, one of the burly men finally nodded. Alright, you seem reasonably cooperative. Brother Wolf is resting now. Come with me. With that, the burly man immediately led the way, quickly bringing Li Min to a nearby courtyard. Li Min was seated in the living room, where he soon observed several women arriving at the courtyard one after another. Upon hearing that Brother Wolf was resting, they said nothing. They pulled out some money from their pockets and placed it into a box in the living room. The women then gave her a thorough once-over. Li Min said nothing more and turned to leave. Li Min understood perfectly well that the money these women placed in the box was what they had earned the previous day. The money they deposited into the box was, of course, their share meant for Brother Wolf. Though Brother Wolf didn't need anyone to guard it, not a single woman would dare cheat him with the money in that box. After observing, Li Min noticed that the largest contribution was around 20 yuan, while the smallest was only 4 or 5 yuan. Faced with this outcome, Li Min couldn't help but feel a pang of disappointment. He knew many women sold themselves to Wolf Brother, but hadn't realized the income wasn't particularly high. Truthfully, Li Min had grown accustomed to seeing Zhang Jianshe bring home hundreds, even thousands, from each hunting trip while working alongside him. Consider this, even if a woman paid only 20 yuan, she still had 40 yuan left in her pocket. Over the course of a month, that added up to over 1,000 yuan. Even the women who only handed over a few yuan daily still earned a solid 100 yuan monthly. This income placed them firmly among the highest earners in all of Stone City. But for Li Min, this outcome clearly left him feeling less than satisfied. He didn't just want to make money, he wanted to make more than Zhang Jianshe. Only then could he live a better life than Zhang Jianshe. He was determined to make Zhang Jianshe regret it someday and drive him out. Since selling himself wouldn't bring in that kind of money, he naturally had to think of other ways. As Li Min's mind raced with such thoughts, the bedroom door finally opened. Brother Wolf emerged from the bedroom, flanked by two young, attractive women dressed in revealing attire. A subordinate then stepped forward and whispered something into Wolf Brother's ear. Only then did Wolf Brother turn his gaze toward Li Min. So you want to beg for food here? Hearing Wolf Brother's slightly hoarse voice startled Li Min again, causing her body to tremble slightly. But after regaining her composure, she immediately nodded. Brother Wolf, I'm fully aware of your rules here. 1/3 of the daily earnings from business must be handed over. I can handle all of that. Chapter 130. This money came too easily. Upon hearing this, Wolf Brother didn't seem particularly concerned. He nodded again and waved to one of his henchmen standing nearby. We're all struggling souls. Since that's the case, give him a room. Upon hearing this, the subordinate prepared to lead Li Min away, but at that moment, Li Min grew anxious. Brother Wolf, there's one more thing I need to discuss with you. What else is there? Li Min's words caught Wolf Brother off guard for a moment. His gaze toward her then held a hint of interest. Though Wolf Brother and the women here maintained a cooperative relationship, they naturally felt a certain fear in his presence. Faced with this reaction, Wolf Brother remained silent, but inwardly he felt quite pleased. Only by keeping them fearful could he prevent them from pulling any tricks, ensuring his business remained stable. Yet among these women, none had ever dared to broach any other topic with him. It was precisely this that piqued Wolf Brother's curiosity about Li Min. At that moment, Li Min was naturally terrified inside, but she steeled her courage and spoke slowly. Wolf Brother, not only can I work for you myself, but I can also bring other women to join you. And these women will all be exceptionally attractive and very young, some might even be virgins untouched by anyone else. I wonder how much you'd pay me if I brought such women here. After finishing her sentence, Li Min fell silent, fixing her gaze on Brother Wolf. Upon hearing Li Min's words, Brother Wolf was genuinely intrigued. Though he didn't say anything, he knew his business had been losing ground to other places. Take Sunjiao, for instance, as long as you're willing to pay, anything goes. Consequently, many patrons indulged in extremely perverse practices with the women there, forcing them to be replaced frequently. Yet their earnings were several times higher than his, and they'd stolen away many of his customers. Wolf Brothers certainly didn't want his place to become such a depraved den, but seeing his business dwindle, it was impossible for him not to feel anxious. If Li Min could indeed bring him more attractive, younger women, even virgins among them, it would truly become a unique selling point for his establishment. That way, he could raise prices a bit and attract more men. It was precisely these thoughts that led Wolf Brother to nod slightly after careful consideration. If you can actually bring in some attractive women, I'll definitely give you a bonus. Here's the deal, bring them over for me to see first. For each one you bring, I'll reward you 20 to 50 yuan. Additionally, I'll give you half of the 1/3 of their future earnings they hand over to me. If you bring in a top-tier girl, I'll reward you with 100 yuan up front, and you'll get half of all her future earnings. Hearing this, Li Min's heart leapt with delight. This arrangement would significantly accelerate his income growth, making it far less challenging to surpass Zhang Jianshe. So, of course, he immediately nodded his head and agreed. Alright, Wolf Brother. I'll start working here today. Tomorrow, I'll figure out a way to bring someone over. After saying this, Wolf Brother's subordinate finally led Li Min out.
Throughout the entire day, Li Min served 4 groups of customers, earning a total of 40 yuan. After handing over 13 yuan to Wolf Brother, she took the remaining 27 yuan home. Though he felt a slight sense of humiliation deep down, Li Min's heart was still relatively at ease. Earning 27 yuan in a single day meant her monthly income could reach 8 or 900 yuan. Compared to that, the money He Yutian had in his hands was practically nothing. When Li Min returned to the courtyard, He Yutian had already come home. His face was dark and gloomy, clearly in a foul mood. "Where did you go today? Why did you come back so late? Don't you know how to do laundry and cook at home?" He Yutian felt a slight surge of irritation inside. Recently, Li Min had mentioned something good had happened to her, and she hadn't been affectionate with him. The initial passion from their wedding night had already faded considerably. He saw other wives diligently doing housework and tending to their husbands at home. But his own wife hadn't been home all day. Naturally, He Yutian found this hard to accept. Most crucially, if Li Min kept this up, it would inevitably spark gossip in the neighborhood. People might even start saying she was cheating on him. Though deep down, He Yutian believed such a thing couldn't possibly happen. But being perpetually insecure, he was extremely sensitive to such remarks. Naturally, he didn't want to hear such talk. Li Min, having made some money, naturally felt incredibly satisfied inside. Now, looking at He Yutian, she certainly wasn't going to give him a friendly look. "I'm going out to make some money today. I went out to find work. Since you're already home from work, couldn't you just cook something yourself? You're a chef, you cook plenty outside. Why can't you cook at home?" As Li Min spoke, she pulled a 1 yuan note from her pocket and placed it on the table. "I only made 1 yuan today. But if I could earn money every day, my monthly income wouldn't be any less than yours. Why should I be stuck at home waiting on you?" As Li Min spoke these words, her expression was filled with utter contempt. In Li Min's mind, He Yutian truly amounted to nothing. A grown man earned only slightly more in a month than he did in a single day. She didn't even feel ashamed. After Li Min finished speaking, several neighbors gathered in the courtyard to watch the spectacle. He was already sensitive by nature, and seeing so many neighbors gathered to watch his humiliation made his face flush crimson with rage. Chapter 131, A Woman's Role Model. At that moment, he could no longer contain himself and slapped Li Min across the face. "Do I need you to earn money just because I'm starving or thirsty? Just stay home and do your chores properly. Why do you have to talk so much nonsense? What other woman spends all day running around like you do? From now on, all the laundry and cooking in this house is your job. If you don't do your work properly, just wait until I deal with you." Deep down, He Yutian suspected that domestic violence was fairly common among the menfolk in Ou City. For instance, in their own courtyard, several neighbors fought every other day, so he felt beating his wife wasn't such a big deal. But when the neighbors saw He Yutian slap Li Min across the face, their expressions betrayed a hint of surprise. When He Yutian and Li Min got married, it had been so sudden that the neighbors hadn't even had time to react. Yet, after only a few days of marriage, He Yutian and Li Min were already at odds again. If this continued, would they be divorcing in just a few more days? As this thought crossed the neighbors' minds, many found themselves increasingly convinced it was possible. After all, He Yutian and Li Min hadn't been particularly close before, nor did they share much affection. If they could already be fighting now, divorce wouldn't be surprising later. Moreover, Li Min, a widow, had followed Zhang Jianshe all the way from the village to Ou City. She was clearly no ordinary woman. He Yutian would find it far from easy to control his wife. Li Min suddenly took a slap across the face, which shocked him deeply. Now, a fierce rage burned within her. After all, neither Song Ping'an nor Zhang Jianshe had ever laid a hand on him before. What gave He Yutian the right to strike him? "He Yutian, I go out to earn money, isn't that for the sake of our family? It's also so we can have a better life in the future. What gives you the right to hit me? Fine. Looks like you've gotten too comfortable with the good life and don't want to be with me anymore. If you think me going out to earn money embarrasses you, then let's just get a divorce. Anyway, I'm definitely going to keep working outside the home. Even my boss says women hold up half the sky. What right do you have to stop me from working?" Hearing Li Min's words sent shockwaves through the neighbors gathered in the courtyard. While many had privately speculated that He Yutian and Li Min wouldn't last long before divorcing, none had anticipated it happening so swiftly. He Yutian's face flushed crimson with rage, feeling utterly humiliated in front of the neighbors. The moment Li Min mentioned divorce, a pang of regret washed over He Yutian. If he actually divorced Li Min, it would only make him look even worse. Most crucially, the reason for the divorce was domestic violence, a stain that would forever tarnish his reputation. Finding another wife would likely be no easy task. Even with his decent circumstances, others would think twice about marrying him, even if he sought a rural wife. And bowing to Li Min in front of all these neighbors? That was simply out of the question. It was precisely this thought that ultimately made He Yutian grit his teeth and nod in agreement. Fine, divorce it is. Just don't try to back out later. First thing tomorrow morning when the neighborhood office opens, we'll go file the paperwork. With that, He Yutian stormed off to his room, while Li Min merely curled her lip, utterly unconcerned. He had earned so much money in just one day today, and he was certain he could earn even more in the days to come. With his own abilities, he could make a living in Stone City now. Naturally, he no longer needed to rely on He Yutian. Meanwhile, many women in the courtyard now looked up to Li Min as a role model. Several women approached Li Min, trying to befriend him. On one hand, Li Min's attitude today had given them a sense of vindication, bringing honor to their gender. On the other hand, some women were curious to see where Li Min had earned her money. If she could help them earn money too, that would be even better. After all, a day's earnings of 1 yuan was no small sum for them. Facing these women, Li Min naturally responded with a few polite smiles and pleasantries, but she revealed absolutely nothing about her money-making method. For one thing, Li Min knew full well that if others learned her method, it could easily be leaked. After all, Zhang Jianshe was still furious over the previous incident. If Zhang Jianshe found out he was selling meat, and if Zhang Jianshe called the police to arrest him, he'd be finished. Moreover, the women who sought him out were all middle-aged women from the courtyard. Their looks were nothing special, and they were all in their 40s or 50s. Even if he took these women out to make money, they probably wouldn't earn much. Instead, they'd likely cause him a lot of trouble. Finally, after dismissing all these women, Li Min felt even more pleased as he looked at Zhao Meihua, who was staring at him with envy. Watching all these women come to Li Min, asking after his well-being and trying to get close to him, Zhao Meihua truly felt envious. Though she and her sister were exceptionally beautiful, having been pursued by countless men since childhood in their village and surrounding areas, no woman had ever fawned over them like this. Seeing how popular Li Min was today was truly a huge shock to her. Moreover, she admired how Li Min, also from a rural background, had managed to earn money without relying on a man. It was truly impressive. She was someone he could look up to. After seeing Li Min wave at him, Zhao Meihua naturally hurried over. "Sister Li, what did you need?" Hearing this, Li Min smiled and nodded, pulling the remaining 26 yuan out of her pocket. "Were you wondering why I dared to be so firm with He Yutian today? Take a look, this is what I earned today. A full 27 yuan. Besides the one I just put on the table, I still have 26 yuan left. Even if I divorce He Yutian tomorrow, with this money I can rent a place to live in Stone City. Don't forget this is just one day's earnings. At this rate, I can make several hundred yuan a month. Do you think we still need to rely on these men? Sis, I see you're from the countryside like me, so I want to bring you along to make money together. Would you be interested?" Chapter 132, Zhao Meihua's heart flutters. Upon hearing this, Zhao Meihua nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at grain. Her eyes locked onto Li Min's, filled with utter astonishment. When she first heard Li Min could earn 1 yuan a day, Zhao Meihua was already utterly astonished. This income alone could rival the average earnings of a factory worker. But I never imagined Li Min's actual income was as high as 27 yuan a day. If calculated this way, that would amount to 800 or 900 yuan a month. This income alone might even exceed the combined annual earnings of their entire village. This Li Min was truly remarkable. Seeing Zhao Meihua nod in agreement, Li Min's smile grew even brighter. Though many people couldn't accept this way of making money, it was incredibly fast. After saying this, Li Min didn't hesitate at all and immediately shared everything about her business dealings from earlier that day. She mentioned that she'd only taken on 4 clients today and already earned 40 yuan. After all, even though Wolf Brother had a large number of women working for him, Li Min's look still placed her among the top tier. Plus, she was one of the younger ones among them. So charging a higher price was only natural. After hearing Li Min's words, Zhao Meihua's face flushed crimson, and the look in her eyes as she stared at Li Min was utterly shocked. After all, she was still just a young girl who had never experienced anything between men and women. Deep down, she found it hard to accept what Li Min was doing. Li Min, of course, noticed the wavering in Zhao Meihua's heart. So she patiently began to persuade her. "Sis, I know you think what I did disgraces us women and makes you look down on me. But do you really think men can be trusted? Even if I marry He Yutian now, I'll still have to serve him day in and day out, always walking on eggshells around him. If you really marry Zhang Jianshe, your life won't be much different from mine. Are we women really destined to live like this our whole lives? What we're doing now might be shameful, but the money we earn is real. As long as we earn the money, we can do whatever we want in the future. Even if we quit, we could afford to buy men to serve us no problem. Why should we ever have to look at anyone else's face? It's only because your sister here is getting older. Otherwise, making 2,000 or 3,000 a month wouldn't be a problem at all. But you're young and still a virgin, that's when you're worth the most. If you're willing to do it, I guarantee you can make 5,000 a month. In just 2 months, you'll be a 10,000 yuan household. Just imagine the life you could live after a year of this." After Li Min finished speaking, Bai Shui felt like his brain couldn't process it all. If what Li Min said was true, she could earn 60,000 yuan in a single year. Even if he didn't make that much, he could still earn 2,000 or 3,000 yuan. Right now, an ordinary worker only made about 30 yuan a month. By that calculation, working for a year could equal what others earned in several years. Though Li Min's proposal stirred a flicker of interest within Zhao Meihua's heart, a faint sense of shame stirred within her. After pondering carefully for a moment, she spoke again. Sis, what you're saying does make sense, but I really need to think this through carefully.
Don't worry. Whether I decide to join you or not, I promise I won't tell anyone. Alright, take your time thinking it over. We're in no rush.
Hearing Zhao Meihua's words gave Li Min greater confidence. Even if she didn't join him tomorrow, she wouldn't hold out for long. Upon returning home, Zhao Meihua wore a complex expression, her face etched with deep worry. Seeing her sister like this, Zhao Meihui couldn't help but feel concerned.
Ernie, what's wrong with you? Could someone in the courtyard have bullied you? If anyone dares to bully you, just tell your sister. I'll skin them alive.
As Zhao Meihui spoke these words, her expression turned stern. She knew her younger sister was pretty. So if any neighbor in the courtyard suddenly tried to take advantage of Zhao Meihua, he wouldn't be the least bit surprised.
But they were both innocent girls, they absolutely couldn't be bullied like this.
Upon hearing her sister's words, Zhao Meihua's expression grew even more complicated.
After a moment's hesitation, she couldn't help but sigh. Sis, I need to tell you something.
Ultimately, Zhao Meihua couldn't make up her mind on her own, so she revealed everything about Li Min's semi-open business. She also confessed that she herself wanted to earn money this way. But the moment Zhao Meihua finished speaking, Zhao Meihui felt as though her lungs were about to burst with rage. She had suspected Li Min wasn't a good sort before, and now it seemed her suspicions were confirmed. Discovering that Zhao Meihua was actually tempted by it only fueled Zhao Meihui's rage to new heights.
Zhao Meihua, I'm warning you, don't even think about it.
Our Zhao family can't afford this kind of disgrace. If you dare take that money, don't ever call yourself my sister again, and don't live in my house anymore. As she spoke these words, Zhao Meihui's gaze burned with fury, filled with disappointment at her sister's lack of resolve. Ever since she learned her sister had long harbored ambitions to marry Zhang Jianshe, Zhao Meihui had known her sister was driven by ambition. Her own ambition had merely been to marry into the city and gain urban status, but she never imagined her sister would stoop to such lengths.
Upon hearing Zhao Meihui's words and seeing her attitude, Zhao Meihua was utterly stunned.
He hadn't anticipated such a strong reaction from her, and at the same time, he felt deeply uncomfortable inside. Even Zhao Meihui, his own sister, was now trying to drive him out. It proved exactly what Li Min had said, beyond the money in one's own hands, no one else could be relied upon.
Chapter 133, Li Min and He Yutian's divorce. A faint sense of resentment toward Zhao Meihui now stirred within Zhao Meihua.
His goal remained clear, to earn enough money to live a life above others. Even so, Zhao Meihua couldn't bring himself to make a decision right away. He felt he needed to observe the situation for a while longer. With a dismissive snort, Zhao Meihua turned away without further addressing the matter, heading straight back to her room. Watching Zhao Meihua's retreating figure, Zhao Meihui felt a slight pang of worry. She couldn't help but sigh softly. If Zhao Meihua continued staying with her, trouble was bound to follow. At this point, Zhao Meihui had already decided in her heart to send her sister back to their hometown. After all, in Zhejiagu, they had little contact with outsiders. The temptations they faced were relatively few. Even if Zhao Meihua still harbored all sorts of unrealistic ideas, she wouldn't be able to realize them on her own. Only by doing so could he prevent Zhao Meihua from heading down a path of no return. But how exactly to send Zhao Meihua back was something he still needed to carefully consider. If he sent Zhao Meihua back immediately, the neighbors in the courtyard would likely assume he was driving his own sister away. This would inevitably lead to the neighbors forming opinions about him. Moreover, he couldn't predict what thoughts might stir within Zhao Meihua's heart. Such developments would prove detrimental to their future relationship as sisters. By evening, Zhao Meihui still hadn't come up with a suitable solution. He sighed helplessly and shook his head. All he could do now was keep a closer eye on Zhao Meihua to prevent her from straying down the wrong path. If all else failed, he would have to discuss his current predicament with Zhang Jianshe. Deep down, Zhao Meihui felt that Zhang Jianshe had become her inner anchor, so naturally, she could only rely on him to resolve this issue. At this moment, Zhang Jianshe's mind was free of such complex thoughts. As he began hunting more frequently, his finances had grown considerably. With the rainy season drawing ever closer, Zhang Jianshe realized he could no longer continue hunting. The rainy season would not only disrupt the lives of ordinary people but also significantly impact Stone City. Firstly, work at the coal plant would inevitably decrease during the rainy season. After all, the constant rain loosened the soil, making mining operations far more dangerous than usual. Additionally, the wild animals on the grasslands struggled to find food during the rainy season. This increased the likelihood of attacks on the Shicheng side. Although Zhang Jianshe is a skilled hunter and could likely find more prey during this season, the dangers of hunting also increased considerably. It was precisely these thoughts that made Zhang Jianshe realize he shouldn't be so stubborn. For the time being, staying put at home was the wisest choice. It was precisely because of these thoughts in his heart that early the next morning, Zhang Jianshe went straight to the grain station to buy as much grain as he could. Even so, with his limited grain coupons, he could only manage to buy a few hundred pounds of white flour, several dozen pounds of rice, and 200 or 300 pounds of cornmeal.
Faced with this amount, Zhang Jianshe felt quite satisfied. He also kept half a wild boar to make jerky, which would preserve longer. With all this food, he should have no major problems getting through the rainy season. Meanwhile, Li Min and He Yutian had already gone to the neighborhood office to begin divorce proceedings. Seeing Li Min's icy expression, He Yutian felt a faint pang of regret welling up inside him. Yesterday, he had spoken impulsively and ultimately agreed to divorce Li Min. But deep down, He Yutian hadn't truly intended to divorce Li Min just yet. Even if they were to part ways, he'd wait several more years until Li Min bore him a child. After all, they had only been married for a short while, and they had made such a big fuss about it, even holding a banquet in the courtyard house and spending a considerable amount of money. All that money couldn't have been spent in vain. And if he divorced her now, finding another partner wouldn't be easy. But when he saw Li Min's icy expression, He Yutian opened his mouth, then closed it again, unable to bring himself to soften his tone. Fine. You're the one who wants this divorce now. Just don't regret it later when it's final. Hearing He Yutian's words, Li Min's eyes flashed with even more contempt. Yesterday alone, she'd earned over $20 working for Brother Wolf. If she kept going there regularly, she could make even more. Even without relying on He Yutian, she could make a life for herself in OU City. So why keep this useless man around? The contempt in Li Min's eyes stabbed deep into He Yutian's heart, making his face flush crimson with rage. Without a moment's hesitation, He Yutian accompanied Li Min straight to the neighborhood office. The staff at the sub-district office looked at the two of them with slight surprise when they came to file for divorce. In this era, divorce was relatively rare to begin with, let alone for a couple who had been married for barely a few days. It seemed they treated marriage like a game. Precisely because of this, the tone of the neighborhood office staff was naturally unpleasant. Let me make this clear, just days ago, you were the ones who came here wanting to get married. Now, barely married, you're already here to file for divorce. You clearly don't take marriage seriously. After this divorce is finalized, neither of you will be allowed to remarry for at least 6 months. Hearing this, He Yutian didn't take it too seriously. After all, given his current situation, no one would introduce him to a partner anytime soon after the divorce. Even if he wanted to find someone, it was doubtful anyone would be willing to marry him. Given that, the 6-month restriction held no real consequence for him. Li Min, however, cared even less. The money she'd earned from Brother Wolf yesterday had made her look at herself with newfound respect. She felt most men in OU City couldn't hold a candle to her now. Given that, living alone seemed like a perfectly decent choice. There was certainly no need to look for a man at this point. Chapter 134, Food Shortages Looming? With neither party raising objections, the divorce proceedings were completed swiftly. Just as they returned to the courtyard, Zhang Jianshe had his men deliver their grain back. At first, the neighbors in the courtyard watched in surprise as He Yutian and Li Min actually divorced. Some even considered going over to pry for news or gossip. But when they saw Zhang Jianshe returning with such a large quantity of grain, all eyes naturally turned to him. Hey, Zhang, what are you buying all this grain for? The weather's getting hotter and hotter. Even if you store it well and it doesn't spoil, you won't be able to eat it all at once. The taste is bound to change. Exactly, Zhang. Even though you earn a lot, you shouldn't be so wasteful. Buying so much grain you can't finish will just go to waste. It's better to buy only what you need. Hearing his neighbor's comments in the courtyard, Zhang Jianshe just smiled and nodded. Isn't the rainy season approaching? I have a feeling this year's rainy season might last longer than usual. When that happens, grain shipments might not even reach our stone city. Buying more food could get tricky. Plus, traveling to the grasslands during the rainy season is dangerous. I won't be going out for these next few months. Stocking up on extra grain at home wouldn't be a bad idea. After all, these neighbors in the courtyard were all part of the community, so Zhang Jianshe felt it was best to offer a word of caution whenever possible. He didn't know how many would heed his words, but he'd help anyone he could. Yet after hearing Zhang Jianshe speak, the neighbors in the courtyard paid little heed to his words. Deep down, everyone understood that while incomes in OU City weren't low, grain yields weren't particularly high. With numerous coal mines in OU City, the land available for farming was relatively scarce. Most of their food was transported in from other areas. And every rainy season, the price of grain did indeed rise slightly. Yet most people didn't truly believe a grain shortage would occur. After all, they'd lived this way for years without any problems. Still, some harbored a hint of envy toward Zhang Jianshe. Their families didn't have much savings either. No matter the weather, those who needed to go to work still had to go. Even at the coal mine, where production slowed during the rainy season, workers still put in about 20 days each month. Zhang Jianshe, on the other hand, planned to stay off work for several months, a luxury few could match. Li Min, however, took Zhang Jianshe's words to heart. Truthfully, she didn't fully grasp the current situation. She had no idea how far-reaching the consequences of this situation might be, yet she harbored her own calculations. Among everyone he knew, Zhang Jianshe was undoubtedly living the best life right now. Given that, following in Zhang Jianshe's footsteps would guarantee no problems. It was precisely these thoughts that drove Li Min to pack up his belongings at He Yutian's place upon returning home. He then went to the neighborhood office to complete the necessary paperwork and rented an empty room in the courtyard. He then immediately went out to buy grain. However, since Li Min didn't have a formal job in OU City, he naturally didn't have any grain coupons.
Even to buy grain, he could only purchase it from private sellers at a higher price. After spending all 20-odd yuan he had, he managed to buy only about 20 jin of white flour.
Seeing this outcome, Li Min couldn't help but sigh. Having spent nearly all his money on food and rent, he now needed to find work at Lang Ji's place. After moving all the grain back and locking the door, Li Min immediately stepped out of the courtyard again. The neighbors watching his retreating figure were utterly astonished, many whispering among themselves. What kind of work does this Li Min do? He must be making a fortune. Look at all the grain he bought in the house he rented that must have cost him dozens of yuan. Exactly. He was staying at Zhang Jianshe's place before and didn't have a steady job. Where did he get all this money? Zhang Jianshe isn't short on cash now. I'd say he's got at least a few thousand yuan. With Zhang Jianshe's income alone, it wouldn't have been hard for him to give Li Min a little money when he kicked him out. So it's no surprise Li Min has cash now. But now that he's bought all this grain with Zhang Jianshe, his money must be running low. His life won't be easy from now on. After someone in the courtyard finished speaking, the others couldn't help but nod in agreement, clearly accepting this interpretation. Only Zhao Meihua wore a slightly complicated expression upon hearing her neighbor's words. Deep down, she knew exactly where Li Min's money came from. Seeing Li Min spend so lavishly now, Zhao Meihua couldn't help but feel a hint of envy. It was just a pity his sister wouldn't let him join the business. Otherwise, his life would surely be this good too. While these thoughts swirled in Zhao Meihua's mind, Zhao Meihui had already arrived at Zhang Jianshe's home to help with cooking. Seeing the large quantity of grain Zhang Jianshe had purchased, she couldn't help but quietly inquire. Zhang Jianshe, you bought so much grain. Are you really worried we won't be able to buy any in the future? If grain prices only rise slightly without major fluctuations, buying this much now could mean you're taking a loss. Chapter 135 Preparing for Everything? After hearing Zhao Meihui's words, Zhang Jianshe pondered for a moment before nodding earnestly. You know, I've always hunted on the grasslands, so I'm fairly familiar with the conditions there. If I'm not mistaken, this year's rainy season might last longer than usual and be more intense. I don't know if we'll still be able to get grain delivered by then, but it's always wise to prepare early. Otherwise, if we wait until later to make arrangements, it'll be too late. Upon hearing this, Zhao Meihui immediately nodded in agreement. Zhang Jianshe's consistent ability to secure such abundant harvests on the grasslands was reason enough for her to place unwavering trust in his judgment. Yet her brows furrowed slightly once more. If things really turned out this way, her family's situation would be dire. Currently, she could only earn 5 yuan a month working at Zhang Jianshe's place. But such a small sum would hardly buy enough grain to sustain them without disruption for much longer. If they truly couldn't buy grain in the future, would he really have to go hungry? This thought made Zhao Meihui sigh again, feeling a slight pang of regret deep inside. She had believed that moving to the city would bring her a much better life, but she never imagined that life here would be so difficult. Had she known it would be like this, she might as well have found a man with better prospects back in the countryside and married him. Even if she hadn't found someone as good as Zhang Jianshe, at least she wouldn't be worrying about her future now. But now she was a widow. Even though she no longer had any burdens, finding another man, especially one with good prospects, would be difficult. Besides, he'd always insisted on moving to the city. His family couldn't persuade him otherwise, so they'd finally let him come to the city for matchmaking. Now that she'd finally made it to Qingli, she certainly didn't want to return home with her tail between her legs. Not only would she lose face in front of others, but she'd likely feel embarrassed before her own parents too. Just then, Zhao Meihui's mind drifted back to what Zhao Meihua had told her earlier. If the situation Zhang Jianshe feared actually happened, and there was a major food shortage in OU City, then many women would likely be forced down that path. This thought made Zhao Meihui sigh again. If life at home truly became unbearable, perhaps he too would walk down that path, a path he despised just to survive. Upon hearing Zhao Meihui's sigh, Zhang Jianshe paused in surprise for a moment before quickly grasping her concern. Yet a faint smile touched his lips. Don't worry about it. From now on, whenever you cook for me, just eat whatever you like at my place. I'm not short on food, after all. Zhang Jianshe spoke simply, truly not dwelling on the matter in his heart. Yet upon hearing his words, Zhao Meihui's face flushed crimson. This meant he was taking money from Zhang Jianshe, and Zhang Jianshe would even be providing his meals. Wouldn't that make him nothing more than a kept woman? Even if she was helping Zhang Jianshe with housework, that was something she should be doing anyway. Now Zhang Jianshe was only asking him to do chores, but soon he'd be entirely dependent on Zhang Jianshe for support. Would Zhang Jianshe even make him work? As this thought surfaced, Zhao Meihui naturally felt a pang of embarrassment. Yet after a moment's reflection, she concluded she could accept this outcome. After all, Zhang Jianshe was her only man. Given that, looking down on Zhang Jianshe wouldn't be a problem. Besides, given their current household situation, without Zhang Jianshe's support, she simply couldn't make ends meet. If she ended up having to sell her body like Li Min, who knew how many men she'd have to serve? Thinking about it this way, serving just one man Zhang Jianshe was actually the best outcome. After Zhao Meihui considered these points, though her face flushed crimson, she gave a slight nod. Zhang Jianshe, however, watched her blushing expression with a hint of puzzlement. He hadn't said anything inappropriate, so why was she reacting so strongly? After pondering it for a moment without reaching a conclusion, Zhang Jianshe simply shook his head and let the matter drop. Women's minds seemed far too complex, even more intricate than dealing with those wild beasts on the grasslands. Since he couldn't figure it out, he naturally stopped dwelling on it. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, Yan Xuanqiu of the Yan family also furrowed his brow slightly. Watching his wife finally speak up, he heard her say slowly, "What Zhang Jianshe said earlier does make some sense. Given that, we really should buy more grain during this period. Only by stockpiling more grain can we endure if something goes wrong during the rainy season. And who knows? We might even be able to sell some of it later, which would mean extra income for us. Even if we can't consume all this grain immediately and the rainy season doesn't turn out too severe, we can still gradually eat it over time. It won't really be a loss for us either. Besides, grain prices outside will likely rise during the rainy season. That way, we can save a little money too." Upon hearing this, Yan Xuanqiu's wife immediately nodded in agreement. Their household had always lived frugally, saving wherever possible, especially when the prospect of earning money loomed ahead. Driven by these thoughts, the Yan family immediately set out to exchange all their cash and grain coupons for food. When Zhang Jianshe, Li Min, and the Yan family began purchasing grain, the other neighbors in the courtyard naturally started to entertain their own ideas. If everyone was buying grain now, shouldn't they stock up too? After all, preparing in advance couldn't hurt. Chapter 136, Someone is manipulating grain prices. As these thoughts swirled in the neighbors' minds, Yi Buchuan watched their bustling activity with a secret smile. Deep down, Yi Buchuan had always wanted to cause trouble for Zhang Jianshe but lacked the right opportunity. Now, this was the perfect moment, and he wasn't about to let it slip away. Just as the neighbors debated whether they too should go out and buy grain, Yi Buchuan stepped forward. "Neighbors, I see many of you here are preparing to hoard grain. Faced with this situation, as your neighborhood elder, I can't stand by and watch our neighbors get cheated. Therefore, there's something I must share with everyone." The neighbors in the courtyard were most concerned about the food situation. Upon hearing Yi Buchuan's words, many eyes naturally turned toward him. Seeing everyone waiting for him to speak, Yi Buchuan nodded with satisfaction. It seemed he still held considerable sway over this courtyard, and this outcome naturally filled him with satisfaction. "Let me tell you all this, there won't be any problems with grain at all. After all, we've lived in Stone City for so many years now, and we know its situation very well. While grain prices did rise slightly each year during the rainy season in the past, the increases were never particularly significant. Moreover, there has never been a shortage of grain. Since there won't be a shortage, there's absolutely no need for us to rush out and hoard grain. On the contrary, if everyone rushes to buy grain now, it could easily lead to a shortage in Stone City. At that point, grain prices would inevitably skyrocket, and some might even have to resort to buying from the black market. In that case, the extra money everyone spends would be wasted. After all, some people have money to spare and don't mind spending a little extra. But we ordinary folks have to make ends meet. We have to be careful with every penny. Who knows? Once prices really do spike, those wealthy folks might even profit even more from it." Hearing this, the neighbors in the courtyard hadn't reacted yet when Yi Yutian suddenly looked astonished. "Uncle Yi, so according to you, someone is deliberately trying to inflate grain prices to profit from it?" Hearing Yi Yutian's words made Yi Buchuan even more satisfied with him. It seemed his earlier assistance to Yi Yutian had paid off. Now that Yi Yutian was proactively speaking up for him, perhaps he could indeed cultivate him as a potential candidate for his old age. The thought flashed through Yi Buchuan's mind, but now was not the time to dwell on such matters. Precisely for this reason, Yi Buchuan refrained from elaborating further, merely nodding once more. "As for what I just said, it's merely my own speculation. I don't know for certain if anyone is manipulating grain prices. Still, we're all adults here. Sometimes it pays to be a little more cautious." Though Yi Buchuan didn't name names at this moment, everyone present could tell he was targeting Zhang Jianshe. Yet none present dared provoke Zhang Jianshe, so none dared echo Yi Buchuan's words. After Yi Buchuan finished speaking, the group dispersed and returned to their homes. After all, Yi Buchuan's words held merit. If they all rushed to buy grain in bulk now, it could easily lead to grain stations running out of supplies in a short time. Then, when they went to buy grain again, they would only be able to purchase it at high prices from private hands. And the prices would undoubtedly rise significantly. This would mean they'd have to spend considerably more money. Given this, it was best to hold off on buying grain for now. Although no one in the courtyard spoke up for Yi Buchuan at that moment, he was quite satisfied with this outcome. The neighbors' decision not to go out and buy grain at this moment already signaled their stance. Gradually, more people would begin harboring dissatisfaction toward Zhang Jianshe in their hearts. Once this dissatisfaction builds up to a certain point, it's highly likely that everyone in the courtyard will develop a strong aversion toward Zhang Jianshe. At that point, expelling Zhang Jianshe from the compound would become remarkably straightforward.
This thought made Ibuchuan's gaze toward Zhang Jianshe grow even colder. Zhang Jianshe, of course, remained oblivious to Ibuchuan's inner thoughts.
Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. After all, he had already warned the neighbors in the courtyard. If they failed to seize the opportunity, it would have nothing to do with him. After hearing Ibuchuan's words, Yutian found them undeniably reasonable. Deep down, he even felt Zhang Jianshe was resorting to unscrupulous means for profit. This made him snort disdainfully at Zhang Jianshe before heading home himself. He had once considered Ibuchuan a friend, but never imagined Zhang Jianshe would stoop so low for profit. Now, unwilling to hunt himself, he had turned his money-making schemes against every single resident of Otsing. It was utterly heartless. After the neighbors in the courtyard had all returned to their homes, Li Min came back from outside with a grim expression. This time, however, she wasn't empty-handed. She had bought 10 yuan worth of grain. Today, he had only made 15 yuan in total. After handing 5 yuan to Brother Wolf, he was left with only 10 yuan. Yet he spent every last cent on grain. He remained confident in his assessment of Zhang Jianshe. Yesterday, many people had spent the hefty sum of 10 yuan to spar with him simply because it was novel. Today's earnings weren't nearly as good. Even after lowering the price to 5 yuan, he only had 3 customers. If he couldn't attract customers quickly, his days ahead would be tough. He had to come up with a solution fast. Chapter 137, Unusual Weather. Li Min felt a growing sense of urgency within her. His income was dwindling, and even if he worked harder to take on more clients, it wouldn't meet his goals. Given this situation, he naturally had to rely on other women to help him earn money. His primary targets now were the sisters Zhao Meihui and Zhao Meihua. Not only was Zhao Meihua still untouched, commanding a higher price, but the pair of sisters themselves were sure to attract many men's attention. That alone would significantly increase his share of the profits. But Li Min was well aware that the relationship between Zhang Jianshe and Zhao Meihui was no ordinary one. Even if he wanted to send both sisters over, it wouldn't be that easy. Therefore, he concluded it would be wiser to start with Zhao Meihua. Once she entered that line of work, he would effectively hold leverage over her. Using Zhao Meihua's weakness to blackmail Zhao Meihui should be much easier. By then, neither of them would dare tell Zhang Jianshe about this matter. Li Min's plan was indeed quite clever, but the actual progress was not going particularly well. Zhao Meihui had been keeping a close watch on Zhao Meihua these past few days, forbidding her from going out. So regardless of whether Zhao Meihua was tempted, she had no chance to meet with Li Min. Meanwhile, Li Min's daily earnings from work dwindled further. Finally, after nearly half a month of this, heavy rain suddenly poured down on Oyu City. As the rain intensified, many people found themselves unable to go to work, causing considerable anxiety among Oyu City's residents. Although heavy rains were common during Oyu City's annual rainy season, this year's monsoon felt unusually different. For one thing, it had arrived far too abruptly. For another, the volume of rainfall far exceeded previous years. Now, many in the courtyard couldn't help but feel uneasy. So they gathered together and began whispering among themselves. This year's weather is truly abnormal. Who would have thought the rains would already be this heavy? Exactly. If things keep up like this, those of us working at the coal plant will probably lose over half a month's pay this year. While avoiding accidents by not going down the mine is one thing, it's making it impossible to make ends meet at home. Who knows how long this will last? If it keeps up like this, many folks will have to dip into their savings to make ends meet. After someone spoke these words, more people couldn't help but sigh. Just then, someone's mind suddenly clicked, and they spoke up slowly. Do you think this situation might actually prove Zhang Jianshe right? That grain from outside won't be able to reach Stone City anymore? If that's the case, it won't be long before Oyu City faces a real grain shortage. This suggestion instantly silenced the entire group. Having lived in Stone City for so many years, they understood its conditions well. Judging by the current rainfall, if it continued like this, within half a month at most, it would become impossible to leave the city. This would inevitably mean grain supplies couldn't reach Stone City either. Once the city began to run low on grain, the price hike would be an undeniable problem. Though some recognized the danger deep down, they still refused to accept this outcome. That can't be possible, right? Didn't oldies say otherwise before? That's probably just Zhang Jianshe colluding with others to inflate prices. Exactly. Even though our Stone City isn't huge, we still have close to 100,000 people. If all these people run out of food, it'll cause major chaos. The higher-ups definitely won't just stand by and do nothing. Exactly. We should just focus on living our own lives. No need to talk about or overthink other matters. Many voices chimed in, offering opinions that seemed meant to comfort others yet equally served to soothe themselves. But now, the mood for further conversation had dissipated. Instead, everyone dispersed to their homes. That very night, however, many quietly slipped out of the courtyard under umbrellas, heading toward the black market. Everyone knew full well that venturing into the black market was extremely dangerous. After all, it hadn't been long since the police had raided the black market. But now, everyone was left with no choice.
During the day, they could no longer buy much grain at the grain station, so naturally, they had to find ways to buy more grain at the black market at night.
Otherwise, their families might truly struggle to survive.
Even if they were caught by the police station officers next time, it wouldn't matter much. On the contrary, once detained, the police station officers would at least have to feed them. That way, they wouldn't have to worry about their food supplies running out. Besides, with such heavy rain outside, the police probably wouldn't be out making arrests. It was precisely these thoughts that made the black market busier than ever. Even many police officers would quietly change clothes after work and come to the black market to buy things. But at this black market, buyers of grain were plentiful while sellers had become scarce. Everyone could see that the weather was unusual. Even those with ample grain reserves and urgent financial needs were reluctant to part with their supplies. Because of this, after the neighbors in the courtyard bustled about all night, the May family ended up buying less than 2 pounds of grain, and the prices were outrageously high. At grain station prices, the same amount of money could have bought 5 pounds of grain. Even so, the demand for grain still far outstripped the supply. Now, most people in the courtyard in OU City were filled with anxiety, but Li Min's business was booming.
Chapter 138, Li Min's Thoughts.
With many unable to work, people found themselves idle at home with little to occupy their time. This was especially true for the unmarried young men working at the coal plant, who couldn't stand the boredom and naturally sought entertainment elsewhere. Since these men earned relatively high wages and had few expenses at home, they naturally had more disposable income.
When they went out seeking entertainment, they were naturally willing to spend money.
After nearly 10 days of torrential rain, Li Min had accumulated nearly 500 yuan in cash. Yet despite the sum, he felt no relief, only deepening anxiety. Even though he had stored some grain earlier, seeing the relentless rain outside and knowing that even black market traders had none left to sell, he feared it wouldn't be long before he went hungry. With this pressing issue emerging, Li Min could no longer spare thoughts for scheming to get Zhao Meihua to work with him.
His most urgent priority now was securing food.
It was precisely these thoughts that naturally drew Li Min's attention back to He Yutian. After all, He Yutian worked as a cook at the coal factory. Even though many workers had stopped showing up for work, some still lived on the factory grounds. He Yutian, of course, had to report for duty as usual. He ate for free at the factory and often brought home leftovers. If he could get his hands on these leftovers, he wouldn't need to eat his own grain. Once this situation passed, he could return to eating his own rations without any issues. It was precisely this thought that drove him to approach He Yutian the moment he saw him returning from work that day, umbrella in hand. "Brother He, with so many people not coming to work at the factory now, you're still holding down your post. It must be incredibly hard for you." Though Li Min spoke with a smile on her face, He Yutian took a few steps back upon hearing her words. His gaze toward Li Min was filled with obvious wariness. News of He Yutian and Li Min's divorce had already spread throughout the neighborhood, making him the laughingstock of many at the coal factory. Especially those in his own factory deliberately used the incident to provoke him, filling He Yutian with unbearable anger.
Deep down, He Yutian blamed all the humiliation he endured on Li Min.
Now that he saw her, he certainly wasn't about to give her a friendly look. "Whether I'm tired or not has nothing to do with you.
What brings you here now? If there's nothing, I'll be heading back."
After saying this, He Yutian coldly shoved Li Min aside and turned to leave. At that moment, Li Min felt an overwhelming surge of anger welling up inside her. When she first married He Yutian, he had treated her like a precious treasure, showing her every courtesy. But now, only a few days had passed. He Yutian's attitude toward him had undergone such a drastic change. Although he had initiated the divorce, He Yutian's behavior felt utterly heartless. But since she needed something from He Yutian this time, even though Li Min felt utterly wronged inside, she could only temporarily suppress the rage burning within her. "Brother He, please don't be so cold to me. It was my mistake to ask for the divorce earlier.
I regret it now. Why don't we just get back together? Let's go to the neighborhood office and talk to them. Maybe they'll let us remarry."
After leaving him, Li Min believed that finding another woman as good as her would be impossible for He Yutian. Now that she was initiating the reconciliation, he would surely agree immediately.
He could always divorce He Yutian again after this rainy season passed. In fact, had he known such prolonged, continuous downpours would suddenly occur, he wouldn't have rushed to divorce He Yutian in the first place.
Then he wouldn't need to worry about food supplies now. He Yutian froze slightly upon hearing Li Min's words, feeling an overwhelming sense of satisfaction deep within.
Hadn't Li Min been so stubbornly defiant when facing him before?
Yet now she was begging him for help.
Though these thoughts swirled within He Yutian, he had absolutely no intention of resuming life with Li Min. After all, stumbling over the same rock once was already humiliating enough. If he remarried Li Min now, only to have her divorce him again later, it would only make him look even more ridiculous. It was precisely this conviction that made He Yutian shake his head decisively. "Don't even suggest it. I'm not worthy of a woman like you. Forget it. We're just neighbors now, nothing more. You live your life, I live mine. We don't affect each other in the slightest. Don't bring this up again, or don't blame me if I report you to the neighborhood office for harassing me." With that, He Yutian turned and walked home, carrying his lunchbox.
Hearing this, Li Min's face turned pale with anger.
It was always men harassing women when had it ever been the other way around?
Besides, even if he did harass men, he'd only go for someone as outstanding as Zhang Jianshe.
A man like He Yutian?
She couldn't care less about him.
Though inwardly seething with rage, the lunchbox in He Yutian's hand held an irresistible allure for Li Min.
However, given He Yutian's unyielding stance, Li Min knew full well that trying to trick the lunchbox away from him directly was futile.
Moreover, she refused to continue groveling before him. Fine, He Yutian, you win. Since you refuse to remarry me, discussing business should be no problem, right?
As Li Min finished speaking, He Yutian halted his steps and turned to face him, a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes. He had no idea what business deal Li Min intended to propose, but at this moment, Li Min didn't keep him guessing. She fixed her gaze directly on the lunchbox in He Yutian's hand.
Name your price for selling me that lunchbox. Chapter 139, He Yutian borrows grain.
After Li Min finished speaking, He Yutian finally understood why she had insisted on immediately renewing their marriage. It was because she was worried about the grain situation. Given the sudden, abnormal weather, Li Min's concern was quite reasonable.
At the same time, a surge of irritation welled up inside He Yutian.
Thankfully, he was still fairly level-headed, otherwise, he might have fallen for this woman's tricks again.
You want to buy this lunchbox? Fine. I'll give you the chance. 1 yuan per lunchbox. What do you say? As long as you can afford it, I'll bring you a lunchbox every day.
After delivering this speech, He Yutian looked at Li Min with a smug expression.
The price he'd quoted was obviously not sincere.
After all, a worker's monthly wage back then was only about 30 yuan.
1 yuan was nearly equivalent to a worker's daily pay. While his lunchbox could indeed fill one person's stomach for a day, its actual cost was likely only about 15 cents. He was clearly trying to make an outrageous demand to scare Li Min off. Li Min, of course, understood that He Yutian was now asking for an exorbitant price.
Hearing his words, she was so angry that her face turned crimson. He did indeed have over 500 yuan in his hands, but every penny of that money had been painstakingly earned through hard work. He naturally couldn't bear to squander it so carelessly. But considering how scarce food was outside now, if things continued like this, the future would likely bring even greater shortages. Then life would inevitably become even more difficult. It was precisely this thought that, despite the intense irritation surging within Li Min, ultimately made him nod his head in agreement.
Fine. We'll go with your price. Here's 10 yuan for now. Make sure to bring me a lunchbox every single day from now on.
After saying this, Li Min went straight home, grabbed 10 yuan, shoved it into He Yutian's hand, and snatched the lunchbox back.
Watching Li Min walk away with the lunchbox, He Yutian was utterly dumbfounded.
He never imagined Li Min could produce that much cash to buy the lunchbox from him, especially since it was so expensive that most people couldn't afford it. Even if Li Min had the money, he didn't think she'd be willing to part with it. Although the current situation had caught He Yutian off guard, he had set the price himself. Even if he now felt a slight pang of regret deep down. Still, he couldn't bring himself to ask Li Min to reconsider. He could only take the 10 yuan and head home. He reckoned that was all the money Li Min had on her. He was eager to see how she'd manage in 10 days' time. Besides, he hadn't spent a single penny on the lunchbox, he'd simply taken it directly from the coal factory cafeteria. Even if Li Min could still buy lunchboxes, he wouldn't be at a disadvantage. The downpour persisted, showing no sign of letting up, causing significant flooding outside Stone City. Faced with this situation, even Li Min couldn't go out to earn money anymore. Everyone was stuck indoors. This situation meant that after bringing Li Min lunchboxes for 10 days, He Yutian couldn't go to the coal factory himself either, so naturally, there were no more lunchboxes. Meanwhile, many households in the courtyard with limited grain reserves were running low on food. He Yutian was among them. As a cook, he usually brought home a portion of the meals he prepared at the coal plant. Not only did this save him money, but it also spared him a lot of trouble. It was an unspoken perk the factory gave its cooks. Under normal circumstances, He Yutian's approach posed no major issues since his household had little stored grain anyway. But now the coal factory cafeteria couldn't operate normally, and he couldn't buy grain outside either. So now He Yutian was at a loss. After pondering for a moment, He Yutian sighed helplessly and headed straight for Yi Buchuan's house. After all, Yi Buchuan's household consisted only of an elderly couple with no children, and Yi Buchuan's monthly salary was quite high. Perhaps Yi Buchuan's family had a substantial grain reserve. He could borrow some grain temporarily to get through this unusual period. Once he got through this, things would naturally improve. It was precisely this thought in his mind. He Yutian headed straight for Yi Buchuan's house. But He Yutian didn't notice that as soon as he knocked on Yi Buchuan's door and stepped inside, several neighbors had gathered in the courtyard. "Young He, what brings you here? What brings you here?" Hearing this, He Yutian couldn't help but sigh, his expression tinged with slight embarrassment. "Uncle Yi, the weather suddenly turned bad, didn't it? And I can't go to work at the factory either. You know my situation, we've never had much grain stored at home, and with this weather, I can't go out to buy any now.
We're about to run out of food at home, so I was hoping to borrow a little grain from you. As the words finished, Buchuan's brow furrowed involuntarily. As the saying goes, having grain in the house keeps the heart at ease. Buchuan understood this principle well, and his family's grain reserves were sufficient for several months. It was precisely because his household wasn't short on food that he had stepped in earlier to stop the people in the courtyard from buying grain, as Zhang Jianshe suggested. He had even pinned a serious accusation on Zhang Jianshe. In Buchuan's mind at the time, as long as Ou City wasn't facing a grain shortage, Zhang Jianshe was bound to run into serious trouble. His earlier words in the courtyard, of course, proves beyond doubt that Zhang Jianshe harbored malicious intent. No matter how Zhang Jianshe tried to explain, he couldn't clear his name. If Ou City truly faced a food shortage, his family's savings would easily cover it. But lending to Buchuan now would certainly involve some risk. If word of this reached others, they might come begging for grain too, and then unexpected trouble could arise. Even with his substantial grain reserves, it would be impossible to sustain everyone in the entire courtyard. Chapter 140, Buchuan gets robbed. Yet deep down, he had already begun to consider cultivating He Yutian as a potential heir. Rejecting him outright now would inevitably strain their relationship. Such an outcome was naturally something Buchuan was unwilling to face. Precisely because of this, Buchuan now found himself caught between a rock and a hard place. Seeing Buchuan's troubled expression, He Yutian grew increasingly anxious inside. Uncle I'm truly at my wit's end, that's why I came to you for grain. You can't just stand by and watch me drown, can you? Besides, I'm not taking this grain for free. As soon as the weather clears, I'll go buy some and repay you immediately. Don't you trust me? Hearing He Yutian plead so earnestly, Buchuan found himself with no alternative. Gritting his teeth, he nodded in agreement. All right then. I'll get you a few pounds of white flour first. Just ration it carefully for now. After all, who knows when this weather outside will settle down? My family doesn't have an endless supply of grain either. If we all cut back a little, we might just get through these days. Upon hearing Buchuan's concession, He Yutian immediately nodded, his tone unwaveringly firm. Rest assured, old man I'm a frugal person and won't waste a single grain. Besides, it's been raining non-stop outside, making it impossible to work. Staying home all day doesn't burn much energy anyway, so we're already eating less. I think we'll be fine with just one meal a day from now on. Hearing He Yutian speak with such earnest conviction, Buchuan felt considerably more at ease. He nodded once more and headed straight back to his home to fetch the grain. But just as He Yutian opened the door to head home with the flour, he froze. Several neighbors had gathered in the courtyard. Old please have mercy. We're running out of food too. Could you lend us some grain? Exactly. With this weather, we can't go out to buy grain. Our families are about to run out of food. If this keeps up, it won't be long before we starve to death. Seeing his neighbors pleading like this, Buchuan's heart sank and his expression darkened. The very thing he feared most had finally come to pass. Deep down, Buchuan understood perfectly well. This was his prime opportunity to win people over. If he could genuinely provide grain to these neighbors, it wouldn't just be a huge help to them, it would make everyone follow his lead without question. This would greatly aid his control over the entire courtyard and his future plans to cultivate his own elderly care network within it. But the problem he now faced was that he hadn't anticipated such prolonged inclement weather. Even though his household had stockpiled some provisions, they were insufficient to feed all the neighbors in the courtyard. If he truly gave away all his grain to these neighbors, he himself would go hungry next. Precisely because of this, he could only let this opportunity pass for now, his face betraying a look of deep distress. My neighbors, if there's anything I can do to help, I'd be more than willing, he said. After all, we've lived together for so many years, and you all know exactly what kind of person I am. But I never imagined the weather would turn out like this, and my grain supply isn't particularly abundant either. I'm truly unable to help you all right now. As Buchuan spoke these words, his tone was sincere, and he truly believed what he was saying. Yet the moment he finished speaking, the expressions on the neighbors' faces in the courtyard shifted. You were the one who told us not to go out and buy grain. You said Zhang Jianshe was just trying to drive up prices. We listened to you and didn't go out to buy grain, which is why we can't get any now. This whole situation is your fault. Now you just say you won't help us, so you won't help us. If you hadn't kept swearing up and down that there was no problem with the grain, we would have bought it long ago. How could things have turned out like this? I don't care what happens to you lot, but my family's situation is all Buchuan's fault. He has to fix our grain problem. After finishing his rant, the man lunged forward, ready to shove Buchuan aside and storm into his house to seize the grain. Seeing this, He Yutian's brow furrowed deeply. Setting aside the fact that He Yutian had always considered Buchuan the best person in the courtyard, he certainly wouldn't stand by and watch Buchuan get bullied. Moreover, he had just taken grain from Buchuan's home. Seeing Buchuan in this state now, he couldn't simply stand by. You people have gone too far. Are you seriously planning to rob him of his food? Do you believe me when I say I'll go straight to the police and have them arrest every last one of you? As He Yutian spoke, he flexed his fist, trying to intimidate the neighbors gathered in the courtyard. After all, he was known as the courtyard's war god. He'd gotten into his fair share of fights with the neighbors, and he'd always come out on top. In his mind, by taking this aggressive stance, the neighbors would surely back down and stop bothering Yi Buchuan. But He Yutian overlooked one crucial point. Previously, the neighbors had pitted him for being an orphan and hadn't wanted to pick fights with him. Now, faced with a life or death crisis, who would give He Yutian any leeway? Even if He Yutian and Yi Buchuan did report it to the police, they wouldn't have the slightest worry. First off, with this relentless downpour, the police station was likely understaffed. Even if they did call the police, taking this grain wasn't robbery, it was a necessary measure for survival. At worst, the police might give them a stern lecture, but that would be the end of it. Precisely because of this, when the neighbors in the courtyard heard He Yutian's words, not only did they not leave, but they dragged him over and beat him up. Then they stormed into Yi Buchuan's house and quickly ransacked his grain stores. Seeing the dozens of pounds of grain stored in Yi Buchuan's home, the neighbors couldn't help but snort in disbelief. You're not short on food yourself, yet you won't let us buy any. This grain should be shared among everyone now, so we can all get through this crisis together. Chapter 141, Short on Grain Again. Watching his neighbors seize the grain, Yi Buchuan's heart burned with rage. Yet faced with the current situation, he could do nothing about it. He certainly didn't want to let them take all the grain, but he absolutely dared not stop them now. His neighbors had gone mad, even beating He Yutian in their scramble for food. If he dared to intervene now, he would likely be beaten next, and the grain would still be lost regardless. He Yutian naturally dared not risk further injury and could only watch as his neighbors carried off the grain. Once they all left with their noses in the air, He Yutian perked up again. Old E and his gang have gone too far, they're nothing but thugs. Once the rain stops, we absolutely must report this to the police. Even if we're neighbors in the same courtyard, this is no way to treat people. We absolutely must have the police arrest every single one of them and make them pay compensation. As he spoke, He Yutian rubbed the spot where he'd been struck, grimacing in pain. Earlier, those neighbors had shown no mercy in their scramble for the grain, even he had struggled to defend himself. But when Yi Buchuan heard He Yutian's words, he couldn't help but sigh deeply, saying nothing. He too felt immense rage welling up inside, but he knew it was impossible to stop these neighbors. Besides, if he made a big fuss, they'd likely expose his earlier attempts to incite the neighbors against Zhang Jianshe. Given Zhang Jianshe's current status and influence, he would likely be the one to suffer the consequences. Most crucially, if the police learned he had prevented these neighbors from buying grain earlier, leading to the current shortage, he would certainly face dire consequences. It was precisely these thoughts that weighed on his mind. At that moment, Yi Buchuan could only sigh helplessly and shake his head. Forget it. Let's just leave it at that for now. Everyone's struggling to make ends meet, which is why they came to me for grain. Take what little grain you have and hurry home. We still have enough to last us for a while. Although these neighbors had snatched most of the grain, they feared pushing Yi Buchuan too far. If he actually went to the police, their own lives would become unbearable. For this reason, they ultimately left Yi Buchuan with a few pounds of grain. Hearing Yi Buchuan's words, He Yutian scratched his head and headed home. Inside, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Indeed, Yi Buchuan was the only decent person in the entire courtyard. Even after so much grain was snatched by the neighbors in the courtyard, he hadn't said a word and showed no intention of causing trouble for them. If this matter had fallen on him, he would never have been able to swallow his pride. But after He Yutian left, Yi Buchuan's expression darkened considerably. Having suffered such a heavy loss today, he absolutely couldn't let it go so easily. Old E, our grain has been stolen. How are we supposed to make ends meet now? And who knows when this storm will finally clear? If things keep going like this, I'm afraid we won't be able to keep going much longer. After everyone had left, Yi Buchuan's wife looked at him with concern in her eyes. Hearing her words, Yi Buchuan pondered for a moment before letting out a cold laugh. Don't worry about the grain. They're taking it as actually a blessing in disguise for us. At least now everyone in the courtyard knows we're out of food. That way, we won't become the target of everyone's resentment. Besides, there's still plenty of grain hidden in our courtyard. You needn't worry about going hungry. After Yi Buchuan finished speaking, his wife's expression turned puzzled. With all the grain already seized by others, it was impossible for her not to feel uneasy deep down. But he could tell Yi Buchuan had no intention of explaining himself. Precisely because of this, he naturally refrained from asking any further questions. Instead, Yi Buchuan turned his gaze toward Zhang Jianshe's house. He now needed to devise a plan to utilize Zhang Jianshe's grain to keep everyone in the courtyard alive. Ideally, he could use this opportunity to turn Zhang Jianshe into the courtyard's public enemy. Perhaps he could even cripple Zhang Jianshe, which would be even better for him. If he could eliminate Zhang Jianshe, then whatever happened next would be the responsibility of the people in the courtyard, and he would have no connection to it whatsoever. If trouble arose, it would be the courtyard residents who suffered the consequences, while he could seize this chance to exact his revenge. Such calculations swirled within Yi Buchuan's mind, though none of the others had the slightest inkling of his thoughts.
Meanwhile, the relentlessly foul weather outside only deepened the growing anxiety among many in the courtyard. Although they had indeed seized dozens of pounds of grain from Ibuchuan's home earlier. Dozens of pounds of grain from Ibuchuan's home, the courtyard housed numerous neighbors. After distributing the grain among the households, the amount left was naturally meager. If the weather outside continued like this, they would surely find it difficult to hold out much longer. Precisely because of this, once the rain eased slightly, the neighbors gathered together. Fellow neighbors, this weather is proving extremely unfavorable for us. If it persists, our livelihoods will be in jeopardy. The grain we took from Ibuchuan's house is almost gone. What should we do next? As one neighbor finished speaking, the others around him couldn't help but frown. Even Li Min had come out to watch the commotion. But at this moment, Li Min remained silent, afraid that the neighbors in the courtyard might discover he had also bought a considerable amount of grain earlier. With the grain he had on hand, he could hold out for quite some time. After all, he had previously bought lunchboxes from Yutian, so he had saved up this grain. Chapter 142, Borrowing Grain from Zhang Jianshe? But if the neighbors found out about his grain, it would surely be lost. After all, even Ibuchuan, a grown man, couldn't stand up to so many neighbors. As a woman, she certainly stood no chance against such numbers. Fortunately, Li Min's worst fears didn't materialize, because at that moment, Ibuchuan emerged from her home. Over the past few days, Ibuchuan had been observing the neighbors in the courtyard, waiting for the right moment. Now, for him, that moment had arrived. Yet when Ibuchuan appeared, the neighbors in the courtyard all eyed him with extreme wariness. After all, they had seized grain from Ibuchuan's home earlier. Each of them knew full well that what they had done was indeed excessive. Naturally, they feared Ibuchuan would come looking for trouble. Seeing the expressions on his neighbors' faces, Ibuchuan could easily guess what was on their minds. But he had no intention of holding them accountable now. On one hand, even if he did, one man was no match for so many. On the other, as long as these neighbors followed his plan to seize Zhang Jianshe's grain or even kill him. When the higher-ups came down to investigate, these neighbors would surely face consequences too. That would be his revenge. Given this, he saw no point in quarreling with the dead. It was precisely because of this thought that Ibuchuan now looked at these neighbors with a faint smile on his face. My neighbors, I understand you had no choice when you took grain from my home earlier. After all, times are tough for everyone right now. Extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. Regardless, we all had to survive first, there was no other way. As Ibuchuan spoke these words, many felt a weight lift from their hearts. Though they knew they'd had no choice, they still felt a pang of guilt deep down. But now that Ibuchuan had spoken so plainly, he couldn't very well come after them later. It was precisely for this reason that neighbors immediately nodded in agreement. Exactly, old E. You truly are the wise head of our courtyard, your perspective is so much higher than ours. We truly had no other choice, which is why we had to borrow some grain from your family. But with so many people in our courtyard, your grain alone wasn't enough to go around. Now everyone's nearly out of food. As the head of our courtyard, you've got to figure out a way to help us out. After the neighbors finished speaking, many eyes turned to Ibuchuan. Their hearts brimmed with expectation. Hearing these words, Ibuchuan couldn't help but let out a cold laugh inside. These neighbors had previously seized his grain, yet now they had the audacity to seek his help in solving their food shortage. Their nerves seemed to have reached an all-time high. But this current situation was precisely what Ibuchuan had hoped to see. Had they not brought it up themselves, he would have had to find a suitable excuse to steer the conversation. Now, it clearly saved him a great deal of trouble. After feigning deep thought for a moment, Ibuchuan finally spoke again. Going out to buy grain is definitely out of the question now. For one thing, the rain outside has already caused significant flooding. Even if people could leave, it would be difficult to reach the grain station, which is certainly unable to operate normally. On top of that, with all this rain we've had, it's unlikely any grain shipments can get through. So even if we went to the grain station, it would likely be a wasted trip. Hearing this, many neighbors around him couldn't help but nod slightly. Yet the expressions on everyone's faces grew even more grim. Deep down, they knew all too well. Everything Ibuchuan said was true. Precisely because of this, the food shortage they faced couldn't be resolved anytime soon. Seeing the look of helplessness on their faces, Ibuchuan couldn't help but let a smile creep back onto his lips. He sensed the timing was right, so he slowly spoke again. Truth be told, it's not that our courtyard lacks grain. Didn't Zhang Jianshe buy quite a bit of grain outside earlier? We all witnessed it. And as a hunter, he must have some meat stored at home too. If we could borrow some grain from his place, our current problem would be solved. After hearing Ibuchuan's words, the neighbors in the courtyard fell instantly silent. Each person knew full well that Ibuchuan's words held undeniable truth. But if they went to ask Zhang Jianshe for grain, he would never lend it to them. After all, nobody was a sucker. Who knew how long this hellish weather would last? Regardless of how much grain they had at home now, they had to ration it carefully and never waste a single grain. This meant that if they wanted to borrow grain from Zhang Jianshe, they'd have to resort to the same method they used when going to Ibuchuan's house stealing it.
Stealing from Ibuchuan, of course, posed no problem, they had the guts for it. But robbing Zhang Jianshe? That wouldn't be so easy. Even the toughest men on the grasslands weren't Zhang Jianshe's match. How could they possibly stand a chance against him? Seeing the hesitation etched on every face in the courtyard only fueled Ibuchuan's fury. Where was their nerve when they came to his house to seize grain earlier? Now that I'm facing Zhang Jianshe, why have I become so timid? Did he really think that just because there were only 2 elderly people in the household, they were easy to bully? If that's the case, then he'd better figure out a way for the neighbors in the shareholders' courtyard to get grain from Zhang Jianshe. It was precisely these thoughts churning within him that prompted Ibuchuan to speak up once more. Anyway, let's go talk to Zhang Jianshe properly first and see what he thinks. If he's willing to lend us some grain on his own, that would be ideal. Worst case, we'll all write IOUs. Besides, it's been raining for so long now. This downpour should be ending soon. Even if Zhang Jianshe lends us some grain, we won't need too much. Even if this rain continues, the higher-ups will surely notice the unusual weather patterns. No matter how difficult travel becomes, they'll send someone through eventually. That way, we won't have to endure this for too long. Chapter 143, Why Such a Huge Gap? After Ibuchuan finished speaking, the neighbors gathered in the courtyard couldn't help but nod in agreement. While they wouldn't dare to seize grain from Zhang Jianshe, borrowing it from him posed no problem. Once everyone agreed, Ibuchuan feared further delay might cause them to change their minds. Without another word, he headed straight to Zhang Jianshe's house and knocked on the door. Zhang Jianshe and Zhao Meihui were at home when they heard the noise, startling them both. Zhao Meihui now came to Zhang Jianshe's house daily to cook for him. After eating her own portion, she would take some back for Zhao Meihua. She had just finished cooking a pot of meat and steaming several buns when the sudden knocking startled her. Though her relationship with Zhang Jianshe was above board. Nothing had happened between them recently, but if the neighbors in the courtyard saw them, who knew what rumors might start flying again? Zhang Jianshe also froze slightly upon hearing the knocking outside. But Zhang Jianshe quickly understood why the neighbors in the courtyard were knocking on the door. He guessed they hadn't taken his earlier words seriously, but now that their own homes were running low on grain, they were setting their sights on him. But Zhang Jianshe wasn't worried. He was curious to see what these neighbors had in mind. With this thought in mind, Zhang Jianshe opened the door, his expression as cold as ice as he looked at the neighbors. What brings you all here? At that moment, Ibuchuan and the neighbors in the courtyard naturally caught the aroma wafting from Zhang Jianshe's home. The aroma of meat wafted through the air, and they saw Zhao Meihui busily removing steamed buns from the pot. This sight only deepened the neighbors' seething envy. Ever since the sudden change in fortune, they hadn't tasted meat at all. Their homes had run out of both coarse and refined grains. They couldn't even afford cornbread anymore. Yet Zhang Jianshe's family still had white flour steamed buns. How could the gap between people be so vast? If everyone were starving, people might actually find it easier to accept. Even if it meant hardship, it would be shared by all. But seeing Zhang Jianshe living so well now made many neighbors feel resentful. Not only did he not have to work himself, but he also had a woman to serve him. And with Zhao Meihui, a pretty widow, practically offering herself up, and everyone stuck indoors, no one would know if anything happened between them at Zhang Jianshe's place. This stirs up jealousy in many of the men in the courtyard, driving them nearly mad. The looks they shot Zhang Jianshe now carried a hint of hatred. The glances from these neighbors didn't escape Zhang Jianshe and Ibuchuan's notice. Zhang Jianshe saw their expressions but paid them no mind. Even if everyone in the courtyard envied him or even hated him, what could they do about it? He didn't hold these neighbors in any regard anyway. Ibuchuan, however, felt a flicker of satisfaction. As long as he could stir discontent among the neighbors toward Zhang Jianshe, his upcoming plan would be much easier to execute. The thought flashed through Ibuchuan's mind, but he dared not show it in front of Zhang Jianshe. If Zhang sensed something amiss, his scheme might unravel. You see, Zhang, the weather's been so unpredictable lately, hasn't it? We're running low on grain ourselves now. So we were wondering, didn't you buy quite a bit of grain earlier? Could you lend us some now? Once the weather improves in a few months, we'll repay you in full. As soon as Ibuchuan finished speaking, the neighbors nearby, fearing Zhang Jianshe might refuse, immediately chimed in. Exactly. Zhang Jianshe, you're the only one in our courtyard with grain now. You can't be so selfish. If things keep going like this, none of us will be able to make ends meet. Please help us out. Once this crisis passes, we'll all remember your kindness. As the neighbors in the courtyard spoke, some couldn't resist pushing their way toward Zhang Jianshe's door, as if afraid he might refuse. But seeing his neighbors like this, Zhang Jianshe couldn't help but snore coldly. Observing the weather outside, Zhang Jianshe also felt this rain wouldn't last too long, at most another week or so. Of course, once the rain stopped, the grain outside would be ready for immediate transport. He estimated it would take about 10 more days for OU City to resolve its own grain shortage. If these neighbors negotiated properly with him, he could lend them some grain. While he couldn't feed everyone, preventing starvation during this period shouldn't be a problem. But the neighbors' current attitude made Zhang Jianshe's expression turn grim. So based on what you're implying, if I refuse to lend grain, you're prepared to resort to force?
As Zhang Jianshe finished speaking, the neighbors' faces instantly flushed crimson. They felt both ashamed and angry inside. While it was true they had intended to do just that, Zhang Jianshe shouldn't have laid bare their very thoughts like that. If they took the grain now, there would be trouble if Zhang Jianshe came looking for them later.
Most crucially, it would be a tremendous blow to their pride. At that moment, He Yutian couldn't hold back any longer. He looked at Zhang Jianshe and spoke up.
Zhang Jianshe, I used to consider you a brother, but I never imagined you could be so selfish.
Everyone said we're only borrowing some of your grain temporarily. We'll definitely pay you back later. If it really doesn't work out, we can write you an IOU. You're the only one with grain now. You can't just watch us starve, can you? Exactly.
Zhang Jianshe, our family truly has no food left.
Please lend us some now.
He Yutian was still trying to reason with Zhang Jianshe at this point, but the other neighbors in the courtyard grew impatient when they realized Zhang Jianshe wasn't willing to part with his grain.
Chapter 144. These people aren't starving yet.
As they spoke, they prepared to force their way into Zhang Jianshe's home.
Even if he accused them of stealing grain, they couldn't care less.
Even if Zhang Jianshe retaliated later, that was a future concern. They couldn't just starve to death now. At that moment, Zhang Jianshe snorted and grabbed the hunting knife he kept inside his house.
Fine. If you're not afraid of dying, come on in.
You lot come to my house to steal grain.
Even if I cut you all down, it wouldn't be my problem. Now, let's see if you've got the guts.
Zhang Jianshe brandished his knife twice as he spoke. The neighbors in the courtyard all took a few steps back, terrified. They weren't about to risk their lives to test whether Zhang Jianshe would actually strike. After all, even those bandits on the grasslands had met their end at Zhang Jianshe's hands. If he truly intended to kill them now, they stood no chance. Moreover, when the police came to investigate later, Zhang Jianshe could easily claim they had come to steal grain.
With his connections in the provincial capital, he might not even face jail time.
Yet as they retreated, the sight of the grain within arm's reach left a bitter taste in their mouths.
Zhang Jianshe, we're neighbors in the same courtyard. Is it really necessary to take things this far? So what if you have a knife? If we all go at you together, could you really hold us off?
Zhang Jianshe paid no heed to his neighbor's words, slamming the door shut. Seeing this, the expressions on the neighbors' faces grew even more grim.
Yet for the moment, none could think of a better solution. Seeing the neighbors' expressions now, he couldn't help but sigh helplessly.
It seemed these neighbors hadn't been pushed to the brink yet, so they still lacked the courage to take action against Zhang Jianshe.
Given this, they would have to wait another day or two. It was precisely this thought that made Buchuan shake his head.
Since Zhang Jianshe isn't willing to lend us grain now, there's nothing we can do about it.
Alright, everyone, go home for now. Don't stand out here in the rain any longer. Staying out in the rain will only weaken us further.
If we follow now, it'll only make things worse. With that, Buchuan turned and headed home himself. The neighbors in the courtyard witnessed this scene, exchanged glances, and each returned home. Though they still felt reluctant deep down, there was truly no better solution at the moment. Only after the neighbors had all departed did He Yutian pause to think for a moment before following Buchuan to his home.
Uncle Yi, we really need to figure out this food situation now.
I never imagined Zhang Jianshe would be so selfish.
But we can't keep starving like this. What do you suggest we do next?
After hearing this, Buchuan pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. With just the few of us, it's impossible to get grain from Zhang Jianshe's place.
To get the grain, we must unite everyone in our courtyard.
Even if Zhang Jianshe is powerful, he can't possibly defeat all of us. Besides, Zhang Jianshe wouldn't dare kill so many people in the courtyard.
He Yutian nodded in agreement with Buchuan's reasoning. Uncle Yi, I understand what you're saying, but the real problem is that we're not united.
With so many people afraid of Zhang Jianshe, we simply can't pull together as one. Even with our numbers, it won't matter.
Seeing He Yutian's troubled expression, Buchuan let out a cold laugh.
Right now, these people fear Zhang Jianshe because they still have some grain left in their homes, so they can endure it. Once everyone's food is gone and they're truly starving, fear will vanish.
Just go home and wait. In a couple of days, we'll gather everyone in the courtyard again. By then, we'll definitely unite them all. Though Buchuan spoke with confidence, He Yutian remained skeptical.
Faced with the current situation, however, he truly had no better solution. So for now, he could only nod his head in agreement. As He Yutian left Buchuan's house, Zhao Meihui's expression toward Zhang Jianshe was equally complex. Earlier, when the neighbors had gathered in the courtyard, he had overheard the commotion outside and understood that everyone in the courtyard was now completely out of food. If this was the situation in their courtyard, then the entire OU city was likely in dire straits. If not for his connection to Zhang Jianshe, both he and Zhao Meihua would likely be starving. Even if they had stored grain earlier, it would likely have been seized by the neighbors in the courtyard by now.
It was precisely these thoughts that made Zhao Meihui feel even more dependent on Zhang Jianshe. He had to maintain good relations with Zhang Jianshe.
Otherwise, he had no idea how many days he could endure in this harsh weather.
But now, Zhang Jianshe had everything he needed, and Zhao Meihui couldn't offer him anything in return. Given this, how could she better demonstrate her value to ensure Zhang Jianshe wouldn't abandon her? After a moment's thought, Zhao Meihui looked at Zhang Jianshe, biting her lip as her face flushed crimson. Though Zhang Jianshe was her only man, the thought of what she was about to do still made her feel shy. After all, their previous encounters had occurred while Zhang Jianshe was unconscious. Now, she was about to seduce him while he was fully aware. Even if Zhang Jianshe agreed, it would be deeply humiliating for her and might even make him grow weary of her. After taking a few deep breaths, Zhao Meihui finally gathered her resolve and spoke softly to Zhang Jianshe. "Take off your clothes in a bit. I'll wash them for you. We can't go out anyway, and I'm just sitting here idle." Hearing this, Zhang Jianshe paused for a moment before nodding. Indeed, a considerable pile of dirty laundry had accumulated at his place over the past few days. During the home renovation, he had installed a water pipe directly into his house, so his bedroom had access to running water. Washing clothes at home seemed perfectly feasible. Chapter 145, Zhao Meihui takes the initiative. After Zhang Jianshe agreed, Zhao Meihui quickly sprang into action. But just as Zhang Jianshe took off his clothes, instead of rushing to wash them, Zhao Meihui also stripped down and embraced him. Seeing this, Zhang Jianshe was instantly dumbfounded. Though her face was flushed crimson, her gaze held unwavering resolve. "Zhang Jianshe, I know I'm not worthy of you. I don't harbor any illusions that one day I could marry you, that you'd take me, a widow, as your wife. But right now, I truly have nothing else to repay you with, only this body." After Zhao Meihui finished speaking, her body trembled slightly, whether from shyness or nervousness, he couldn't tell. Zhang Jianshe stood momentarily stunned. The expression on Zhao Meihui's face was incredibly complex. Deep down, Zhang Jianshe certainly didn't want to take advantage of her in her vulnerable state. Although he found her desire to marry a man as unattractive as a rock somewhat baffling, the matter didn't really concern him. Moreover, his relationship with Zhao Meihui was still quite good, and she had never done anything to wrong him. Ever since he'd sent Li Min away, Zhang Jianshe hadn't had a woman's touch at home. Yet now, his body was beginning to react on its own. Feeling the change in Zhang Jianshe's body, Zhao Meihui's face flushed even redder. Yet instead of pulling away, she pressed her body closer to him. As Zhao Meihui's breathing grew ragged, Zhang Jianshe could no longer contain himself. He swept her up and carried her toward the bed beside them. Though the rain outside remained fierce, Zhang Jianshe's home was filled with warmth and happiness. Having finally crossed that final boundary, the two now felt far fewer inhibitions. As their encounters grew more frequent, Zhang Jianshe found Zhao Meihui increasingly satisfying. Yet, a hint of fear flickered in her eyes as she looked at him, mingled with a touch of regret. Although Zhang Jianshe was the only man she had ever been with, both previous times they had been together, he had been unconscious. Naturally, Zhang Jianshe hadn't been able to fully unleash his potential. Moreover, the number of times Zhang Jianshe and Zhao Meihui had sparred was still relatively small, so it hadn't had a significant impact. This time, however, Zhang Jianshe had completely let go. His sudden surge left Zhao Meihui utterly unable to withstand his onslaught. Watching Zhang Jianshe, she felt genuinely afraid. Zhang Jianshe noticed the wariness in Zhao Meihui's eyes and couldn't help but laugh. "When you came at me earlier, I actually thought you were pretty formidable. But it turns out you're nothing special after all." As soon as Zhang Jianshe finished speaking, Zhao Meihui's face flushed crimson with embarrassment. She playfully hid Zhang Jianshe's arm, then sighed as she watched the rain still falling outside. "I wonder how long this rain will last. If it keeps pouring like this, might something else happen? After all, there are so many neighbors in our courtyard now, and quite a few families are barely scraping by. If this keeps up, with so many people in Stone City, it's bound to lead to trouble." Zhang Jianshe couldn't help but sigh too upon seeing this situation, though deep down he knew. This reign would likely end in a week at most, and within 10 days, everyone's lives would return to normal. But even with only about 10 days left, survival would likely remain a headache for many. After a moment's thought, Zhang Jianshe shook those thoughts from his mind and smiled wryly. "Regardless of how others fare, at least it won't affect us too much. After all, the grain I have at home will easily last us another month without any problems. Alright, it's getting late. You should hurry and take some food to Zhao Meihua." After hearing this, Zhao Meihui pondered for a moment. She realized Zhang Jianshe had a point after all, she was now relying on him to get by. As for whether there was enough food to eat, that was naturally Zhang Jianshe's concern as the man of the house. So she quickly gathered some leftovers and headed back to her own home. "Sis, Zhang Jianshe is really treating you well. I didn't expect him to give you so much food again. I hear quite a few families in the courtyard are running low on food these days. Do you think Zhang Jianshe has feelings for you?" As soon as Zhao Meihui returned carrying the food, Zhao Meihua rushed over excitedly. Yet, as she spoke, a hint of suspicion flickered in her eyes. He had always wanted to win Zhang Jianshe over but never found the chance. If his sister had won Zhang Jianshe over so easily, it would be a huge blow to him, stirring up complex emotions. On one hand, having Zhang Jianshe as a support would mean he wouldn't have to worry about livelihood issues anymore. On the other hand, the fact that Zhang Jianshe could find her widowed sister attractive yet still refused to be with him was a huge blow. It was something he found hard to accept.
Hearing Zhao Meihua's words, Zhao Meihui couldn't help but recall how she and Zhang Jianshe had spent the entire day together, leaving him limping slightly as he walked now. It was precisely because Zhao Meihua had no experience with such matters that she hadn't noticed certain things. At that moment, he recalled how he had previously discouraged Zhao Meihua from partnering with Li Min in business. Come to think of it, he himself wasn't much better off than Li Min now. This left Zhao Meihui feeling both embarrassed and angry, naturally growing even more impatient.
Enough already. We're lucky to have anything to eat, and you're still complaining.
If it weren't for Zhang Jianshe seeing that we all came from the countryside together and being willing to give us a hand.
I'm telling you, no matter how much we bring back, we have to eat it all quickly. Whatever's left, we'll take it back to Zhang Jianshe. We absolutely cannot keep any of this at home, and we mustn't let anyone know we're getting food from Zhang Jianshe. Chapter 146, Better Than Starving to Death.
After hearing Zhao Meihui deliver the stern warning, Zhao Meihua immediately nodded in agreement. He knew full well that yesterday, the neighbors in the courtyard had planned to demand grain from Zhang Jianshe even to rob him. If the others in the courtyard discovered they still had food, they would be in grave danger. The neighbors might be unable to touch Zhang Jianshe for now, but they wouldn't hesitate to take it out on them. Watching Zhao Meihua begin to eat, Zhao Meihui finally exhaled in relief. Thankfully, Zhao Meihua hadn't pressed further about the food's origin. Otherwise, he truly didn't know if he could keep it hidden from her. And if Zhao Meihua found out what he'd done, he'd naturally have no way to continue persuading her not to get involved with Li Min. Life for Zhang Jianshe remained perfectly normal, but the neighbors in the courtyard were sinking deeper into misery. In truth, many had already run out of food by yesterday. Otherwise, they wouldn't have gathered together in the pouring rain to try to solve their food problem. But because Zhang Jianshe's attitude yesterday had been so resolute, they also feared being seriously injured by Zhang Jianshe, so in the end, they dared not seize his grain. Regardless of whether Zhang Jianshe had the nerve to actually kill someone, the heavy rain made going out impossible. Even if they could leave, the hospital was likely closed with no staff on duty. If they were injured by Zhang Jianshe now, they'd likely die without timely medical care. But without getting food from him, they'd simply starve. Another day passed, and the neighbors in the courtyard could no longer contain themselves. They gathered once more. Seeing this, He Yutian couldn't help but feel a flicker of satisfaction. Just as Yi Buchuan had predicted, the neighbors hadn't been pushed to their limits yet. Once they were truly cornered, they would find the courage to confront Zhang Jianshe. This realization filled He Yutian with even greater admiration for Akita, and he naturally obeyed Yi Buchuan's instructions without question. Seizing the moment when the neighbors weren't paying attention, he hurried over to Yi Buchuan's house. Uncle Yi, I saw the neighbors in the courtyard gathering again. Several of them clearly haven't eaten in over a day. If this continues, they might truly starve to death. What should we do next? As He Yutian spoke these words, his gaze toward Yi Buchuan brimmed with expectation. Although He Yutian and Zhang Jianshe had fallen out, deep down, He Yutian didn't harbor much hatred toward Zhang Jianshe. It was just that now, everyone in the courtyard was starving, and only Zhang Jianshe had food. Yet he stood by watching them all go hungry, unwilling to share his grain. This was something He Yutian found deeply unacceptable. Therefore, He Yutian hoped Yi Buchuan could quickly devise a plan to teach Zhang Jianshe a lesson. If only Zhang Jianshe could be made to willingly hand over the grain, then the matter would naturally be resolved. Upon hearing He Yutian's words, Yi Buchuan's eyes lit up, and he felt an immense surge of excitement within. The moment he had been waiting for was finally approaching. It wouldn't be long before Zhang Jianshe met his end in the courtyard. Seizing this opportunity to eliminate Zhang Jianshe would be the best outcome for Yi Buchuan. Even if the neighbors in the courtyard didn't kill Zhang Jianshe but merely injured him, that would still be a favorable outcome. He certainly wouldn't let Zhang Jianshe off the hook once night fell and all was quiet. Alternatively, if the neighbors looted all the grain from Zhang Jianshe's home, he would eventually starve to death with nothing left to eat. Though these thoughts swirled within Yi Buchuan, he certainly couldn't voice them in front of He Yutian. After all, deep down, he still intended to cultivate He Yutian as his future caregiver. He certainly couldn't reveal such a ruthless side to He Yutian. Doing so would only make He Yutian wary of him and push him further away. That would be detrimental to his goal of controlling He Yutian and could even bring trouble. Moreover, according to Yi Buchuan's internal calculations, he felt the timing was now nearly perfect. There was no need for him to take any further initiative. It was precisely these thoughts that made Yi Buchuan shake his head immediately upon hearing He Yutian's words. We still have some grain at home. If we just ration it carefully, it should be enough. The neighbors in the courtyard are desperate for food. They'll likely go bother Zhang Jianshe next, trying to get some grain from him. Though Zhang Jianshe likely has a substantial amount, dividing it among everyone in the courtyard would leave little for each. We won't join the fray and compete with others for that grain. After Yi Buchuan finished speaking, He Yutian nodded in agreement, his gaze filled with profound admiration. Yi Buchuan spoke thus because he was certain that when these neighbors went to Zhang Jianshe for grain next, they would inevitably come up empty-handed. At that point, conflict between the two sides would be inevitable, and it could easily escalate to the point of bloodshed.
If he got involved now, he might get dragged into the police investigation later. For him, Zhang Jianshe's death alone would achieve his goal. He couldn't care less about the specifics of how Zhang met his end. Naturally, he preferred not to get too deeply involved now. Yet, in Yutian's current state of mind, he genuinely felt Yi Buchuan's heart was far too noble. After all, Yi's own family had barely any grain left. Moreover, their previous grain had been snatched away by the neighbors in the courtyard. At this critical moment, Yi Buchuan still prioritized the neighbors over his own family. Since Yi Buchuan had spoken thus, Yutian naturally said nothing more. They waited together at Yi Buchuan's house to see how things would unfold. Meanwhile, the neighbors gathered, and one of them spoke through gritted teeth. It's been so long now. If we keep starving ourselves, we'll only be heading toward certain death. The only source of grain we can get now is from Zhang Jianshe's house. If Zhang Jianshe refuses to give us food, then we'll have no choice but to take it by force. I refuse to believe he'd actually dare to kill us. Besides, even if Zhang Jianshe kills us, it's still better than starving to death at home. Chapter 147, All-Out Attack. After one neighbor finished speaking, the others were instantly startled. They had certainly had the guts to raid Yi Buchuan's grain earlier, but the thought of doing the same to Zhang Jianshe now made them feel a bit afraid. After the initial fear subsided, the neighbors reflected and realized this was indeed the crux of the matter. Besides raiding Zhang Jianshe's grain, they truly seemed to have no better solution. Moreover, seeing the dozen or so neighbors gathered together now gave them a significant boost of courage. In that case, let's go talk to Zhang Jianshe again. If he still refuses to help us out, then he can't blame us for what comes next. After all, we have to survive first. Besides, even if Zhang Jianshe is powerful, with all of us together, he won't be a match for us. Let's make one thing clear, everyone must participate. Anyone who hides in the back won't get a share of the grain we seize. This neighbor spoke this way out of fear. When push came to shove, none of these neighbors had the guts to step forward. Not only would this put the frontline fighters in greater danger, but the chances of actually getting any grain from Zhang Jianshe were slim to none. Upon hearing this, the neighbors gathered in the courtyard immediately nodded in agreement. Deep down, they understood all too well how dire their predicament truly was. Since Zhang Jianshe was now their only source of grain, they dared not delay a moment longer. Everyone immediately headed toward Zhang Jianshe's house, soon pounding on his door with a loud clatter. Meanwhile, Yutian and Yi Buchuan hid behind Yi Buchuan's door, watching the commotion in the courtyard. Upon hearing the knocking outside, Zhang Jianshe glanced out the window. Seeing so many neighbors gathered at his doorstep, his expression darkened considerably. Earlier, when these neighbors had come to seize his grain, he had spared them out of neighborly courtesy, refusing to stoop to their level. But now, these people had the audacity to come back again, shamelessly demanding more. How could he possibly believe his grain was just for the taking? Did they really think his grain was just for the taking? This time, Zhang Jianshe would show no mercy. Driven by this resolve, Zhang Jianshe grabbed his bow and arrow along with a machete before opening the door. Zhang Jianshe, we're all out of food now. You have grain, why won't you share it with us? Hand over your grain and divide it among us immediately. Otherwise, don't blame us for showing you no mercy. The neighbors gathered in the courtyard no longer expected Zhang Jianshe to voluntarily share his grain. Even if he agreed to give them some, the amount would be limited. Of course, it would be far more satisfying to simply seize all his grain directly from him right now. Driven by this resolve, the neighbors began advancing toward Zhang Jianshe's house as they spoke. But Zhang Jianshe watched them with a cold smile. If they didn't want to waste his time, he certainly didn't want to waste theirs. Without hesitation, he drew his bow and arrow, firing directly at the charging neighbors. At this moment, Zhang Jianshe didn't want to cause fatalities, so he avoided hitting vital areas. Still, two men were struck in the thighs and couldn't help but scream in agony. Seeing this, the neighbors in the courtyard were utterly terrified. Zhang Jianshe, how dare you injure people? Aren't you afraid we'll call the police once daylight comes? The police won't let you off the hook when the time comes. The people gathered in the courtyard were utterly shocked. They had assumed Zhang Jianshe was merely trying to intimidate them. They never imagined he'd actually take action against them. It was precisely this delusion that led them to confront Zhang Jianshe in the first place, attempting to forcibly seize the grain from his hands. What they hadn't anticipated was that when Zhang Jianshe actually resorted to violence, he showed not the slightest hesitation. After hearing his neighbor's words, Zhang Jianshe wore a cold smile. When you came to seize my grain, weren't you also unafraid of me reporting you afterward? Since you weren't afraid then, what have I to fear now? And once the weather clears, even if you don't report it, I will. Then I'll see how the police handle this daylight robbery. Even if I had killed him just now, it would have been in self-defense to protect my property. There's nothing wrong with that. What could the police possibly do to me? As Zhang Jianshe finished speaking, the expressions on the neighbors' faces outside turned even more grim. Though they knew his words made perfect sense, they hadn't expected him to state it so bluntly. But their immediate concern wasn't his logic, it was their own predicament. After all, Zhang Jianshe had made his intentions crystal clear, he would definitely call the police once daylight came. Their plan to gang up and rob Zhang Jianshe was bound to be exposed. With Zhang Jianshe's connections and backing, they risked facing life in prison. Driven by this fear, one neighbor couldn't hold back any longer and shouted, "Everyone, we absolutely must get this grain from Zhang Jianshe now. If we can't get this grain, we'll either starve to death or be arrested and rot in prison once the weather clears. Only by getting rid of Zhang Jianshe can we survive. At this point, we can't be blamed." As one neighbor shouted, the crowd outside stirred briefly. The gaze they now fixed upon Zhang Jianshe was tinged with coldness and malice. Since Zhang Jianshe had made survival impossible for them, killing him was now their only option. As long as everyone in the courtyard participated in killing him, no matter how powerful Zhang Jianshe was, he couldn't resist. Most importantly, with nearly every household involved, there was no need to fear informants. Even if the police came to investigate, they wouldn't uncover anything. Chapter 148, Zhang Jianshe really dares to kill. It was precisely these thoughts that reignited the neighbors' courage. With grim, vicious expressions, they charged toward Zhang Jianshe. Though they were now unarmed, they still believed Zhang Jianshe was no match for them. Yet, as he watched the neighbors charge forward, a cold smile lingered on his lips. Clearly, he didn't take them seriously. With so many neighbors now, repelling them with arrows was impossible. So Zhang Jianshe tossed his bow and arrows aside and grabbed a nearby machete. As the neighbors closed in, the machete in Zhang Jianshe's hands flashed wildly. Though he deliberately avoided striking vital areas, he swiftly cut down several neighbors. The neighbors had charged forward earlier fueled only by sheer courage. But now, seeing Zhang Jianshe covered in blood, they instantly trembled in terror and scrambled backward several steps. Zhang Jianshe has gone mad. He really would kill us. Forget it, you guys go grab the grain. I'm not daring to fight for it anymore. Who knows when the skies might clear. I'd rather starve for a few days than die now. Once the first person began backing away, the rest naturally followed suit, retreating in haste. Zhang Jianshe watched his neighbors retreat, his expression turning icy cold. For these people to dare cause trouble for him now was nothing short of suicide. They posed less of a threat than the wolves on the grasslands. Meanwhile, in the eyes of He Yutian, who had joined Yi Buchuan's group, a look of utter shock flashed. Uncle Yi, Zhang Jianshe actually dared to make a move. Looks like he truly fears nothing under heaven. As he uttered these words, a chill of fear ran down He Yutian's spine. Had Yi Buchuan not previously warned them that they still had some grain reserves and urged them not to compete with the neighbors in the courtyard over Zhang Jianshe's supplies, he would have rushed to join the fray. He might even have charged ahead of all the neighbors. If that had happened, he'd probably be the one lying there wounded now. Even if he wouldn't be in immediate danger of death, being unable to leave the compound would spell trouble down the road. At this moment, Yi Buchuan's gaze toward Zhang Jianshe had grown incredibly complex. He never imagined Zhang Jianshe could be so ruthless. Given this, he felt even more compelled to eliminate Zhang Jianshe, this disruptive element, as soon as possible. But the danger of taking Zhang Jianshe out had naturally increased significantly. Though this thought crossed his mind, after a moment's hesitation, Yi Buchuan immediately stepped out of his own house. He put on a look of extreme urgency. Zhang Jianshe, what are you doing? You've actually killed so many people. Have you truly lost all desire to live? Seeing Yi Buchuan's frantic demeanor, Zhang Jianshe responded with a cold sneer. Yi Buchuan, don't try to play the good guy here. Isn't this outcome exactly what you wanted to see? I'm putting this out there today, if any of you dare to steal my grain again, you'd better consider whether your lives are tough enough to survive. After Zhang Jianshe finished speaking, the neighbors in the courtyard didn't seem to notice anything unusual, but Yi Buchuan was startled. He hadn't expected his flawless plan to be exposed by Zhang Jianshe so quickly. If the neighbors realized that his scheming had caused this mess, it would spell trouble. With so many people injured now, it was bound to turn deadly. If the neighbors in the courtyard didn't come after him for revenge, that would be the real surprise. Zhang Jianshe, what are you talking about? Just you wait. Once the storm clears outside, we're calling the police. When that happens, you can spend the rest of your life behind bars. Though you won't have a rest of your life, you'll be eating peanuts in the grave instead. Come on, everyone, take your injured back home. Hurry up and bandage them up. Use any anti-inflammatory medicine you have right away. If we don't report this immediately, it could turn into a fatality, and that would be a huge problem. As Yi Buchuan began giving orders, the neighbors in the courtyard naturally forgot about the grain. They hurriedly took their people home to begin treatment. Yi Buchuan shot Zhang Jianshe another fierce glare before heading home himself. Now he just hoped this rain would stop soon so he could call the police and have Zhang Jianshe arrested. Once Zhang Jianshe was in custody, the rest would take care of itself. The neighbors in the courtyard wouldn't dwell on it further. That way, his own life would be safe, and Zhang Jianshe would be left with no way out but death. Only after everyone had left did Zhao Meihui cautiously emerge from her home. Rushing over to Zhang Jianshe's house, she stared at him with intense anxiety. Zhang Jianshe, you acted too impulsively. How could you actually kill someone? What if the police arrest you now? What then? As Zhao Meihui spoke these words, she felt immense anguish within. She had just married into Oyu City when her husband died, leaving her a widow. Now that she had finally gotten together with Zhang Jianshe, she felt she had found a new source of support. But she never imagined that after just one day of this newfound happiness, trouble would strike again. Could it be? Was it really true, as her late mother-in-law had claimed, that she was cursed to bring misfortune to her husbands? Regardless of the complex thoughts churning within Zhao Meihui, Zhang Jianshe's expression remained remarkably calm. Rest assured, this matter will be resolved swiftly. I can also guarantee my safety won't be affected in any way. Though Zhao Meihui remained skeptical of Zhang Jianshe's assurances deep down.
Seeing Zhang Jianshe so confident, she felt somewhat reassured. And Zhang Jianshe had his reasons for speaking so assuredly. The prolonged rains over this period had not only made daily life extremely difficult for the people of Stone City, but also left the beasts on the grasslands on the brink of starvation. When the rains finally ceased, it would be precisely when those wild beasts went frenzied a force no ordinary person could withstand. Chapter 149, It's time to send Zhang Jianshe in. Deep down, Zhang Jianshe knew full well that Stone City had a considerable number of hunters. If these hunters were to unite their efforts, they could certainly eliminate many beasts. Yet deep down, Zhang Jianshe harbored unwavering confidence. Even if they united, their capabilities still fell short of his own. After all, people in this era were accustomed to a life of hardship. Even though hunting provided decent income for these hunters, most of them exchanged everything they had for money. Consequently, they themselves were reluctant to indulge in food or drink, resulting in a significant gap in physical conditioning compared to him. It would be strange indeed if Zhang Jianshe were to be surpassed by these men's abilities. Thus, Zhang Jianshe believed he would still be indispensable once the skies cleared. Even setting aside his connections with provincial leaders, judging by his capabilities alone, it was highly unlikely anyone would dare cause him trouble. It was precisely these thoughts within his heart that allowed Zhang Jianshe to live out a few more days in peace. Though many households were indeed struggling to put food on the table, no one would dare target Zhang Jianshe anymore. After all, if they targeted Zhang Jianshe, they might well end up dead. Just when everyone was on the verge of collapse, the skies finally cleared. That day nearly brought tears to many eyes. Upon returning to duty, the police station officers immediately began patrolling every neighborhood. Next, they organized residents to collect rations in an orderly fashion. These provisions came from the grain reserves stored in Oyu City's granaries. Under normal circumstances, these reserves would never be touched lightly. But the Stone City officials understood clearly. If they didn't distribute grain to the people in each area soon, some would likely collapse from exhaustion. At that point, no one could predict what desperate actions the people might take. It could even endanger many lives. Precisely for this reason, addressing the people's basic need for food was the most urgent priority. Upon hearing the news of the grain distribution, many couldn't help but break down in tears. In times of crisis, it was ultimately the higher-ups who stepped in to resolve their problems. After receiving the grain, Buchuan furrowed his brow deeply, silently calculating his own situation. The sky had cleared, and the injuries in the courtyard were undeniable facts that couldn't be altered. Everyone in the courtyard could testify that those injuries were inflicted by Zhang Jianshe. With that settled, he could now prepare to eliminate Zhang Jianshe. It was precisely this thought that led Buchuan to seek out He Yutian upon returning to the courtyard. Go gather everyone in the courtyard now. I need to discuss something with them. Uncle Lee, everyone has finally gotten some food, and they're all getting ready to go home for dinner. Even if you want to discuss something with them now, they probably won't be in the mood to listen. Maybe it's better to wait a while. He Yutian himself had been starving these past few days. His stomach was growling, desperate to get home and eat something. This was the first time he had ever dared to contradict Buchuan. But upon hearing this, Buchuan shook his head. This matter concerned the safety of everyone present and demanded their full attention. Gather everyone immediately. Do they not care about their own lives? Hearing this, He Yutian couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. Deep down, He Yutian harbored no doubt about Buchuan's judgment, so he quickly nodded in agreement. All right, I'll gather them immediately. After saying this, He Yutian began running from house to house. The neighbors in the courtyard, seeing He Yutian come to their homes at this hour, all frowned deeply. If it weren't for the fact that they couldn't overpower He Yutian and were also starving, they might have kicked him out on the spot. Everyone was scrambling to find something to eat. Didn't this guy have any sense of timing? However, after He Yutian explained the specific situation in such a serious tone, many began to feel a sense of unease. There was a reason Buchuan had become the neighborhood's respected elder. Most admired his intelligence, at the very least. As the saying goes, better safe than sorry. After a moment's thought, the neighbors in the courtyard all came out. After all, their stomachs had been empty for so long. Even if they went hungry for a while longer, it wouldn't be the end of the world. But they had already made up their minds. If Buchuan couldn't give them a proper explanation, they wouldn't let him off the hook. After all, even though the sky had cleared, the water hadn't receded yet. Being submerged in water was no pleasant experience. Buchuan paid no mind to the neighbors' thoughts. Once he saw everyone had gathered, he smiled warmly and began.
Neighbors, I've gathered you all today to discuss something important. You haven't forgotten how many people in our courtyard were injured by Zhang Jianshe, have you? I remember several of them ran fevers so high they nearly died. Now that the weather has cleared, we should act quickly and report this to the police. Let's have them arrest Zhang Jianshe. After all, if we delay even a moment, Zhang Jianshe might sense the danger and flee. And when that happens, he'll likely blame all of us here in the courtyard for his inability to remain seated in Aochang. Given his skills, do you really think we could stop him if he wanted to kill us? Then all our safety would be threatened. Only by putting him away can we finally live our own lives. Yi Buchuan's words certainly contain some exaggeration. After all, under normal circumstances, Zhang Jianshe would likely just hide somewhere after fleeing and wouldn't come looking for trouble with his neighbors again. Doing so would be a direct provocation to the police. No matter what connections Zhang Jianshe had, they would likely be impossible to resolve. Unless Zhang Jianshe was apprehended, the police would not relent. But deep down, Yi Buchuan believed that after Zhang Jianshe nearly cost several people their lives, they must harbor intense hatred toward him. Chapter 150, the police have arrived. Now that he'd proposed this, they would surely agree. Once someone took the lead, the rest would fall into place. Zhang Jianshe was now facing certain doom. What Yi Buchuan hadn't anticipated was that as soon as he finished speaking, he saw many neighbors' brows furrow deeply. To be sure, these people harbored deep hatred toward Zhang Jianshe, especially those who had nearly died, whose loathing ran deep. But that was how they felt immediately after being injured. As time passed, their hatred had faded considerably, replaced largely by fear of Zhang Jianshe. If they reported him now, it would be one thing if the police actually arrested Zhang Jianshe. But what if the officers, out of deference to Zhang Jianshe, let him off the hook? That would spell serious trouble. It was precisely this thought that made them all shake their heads immediately. Let's put this matter off for now. I'm heading home for dinner. Yeah, I haven't had any food at home for nearly a week. Just standing here is a miracle for me. Walking all the way to the police station? Forget it. I need to get home and eat too. The neighbors in the courtyard dispersed one by one as they spoke, their thoughts remarkably simple. If Zhang Jianshe truly escaped, it would be a blessing for them. No longer having to live next door to that scourge of a man meant their safety wouldn't be threatened anymore. As for the injuries from before, they'd simply be forgotten. If Zhang Jianshe hadn't left after some time and someone reported him again, his arrest would be like getting revenge for them. In any case, none of them wanted to be the one to stick their neck out. After watching these neighbors depart, Yi Buchuan found his brow furrowing involuntarily. This turn of events was something he truly hadn't anticipated. Yet after a moment's reflection, Yi Buchuan understood the neighbors' underlying fears. This realization made him sigh involuntarily. It seemed these neighbors in the courtyard weren't pushovers either. Exploiting them wouldn't be so easy. Meanwhile, He Yutian felt a growing sense of urgency. He wholeheartedly agreed with Yi Buchuan's assessment and also saw Zhang Jianshe as a disruptive element. Uncle Yi, now that the neighbors have all gone back, what should we do next? If we don't eliminate Zhang Jianshe, that unstable element, who knows when he might go berserk again? When that happens, all of us will be in danger. After hearing He Yutian's words, Yi Buchuan clenched his teeth before speaking. Since no one else is willing to go, the two of us will report it to the police. Zhang Jianshe's presence has already disrupted the lives of everyone in this entire courtyard. Given that, we must arrest Zhang Jianshe immediately. With that, Yi Buchuan waded through the water toward the exit. Seeing this, He Yutian nodded and followed immediately. When the two arrived at the police station and explained the situation in detail, the station chief was taken aback. If Zhang Jianshe truly had a life on his hands, even connections in the provincial capital wouldn't help. There was no way to protect him now. Even so, he dared not directly order his men to arrest Zhang Jianshe. What if this whole thing turned out to be a misunderstanding? That would be disastrous. After careful consideration, the chief finally nodded at Yi Buchuan. Very well. Under these circumstances, I'll take a few officers with me to investigate immediately. If Zhang Jianshe is indeed involved in any wrongdoing, we'll arrest him on the spot. Hearing this, Yi Buchuan and He Yutian felt a wave of relief wash over them. At that moment, He Yutian felt nothing but profound admiration for Yi Buchuan. Initially, when Yi Buchuan described the situation as extremely serious, claiming someone had died in their courtyard, He Yutian found it hard to comprehend. After all, He Yutian was just an ordinary citizen, and he naturally harbored a certain wariness toward the police. He certainly didn't have the nerve to deceive the police. But now, He Yutian finally grasped the meaning behind Yi Buchuan's words. Had Yi Buchuan not painted such a dire picture, even a police station chief might have casually dispatched a few officers to return with them. Then, those officers might have hesitated to arrest Zhang Jianshe because of his connections. But now that the station chief himself had been dispatched, Zhang Jianshe was undoubtedly facing certain death. Yi Buchuan was naturally feeling supremely pleased with himself at that moment. Soon enough, he would show these neighbors what he was capable of. In the future, this would only benefit his control over the entire courtyard. After Yi Buchuan led the police into the courtyard, the neighbors from every household were summoned out once more. This disturbance left the neighbors who were in the middle of eating feeling utterly annoyed. But upon hearing the police had arrived, they dared not take it lightly and had no choice but to come out. Zhang Jianshe emerged from his home, observing the police and Erba Dagang's smug expression. He remained utterly unmoved. After all, in a few days, the entire stone city would descend into chaos. When that time came, he would have his chance to act. Given that, no one would dare impose overly severe punishment on him at this moment. During the recent rain, did anyone die in your courtyard? After the police station chief uttered these words, the neighbors exchanged glances and shook their heads slightly. It was true that many among them had been injured recently, but everyone had survived. There had never been a fatality. Seeing the neighbors' expressions, the police officer's brow furrowed even deeper. His gaze turned hostile as he fixed it on Erba Dagang. Yet at that moment, Erba Dagang still wore a faint smile on his face. "Officer, I was mistaken earlier. There weren't 4 people in our courtyard. But the fact that Zhang Jianshe injured several people with a machete and arrows, that's absolutely true. The neighbors here can all testify to that. Even without any fatalities, the things Zhang Jianshe has done are hardly minor offenses, are they? His presence poses a serious threat to us. Officer, I implore you to arrest him." Chapter 151, Foolishness Backfires. Hearing this, the police station chief's brow furrowed deeply. Anger simmered within him at being deceived by Erba Dagang, but a greater sense of dilemma weighed heavily on his mind. As Erba Dagang had pointed out, if Zhang Jianshe had indeed injured someone, he should naturally be arrested. But since no one had died, Zhang Jianshe could likely leverage his connections to avoid severe punishment. At most, he might serve a year or 2 before being released. Yet by arresting Zhang Jianshe, he had completely alienated him. Any future hopes of leveraging Zhang Jianshe's connections for his own promotion would be impossible. Worse still, once released, Zhang might use every connection at his disposal to exact revenge. But now, with so many ordinary people watching, failing to address this incident would be unacceptable. As the station chief wrestled with this dilemma, Zhang Jianshe wore a broad smile. "Erba Dagang, you say I injured someone in the courtyard. Well, you'd better produce some evidence. And if I did do it, there must be a reason, right? Since that's the case, why don't you come see exactly who I injured? If you can bring them out, I'll gladly compensate them." Upon hearing Zhang Jianshe's words, Erba Dagang's face immediately twisted into a cold sneer. He promptly named several neighbors from the courtyard. "Weren't all of you injured by Zhang Jianshe? Now that the police are here to settle this, you should all explain everything clearly." Though Erba Dagang spoke with confidence at this moment, the neighbors shook their heads upon hearing his words. "Erba Dagang, don't make things up. We weren't hurt by Zhang Jianshe." "Exactly. Zhang Jianshe just moved into our courtyard not long ago. We haven't had any conflicts with him. Why would he hurt us? I do have some injuries on my body, but I caused them myself. They have nothing to do with Zhang Jianshe." Not a single one of these neighbors admitted to anything. While getting some compensation from Zhang Jianshe would be a nice thing for them, but they also had to consider the cost of obtaining that compensation. Zhang Jianshe had already stated he was willing to compensate them. Even if the police took him away next, the punishment probably wouldn't be too severe. But they feared Zhang Jianshe would remember them, and one day, he might seek revenge. Before, they had merely feared Zhang Jianshe's connections, but now they dreaded the possibility that he might one day take their lives. So even though they knew they'd have to swallow this bitter pill, they dared not speak up about it now. On top of that, they were terrified Zhang Jianshe might expose their earlier raid on his home to steal grain. That would not only lessen Zhang Jianshe's own punishment but also get them arrested too. The injuries they'd sustained were already a done deal, impossible to change no matter what. Naturally, they were unwilling to risk going to jail over this incident. The neighbors' reactions in the courtyard left Erba Dagang utterly dumbfounded. He hadn't expected them all to take such a stance. Did none of them want to extort money from Zhang Jianshe? While Erba Dagang was still inwardly puzzled, the police station chief breathed a sigh of relief. Deep down, the chief understood all too well that Erba Dagang's words were likely the truth. Someone in the courtyard had certainly suffered harm at Zhang Jianshe's hands. It was just that luck had spared them from a fatal outcome. But since no one was stepping forward to admit it, he naturally saw no reason to meddle. Instead, he turned his gaze coldly toward Erba Dagang. "Erba Dagang, didn't you just swear up and down that someone was hurt by Zhang Jianshe? Back at the police station, you lied to us, claiming someone had died. Now that we're in your courtyard, you still dare to deceive us. You owe us an explanation for this." Hearing this, Erba Dagang opened his mouth to explain, but found himself at a loss for words. No matter what he said now, there was no way to explain himself. And so, in the end, Erba Dagang could only nod, his spirit broken. "Officer, it's true that I didn't fully understand the situation. It was my mistake. I'm willing to apologize to Zhang Jianshe." After uttering these words, Erba Dagang muttered an apology to Zhang Jianshe and prepared to leave. After all, he had already alienated Zhang Jianshe completely, so there was no point dwelling on the consequences. However, the police station chief saw this as an opportunity to curry favor with Zhang Jianshe and wouldn't let Erba Dagang off so easily. As Yi Buchuan turned to leave, the chief gave a cold snort. Yi Buchuan, do you really think this matter ends so easily? Apologizing to Zhang Jianshe was the least you could do. But now that the rain has just stopped outside, our police station has critical tasks to handle. This is precisely the time. When everyone is busy, yet because of the false information you provided, we've wasted so much time. For an error like yours, a fine of 500 yuan is mandatory. Go to the police station to pay the fine immediately, or you'll be spending the new year in jail. After delivering this warning, the station chief nodded to Zhang Jianshe and walked away. Yi Buchuan was left seething with rage. This time, he had truly shot himself in the foot. His attempt to get back at Zhang Jianshe had failed, and instead, he'd ended up losing 500 yuan. He dared not skip paying this fine. Failure to do so would mean arrest. With only half the year gone, the station chief was already planning to make him spend New Year's in custody, meaning he'd likely be under observation for at least another 6 months. His half-year's salary amounted to about 500 yuan anyway. Given the circumstances, paying the fine was the obvious choice, at least it would preserve his freedom. After all, whether he lost that 500 yuan inside or outside, it was a loss either way, so there was no need for excessive deliberation. If he were arrested, the coal factory might use this as an excuse to fire him outright. That would mean even greater losses. Chapter 152, Caught Red-Handed. In the past, Yi Buchuan believed he had some influence and that the coal factory leadership wouldn't dare act this way. But now, seeing how the police station chief fawned over Zhang Jianshe, Yi Buchuan's confidence crumbled. With a grim expression, Yi Buchuan headed home to withdraw the money. He Yutian, observing the neighbors gathered in the courtyard, seethed with rage. How could you all lie like this? You were clearly injured by Zhang Jianshe earlier. How could you not admit it when the police came to question you? If you hadn't denied it, old man Yi wouldn't have had to pay this fine. So this money is all because of you. You must compensate old man Yi for it. He Yutian addressed the neighbors in the courtyard with his own reasons. He wasn't some naive fool. He could clearly see that Yi Buchuan was preparing to have him take care of him in his old age. He was actually quite happy about this arrangement. After all, he had no elderly relatives at home. Even if he ended up supporting Yi Buchuan in his old age, it wouldn't be too much of a burden. Moreover, if he took care of Yi Buchuan, all of Yi Buchuan's savings and inheritance would belong to him. He estimated that Yi Buchuan's household probably still held several thousand yuan in savings, a windfall for him. But now, if Yi Buchuan paid this 500 yuan fine, it meant He Yutian would receive 500 yuan less. Naturally, this outcome was hard for He Yutian to accept. After hearing He Yutian's words, the neighbors in the courtyard merely snorted and went straight home for dinner, clearly paying no heed to what he had said. It wasn't them who told Yi Buchuan to call the police, he went on his own accord. Since that was the case, whatever the outcome should be Yi Buchuan's responsibility alone. Why should they bear such a burden? Seeing his neighbors completely ignore him only fueled He Yutian's rage. It seemed he hadn't fought in the courtyard for far too long. This had caused the neighbors to forget the power of the courtyard's foremost warrior. Just as He Yutian prepared to take down a few neighbors to exert some pressure on them. At that moment, Yi Buchuan emerged from his house carrying the money. He had heard He Yutian's words clearly. To Yi Buchuan, this signaled that He Yutian had begun to stand up for him. This stirred profound emotion within Yi Buchuan, making him feel that relying on He Yutian for his old age was indeed a wise choice. Precisely because of this, he absolutely couldn't let He Yutian get into any trouble. Alright, Xiao He, no need to say more. This matter has nothing to do with the neighbors in the courtyard. We'll go pay the fine immediately. I'll take full responsibility for this. Yi Buchuan understood perfectly well that he couldn't possibly demand an explanation from the neighbors in the courtyard over this matter. If he dared to do so, he would alienate everyone in the entire courtyard. Such a situation would naturally not be beneficial for him. After hearing this, He Yutian could only sigh helplessly, nod, and agree. Just as the two men left the courtyard again to head to the police station, Zhao Meihui arrived at Zhang Jianshe's home, her face beaming with excitement. Jianshe, you're amazing. When Yi Buchuan brought the police back earlier, I was scared out of my wits. I thought you were in real trouble this time. I never imagined it would be resolved so easily. Zhang Jianshe watched Zhao Meihui's excited expression, a faint smile playing on his own lips. He couldn't help but pull her into his arms. How amazing I am, don't you know that by now? Now that the skies have cleared, we absolutely must continue sparring. Otherwise, we won't have many more chances to practice together. Hearing this, Zhao Meihui's face flushed crimson. Still, she gave a slight nod. Just as the two began their sparring session, the door to Zhang Jianshe's home suddenly swung open once more. This startled both individuals on the bed. When she recognized the intruder as Zhao Meihui's face flushed crimson once more. Zhao Meihui froze completely, her eyes filled with disbelief. After all, the primary reason he had come to Oyu City was to take down Zhang Jianshe. Zhao Meihui knew this, but she never imagined Zhao Meihui would be involved with Zhang Jianshe. What on earth did Zhao Meihui think he was? Tears welled up in Zhao Meihui's eyes as she stormed back to the Qian residence. Seeing her like this, Zhao Meihui felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Jianshi, I have to go back now. Otherwise, Ernie might do something foolish. Zhang Jianshe was startled by her words and immediately nodded in agreement. Ernie, listen to me. Upon hearing this, Zhao Meihua scoffed coldly, her gaze toward Zhao Meihui brimming with contempt. Fine, I'll hear what you have to say. You know how much I like Zhang Jianshe. And now you go and do something like this? How could you do this to me? At that moment, Zhao Meihui couldn't help but sigh. But faced with the current situation, he had no other choice. To preserve their sisterly bond, he could only voice what he had been thinking. In Zhao Meihui's mind, once he explained, Zhao Meihua should understand after all, he'd done it to ensure their survival. If he hadn't accompanied Zhang Jianshe and constantly obtained supplies from him, the sisters would likely have starved to death in this downpour. Yet upon hearing this, Zhao Meihua's gaze toward Zhao Meihui grew even more contemptuous. I actually thought you were a decent person before. Who knew you'd stoop to such shameless acts? So what makes you any different from Li Min now? And you had the nerve to stop me from making money with Li Min before. Though Zhao Meihua's words were true, they cut Zhao Meihui to the core. Fine. If you think I'm no good, then why are you still living in my house? Go live wherever you want. Now get out. Chapter 153, Zhao Meihua disappears. Hearing Zhao Meihui's words, Zhao Meihua's face instantly turned grim as she bit her lip tightly. At that moment, Zhao Meihui felt profound regret deep within her heart. Zhao Meihui had spoken out of sheer heartbreak at Zhao Meihua's earlier words, which had cut her too deeply. She tried to say something to salvage the situation, but Zhao Meihua gave her no chance. With a sharp snort, she turned and walked away. Seeing this, Zhao Meihui couldn't help but feel a surge of worry. She hurried after her. Ernie, listen to me. But Zhao Meihua was walking very fast now, and soon she was out of sight. Witnessing this, Zhao Meihui felt even more distressed and couldn't help but burst into tears. Several neighbors in the courtyard heard the commotion and came out to see what was happening. Zhang Jianshe was among them. Seeing this scene, Zhang Jianshe felt a slight pang of concern. Zhao Meihui, what's gotten into you? Did you have a falling out with Zhao Meihua? Hearing Zhang Jianshe's concerned words, Zhao Meihui immediately shook her head, saying nothing. At this moment, Zhao Meihui was indeed Zhang Jianshe's only support. Normally, he would have been willing to share these matters with her. But this particular matter felt too difficult to broach. He couldn't very well tell Zhang Jianshe that his sister had stormed off because she was jealous of him. Moreover, as Zhao Meihui suspected, Zhao Meihua had nowhere else to go in Aochang. She hadn't taken anything with her when she left. She certainly couldn't survive in Aochang either. Given that, he figured the young girl would likely return once her emotions settled. Watching Zhao Meihui's retreating figure, Zhang Jianshe couldn't help but shake his head. He didn't know what had transpired between Zhao Meihui and Zhao Meihua, but since Zhao Meihui wasn't willing to talk about it, he naturally couldn't pry. If she truly needed his help, Zhao Meihui would surely come to him. The fact that she hadn't meant the situation probably wasn't that serious. On the other side, after leaving the courtyard, Zhao Meihua felt profoundly lost. But if he were to go back now, his heart simply wouldn't allow it. And with that, he found himself with nowhere else to go. After pondering for a while, Zhao Meihua leaned against the wall outside the courtyard and drifted off to sleep. As for the problems ahead, he'd deal with them later. Time flew by, and soon it was afternoon. Li Min headed over to Brother Lang's place to get back to work. But since the weather had only just cleared up, it hadn't been long. Most people were busy dealing with food shortages. Even those with money had no heart for entertainment. So when Li Min waited there all day without a single customer and was about to head home, she felt a quiet sense of urgency. The money in his pocket was nearly gone. If things continued like this, trouble would surely follow. His future earnings would inevitably dwindle, let alone aspiring to live better than Zhang Jianshe. He might not even be able to sustain his current lifestyle. He had to find a way to secure the Zhao sisters quickly. Just as these thoughts crossed Li Min's mind, he spotted Zhao Meihua leaning against the wall. His mind paused for a moment. Still, he immediately approached her. Hey, sis, it's so late. Why aren't you going home? What are you doing leaning here? Did you have a fight with your sister? Hearing Li Min's words, Zhao Meihua felt an overwhelming sense of injustice welling up inside her, and she couldn't help but burst into tears. Sis, about that thing you mentioned earlier helping me make money? Are you still willing? I want to go into business with you. Zhao Meihua had come to a realization. Since Zhang Jianshe had already gotten involved with her sister, things between them were definitely impossible. Even if Zhang Jianshe had any such intentions, her sister would likely find every possible way to block it. In the end, there was no way she could marry Zhang Jianshe. Besides, Zhang Jianshe seemed utterly disinterested in him. He'd been in Ou City for so long now, seeing Zhang Jianshe almost every single day. Yet Zhang Jianshe never once gave him a proper look. Since that was the case, he might as well focus on making more money. As long as he earned enough, he could survive in Ou and even afford his own place. After being kicked out by Zhao Meihui this time, Zhao Meihua secretly resolved within herself that she too must establish a firm foothold in Ou. Even without relying on her sister, she would make her own life better. Li Min, upon hearing these words, naturally felt a surge of delight. He hadn't expected that just as he was pondering how to win over the Zhao sisters, Zhao Meihua would come knocking at his door. The two sisters must have considered this possibility, which was why they had gone out last night to find a place. Now they were shifting the responsibility onto him. Though Zhao Meihua now believed her relationship with Zhang Jianshe was hopeless, the fact that Zhao Meihua had struck him in front of Zhang still burned with fury within him. So he forcefully wrenched himself free from Zhao Meihua's grasp. I have nothing to do with you anymore. From now on, I'll be living with Sister Li Min. Don't you dare meddle in my affairs again. If you ever lay a hand on me again, I won't hold back. After uttering these words, Zhao Meihua shoved Zhao Meihua aside and grabbed Li Min's hand, pulling her out. The neighbors gathered in the courtyard watched the scene unfold, their expressions pure curiosity, wondering what new quarrel had erupted between the sisters. Hearing her sister's words, Zhao Meihua felt an overwhelming sadness. Yet she knew any attempt to persuade Zhao Meihua now would be futile. With no better solution, Zhao Meihua resolved to keep a close watch on Zhao Meihua and Li Min. Whenever the two went out, she would follow behind them. This way, she could prevent Li Min from corrupting Zhao Meihua. Driven by this thought, Zhao Meihua had no time to rest. She hurriedly rushed out once more. Later, when the two were eating out, Zhao Meihua watched from a distance. Seeing this scene, Li Min couldn't help but sigh again. It seemed winning over these sisters wouldn't be so easy after all. Chapter 154, Zhao Meihua wants to start a business. Though she felt a surge of excitement inside, Li Min didn't agree outright just yet. What does your sister mean by this? Does your sister agree? Li Min knew full well that Zhao Meihua and Zhang Jianshe were still quite close. If he took Zhao Meihua to work at the butcher shop without asking any questions, Zhang Jianshe might find out about it. At that point, Zhang Jianshe had plenty of ways to make life unbearable for him in Oyu City. He could even have him thrown straight into prison. Given that, caution was now essential. Hearing this, Zhao Meihua couldn't help but sigh and shake her head. I've already fallen out with my sister. He has no right to interfere in my affairs. Though Zhao Meihua didn't explain why she'd fallen out with Zhao Meihua, Li Min nodded upon hearing this, feeling considerably more at ease. Even without Zhao Meihua's explanation, he had his own suspicions. Perhaps this matter was also connected to Zhang Jianshe. Regardless of the cause, now that Zhao Meihua had openly clashed with Zhao Meihua, he naturally feared no further trouble from Zhang Jianshe. Zhao Meihua was naturally quite attractive. And she was still a virgin. If she really started working, she could definitely earn a lot of money, which would naturally increase his income. It was precisely this thought that made Li Min nod immediately. Don't rush into anything, kid. Come home with me first and stay at my place. Even if you want to get into business, you need to wait for the right opportunity. Most people are focused on buying grain right now. They don't have time for pleasure seeking, and those who do go out aren't exactly rolling in cash. Let's wait a while longer before I take you out to do business. Rest assured, you'll be staying at my place during this time, and I won't let you suffer any hardship. Hearing Li Min's words, Zhao Meihua gave a slight nod, her hatred for Zhao Meihua deepening once more. After all, Zhao Meihua was her own sister, yet she had driven her out. Li Min's current concern, however, made her feel warmth once more. Sis, starting today, you're my real sister. I'll listen to everything you say. After hearing this, Li Min merely nodded slightly before leading Zhao Meihua back to her home. As it was already late, Zhao Meihua hadn't seen Zhao Meihua return. Only after everyone in the courtyard had finished their evening meal and still no sign of her return did Zhao Meihua begin to feel a twinge of worry. She hurried over to Zhang Jianshe's house. Jianshe, Zhao Meihua stormed out in a huff today and still hasn't returned. The more I think about it, the more worried I get. Could you come with me to look for her? Hearing this, Zhang Jianshe paused for a moment before nodding immediately in agreement. He had seen Zhao Meihua leave the courtyard earlier and had asked Zhao Meihua what was going on. But at the time, Zhao Meihua hadn't told him anything. Although she still wasn't saying anything now, she was, after all, his woman. Moreover, she had been taking excellent care of him lately and managing the household impeccably. No matter how he looked at it, he couldn't just ignore her. It was precisely these thoughts that drove the two of them out of the courtyard to begin searching meticulously. But Zhao Meihua was now staying at Li Min's house, so their efforts were in vain. After searching all night without finding anything, the two had no choice but to return home for the time being. Zhao Meihua, you shouldn't worry too much. Zhao Meihua is old enough to know better. Maybe he went back after we left last night. She might have even gone straight back to Jiagu yesterday. If she's still not here today, you should go check on Jiagu. Hearing Zhang Jianshe's reassuring words, Zhao Meihua felt not the slightest bit relieved. She had no heart for words at that moment and could only nod silently. But the moment the two returned to the courtyard, they saw Zhao Meihua and Li Min walking out of Li Min's house, chatting and laughing. Li Min was about to take Zhao Meihua out for breakfast. Li Min still had some grain at home, so he usually cooked for himself. After all, every penny he earned was hard-earned money, and he naturally didn't want to waste it carelessly. But to make Zhao Meihua more compliant and to ensure Li Min would continue working to support him financially, Li Min believed it was necessary to cultivate Zhao Meihua's habit of spending money freely. After all, Zhao Meihua didn't have any formal job in Achang.
Once he got used to spending money freely, even if one day his relationship with Zhao Meihui returned to normal, she probably wouldn't have enough money for Zhao Meihua to squander. This way, Zhao Meihua going out to work would become a certainty. At that very moment, Zhao Meihui saw Zhao Meihua walking alongside Li Min, which filled her with unbearable fury. After hearing what Zhao Meihua had told him last time, Zhao Meihui was even more convinced that Li Min was no good.
Now that Li Min and Zhao Meihua were together, wasn't Zhao Meihua throwing herself into the fire?
As this thought flashed through her mind, Zhao Meihui felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Without a word, she stepped forward and slapped Zhao Meihua across the face.
You didn't come home all night yesterday. Do you know how worried I was? You two get home with me right now. After saying this, Zhao Meihui prepared to drag Zhao Meihua home by the arm.
Zhang Jianshe, seeing that Zhao Meihua had appeared, finally breathed a sigh of relief and headed home himself. But Zhao Meihua's gaze was stubbornly defiant.
Although Zhao Meihui had just claimed she'd searched for him all night, Zhao Meihua didn't believe a word of it.
In her mind, the fact that Zhang Jianshe and Zhao Meihui were only returning now meant they'd been out gallivanting somewhere last night. After all, it had been raining continuously, and none of the neighbors in the courtyard had ventured out. Even if Zhang Jianshe and Zhao Meihui had done something at Zhang Jianshe's home, no one would have known. But now that the neighbors were venturing out more often, it seemed inappropriate for Zhang Jianshe and Zhao Meihui to remain holed up in his place. If anyone in the courtyard saw them, there would be no way to explain it. And if someone reported Zhang Jianshe for messing around with women, that kind of accusation never missed its mark.
Chapter 155, The Police Come Calling. Given the current situation, they had to secure Zhao Meihui first and ensure she willingly went to work for Brother Wolf. Otherwise, the slightest hint of trouble would likely send Zhao Meihui running to Zhang Jianshe for help. That would make the situation extremely dangerous and put them at a disadvantage. Precisely because of these thoughts swirling in her mind, even though Zhao Meihui was now willing to start working, Li Min still didn't have the courage to proceed. She could only whisper softly in persuasion. Zhao Meihua, whatever conflict you and your sister have, you're still blood-related. There's no hurdle you can't overcome. Why don't you go apologize to her first? Whatever it is, let's wait until later to talk about it. Li Min's thoughts were straightforward at that moment. Since Zhao Meihua had already set her mind on this path, she knew her resolve wouldn't waver anytime soon. If Zhao Meihua lived with Zhao Meihui from now on, she would inevitably keep bringing up the idea of going to work. Zhao Meihui might not be tempted in the short term, but over time, who knew? Zhang Jianshe was a man who grew tired of the familiar and craved novelty. It wouldn't take long before he abandoned Zhao Meihui. By then, Zhao Meihui would have no source of income left. Agreeing to go to work with him would be a done deal. At that point, both sisters would be firmly in his grasp. Zhao Meihua, of course, had no idea what Li Min was thinking. Hearing his words, she truly believed he was acting out of concern for her. But remembering the slap Zhao Meihui had delivered across his face, he stubbornly shook his head. Sister Li Min, I know you only have my best interests at heart, but Zhao Meihui has gone too far. I absolutely cannot forgive her. Once I start working with you and we make big money, my life will be even more comfortable than hers. She'll be the one envying us then. As he spoke these words, Zhao Meihua's face radiated confidence. He now understood that all the food he'd been eating had been traded by Zhao Meihui with her body for Zhang Jianshe. So what if Zhang Jianshe was willing to feed Zhao Meihui? Once she had money, she could buy whatever she wanted to eat. Even if Zhao Meihui could keep getting food from Zhang Jianshe, she had no money to spend, so she'd never be able to compare. Hearing Zhao Meihua's stubborn words, Li Min couldn't help but sigh helplessly. At this point, however, Li Min naturally refrained from saying anything further. He could see that persuading Zhao Meihua to change her stance was impossible now, and he needed to maintain good relations with her. Now was definitely not the time to take a stand against her. Only after the two finished their meal and returned to the courtyard did Zhao Meihui finally relax. She went home to sleep and upon waking, found Li Min and Zhao Meihua still staying at Li Min's place. Only then did she truly relax. Over the next few days, Zhao Meihui naturally kept a close watch on every move Li Min and Zhao Meihua made. All of this, of course, did not escape Li Min's notice, and she couldn't help but feel a bit curious. Zhao Meihua, your sister has been watching us closely. What's going on? Is she planning to talk to you about taking you back? Hearing this, Zhao Meihua gave a cold laugh. What else could he possibly want? Of course he's trying to stop me from going to work with you. I think he's just jealous that I'm living a better life. After all, he's a widower now he's lost his value. Even if he goes to work, he won't earn as much as I do. It's because he feels resentful that he doesn't want me to go to work with you now. What Zhao Meihua voiced at that moment reflected her most genuine thoughts. In her mind, Zhao Meihui accompanying Zhang Jianshe was essentially selling her body, and Li Min going to work was no different. Therefore, there was no fundamental difference between the two. Given that, Zhao Meihui had no right to stop him from working. So now, Zhao Meihui's only reason for stopping him was that she was afraid he would live a good life. Upon hearing this, Li Min couldn't help but sigh again and shake his head. Only now did he truly grasp the situation. It seemed taking Zhao Meihua to work wouldn't be easy.
Keeping it hidden from Zhao Meihui's watchful eyes was incredibly difficult. At this moment, Li Min felt a pang of regret. Not only could he not use Zhao Meihua to make money, but he'd also ended up with an extra burden to carry. Not only was she eating his food and spending his money every day, but she was also preventing him from going out to work himself. After all, he had no idea whether Zhao Meihui would report him or get Zhang Jianshe to deal with him if he went to work. Several more days passed like this. The bandits on the grasslands, starved for food, finally launched their attack on Stone City. Several people who had come to Stone City saw numerous corpses outside the city walls. Many others reported to the police station that their companions had gone out of Stone City and never returned.
After receiving several such reports, the police station chief couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath of cold air.
At the same time, he felt a sense of relief deep within. Fortunately, when Yi Buchuan had previously taken him to prepare for Zhang Jianshe's capture, he hadn't arrested Zhang. Otherwise, facing the current situation would have been a major problem. Zhang Jianshe had become a well-known hunter in Stone City, and his exceptional hunting skills were widely acknowledged. With Zhang Jianshe's assistance, even this dangerous situation might not be impossible to resolve. It was precisely this thought that prompted the police station chief to rush over to the courtyard with gifts and his subordinates. The neighbors in the courtyard were slightly taken aback by the scene. They wondered what brought these people here. But Yi Buchuan, who had just returned from work, saw the scene and felt a surge of joy. It seemed the police had confirmed Zhang Jianshe had indeed injured someone and were now preparing to take him away. As for the gifts the officers brought, they were naturally meant as an apology to him. After all, he had reported the situation to them earlier, but they hadn't paid it any mind. Now, offering him an apology was only fitting.
Chapter 156, Handling the Crisis.
At this moment, Yi Buchuan had already made up his mind. When these police officers apologized to him, it had to be done in front of all the neighbors in the courtyard. Only then could the neighbors see that Zhang Jianshe's era had passed and that he, as the head of the compound, still held the most sway. Only then could he ensure the neighbors would continue to heed his every word in the future. As Yi Buchuan contemplated this, he watched several officers approach Zhang Jianshe's door to knock. This sight only solidified his suspicions. Once Zhang Jianshe emerged, the officers would immediately take him away. When Zhang Jianshe emerged from his home and saw the officers, he paused in surprise for a moment. But he quickly realized what was happening. The situation he had anticipated had unfolded. He surmised that multiple lives had likely been lost, otherwise the station chief wouldn't have sought his assistance. Deep down, Zhang Jianshe actually held a fairly positive impression of this police station chief. Since he could be of assistance, he naturally didn't hesitate to offer his help. Before Zhang Jianshe could speak, however, the chief immediately addressed him.
Master Zhang, the beasts on the grasslands have gone mad from starvation and are frequently attacking the villagers near Oyu City.
If this continues much longer, those beasts will likely storm the city walls and kill people. If this continues, the lives of all our people will be in danger. To resolve this crisis, we implore you to assist us.
After finishing his plea, the police chief fixed Zhang Jianshe with an intensely earnest gaze.
Hearing these words, the neighbors gathered in the courtyard were instantly stunned.
Many couldn't help but whisper among themselves.
Only Yi Buchuan's expression darkened considerably. He hadn't anticipated that the police had come to seek Zhang Jianshe's assistance rather than arrest him. This development would only elevate Zhang Jianshe's status further, making it even more difficult for Yi Buchuan to eliminate him in the future. Earlier, Zhang Jianshe had already gained some influence in Oyu City because of his connections with higher-up officials. If Zhang Jianshe now led the effort to resolve Ocheng's crisis, his reputation would soar even higher. Before, dealing with Zhang Jianshe required considering the influence of the entire courtyard and the coal factory. But now, he would likely have to factor in the entire Stone City. This realization gave Yi Buchuan an even greater headache. Why was Zhang Jianshe proving so difficult to deal with? Watching the neighbors buzzing with discussion, the police station chief felt a surge of satisfaction. His decision to voice this request in front of the neighbors had been deliberate. If Zhang Jianshe agreed to help, it would be ideal. His words now served to boost Zhang Jianshe's popularity and gain him more recognition, a move that could only benefit Zhang Jianshe. But if Zhang Jianshe refused, these words would give him the moral high ground to pressure him. Refusing to help would mean offending every single resident of Stone City. It would mean Zhang Jianshe didn't care about the safety of all the people. Such a heavy burden would be impossible for Zhang Jianshe to bear, leaving him no choice but to assist in the end. Zhang Jianshe, of course, remained unaware of the complex calculations swirling within the police station chief's mind. Still, the chief's visit was entirely within his expectations. So upon hearing the request, he naturally nodded his agreement. Alright, I'll grab my tools and head over with you right away. How many hunters did you manage to gather this time? Hearing Zhang Jianshe's words finally put the chief at ease, so he promptly answered his question. Master Zhang, we've gathered every single hunter in the entire Stone City. There are over 20 in total. And everyone has agreed to follow your commands and arrangements. What the station chief said is absolutely true. After all, while others also go out hunting, their catches never compare to Zhang Jianshe's group.
This time, they want to learn from Zhang Jianshe and see if they can pick up a few tricks. Besides, Zhang Jianshe knows some bigwigs up the chain. Even if they wanted to show off, they wouldn't dare steal Zhang Jianshe's thunder. Otherwise, if Zhang Jianshe ever decided to cause trouble for them, they wouldn't stand a chance. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jianshe immediately nodded in agreement. After gathering all the hunters, Zhang Jianshe promptly outlined his plan. With far too many beasts outside, venturing out with just over 20 men was simply too dangerous. Therefore, the first task was to set up a large number of traps around the stone city. Use these traps to first deplete the numbers of these stored creatures outside. Moreover, once a portion of these creatures outside are eliminated, their corpses will become food for other creatures. This approach would also provoke the creatures into fighting amongst themselves, thereby reducing the pressure on us. After Zhang Jianshe presented his plan, all the hunters nodded in agreement and immediately began acting according to his instructions. Meanwhile, the police station chief immediately began spreading the word far and wide. Setting all the traps would take nearly a week. During this period, no one was to leave the city. Hearing this, Zhao Meihui still felt uneasy inside, fearing Zhang Jianshe might encounter danger while out. Because of this, Zhao Meihui couldn't bring herself to stay in the courtyard during this period. Every day, she followed the hunters group, hoping to see if she could be of any help. Her foremost concern, of course, was confirming Zhang Jianshe's safety. The neighbors in the courtyard saw this and shook their heads. Though the nature of Zhang Jianshe and Zhao Meihui's relationship remained ambiguous, no one dared to comment. However, Li Min felt a surge of delight upon noticing Zhao Meihui no longer lingering in the courtyard. For him and Zhao Meihua, this presented a rare opportunity they couldn't afford to miss. Chapter 157, A Huge Harvest. Now Zhang Jianshe was busy dealing with the herds on the grasslands. Zhao Meihui was constantly keeping an eye on him, which meant Zhao Meihua wasn't under her watchful gaze as much. Li Min felt this was the perfect chance to take Zhao Meihua out to make some money. With this thought in mind, Li Min quickly sought out Zhao Meihua, her face breaking into a smile. "Sis, your sister's been keeping a close eye on you lately, so I haven't been able to take you out to make money. Now she's too busy to pay attention to you. How about we go to work together? What do you think?" Hearing this, Zhao Meihua felt a flicker of hesitation. Though she had resolved to take the job earlier, the final moments still brought a touch of nervousness. But then she remembered she'd already made plans with Li Min. Plus, she'd been staying at Li Min's place all this time, with Li Min covering all her food and living expenses. Changing her mind at this point really wasn't a good idea. Moreover, Zhao Meihua reasoned that since his sister was already with Zhang Jianshe, selling himself to another man shouldn't be such a big deal. In the end, he nodded and agreed. "Sisterly, let's hurry over now. Otherwise, if my sister comes back, we'll be in trouble again." Hearing Zhao Meihua's agreement, Li Min felt a wave of relief wash over him. He hadn't been able to go to work and earn money for a long time, and the money he had was almost gone. If Zhao Meihua still refused to go now, he was worried about how he would manage in the days ahead. Now that Zhao Meihua had agreed, he dared not waste a moment, fearing she might suddenly change her mind. The two hurried over to Brother Wolf's place. "Brother Wolf, this is the girl I told you about earlier. She's coming to work with me now. Let me tell you, she's not only beautiful, but she's also a virgin. You decide how to arrange things." When Li Min led Zhao Meihua over to Brother Wolf with a beaming smile, she felt his gaze appraising her, making her heart flutter with a touch of shyness. Her cheeks flushed faintly. Seeing Zhao Meihua like this filled Wolf brother with immense satisfaction. After all, many bosses relish this kind of reaction when selecting women. This meant Zhao Meihua would surely fetch a good price. After pondering for a moment, Wolf brother finally spoke slowly. "We absolutely can't waste this girl's first time. I'll contact some regular customers later and see if we can organize an auction. Whoever bids the highest gets her. I reckon the lowest bid will be at least $100. Even if you give me 33, you'll still have 66 left. That should be a pretty decent price, right?" Hearing this, Zhao Meihua froze again, a wave of shock washing over her. She hadn't expected the money to come so easily. After all, this meant she could earn over 60 yuan just by spending the night with a man. Though she felt a twinge of shame deep down, she'd never seen so much money in her entire life. In the end, she nodded in agreement, her face flushing red. Li Min naturally had no objections. He had introduced a new girl, and Wolf brother was already giving him 100 yuan. Add to that the 33 yuan commission Zhao Meihua would hand over, and his recent investment would be fully recouped with plenty left over. "Brother Wolf, since I brought my sister to you, it means I trust you completely. You handle everything." Seeing that neither Li Min nor Zhao Meihua objected, Wolf brother nodded once more and hurried off toward the city. Meanwhile, Zhang Jianshe and his men had finished setting up various traps outside Stone City. Having just returned to the city to rest, Zhao Meihui and the others were busy assisting the hunters. Yet, Zhao Meihui felt uneasy inside, her expression slightly unsettled. Zhang Jianshe naturally noticed that something seemed off with Zhao Meihui. Approaching her, concern flickered in his eyes. "Zhao Meihui, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? If so, why don't you go back first? We have plenty of help here anyway, so it shouldn't be a problem."
Hearing Zhang Jianshe's words, Zhao Meihui felt an immense warmth wash over her heart. But after a moment's hesitation, she immediately shook her head.
It's nothing serious. I'll stay here with you guys. I wouldn't feel at ease if I went back.
Zhang Jianshe tried persuading her a few more times, but seeing the unwavering determination on Zhao Meihui's face, he realized there was nothing more he could do.
He could only agree.
Finally, as dusk fell, Zhang Jianshe led everyone outside the city walls. Soon, the hunters' joyful shouts reached their ears.
Open the gate quickly. We've struck gold today, over 100 game animals this time.
Hearing this, many in the city were startled. They hurriedly opened the gates to let the hunters in. Many hunters wore excited smiles on their faces. Though they had hunted extensively before, such a bountiful haul was unprecedented for them.
It was a record-breaking haul for them. Deep down, these hunters knew full well that their success was largely thanks to Zhang Jianshe's assistance.
Otherwise, relying solely on their own hunting skills, achieving this feat would have been far more difficult, and their traps wouldn't have been set with such ingenuity. This only deepened their admiration for Zhang Jianshe. Of course, upon entering the city, they discarded the smaller game outside the city walls. Now, after processing the larger game within the city, they also discarded the entrails outside. Gazing at the remaining meat, everyone's eyes brimmed with anticipation and greed. Yet at this moment, no one spoke. Instead, all eyes turned to Zhang Jianshe. Zhang Jianshe, however, remained silent, shifting his gaze toward the police station chief.
Chief, I came to help this time because of your invitation. Technically, I'm a guest here.
Since that's the case, I'll leave it to you to decide how to handle these things.
Chapter 158, Zhao Manhwa hits the jackpot.
Zhang Jianshe had his own reasons for speaking this way. If he insisted on taking charge now, it would surely provoke the station chief's displeasure.
It might also stir jealousy among the hunters. Such a move might not necessarily be advantageous for him.
Even if the station chief were to distribute the gifts next, Zhang Jianshe was confident he wouldn't be shortchanged. Upon hearing Zhang Jianshe's words, the police station chief felt a surge of delight within. Truthfully, even if Zhang Jianshe wanted to claim all the game for himself, the chief wouldn't dare stop him. After all, offending Zhang Jianshe could mean simultaneously offending the provincial capital's high-ranking officials.
That would certainly not benefit his future advancement.
Now that Zhang Jianshe was offering him this opportunity, it was clearly a sign of support. He certainly couldn't let Zhang Jianshe down. It was precisely because of this thought that the director paused for a moment before turning his gaze to the others around him. Regardless, Zhang Jianshe undoubtedly contributed the most effort in securing such a large haul this time. Therefore, he should receive the largest share during the distribution.
Given that, how about Zhang Jianshe takes half the game now, and the rest of you divide the remainder among yourselves? What do you think?
Hearing the station chief's words, the other hunters naturally nodded without hesitation. Even if they each received a portion of all future catches, it would still be more than they had ever obtained hunting alone. Moreover, today they had done nothing but set traps as Zhang Jianshe requested. Not only was it risk-free, but it was also far easier than hunting on their own. So this time, they were getting a huge bargain, and naturally, they had no objections. Upon hearing this arrangement, everyone readily agreed. But after all the hunters had taken their share of the kill home, Zhang Jianshe found himself with a headache. Since the hunters had only shared half their catch, the quantity wasn't particularly large. And with over a dozen people now divided among the groups, each person's share of meat would only last their household a few days. Although the rainy season had arrived, the intense heat hadn't yet set in, so the meat should keep without spoiling. However, he himself had several hundred pounds of meat to deal with. If he couldn't find a way to use it all, it would be a shame. After pondering carefully for a moment, Zhang Jianshe turned his gaze back to the police station chief. Chief, perhaps you could help us sell this meat? That way, our neighbors could also get some to nourish themselves.
The price doesn't have to be too high.
I can't possibly eat all this meat myself, it would just go to waste.
Naturally, the police chief wouldn't refuse Zhang Jianshe's request.
He agreed with a smile. In truth, even if Zhang Jianshe hadn't suggested it, the chief would have found an opportunity to remind him. When he distributed so much meat to Zhang Jianshe, he'd already considered that Zhang wouldn't be able to consume it all, and had intended for him to sell it. This way, Zhang Jianshe could earn extra money, while the townspeople could enjoy more meat, easing the food shortage.
Most importantly, it would allow Zhang Jianshe to earn goodwill in the eyes of all the people in Stone City.
That way, Zhang Jianshe would remember his kindness in the future. This would greatly benefit him should he need Zhang Jianshe's assistance in the future. After the station chief began taking action, a meat stall was quickly set up, and Zhao Meihui immediately came over to help.
Her family ran a sheep farm in Zhang,
so she was no stranger to selling meat and got to work with practiced ease. Upon hearing the news, the villagers of Aocheng, now able to purchase meat, came in droves.
Since the heavy rains began, they hadn't eaten meat.
Even though Ou City had released some grain. But the grain wasn't particularly abundant.
Even if they had money now, these people couldn't buy grain. Buying extra meat would certainly help ease their hardship.
Even many poorer households couldn't afford meat, and Zhang Jianshe had set a rule: each household could buy no more than 1 pound of meat.
Yet these several hundred pounds of meat were sold out in no time. Only then did Zhang Jianshe and Zhao Meihui pack up their things and prepare to head home. They would return tomorrow to check the traps outside and see how much they had caught. It wouldn't take long to handle most of the carcasses on the grasslands. Meanwhile, Li Min was helping Zhao Meihua slowly make her way back into the courtyard. Since Brother Wolf had organized this auction, the final price had reached 150 yuan. This meant Zhao Meihua paid Wolf Brother 50 yuan, while she herself earned 100 yuan. After the first transaction, although subsequent prices weren't as high, they were still far from cheap. Zhao Meihua still commanded a solid 20 yuan per customer. This made the men who had previously failed to win the auction for Zhao Meihua feel incredibly excited. Naturally, they weren't about to leave. Because of this, Zhao Meihua earned over 300 yuan in just one day. Though Zhao Meihua was already so exhausted she could barely walk, she felt incredibly excited inside. This was over 300 yuan. Back in Zhejiagu, even his entire family's annual income wouldn't amount to this much. Life was getting better and better. With this much money in her hands, the days ahead were bound to be very comfortable. Sisterly, let's go to the neighborhood office together first. I'll rent a room in our courtyard too. And after a while, I'll need to properly renovate the place and furnish it properly. As she spoke these words, Zhao Meihua couldn't help but recall Zhang Jianshe's house, the finest dwelling she'd ever seen. But he had never actually stayed there. The mere thought of Zhao Meihui living in that house with Zhang Jianshe filled Zhao Meihua with unbearable jealousy. Since things with Zhang Jianshe were impossible now, he would create a home as splendid as Zhang Jianshe's for himself. Hearing this, Li Min couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, Zhao Meihua had already developed a habit of spending money recklessly. At this rate, those 300 yuan would likely be gone in no time. Chapter 159, Zhao Meihua prepares to renovate the house. But this news was also a blessing in disguise for Li Min. Only when Zhao Meihua ran out of money would she finally settle down and go to work. That meant Li Min and Brother Wolf could earn even more money. Alright, I'll take you to rent a place later. Go rest at my place first. I'll bring the neighborhood committee director over to find you. Don't rush back to work tomorrow either. Take a few days to rest. Hearing these words, Zhao Meihua felt an overwhelming warmth in her heart, convinced that Li Min truly had her best interests at heart. Thank you so much, sis. Today has really worn me out. I definitely need a few days to rest. After the two returned to the courtyard, Li Min soon arrived with the neighborhood office director to help Zhao Meihua complete the rental paperwork. Learning that Zhao Meihua had also settled into the courtyard left many neighbors utterly astonished. It seemed Li Min had indeed found a way to make money, now settling Zhao Meihua in Stone City too. This stirred up a mix of envy and jealousy among many neighbors in the courtyard. They also began scheming about how to curry favor with Li Min, thinking that perhaps with just a word from her, she could help them make money too. Upon hearing this news, however, Zhao Meihui's brow furrowed deeply. She knew Zhao Meihua had practically no money. So where had Zhao Meihua gotten the money to rent a house? Even if she borrowed money from Li Min first, it still seemed a bit unusual. After all, borrowing from Li Min would likely only cover the rent. How would Zhao Meihua manage her daily living expenses? As these doubts swirled in Zhao Meihui's mind, a sudden sinking feeling struck her. She realized she'd been so fixated on watching Zhang Jianshe these past 2 days that she completely neglected keeping an eye on Zhao Meihua. Could it be that Zhao Meihua had already started working with Li Min in the flesh trade? The thought sent a wave of panic through Zhao Meihui's heart. Without pausing to rest, she hurried straight to Zhao Meihua's apartment. Zhao Meihua was examining how to decorate her house. Seeing Zhao Meihui enter, her expression darkened. What are you doing here? Didn't I already tell you? We have no connection whatsoever now. Don't bother me. Hearing Zhao Meihua's words, Zhao Meihui didn't respond. Instead, she frowned and stared at Zhao Meihua. Having been through it all, Zhao Meihui felt even more certain of her suspicions as Zhao Meihua took a few steps away. This only made him feel even more furious inside. You really went to work with Li Min? Have you no shame? As Zhao Meihui finished speaking, Zhao Meihua's expression darkened considerably. Deep down, Zhao Meihua knew this wasn't right. As long as the matter stayed private, it wouldn't matter. But if it did, he feared he'd be the subject of gossip for the rest of his life. But hearing Zhao Meihui speak like this now filled him with unbearable rage. How dare you lecture me? Are you really any better than me? We're both selling our bodies. What makes you any different from me? Besides, I have nothing to do with you anymore. What I do is none of your business. Now get the hell out of here. And don't meddle in my affairs. Otherwise, don't blame me for reporting you and Zhang Jianshe for having an affair. Then you'll be paraded through the streets alongside Zhang Jianshe. Seeing Zhao Meihua's smug expression made Zhao Meihui so furious that tears welled up in her eyes. Fine, you said it. Don't expect me to look after you anymore. After uttering those words, Zhao Meihui stormed off, snorting indignantly. But once home, he felt an overwhelming headache coming on. Though she claimed she wouldn't interfere with Zhao Meihua anymore, this was her own sister. She couldn't possibly be that cold-hearted. Still, managing Zhao Meihua wouldn't be easy. Moreover, he felt awkward telling Zhang Jianshe about this matter, so he could only figure out a decent solution on his own. Unaware of Zhao Meihui's inner deliberations, Zhao Meihua found He Yutian in the courtyard the next day, her face beaming with a smile. "Brother He, I need your help with something. Would you be willing?" Hearing this, He Yutian paused slightly. He Yutian had been quite interested in Zhao Meihua before. But after noticing Zhao Meihua seemed to have feelings for Zhang Jianshe, he eventually let go of that idea. After all, at that time, he still considered Zhang Jianshe his friend. Since this woman liked his friend, it wouldn't be right for him to pursue her. Moreover, he knew that while his own qualifications were better than many others, they still fell far short of Zhang Jianshe's. He figured she probably wouldn't be interested in him anyway. But now Zhao Meihua had settled in Outchang, and his relationship with Zhang Jianshe had completely soured. He had also divorced Li Min. If he could win Zhao Meihua over, it would indeed be a good thing. It was precisely this thought that made He Yutian nod with a smile. "Of course, no problem at all. Sis, just say what you need. If it's something I can help with, I'll definitely assist you." Hearing this made Zhao Meihua feel even happier inside. "Brother He, I heard you helped Zhang Jianshe find someone to renovate his house. I'd like to renovate my place to look similar to theirs. Do you think you could connect me with that person again?" Hearing this, He Yutian was taken aback. His brow furrowed involuntarily. "Look, sis, renovating this place to match Zhang Jianshe's home isn't that simple. It'll cost you a pretty penny. After all, Zhang Jianshe spent over 500 yuan back then. I think you should reconsider. Why not save that money for your own living expenses? Besides, the rainy season is almost upon us. Who knows when it might start pouring again? Renovating now isn't exactly ideal timing." He Yutian's words were undeniably true, and he genuinely had Zhao Meihua's best interests at heart. Deep down, he believed that if he could marry Zhao Meihua, whatever money she had would naturally become his. Hearing this, Zhao Meihua simply shook her head without a care. "Brother He, don't worry about the money. I'll give them 300 now, and the remaining 200 once the renovation is mostly done. Just tell them to come over and start working. It rained for so long earlier, I doubt it'll rain again anytime soon." Chapter 160, Zhao Meihua's Pregnancy. Hearing this, He Yutian felt utterly astonished once more. He truly hadn't expected Zhao Meihua to be able to produce 300 yuan outright. Moreover, according to her, paying the remaining 200 later wouldn't be difficult either. So where exactly had this girl earned all this money? Though He Yutian was intensely curious, he knew asking Zhao Meihua now would yield nothing. After all, why would anyone willingly reveal their money-making secrets? Once he won Zhao Meihua over and married her, things would become much simpler. Then he'd learn exactly how Zhao Meihua made her money. For now, the most important thing was to help Zhao Meihua with her affairs and cultivate their relationship. With this thought in mind, He Yutian nodded. Since Zhao Meihua had already spoken her mind, he naturally couldn't continue to stand in her way. "Alright, I'll contact those workers today. They should be able to start renovating soon." Soon after He Yutian called the foreman over, Zhao Meihua immediately began preparing for the renovation. During this period, he temporarily stayed at Li Min's place. Zhao Meihua wasn't in a rush to have them work overtime, so finishing the renovation a few days later wouldn't be a problem. Moreover, Zhao Meihua was quite attractive, so the neighbors in the courtyard naturally had no further objections. 3 more days passed, and Zhao Meihua felt her body had recovered sufficiently, so she returned to work. Her current income had stabilized at around 100 yuan a day. Though it couldn't compare to his first day's earnings, Zhao Meihua was still quite satisfied with this rate. By the end of the month, not only had he finished renovating his house, but he also had over 2,000 yuan saved up. With money in hand, Zhao Meihua lived in greater comfort than ever. He looked down on the neighbors in the courtyard with disdain. He couldn't be bothered with them anymore, feasting on rich, hearty meals every day. But going out to eat at restaurants wasn't so easy now. After a moment's thought, Zhao Meihua simply took 50 yuan. He asked He Yutian to come over after work each day to cook for him, demanding 2 meat dishes daily. Such a price meant He Yutian wouldn't earn much extra. Still, he readily agreed. After all, this meant he could see Zhao Meihua every day. Making their relationship stronger would naturally become much easier. The neighbors in the courtyard watched Zhao Meihua's new life with envy, while Zhao Meihua's heart was filled with mixed emotions. He knew it was good that his sister had money now. But knowing how that money had come about still left him feeling uneasy. He also understood that no matter what he or Zhao Meihui said now, Zhao Meihua wouldn't listen, so he didn't waste his breath. Another month passed in this manner. One day, just after Zhao Meihui finished cooking for Zhang Jianshe and returned home, she saw Zhao Meihua rushing back from outside. Now that the rainy season had arrived, fewer people were working outside, and Zhao Meihua, though she was young and attractive, business had slowed considerably. Her monthly income had dwindled to around 50 yuan. Today, Zhao Meihua didn't go to work. Instead, she planned to go shopping for clothes with Li Min. No sooner had she stepped outside than she felt unwell and hurried back home. After using the restroom outside, Zhao Meihua rushed back, her face turning deathly pale. She headed straight for Zhao Meihui's home. Sis, I'm in big trouble this time. You have to help me.
Upon hearing this, Zhao Meihui paused in surprise. Though she felt some concern for Zhao Meihua deep down, remembering her sister's recent attitude, she couldn't help but snort.
You're the one with all the power now. You've got more money than you know what to do with. Why on earth would you need to come to me for help? What could possibly be beyond your ability to handle? Zhao Meihua could clearly detect the mockery in Zhao Meihui's tone. But right now, he couldn't spare a thought for that. Sis, I'm really in deep trouble this time. You're the only one who can help me now. I just can't trust anyone else.
Seeing the beads of sweat on Zhao Meihua's forehead softened Zhao Meihui's heart a little.
Alright, stop wailing here. What's going on? Tell me what happened.
But before Zhao Meihui could finish her sentence, Zhao Meihua's next words sent a chill down her spine.
Sis, I'm pregnant. What should I do? What? Hearing this made Zhao Meihui shudder instantly.
Even when she was with Zhang Jianshe, she made sure to avoid pregnancy during her safe period. And Zhao Meihua had been working all this time.
This pregnancy was indeed a problem.
After all, in everyone's eyes, Zhao Meihua was still a virgin. If news of her pregnancy suddenly surfaced, it would spell major trouble. I'll probably never be able to hold my head up again, and people will always point fingers at me. What mattered most was that Zhao Meihua had conceived Jack's child while at work and didn't even know who the real father was. Even if she wanted someone to take responsibility, it was impossible. I told you before not to go earn that money, but you wouldn't listen. Well, now you're in big trouble, aren't you? Facing Zhao Meihui's reproaches, Zhao Meihua kept her head bowed, saying nothing. After scolding her for a few more sentences, Zhao Meihui stopped speaking, frowning as she pondered this headache-inducing problem. I don't have any good solutions for this situation either. Why don't we talk to Zhang Jianshe later and see if he can help us figure something out? No sooner had Zhao Meihui finished speaking than Zhao Meihua shook her head like a rattle. No way, sis. We can tell anyone about this, but absolutely not Zhang Jianshe. Otherwise, I'll never be able to hold my head up in front of him again. Hearing Zhao Meihua's response only deepened Zhao Meihui's sense of helplessness. Given what he'd done, if Zhang Jianshe found out, he wouldn't be able to hold his head up either. Was this really something to worry about now? But she saw the unwavering resolve in Zhao Meihua's eyes. She knew that if she refused, Meihua wouldn't budge. She could only nod. In that case, there's only one way. We'll go to the countryside and dispose of the child in the soil. As long as our hometown and Aocheng folks don't find out, it shouldn't be too much of a problem. As soon as Zhao Meihui finished speaking, Zhao Meihua immediately nodded in agreement. Chapter 161, Preparing for the Abortion. Deep down, Zhao Meihua knew Zhao Meihui's suggestion was the best solution. But Zhao Meihua was still just a young girl. Even though she harbored this thought, she lacked the courage to act on it. That was precisely why she had sought out Zhao Meihui, hoping her sister would accompany her to deal with the pregnancy. Now, upon hearing Zhao Meihui's words, Zhao Meihua nodded slightly. Sis, what you're saying does make sense. Since that's the case, could you please accompany me to the countryside to find a traditional doctor? I simply don't dare go alone. Hearing this, Zhao Meihui couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Though she felt some resentment toward the troubles Zhao Meihua had caused. But they were sisters after all. Regarding Zhao Meihua's affairs, Zhao Meihui naturally couldn't turn a blind eye. In the end, she could only nod slightly. Don't worry, I'll definitely help you with this. Tomorrow, the two of us will leave the city together. We'll just tell the people in the courtyard that we're returning to our hometown. No one should suspect anything. After we take care of the child, you can come back to rest and recover your strength. Sis, I knew you cared about me the most. A smile finally spread across Zhao Meihua's face as she looked at her. Zhao Meihui couldn't help but offer a reminder. After this incident, you'd better learn your lesson well. Don't go messing around like this again in the future. Find a man to marry soon and live a quiet, settled life. Hearing this, Zhao Meihua nodded earnestly in agreement, but her true thoughts were far from what she voiced. In Zhao Meihua's mind, this was just a stroke of bad luck. After all, Li Min had been working for so long without getting pregnant. As long as he was careful in the future, such incidents shouldn't happen again. Taking advantage of his youth to earn as much money as possible was clearly the best outcome. If he didn't seize the opportunity to make money while young, it wouldn't be so easy once he grew old. Take Li Min, who worked alongside him, he saw it clearly. She took on more clients than he did every day, yet her earnings didn't even reach half of his. If anything, Li Min clearly had more experience than him and could serve those clients more comfortably. But the main reason no one wants to do business with Li Min now is simply because she's a bit older. That's why he needs to earn as much as possible while he is still young. Of course, Zhao Meihua kept these thoughts firmly locked inside. She dared not voice them aloud, lest Zhao Meihui refuse to take him along to resolve the child's situation. The next day, Zhao Meihui first informed Zhang Jianshe that she would be taking Zhao Meihua back to their hometown. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jianshe gave a slight nod without further comment. After all, the sisters had now established themselves in Aocheng, and it had been quite some time since they'd returned home. Wanting to visit was perfectly understandable.
So even though Zhang Jianshe would have to cook for himself today, he had no objections. After the two left Ou City, they found an old herbalist that very afternoon. The old doctor observed the sisters' expressions and showed little reaction. Though traditional values still held sway in those days, it wasn't uncommon for women to find themselves unexpectedly pregnant. Consequently, many sought the old doctor's services for such matters. I'll tell you this, I can take care of the baby for you, but it won't be cheap. At least 50 yuan. After the old doctor finished speaking, Zhao Meihui felt a bit surprised. After all, the workers at the coal factory in Ou City only earned around 30 yuan a month. At this time, normal work in the city was impossible. Naturally, this meant wages for city dwellers had dropped even lower. The old doctor's fee was nearly equivalent to 2 months' wages for most city folk. Yet Zhao Meihua nodded slightly, her expression utterly unconcerned. 50 yuan might sound like a lot, but it depended on who you asked. To him, it was merely a day's wages. Fine. As long as you can cure this child, I'll pay you right now. With that, Zhao Meihua pulled 50 yuan out of his pocket. The old herbalist nodded with satisfaction upon receiving the money and quickly returned to his room to fetch a packet of powdered medicine. Once you get home, dissolve this powder in water and drink it. You'll feel some abdominal pain for a while. Then expel the fetus, and it should be fine. But the child in your womb is still quite small now, it might not even be fully formed yet. This way, there won't be any noticeable changes, and we can take care of the child. Hearing this, both sisters froze momentarily. Deep down, they had already begun to feel a hint of dread. They had assumed getting rid of the baby would be complicated. But they never imagined it could be this simple. This news greatly eased Zhao Meihua's mind. If getting rid of this child was truly this easy, then he wouldn't need to worry or fear anymore. Even if she became pregnant again while working, it could be resolved swiftly. Alright, old man, thank you very much. We'll head back now. After saying this, Zhao Meihua looked visibly relieved as she prepared to leave with Zhao Meihui. But Zhao Meihui looked at Zhao Meihua with a face full of worry. Having grown up together since childhood, Zhao Meihui knew her sister intimately. Seeing her sister now, she could guess what was on her mind. Precisely because of this, Zhao Meihui quietly offered a reminder. Ernie, even though you managed to get rid of this pregnancy this time, using that medicine to terminate it must have caused significant harm to your body. You might not notice it right away, but as you get older, your health will definitely deteriorate. So please remember what I told you before. You absolutely must not go back to that job. Alright. You've told me this several times already. I know. Don't worry. Once I get back, I definitely won't go back to work. Though Zhao Meihua spoke with such impatience, deep down she didn't take her sister's words seriously. Chapter 162, Zhao Meihua's heavy bleeding. Even as she spoke these words, Zhao Meihui felt a twinge of disbelief herself. But with no other options, she could only offer this hollow reassurance to Zhao Meihua. Hearing her sister's words, Zhao Meihua's gaze toward Zhao Meihui burned with hatred. Deep down, Zhao Meihua was consumed by jealousy toward Zhao Meihui. Why was it that she had always wanted a good life and to be with Zhang Jianshe, yet had never succeeded? Meanwhile, Zhao Meihui's life in the city kept getting better and better. Now she was infertile, making it impossible to marry anyone in the future. Even if she did marry, she could only be someone else's stepmother. Naturally, Zhao Meihua refused to accept this outcome, yet she had no recourse. All she could do was direct her pent-up fury toward Zhao Meihui. Because of this, even when Zhao Meihui tried to comfort him with good intentions, Zhao Meihua heard her words but remained silent, saying nothing to her. Seeing Zhao Meihua like this, Zhao Meihui couldn't help but sigh. Deep down, he understood Zhao Meihua must be feeling bitter, so he didn't press the matter further. Alright then, get some rest. I'll go get you something to eat. After uttering those words, Zhao Meihui walked out of the hospital room. Watching her retreating figure, Zhao Meihua silently resolved within herself. Everything he was enduring now, she would make sure Zhao Meihui endured too someday. After all, they were sisters. How could only he suffer misfortune? If misfortune must come, it should come to both of them together. But to deal with Zhao Meihui, he needed money. Money bought influence. On his own, he'd struggle even against Zhang Jianshe. With Zhang Jianshe's protection, Zhao Meihui would naturally remain untouched. With this plan in mind, Zhao Meihua became exceptionally cooperative during her subsequent treatments, eager to recover quickly and return to work. Yet even with her diligent cooperation, the daily expenses were no small sum. Hospital stays cost no less than 5 yuan per day, and just 1 week had already cost him nearly 40 yuan. Faced with this outcome, Zhao Meihua felt a pang of regret. If this continued, a month-long hospital stay would cost 150 yuan. Moreover, after returning home, he would likely be unable to work for some time, meaning the expenses would only increase further. It was precisely because of this thought that Zhao Meihua looked at Zhao Meihui and slowly spoke up. Sis, staying in the hospital is just too expensive. Why don't I go home to rest for now? I can still recuperate at home. Hearing this, Zhao Meihui's brows furrowed deeply. She had no idea exactly how much Zhao Meihua earned at her job, but judging by the fact that Zhao Meihua had been able to renovate their house before, it was likely a substantial amount. And it was precisely because Zhao Meihua had squandered all her money that she now couldn't even afford the medical treatment she needed. Realizing this, Zhao Meihua couldn't help but sigh again. Deep down, she resented Zhao Meihua for her reckless spending. Still, Zhao Meihua was her own sister, and she couldn't simply abandon her to her fate. Don't worry about the money. When we get back, I'll go ask Zhang Jianshe to lend us some. Just focus on getting treated at the hospital. Zhao Meihua spoke these words sincerely, but to Zhao Meihua's ears, they took on a different meaning. In her current state of mind, she felt it was because Zhao Meihua now had Zhang Jianshe as her backing. She was deliberately flaunting it in front of him. And precisely because of this, Zhao Meihua's resolve only hardened. No, I must be discharged today. If you won't help me, then go back on your own. Watching Zhao Meihua throw another tantrum, Zhao Meihua felt helpless, but there was nothing she could do at that moment. He could only seek out the hospital doctor to inquire about the specifics. Upon hearing that she could recover at home as long as she took her medication on time and ensured proper nutrition, Zhao Meihua. She finally agreed. Zhao Meihua, what have you been up to these past few days? I asked your sister, but she hasn't told me either. I've been so worried about you. As the sisters returned to the courtyard, He Yutian approached Zhao Meihua with a warm smile. The look in Zhao Meihua's eyes held a hint of reproach. Zhao Meihua didn't want to marry him, so living with him was one thing. But now she wasn't even telling him about Zhao Meihua's situation? Wasn't this deliberately trying to keep them apart? After all, his prospects were quite favorable within Stone City. He was more than capable of being with Zhao Meihua. Sure enough, after getting close to Zhang Jianshe, Zhao Meihua had been corrupted by him and had gone bad. Upon hearing He Yutian's words, Zhao Meihua couldn't help but roll her eyes. She was well aware of his thoughts about her. But He Yutian spent all day cooking, leaving him reeking of grease and smoke. Plus, his monthly income was less than what she earned in a single day at her job. With Zhao Meihua's current standards, she naturally looked down on He Yutian. Naturally, she had no desire to engage with He Yutian. I've been out on business these past few days. If you don't have anything else, you should go home. After saying this, Zhao Meihua turned and headed straight back to her own home. But He Yutian still walked over with a smile. Hey, wait. Didn't I promise to cook for you? That meal isn't finished yet, is it? Now that you're back, I'll continue cooking for you. After saying this, He Yutian smiled and headed straight to the kitchen to get busy. Hearing He Yutian's words, Zhao Meihua snorted but didn't say anything further. Since someone was willing to cook for him, he certainly wouldn't refuse. Besides, his current physical condition truly made cooking for himself impractical. Another week passed like this. He Yutian noticed Zhao Meihua hadn't refused his cooking and she cleaned her plate every single day. This made He Yutian feel rather pleased with himself. It seemed his cooking skills were quite decent. He'd already won Zhao Meihua over. If that was the case, getting closer to Zhao Meihua shouldn't be too difficult from here on out. Chapter 163, Returning to the Compound to Recover. After all, once he returned to work, Zhao Meihua wouldn't be able to do much to him. If she dared to report him, he'd expose her affair with Zhang Jianshe. He might not come out unscathed, but Zhao Meihua's life would certainly become unbearable. Even if this medicine did cause some harm to his body, it wouldn't be a big deal. After all, once he was old and had money, he could certainly live out his days comfortably. After earning a few more years of money, finding an honest man to marry wasn't out of the question. So upon returning to the courtyard house, Zhao Meihua went straight to her room, quickly poured a bowl of water, and swallowed the powdered medicine. Though a flicker of worry flickered in Zhao Meihua's heart, there truly was no better solution at hand. She could only take things one step at a time. Soon, Zhao Meihua felt waves of excruciating pain radiating from her abdomen. Her face turned pale, and beads of sweat began to form on her forehead. Feeling the changes in her body, Zhao Meihua gritted her teeth and endured it. She hadn't expected the potency of this medicine to be so overwhelming. It seemed he would have to be more cautious in the future. Though losing this child wasn't particularly troublesome overall, it would still cause him considerable hardship. However, the subsequent physical changes began to unsettle Zhao Meihua. The pain in his body intensified, and blood flowed continuously from his lower body. Seeing this, Zhao Meihua was momentarily stunned. The old doctor had only mentioned abdominal pain and the possibility of miscarriage if the pregnancy progressed further, but never warned about persistent bleeding from his lower body. At this point, Zhao Meihua realized something was seriously wrong. He hurriedly prepared to find Zhao Meihua, hoping she could help him figure out a solution. But before she could change back into her clothes, the pain overwhelmed him and he passed out. When Zhao Meihua returned home, she grew increasingly uneasy the more she thought about it. After careful consideration, she headed back to Zhao Meihua's house. Finding Zhao Meihua unconscious and bleeding heavily beneath him, panic overwhelmed him. Forgetting that Zhang Jianshe was out hunting, he rushed toward the hunters' quarters in the city. Zhang Jianshe is in trouble. You must help me. Today, Zhang Jianshe and the hunters had processed quite a few wild animals outside the city. Since Zhao Meihua had mentioned having a good relationship with Zhang Jianshe, he hadn't been stopped when leaving the city. Therefore, Zhang Jianshe was well aware of both Zhao Meihua and Zhao Meihua's comings and goings. He had been wondering why the sisters hadn't stayed longer after returning to their parents' home. They'd returned so quickly. But now, seeing Zhao Meihui rushing toward him in such a hurry, he realized the sisters must have other matters to attend to. Zhang Jianshe's expression turned serious as he nodded. He delegated his current tasks to others, instructing them to handle the meat he'd prepared for the day, before hurrying over to meet Zhao Meihui. Come on, let's head back first. We can talk about whatever it is on the way. After saying this, Zhang Jianshe hurriedly pedaled the tricycle with Zhao Meihui back into the courtyard. By this point, Zhao Meihui naturally held nothing back from Zhang Jianshe. She recounted everything, Zhao Meihua going to work, her pregnancy, and now the heavy bleeding. After hearing all this, Zhang Jianshe found himself at a loss for words. But all of this was Zhao Meihua's own choice, it had nothing to do with him. In fact, if Zhao Meihui hadn't sought him out, he wouldn't have interfered at all with Zhao Meihua's current situation. Returning to the courtyard, he found it deserted, everyone had gone home for dinner. Seeing this, Zhao Meihui felt a wave of relief wash over her. At that moment, Zhang Jianshe paid no heed to any of this. He wrapped Zhao Meihua in a quilt, carried her to the tricycle, and headed out again. Soon, he arrived at Ouching Hospital with Zhao Meihui. The doctor, naturally aware of Zhang Jianshe's notorious reputation, was startled upon seeing him bring in a girl. They hurriedly treated Zhao Meihua, then approached Zhang Jianshe and Zhao Meihui a short while later, looking at them with an expression that seemed to want to say something but held back. Seeing this, Zhang Jianshe grew impatient. Doctor, what exactly is the situation? Just tell us straight. This is my neighbor, and also the patient's sister. I came today to assist, but the patient's condition must be communicated to their family. Hearing Zhang Jianshe's words, the doctor finally nodded with relief. Since this patient had no significant connection to Zhang Jianshe, the rest of the matter would be straightforward. This patient likely experienced complications from using potent abortion medication, which led to severe hemorrhaging. Her life can indeed be saved now, but she'll likely need over a month to recover. Additionally, the patient has now lost her ability to conceive. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jianshe merely nodded indifferently. He considered it a fortunate surprise that Zhao Meihua had managed to survive. But upon hearing this, Zhao Meihui's face turned deathly pale. Her body swayed, nearly collapsing to the floor. As a woman, she understood all too well the devastating blow that infertility could be to a woman. But with matters having reached this point, there was naturally nothing she could do about it. Alright, I'll go pay the fees. You two handle the admission paperwork. It looks like Zhao Meihua will need to stay hospitalized for a while. Zhao Meihui, you don't need to help out at my place for now. Just focus on taking care of your sister. Hearing Zhang Jianshe mention Zhao Meihui, she could only nod in agreement. After Zhao Meihua regained consciousness, she quickly learned of her situation. Now lying in the hospital bed, Zhao Meihua stared blankly at the ceiling, her eyes vacant. Seeing her like this, Zhao Meihui couldn't help but sigh, her heart aching deeply. Ernie, since things have turned out this way, there's nothing we can do about it. Anyway, no one else knows about this besides Zhang Jianshe and me. Just try to relax for now. Once you're fully recovered, you should find a man to marry as soon as possible. You're still young. If you can't conceive within a year or two, no one will rush you. Once time passes and he grows attached to you, he probably won't want to divorce you. Chapter 164, He Yutian's Confession. Once this thought took root in He Yutian's mind, he felt even more compelled to confess his feelings without delay. As for why Zhao Meihui and Zhao Meihua had been out together for so long, He Yutian had his own guess. He figured Zhao Meihui had taken Zhao Meihua on a blind date to find a match. But perhaps the man hadn't satisfied Zhao Meihua, which was why she hadn't married. Though He Yutian was confident in his own qualities, this incident had planted a seed of urgency within him. If he waited any longer, the next suitor to meet Zhao Meihua might be on par with him, leaving him with little chance. Even if he could still offer better terms to marry Zhao Meihua, then the cost would likely be much higher. After all, the next suitor might be marrying for the first time, while he would be entering his second marriage. It was precisely this thought that finally prompted He Yutian to speak up as he looked at Zhao Meihua that day. Zhao Meihua, I'd say my cooking skills are pretty decent, right? It's okay, I guess. It's passable. Hearing He Yutian's words, Zhao Meihua, unaware of his true intentions, simply nodded in agreement. Hearing this, He Yutian felt an instant surge of satisfaction. Zhao Meihua, I know it's tough living alone in Ouchang. And I'm alone now too. Since you think my cooking is decent, why don't we just live together? Rest assured, I'll treat you well from now on. I won't let you suffer the slightest injustice. After finishing his speech, He Yutian deliberately struck what he thought was a dashing pose. But seeing him like this only made Zhao Meihua feel utterly disgusted. Her gaze toward him now brimmed with contempt. He Yutian, oblivious to any trouble brewing, waited for Zhao Meihua's response. But after waiting a while without hearing anything, he finally turned to look at Zhao Meihua. The look of utter contempt on Zhao Meihua's face sent a chill through He Yutian's heart, stirring an ominous foreboding within him. Still clinging to a sliver of hope, he didn't let it show. Instead, he put on a cheerful smile and asked, Zhao Meihua, are you in or out? Well, say something already. Hearing this, Zhao Meihua felt utterly speechless inside.
Given He Yutian's conditions, she naturally had no interest. Yet she couldn't believe he had the nerve to even bring it up himself. Since He Yutian had thrown all decency to the wind, Zhao Meihua saw no reason to spare him any shred of dignity.
You think I'd marry you? Did you think we didn't see what you did to Sister Li Min? Now you want me to marry you? So I can get beaten up like Sister Li Min?
Hearing Zhao Meihua's words only made He Yutian feel even more frantic inside. He never imagined that the incident with Li Min back then would have such far-reaching consequences. Now it was even affecting him. So at this moment, he couldn't help but immediately speak up to explain.
That whole thing back then was just a misunderstanding.
It was because Li Min had just married me and wanted to manage the household finances. And she wouldn't just stay home, she insisted on going out to work and earn money. You know my circumstances aren't bad, our combined monthly income was around 50 or 60 yuan.
Did she really need to go out and earn more?
When He Yutian uttered these words, there was certainly an element of complaint, but more than that, it was a show of offending to flaunt his earning power in front of Zhao Meihua. However, upon hearing He Yutian's words, Zhao Meihua felt even more contempt for him. Although Li Min didn't earn as much as he did, those 50 or 60 yuan were only equivalent to about 2 or 3 days' wages for her.
She could earn several hundred yuan a month, how could she possibly care about He Yutian's measly few dozen?
Instead, He Yutian clung to his meager wages like they were precious treasures. Such a petty-minded man made Zhao Meihua feel utterly disgusted.
Enough, don't bring this up again. Sister Li married you, what's wrong with giving her money to spend?
Besides, Sister Li earns just as much as you now, maybe even more.
She doesn't need your measly paycheck.
Stop disgusting me with that measly salary of yours.
Get out of here now. You won't be cooking for me anymore. If you show your face here again, don't blame me for being rude. After saying this, Zhao Meihua promptly kicked He Yutian out. At that moment, He Yutian's heart was filled with rage and deep frustration. But faced with the current situation, he was utterly helpless. After all, marriage requires mutual consent. Since Zhao Meihua didn't want to marry him, he couldn't force her. Just as He Yutian was stewing in his frustration, Yi Buchuan returned home from work. Seeing He Yutian in this state, a thought instantly struck Yi Buchuan. He had already decided that in the future, He Yutian would be the one to take care of him in his old age. Naturally, he needed to cultivate their relationship further.
Hey, what's gotten into you?
What's troubling you?
We're neighbors who share the same community.
If there's anything, just tell me directly. If there's anything I can do to help, I'll certainly do my best. Uncle Yi, please don't mention it. Talking about this just makes me even more frustrated.
Though Yi Yutian claimed he wouldn't say anything, he still recounted the entire situation between himself and Zhao Meihua.
Uncle Yi, I think my circumstances are pretty decent for someone in our stone city. Why on earth wouldn't Zhao Meihua want me? She even said she couldn't stand my measly money.
Yi Yutian was utterly frustrated at that moment. Upon hearing this, Yi Buchuan immediately thought of a solution. If you ask me, the reason he won't commit to you right now is because he can still earn his own living.
Here's what you do next, find out exactly where he's working to earn money.
Then you just mess up his job. Once he can't make a living in Stone City, he'll have no choice but to marry you.
If you can't ruin it, that's fine too.
Once you know where he works, just spread the word around the courtyard that he has a way to make money, but don't tell the neighbors. That will inevitably make the neighbors look at him differently. As long as we make his life miserable, your chances of being with him will naturally increase. Chapter 165, Zhao Meihua returns to work. Hearing Yi Buchuan's words, Yi Yutian's brow furrowed involuntarily. Though not always the sharpest tool in the shed, Yi Yutian recognized this plan might be a bit off. Wasn't this deliberately setting someone up? Precisely because of this thought, he now observed Yi Buchuan's expression with a hint of hesitation.
Uncle Yi, I understand what you're saying, but this approach seems a bit off, doesn't it? It's practically setting someone up for failure. If Zhao Meihua found out about this, she'd definitely be even less willing to deal with me in the future. As he voiced these concerns, Yi Yutian couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety. However, upon hearing these words, Yi Buchuan couldn't help but sigh. Deep down, Yi Buchuan was actually quite satisfied with Yi Yutian's reaction.
He particularly valued this quality in him.
Had Yi Yutian ever shown any hint of malice, Yi Buchuan would never have entrusted him with his retirement care.
But now the situation was different.
If Yi Yutian didn't act this way, Zhao Meihua would likely never take a liking to him, and naturally wouldn't want to be with him.
That would leave him unable to gain favor with Yi Yutian and strengthen their relationship. If he wanted Yi Yutian to take care of him in his old age later, it would require even more time and effort. It was precisely this line of thinking that made Yi Buchuan shake his head immediately.
Xiaohe, I know you're a very kind person. But in this situation, is there any other way to handle it besides this? Do you still want to be with that Zhao family girl or not?
After Yi Buchuan finished speaking, a flicker of hesitation returned to Yi Yutian's heart. Seeing this expression, Yi Buchuan naturally seized the moment. Honestly, this isn't such a bad thing. After all, you don't harbor any ill intentions toward him, you just want to be with him. Once she marries you, you can just treat her twice as well, right?
If marrying you means he gets a good life, he might even thank me someday. Hearing Yi Buchuan's words, He Yutian pondered for a moment and realized he had a point. As long as he had no ill intentions, then this matter wouldn't be a big deal. With that thought, He Yutian immediately nodded his head, his resolve set. Alright, Uncle Yi, we'll handle this matter as you suggest. Once it's settled, I'll make sure to thank you properly. Seeing Yi Yutian's enthusiastic expression, Yi Buchuan smiled and nodded in agreement. He wasn't seeking any personal gain from Yi Yutian, all he wanted was for Yi Yutian to take care of him in his old age. After his retirement, Yi Yutian and Zhao Meihua could have another child. Then, the elderly couple could help look after the child at home and enjoy the simple joys of family life. This thought filled Yi Buchuan with immense satisfaction. In Yi Yutian's mind, with Yi Buchuan's plan, winning Zhao Meihua over should be a relatively simple matter. What he hadn't anticipated, however, was that despite his daily surveillance of Zhao Meihua, she never once stepped outside. Faced with this situation, Yi Yutian felt deeply frustrated yet helpless. Naturally, he dared not approach Zhao Meihua to strike up a conversation at this point. Even if he wanted to ask Zhao Meihua why she wasn't going to work, it was risky, she might become suspicious. That would make it even harder for him to figure out where Zhao Meihua actually worked and earned money. Besides Yi Yutian's internal frustration, another person feeling rather down was Li Min. The next phase had finally arrived. Most people couldn't go to work normally and had more time to idle at home. Moreover, the weather in Stone City wasn't as harsh as before. Naturally, this meant fewer people were unable to go out. Under normal circumstances, their business should have improved. However, the current heat meant even slight activity caused heavy sweating, which in turn led many people to stay home permanently, with no intention of going out again. This meant that even though Li Min went to work, he barely made any money. If Zhao Meihua had gone to work with him, combined with the commission he received from her, it would have been manageable. So when he saw Zhao Meihua hadn't gone to work, Li Min grew incredibly anxious inside. That day, he went straight to Zhao Meihua's house. Hey, sis, you really splurged on renovating this place, huh? Even though you saved some money from your previous job, you can't just stay home doing nothing now. No matter how much money you have, it will eventually run out. When you're older and want to earn money again, it won't be so easy. Zhao Meihua had no idea that Li Min had already cast her as a cash cow. After hearing these words, she nodded bitterly. Sis, I understand everything you're saying. But I got pregnant shortly after starting my new job. I just had an abortion, and my body hasn't fully recovered yet. It'll probably be another month or two before I can go back to work. Zhao Meihua naturally hadn't told Li Min that she herself was no longer able to conceive. Even so, hearing Zhao Meihua's words still startled Li Min. Given the circumstances, he couldn't keep pressuring Zhao Meihua to return to work. He'd have to be more careful from now on. If he got pregnant too, that would be a huge problem. Alright, sis. Since that's the case, you should rest up at home for now. I'll bring you some brown sugar. With that, Li Min hurried out. Life in the courtyard soon returned to its usual calm. Those who could go to work did so as usual, while those unable to work stayed home. Only Zhang Jianshe remained indoors day after day, never stepping outside. Soon after summer passed, the weather gradually turned cooler, and everyone's lives began to return to normal. Zhao Meihua and Li Min both resumed their regular work schedules. However, with many people now back at work, their usual customer numbers weren't particularly high. After discussing it, they decided to stop competing for business during weekdays. They would only come to work at Wolf Brothers' place on Saturdays and weekends. Chapter 166, The Secret to Making Money. Wolf Brother didn't have any major objections to this arrangement. Ever since Zhao Meihua started working for him, his reputation had grown. Not only did his clientele gradually increase, but the number of girls working for him also grew. Even if these two stopped coming altogether, it wouldn't significantly impact his business. Another weekend arrived, and the two women quietly slipped out of the courtyard again, heading to work at Brother Wolf's place. Yi Buchuan, who had just stepped outside and returned, paused slightly upon seeing them leave. After a moment's thought, he realized they were heading out to work and earn money. He hurriedly pounded on Yi Yutian's door. Hey, oldie, I'm not even up yet. What do you want? All you do is sleep at home. Have you forgotten you wanted to keep an eye on where Zhao Meihua and the others are working to earn money? Those two just slipped out quietly. If you don't hurry up and follow them, they'll be gone before you know it. Yi Buchuan's intense focus on this matter stemmed partly from his desire to curry favor with Yi Yutian, but also from genuine curiosity about where exactly Zhao Meihua and Li Min were earning all that money. It seemed like the money at home was never going to run out. If these two had found some powerful backer in Stone City, some big shot they were keeping company with, that wouldn't make sense either. If such a windfall existed, these women would likely be strutting around the courtyard, flaunting their newfound status to the neighbors. Moreover, they probably wouldn't still be living in the courtyard. If Yi Yutian could figure out what was really going on, he could extract more details from him. Then, when the opportunity arose, he could make a good impression by sharing this money-making opportunity with the neighbors in the courtyard. This would earn him another wave of goodwill from the neighbors, which could only benefit his future prospects. What? Those two just left?
Upon hearing these words again, He Yutian immediately jumped out of bed, his face contorted with intense excitement. He had been keeping a close eye on the sisters for quite some time. But with no leads to show for his efforts, he had gradually relaxed his vigilance. Little did he expect that today, the pair would venture out again. So He Yutian hurriedly followed them out, determined to catch up. Truth be told, this matter had been stirring his curiosity for quite some time. Li Min and Zhao Meihua chatted and laughed as they headed toward the street where Wolf Brother and his crew hung out. They were completely unaware that He Yutian had quietly slipped into their wake. Finally, as they approached the vicinity of those alleys, He Yutian's mind was suddenly filled with doubt once more. This area was the slum district of Stone City, where only those without formal employment typically resided. Given that, what were these two women doing here? Could this be where they earned their money? Just as He Yutian paused in his thoughts, the sisters had already slipped into a courtyard, vanishing without a trace. He Yutian hadn't even caught sight of which courtyard they'd entered, which only made him feel even more infuriated. How could he have let his guard down just now? Now he hadn't seen anything and couldn't follow them. If he missed this chance, who knew when he'd next spot the sisters leaving? Returning empty-handed left He Yutian feeling deeply unsatisfied. After a moment's hesitation, he steeled himself and knocked on the door of a random courtyard. Several nearby establishments had already been taken over by Brother Wolf, places where women worked in the trade. So when He Yutian knocked, a simply dressed woman quickly opened the courtyard gate. Spotting him, her eyes lit up. "Big brother, you're here pretty early today." "Little sister, I haven't even opened shop yet. But don't worry, I'll make sure you're well taken care of today, you'll be very comfortable." As she spoke, she took He Yutian by the arm and led him into the courtyard. Her ample bosom began to brush against his arm. He Yutian froze upon hearing the woman's words. What did she mean he was early today? He never came over at this time anyway. Besides, this woman looked at least a decade older than him, yet she dared to call him big brother? That was downright shameless. Yet, as the sensation on his arm intensified, He Yutian found himself hesitantly pulled inside. Only when the woman began unbuttoning her pants did He Yutian realize he'd stumbled upon a prostitute. He'd heard from many at the coal plant that there were quite a few women selling their bodies around Stone City. As an unmarried young man, he naturally craved some pleasure from time to time. But he felt too embarrassed to ask others where exactly these places were, which was precisely why he never got the details straight. Now he finally knew it was right here in the slums. As these thoughts crossed He Yutian's mind, a cold smile touched his lips. He now understood where Zhao Meihua and Li Min had gotten their money. At that moment, his heart was filled with hatred. At the same time, he felt a sense of relief. Thankfully, he had already divorced Li Min earlier. Otherwise, the number of horns on his head would surely have grown ever larger. But how to deal with these two women was a matter for later. Since he was here today, he intended to indulge fully and see if it lived up to the hype. It was precisely these thoughts that soon had He Yutian lying on the bed, savoring the woman's attentions. Though he'd been intimate with Li Min several times, his experience was still relatively limited. These women selling their bodies naturally put on a show to win over clients, pulling out all the stops with every trick in the book. Naturally, He Yutian found it all quite eye-opening. When he left the place, He Yutian walked with his hand on his waist, feeling that the money he had spent was indeed well worth it. But he wouldn't be returning here in the future, nor would he continue spending money on such things. Once he returned home, he could have Zhao Meihua and Li Min serve him properly. Chapter 167, He Yutian's Conditions. When he saw Li Min and Zhao Meihua returning in the afternoon, laughing and chatting, He Yutian immediately intercepted them. Li Min's gaze toward him was filled with utter disgust. "Get out of my way, He Yutian. You're in my path. Or don't blame me for being rude." Li Min's tone was as cold as ice, as if she were swatting away a fly. Hearing Li Min's words, He Yutian showed no anger. Instead, a faint, cold smile played on his lips. "Fine. If you don't want to hear me out, then I won't say another word. But I've discovered a secret about the two of you. That place where you two work is quite the spot, isn't it? If you two don't want this to get out, you'd better know your place." After uttering these words, He Yutian chuckled and headed back to his own home. Zhao Meihua and Li Min exchanged glances, seeing only gravity and worry in each other's eyes. They had no idea how He Yutian had found out about this. But they knew all too well that if He Yutian spread the word or even called the police, they would be finished. The only path ahead for them would be a dead end. "Sis, how did he find out about this? What are we supposed to do now?" Li Min's expression remained grim after hearing Zhao Meihua's words. This turn of events had clearly exceeded his expectations, leaving him momentarily at a loss for how to resolve it. Yet one thing remained absolutely certain in his mind: under no circumstances could He Yutian be allowed to reveal this matter. After a moment's thought, Li Min spoke in a low voice. "Since they came to us directly instead of going public, it shows they don't want to escalate this either. Let's first hear what demands and conditions he has. We'll figure out how to handle it later." Upon hearing this, Zhao Meihua could only nod in agreement. He had never been one to make decisions on his own, and this situation had completely surpassed his imagination. Naturally, she was at a loss for what to do.
Under these circumstances, he naturally had to follow whatever Li Min said. Since you already know, He Yutian, there's no need to keep playing coy. Just say what you want now. After arriving at He Yutian's home, the two women still spoke in icy tones and shot him looks of utter disgust. But the situation was now completely different from before. They needed something from He Yutian. Hearing this, He Yutian wore a look of smug satisfaction. What I want is simple. Just serve me every night the way you serve your clients at work. As long as you satisfy me, I won't tell anyone about this. But if you fail to satisfy me, you know the consequences. Alright, now go back and think it over carefully. Get out of my sight. With that, He Yutian smugly shooed the two women out. After leaving He Yutian's home, the expressions on both women's faces remained deeply somber. This time, before Zhao Meihua could ask what to do next, Li Min spoke slowly. Right now, the two of us don't have any better options. We can only try to placate him for the time being. As for the rest, we'll figure out a way to handle it gradually. But starting today, we absolutely cannot go back to work. If he ever loses his mind and actually calls the police, they'll definitely arrest us both. As Li Min uttered these words, her hatred for He Yutian reached its peak. Setting aside the fact that He Yutian was using this incident to blackmail him, which already filled him with intense rage. But the fact that He Yutian was like a ticking time bomb was something she simply couldn't tolerate. Hearing this, Zhao Meihua had no better solution. She could only sigh, nod, and agree. That evening, the two women arrived at He Yutian's home with frowns etched on their faces. Though inwardly reluctant, they resorted to every trick in the book. Come out and make sure He Yutian is well taken care of. Seeing the reluctant expressions on both women's faces, He Yutian felt an even greater sense of satisfaction deep inside. He knew full well that both women looked down on him, but what could they do about it? Weren't they still forced to serve him obediently? He Yutian had already made up his mind. He would diligently save every penny he earned from now on and put off finding a partner for the time being. Having these two women attend to him daily was practically the same as having a wife. Once he earned enough money, he could find a better partner. He Yutian's inner thoughts were indeed quite clever, but after a few days, the two women began to feel restless. After all, they were now obligated to serve He Yutian and couldn't go out to earn money themselves. Having long been accustomed to spending freely, the two naturally found this situation hard to accept. But Li Min also knew that confronting He Yutian wouldn't be easy. After pondering it for several more days, she sought out Zhao Meihua again. Sis, you see clearly now if we let that bastard He Yutian keep blackmailing us like this, our lives will become unbearable. We need to resolve this problem immediately. How about this? Go talk to Zhang Jianshe. Get him to help take He Yutian out. Once he's gone, the rest will be easy to handle. Your sister has a good relationship with Zhang Jianshe now. If we can get him to help, it should be manageable. Hearing this, Zhao Meihua felt conflicted inside. Naturally, she didn't want to seek Zhang Jianshe's help. But now, it seemed there was no other way forward. After pondering this for a moment, he finally nodded. That evening, just as Zhao Meihua finished preparing dinner for Zhang Jianshe and they were about to eat, Zhao Meihua walked straight in. Ernie, what's gotten into you? Chapter 168, Seeking Zhang Jianshe's Assistance. Recently, since Zhao Meihua hadn't noticed Zhao Meihua going to work, he felt considerably more at ease. He had gradually grown more concerned about her. Hearing this, Zhao Meihua felt a surge of hope. If her sister spoke up for her now, her chances of success would be much higher. Yet she remained engrossed in her tears, her expression unchanged. Seeing this, Zhao Meihua grew even more worried, while Zhang Jianshe grew increasingly impatient. If you have something to say it quickly. If not, hurry back. Hearing Zhang Jianshe's impatient words, Zhao Meihua's expression instantly froze. Her resentment toward Zhao Meihua deepened within her heart. In Zhao Meihua's mind, it was certain that Zhao Meihua had spoken ill of her to Zhang Jianshe. Otherwise, Zhang Jianshe wouldn't be treating him this way. Though inwardly furious, she dared not waste any more of his time, seeing how clearly irritated he was. Brother Zhang, you really have to help me. That bastard He Yutian is bullying me. If you don't help me now, I'm truly at a loss. After saying this, Zhao Meihua covered her face and began to cry again. At that moment, Zhao Meihua also stood up, seething with anger. Let's go. We're going straight to settle this with He Yutian. He needs to give us an explanation for what happened today. But Zhang Jianshe remained seated, not moving a muscle. Seeing this, Zhao Meihua was instantly dumbfounded. In her mind, Zhang Jianshe was supposed to step in preferably to eliminate He Yutian discreetly. That way, all threats would be nipped in the bud. But now, only Zhao Meihua was willing to help him resolve the issue. If they found He Yutian, they would inevitably get into a fight. That would only provoke He Yutian further, and who knew what he might do next. Driven by these thoughts, Zhao Meihua immediately grabbed Zhao Meihua, who was rushing to leave. Sis, the two of us probably aren't a match for He Yutian right now. We still need Brother Zhang to step in. After all, He Yutian is a big, strong man. If he decides to fight us, we'll be the ones who suffer. Hearing this, Zhao Meihua paused and turned her gaze toward Zhang Jianshe. But Zhang Jianshe remained unmoved. Zhao Meihua, you handle this matter yourself. Your sister won't help you either. Now get out of here quickly, or don't blame me for being rude. After Zhang Jianshe finished speaking, he stared coldly at Zhao Meihua. Though Zhao Meihua wanted to say more, seeing the look on Zhang Jianshe's face, she clamped her mouth shut and hurried away. After all, Zhang Jianshe had injured several people in the courtyard earlier. If he angered Zhang Jianshe, who knew if Zhang Jianshe might slash him down too? Jianshe, I know you look down on Zhao Meihua because of what she did before, but she's changed now. Besides, he's my own sister's husband. Now that he's being bullied, we can't just stand by and do nothing. After Zhao Meihua left, Zhao Mehui remained deeply worried inside. But Zhang Jianshe had warned her not to meddle. Now she dared not go out alone, so she could only watch as Zhang Jianshe spoke in a slightly lowered voice. Hearing this, Zhang Jianshe's face still bore a cold smile. While I don't think He Yutian is the sharpest tool in the shed, I can still trust him when it comes to character. If he bullied your sister, I absolutely wouldn't believe it. Maybe your sister wanted to use me to get back at He Yutian. This is troublesome. Besides, just because you think he's changed doesn't mean he actually has. Maybe he's still sneaking off to work behind your back. Alright, handle this matter exactly as I say. From now on, you absolutely mustn't meddle in other people's business. After saying this, Zhao Mehui looked at the icy expression on Zhang Jianshe's face. Though she still felt some worry deep down, she dared not say anything more. It wasn't until the next day that Zhao Mehui could no longer contain her worry and sought out Zhao Meihua once more. Ernie, didn't you say that bastard was bullying you before? Did he keep picking on you after you went back? Hearing this question, Zhao Meihua's heart instantly leapt with joy. After returning yesterday, Zhao Meihua had already relayed Zhang Jianshe's attitude to Li Min. Faced with this situation, Li Min sighed helplessly, but she had no better solution. Zhang Jianshe was their best weapon against He Yutian. But since Zhang Jianshe refused to cooperate, they were naturally powerless. This very fact had caused both Li Min and Zhao Meihua to abandon all hope in their hearts. Yet unexpectedly, at this very moment, the situation took an unexpected turn. Zhao Meihua surmised that Zhao Mehui must have already worked her magic on Zhang Jianshe. After all, her sister was quite attractive, and Zhang Jianshe surely couldn't resist the persuasive power of pillow talk. But since Zhang Jianshe didn't know whether they were still being bullied by He Yutian, it wasn't appropriate for him to step forward directly at this moment to probe the specifics of the situation. This realization bolstered his confidence, and he quickly adopted a look of reluctance. Sis, how could that bastard let me off? I just couldn't take it anymore yesterday, that's why I came to ask you and brother Zhang for help. Hearing this, Zhao Meihui's face darkened as she nodded. Alright, I'm aware of the situation. You don't need to worry about it anymore. With that, Zhao Mehui turned and headed straight back to her own home. Upon receiving the news, Zhao Meihua felt an overwhelming surge of joy and immediately went to share the good tidings with Li Min. But upon hearing it, Li Min felt a slight tension in her heart. I know Zhang Jianshe better than anyone. Once he makes up his mind about something, he never changes it easily. He wasn't willing to help yesterday. Why would he suddenly change his attitude today? If you ask me, staying here any longer could be dangerous. We absolutely must leave Stone City. Hearing this, Zhao Meihua was startled, her gaze toward Li Min still hesitant. It can't be that serious, right? Even if he refuses to help, it won't really hurt us. Besides, Zhao Mehui is my own sister. She wouldn't lie to me, would she? Although Zhao Meihua had a point at that moment, Li Min remained adamant and had already returned home to start packing her things. I'm leaving today to hide out somewhere anyway. If you don't want to come, then you can stay here by yourself. Chapter 169, Zhao Mehui calls the police. As Li Min spoke, she began preparing to pack her things. Seeing her like this, Zhao Meihua froze in place. After all, they had now settled in Oyu City, where they enjoyed a stable income. Their lives had settled into a semblance of stability. Staying in Oyu City would undoubtedly be a very good life. But leaving Oyu City meant everything would change drastically. It was precisely this thought that left Zhao Meihua momentarily undecided. Seeing Li Min's unwavering resolve now, Zhao Meihua's resolve began to waver. After all, in his heart, he believed Li Min was smarter than him. Since Li Min was leaving now, there must be a reason. Precisely because of this, Zhao Meihua hurried after her. Sis, wait for me a moment. I'll go home to pack my things and leave with you. Hearing Zhao Meihua say this, Li Min finally breathed a sigh of relief. Deep down, Li Min didn't want Zhao Meihua to leave either. After all, Zhao Meihua was undeniably quite attractive, and since they'd already entered this line of work, they could easily continue elsewhere after leaving Oyu City. Their income would inevitably be affected. Don't worry. We're just not staying in the courtyard tonight. We'll find somewhere else to hide for now. Let's see if anything happens today. If nothing happens, we can always come back tomorrow or the day after. Then we'll just go back to our lives. If something does happen today, we'll leave immediately tonight. That way, we won't face too much danger. Hearing Li Min's words, Zhao Meihua felt a wave of relief wash over her. As long as Li Min wasn't seriously suggesting they leave immediately, she was fine. As for whether staying in Oyu City would lead to trouble, Zhao Meihua harbored not a shred of worry about that.
She knew many in the courtyard were envious of his earnings, and some even sought to pry information from him.
But as long as he kept quiet, others couldn't do anything to him.
Even if he and Zhang Jianshe weren't currently connected, everyone in the courtyard knew his sister had a close relationship with Zhang Jianshe. Naturally, they wouldn't dare cause trouble for him lightly.
Shortly after the two left the courtyard, Zhao Meihui stormed over to He Yutian. He Yutian, how dare you bully my sister? You must give me an explanation for what happened today. Hearing this, He Yutian's brow furrowed involuntarily.
He knew perfectly well whether he had bullied Zhao Meihua recently. In fact, after catching her in the act, he had planned to use it to control both her and Li Min for the rest of their lives.
But how did Zhao Meihui find out about this now? Could it be that Zhao Meihua had told Zhao Meihui?
The thought barely formed in He Yutian's mind before he shook his head. After careful consideration, he concluded Zhao Meihua simply didn't have the guts to do such a thing. After all, if Zhao Meihua's actions were exposed, the only path awaiting him would be a dead end. Perhaps Zhao Meihui had spotted Zhao Meihua and Li Min together at his home one night.
That was why Zhao Meihui had formed this suspicion and wanted to test him. Once this thought took root in his mind, He Yutian found it increasingly plausible. If that's the case, then of course he won't admit it now.
Zhao Meihui, even though you now have Zhang Jianshe as your backer, you shouldn't just blurt out whatever you want.
When did I ever bully Zhao Meihua? Let me tell you, this kind of accusation isn't something you can just throw around. If you do, don't blame me for not being polite.
If you don't believe me, wait until Zhao Meihua returns and ask her directly whether I've ever bullied her. As He Yutian and Zhao Meihui argued, neighbors from the courtyard gathered to watch the spectacle. Hearing He Yutian's words, Zhao Meihui watched him act like a dead pig fearing no boiling water, and her anger flared even more.
Deep down, Zhao Meihui trusted Zhao Meihua implicitly.
Naturally, she believed Zhao Meihua hadn't lied to her. He reasoned that He Yutian must have taken advantage of Zhao Meihua, which was why she felt too embarrassed to speak up. It was precisely this perception that emboldened He Yutian to act with such brazen audacity, even daring to confront Zhao Meihua directly. This realization only deepened Zhao Meihui's fury. This He Yutian was truly bullying people. If He Yutian wanted to confront Zhao Meihua face to face, then she would make sure he didn't get his way. Fine, you can deny it now. I'll call the police immediately. When the police arrive, I hope you'll still stick to this story. With that, Zhao Meihui turned to storm out, her anger evident. He hadn't expected Zhao Meihui to actually dare to call the police. He had learned from the police officers who came to the courtyard last time that the relationship between Zhao Meihui and Zhang Jianshe was far from simple. Therefore, after Zhao Meihui filed the report at the station this time, the police naturally took the matter very seriously. They immediately dispatched several officers to the courtyard. The officers' expressions darkened considerably upon seeing He Yutian. So you're the one who bullied that young lady? In that case, you'll be coming with us now. After uttering these words, an officer immediately moved to place handcuffs on He Yutian. Seeing this, Yi Buchuan hurriedly pushed through the crowd. Officer, this matter still needs thorough investigation. You can't just arrest someone based on a single report. What if there are other circumstances involved, or if someone is being falsely accused? As Yi Buchuan spoke, he wore a forced smile, though his heart was filled with anxiety. Truthfully, he wouldn't have stepped forward to speak to the police like this if he hadn't been forced to. After all, this was clearly a move that would make enemies. But He Yutian's fate was tied to his own future retirement security. At this moment, he couldn't afford to worry about such consequences. Yet upon hearing his words, the expressions on the officers' faces darkened considerably. Are you telling us police how to do our jobs? Since you intend to obstruct us in resolving this case, you'll be coming with us. Chapter 170, They're Framing Me. It unfolded exactly as Yi Buchuan had anticipated. The officers felt an overwhelming surge of anger after hearing his words, now even preparing to take him away. At that moment, He Yutian snapped out of his shock, his expression turning grim. He Yutian's thoughts mirrored Yi Buchuan's. Even if the police came to investigate, they must first clarify the situation and understand the full story. They couldn't just arrest people on a whim. The reason these officers were so eager to take them away now was undoubtedly because they were acting on Zhao Meihui's orders. And the reason these officers were obeying Zhao Meihui was because they were doing it for Zhang Jianshe's sake. Perhaps Zhao Meihua intended to use this very method to escape their control. This realization only deepened the rage boiling within He Yutian's heart. His hatred for Zhao Meihua surged within him. That Zhao Meihua wanted to escape his control was one thing, but now she was actively trying to send him straight to prison. This outcome was utterly unacceptable to He Yutian. Since Zhao Meihua had already taken such drastic measures, he saw no need to spare her any further courtesy. Officer, I'm being framed. It's Zhao Meihua who's framing me because I know his secret. He wants to get me locked up. That way, no one will discover his shady dealings. Both he and Li Min are running this shady operation. If you're going to arrest anyone, it should be him. After He Yutian finished speaking, Zhao Meihui's face instantly turned pale, and her entire body swayed slightly. He never imagined that He Yutian knew about Zhao Meihua's business dealings.
Moreover, this business itself was problematic. If he had known it would turn out this way, he would never have dared to cause trouble for He Yutian. But it was too late for regrets now. All he could do was hope to find a suitable opportunity to gloss over the matter. He absolutely couldn't let the police keep digging into this matter. After hearing this, the neighbors in the courtyard instantly erupted into a buzz of discussion. Many privately suspected He Yutian was just spouting nonsense because he knew he was about to die. Yet more people chose to believe He Yutian's words. After all, Zhao Meihua and Li Min had never held steady jobs, yet their household never seemed short of money. This situation alone had long piqued the neighbors' curiosity. Yet, the specifics of how exactly this was possible remained unclear to most. Now, hearing He Yutian's explanation, it all suddenly made perfect sense to them. Several police officers, upon hearing He Yutian's words, also grew serious. If what He Yutian said was true, then they couldn't arrest him. Instead, they would have to arrest Zhao Meihua and that woman named Li Min. But they had come today specifically because Zhao Meihui had summoned them. If they couldn't resolve this matter properly, they'd likely fail to satisfy Zhao Meihui going forward. They couldn't care less about Zhao Meihui's feelings, but offending Zhang Jianshe over this matter would be disastrous. Still, with so many people present, they couldn't continue favoring Zhao Meihui. They could only nod at He Yutian. You mustn't spread this around. Otherwise, you'll have to pay the price for your actions. You claim these two are involved in shady business. What evidence do you have to back that up? After this statement, the police officers all silently turned their gaze toward He Yutian. If He Yutian could provide more leads now, they could certainly seize this opportunity to clean up all the women involved in the business. For them, it meant not only earning some merit but also making extra money. Even if it meant offending Zhang Jianshi, they could always find ways to grease the wheels with extra cash when he came looking for them later. At the very least, it would allow his family to keep scraping by an OU. But He Yutian would be antagonizing the boss behind the scenes. The outcome awaiting him would certainly not be favorable. If He Yutian couldn't provide further evidence, his accusations would amount to false reporting. Even without evidence of him bullying Zhao Meihua, the act of false accusation alone would be sufficient grounds for his arrest. Of course, He Yutian remained oblivious to the complex thoughts churning within the officers' minds. Upon hearing the officer's words, he immediately nodded in agreement. If I'm saying this, it's because I have my reasons. They're doing business in the slums outside the city. I'll take you there right now, and we'll definitely catch them all. With He Yutian having gone this far, the others could only nod in agreement. Soon, He Yutian led a large contingent of police officers in a grand procession toward the slums. This spectacle naturally drew considerable attention, with many citizens discussing it openly on the streets. Judging by the scale of the police deployment, something major must have happened. But what exactly was happening? The commotion caused by He Yutian and his police force naturally reached the ears of Zhao Meihua and Li Min. They were hiding in an abandoned, dilapidated house they'd found within Stone City. Both women wore expressions of utter terror and lingering fear. Watching the direction He Yutian and the police were heading, it was painfully clear to anyone that He Yutian was leading the officers to raid their workplace. Fortunately, they had found a hiding place ahead of time. Otherwise, the police would likely have arrested them first and taken them back for questioning. Once Brother Wolf and the others were apprehended, their fate would inevitably be sealed. Li Min couldn't help but sigh as she looked at Zhao Meihua. See? I was right all along. If we hadn't left earlier, we'd be dead meat by now. Upon hearing this, Zhao Meihua immediately nodded in agreement, her inner fury boiling over. Of course, her fury was now directed squarely at Zhang Jianshi. Chapter 171, Brother Wolf Seeks Revenge. In Zhao Meihua's mind, He Yutian couldn't possibly command such a large police force. Therefore, these officers must have been following Zhang Jianshe's orders. Not only had Zhang Jianshi refused to help him, but now he was actively trying to destroy his livelihood. She couldn't swallow her pride without settling the score with Zhang Jianshi. But for a woman like her to take on Zhang Jianshi was simply impossible. To get at Zhang Jianshi, she could only target the women around him. Yet even though this thought had taken root in Zhao Meihua's mind, the idea of targeting Zhao Meihui still made her heart ache with reluctance. That was precisely why Zhao Meihua set her sights on Zhang Xiaoya. After all, Zhang Xiaoya was the first woman Zhang Jianshi had ever loved. If anything happened to Zhang Xiaoya, Zhang Jianshi would likely be heartbroken for a long time. That way, he could vent his pent-up anger. Therefore, Zhao Meihua didn't respond directly to Li Min's question. Instead, she posed another one. Cicely, given how things are now, we definitely can't stay on the rocks any longer. Otherwise, once these police discover us, they'll arrest us all immediately. Since that's the case, we'll have to find work somewhere else. Or we could just arrest that woman Zhang Xiaoya who's staying in our courtyard and take her with us. We're being forced out of Shizhou City by Zhang Jianshi. He must have called in all these police officers. If that's the case, we can't let Zhang Jianshi get away with this. We have to get revenge on Zhang Jianshi. Hearing Zhao Meihua say this through gritted teeth made Li Min pause in surprise. Li Min understood perfectly well. Zhang Xiaoya held an undeniably important place in Zhang Jianshe's heart. If they really went ahead and took Zhang Xiaoya away, it would undoubtedly torment Zhang Jianshe for a long time. But precisely because of this, he didn't have the guts to do it. Sure, Zhang Jianshe would suffer, but he'd definitely investigate and retaliate. If Zhang Jianshe discovered they were behind it, that would spell trouble. He would likely come for their lives. He hadn't forgotten what happened back in Stone Village. It was Zhang Jianshe who pushed Liu Ergou onto the grasslands, resulting not only in Liu Ergou's death but leaving not even a whole corpse behind. Yet the image of Zhang Xiaoya's face stirred a faint flicker of desire within Simi's heart. Right now, controlling just one woman, Zhao Meihua, already allowed him to earn significantly more money. Even when he grew old and couldn't work anymore, he could still profit off Zhao Meihua. If he could control Zhang Xiaoya too, his profits would only multiply. After all, Zhang Xiaoya had already fallen into the hands of those casino operators and been thoroughly ruined. Even if she were to work alongside them again, she had nothing to feel sorry for. It was precisely these thoughts that ultimately made Li Min nod slightly in agreement. What you're saying does make a certain amount of sense. But even if we want to do this, we have to be extra careful and cautious. Otherwise, if someone finds out, we'll be in big trouble. Given that, we'll stay hidden in this courtyard for the next couple of days. Once things calm down outside, we'll find some people and make our move. We'll split the costs evenly between us. Once we've gotten rid of Zhang Xiaoya, we'll find another city to settle down and work. We'll split whatever Zhang Xiaoya earns evenly between us. For Zhao Meihua, it was all about revenge against Zhang Jianshe. While she wasn't overly concerned about making money, she was certainly thrilled at the prospect of an unexpected income. Driven by these thoughts, Zhao Meihua didn't hesitate at all. She simply nodded and agreed. While Li Min and Zhao Meihua discussed these plans, He Yutian had already led his men to the slum area. By then, Wolf Brother had already taken his relatives to hide elsewhere, though he had also warned the women under his command to leave quickly. However, the women remained largely unconcerned. They felt that as long as they weren't entertaining clients, even if the police came to investigate, suspicion wouldn't fall on them. After all, once the police left, they would simply resume business as usual. Precisely because of this complacency, once the police arrived, He Yutian swiftly orchestrated the arrest of numerous individuals. Watching He Yutian and the police lead the women away, Wolf Brother gritted his teeth in fury. Find out exactly who this bastard is. I won't let him off the hook. As Wolf Brother finished speaking, his henchmen nearby immediately nodded in agreement, each departing with solemn expressions. Wolf Brother certainly didn't have the guts to retaliate against these police officers. Moreover, he could tell these officers had been led here by that man. Once he uncovered the man's identity, he would make sure he paid dearly. In Wolf Brother's current thinking, he was certain it was other businessmen who, seeing his operations improving, were jealous. That's why they deliberately sent people to cause trouble for them. Since everyone involved was already operating in the gray zone, once he uncovered the man's identity, dealing with him would become far simpler. The men under Wolf Brother were highly capable, and they all understood that he was currently seething with rage. Thus, when they went out to handle the matter, they were naturally even more proactive, afraid of wasting time and causing Wolf Brother to vent his anger on them. Consequently, by the time dusk fell, Wolf Brother's men had already uncovered relevant leads. Upon learning that He Yutian was merely an ordinary cook at a coal plant, Wolf Brother froze in shock. He never imagined a cook would dare cross him and cause such trouble. Though he couldn't fathom why He Yutian possessed such audacity or what his motives were, the fact that he dared to act this way meant he couldn't let him off the hook. Otherwise, his men wouldn't respect him, and it would damage his future standing in the underworld. Driven by these thoughts, Wolf Brother immediately addressed his men. Go find me the cook working at the coal plant. I have a favor to ask of him. Chapter 172, The Plan Against He Yutian. At Wolf Brother's command, a man was swiftly brought before him. The man trembled visibly from head to toe as he faced Wolf Brother. The man brought before Wolf Brother naturally had no idea why he was being summoned. He only felt an overwhelming sense of injustice welling up inside him. Brother Wolf, I've visited your place a few times before, but I always paid every single time. I've never skipped out on a bill. Seeing the man trembling in fear before him and uttering such words left Wolf Brother feeling utterly speechless. Of course, he wouldn't drag someone before him just for skipping out on a bill. Such matters weren't for a boss like him to handle. But since he still needed this guy for something later, he didn't press the issue. He just gave a slight nod. Don't be afraid. I called you here because I need to ask you something. You and that guy named He Yutian probably work together, right? Now tell me about him. Hearing Wolf Brother's words, the man before him froze again. This was the very worker who had mocked He Yutian upon learning of his marriage and even gotten into a fight with him. Now that Brother Wolf was inquiring about He Yutian, he naturally held nothing back. He immediately spilled everything he knew, covering not only He Yutian's performance at the coal plant but also the address of his family home. After all, it was He Yutian who would suffer the consequences next, and it had nothing to do with him. If he held back even the slightest bit now, Wolf Brother's men would certainly not let him off easily. After hearing this, Brother Wolf gave a slight nod.
He hadn't expected that He Yutian, who seemed unremarkable, was actually highly valued by the leadership at the coal plant. He was personally in charge of all the private dining arrangements for guests at the entire coal plant. The words of this coal mine chef were, of course, heard loud and clear by the men surrounding Wolf Brother. Learning of He Yutian's responsibilities sent a chill down their spines. Earlier, when they had injured Wolf Brother and sought information about He Yutian from the coal plant, they had all been utterly unconcerned. In their minds, they were merely dealing with an ordinary worker at the coal plant. Over the years, they'd dealt with countless such individuals. There was no need for fear nor any desire to dig deeper into his background. They figured a few of them could just show up at the guy's place, wipe out his entire family, and call it a day. But now, hearing this man's words, they felt nothing but relief. Thankfully, they hadn't revealed their plan earlier, and Brother Lang hadn't given them such an order. If they'd only killed ordinary people, the Chin family could have sent the Fan brothers into hiding for a while. Then Brother Lang could smooth things over, and the incident wouldn't have caused much trouble. But He Yutian? He knew the coal factory director personally and was even quite close to him. Killing someone like him rashly would have caused enormous repercussions. Even Brother Lang might be unable to handle it then, and they could all end up suffering the consequences. Brother Wolf now recognized the delicacy of the situation. But expecting him to simply let He Yutian off the hook was out of the question. If word got out, it wouldn't just cause his men to question him. More crucially, his illicit operations in Stone City would become unsustainable. After pondering carefully for a moment, Wolf Brother finally looked at the man and spoke slowly. In that case, I'll assign you a task. If you handle it well, you'll be rewarded handsomely. But if you fail, then the entire Qian family won't survive. Hearing this, the man who had been gloating shuddered violently. He hadn't expected Brother Wolf's words to be so ruthless. But seeing the menacing expressions on Wolf Brother's men, he dared not refuse. After a moment's hesitation, Kauko could only nod his head, trembling. Brother Wolf, just give the orders. Whatever I can do, I'll do it obediently. Only after hearing this did Wolf Brother reveal his plan. Upon hearing the details, the trembling intensified, and the fear in his eyes grew unbearable. Now that I've told you my plan, if you agree, that's fine. But if you dare refuse, you won't be leaving here today. Under Wolf Brother's pressure, the man finally agreed. When it was time for him to leave, Wolf Brother personally escorted him back. Wolf Brother's motive, of course, wasn't concern for the man's safety but to learn his home address. That way, if the guy failed to deliver in the future, his entire family would suffer. For this very reason, though the man was terrified inside, he gritted his teeth and resolved to carry out Wolf Brother's orders. Meanwhile, Zhao Meihui stayed at home, looking at Zhang Jianshe with a face full of grievance. Zhang Jianshe and He Yutian did this deliberately to cause trouble for Zhao Meihua. Now that Zhao Meihua has realized her mistake, can't we let her turn over a new leaf? Now look at them both, he and Li Min are wanted criminals. If they get caught, they're as good as dead. You can't just ignore this. Truthfully, with things escalating to this point, Zhang Jianshe felt deeply frustrated inside. Zhao Meihua was somewhat better off. Though many in the courtyard knew she had feelings for him, he hadn't had much interaction with her. But when it came to Li Min, many in the courtyard knew she had once been his woman. Now that she had gone astray, it had also made Zhang Jianshe lose face. Even so, upon hearing Zhao Meihui's words, Zhang Jianshe immediately shook his head. This has nothing to do with me. If you want to take revenge on He Yutian, you can do it yourself. I absolutely won't get involved in this sort of thing. As Zhang Jianshe spoke these words, He Yutian, back at home, began to feel a twinge of regret. He truly had acted impulsively today. Not only would he lose 2 women to attend to him, but he might even invite trouble from others. Therefore, he felt he must urgently devise a countermeasure. Chapter 173, The Coal Plant Poisoning Incident. He Yutian sat in his home, feeling genuine fear and regret welling up inside him. Earlier, he had only blurted out everything in a fit of rage because Zhao Meihui had found him. But now, even though he had clarified everything, the situation hadn't improved in the slightest. Instead, he might face retaliation. It was precisely these thoughts that made He Yutian feel he needed to find time to have a serious talk with Zhang Jianshe. After all, Zhang Jianshe was likely the only one who could help him now. Setting aside He Yutian's internal deliberations, Zhao Meihui, having heard Zhang Jianshe's refusal, felt a surge of anger within her. But with Zhang Jianshe unwilling to help, he had no better solution at the moment. She could only take things one step at a time. Meanwhile, the next day, Zhao Meihua and Li Min hired someone on the black market to secretly come to the courtyard and gather information. But since Zhang Xiaoya was still going to work normally and Zhang Jianshe hadn't left the house, they couldn't find a suitable opportunity to get Zhang Xiaoya out. Forcibly taking Zhang Xiaoya out now would be relatively simple, but it would certainly not escape Zhang Jianshe's notice. Deep down, Zhao Meihua and Li Min still felt some fear toward Zhang Jianshe. If he ever came looking for trouble, they feared they wouldn't be able to withstand it. 2 more days passed before He Yutian's next opportunity to cook for the factory leaders arrived. At that moment, He Yutian was busy preparing the ingredients. Another staff member in the cafeteria was inwardly trembling with anxiety. This was the very person Brother Wolf had tracked down earlier. Brother Wolf had made it clear if he could pull this off, he'd get his share of the rewards. But if he didn't, his entire family would suffer. So even if he didn't consider himself, just for the sake of his family, he had to find a way to frame He Yutian. Yet while the idea sounded simple enough, executing it would prove far from easy. Brother Wolf planned to have him poison several people. Deaths in Stone City were already serious enough, let alone when the victims were coal mine executives. Higher-ups would definitely come to investigate. When that happened, He Yutian, as the chef, would naturally be the first to take the fall. But now, after careful consideration, the chef realized that if deaths actually occurred, he wouldn't be able to escape responsibility either. Though Brother Wolf had promised to get his entire family out of the city afterward, he had no way of knowing whether Brother Wolf would actually keep that promise. Even if Brother Wolf did keep his word, his family would likely be forced to live in constant hiding. Such a life was not what he desired. Precisely because of this, he ultimately decided to simply slip some laxatives into the ingredients. This way, he wouldn't kill anyone, yet the effect would be similar enough to satisfy Brother Wolf. At that moment, He Yutian remained oblivious to any trouble brewing. He continued preparing the various ingredients with a cheerful smile. Finally, after preparing a full table of cafeteria-style meals, He Yutian cheerfully headed home. In the past, he would have inevitably taken some of the food for himself, bringing a lunchbox home. He could have enjoyed another drink that evening, but given the current sensitive period, He Yutian had become more low-key. He knew he might face retaliation at any moment, so he couldn't afford to stir up any more trouble. If someone came looking for him, the consequences would be severe. It was precisely these thoughts that led He Yutian to return home empty-handed. The coal plant executives, unaware of any issues with the cafeteria food, happily tucked in. But immediately after finishing their meals, several of them clutched their stomachs and rushed toward the restroom. Initially, none of them suspected anything. But after making over a dozen trips to the bathroom, with every single person affected, even the little cutie, they began to sense something was terribly wrong. There was definitely something wrong with today's meal. Realizing this, plant manager Yang's face turned grim. He had hosted several clients today, and in fact, he needed favors from them. Building good relationships with these officials would greatly benefit the coal plant's future development. But now, after eating something at the coal plant, all these people had developed diarrhea. While it wasn't life-threatening, it meant he'd alienated them. Forget getting favors from them in the future, even routine matters would likely become opportunities for them to deliberately cause trouble. This realization only fueled Director Yang's rage. The next morning, he went straight to the cafeteria as soon as work began and summoned the cafeteria manager and all the staff. Who prepared yesterday's meal in the small cafeteria? Seeing the furious expression on Director Yang's face, the cafeteria manager immediately sensed something was amiss. His tone became cautious as he spoke. Director Yang, all the meals in the small cafeteria are prepared by Chef He. Yesterday's dishes were also made by him personally. Is there a problem? Upon hearing this, the other cafeteria staff nodded in agreement. Exactly. Master He has always been in charge of the small cafeteria's meals. There shouldn't be any problems, right? After all, even though he's young, he's the best cook we have here. Only the person responsible for the poisoning felt extreme tension, knowing his scheme had undoubtedly taken effect. Now, factory manager Yang was coming over to demand an explanation. He Yutian, however, remained completely unaware of any issues. He even thought Director Yang was about to praise him. He was highly confident in his culinary skills. If he could use this opportunity to strengthen his relationship with Director Yang, it would benefit him greatly. Not only could it open doors for future advancement, perhaps even landing him the cafeteria director position, but in this situation where retaliation loomed, Director Yang could also lend his support. Director Yang, I prepared all these dishes myself. Could it be that they didn't suit your taste? Chapter 174, It must be Zhang Jianshe framing me. Though He Yutian said this, he didn't truly believe it. He hadn't been cooking for the small cafeteria for just a day or two. He knew Director Yang's tastes inside out. If there truly had been a problem with the taste, Director Yang would have confronted him long ago. There was no reason to wait until now. Seeing He Yutian's indifferent expression now only made Director Yang grind his teeth in frustration. Fine. So it was you who tampered with the food. Arrest him immediately. At Director Yang's command, security personnel who had followed him outside immediately restrained He Yutian. This turn of events left everyone stunned. Director Yang had worked at the coal plant for over a decade, maintaining good relations with everyone and projecting a consistently mild-mannered image. No one had ever seen him lose his temper like this before. His reaction made them realize this incident was far from ordinary. Director Yang, what on earth is going on? Could there be some misunderstanding? Though the cafeteria manager was now panicking, he still stepped in to defend He Yutian. After all, if He Yutian was truly at fault, the manager wouldn't escape blame either. Hearing this, Director Yang couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. A misunderstanding? How could there possibly be a misunderstanding?
Yesterday, after eating the food from the small cafeteria, all the guests started having diarrhea. They were sick all night long. Several leaders are still receiving treatment at the clinic right now. What else could it be but someone tampering with the food? Since He Yutian prepared all the dishes, he must be the one responsible. Bring him in for questioning immediately to determine if he has ties to the enemy. If any ties to hostile elements are discovered, take immediate action. Upon hearing this, the security personnel prepared to take him away immediately. But at that moment, panic gripped everyone in the cafeteria. In this era, everyone dreaded being implicated with enemy agents. Any connection to enemy agents meant not only certain death for oneself, but also a grim fate for one's entire family. He Yutian's family had no adults, just him and his younger sister. Moreover, He Yutian's concern for his sister was merely superficial. He didn't truly care about her deeply. Naturally, he didn't care whether he might drag his sister down with him. But he was still young and certainly didn't want to be dragged off to be used as a target. It was precisely for this reason that He Yutian struggled relentlessly to speak up and explain. Director Yang, this must be some kind of misunderstanding. How could I possibly have any connection to those people? And I wouldn't tamper with the food either. I get it. This must be someone else's doing. Then tell me exactly what happened. After hearing He Yutian's words, Director Yang ultimately decided to give him a chance. He too hoped this was merely a misunderstanding. After all, he held He Yutian's culinary skills in high regard and naturally didn't want to lose such a capable chef. He Yutian's eyes darted around before he spoke up. I definitely didn't poison the food, so the problem must lie with the ingredients. We just need to investigate what happened with those ingredients to find out. Hearing this, Director Yang felt there was indeed some logic to it. He promptly sent someone to the procurement department to investigate. When the purchasing manager arrived, his face was already covered in cold sweat. He had already understood what had happened when he was brought over. Seeing how furious factory director Yang was, he naturally grew even more anxious. If the stone materials were indeed the problem, his career would be over. Driven by this very thought, the purchasing department head immediately shook his head. Director Yang, the materials we're using are absolutely flawless. These were processed outdoors by Zhang Jianshe and our Stone City hunters during the heavy rains earlier. The majority of the meat naturally ended up in our coal plant's hands. Not only has the small cafeteria been using this meat for quite some time, but our factory has also been serving it for lunch every day. If there were truly any problems, they would have surfaced long ago. How could they suddenly appear only yesterday? The moment the procurement section chief finished speaking, He Yutian seized upon this as if he'd found a crucial piece of evidence and immediately interjected again. Since this incident involved Zhang Jianshe, there's no need for further investigation. It's undoubtedly his doing. He must have gone to the procurement department again yesterday and poisoned the ingredients, deliberately trying to cause trouble for the cafeteria. I never imagined that reporting Zhao Meihua and Li Min for selling meat in Aocheng would lead to Zhang Jianshe retaliating against me like this. He's trying to pin this mess on me. As these words left his lips, hatred filled He Yutian's eyes. He had originally intended to have a serious talk with Zhang Jianshe, hoping Zhang would help him weather this storm. But he never expected that before he could even seek Zhang Jianshe's help, Zhang Jianshe had already taken direct action against him. This made He Yutian feel even more furious inside. He believed their relationship had been reasonably good. Even if past misunderstandings had led to their current lack of interaction, they were still neighbors in the same courtyard. Did Zhang Jianshe really need to strike him so viciously? Hearing this, everyone in the cafeteria froze in shock. Only the individual responsible for the poisoning breathed a sigh of relief. Regardless of who He Yutian suspected or whether disciplinary action would follow. As long as this incident didn't pinpoint him, it would be fine. But upon hearing these words, factory manager Yang's brow furrowed deeply. Though seething with rage inside, he hadn't lost his head. He was well aware of Zhang Jianshe's unique position in OU City. Although Zhang Jianshe worked at the coal plant and he was the plant's leader, so normally he could have authority over Zhang Jianshe. But in reality, throughout the entire OU City, there was likely no one who dared to offend Zhang Jianshe. Chapter 175, Zhang Jianshe cooperates with the investigation. Besides, he had never crossed Zhang Jianshe. Even if Zhang Jianshe truly sought revenge against He Yutian, it shouldn't involve him. Moreover, given Zhang Jianshe's current status and influence, he had countless ways to deal with He Yutian. If Zhang Jianshe had simply asked him to handle He Yutian, he would have gladly assisted. Given that, it was even less likely Zhang Jianshe would make such a huge scene. But now that He Yutian had made such a statement in front of so many people, and it did indeed sound somewhat reasonable, even if he wanted to speak up for Zhang Jianshe now, it seemed there was no way to intervene. But at that very moment, the head of the procurement department immediately stepped forward. That's simply impossible. While Zhang Jianshe does supply materials to our factory regularly, due to the nature of his work, he hasn't been on our premises for quite some time. Precisely because of this, Zhang Jianshe had no opportunity to poison anything. He Yutian, what you're saying now is just an excuse for Zhang Jianshe. Whether to protect themselves or curry favor with the purchasing department head, everyone naturally spoke up for Zhang Jianshe now. Hearing this, many in the cafeteria couldn't help but sigh. They talk about Zhang Jianshe's work being special, but in reality, he's just slacking off. Even though some of them might feel a bit envious or jealous deep down, no one dares to say anything. After all, while Zhang Jianshe may have cut corners, he never neglected his core duties. Not only did he consistently supply the coal plant with materials, but he was arguably the one who procured the most goods. Besides, given Zhang Jianshe's current status and influence, even if they knew he was cutting corners, no one dared to cause him trouble. Hearing the procurement section chief's words, plant manager Yang breathed a sigh of relief. Naturally, he didn't want to implicate Zhang Jianshe in this matter. He promptly nodded in agreement, his gaze toward He Yutian growing even more furious. He Yutian, you poisoned the supplies yourself, yet now you refuse to admit it and try to pin this on someone else. In that case, arrest him immediately for investigation. Upon hearing this order, the security personnel wasted no time, promptly taking He Yutian away. Yet He Yutian continued to protest his innocence, insisting that Zhang Jianshe was undoubtedly involved in the entire affair. Though most present refused to believe his claims, his persistent accusations compelled them to summon Zhang Jianshe for questioning. For this very reason, a security officer soon went to the courtyard to locate Zhang Jianshe. Comrade Zhang Jianshe, rest assured. This is merely an investigation to confirm that He Yutian is the poisoner. There's absolutely no doubt about it. Therefore, we kindly request you accompany us. The security officer spoke to Zhang Jianshe with extreme politeness, careful not to upset him. It was well known that security section personnel had always adopted a haughty attitude when requesting others to assist with investigations in the past. If someone refused, they naturally had ways to cause trouble for that person. Even matters originally unrelated to the person might become connected after their assistance. Precisely because of this, no one dared cross the security department anywhere near the coal plant. But now, their attitude toward Zhang Jianshe changed instantly. Zhang Jianshe paused slightly upon hearing the security officer's words. After piecing together what had happened, he found himself utterly baffled. Although Zhang Jianshe didn't think much of He Yutian now, he still didn't believe He Yutian would do something so foolish. If the leaders had food poisoning, He Yutian, as the chef, would naturally be the first suspect. Even if he wanted to poison someone, why would he do it this way? Wouldn't that just be inviting trouble? Regardless, since the security officer had approached him, Zhang Jianshe felt obligated to assist with the investigation. Soon, he followed the security officer to the coal plant. While Zhang Jianshe assisted with the investigation, the neighbors in the courtyard began discussing the incident. As everyone talked about it, the news spread beyond the courtyard. Zhao Meihua and Li Min's hired men also heard that Zhang Jianshe had gone to the coal plant to cooperate with the investigation. Upon hearing this news, the hired man's heart leapt with joy. After all, Zhao Meihua and Li Min were paying him handsomely 5 yuan a day not only for his help but also to ensure secrecy. He understood that kidnapping a woman outright was extremely serious. If something went wrong, the consequences would be unimaginable. But now, during the investigation phase, he was receiving 5 yuan daily in benefits, which made him feel somewhat embarrassed. While the money was welcome, he also hoped to wrap up this task quickly. So now, he hurriedly ran toward the abandoned courtyard near Stone City and immediately informed Zhao Meihua and Li Min that Zhang Jianshe was no longer in the courtyard. Hearing this, both women felt a surge of relief. In that case, we'll need your help with the rest. Once Zhang Xiaoya gets off work tonight, you must find a way to bring that woman over to us. Alright, you two can rest assured. Since you've paid so much, I'll definitely handle this for you. After saying this, the man patted his chest emphatically. Deep down, he didn't consider the matter particularly serious. Although the two women had asked him to secretly bring over the woman named Zhang Xiaoya, he assumed it was likely a matter of emotional conflict. They probably wanted to teach her a lesson. As long as it didn't end in death, it shouldn't be too serious. Zhang Jianshe had come to investigate. Though He Yutian had no evidence, he stubbornly insisted Zhang Jianshe was responsible. Therefore, Zhang Jianshe had no immediate way to return home from the coal plant. He waited until all the workers had finished their shifts and several more hours had passed before he finally prepared to leave. What Zhang Jianshe didn't know was that on her way home from work, Zhang Xiaoya had been ambushed by someone who immediately covered her head with a sack, knocked her unconscious, and carried her away. Chapter 176, Zhang Xiaoya's disappearance? Since many people in Stone City used sacks to carry coal, the sight of someone openly carrying a sack through the streets drew no attention. When this person was brought before Li Min and Zhao Meihua, it sent a chill down both their spines. Without a moment's hesitation, they quietly slipped away from Stone City. They headed toward Yellow Earth City. Although Huangtu City's overall economic situation wasn't as strong as Stone City's, it was still relatively decent. With nowhere else to go, they naturally had no choice but to head there to earn some money. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, Yi Buchuan's brow furrowed deeply. It was through the neighbors in the courtyard that Yi Buchuan learned the full story. He knew Zhang Jianshe would never frame He Yutian, much less poison his food. But he also believed He Yutian incapable of such an act. Given that, He Yutian must have been framed. If this matter wasn't thoroughly investigated, He Yutian would be in serious trouble and his retirement plans would be severely affected.
Just as Yi Buchuan was racking his brain over how to resolve this situation, with no clear solution in sight, Zhang Jianshe finally returned from the coal plant. Of course, he returned alone, without He Yutian. The coal plant's security department had now concluded that He Yutian had poisoned the food himself, though he refused to admit it. He would soon be sent to the police station for processing. Even if he avoided execution, he would likely face decades in prison. Moreover, Director Yang of the coal plant was currently seething with anger. He would likely pull strings to make life miserable for He Yutian. Even if He Yutian avoided execution, the chances of him walking out of prison alive were slim to none. Before his death, he would endure untold suffering. Considering this outcome, death might actually be the more expedient choice. Yi Buchuan naturally understood these consequences. Seeing Zhang Jianshe return alone only deepened his anxiety. He hurriedly ran toward Zhang Jianshe. "Zhang, today's incident must be a misunderstanding. He Yutian would never dare poison the factory leadership. We're neighbors in the same courtyard, and you have influence with the leadership. You must help He Yutian. Otherwise, he's as good as dead this time." Meanwhile, the neighbors in the courtyard were also deeply curious about what had transpired after Zhang Jianshe went in for questioning. However, if they wanted to send someone to probe around, they naturally wouldn't dare approach Zhang Jianshe for information. But now that they'd heard Yi Buchuan had taken the initiative to seek out Zhang Jianshe, they felt a bit pleased. So none of them were in a hurry to go home and rest now. Instead, they watched Zhang Jianshe and Yi Buchuan, wanting to see what exactly was going on. Even if Yi Buchuan's current question concerned He Yutian's predicament, Zhang Jianshe's response would still yield some clues. Upon hearing Yi Buchuan's words, Zhang Jianshe paused slightly, his expression turning distinctly dismissive. "Yi Buchuan, you have the nerve to ask me to help He Yutian? After he got arrested, he tried to pin the blame on me. The fact that I'm not deliberately making trouble for him right now is already me giving him the benefit of being a neighbor. Why do you think I'd help him? Besides, whether He Yutian did it or not isn't up to me, it's for the security department to investigate. So you coming to me for help now? That's a bit hard to swallow, isn't it?" Hearing Zhang Jianshe's words, the neighbors gathered in the courtyard couldn't help but nod in agreement. Deep down, they all agreed with Zhang Jianshe's reasoning. Only Yi Buchuan opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but no words came out. Yi Buchuan's thoughts were straightforward. Throughout OU City, everyone gave Zhang Jianshe face. All it would take was for Zhang Jianshe to make a few calls to factory director Yang and the police station chief. Regardless of whether He Yutian had actually poisoned the food or not, the matter would be resolved in the shortest possible time. After that, He Yutian wouldn't face any punishment. Yet even though this thought occupied his mind, he couldn't voice it directly. After all, such a course of action was fundamentally unethical. Voicing it openly would not only tarnish his reputation, but could also stir up even more trouble. It seemed he'd have to wait until tonight to have a proper talk with Zhang Jianshe. At worst, he'd have to offer Zhang Jianshe some additional benefits. This thought made Yi Buchuan sigh again. After all, Zhang Jianshe wasn't short on money. If he wanted to seek his help tonight, the benefits offered would certainly be substantial. This time, he would inevitably have to dig deep into his pockets again. But for the sake of his retirement partner, Yi Buchuan couldn't afford to be picky about such matters now. After exchanging a few words with Yi Buchuan, Zhang Jianshe finally headed home. Upon seeing him return, Zhao Meihui's face immediately turned anxious. "Zhang Jianshe, Zhang Xiaoya still hasn't come back. Hasn't he finished work yet?" Zhao Meihui had been waiting all day for Zhang Xiaoya to come home from work. She wanted to have a serious talk with Zhang Xiaoya about Zhao Meihua. If she could persuade Zhang Xiaoya to seek Zhao Meihua's assistance, the rest of the matter would naturally fall into place. Although Zhao Meihua had previously nearly ruined Zhang Xiaoya's reputation. But in Zhao Meihui's mind, since they were both women, she should still be able to persuade Zhang Xiaoya. But now, she still hadn't seen Zhang Xiaoya return. He couldn't help but ask Zhang Jianshe. Hearing this question, Zhang Jianshe paused in surprise. When he had returned from the coal plant, everyone except the security staff had already clocked out. So where could Zhang Xiaoya have gone? At first, Zhang Jianshe had thought she might have gone out to buy something, but looking at the sky outside, he realized that was unlikely. Even if she had gone shopping after work, she should have returned by now. Besides, Zhang Xiaoya had no other friends in Aocheng, so naturally, she had nowhere else to go. The most likely scenario was that something had happened to her. As this thought flashed through Zhang Jianshe's mind, it sent a chill down his spine. He hadn't forgotten that when Brother Long was arrested, there were powerful forces backing him. Could those people have come to OU City? The thought sent Zhang Jianshe rushing out the door in a panic. "Let's grab something to eat first. I need to head to the police station immediately." Chapter 177, News arrives. Zhang Jianshe hurried toward the police station while speaking. At that moment, a sudden sense of foreboding gripped Zhao Meihui's heart. Although he still didn't know exactly what had happened to Zhang Xiaoya at that moment, he suddenly recalled Zhao Meihua and Li Min, the two women who had fled after Yi Yutian reported the incident. Could this incident be connected to those two women? The thought sent a chill through Zhao Meihui. She wasn't entirely clear on the nature of Zhang Xiaoya and Zhang Jianshe's relationship, but she understood that Zhang Xiaoya seemed to hold a special place in Zhang Jianshe's heart. If something truly had happened, Zhang Jianshe would undoubtedly go berserk. Even if Zhao Meihua and Li Min had already fled far away, this matter would likely not end easily. Faced with the current situation, Zhao Meihua could do nothing but temporarily bury this thought deep inside, silently praying that her sister wasn't involved. Zhang Jianshe immediately reported the incident at the police station, naturally drawing the attention of the station chief. Handling this well could strengthen his relationship with Zhang Jianshe, potentially even putting Zhang in his debt. For him, it was all upside with no downside. But if the investigation proved inconclusive, trouble would surely follow. Should Zhang Jianshe escalate the matter to higher authorities, the chief risked disciplinary action. It was precisely this thought that prompted the station chief to nod earnestly. Regarding this matter involving Zhang Jianshe, we will launch an investigation immediately. Right now, I'll deploy all my personnel to search OU City. As long as we can find his trail, we'll bring him in immediately. After the station chief finished speaking, he promptly dispatched all his officers. Though Zhang Jianshe remained deeply anxious, he understood the chief had done everything within his power. All that remained was to wait patiently. For this reason, he nodded earnestly at the chief. Chief, I thank you in advance. I hope we can find him soon. The station chief had no objections, nodding in agreement as he and Zhang Jianshe waited inside the station for updates from the search outside. However, OU City covered a considerable area, making a swift discovery impossible. After waiting until nightfall with no leads, the chief could only suggest Zhang Jianshe return home to rest. The station would notify Zhang Jianshe immediately upon any breakthrough. But 2 more days passed before Zhang Jianshe returned to the station inquiring about progress. This time, the station chief's brow was deeply furrowed. Up to this point, he still hadn't uncovered any leads. Looking at Zhang Jianshe, he could only shake his head with a look of helplessness. We've searched every corner of Stone City and found no trace of Zhang Xiaoya. Based on the current situation, it appears she has left Stone City. The chief's expression appeared relatively relaxed as he spoke these words, but deep inside, his heart was heavy with concern. At this moment, the chief had realized a critical possibility: Zhang Xiaoya might have met with an accident. If she hadn't met with misfortune and had left Stone City of her own accord, then after such an extensive investigation by his team, someone should have seen her depart. That would have allowed him to give Zhang Jianshe a proper explanation. But the fact that no one had spotted her departure left only 2 possibilities. The first possibility was that Zhang Xiaoya had been taken away from Stone City using an extremely covert method. The other possibility was that Zhang Xiaoya had already been killed while in Stone City. Now, the body was hidden somewhere unknown. If that were indeed the case, Zhang Jianshe would likely contact provincial leaders to request an investigation from the provincial capital. When that happened, he, as the police station chief, would inevitably face blame for incompetence. The consequences of that would be too much for him to bear. At this moment, Zhang Jianshe hadn't considered these issues. After hearing the chief's words, he nodded slightly in agreement, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Perhaps Zhang Xiaoya had reconnected with her family in Beijing and had already returned there. Though he felt somewhat frustrated by her sudden departure without a word, if that was indeed the case, it could be considered good news. Just then, a police officer rushed in from outside. Chief, we have some leads on that woman named Zhang Xiaoya. What? What kind of leads did you uncover? Speak up. Upon hearing his subordinate's words, the chief's brow furrowed deeply, and his expression darkened. He sensed that whatever news was about to follow would be anything but good. Under normal circumstances, the subordinate would have reported discreetly first, allowing him to process the information before acting. But now, hearing the report in front of Zhang Jianshe, it was impossible for Zhang Jianshe to miss anything if he was meant to catch something. Thus, the station chief could only ask his subordinate for details of the situation in front of Zhang Jianshe. The officer swallowed hard before hurriedly speaking again. 3 days ago, someone saw Li Min and Zhao Meihua, 2 women, secretly following a man out of OU City. That man was carrying a sack on his shoulder. At the time, people just assumed the sack contained coal. But now, after our investigation, he's reconsidered and suspects it might not be that simple. It's highly possible that woman was inside that sack. If that's the case, we have reason to suspect that woman is Zhang Xiaoya. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jianshe's expression grew even more anxious, while the station chief felt a deep sense of helplessness within. Just as he had anticipated, this news was indeed not good news. Chapter 178, no money to be made this time. But since his men had already delivered the news, there was nothing he could do. All he could do now was watch as Zhang Jianshe let out a sigh that carried a hint of resignation. We never anticipated this happening to Zhang Jianshe, but I also didn't expect those 2 women to still be on our side of OU City. Now that those 2 women are wanted, our police station will naturally apprehend them. We'll also issue a joint investigation notice to other cities to track down their whereabouts. Once we locate those 2 women, the matter will be resolved. Deep down, Zhang Jianshe wasn't entirely satisfied with the police station's response. But finding Zhang Xiaoya was the absolute priority now.
Precisely for this reason, even though Zhang Jianshe felt a slight stir of emotion, he knew this was not the time to let it show. He observed the station chief's expression, which appeared genuinely sincere. "Chief, since that's the case, I'll leave this matter in your capable hands. Once you locate them, please notify me immediately." Hearing Zhang Jianshe's request, the chief immediately nodded in agreement. Yet inwardly, he had absolutely no leads. After all, they had no idea where these two women had gone, and locating them would be far from easy. At this point, he had no other options but to first call nearby cities to issue a joint investigation notice. Simultaneously, he had photos of Zhao Meihua and Li Min dispatched to those cities as quickly as possible. Zhao Meihua and Li Min remained unaware that taking Zhang Xiaoya had caused trouble. Had they not taken her, they might have continued their business as impersonators in other cities without attracting much attention. After a period of investigation without success, OU City would likely give up the search. After all, these two were merely women selling their bodies. They weren't hardened criminals. If they couldn't be found, there was no point in wasting resources. But now that Zhang Xiaoya was involved, the full force of the investigation would be brought to bear. "Sis, we've secured a place to stay here in Huangtu City, rented a house, but we still don't know much about the city yet. And judging by the cost of living here, it's significantly worse than Stone City. Even if we want to make money here, it probably won't be that easy." Zhao Meihua looked at Li Min with a troubled expression as she voiced her concerns. The main challenges were twofold. First, Huangtu City's economy might not be particularly robust. This meant that even if they could run their cosplay business here, they'd likely have to lower their prices. This meant they'd work harder than before but earn less. Second, they knew little about huang touching. Even if they wanted to start a business as performers, they likely wouldn't find any connections to rely on. Li Min understood Zhao Meihua's concerns perfectly. He couldn't help but sigh. After all, these very worries weighed heavily on his own mind as well. After a moment of deep thought, Li Min slowly spoke up. "We can't change the fact that income is low in this city, but we don't have to stay here forever relying on it. With our looks, we sisters could earn money even in the provincial capital. So let's settle down here for a while first, and we absolutely must control Zhang Xiaoya, make sure she's willing to help us earn money too. Once Li Min submits, we'll take him straight to the provincial capital. Otherwise, if we go straight to the provincial capital now, we'll be strangers in a strange land. Taking Zhang Xiaoya along as deadweight could make things even harder. As for what you said about us having no connections, that's actually easy to solve. Once the two of us start soliciting customers, clients will definitely come knocking. That will inevitably catch the attention of the local business community. Honestly, they'll probably seek us out before we even approach them. Then we can find someone with decent connections to discuss a partnership." Though Li Min spoke with conviction now, she was ultimately just a woman who had come from the countryside. Her understanding of the outside world was limited, so she couldn't grasp how risky her words truly were. After all, they were just two vulnerable women. When the bosses running these shady operations got wind of them, they might not be willing to negotiate fairly. If they refused, these bosses would undoubtedly have all sorts of ways to deal with them. Li Min hadn't considered these implications, and Zhao Meihua certainly hadn't either. Precisely because of this, Zhao Meihua ultimately nodded immediately and agreed. "All right, sis. I'll follow your lead from here on out. Let's hope we get some good news soon." After the sisters settled this matter, Li Min dressed up in her finest the next day and began soliciting business outside. Given her undeniably striking appearance and genuinely low rates, she managed to attract several clients that day. When those clients saw Zhao Meihua, they were even more impressed. After enjoying the services of both sisters, they left feeling they'd gotten a great deal. Soon, they no longer needed to solicit customers themselves. These satisfied patrons began referring others to them. Thanks to this, the sisters' business flourished. However, as their business flourished, it naturally caught the attention of the Huangtouching police station. Soon, an officer from the Huangtouching police station arrived with others to investigate. Based on what they'd learned over the past few days, these two women had made a considerable amount of money. If they could arrest them, that money would naturally fall into their hands. Even if they had to turn over a portion, they could still pocket a tidy sum for themselves. With this scheme in mind, one of the officers disguised himself as a customer and visited the residence of Zhao Meihua and Li Min to gather intelligence. But when he emerged, his expression had turned grim. "Hey, number 2, how's the intel gathering going? Don't tell me those two women got you all weak in the knees? Don't forget, we're not here for pleasure. We need to use these women to score points and make money." Chapter 179, Visitors at the Door. The cop called number 2 remained dead serious despite his partner's remarks. Using these two women to earn our stripes shouldn't be a problem. But making them profitable? That's another story. The other officers looked at number 2 with puzzled expressions. After all, they'd handled similar situations countless times before. Never before had anything gone wrong. Women who worked in the half-door business had no real skills themselves, let alone connections to any big shots. If they truly possessed such connections, they wouldn't be doing this kind of work in the first place. So generally, they could take whatever amount they wanted. Many women even felt relieved when they saw the officers were willing to pay. After all, once they took the money, they usually wouldn't push things too far. While such women might end up in jail, their sentences wouldn't be too long. Given that, what did mean by his words just now? Seeing the puzzled looks on his companions' faces, old Second couldn't help but sigh again. I'm not scared, and I'm not just talking nonsense. It's just that the two women I saw earlier match the photos in the police bulletin sent over from OU City. They must be Li Min and Zhao Meihua. Don't forget, even Zhang Jianshe is paying close attention to this case now. Who knows, maybe these two women kidnapped one of his friends. If we take money from these two women, we won't be able to escalate this matter further. We'd have to handle it quietly, which means we couldn't rescue Zhang Jianshe's friend. Do you have any idea what kind of impact this would have if it blew up? Hearing the second-in-command's words, the others around him nodded solemnly. Back then, the provincial leader had come to Huangtuching with Zhang Jianshe to recruit these police officers for the mission in Aochang. So the Huangtuching police were well aware of the connection between Zhang Jianshe and the leadership, and they knew Zhang Jianshe personally. If Zhang Jianshe's case wasn't handled properly and he actually complained to the provincial leaders, it would indeed cause some trouble. Though these officers were genuinely tempted by the money Li Min and Zhao Meihua held. But when weighed against their own futures, they knew exactly which choice to make. In that case, we'll handle this matter strictly by the book. But this isn't a bad thing for us, it's actually a good thing. Since this case involves Zhang Jianshe, arresting these two suspects and especially if we track down his associate will significantly boost our achievements. So we'll likely get promoted a rank something money can't buy. After hearing one of their classmates speak, the second-in-command and the other officers around him nodded in agreement. They immediately returned to report to their captain. After the captain reviewed the details, he assembled a large team to prepare for the arrests. Meanwhile, Zhao Meihua and Li Min had just finished serving their clients. Zhao Meihua looked utterly exhausted, her entire demeanor reflecting her poor condition. Sis, we've served 5 or 6 customers today. I'm completely worn out. Zhang Xiaoya doesn't have to work all day, yet she gets fed and watered. The two of us are working so hard, this just isn't right. Hearing Zhao Meihua's words, Li Min felt a sense of helplessness welling up inside her. She understood exactly what Zhao Meihua was talking about. But after bringing Zhang Xiaoya here, they tried every trick in the book first. 2 women beat her up, then they withheld food from her. But no matter what tactics they employed, Zhang Xiaoya showed no sign of yielding. Faced with this situation, Zhao Meihua and Li Min naturally felt a sense of helplessness. Hearing Zhao Meihua's complaint again, Li Min could only nod in agreement. Don't worry. He hasn't eaten anything for 3 days now. No matter how strong his willpower is, how much longer can he possibly hold out? Once he breaks the first time, the rest will be easy. Hearing this, Zhao Meihua immediately nodded in agreement, inwardly convinced that Zhang Xiaoya couldn't possibly hold out much longer. He didn't believe Zhang Xiaoya would let herself starve to death. Besides, he himself had already done such a thing, yet Zhang Xiaoya had persisted all this time. This only fueled Zhao Meihua's growing sense of humiliated rage. Unless he dragged Zhang Xiaoya down with him, he would never be satisfied. As the sisters discussed this, several police officers had already begun approaching the courtyard. To prevent the 2 women from escaping, a significant number of officers had been dispatched. Their footsteps alerted the 2 women inside the courtyard. Li Min's expression turned grave. Something's off about those footsteps. There are far too many of them. They might not be our guests, could be the police or people targeting local businesses. What? They found us this quickly? If it's the police, we're done for. As she uttered these words, Zhao Meihua's face twisted into a look of sheer panic. Regardless of who they were, it certainly wasn't someone she wanted to see. If it was the police, it meant they'd likely discovered them and might arrest them. Combined with the fact that they were wanted by the police in Stone City, their only fate would be certain death. And if it was someone from the local costume rental business, that wouldn't be good either. Although they had lowered their prices somewhat and worked extremely hard. But the money they earned now was still more than what they made working for Brother Wolf in Stone City. Deep down, Zhao Meihua was quite satisfied with their current income. If they truly partnered with the local boss running the semi-underground operation, they'd have to hand over a portion of their earnings. Before arriving in Huangtu City, she could have accepted this arrangement. But now, it felt increasingly unbearable. Upon hearing this, Li Min shook her head slightly. Chapter 180, I want to negotiate with Zhang Jianshe. If it's the boss running the semi-underground operation, that might actually be a good thing. After all, without any backing, we could easily run into trouble here. Forget it. I'll go control Zhang Xiaoya first. We don't want her screaming when people show up. You go open the door and bring them over. We'll talk this out together. Hearing Li Min's words, Zhao Meihua felt somewhat reluctant. But she knew Zhao Meihua had a point, so she nodded and agreed. But the moment Zhao Meihua opened the door, several police officers immediately rushed in and had him under control. Seeing this, Zhao Meihua was completely dumbfounded. What do you think you're doing? Let me go now, or don't blame me for being rude. Hearing Zhao Meihua shout, the officers responded with a cold sneer.
You've been running this shady operation here, and now you're under arrest.
Cooperate. Or else don't blame us for taking action.
To avoid alerting the two women and allowing them to escape during the operation, the officers arriving this time were all dressed in plain clothes.
This disguise meant Zhao Meihua didn't recognize them at first. But now, hearing the officer's words, Zhao Meihua was utterly stunned.
Her body swayed and her face turned deathly pale. She never imagined this would happen. Now that the police had caught them red-handed, his fate was sealed. Meanwhile, Li Min, listening in the adjacent room, heard the commotion outside. Instantly, tension gripped her heart. Earlier, Li Min had already guessed who might be coming this time, either someone running a semi-underground operation or the police. Deep down, he hoped it was the boss running the semi-underground operation, and he felt that was the more likely scenario. After all, they hadn't been in this place for very long. The Huang-touching police shouldn't have discovered them so quickly. But now, with the police officer's words, all his illusions had shattered. Once the police apprehended him, they certainly wouldn't let him off the hook. While panic surged within Li Min, he naturally refused to let the police capture him so easily.
He immediately began searching for a solution. Seeing Zhang Xiaoya, now visibly weakened, sparked an idea in Li Min's mind.
He immediately grabbed Zhang Xiaoya, pressed a knife against her neck, and strode toward the exit.
Don't come any closer, or don't blame me for being ruthless. I have a hostage now. If you don't cooperate, don't blame me for killing him outright. Upon hearing Li Min's threat, the officer's eyes lit up.
Though they didn't know Zhang Xiaoya's identity, Li Min's words and the sight of this woman made them certain she must be Zhang Jianshe's associate. Simultaneously, many officers felt a surge of envy toward Zhang Jianshe. After all, judging by Zhang Xiaoya's appearance, she was truly quite attractive. It was just unfortunate that since this woman had been captured by two men running a shady business, she might have already been forced into entertaining clients. Though their inner thoughts were complex, the officers dared not confront Li Min at that moment. What if Zhang Xiaoya got hurt, or worse, was killed by this woman? They'd never be able to explain it to Zhang Jianshe. It was precisely because of this concern that the captain who arrived now spoke in a stern tone. Don't act impulsively. Whatever the situation is, we can discuss it calmly. Just state your demands directly. Hearing the police officer's words, Li Min felt a surge of hope. He had been forced into taking Zhang Xiaoya hostage, but he hadn't expected it to actually work. We're just ordinary women with hard lives. If we had any other choice, we wouldn't be doing this kind of work. If you take us away, we're truly finished. My demands aren't high, just let us two go. Just let us go. The two of us will give each of you 200 yuan. You must know that there were at least 5 or 6 police officers who came this time. 200 yuan each adds up to over 1,000 yuan. Hearing that figure made Zhao Meiwa's heart ache unbearably. But since she was still in the police's custody, she naturally dared not say anything more. In Li Min's mind, her request wasn't particularly complicated. Moreover, it could even benefit the officers themselves. Perhaps these officers might let him off. But as soon as he finished speaking, the lead police captain shook his head. Releasing you isn't impossible, but you must first release the woman you're holding. Otherwise, don't blame me for being harsh. The police captain knew full well that Zhang Xiaoya was the most important thing. Her safety had to be guaranteed. There was no point in negotiating further terms with Li Min. Li Min paused slightly upon hearing the officer's words. His words clearly revealed how seriously the police took Li Min. After a moment's pause, he naturally thought of Zhang Jianshe. At that moment, an overwhelming wave of jealousy surged within Li Min. After all, he had been by Zhang Jianshe's side for so long, catering to his every need and ensuring his comfort. Yet Zhang Xiaoya still held a more important position in Zhang Jianshe's heart than he did. Precisely because of this, he certainly couldn't let Zhang Xiaoya go. Releasing her now would mean losing his leverage, leaving him with no hostage and only a dead end. He didn't trust these police officers. Moreover, if he didn't release Zhang Xiaoya now, the police wouldn't leave easily. This left him in an extremely difficult situation. After careful consideration, Li Min finally spoke again. I refuse to deal with you lot, and I don't trust you either. Go fetch Zhang Jianshe from Stone City. I want to discuss the deal with him. Chapter 181. Zhang Jianshe arrives at Huangtu City. Li Min truly had no better option now. He could only choose to have Zhang Jianshe come over for negotiations. If Zhang Jianshe could spare him out of past loyalty, he might still have a chance to survive. Even if Zhang Jianshe refused to spare him, he must consider Zhang Xiaoya's safety. That might still grant him some opportunity. But if he tried negotiating with the police in Huang-touching now, he'd have absolutely no chance of gaining the upper hand. Hearing Li Min's words, the police chief's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled considerably. Based on Li Min's current stance, it was clear that the hostage in his hands was undoubtedly Zhang Jianshe's friend. Moreover, it was indeed difficult for them to directly apprehend the individual at this moment. After careful consideration, the station captain instructed his men to maintain surveillance while he immediately returned to report to the chief. Upon receiving the news, the chief of Huang-touching police station was startled. Naturally, a call was quickly placed to the Aochang police station.
Within 10 minutes, Zhang Jianshe was escorted to the police station by several officers. Zhang Jianshe, we've located Zhang Xiaoya. She was indeed taken away by Zhao Meihua and Li Min and is currently in Huangtouching. I just received the news myself and am rushing over to discuss this with you. How should we proceed with this matter? It was now understood that Li Min had taken Zhang Xiaoya hostage and was holding her captive. However, the officers at the police station dared not rush in to rescue her. They feared provoking Li Min further, which could endanger Zhang Xiaoya's life. Li Min wants to talk with you. Are you open to that? The police station chief briefly explained the situation to Zhang Jianshe. After hearing this, Zhang Jianshe was at a loss for words. Frankly, given Li Min and Zhao Meihua's looks, finding a stable husband and living a quiet life shouldn't be too difficult. But Zhang Jianshe never imagined these two women would have the audacity to venture into the business of playing the role of a door. That alone was bad enough, but now they'd gone and taken Zhang Xiaoya hostage, using her as leverage when things got dangerous. With such crucial leads now in hand, Zhang Jianshe naturally had to make a trip to Huangtouching. For this reason, Zhang Jianshe looked at the police station chief with genuine gratitude. Chief, I can't thank you enough for this. Without your help, I never would have uncovered this information. Given this, I'll head to Huangtu town immediately. There's no need for thanks. It's simply our duty. Since you're heading there, I'll arrange a vehicle to take you right away. It'll save some time. Upon hearing Zhang Jianshe's words, the chief of the Aoqing police station finally let out a sigh of relief. Several officers immediately offered to send a vehicle for Zhang Jianshe. Hearing this, Zhang Jianshe smiled and nodded in agreement. Having the police station provide a vehicle would save him a significant amount of time. To avoid any unexpected incidents, Zhang Jianshe still brought along his machete and bow and arrows before heading out. After all, based on the police chief's description, Li Min was now cornered. Under such circumstances, it wouldn't be surprising if she did anything. Nearly 2 hours later, Zhang Jianshe finally arrived outside the courtyard. His expression turned icy cold the moment he saw Li Min. Li Min, release Zhang Xiaoya immediately. Otherwise, this won't just be about running an illegal business, you'll be charged with murder. When that time comes, I'm afraid all you'll be able to do is eat a peanut. What Zhang Jianshe said was undoubtedly true, but upon hearing it, Li Min only responded with a cold sneer. In his mind, since he had already offended Zhang Jianshe and even captured Zhang Xiaoya, Zhang Jianshe must surely hate him to death. Unless he could escape Huangtouching safely today and find a place to hide, death was the only outcome awaiting him. Even if it was just for running a door business, these cops could probably sentence him to death outright. Zhang Jianshe, I never imagined you held such deep feelings for Zhang Xiaoya. I've been by your side all this time, but if it were just me in trouble, you probably wouldn't have come. But now that Zhang Xiaoya is in trouble, you rushed over immediately. You can have me release him, but only if you let both me and Zhao Meihua go. You must ensure we can leave Huangtouching safely. As long as you guarantee our safety, we'll release Zhang Xiaoya afterward. Upon hearing this, the police officers at the station fell silent, shifting their gaze toward Zhang Jianshe. Releasing the suspect outright would clearly violate regulations, but Zhang Jianshe's influence meant the station officers had to consider his opinion. After careful consideration, Zhang Jianshe's gaze toward Li Min grew colder, yet he nodded in agreement. Fine. Since you wish to leave now, go ahead. Would you like me to arrange a vehicle to see you off? As soon as Zhang Jianshe finished speaking, Li Min shook her head immediately. No need for your kindness. If I rode in your car, who knows if I'd even make it out of here. Just release us, and that's all we ask. After saying this, Li Min gave Zhao Meihua a discreet signal. Zhao Meihua hurriedly ran over from where the police officers were standing. Zhao Meihua, go pack our things now. We're leaving immediately. Zhao Meihua, who was still in a state of shock, quickly agreed to pack their things upon hearing Li Min's words. But deep down, Zhao Meihua felt immense regret. She had only wanted to earn some money and live a better life, which was why she had gotten involved with Li Min. But she never imagined things would turn out like this. Even if they managed to leave Huangtu City safely today, they would likely spend the rest of their lives hiding in dark corners, living in perpetual gloom. Zhao Meihua naturally refused to accept such an outcome. But now that things had reached this point, he was utterly helpless. Chapter 182, Zhang Jianshe Strikes. All she could do was follow Li Min step by step, hoping that with her sharp mind, she might still find a solution after they left. After Li Min and Zhao Meihua departed with Zhang Xiaoya, Zhang Jianshe finally turned his gaze toward the police officers at the nearby station. Comrades, rest assured. I will personally ensure these two criminals are apprehended. Hearing Zhang Jianshe's assurance, the station chief visibly relaxed. After Zhang Jianshe arrived, the chief of Huangtouching police station had followed suit. But upon hearing Zhang Jianshe's words, he smiled and shook his head. I understand you're doing this to ensure the hostages' safety. After all, their safety is paramount. If we can bring these two back, that would be ideal. But if we can't, it's not the end of the world. After hearing these words, Zhang Jianshe said nothing more and simply nodded. As long as he could bring the people back, that was all that mattered. Even if the station chief felt a bit uneasy now, as long as he could bring the hostages back, the rest of the issues could be resolved.
As Li Min and Zhao Meihua led Zhang Xiaoya out of the city, Zhang Jianshe followed leisurely behind, carrying his bow and arrows. Once they were outside the city walls, Li Min turned around, her knife still pressed against Zhang Xiaoya's throat. The look in her eyes as she met Zhang Jianshe's gaze was tinged with disgust.
Zhang Jianshe, didn't we already agree on this? You were supposed to let her go once we got out. Since that's the deal, why are you still following us? Hearing this, Zhang Jianshe's gaze remained as cold as ice.
Zhang Xiaoya is still in your hands.
If we just let you go like this, what if you take her somewhere else?
You two may have chosen this path, but Zhang Xiaoya is still a decent woman.
Besides, what if you kill her to silence her? Wouldn't that make Zhang Xiaoya's death even more unjust? Zhang Jianshe kept his gaze fixed on Li Min as he spoke, his meaning now crystal clear: either release Zhang Xiaoya immediately, or expect them to follow wherever she went. Hearing Zhang Jianshe's words only fueled Li Min's seething jealousy. But he had no recourse now, only a snort directed at Zhang Jianshe. Only then did he shove Zhang Xiaoya aside. Alright, I've released her. You can let me go now, right?
The moment Li Min finished speaking, a cold glint flashed in Zhang Jianshe's eyes. He raised his bow and arrow, aiming directly at Li Min.
Zhang Jianshe, how dare you?
Before Li Min could finish her sentence, Zhang Jianshe hesitated not a moment and released the arrow. However, Zhang Jianshe certainly had no intention of taking Li Min's life at this point. Given what Li Min had done, once the police caught her, she would inevitably face a dead end. Since that was the case, there was no need for him to commit this evil deed himself.
Watching Li Min get shot in the leg, a cold smile still lingered on Zhang Jianshe's face. Alright, you two had better come back with me now. That way, you might suffer less.
Otherwise, don't blame me for using some methods on you.
Even if you wanted to run now, you probably couldn't get away.
As Zhang Jianshe uttered these words, Zhang Xiaoya had already slipped behind him. Li Min's gaze toward Zhang Jianshe burned with hatred, while Zhao Meihua was frozen in sheer terror.
Fine, I'll go with you. Just don't kill me.
Zhao Meihua was now too terrified to move, knowing that if she tried to flee again, Zhang Jianshe might just shoot her with his bow and arrow. Not only would she fail to escape, but she'd only suffer more torment. For now, obediently following Zhang Jianshe back didn't seem like such an unacceptable proposition. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Jianshe merely gave a cold laugh.
He then led the two prisoners toward Huangtu town.
Upon arriving at the Huangtu town police station, he finally handed them over to the officers.
I've brought these two criminals back for you. The rest is up to you to handle. We'll be heading back now.
Since the vehicle Ao Cheng had sent for Zhang Jianshe was still stationed in Huangtucheng, his return journey proved straightforward. However, all the way back to Stone City, Zhang Xiaoya didn't utter a single word to Zhang Jianshe. Seeing her like this, Zhang Jianshe couldn't help but sigh helplessly.
This incident must have deeply wounded Zhang Xiaoya.
He wondered if she could ever overcome this emotional hurdle. No sooner had they arrived home than Zhao Meihua hurried over to Zhang Jianshe.
Zhang Jianshe, how is my sister now?
Earlier, when the police from Stone City came to the courtyard looking for Zhang Jianshe, they had informed him that Zhang Xiaoya had been found. They also mentioned that Zhao Meihua and Li Min were with her. That's how Zhao Meihua had learned about the situation.
When Zhang Jianshe was preparing to go to the police station, Zhao Meihua wanted to accompany him.
But at that moment, Zhang Jianshe was deeply worried about Zhang Xiaoya's condition, so he hadn't agreed. It could be said that during the time Zhang Jianshe was away, Zhao Meihua had been living in constant fear. Now that Zhang Jianshe was back, she immediately stepped forward to ask. Seeing the worry etched on Zhao Meihui's face, Zhang Jianshe could only shake his head helplessly. He and Li Min were running their shady business in Huangtucheng when the police caught them red-handed. On top of that, they kidnapped Zhang Xiaoya.
Neither crime is minor.
It won't be long before they're sentenced to death. The moment Zhang Jianshe finished speaking, Zhao Meihui's face drained of color. She collapsed to the ground, her gaze now filled with venomous hatred as she stared at Zhang Jianshe.
Zhang Jianshe, I never imagined you could be so heartless. Don't you know Zhao Meihua is my own sister? If you'd been willing to help, you could have gotten Zhao Meihua out of there. From this day forward, we have nothing to do with each other. I will never let you off the hook. Chapter 183, Zhao Meihui's burning hatred.
Watching Zhao Meihua's face contorted with fury, Zhang Jianshe's expression remained largely unchanged. Since matters had escalated to this point, he naturally saw no need to explain further to Zhao Meihua.
Seeing Zhang Jianshe's expression only deepened Zhao Meihui's despair.
She eventually returned to the Qian household, her spirit utterly broken. The next day, shortly after work began at the coal factory, Zhang Jianshe was informed by someone from the personnel department that Zhang Xiaoya had resigned. The entire coal factory knew of Zhang Jianshe and Zhang Xiaoya's close relationship, and they were also aware of the previous incident where Zhang Xiaoya had been kidnapped by two women. Had it not been for Zhang Jianshe, Zhang Xiaoya would likely have perished. Hearing of her resignation, the personnel department sent someone to inform Zhang Jianshe. Otherwise, if Zhang Jianshe blamed them, they would be in trouble. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jianshe froze momentarily. After a brief pause, he couldn't help but sigh helplessly and shake his head. Deep down, he understood perfectly well that Zhang Xiaoya must be feeling terrible about it too.
But since things had already come to this, there was nothing he could do. At least Zhang Xiaoya had some savings now. Even if she left Oyu City, she should be able to make ends meet. Besides, her decision to leave likely stemmed from her own reasons. Given that, Zhang Jianshe saw no point in further obstruction or persuasion. He waited until Zhang Xiaoya left Stone City without meeting Zhang Jianshe again. Life returned to quiet for Zhang Jianshe. Not only did he cease all communication with Zhao Meihui, but the neighbors in the courtyard also avoided him whenever possible. Facing this situation, Zhang Jianshe understood clearly that Yi Buchuan and Zhao Meihui must have said something behind his back. But he didn't dwell on it too much. After all, he couldn't control what people said behind his back. As long as they didn't actively seek trouble, it didn't matter to him. But if Zhao Meihui or Yi Buchuan came looking for trouble, he wouldn't give them an inch. The following period seemed to confirm Zhang Jianshe's suspicions, as Zhao Meihui and Yi Buchuan grew increasingly close. That day, Zhao Meihui arrived at Yi Buchuan's house again, her expression deeply troubled. "Uncle Yi, I'm almost out of money now, but I still can't get revenge on Zhang Jianshe. If it weren't for him, my sister wouldn't have been sentenced to death. She'll be executed in 2 months. If I don't take him down, I can't face my parents back home. You must help me figure out a way to handle this." Hearing these words, Yi Buchuan felt a deep sense of helplessness welling up inside him. He, too, harbored a deep, seething hatred for Zhang Jianshe. Ever since Zhang had arrived in their courtyard, Yi Buchuan's grip on control over the entire compound had steadily weakened. In Yi Buchuan's mind, only by eliminating Zhang Jianshe could the courtyard return to its former state, allowing him to maintain control over the situation and preserve his authority. Moreover, He Yutian had now pledged to provide for his retirement. This meant his future life would undoubtedly be more comfortable. After all, with an ally like He Yutian by his side, fewer people in the courtyard would dare to defy him. Should anyone defy him, he could simply have He Yutian teach them a lesson. But while eliminating Zhang Jianshe sounded straightforward, executing it proved far more complicated. After all, everyone was well aware of Zhang Jianshe's formidable combat prowess. Most crucially, Zhang Jianshe had connections that were far from ordinary. Therefore, this matter required careful planning. Yet abandoning the partnership with Zhao Meihui was equally difficult for Yi Buchuan to accept. Lately, Zhao Meihui had been growing closer to Yi Buchuan, who had always disliked Zhang Jianshe in her efforts to deal with him. To curry favor with Yi Buchuan, she now handles nearly all the household chores at his residence. Moreover, he showed great respect to Yi Buchuan and his wife in their daily interactions. This made Yi Buchuan feel as if he already had someone to take care of him in his old age. Although relying on He Yutian for support in the future meant no one in the entire courtyard could bully them, and He Yutian's income was decent enough combined with his savings to provide security in his later years. But He Yutian was still a man, and his personality was rather carefree. He would inevitably struggle with many aspects of personal care. Having Zhao Meihui care for them in their old age would be the ideal outcome. It was precisely this conviction that compelled Yi Buchuan to confront Zhao Meihui today. After pondering carefully for a moment, Yi Buchuan finally spoke slowly. "Xiao Xiao, I know you must be feeling quite anxious, but dealing with Zhang Jianshe isn't nearly as easy as we imagine. After all, you know better than I do just how cunning that man is. If we act rashly against him, not only will we fail, but we'll likely give him leverage over us. Then we'd be in grave danger. Just look at how easily he hunts down those scoundrels on the grasslands. If he ever decides to eliminate us, it would be just as simple. Plus, with all his connections up top, we wouldn't even have a chance to seek revenge. I know you're unemployed now and struggling to make ends meet in the city. Given that, I'll introduce you to someone. What do you think of He Yutian? Even though he was married to Li Min before, they never actually lived together for very long. So in a way, this would be He Yutian's first real marriage, perfectly matched with you. With him earning money to support you, you won't have to worry about living expenses either." As these words fell, Zhao Meihui's expression darkened noticeably. Her primary concern right now was the matter of compensation. Finding a partner was the last thing on her mind. But he also knew that Yi Buchuan's words held some truth. Perhaps in the future, He Yutian might become his pillar of support. Chapter 184, The Police Station Chief's Plea. After enduring so many hardships, Zhao Meihui's inner thoughts had shifted. Now a widow, she felt content if she could find a man who accepted her and had decent circumstances. Though He Yutian was a bit unattractive and appeared somewhat scruffy, his situation was still relatively favorable within the entire courtyard. It was precisely these thoughts that kept her from cutting him off completely. This matter involving old Manny is no small thing. I'll think it over carefully when I have time. Once I feel I've considered it sufficiently, I'll give you my answer. After uttering these words, Yi Buchuan said no more and turned to leave immediately. Seeing this, Yi Buchuan couldn't help but sigh. It seemed that bringing Zhao Meihui and He Yutian together wasn't as straightforward as he'd imagined. Shortly after Zhao Meihui left, He Yutian arrived at Yi Buchuan's home, his face full of anticipation. "Did you talk to Zhao Meihui about that matter with old Manny? What did he mean?" Yi Buchuan's attempt to promote He Yutian to Zhao Meihui was, of course, prearranged between the two men. After careful consideration, Yibuchuan concluded that having He Yutian marry Zhao Meihui wouldn't affect his retirement plans in the slightest. In fact, it could only bring benefits without drawbacks. That was precisely why he had agreed to assist He Yutian. Now, hearing He Yutian come to ask him, he could only shake his head helplessly. You're still oversimplifying this. Zhao Meihua has just suffered a tragedy. This is the most painful time for Zhao Meihui. Even if she wanted to find someone, she probably wouldn't do it at this moment. Besides, Qian Sunshur might be released from prison soon. If you marry Zhao Meihui, you might find yourself in trouble down the road. You should think this through carefully or wait a while longer. Yibuchuan spoke these words intending to extinguish the hope in He Yutian's heart. Yet upon hearing them, He Yutian's brows furrowed deeply. Why is that Zhang Jianshe such a pain in the neck? Finding an opportunity to deal with him is proving so difficult. Sooner or later, I'll make sure he falls into my hands. He Yutian hadn't been in such a hurry before. He thought he could just take things slowly with Zhao Meihui. But precisely because of what Yibuchuan had just said, he felt a new urgency in his heart. If they truly waited until Qian Sunshur emerged, the entire situation would become far more unpredictable. Given Qian Sunshur's temperament, it would be strange if she didn't cause trouble. Besides, once Qian Sunshur was released, the Qian family would be utterly destitute. Persuading her to release Zhao Meihui so they could marry would require a substantial sum. Therefore, the best outcome was to secure Zhao Meihui before Qian Sunshur was released from prison. It was precisely these thoughts that kept He Yutian scheming over how to deal with Zhang Jianshe in the days that followed. It must be said that He Yutian's luck was quite good. He soon stumbled upon a rare opportunity. One day, he saw the police station chief hurrying toward Cao Cao's house, which piqued He Yutian's curiosity. After previous incidents, He Yutian sensed the station chief paid close attention to Zhang Jianshe, often going out of his way to assist him. He understood that Zhang Jianshe had connections with higher-ups, which was why many in Oucheng sought to curry favor with him. But in He Yutian's mind, he suspected the matter might not be that simple. Perhaps Zhang Jianshe had given the police station chief numerous gifts or substantial sums of money. Only such actions could explain the station chief's consistent support for Zhang Jianshe. If he could obtain evidence of Zhang Jianshe bribing the station chief, that would be ideal. That alone would be enough to send Zhang Jianshe to prison and eliminate him. Driven by this conviction, He Yutian quietly approached Zhang Jianshe's residence. Peering through the window, he observed two people conversing inside. The moment Zhang Jianshe handed money to the station chief, he would immediately summon everyone in the courtyard. Then he could catch Zhang Jianshe red-handed. When Zhang Jianshe saw the police station chief coming to find him, a look of puzzlement crossed his face. "Chief, what brings you here?" Upon hearing Zhang Jianshe's words, the police station chief immediately nodded. He then grabbed Zhang Jianshe's hand, his face filled with urgency. "Zhang Jianshe, I've come to ask for your help this time. You absolutely must assist me." Seeing the chief so flustered only deepened Zhang Jianshe's bewilderment. But the chief didn't keep him waiting. He immediately explained why he'd come to see Zhang Jianshe. "We received a notice from headquarters that a criminal has fled to the vicinity of our OU city. We just don't know where he's hiding. This guy racked up over a dozen murders back in the provincial capital. He's a dangerous criminal. If we let him remain at large, more lives could be lost at any moment. We must apprehend him as quickly as possible. We've already deployed forces throughout Shoucheng and the surrounding villages, but we haven't found any trace of him. Given that, it's highly likely he's hiding out on the grasslands. But our men on the grasslands can't assess the situation outside or track his movements. That's why I've come to ask for your help." After the police station chief briefly explained the situation, Zhang Jianshe finally understood what was happening. Because of his exceptional hunting skills, he could detect signs of stealthy movement on the grasslands. The station chief had specifically considered this advantage when requesting his assistance in tracking the fugitive. Though the task seemed straightforward enough, the underlying danger remained immense. This alone demonstrated the man's formidable strength. Even if Zhang Jianshe was only tasked with tracking the man's movements, he would still face considerable danger. But he recalled how the station chief had genuinely assisted him on more than one occasion, and their relationship was fairly solid. After careful consideration, Zhang Jianshe nodded and agreed. "All right then, since that's the case, I'll take this job. When do you think we should head out to the grasslands?" Hearing Zhang Jianshe's agreement, the police station chief felt a surge of delight. "We'll head out right now. Rest assured, this won't be a wasted effort for you. You're now considered an unofficial member of our police station. Once this matter is resolved, you'll receive a generous reward." Chapter 185, Nothing Found. The station chief immediately broke into a smile and made his promise after hearing Zhang Jianshe's agreement. For him, while this meant collaborating with Zhang Jianshe, the benefits due to Zhang were absolutely non-negotiable. Otherwise, if the provincial leaders found out, it would likely cause him some trouble. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Jianshe's face broke into a broad smile, thoroughly satisfied with this outcome. This incident made Zhang Jianshe keenly aware of the importance of power. His current success in Oucheng stemmed primarily from having saved the life of a provincial leader. Even though the official had been gone for quite some time, Zhang Jianshe's status as his savior still carried significant weight. If Zhang Jianshe himself could become a high-ranking official, the benefits that would bring him would naturally be even greater. In his previous life, Zhang Jianshe had been an ordinary man, someone who dared not even dream of such possibilities. But now that he had established himself in Stone City and no longer faced any material hardships, Zhang Jianshe naturally began entertaining other ambitions. Although helping the Aocheng police station capture this murderous fiend would only grant him non-regular member status. Not even a formal member, Zhang Jianshe felt this was an excellent starting point. If he could seize this opportunity, he could gradually accumulate merits and eventually become a full-fledged member. By then, advancing further would become much easier. Zhang Jianshe and the police station chief chatted cheerfully as they quickly reached the city's outskirts, surveying the desolate, uninhabited grasslands stretching around them. The station chief's gaze toward Zhang Jianshe brimmed with expectation. Zhang Jianshe, this is roughly the situation. We need to find those guys here. Do you have any leads? Upon hearing this, the other officers nearby also turned their gaze toward Zhang Jianshe. Many harbored quiet hopes. Yet many others looked at Zhang Jianshe's expression with utter disdain. Although Zhang Jianshe had befriended high-ranking officials in the provincial capital, making them all wary of antagonizing him, at the end of the day, he was still just an ordinary person. It made no sense. They'd been searching for so long without any results, yet after Zhang Jianshe arrived, he managed to catch that guy. After searching carefully for a while, Zhang Jianshe still shook his head slightly. Seeing this, the police station chief standing nearby couldn't help but sigh. But at that moment, he said nothing, merely nodding slightly. This guy must be incredibly cunning. Finding him won't be easy. Well then, we'll just have to keep searching for him slowly. It must be said that the police station chief had a remarkably positive attitude, quickly putting the matter behind him. Zhang Jianshe pondered for a moment, deep in thought. After all, he still wanted to seize this opportunity to accumulate more merit. It was precisely for this reason that he paused to deliberate before speaking slowly. Even though we can't find this guy right now, it doesn't mean we're completely helpless. Hearing Zhang Jianshe's words, the police station chief's eyes lit up again as he looked at him, his heart brimming with anticipation. What's on your mind? Now's the time to share it. Even if you're wrong, it doesn't matter. After all, none of us have any leads right now. Whatever it is, we should try any possible approach. After the police station chief finished speaking to Zhang Jianshe, he deliberately added one more sentence. On one hand, it was to avoid putting too much pressure on Zhang Jianshe. On the other, it was to curry favor with him. He didn't want Zhang Jianshe to suggest something useless, only to have someone come after him later. Zhang Jianshe could naturally discern the chief's well-intentioned gesture. After hearing this, he gave the chief a slight nod before finally sharing his inner thoughts. The serial killer in this case, though able to survive on the grasslands, demonstrated formidable combat prowess. But surviving on the grasslands might not be as easy as it seemed. Hearing Zhang Jianshe's words, many wore expressions of disdain. If this person could survive on the grasslands, it meant most prey there were no match for him. Thus, after killing those prey, the killer naturally had food. So why couldn't he survive on the grasslands? Zhang Jianshe naturally noticed the expressions on the faces of those around him and could guess their thoughts. Yet a faint smile still lingered on Zhang Jianshe's face. He patiently explained to the people before him. Although he can obtain sufficient food from the grasslands, he can't remain a savage on the grasslands forever. Therefore, he still needs to venture elsewhere to replenish supplies. For instance, he needs clothing and must replace the weapons in his hands. Additionally, it needs fire to roast meat on the grasslands, and it also requires salt. If a person goes without salt for too long, their physical strength will gradually diminish, and they become more susceptible to illness. After hearing Zhang Jianshe's explanation, the others nodded in agreement, and the police station chief wore a thoughtful expression. If what you say is true, then this man definitely needs to appear frequently in areas where people live. But we still haven't pinpointed his whereabouts. He could very well attack nearby villages. To raid these villages or secure supplies. That would make capturing him even more difficult. Zhang Jianshe was well aware of this problem. After the station chief finished speaking, he nodded once more. Precisely because of this, I believe it presents our opportunity. Even if this man intends to enter the city for supplies, he will undoubtedly be extremely cautious. After all, he must now be aware that he's wanted. If he's spotted while entering the city, the only fate awaiting him will be certain death. Therefore, going into town to resupply is absolutely not a rational choice. That leaves the surrounding villages as his only viable option. But if he intends to raid these villages for supplies, he'll likely have to sneak in under cover of night. Stealing supplies would be ideal, but if discovered, he'd have to eliminate witnesses before taking anything. But entering during daylight would expose him to more people, making escape far more difficult afterward. Chapter 186, Setting the Trap. Zhang Jianshe blurted out his entire line of reasoning in one breath. Before he could add anything further, the police station chief beside him chimed in. In that case, we'll station men in every village. When night falls and we encounter this guy, we'll take him out. Upon hearing the chief's words, the other officers present frowned, many wearing grim expressions. They knew perfectly well that both the chief and Zhang Jianshe had valid points. But Ocheng's police force was never particularly large. After the incident involving Chief's son and the subsequent cleanup of the team, there were now only a dozen or so officers left. And there were dozens of villages under OU City. Even if each village only needed one officer, they wouldn't have enough. Not to mention that the murderer already had over a dozen victims to his name. If confronted by the police, he would show no mercy. Even armed with guns, they'd likely struggle to overpower this individual and might even end up handing their weapons over to him. That would only make him even more dangerous. Moreover, sending their subordinates to other villages would be necessary. If they actually encountered that guy and got killed by him, their families would be left without support. They might even face further mistreatment after their deaths. After all, serving as police in Stone City inevitably meant making enemies. Those they've offended now dare not trouble them, but things would change after their deaths. The chief clearly hadn't grasped his men's concerns, convinced instead that he'd found a solution. But just as he was about to issue the order, Zhang Jianshe shook his head. "Chief, if you send all your officers out to patrol the villages, our forces will be too spread thin. If they encounter that guy, it could be extremely dangerous. So we need to find another approach." At first, when Zhang Jianshe mentioned danger, the chief was about to retort that danger was the last thing they feared. But upon hearing Zhang Jianshe mention alternative approaches, he held his tongue. Instead of speaking immediately, he turned his gaze back to Zhang Jianshe. At that moment, Zhang Jianshe knew it was no longer time to hold back. He immediately voiced his thoughts. "Here's what I propose. We can mobilize villagers from each village to set traps along the main access routes leading into the villages. These traps don't need to be lethal, just enough to wound the creature. Once wounded, he won't risk entering the village again. He'll have no choice but to leave this village and head for the grasslands. Then, I can track his whereabouts based on the traces he leaves near this village. Then taking him out will be much simpler." For Zhang Jianshe, the most challenging part of capturing this guy was not knowing his whereabouts. Beyond that lay the formidable combat prowess of this individual. Zhang Jianshe himself might not be his match. The plan he was proposing now aimed to resolve the first challenge. After Zhang Jianshe finished speaking, many of the officers visibly relaxed. Their gazes toward Zhang Jianshe grew noticeably warmer. These officers had always treated Zhang Jianshe with respect. Part of this stemmed from the station chief's attitude. Another factor was Zhang Jianshe's connections with high-ranking officials in the provincial capital. While they didn't believe Zhang Jianshe would call upon provincial leaders to punish them if they offended him, they couldn't endure the subsequent pressure from their colleagues and superiors. Their shift in attitude toward Zhang Jianshe now stemmed from his assistance in resolving numerous dangerous situations. At the very least, they no longer had to risk their lives patrolling the villages. After hearing Zhang Jianshe's words, the police station chief acknowledged that there was indeed some truth to what he said. It was precisely for this reason that he ultimately nodded in agreement. "Zhang Jianshe, what you're saying makes perfect sense. In that case, we'll head back first, and I'll make the necessary arrangements immediately. Hopefully, we'll be able to track down this guy's whereabouts more quickly from now on." After saying this, Zhang Jianshe and the police station chief returned to the station with the other officers. The station chief wasted no time either, immediately dispatching his men to notify each village to set traps outside their boundaries. If these officers were to patrol within the villages themselves, it was highly unlikely anyone would agree to it. But simply going to notify the villages posed no problem. All the officers departed promptly upon receiving their orders. Only after handling these matters did Zhang Jianshe finally return home. Neighbors in the courtyard watched Zhang Jianshe, many murmuring quietly among themselves. Ibuchuan and Zhao Meihui were spreading rumors about him. They claimed Zhang Jianshe was so cold-hearted toward his neighbors that if anyone ever crossed him, they'd likely face dire consequences. At first, many didn't take these rumors seriously. But as more people repeated it, belief naturally grew. Faced with this situation, the neighbors naturally hoped Zhang Jianshe would leave the courtyard as soon as possible. When they saw Zhang Jianshe leaving with the police earlier, many breathed a sigh of relief. They assumed he'd gotten himself into trouble and been taken away by the police. But they never imagined Zhang Jianshe would return, leaving them anxious and on edge once more. Zhang Jianshe couldn't care less about what his neighbors were thinking. Now that he no longer needed to clock in for work every day and still had enough money and food to last, he naturally intended to enjoy life at home. The next morning, Zhang Jianshe had barely gotten out of bed when the police station chief came running over, looking excited. "Zhang Jianshe, the trap you designed yesterday has already worked." Hearing the chief's words, Zhang Jianshe paused in surprise. He hadn't expected results so quickly. After a moment's thought, Zhang Jianshe nodded slightly. Chapter 187, Return to Stone Village. The fact that results had come so quickly meant that whatever creature was out there was definitely not in a good situation. One could even say he was now living in the wild, facing significant challenges. Given that, capturing him would become considerably easier. Though this thought crossed Zhang Jianshe's mind, he didn't voice it outright at that moment. He merely nodded slightly at the director. Alright, we'll discuss it in detail back at the station. On the way back to the station with the chief, he had already briefed Zhang Jianshe on the situation. Coincidentally, the suspect had gone to the vicinity of Zhang Jianshe's hometown, Oyu village. After receiving the alert yesterday, the villagers of Oyu village had set up a series of traps outside the village. After Zhang Jianshe left Oyu village, the villagers once again faced the threat of those wild beasts on the grasslands. Gradually, some villagers resumed hunting on the grasslands, naturally learning trap-setting techniques over time. Then, in the dead of night last night, someone suddenly heard a blood-curdling scream. However, the villagers knew full well that it was likely a murderous demon had approached the village. Even after hearing the scream, no one went out. It wasn't until dawn that a villager ventured toward the direction of the scream. He soon discovered a missing animal trap and traces of blood on the ground. Seeing this, the villager's heart leapt with joy. He immediately went to report the discovery to Wang Debao. Upon receiving this news, Wang Debao immediately went to Oyu City and reported the incident to the chief of the Oyu City police station. By the time Zhang Jianshe finished hearing the account, he had already arrived at the police station. Wang Debao observed a complex expression on Zhang Jianshe's face. Though Wang Debao wasn't particularly familiar with the city's affairs. But seeing how respectfully the police station chief treated Zhang Jianshe made him sigh involuntarily. After all, Zhang Jianshe was one of their own from Oyu village. If they hadn't driven him away back then, even if he had made something of himself now, he would have shown some consideration for his fellow villagers out of respect for their ties. Perhaps life in Oyu village would be better now. But now, Zhang Jianshe showed no change in expression when he saw him, nor did he make any move to chat. This proved that in Zhang Jianshe's heart, Oyu village had been cast aside long ago. Faced with this outcome, Wang Debao couldn't help but sigh, though there was nothing he could do about it. Even the police station chief treated Zhang Jianshe with such courtesy, yet he himself was utterly insignificant in the chief's eyes. This starkly revealed the vast gulf between him and Zhang Jianshe. Persisting in shamelessly seeking out Zhang Jianshe at this point to curry favor would serve no purpose. It would only make Zhang Jianshe look down on him even more. Most crucially, if he angered Zhang Jianshe, it could potentially bring trouble upon himself later. Zhang Jianshe, of course, paid no mind to Wang Debao's thoughts. Seeing that everyone was present, he wasted no further time. Now that we know where this guy is hiding, let's hurry over there. The sooner we catch him, the sooner we can all rest easy. Upon hearing this, the chief immediately nodded in agreement. Alright, we're heading to Stone Village immediately. Following the chief's order, every vehicle at the station was deployed. They also borrowed a truck from the coal factory to transport additional officers to Stone Village. When Zhang Jianshe stepped out of the jeep, the villagers' gazes fixed on him with utter astonishment. Their expressions were even more stunned than Wang Debao's had been when he first saw Zhang Jianshe on the rock. Zhang Jianshe had once returned to Stone Village in a jeep before. But back then, the villagers hadn't paid it much mind. They simply assumed he had met some influential figure at the coal plant and gained their favor. This time, however, Zhang Jianshe arrived in a police station jeep. And the station chief still looked at Zhang Jianshe with such courtesy. This made the villagers feel deeply regretful. The chief, of course, was unaware of the villagers' thoughts. Had he known that Zhang Jianshe was originally from Oyu village and had been driven out by these very villagers, he might have cracked down on them to curry favor with Zhang. Now, the station chief's primary concern, of course, was his own mission. Zhang Jianshe, what should we do next? What do we need to do? Upon hearing the chief's question, Zhang Jianshe shook his head. You guys can stay in the village for now. I need to scout around the village perimeter first to see if I can find any traces of that guy. Although the villagers had discovered the activated trap north of the village last night, Zhang Jianshe didn't believe the man had actually come from the north. Even if he had come from the north, he wouldn't have continued northward after getting injured. A man capable of killing so many people was no amateur. He certainly possessed basic counter-surveillance skills. Hearing Zhang Jianshe's words, Sher watched as he began walking toward the village exit. The chief hesitated for a moment but did not order his men to stand down. Instead, he too led the officers to follow behind Zhang Jianshe. Upon reaching the western edge of the village and spotting traces left on the grassland, a smile spread across Zhang Jianshe's face. Just as he had anticipated, the killer hadn't headed north. Though the traces on the ground were barely discernible to most, they certainly couldn't escape Zhang Jianshe's keen eyes. We'll start searching in this direction. We'll definitely find this guy. Hearing Zhang Jianshe's words, the other officers exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with slight confusion. Everyone knew Zhang Jianshe had been brought in specifically to track traces on the grasslands. And they were all aware of his hunting skills. Yet despite their own failure to uncover anything, Zhang Jianshe had already spotted a lead of fact that still felt somewhat unbelievable to them. Despite their inner doubts, since Zhang Jianshe had spoken so decisively, they naturally began searching meticulously. Chapter 188, The Forest Patrol Tragedy. After a brief search, one of the officers couldn't help but cheer. We've found something over here. I spotted fresh bloodstains on the grass blades. After the officer's shout, the others all gathered around. The look in their eyes as they regarded Zhang Jianshe shifted noticeably. If they had harbored doubts about Zhang Jianshe's abilities before, all such doubts vanished now. The bloodstains on the grass leaves were the best proof. Upon seeing the bloodstain, Zhang Jianshe gave a slight nod. Before he could speak, the police station chief issued an order. Follow this blood trail immediately. We must find this guy. Upon hearing the chief's command, all the officers perked up and sprang into action. Previously, they had no leads whatsoever on this case, and catching this guy had seemed as difficult as climbing to the moon. But now that they had a lead, they had to move fast to catch him. This time, their contribution would be significant, perhaps even propel them further in their careers. Zhang Jianshe noticed the exceptionally bright smile on the station chief's face. After all, solving this case would bring him considerable credit and potentially even a promotion. But Zhang Jianshe wasn't quite so optimistic. The current situation was undeniably favorable for them, but to think this criminal could be caught so easily was far too simplistic. If this guy were truly that easy to catch, it probably wouldn't have fallen to them to do it. These thoughts swirled in Zhang Jianshe's mind, though he kept them to himself. After all, voicing such thoughts at this moment would certainly be rather inappropriate. The subsequent developments unfolded exactly as Zhang Jianshe had anticipated. After following the blood trail across the grassland for several dozen minutes, one of the officers spoke up immediately. Chief, we haven't found any more bloodstains since reaching this spot. Hearing this, the police station chief's brow furrowed involuntarily. He then turned his gaze toward Zhang Jianshe. Zhang Jianshe, unsurprised by this outcome, offered his explanation without hesitation. Either the injury wasn't severe enough to require external intervention, or the wound had already stopped bleeding on its own. Alternatively, upon reaching this location, he might have discovered the blood trail he'd left behind and immediately bandaged his wound. In truth, regardless of which scenario was correct, it now meant that continuing the search using blood traces was impossible. Thus, the police station chief could only pin his hopes on Zhang Jianshe. Zhang Jianshe, is there any way we can continue tracking this guy's trail? Zhang Jianshe glanced around at the surroundings, a thought flickering in his mind. This area was deep within the grasslands, making it extremely dangerous for the suspect to spend the night here. He would need to find a hiding place. This thought naturally resonated with the other officers. Everyone who lived on the rocks understood this well. The farther one ventured from inhabited areas on the grasslands, the greater the perils ahead. The potential threats on the grasslands naturally increased as well. At that moment, Zhang Jianshe spoke again. I recall there's a forest ranger station about 5 kilometers west of here. These patrol teams are stationed year-round on the grasslands to clear out these threats. Let's go find them. We might be able to get some more clues from them. Zhang Jianshe spoke thus because the traces left behind now pointed in the direction of the forest ranger's quarters. Deep down, Zhang Jianshe was beginning to suspect something. Perhaps this guy was hiding out in the forest ranger's quarters. If he'd colluded with the forest rangers, unmasking him would prove considerably more difficult. If he shared his suspicions with the officers present now, their vigilance toward the forest rangers would inevitably heighten once they reached the dormitory. Not only would that fail to expose the culprit, but it could also alert him. The situation would become uncontrollable. After all, the forest rangers were armed. Moreover, having killed countless animals on the grasslands, he carried a certain aura of lethality. They might even launch a preemptive attack on the police. After all, if they killed everyone, no one else would ever find out about this incident. The police station chief, unaware of Zhang Jianshe's true intentions, found his reasoning plausible and nodded in agreement. But when they arrived at the forest ranger's quarters, everyone sucked in a sharp breath. The expressions on every face turned grim. For upon arriving, they discovered a field strewn with corpses. It was clear these victims were all members of the forest ranger team. Counting these forest rangers, the total number of people killed by that individual likely exceeded 30. After one of the officers uttered these words, the tension among the remaining group surged once more. Facing such a murderous demon, it was impossible for them not to feel fear deep within. Zhang Jianshe, however, remained silent and headed straight for the dormitory where the others were heading. Upon entering, he discovered the security team's quarters contained little in the way of supplies. Yet traces of daily life were still visible. Observing this, Zhang Jianshe pondered briefly before voicing his hypothesis. The people outside must have been dead for nearly a week, yet the signs of life here are very recent. There's even some cloth used for bandaging wounds. So we can confirm that guy is probably living temporarily in the forest ranger dormitory area. It's just unclear why he might have gone out hunting for food now. As he spoke these words, Zhang Jianshe felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thankfully, this guy had no idea when the forest ranger's supply deliveries arrived. Judging by the rate these supplies were being used, it wouldn't be long before an outside convoy arrived to restock the forest rangers. Had he known this, he certainly wouldn't have ventured into the village searching for supplies at this moment. Finding him would likely take much longer. Chapter 189, Patiently Waiting. Zhang Jianshe understood clearly, if this murderous fiend knew that reinforcements would arrive soon, he would never kill the forest rangers. Instead, he would likely remain in the vicinity for a while longer.
He would wait until the supply convoy arrived, then eliminate everyone. That way, not only would he gain supplies, but he could also hide in this area for a while longer without being discovered. Although Zhang Jianshe and his men had discovered this location early, the truth was that even without Zhang leading them here, it likely wouldn't be long before the supply runners for the forest patrol team uncovered the problem themselves. The only unknown was whether the supply delivery team would have a chance to escape when that time came. The police station chief had clearly considered this possibility as well. His gaze immediately shifted back to Zhang Jianshe. Zhang Jianshe, now that we've uncovered this location, it must be that guy's temporary hideout. If we can capture him, all our problems will be solved. But do you have any other ideas moving forward? Upon hearing this, Zhang Jianshe nodded slightly, fully agreeing with the police chief's assessment. I suspect he hasn't made any advance preparations yet and doesn't know the exact time the forest patrol will arrive to deliver supplies. Since that's the case, he won't anticipate our arrival. If we seize the opportunity, we can take him down. Everyone must lie in wait beforehand. Once he enters, we move immediately. After Zhang Jianshe finished speaking, the other officers nodded in agreement, feeling a deep sense of relief. Fortunately, they had parked their vehicles in Oyu village and walked the rest of the way. Otherwise, hiding several vehicles now would be no simple task. With the plan set, everyone immediately began searching for hiding spots. The forest ranger dormitory was quite spacious, making it relatively easy to conceal everyone. But after waiting nearly 2 hours, some began to grow restless. The chief still hasn't seen that man return. Could he have discovered something and fled? Or maybe he has another hiding spot nearby. Although the police officers from the station were addressing their questions to the chief, their eyes were fixed on Zhang Jianshe. Deep down, they suspected Zhang Jianshe's judgment might have been flawed. Considering that Zhang Jianshe had been invited to assist them this time, and that he maintained significant connections in the provincial capital. Naturally, they couldn't confront Zhang Jianshe directly, so they posed this question to their own chief instead. After all, the chief was one of their own and shouldn't get angry over this matter. This question gave the station chief a headache. He had no answer, and deep down, he was even more anxious than his subordinates. For his subordinates, even if they failed to crack this case, it would merely mean missing an opportunity to earn merit. Even if they did earn merit, it would only mean a small bonus, and their positions would likely remain unchanged. After all, this time, it was as if the entire team had collectively earned merit. Naturally, not everyone could be promoted. But for the station chief, it was different. If this guy were caught within his jurisdiction, it would be a major feather in his cap. Even if he couldn't advance further, it would leave a deep impression on his superiors. For his future career, it could only be beneficial. But if he failed to handle this matter properly now, it would be a different story. If the suspect managed to escape to another jurisdiction and was ultimately apprehended there, the credit for the arrest would slip entirely out of his grasp. They had already tracked him to this location, meaning they were practically within arm's reach of capturing this criminal. Naturally, he was not about to let this opportunity slip away. Just as the chief and all the officers were growing anxious, Zhang Jianshe shook his head. The fact that this guy had risked going to Stone Village yesterday meant his current situation wasn't looking good. If he left this area now, his life would face even greater consequences. He might not even make it to another jurisdiction before being taken out by predators on the grasslands. So no matter what, he'll definitely return tonight. We just need to wait patiently here. Hearing Zhang Jianshe speak with such conviction, the others nodded in agreement. Though some still harbored doubts, it wasn't the time to voice them. Perhaps hoping Zhang Jianshe's judgment was correct, they anticipated a successful outcome by nightfall. Another hour passed, and the scene confirmed Zhang Jianshe's assessment. Soon, a figure could be seen slowly approaching their position. Upon seeing this, all the police officers immediately sought cover. Through the dormitory window, they could see the man was in poor condition. Multiple injuries were clearly visible on his body, likely sustained during the night from attacks by wild animals on the grasslands. Judging by his condition, he had also gone without food or water for an extended period. His overall combat effectiveness had significantly diminished. Seeing this state filled the police station chief with immense excitement. Try to capture him alive if possible. The chief understood perfectly well that capturing a live suspect held far greater value than bringing back a corpse, and would mean greater credit for him. All the officers present nodded in agreement upon hearing the chief's words. Though the man's overall condition was poor, he remained extremely cautious. As they approached the dormitory, they held their guns vigilantly, probing the situation inside. Seeing this, all the officers instantly grew tense again. They didn't know if they had left any traces when they entered. If this man discovered them, it would spell trouble. Although they possessed firearms and outnumbered the guards, the security team's equipment far surpassed that of the police. Yet, in the end, they were all eliminated by this individual. Therefore, if this individual detected them beforehand, they would be in grave danger. Chapter 190, The Mysterious Organization Resurfaces. Zhang Jianshe's brow furrowed deeply as he clearly contemplated the same dilemma. Regardless of whether this person had detected them, Zhang Jianshe was prepared to strike immediately.
After all, the principle of striking first was undeniably sound. Driven by this conviction, Zhang Jianshe had already drawn his bow, poised to fire. Seeing this, all the police officers felt their nerves tighten once more. But with the figure outside now within striking distance, they dared not warn Zhang Jianshe. At that very moment, the arrow in Zhang Jianshe's hand shot toward the man outside. Though the man outside reacted with lightning speed, attempting to dodge at the last moment, it was extremely difficult to outmaneuver a hunter like Zhang Jianshe. The instant he dodged, Zhang Jianshe's second arrow flew out, this time aimed directly at the man's gun-wielding hand. In that split second, the arrow struck the man's wrist, causing the gun to fall to the ground. By then, Zhang Jianshe had already kicked open the window with his sickle and leaped outside. The other officers reacted instantly, closing in on Zhang Jianshe's trail. Freeze! Don't resist, or we won't hesitate to shoot. As several officers aimed their guns at the man's head, he finally complied and lay flat on the ground. Yet the hatred in his eyes as he stared at the officers burned intensely. Several officers recoiled in terror at the sight of that inhuman glare, only to be overcome by a wave of shame. They were law enforcement officers, after all. To be intimidated by a criminal? If word got out, they'd lose all face. Perhaps to salvage some dignity in front of Zhang Jianshe, several officers stepped forward and kicked the man's head several times. What? Still not convinced? No matter how powerful you are, you're still in our hands now. Why did you kill someone? And why come to Chang? You'd better explain everything clearly now, or don't blame us for being unkind. The police had reached this conclusion based on the previous cases that had occurred. From what we've gathered, it appears this individual traveled all the way to Stone City from another city. Along the way, perhaps seeking supplies or for other reasons, he had committed one crime after another. Since he was heading for Stone City, they naturally needed to interrogate him to uncover more details. Who knows? They might dig up additional clues from this guy. This could prove beneficial for solving future cases. Zhang Jianshe, however, paused slightly upon hearing the police officer's words. The fact that this man was indeed heading for Stone City was beyond his expectations. Yet the man before them merely glared viciously at Zhang Jianshe and the assembled officers, showing no inclination to speak. This silence only fueled the officers' anger. I refuse to believe you're that stubborn. Today, I'll make you spill everything. One officer spoke while preparing to apply more pressure, but the station chief waved him off. Enough. We don't even know the extent of his injuries yet. Hold off on the rough treatment for now. Take him back first. We'll have plenty of time to deal with him later. Since the chief had spoken, the other officers naturally fell silent. Soon after the group returned to Stone Village, they drove the man back to Stone City. As Zhang Jianshe was now considered an unofficial member of the station, he wasn't dismissed from the scene. Moreover, he was deeply curious about this case. He wanted to know why this man had come to Stone City. Deep down, Zhang Jianshe harbored a faint suspicion that this man's presence in Oyu City might somehow be connected to him. Precisely because of this, he was now waiting at the police station for the interrogation results. After the doctor confirmed the man was out of immediate danger, the police naturally took a tougher stance. At first, the man remained stubbornly silent, refusing to say anything. But by nightfall, he had confessed to everything. Through the interrogation officer's report, everyone finally learned that this guy belonged to the same organization as the previously arrested Brother Long. Their organization had sent him here specifically to gather intelligence on the situation in Stone City. Simultaneously, their organization planned to expand their casino operations in Stone City. It was only because this man had previously enjoyed a relatively good relationship with Brother Long that he intended to avenge him. His targets for vengeance were naturally all the police officers in Stone City and Zhang Jianshe. His previous crimes were also designed to draw the attention of all the police, diverting them to investigate elsewhere. This would make Oyu City's overall defenses relatively lax. Thus, the probability of his next operation succeeding would be significantly higher. But unexpectedly, shortly after arriving near Stone City, he was attacked by a wild wolf while sleeping at night. This forced him to recuperate for a while and seek supplies in Stone Village, delaying his plans to stir up trouble in Stone City. Hearing this account, every officer present couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. Deep down, they felt a chill of dread. His account confirmed beyond doubt that he had indeed been surviving in the wilderness. This alone spoke volumes. Even an experienced hunter like Zhang Jianshe wouldn't dare spend the night on the grasslands. This alone demonstrated that this man possessed extraordinary skills. If they really let him come to Oyu City, quite a few of them might end up getting killed by this guy. After learning the details, the officers naturally intended to give this guy a thorough beating. Soon after, someone came to report the specifics to the station chief and Zhang Jianshe. Chapter 191. You can only steal for 1,000 days, but you can't guard against thieves for 1,000 days. After hearing the report, Zhang Jianshe's expression turned grave, while the station chief felt a twinge of unease. Though they had apprehended this individual this time, it didn't mean the entire matter was resolved. On the contrary, the capabilities revealed by the organization made them feel somewhat troubled. The details revealed by this criminal alone were sufficient to prove many issues.
First and foremost, it was clear this organization possessed formidable strength. Even someone as formidable as this individual was not considered a key figure within their ranks, otherwise, he wouldn't have been dispatched to carry out such a mission externally. If they could send this individual to Stone City to gather intelligence, they could certainly send more operatives later. Given this guy's mishap, the next wave might even be stronger. For Stone City, preventing the enemy from re-establishing operations here and conducting illicit business would become exceedingly difficult. As the saying goes, thieves may steal for 1,000 days, but guards cannot watch forever. Even if the police station chief remained vigilant and reinforced his subordinates' efforts. Yet in the course of their duties, it's inevitable that some loopholes may appear. Should the enemy seize such an opportunity, they could potentially re-establish gambling dens or other illicit operations. Should trouble arise one day, this chief would have no chance to explain himself. Superiors would naturally impose punishment. These were the concerns weighing on the station chief's mind. But Zhang Jianshe's worries were different. Zhang Jianshe feared that if the other side was prepared to retaliate against him and the entire Aocheng police force, then subsequent personnel dispatched might also carry out such actions. Zhang Jianshe understood all too well that if forced into direct confrontation with this man, he likely wouldn't stand a chance. Not to mention the other party possessed a firearm, a weapon of mass destruction. If the other side sent more men next time, his life would likely be on a countdown. It was precisely these thoughts that led Zhang Jianshe to deliberate carefully before addressing the station chief. Chief, we're all aware of the situation now. I believe we must find a way to eliminate this organization as quickly as possible. Only then can all of us sleep soundly at night. Once we pinpoint their nearby hideouts through investigation, we should gradually weaken their strength. Only then can we eliminate this lingering threat. Hearing this, the station chief's brow furrowed deeply. Zhang Jianshe's words were undeniably logical, yet they also carried immense risk. If they began searching for the enemy's gathering points and striking them now, it would inevitably cause the enemy to suffer some losses. At that point, the enemy would likely deploy even greater forces to retaliate against them. They might even target the investigators with more lethal force. He had no confidence they could evade such retaliation. Yet, as Zhang Jianshe pointed out, even if they refrain from acting, the enemy likely won't spare them. Allowing the enemy to continue operating freely would only place them in a more passive position. Moreover, solving such a major case would bring them considerable credit. After careful consideration, the police station chief nodded in agreement. He immediately summoned one of his subordinates. The focus of the interrogation now is to determine if he knows of any other gathering points for their organization in this vicinity. Make sure every single location he knows is extracted. Upon hearing this, the nearby officer promptly acknowledged the order. They promptly adjusted the interrogation strategy. Although this burly man was indeed exceptionally strong, since he had already made his first confession, extracting the remaining information shouldn't be too difficult. Yet the final outcome of the interrogation left everyone feeling slightly disappointed. Within their organization, this man had always been assigned to carry out various assassination missions or other tasks outside. Under normal circumstances, he had limited contact with other gathering points. It was only because this particular mission had taken him far from his usual base. It was only then that he learned of a gathering point in the provincial capital. He had now truthfully disclosed the location of that gathering point. Beyond that, however, he knew nothing further, neither the specific nature of the gathering point's operations nor the number of people involved. Upon hearing this information, the chief's brow furrowed even deeper. It seemed the current situation could only be reported to higher-ups. The provincial authorities would surely take this seriously now, and perhaps they could root out the entire operation. After finishing his statement, the police station chief picked up the phone on his desk, preparing to make a call. But upon hearing this, Zhang Jianshe shook his head. Chief, I suggest you refrain from calling higher-ups. We should resolve this matter ourselves. Hearing this, the station chief paused, his expression slightly puzzled as he studied Zhang Jianshe's face. Out of respect for Zhang Jianshe, he paused his actions, waiting to see if Zhang Jianshe had any new ideas. Seeing the chief's hesitation, Zhang Jianshe didn't beat around the bush. Think about it, chief. When Ao Long ran his gambling den here before, he colluded with Chief's son, using him as his backer. Their operations in the provincial capital will undoubtedly be larger after all, there are more wealthy individuals there. Consequently, the risk of them getting into trouble will naturally increase. If they're aware of these risks, wouldn't they seek powerful connections in the provincial capital? Their provincial backers might hold significant influence and status. If you report this information to higher-ups now, their provincial connections will likely get wind of it immediately. Setting aside whether their backers will block provincial authorities from investigating this matter. Even if no one intervenes, once they're prepared, it'll be tough to uncover anything. On the contrary, our reporting this could make them resent us. Plus, they've already lost 2 men here. They'll surely hate us even more from now on. By then, they might send even more people to cause trouble for us. Our situation will become even more perilous. Only by acting on our own and finding a way to apprehend them can we resolve the issue. Chapter 192, Zhang Jianshe launches an investigation. After Zhang Jianshe finished speaking, the police station chief paused in surprise.
After hanging up the phone, he couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath.
Normally, having been in this position for so long, he should have considered these issues more thoroughly than Zhang Jianshe. Yet without Zhang Jianshe's warning, he might have stumbled into trouble where he least expected it. Realizing this, the chief looked at Zhang Jianshe with profound gratitude.
Zhang Jianshe, I really owe you for this warning. Otherwise, I'd be in serious trouble.
But I'm also concerned if we transfer our people to the provincial capital for investigation, their people might discover it. Then there'd still be a chance this whole thing could blow up in our faces.
After saying this, the chief couldn't help but shake his head.
After all, many people came to OU City daily to haul coal, and he couldn't possibly seal off the entire town.
Any outsider entering OU City could potentially be someone sent by that organization.
And that could naturally lead to uncovering more clues.
Zhang Jianshe had clearly considered this possibility.
Yet at this moment, Zhang Jianshe's expression remained remarkably calm.
Chief, I've made up my mind. Leave this matter to me. I'll handle the investigation in the provincial capital alone. Upon hearing Zhang Jianshe's words, the police station chief was startled once more. He was well aware of the risks involved in this mission, so he never imagined Zhang Jianshe would volunteer to go to the provincial capital to investigate. After all, Zhang Jianshe wasn't a police officer. Even if he chose to wash his hands of the matter now, it wouldn't have been a problem. But now that he was determined to proceed, it was tantamount to putting his own head on the chopping block. Had anyone else accepted this assignment, the station chief would have agreed without hesitation. After all, if the operation succeeded, it would not only resolve the issue once and for all but also eliminate future concerns. Simultaneously, cracking such a major organized crime case would bring him immense credit.
But now, because Zhang Jianshe had made such a statement, the chief felt some hesitation and worry. What if something happened to Zhang Jianshe while carrying out this mission, and the higher-ups found out? He had no idea how the higher-ups would view this matter. Still, it seemed that apart from Zhang Jianshe, there truly was no one else at their OU City police station who could carry out this mission. After all, the fact that Zhang Jianshe could handle those bandits on the grasslands proves his formidable combat prowess. Moreover, he is now aware of this matter and is not even part of their police force. This made the task even easier for Zhang Jianshe to undertake. Noticing the station chief's hesitation, Zhang Jianshe could easily discern his thoughts. Yet he maintained his faint smile. Chief, you needn't worry about my safety in the slightest. If I've accepted this mission, it's because I possess the means to protect myself. Moreover, everyone knows I have connections in the provincial capital. Therefore, my trip to the provincial capital alone won't arouse any suspicion. If anything happens to me during the investigation in the provincial capital, I can seek assistance from the provincial leadership. Thus, my safety in executing this mission will be higher than that of others. Zhang Jianshe spoke these words with sincere earnestness, and his reasoning held merit. After a moment of hesitation, the police station chief finally nodded in agreement. Alright then, Zhang, this time it'll be on you. Rest assured, once you complete this mission, I will personally recommend you for commendation to higher authorities. Whatever conditions you have, I can agree to them in advance. Hearing the station chief's words, Zhang Jianshe felt a wave of relief wash over him. This meant his dream of becoming a police officer shouldn't be too difficult to achieve. Zhang Jianshe nodded to the station chief before heading home to rest. The next day, he informed his neighbors in the courtyard that he was preparing to make a trip to the provincial capital. This news brought a collective sigh of relief among the neighbors. If Zhang Jianshe had remained in the courtyard, they would have genuinely worried. What if they accidentally offended him one day and faced his retaliation? That would be terrible. Now that he was heading to the provincial capital, they could finally stop living in fear. Ideally, Zhang Jianshe would never return after leaving for the provincial capital. But deep down, they knew this wish was unlikely to come true. After all, the house had just been renovated, and he probably wouldn't want to abandon it so easily. Besides, Zhang Jianshe's employment status was still tied to the coal plant. Although Zhang Jianshe wanted to transfer and the work relationship was relatively simple, the entire process would inevitably take several months. Only Yi Buchuan and Zhao Meihui turned pale upon hearing the news. With Zhang Jianshe absent from the courtyard, it would be even harder for them to deal with him. Yet Yi Buchuan felt a slight sense of relief. If he could use Zhang Jianshe's absence to solidify his position within the compound. Perhaps by the time Zhang Jianshe returned, it would be difficult to shake his hold. Yi Buchuan's inner calculations were indeed sound, yet he failed to recall that when Zhang Jianshe first arrived at the courtyard, he had already been operating within its walls for over a decade. Even so, his position had been shaken almost immediately. Zhang Jianshe paid no heed to others' thoughts, boarding a bus for the provincial capital that very day. Upon arriving in the provincial capital, Zhang Jianshe didn't alert anyone. He simply found a place to stay. With the letter of introduction from the police station, securing a hotel room wasn't particularly difficult. But after arriving in the provincial capital, a nagging doubt began to form in his mind. There seemed to be an unusually large number of begging children on the streets here. Chapter 193, Spotting Suspicious Signs. This current situation left Zhang Jianshe feeling slightly puzzled. Under normal circumstances, living conditions in the provincial capital should certainly be better than those in Aochang. But even in Oyu City, there weren't this many children begging on the streets.
The current situation here seemed slightly abnormal.
Though puzzled, Zhang Jianshe still pulled out a few dimes and handed them to a begging child.
Watching the children take the money and scatter in different directions, a faint smile touched Zhang Jianshe's lips.
He figured these kids would be able to fill their stomachs today and feel a bit more comfortable. With this thought in mind, Zhang Jianshe arrived at the guest house, booked a room, and settled in for the night. However, he wasn't particularly familiar with the provincial capital's situation, so breaking through here wouldn't be easy. After lunch, Zhang Jianshe prepared to venture out again, hoping to discover something useful. Upon reaching the street, his brow quickly furrowed as he spotted the children still begging along the roadside. Under normal circumstances, the few cents he had given them earlier should have been enough to cover their needs for the day.
So why were they still begging? Could it be that they were saving the money, hoping to receive more generous donations from kind-hearted passers-by?
This thought crossed Zhang Jianshe's mind, and he found it somewhat understandable. Yet, he still sensed something was off. After all, these children were far too young to have such long-term plans.
With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Zhang Jianshe didn't approach the children directly.
Instead, he quietly lingered not far from where they were begging.
He wanted to see what was really going on.
Finally, as the afternoon crowd thinned, several adults emerged from the shadows.
How's the earnings today, Ermao?
Listen to me, if you haven't made a single yuan today, don't blame me for being harsh. As the adults' words fell, a flicker of terror passed through the eyes of the children.
The boy called Ermao tremblingly pulled 50 cents from his pocket. Big brother, we only made 50 cents today. It's all right here. As Ermao handed the money to the young man, a flash of impatience crossed the young man's eyes. He slapped Ermao across the face. Yesterday, your group barely made 50 cents. You need to make up for yesterday's shortfall today. But how did you manage to earn so little today? That's all you managed? Looks like you need a lesson. With that said,
the young man didn't care.
He continued to punch and kick Ermao and the other children right there on the street.
The other children, though beaten, hugged their heads and crouched on the ground, not daring to resist. Several minutes passed like this before another figure emerged from the shadows.
Enough. I've already taken my share back. Why are you still wasting time here? Hurry up and take them away.
We still need to collect money from the others.
These little s just need a good beating. The money they bring back every day keeps getting smaller.
If this keeps up, I'll have to break their legs sooner or later to make them earn more.
Enough, enough.
These matters are best left to the boss's arrangements back at headquarters.
This isn't something we can decide on our own.
After some persuasion from the others who arrived later, the young thug finally took the kids away.
Zhang Jianshe's expression grew even more stern.
Truthfully, he'd been ready to intervene and rescue the children while they were being beaten.
But upon hearing the young man say their group wasn't making much money, he hesitated.
Since they were divided into different groups, it meant there were more children in their hands. Even if he rescued these children now, it would be a drop in the bucket. Moreover, it would easily raise their suspicions, prompting them to flee or hide at the first opportunity. Finding the remaining children later would become even more difficult. It was precisely these considerations that allowed Zhang Jianshe to rein in his emotions. He resolved to wait patiently, hoping to apprehend more perpetrators and rescue more children. After watching them depart, Zhang Jianshe closely followed their trail, soon arriving at a village on the outskirts of the provincial capital. Upon seeing the children confined within a courtyard, Zhang Jianshe climbed over a wall and surveyed the scene from the rooftop. The scene within the courtyard made Zhang Jianshe's eyes redden with fury, his hatred for these people reaching its peak. He saw the children bound tightly, their limbs restrained, while those deemed less valuable were being beaten. Meanwhile, a group of adults nearby feasted on roast chicken and braised pork laid out on a table. They watched the beaten children with faint smiles on their faces.
Tomorrow is another payday. We should go talk to the boss then. Maybe he'll give us a bit more money.
After one of them finished speaking, the others looked troubled. Nice idea, but our earnings have been low these past few months, only a few hundred yuan each month. We're practically at the bottom of the pile among all the workers. The boss not cracking down on us is already pretty generous. You want him to give us more money? That's just a pipe dream. But it's not our fault, you know. The boss said we can't release any crippled or injured guys for a while. He mentioned how Along took a hit over in Stone City earlier. Maybe the provincial capital will send investigators next, telling us to keep a low profile for a while. If you ask me, Along was just too flashy over in Stone City. The higher-ups couldn't stand it anymore. Otherwise, how could he have gotten himself into trouble? Now this guy's brought trouble on himself and dragged us all down with him.
Chapter 194, Covert Surveillance. Enough with the complaining. Didn't the boss already send people to Oyu City to replan and restart the business?
If we can get the Stone City operation back up and running, it'll mean the heat has died down. Then we won't have to worry about anything else over here. Even if higher-ups still investigate, their focus will be on Stone City. They'll definitely start their inquiries there first. We'll have more time to prepare.
The boss is thinking about our safety too. So stop talking like this. If he finds out what you're thinking, he'll probably give you a good scolding." After hearing his subordinate's words, the young man who had been complaining earlier opened his mouth but dared not say another word. If he uttered another word of nonsense now, his fate would undoubtedly be grim. Zhang Jianshe, however, wore a grave expression after hearing their exchange. From their conversation, he deduced they belonged to the same organization as that along in Stone City. The killer who had slaughtered so many people earlier was also dispatched by this group. It seemed this group had no interest in dealing with matters involving people at all, preferring instead to engage in inhuman activities. He had no idea how many children they held captive in total, nor how many disabled individuals remained under their control. But just from overhearing their conversation, Zhang Jianshe knew the numbers couldn't possibly be small. After all, there were already dozens of children under their control within this courtyard alone. And judging by their words, there were many others like them out there. If each gang controlled this many people, then collectively they must be controlling hundreds. No wonder so many children still begged on the streets of the provincial capital, despite the generally better living conditions there. After pondering these issues, Zhang Jianshe naturally wanted to arrest these people immediately and deal with them all. But for now, he could only suppress the rage burning within him and proceed cautiously. After all, he had gleaned from their conversations that tomorrow they would report to their bosses. Tomorrow they would report to their boss, and normally these people weren't together. Now, rescuing the children in this courtyard would pose no problem. But doing so would inevitably alert the others and their boss behind the scenes, making them suspicious. Then the people in charge would surely find ways to hide. Rescuing more people would become significantly more difficult. Besides, even if he rescued these children now, he had no way to properly settle them. He dared not turn them all over to the local police. Judging by the business these people were running, he could tell that they, or their backers, must have connections to the relevant local authorities. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to operate so openly and never encounter any trouble. Therefore, all he could do now was wait quietly. At the very least, he needed to locate the boss's whereabouts before planning any further action. With these thoughts in mind, Zhang Jianshe quietly slipped away from the compound and returned to the guesthouse in the provincial capital. He settled in temporarily, then arrived early the next morning to stake out the compound. Even when he saw those people take the children out again, he didn't leave. The adults who had left the courtyard hadn't returned either. Zhang Jianshe knew that while the children were begging, the adults would likely be watching from nearby. On one hand, they needed to ensure the children begged diligently. On the other, they feared the children might run away or be rescued. However, he recalled that these people would be returning today to settle accounts with their boss, so Zhang Jianshe knew they would definitely come back. Things unfolded exactly as Zhang Jianshe had anticipated. That day, the adults returned with the children earlier than usual, taking nearly 2 hours to arrive. After locking all the children back up, one of the burly men went inside for a moment before riding off on his bicycle. Zhang Jianshe understood perfectly well that this man was now heading to meet their boss. Zhang Jianshe quietly followed the burly man for nearly half an hour until they reached the vicinity of a small temple. However, when they were about 200 meters away from the temple, Zhang Jianshe could go no further. It must be said that this organization was extremely cautious, having placed numerous lookouts outside. This made it extremely difficult for anyone seeking them out. Soon, more and more people gathered, chatting in small groups around the area. After a while, a man emerged from the temple. Everyone present watched him with expressions of profound respect. Hiding nearly 200 meters away, Zhang Jianshe observed the situation. He concluded that the man emerging from the temple must be their leader. Everything unfolded as he had anticipated. One by one, everyone lined up, pulled a stack of cash from their pockets, and handed it to the leader. After a brief conversation with his subordinates, the leader finally dismissed them, allowing each to depart. Witnessing this, Zhang Jianshe's expression remained utterly unchanged. For him now, the most crucial task was to locate the hideout of this leader. Only by locating the boss's hideout could he potentially capture him. Once the boss was apprehended, it would naturally be easier to lure the subordinates back. By then, all the organizers could be rounded up in one fell swoop, making the rescue of these children much easier. However, seeing the dozen or so sentries patrolling the perimeter, Zhang Jianshe couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Judging by their appearance, they seemed comparable to the assassin photographed in Stone City, suggesting their overall combat strength was likely similar. Even the captured individual was beyond Zhang Jianshe's capabilities, and now there were over a dozen such opponents. If Zhang Jianshe were captured, he'd stand no chance against them. Solving this problem required careful planning. Chapter 195, Reporting to Superiors. This realization left Zhang Jianshe feeling thoroughly exasperated. The only solution he could think of was to seek help from the police station in Ou City. But if he returned there, it would inevitably alert the enemy. The moment the Ouching police made a move, it would be highly conspicuous in the provincial capital. If these people discovered it, they might go into hiding or change their meeting location. Besides, without orders from above, persuading the police station chief to send his men to investigate a case in the provincial capital wouldn't be easy. After all, if the Stone City Station chief did that, it would be a direct snub to the provincial capital station. Not to mention, the provincial capital station might very well have ties to these people. Discovering their money trail cut off would inevitably breed deep resentment toward the station leadership. Moreover, the career prospects of the Yaocheng police station chief were in the hands of the provincial capital's leadership. Therefore, the Yaocheng police station chief would absolutely dare not take such a risk. Realizing this, Zhang Jianshe could only sigh helplessly. He remained hidden in the grass, waiting for everyone to leave. But after a while, when his subordinates had all gone far away, the lookouts also went into the land god temple and never came out. It wasn't until it got dark that Zhang Jianshe realized something was wrong. After a moment's hesitation, Zhang Jianshe quietly approached the temple. Soon, he discovered a secret passage inside the temple. After entering and walking for nearly half an hour, he emerged from the other exit. The temple's exit opened into a dense forest. Upon reaching this spot, Zhang Jianshe naturally found no one. This sight only fueled Zhang Jianshe's mounting frustration. He hadn't expected this organization to be so cunning. He now had no way to locate the boss's whereabouts. This meant that if he wanted to capture the boss, his only chance would be when the boss met with his men. But at that moment, not only would there be a dozen burly men providing protection, but the boss's own crew numbered at least a dozen as well. Capturing the entire group would be an extremely difficult task. Even if he deployed an equal number of men, his side would need at least 30 people. Realizing this problem, Zhang Jianshe quietly returned to the guest house. Over the next few days, he made no moves whatsoever. He kept observing the people who brought children to beg. He now needed to figure out their patterns and determine exactly when they made contact with their boss. Only by discovering how often they delivered money to their boss could Zhang Jianshe make advance plans and preparations. After a period of observation, Zhang Jianshe confirmed they made payments weekly. With this information confirmed, Zhang Jianshe began contemplating where to seek reinforcements. Consequently, he ceased his surveillance of these individuals for the next few days. But when he returned to the courtyard 3 days later, he discovered something shocking. Several children in the courtyard had been hacked, their legs or arms severed, leaving them crippled. This sight filled Zhang Jianshe's eyes with even more hatred toward them. Yet the burly leader, upon seeing this, nodded with satisfaction. I'd say the reason fewer people gave them alms before was because their suffering wasn't severe enough. Now that they're crippled, more and more people will surely be willing to give them money. If that still doesn't work, in a while we'll cut out their tongues or gouge out their eyes. Though his words were brutally cruel, the others present showed no objection whatsoever. Instead, they all burst into laughter. Boss, we should have done this ages ago. I heard from the higher-ups that there are even bigger bosses above us. In other provinces, they're already doing this, making over $100 a day. That's nearly 1,000 yuan for just this week. Look at how much better off they are compared to us. We barely scrape together 100 or 2 a week. No wonder the boss has issues with us. Now that we can earn more, the boss will probably give us a bonus. The group chuckled as they spoke. Zhang Jianshe, however, couldn't bear to listen to a word of it. He eventually dialed the number of the official he had rescued earlier. By the next day, he found himself in the office of a provincial-level leader. Young Zhang, you finally made it to the provincial capital. I've heard about how you assisted your local police station in apprehending a criminal. Truly, a capable person remains capable no matter the circumstances. I don't think you should go back to Yaocheng. From now on, you'll live here in the provincial capital. I'll transfer your employment records over directly. You can choose any position you want. The leader spoke these words with a warm smile, but Zhang Jianshe's expression turned serious. Sir, I actually came here today regarding that criminal I helped apprehend back home. After interrogation, we confirmed that individual is connected to the gambling den we previously dismantled. He belongs to the same organization as that along. Upon hearing Zhang Jianshe's words, the leader's expression also turned grave. After bringing along to the provincial capital, he had naturally handed him over to the relevant provincial authorities for interrogation and processing. However, after being taken in for questioning, Along refused to reveal anything further. Ultimately, he died during the interrogation process. Faced with this outcome, the leader felt some disappointment inwardly. Yet recalling the crimes Along had committed, he concluded his death was hardly a great loss. Consequently, he chose not to pursue the matter further. But now, hearing Zhang Jianshe's words, he sensed something was amiss. His understanding of the situation in Oyu City was still far too limited. Chapter 196, Preparing for the Arrest. Now, individuals from the same organization as Along had been discovered and apprehended there. The report from Oyu City merely stated that the arrested individual had multiple lives on his hands. Not a single word had been mentioned about anything related to Along. Zhang Jianshe, unaware of the leader's thoughts, recounted the entire previous incident in detail. Upon learning that the delay in reporting was due to ongoing investigations, the leader's expression softened slightly. But upon hearing Zhang Jianshe finish his report on the current situation, his expression darkened once more. You're saying that within our own ranks in the provincial capital, there are individuals collaborating with them? And that they've committed a major crime here, controlling numerous children? Upon hearing this, Zhang Jianshe immediately nodded.
Sir, these individuals are exceptionally powerful and numerous. I cannot eliminate them all alone, which is why I came to report this situation to you. Moreover, I dare not approach the relevant local authorities here, so I had no choice but to come to you.
Upon hearing Zhang Jianshe's explanation, the leader gave a slight nod. Since the subordinates below were no longer trustworthy, Zhang Jianshe's approach was entirely justified. After a brief pause, the leader finally spoke. I'll accompany you to the nearby military unit shortly. We'll arrange for them to assemble an elite squad. With that unit supporting your operation, we'll certainly be able to take them all down.
Sir, there's no need to rush. After all, their rendezvous is still nearly 3 or 4 days away. Zhang Jianshe spoke based on his prior observations, but the leader shook his head upon hearing his words. Since they haven't reached their rendezvous time yet, we'll force them to move it up.
At the very least, those children absolutely cannot suffer any further harm.
After uttering these words, the leader instructed Zhang Jianshe to return to his lodgings and await further instructions.
That very evening, someone arrived at Zhang Jianshe's guest house and revealed their identity.
That same day, Zhang Jianshe led these armed men to ambush near the land temple. After communicating with them, Zhang Jianshe finally understood how the higher-ups intended to pressure these individuals into meetings sooner. The leadership's approach was straightforward. They convened a meeting the very next day, declaring that the begging children were damaging the provincial capital's image and development. This presented the children as a significant environmental hazard to the provincial capital, justifying their immediate transfer to an orphanage. With the leader's order, regardless of what thoughts the subordinates harbored or whether they were willing, there was no way to refuse. Learning how effortlessly the leadership had resolved this issue left Zhang Jianshe filled with profound regret. Had he known the solution was so straightforward, he would have sought the leader's help much sooner. With the leader's single command, all the children were taken away, and the tragic outcome of those children becoming disabled could have been avoided. It was precisely at this moment that Zhang Jianshe gained a clearer understanding of the influence wielded by power. He resolved to find a way to attain a higher position, thereby gaining greater authority. That way, he might be able to help more people. As the leadership had anticipated, once the children were all taken to the orphanage, the adults immediately grew anxious. They knew the people who had taken the children away, and they had even given the staff some benefits on a regular basis. So, as soon as the children were taken away, these people immediately sought out the relevant departments to probe for information, hoping to find a way to get the children back. After all, these children were their cash cows, they couldn't just disappear. But the news they received was that this was an order from higher-ups, meaning it would be difficult to get the children released anytime soon. Even if they managed to get the children out of the orphanage, they wouldn't be able to continue making money in the provincial capital. If they continued operating in the provincial capital, they would inevitably be noticed by the authorities again. Should the authorities become enraged, many people would suffer the consequences. Hearing this news, the faces of those controlling the children darkened to an extreme degree. After all, those high-ranking officials weren't the kind of people who could be bought off by those lurking in the shadows. Not only had they lost a large number of children, but more crucially, they would now have to change their methods of making money. For this very reason, these individuals soon reached out to their boss, Streetman, through various channels, seeking to arrange an earlier meeting. Thus, another day passed before they gathered once more near the land temple. Zhang Jianshe and his entire unit were visibly excited. For the past 2 days, they hadn't dared to leave the vicinity of the temple. They feared that if the other side suddenly made contact and they weren't prepared or weren't there, they might let them slip away again. Indeed, their vigilance had paid off. Once Zhang Jianshe confirmed that everyone he had seen earlier had arrived, with no one missing, he gave a slight nod. Immediately, the soldiers drew their guns and opened fire on the crowd. After all, the children and disabled individuals had already been taken away. This meant they could now kill everyone without fear of leaving any survivors behind. Besides, as long as they captured the leader, interrogating him would surely reveal the hiding places of the rest of his men. Then, the entire case could be thoroughly resolved. The soldiers' immediate priority was to eliminate the nearby sentries. Only after these sentries were eliminated did the others finally react. "Run! They're coming for us," one of them shouted. Only then did the rest scramble to flee toward the side. Chapter 197, Denial to the End. Now, upon seeing the soldiers surrounding them, these men froze in shock. They knew full well what they had done. They knew that if they fell into the hands of these soldiers, death was their only fate. So, after one man shouted, the rest immediately prepared to flee. But this time, the soldiers accompanying Zhang Jianshe were numerous and highly combat-ready. There was no way they'd let these men escape so easily. The moment they spotted anyone attempting to leave, soldiers immediately opened fire. After several more deaths, the remaining men finally complied, obediently crouching on the ground with their hands clasped over their heads. Seeing this, Zhang Jianshe breathed a sigh of relief. But after a brief moment, he glanced to the side and realized the leader was no longer there. Yet in Zhang Jianshe's gaze at that moment, there was no trace of anger. Instead, it held a trace of cold disdain.
Meanwhile, the expressions on the faces of those captured below appeared utterly innocent. Comrades, we were merely passing through this area. Why did you suddenly start shooting and killing people? Yeah, that really scared us all just now. Everything's fine now, right? Can we go? Hearing these words nearly made Zhang Jianshe laugh in anger. He walked up to them, his expression thick with scorn. You think your boss is gone, so I can't do anything to you now? Even if I take you back, there's no evidence to prove you trafficked children. Comrade, what exactly are you implying? We really don't understand. Exactly. How can you just make up accusations like child trafficking? We're all decent people. We'd never do something like that. Though the people before him continued to deny everything outright, their gaze toward Zhang Jianshe now carried an unmistakable hint of defiance. It seemed as though they were telling Zhang Jianshe exactly what they were thinking, yet he could do nothing about it. Naturally, Zhang Jianshe wouldn't continue explaining anything to them now. Upon hearing their words, he merely gave a slight nod. Since you refuse to say anything now, I hope you maintain this attitude once you return to your posts. With that, Zhang Jianshe led the soldiers and the detainees back to the police station designated by the leadership. The leadership was already waiting for them there. How did it go this time, Zhang? Did you bring back all the people you knew before? Hearing the superior's question, Zhang Jianshe immediately nodded. Sir, aside from those killed at the scene, we've brought back everyone who is still alive. This time, I guarantee not a single one will be missing. After hearing Zhang Jianshe's report, the leader beside him nodded in satisfaction. But the captured individuals remained unconcerned. As long as their leader remained at large, their current detention posed no real threat. The police couldn't do anything to them. Moreover, their boss would certainly contact higher-ups immediately. With those connections pulling strings, they were sure to be bailed out. Instead, they were now watching Zhang Jianshe speak with such solemn conviction. They were eager to see what expression Zhang Jianshe would wear when they finally walked out of here. But this inner hope of theirs ultimately went unfulfilled. For no sooner had Zhang Jianshe finished speaking than another jeep pulled up outside. The soldiers who emerged from this jeep were the ones escorting their boss. Seeing their boss now looking utterly defeated left everyone below stunned. Their eyes now held a look of utter disbelief. The truth was, they had ceased resisting not because their comrades had fallen, but because they had witnessed their boss slip into the tunnel and escape. Since their boss had already escaped, even if they were captured now, the police would have no evidence against them. Driven by this realization, they felt resistance was pointless. But how could their boss be captured now? Zhang Jianshe, of course, noticed the expressions on the faces of those before him, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The reason they were able to recapture this boss was, of course, because Zhang Jianshe had made arrangements in advance. When leading his soldiers to set up the ambush, Zhang Jianshe had anticipated that the scene during the arrest would likely descend into chaos. Naturally, some individuals might seize the opportunity to escape amid the chaos. If only minor figures escaped, it wouldn't significantly impact the case. But if key figures managed to slip away, it would make further investigation or uncovering additional clues far more difficult. It was precisely for this reason that Zhang Jianshe had arranged for some soldiers to reach the forest area via the underground passage ahead of time and set up an ambush. Just as this boss thought he had finally escaped, he was apprehended on the spot. Though the captured subordinates remained unaware of their boss's arrest, they understood one thing: with their leader gone, serious trouble was now upon them. Sir, I'm willing to confess. I'll tell you everything. We did indeed control a number of children and disabled people, using them for begging. But we were forced into it. This guy right here made us do it. That's right. If we didn't work for him, he threatened to kill our entire Qian family. Most of the money we earned was taken by this guy anyway. As these subordinates began confessing one after another, the boss stared at them in utter disbelief. His eyes brimmed with disbelief, tinged with a hint of anger. He never imagined his men would betray him like this. Yet now, they all stood before him with calm expressions, showing him no respect whatsoever. Chapter 198, Zhang Jianshe's Demand. After all, they weren't little darlings. They knew full well that with their boss arrested, the only path ahead was a dead end. No amount of denial would change that now. They would bear every ounce of responsibility. Given that, they might as well confess everything outright. That way, they could seize the chance to shift all blame onto their boss. Not only would this lessen their punishment, but it would also count as atoning for their crimes. Perhaps they wouldn't have to eat peanuts in prison and might even have a chance to walk out again. The nearby leader, observing these arrested individuals squabbling like dogs fighting over scraps, looked at them with utter contempt. You will immediately report the areas under your responsibility, the individuals you arrested, and the locations where others are being held. This will help reduce your punishment. Next, let the relevant authorities conduct the interrogations. Upon hearing this, the subordinates immediately sprang into action. Zhang Jianshe followed the leader to his office. Zhang, we really owe this to you. Without you, those police station chiefs down below wouldn't have dared to stir up such a commotion. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to round them all up at once. They might have continued their criminal activities. Your contribution this time is truly significant, so it's only right that you be rewarded. Just tell me what you want. Anything within my power, I'll give you." Hearing this, Zhang Jianshe felt a surge of joy. After a moment's thought, however, he made a request that wasn't particularly complicated. "Sir, this marks my first collaboration with the police station. Through this collaboration, I've developed a genuine interest in the work of the police station. If it's feasible, could you help me make an internal transfer? I'd like to transfer directly to the Outcheng police station." After finishing his request, Zhang Jianshe turned his gaze toward the leader. It was the leader, however, whose expression now showed a hint of surprise. He certainly wouldn't find Zhang Jianshe's request difficult to accommodate. At his level, it was likely just a matter of a single word. What truly astonished him, however, was how remarkably straightforward Zhang Jianshe's request was. Earlier, he had intended to offer Zhang Jianshe some rewards or even help him advance further. It was because Zhang Jianshe had saved his life, and Zhang Jianshe had been too embarrassed to accept directly. But this matter wasn't about Zhang Jianshe saving his life. It was because Zhang Jianshe had genuinely made a significant contribution to this case. Therefore, even if he wanted to help Zhang Jianshe secure a position in the provincial capital, or even get him a job within the provincial police system, it would be a very simple matter. And no one else could possibly find fault with it. Yet Zhang Jianshe still wanted to go to Outcheng, which made him feel slightly baffled. Zhang Jianshe, of course, was unaware of the leader's inner doubts. But his decision to act this way was driven by his own reasons. First, Zhang Jianshe understood very clearly that although this operation had dismantled a criminal gang in the provincial capital and arrested quite a few people, this operation would inevitably implicate numerous provincial leaders, leading to many losing their positions. The relatives and friends of these officials would naturally harbor deep hatred toward Zhang Jianshe, the man who had stirred up this trouble. While they might be powerless against the leaders themselves, they would likely find various ways to settle scores with him. Zhang Jianshe was aware that he had already caught the attention of higher-ups who held him in high regard. But the leaders couldn't protect him forever. Therefore, whenever the leadership's attention wavers, others will inevitably seek opportunities to exploit his vulnerabilities. This would make his situation extremely dangerous. But back in Outcheng, the situation was entirely different. First, with such a major incident unfolding in the provincial capital, anyone contemplating action against him would now have to proceed with extreme caution. They absolutely dare not directly extend their hands towards Stone City. Any overt action would be tantamount to showing contempt for the leadership, who would undoubtedly teach such individuals a lesson. Therefore, upon his return to Oyu City, the troubles Zhang Jianshe faced would naturally diminish somewhat. Moreover, even though Zhang Jianshe was now a newcomer within the police system upon his return to Oyu City, his relationship with the leadership was widely known throughout the entire city. In certain situations, his word carried more weight than even the Stone City officials. Under these circumstances, Zhang Jianshe would have access to more connections, making it easier for him to protect himself. Moreover, according to Zhang Jianshe's inner calculations, even if he didn't come directly to Shengcheng this time, he believed that with his professional capabilities, transferring here in the future shouldn't be overly complicated. Even if the leadership remained unclear about Zhang Jianshe's true intentions. And the leadership secretly believed that Zhang Jianshe joining them directly was the best path forward. But since Zhang Jianshe had already made up his mind, as his superior, the leader naturally respected his decision. For this very reason, after pondering carefully for a moment, the leader gave a slight nod. "Alright then, you may return for now. Once this case is mostly resolved, I'll call the person in charge at Oyu City directly. Everything will be arranged for you then." Hearing this, Zhang Jianshe nodded excitedly in agreement. Once he gained entry into the police system, he believed that with his abilities, securing greater authority would become relatively straightforward. That would open up more opportunities for him in the future. However, having resolved these matters, Zhang Jianshe felt no urgency to return to Oyu village immediately. Having made the rare trip to the provincial capital, he was eager to linger a while longer. After all, he and Zhao Meihui had recently experienced some friction. He hadn't yet figured out how to navigate their relationship once he returned to Oyu village. Chapter 199, The Assassination Plot. Over the next few days, Zhang Jianshe spent his time sightseeing in the provincial capital, inevitably overhearing numerous discussions among locals about the current case. The case had ignited a powder keg in the provincial capital, capturing the intense attention of many. Whenever the topic came up, everyone agreed that the traffickers deserved to die, they should be shot on sight. After hearing these discussions, Zhang Jianshe naturally agreed wholeheartedly. He too felt that since these people had been caught, they absolutely deserved no chance of walking free. Regardless of the crimes they committed, those who didn't want to be implicated would ensure they didn't survive. The only thing Zhang Jianshe didn't know was whether the local authorities would move quickly or slowly with the investigation and interrogation. Perhaps it was due to special attention from higher-ups, or perhaps the incident had sparked significant public outcry in the provincial capital. In any case, the provincial police department moved swiftly to adjudicate the case. In less than a week, all the criminals were directly sentenced to death.
Simultaneously, an increasing number of high-ranking officials became implicated. Seeing daily newspaper reports of arrests, Zhang Jianshe nodded slightly. It seemed that having leadership attention truly made a difference. The speed and intensity with which this case was handled exceeded his expectations. This experience deepened Zhang Jianshe's inner craving for power. With matters in the provincial capital largely settled, Zhang Jianshe prepared to return to Wuchang. When Zhang Jianshe first returned to the courtyard, many neighbors saw him and paused in surprise. Everyone knew he had gone to the provincial capital some time ago, and deep down, these neighbors had hoped he wouldn't return. Yet, to their surprise, he had returned after all. Seeing this, the neighbors in the courtyard couldn't help but sigh and shake their heads. Many even sensed that the peaceful days they had enjoyed recently were about to come to an end. Regardless of what thoughts stirred within them, none dared voice them in Zhang Jianshe's presence. When Zhao Meihui saw Zhang Jianshe return, her eyes naturally filled with hatred. Even now, deep down, Zhao Meihui still couldn't bring herself to forgive Zhang Jianshe. Yet, no matter how she felt inside, she didn't show it directly to Tao Dao. Instead, she sought out Yi Buchuan to devise a plan against Zhang Jianshe. This time, when Zhao Meihui came to him, Yi Buchuan took the matter extremely seriously. Since Zhang Jianshe had returned from the provincial capital, it meant he wouldn't be leaving Ou City anytime soon. This continued to threaten Zhang Jianshe's position within the courtyard. This was something Yi Buchuan could never accept under any circumstances. After a moment of careful consideration, Yi Buchuan looked at Zhao Meihui and spoke slowly. Xiao Zhao, I understand your hatred for Zhang Jianshe, but you know it won't be easy to deal with him. At this point, the best approach is to take action against him when he goes hunting on the grasslands. While Zhang Jianshe's combat prowess is undeniably formidable, at the end of the day, he's still just an ordinary person. If we deploy enough men to take him down, he'll have no way out. However, it's still quite hot outside. Zhang Jianshe probably won't head to the grasslands anytime soon. If he wants to go hunting, it'll likely be over a month from now. So this gives us a decent window to prepare. Let's use this month to pool our funds. Then we can hire some thugs from the underworld to take care of Zhang Jianshe. I'll put up 1,000 yuan, and you cover the rest. These days, hiring a desperate man probably only costs around 100 yuan. That means we can at least get a dozen or so men to handle the job. Even if Zhang Jianshe is as tough as nails, I doubt he can handle that many men. Hearing Yi Buchuan's words stirred a strong sense of excitement within Zhao Meihui. She agreed that Yi Buchuan's plan made perfect sense. If they could eliminate Zhang Jianshe outright, it would avenge his sister Zhao Meihua. Even if it meant waiting longer, he could accept that. The only real hurdle now was how much money he could actually come up with. For Yi Buchuan, earning over 100 yuan a month meant that even coughing up over 1,000 yuan at once wasn't a big deal. But for Zhao Meihui, the matter was far from simple. After all, he didn't even have a steady job. Soon, even his own livelihood would be in jeopardy. Asking him to come up with that kind of money was naturally extremely difficult. Yet, driven by the desire to avenge her sister, Zhao Meihui immediately nodded her agreement. Since there was no immediate solution, he could only keep searching for alternatives. Just as Zhao Meihui was deep in thought about where to earn money, he happened to see He Yutian looking around suspiciously in the courtyard as he returned home. Upon seeing her, He Yutian flushed bright red and immediately looked away. Watching He Yutian's obvious attempt to hide something only made Zhao Meihui want to laugh. After all, He Yutian's feelings for her had become increasingly obvious, and he made no effort to hide them. Zhao Meihui saw it all clearly. Yet deep down, Zhao Meihui still looked down on He Yutian somewhat and naturally had no desire to get involved with him. Just as Zhao Meihui snorted and prepared to head home, she paused for a moment, her thoughts stirring slightly. Getting that much money on her own was impossible now. Since that was the case, she could only set her sights on He Yutian. After all, working all these years, He Yutian must have earned a decent income. If he could come up with this 1,000 yuan, things would become much simpler for her. It was precisely for this reason that Zhao Meihui beckoned to He Yutian. At that moment, He Yutian instantly transformed into a sycophant, rushing over eagerly. Chapter 200, He Yutian plays the lapdog again. Zhao Meihui, did you call me over for something? Is there something at home you need help with? Don't worry, just tell me directly. Whatever it is, I'll definitely help you. As he uttered these words, He Yutian was practically bowing and scraping before Zhao Meihui. Zhao Meihui, however, remained utterly composed as she looked at him. He Yutian, I heard from old man Yi that you have feelings for me and want to marry me. Is that true or not? Everyone knew full well about He Yutian's feelings for Zhao Meihui. But he hadn't expected Zhao Meihui to bring it up so directly right now. Instead, it made him feel slightly embarrassed, his expression turning a bit awkward. Just as he pondered how to address the matter, he noticed impatience flickering in Zhao Meihui's eyes. Noticing this, He Yutian dared not waste any more time and promptly nodded. Zhao Meihui, I truly like you very much. And since you don't have a man now, wouldn't it be great to start a life with me? As long as you're willing, I'll treat you well from now on. No matter what conditions you have, I'll agree to them. After finishing his plea, He Yutian gazed at Zhao Meihui with yearning eyes. Noticing his look, Zhao Meihui nodded in satisfaction. He Tian, living alone as a woman in this courtyard has indeed been quite difficult.
Finding a reliable man would truly be a blessing for me. Hearing this, He Tian felt a surge of confidence.
In his eyes, the most dependable man in the entire courtyard was undoubtedly himself. His greatest fear had been that Zhao Meihui herself held no such desire. If that were the case, no matter how hard he tried, it would likely be futile. But now that Zhao Meihui had voiced her own thoughts, their coming together seemed only natural. Just as he was about to continue speaking, Zhao Meihui's voice reached him once more. He Tian, while I am willing to remarry, there is a barrier in my heart that I cannot overcome.
If you want me to marry you, you must help me avenge my sister.
Hearing this, He Tian was instantly dumbfounded. The story of why Zhao Meihua had been arrested had already spread throughout the entire courtyard. It was because he and Li Min had gone into the business of posing as someone else that they had ultimately been arrested by the police.
This news left He Tian seething inside for quite some time, feeling utterly betrayed.
For quite some time afterward, he refused to speak to any of the neighbors in the courtyard. But Zhao Meihui was well aware of this situation.
What exactly did she mean by seeking revenge for Zhao Meihua? Just as He Tian was feeling gloomy inside, Zhao Meihui spoke up again.
I know you all think my sister brought this upon herself by not taking care of herself.
But if Zhang Jianshe had let Zhao Meihua go back then, how could she have been arrested and executed? So the reason he ended up like this is entirely Zhang Jianshe's fault. Hearing this, He Tian finally grasped Zhao Meihui's meaning.
She wanted him to help deal with Zhang Jianshe.
Though he grasped the situation, the request left He Tian deeply conflicted. He Tian wasn't some naive kid. Deep down, he knew very well that taking on Zhang Jianshe wouldn't be easy. One misstep could land him in serious trouble.
Besides, in He Tian's view, Zhang Jianshe hadn't done anything particularly wrong, making him even less inclined to cause trouble for him. Yet Zhao Meihui's request now stood before him, leaving him genuinely torn.
Seeing the look on He Tian's face, Zhao Meihui's expression turned slightly irritated. Anyway, I've laid out my condition directly. Just tell me whether you're willing or not. If you refuse, then don't ever mention marrying me again. I definitely won't agree. After saying this, Zhao Meihui prepared to leave. Watching her walk away, He Tian felt an even greater sense of urgency. He had never been with a woman before. Not marrying, not having a girlfriend, none of it had bothered him much. But ever since he'd married Li Min once and later discovered the secret between Zhao Meihua and Li Min, leading him to have both women serve him for a time, He Tian could no longer bear the loneliness of sleeping alone at night. Now that he finally had the chance to take Zhao Meihui directly and enjoy that wonderful life again, He Tian naturally didn't want to miss it. Fine, I agree. What do you want me to do?
When Zhao Meihui heard He Tian grit his teeth and utter those words, a faint smile touched her lips, though she felt no surprise within. After all, she had grown up surrounded by men's flattery and understood their nature all too well. His earlier words were meant to apply pressure, forcing He Tian to accept his terms outright. Now, it seemed his intended effect had been achieved. Actually, dealing with Zhang Jianshe isn't particularly difficult. We don't even need to get our hands dirty ourselves. After all, Zhang Jianshe is a cunning bastard and a formidable fighter. If we take him down ourselves and it backfires, we'll be the ones left holding the bag. So we can simply hire others to handle this for us.
At first, He Tian couldn't help but nod slightly in agreement with Zhao Meihui's words, fully endorsing her reasoning.
But when he heard her mention hiring someone, he paused in surprise. Zhao Meihui, however, showed no hesitation whatsoever. She immediately laid out the entire plan, including the need for 1,000 yuan to hire someone. In Zhao Meihui's mind, since Yi Buchuan was willing to pay 1,000 yuan, he shouldn't skimp on the money if he wanted to avenge his sister. Each contributing 1,000 yuan to deal with Zhang Jianshe meant neither party would be at a disadvantage. But when He Tian heard this, he was startled.
Chapter 201, The Police Station Leader Arrives Again. At the end of the day, He Tian was just an ordinary person.
Hearing Zhao Meihui was planning to hire someone to kill someone else naturally startled him. A hint of hesitation flickered in his eyes.
If Zhao Meihui really goes through with this, what if the police trace it back to us? We'd be in big trouble. Maybe we should reconsider this whole thing. What if the police come for you? I won't be able to protect you then. As He Tian spoke these words, his expression was utterly serious.
Partly because he genuinely harbored such concerns. He feared that Zhao Meihui might be arrested immediately after they got married. On the other hand, this 1,000 yuan was certainly no small sum for him. It essentially emptied his entire savings. His previous marriage to Li Min, during which she had constantly schemed to take his money, had naturally made He Tian more cautious. Now, he was naturally reluctant to spend all his money on Zhao Meihui. Moreover, the current situation differed from before. Even when he had given all that money to Li Min before, it was still tangibly in her hands. As long as he kept a close eye on Li Min and prevented her from squandering it, the money remained within the household. But if he took this money now to hire someone to eliminate Zhang Jianshe, once it was spent, it would be gone for good. The expression on He Tian's face didn't escape Zhao Meihui's keen eyes. Seeing him like this only deepened her inner impatience.
Deep down, she had never truly liked He Yutian. Even if she was now preparing to be with He Yutian, it was solely for the sake of avenging Zhao Meihua. Once the task was completed, who knew what would happen next? Seeing He Yutian still hesitating now only made her impatience grow. Anyway, this is how I intend to proceed. If you don't want to, that's fine, this matter won't concern you anymore. I'll be heading back now. With that, Zhao Meihui turned to leave. He Yutian watched her retreating figure, his gaze filled with inner turmoil and conflict. Even after Zhao Meihui returned home, He Yutian didn't chase after her. Seeing this, Zhao Meihui inwardly cursed He Yutian as a useless fool. Although he had just walked straight past He Yutian's doorstep on his way home, he had deliberately slowed his pace, hoping Zhao Meihui would change her mind and hurry after him. Yet to his surprise, He Yutian never did change his mind. Now, getting money in a short time would likely be far from simple. After all, suckers like He Yutian were indeed hard to come by. But letting Zhao Meihui give up so easily was simply out of the question. The current situation was indeed slightly tricky for him. Still, Zhao Meihui believed that if she could seduce He Yutian properly or simply shower him with flattery, opportunities would surely arise. After watching Zhao Meihui leave, He Yutian couldn't help but sigh at home. While he genuinely desired to marry a wife and build a life for himself, but he naturally needed to make decisions based on the specific circumstances. Take Zhao Meihui, for instance, as she was now, demanding he spend so much money. Deep down, he was utterly unwilling to do so. Moreover, even if he spent the money, there was no guarantee how things would turn out in the end. Perhaps Zhao Meihui would be arrested by the police after spending just a few days with him. If that happened, his losses would only grow even greater. It was precisely this thought that led He Yutian to conclude, after some consideration, that Zhao Meihui needed more time to calm down. Once Zhao Meihui's situation became truly unbearable, she would naturally come to appreciate his kindness. Given the condition she had set, he no longer worried she might run off with someone else. He could simply wait patiently. While both Zhao Meihui and He Yutian harbored their own thoughts, the next day the police station chief arrived at the courtyard with his men once more. Seeing this scene, both Zhao Meihui and He Yutian felt a slight stir in their hearts. Both shared the same suspicion: could something have happened to Zhang Jianshe? Was he about to be arrested? If so, that would be excellent news, something both of them would welcome. For Zhao Meihui, as long as Zhang Jianshe was taken away by the police, the only path awaiting him would inevitably be death. Though he hadn't personally killed Zhang Jianshe to avenge Zhao Meihua, such an outcome was clearly acceptable to him. As for He Yutian, he naturally hoped Zhang Jianshe would meet his downfall. Once Zhang Jianshe was finished, nothing would stand in the way of him being with Zhao Meihui. This was naturally good news for him as well. Precisely because of this, the two of them were now quietly making their way over to Zhang Jianshe's house. They wanted to hear what was going on. Though the others in the courtyard weren't as overt as these two, they too were keeping an eye on the situation at Zhang Jianshe's place. Curiosity was clearly written on their faces. Just as everyone was pondering this, the police station chief arrived before Zhang Jianshe with a hearty laugh. "Zhang, this case our station handled really owes a lot to your help. Otherwise, solving this case wouldn't have been so straightforward. The higher-ups are now fully aware of your contributions and hold you in high regard. After careful consideration, the higher-ups have decided to appoint you as the deputy chief of our station. I wonder if you're willing." As the station chief finished speaking, a smile spread across Zhang Jianshe's face. This had all been arranged beforehand with the provincial leadership, so naturally he had no objections. For this very reason, Zhang Jianshe nodded with a satisfied smile. "Chief, since the higher-ups have placed such trust in me and are willing to give me this opportunity, I will certainly seize it firmly and do my job well. Rest assured, I won't let the leadership down. I'll handle this with the utmost seriousness." Chapter 202, Dealing with Zhang Jianshe just got harder. Seeing Zhang Jianshe's earnest expression, the police station chief's satisfaction grew. With Zhang Jianshe now working at the station, his connections would naturally become the chief's connections to some extent. This would greatly facilitate his interactions with higher-level leadership and might even pave the way for his own advancement. Naturally, the station chief had no intention of letting such a golden opportunity slip away. Therefore, he nodded at Zhang Jianshe with particular politeness at that moment. "All right then. Since that's the case, take another day off. You can come directly to the station to start work tomorrow." After saying this, the station chief exchanged a few more words with Zhang Jianshe before smiling and leaving with his men. Zhang Jianshe naturally headed home, no longer dwelling on the matter. But every neighbor in the entire courtyard was stunned. They never imagined Zhang Jianshe would suddenly become the deputy chief of the police station. If that was the case, didn't that mean Zhang Jianshe had become a leader himself? Consider this: Zhang Jianshe had been in OU City for less than half a year, yet he had already attained a position many people never achieve in their entire lives. With such power, it seemed no one in the entire courtyard could compare. Upon realizing this, many felt a slight chill of dread in their hearts. Earlier, influenced by Yi Buchuan and Zhao Meihui's words, had made them vaguely reluctant to engage with Zhang Jianshe. They even regarded Zhang Jianshe as a stranger. They didn't know if their actions had offended Zhang Jianshe.
If Zhang Jianshe harbored resentment, they would be in serious trouble. Given Zhang Jianshe's current position and status as deputy chief of the police station, dealing with them would be a piece of cake. This realization struck a deep sense of regret in many hearts within the courtyard, and the expressions on quite a few faces began to darken. They hadn't anticipated things turning out this way and naturally hoped to find a suitable solution. But mending fences with Zhang Jianshe now was no simple task. Consequently, the residents of the courtyard naturally directed their resentment toward Yi Buchuan and Zhao Menghui. Had these two not persistently spread rumors within the compound, relations with Zhang Jianshe would never have soured. Consequently, they wouldn't be facing this thorny predicament now. As the attitudes of the neighbors in the courtyard began to shift, they naturally grew increasingly displeased with Yi Buchuan and Zhao Menghui. Interactions with the pair grew scarce. After sensing this shift, both felt an immense surge of irritation within. Zhao Menghui's frustration stemmed primarily from the realization that this development would hinder her plans to eliminate Zhang Jianshe. Taking down Zhang Jianshe had never been easy, but now that Zhang's status had risen, it would become even more difficult. As for Yi Buchuan, his anger stemmed from having just re-established his authority within the courtyard. With Zhang Jianshe's changed status, that authority had naturally vanished once more. This development made it significantly harder for him to control the entire courtyard in the future, let alone ensure everyone there would support him in his old age. It was precisely these conflicting thoughts within both men that led them to simultaneously arrive at the same conclusion. They must accelerate their efforts to deal with Zhang Jianshe. Only by eliminating Zhang Jianshe sooner could they both truly rest easy. With this shared conviction, both men independently resolved to consult the other once more. When Zhao Menghui arrived at Yi Buchuan's home, her expression grew incredibly complex, tinged with anger. Uncle Yi, now that Zhang Jianshe has become deputy director, it will be even harder for us to deal with him in the future. Therefore, regarding this matter, we must accelerate our efforts as much as possible. We absolutely cannot afford any further delays. Upon hearing Zhao Menghui's words, Yi Buchuan immediately nodded in agreement. Yet a look of distress clouded his face. Before, we could hire someone to kill Zhang Jianshe outright, but that approach won't work now. So if we want to eliminate Zhang Jianshe, we'll have to find another way. Upon hearing Yi Buchuan's words, Zhao Menghui's brows furrowed involuntarily. Deep down, she felt a surge of irritation. Could it be that Yi Buchuan had also grown afraid after discovering Zhang Jianshe had become deputy director? Was Yi Buchuan now unwilling to continue working with her against Zhang Jianshe? Upon careful reflection, Zhao Menghui realized this was indeed possible. After all, from a normal perspective, Zhang Jianshe and Yi Buchuan didn't exactly have any deep-seated grudges against each other. If that was the case, then Yi Buchuan had no reason to keep fixating on Zhang Jianshe. If taking down Zhang Jianshe proved easy, Yi Buchuan might seize the opportunity. But if the task itself proved too difficult, it naturally wouldn't be worth Yi Buchuan's effort. As these thoughts swirled in Zhao Menghui's mind, Yi Buchuan sensed the doubt forming within her. He sighed once more before offering an explanation. Zhao, since I've already agreed to help you deal with Zhang Jianshe, I certainly won't let him off the hook. Otherwise, if he found out about my previous intentions, even if I were willing to let him off, he certainly wouldn't let me off the hook. But Zhang Jianshe now holds an official position. If he were suddenly killed by underworld figures, it wouldn't be a minor incident. The police station would definitely investigate it to the end. Besides, even if we still wanted to kill Zhang Jianshe now, I doubt anyone in the underworld would dare take on that job. So if we want to deal with Zhang Jianshe now, we have to find another way. Hearing that Yi Buchuan was still willing to deal with Zhang Jianshe brought Zhao Menghui a slight sense of relief. But then, her brows furrowed even deeper. Chapter 203, Zhao Menghui's Resolve. He had to admit Yi Buchuan's reasoning was undeniably sound. Yet if they didn't deal with Zhang Jianshe, he simply couldn't swallow his pride. Could it be that Zhao Manhwa had died in vain? Was she, as her older sister, truly powerless to avenge her? Faced with such an outcome, Zhao Menghui naturally felt a deep sense of injustice. So, glancing at Yi Buchuan beside her, she couldn't help but ask. Uncle Yi, since we can't directly hire someone to take out Zhang Jianshe now, do you have any better ideas given the current situation? Though Zhao Menghui voiced this question to Yi Buchuan at this moment, she harbored little real hope in her heart. Yet upon hearing her words, Yi Buchuan immediately nodded. There is actually a rather good solution, though it will require some inconvenience on your part. As Yi Buchuan spoke these words, a look of anticipation flashed in Zhao Menghui's eyes. He nodded without hesitation. Uncle Yi, you know full well the enmity between me and Zhang Jianshe. There's nothing I wouldn't do to take him down or cause him trouble. Nor is there any injustice I cannot endure. So whatever plan you have, just lay it out. Rest assured, I won't let you down. Since Zhao Menghui had spoken so plainly, Yi Buchuan naturally felt no hesitation. He immediately voiced his thoughts. Our place here still cracks down pretty hard on messing around with relationships. Otherwise, your sister and Li Min wouldn't have been executed outright for engaging in that business. Zhang Jianshe now holds an official position, so he must impose even stricter standards on himself. So if he gets involved in an illicit relationship, the punishment he faces will naturally be far more severe than for an ordinary person. I was thinking you could find a way to seduce Zhang Jianshe. Even if you can't actually sleep with him, you should let him take some liberties with you. Then I'll bring the whole courtyard over to catch him red-handed. That way, he won't be able to talk his way out of it no matter how hard he tries. He'll end up eating peanuts. But this plan might tarnish your reputation a bit. So I still want to see if you're willing to do it yourself. As Buchuan spoke these words, he watched Zhao Meihui cautiously, fearing she might suddenly fly into a rage. Although Zhao Meihui had previously helped out at Zhang Jianshe's home for a while, cooking and doing laundry for Zhang Jianshe daily, she seemed almost indistinguishable from his wife. In fact, many people in the neighborhood privately whispered that Buchuan had long since become Zhang Jianshe's mistress. But no one had ever caught them in the act. Moreover, such a revelation would inevitably tarnish Zhao Meihui's reputation. If he said something that made Zhao Meihui feel he was insulting her, it could be rather awkward. If he ended up in conflict with Zhao Meihui, he'd have to deal with Zhang Jianshe on his own. Even if he wanted to carry out this plan, he'd have to find another woman to help. But finding another woman as suitable as Zhao Meihui wouldn't be so easy. First, in this era, all women placed immense importance on their reputations. Given that this matter would inevitably affect people's livelihoods, few would be willing to participate. Even if he offered a high price, he might eventually find a woman willing to do it. But whether she could keep the secret and never reveal it was another matter entirely. If the affair were exposed, regardless of whether Zhang Jianshe lived or died, he would face immense trouble. Given the existing animosity between Zhao Meihui and Zhang Jianshe, if Zhao Meihui were willing, all concerns would vanish without a trace. Buchuan's inner worries were perfectly understandable, but in truth, the concerns he harbored were of no consequence whatsoever to Zhao Meihui. For Zhao Meihui, Zhang Jianshe was the only man she had ever been with. Since she had already slept with him, what difference did it make if she slept with him one more time? Though she now felt nothing for Zhang Jianshe, only a burning desire to avenge Zhao Meihui. But if it meant exacting vengeance, she was willing to make a small sacrifice. As for her reputation, it was already ruined. Precisely because of this, she naturally felt no concern or hesitation about such matters. After pondering carefully for a moment, Zhao Meihui concluded this plan was indeed quite sound. So she nodded in agreement. Alright then, let's proceed this way. But Uncle Li, you'll have to lend me a few dozen bucks. Because of my sister's situation, I've been at odds with Zhang Jianshe. We haven't spoken in quite some time. Even if I wanted to seduce him, I'd have to mend our relationship first. Otherwise, if he's not a total pushover, he'll catch on to something being off the moment he thinks about it. Luring him into the trap won't be that easy. So lend me some cash. I'll go buy some nice wine and food and treat him to dinner tonight. He just got promoted to deputy chief of the police station. If I treat him to dinner now, he'll only think I'm after his position, nothing else. That way, our plan will naturally be much easier to pull off. After hearing this, Buchuan thought it over carefully and concluded there was indeed some logic to it. Precisely because of this, he immediately nodded in agreement. Alright, I'll give you 20 bucks right now. Consider this a gift from me, you don't need to pay it back. You must be thoroughly prepared, don't let Zhang Jianshe suspect anything. If he catches on, things could get complicated. After saying this, Buchuan finally pulled out the money and handed it to Zhao Meihui. After receiving the money, Zhao Meihui quickly exited the courtyard. Chapter 204, He Tian being so generous? Just as Zhao Meihui had gone to buy wine and food, she returned at the exact moment He Tian spotted her. He Tian, still hoping to smooth things over and mend their relationship. He immediately walked over to her. Hey, Zhao Meihui, why did you prepare so many dishes? This isn't cheap. Are you expecting guests at your place today? If I'd known, you could have just told me. I could have cooked a few dishes for you. Don't you know how good I am in the kitchen? He Tian chatted cheerfully with Zhao Meihui, but she merely grunted in response before heading home with the groceries. He remembered all too well how He Tian had behaved when he'd asked him for that 1,000 yuan. With such a spineless man, he certainly had no desire to deal with him any further. Seeing Zhao Meihui completely ignore him, He Tian couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It left him feeling slightly depressed. Yet amidst this gloom, a surge of competitive spirit stirred within him. This made him even more determined not to give up on Zhao Meihui. After a moment's hesitation, He Tian headed straight for Buchuan's house. Uncle Li, I saw Zhao Meihui go out and buy quite a lot of groceries earlier. Is someone coming over to her place today? I was actually hoping you could help bring us together. If someone from his hometown is coming today, maybe I should find a chance to make a good impression? At home, Buchuan was already picturing Zhang Jianshe's impending downfall, his face permanently plastered with a cheerful grin. Upon hearing He Tian's words, he spoke without hesitation. Who from his family is coming? He's planning to treat Zhang Jianshe to a meal today. Having said that, Buchuan now faced his foster parent without the slightest concealment. He recounted their scheme against Zhang Jianshe in full detail. Only after seeing the slight pallor on He Tian's face did Buchuan finally realize. This silly kid still harbors feelings for Zhao Meihui.
Now that he was sending Zhao Meihui to seduce Zhang Jianshe, wouldn't this make that fool He Yutian start harboring resentment toward him? The thought brought a pang of regret to Yi Buchuan's heart. He had indeed gotten carried away today. How could he have let those words slip? Now he could only try to placate He Yutian. Hey, Xiaoyi, you really don't need to keep fixating on Zhao Meihui like this. After all, with your qualifications, finding a wife shouldn't be difficult. Don't worry, leave this to me. I'll definitely find you a woman better than Zhao Meihui. Deep down, Yi Buchuan wasn't sure how far Zhao Meihui might let Zhang Jianshe take things when she seduced him. It was even possible Zhang Jianshe might actually sleep with her. Precisely because of this, he couldn't guarantee that he could still bring Zhao Meihui and He Yutian together. His only option was to divert He Yutian's attention. But what he hadn't anticipated was that the moment he finished speaking, He Yutian immediately shook his head. His expression betrayed utter indifference. Uncle Li, there's no need to say more about this matter. I understand Zhao Meihui. He told me earlier that he wanted me to help him deal with Zhang Jianshe and avenge his sister. But I thought going after Zhang Jianshe was too dangerous, so I didn't agree. Clearly, he's now willing to take such a huge risk. He'll stop at nothing to take down Zhang Jianshe. In that case, I'll keep an eye out tonight. I'll make sure we catch Zhang Jianshe first and won't let him get the upper hand. He Yutian spoke thus, naturally with his own considerations in mind. He knew it was utterly impossible to stop Zhao Meihui from carrying out this plan. After all, for Zhao Meihui, the single-minded determination to avenge Zhao Meihua had become unshakable. If he tried to dissuade her, it would only deepen her resentment toward him. His chances of being with Zhao Meihui would naturally become even more difficult. Moreover, in He Yutian's view, Zhao Meihui was already a widow. Even if she were to be taken advantage of by a man to some extent, he could accept that. As long as Zhao Meihui could successfully avenge her husband, she would carry no further burdens in her heart afterward. This meant winning her over would become easier. Moreover, by keeping watch from the outside, he was also contributing to Zhao Meihui's quest for revenge against Zhang Jianshe. Once Zhao Meihui learned of his actions, she would surely be deeply moved. She might even agree to marry him outright. Of course, Yi Buchuan had no idea about He Yutian's inner thoughts. After hearing He Yutian's words, he was completely stunned. He never imagined He Yutian would be so determined to win Zhao Meihui that he didn't even care if he was being cuckolded. But then he recalled how, after He Yutian married Li Min, she had gone into the meat-selling business. It seemed He Yutian already had a green hat on his head. Whether he added another one now or not really didn't matter. Lost in his own thoughts, Yi Buchuan nodded in agreement. Alright then. Since that's the case, we'll proceed as you suggested. Tonight, keep a close eye on the entrance. And your place offers a better vantage point to observe Zhang Jianshe's house. He Yutian immediately nodded and headed straight home. He regarded tonight's surveillance of Zhang Jianshe as more important than anything else. Right after Zhang Jianshe returned home, Zhao Meihui arrived at his place carrying her belongings. Jianshe, you must be exhausted. I was wrong before. I've come today to apologize. After all, we're both from the same hometown and neighbors. You can't hold it against me. Zhao Meihui chatted cheerfully as she placed the food on the table. Zhang Jianshe paused slightly at the sight but didn't read too much into it. At that moment, Zhang Jianshe's thoughts mirrored exactly what Zhao Meihui had anticipated. He genuinely believed Zhao Meihui was trying to mend fences now that he had started working at the police station. While he did feel a hint of contempt for Zhao Meihui's approach. But if he could mend things with Zhao Meihui, he'd have someone to help with the housework again. That would certainly be a good thing for Zhang Jianshe. So Zhang Jianshe smiled, nodded, and sat down. It's really no big deal. The important thing is that you've come to understand now. But how could I let you spend money? How much did you spend today? I'll give it to you later. As Zhang Jianshe spoke, he ate and drank with Zhao Meihui. Yet deep inside, Zhao Meihui wished she could kill Zhang Jianshe right then and there. Zhang Jianshe made it sound so simple, as if he could just let it go. But it was his own sister who had been executed. How could he possibly be so easygoing? It was precisely this hatred for Zhang Jianshe that made Zhao Meihui feel she could barely contain herself. Midway through the meal, she undid her clothes and pants, her body beginning to writhe. Zhang Jianshe leaned closer. Chapter 205, Zhang Jianshe, you hit a woman? As Zhao Meihui drew closer to Zhang Jianshe, his heart surged with overwhelming excitement. After all, this wasn't the first or second time she'd been with Zhang Jianshe. So taking Zhang Jianshe down next shouldn't be too difficult. Once they got close enough, he could just call for backup. After Yi Buchuan charged over, no matter how Zhang Jianshe tried to explain, it wouldn't matter. Zhang Jianshe would inevitably be trapped with no way out. Having slept with Zhang Jianshe before more than once, Zhao Meihui was confident he wouldn't suspect a thing. At this moment, sensing Zhao Meihui's overtures, Zhang Jianshe truly harbors no other thoughts. To him, it was simply Zhao Meihui reconciling with him. Although Zhang Jianshe hadn't been with any other women recently. But as a police station cadre, he had to be mindful of his personal conduct. Especially since it wasn't completely dark yet, Zhang Jianshe felt it wasn't a good idea to get intimate with Zhao Meihui now. For this very reason, Zhang Jianshe gently pushed Zhao Meihui away, creating some distance between them. Alright, after you finish eating, wash the dishes and head back first. It's not quite appropriate for us to be like this right now.
Zhang Jianshe intended to wait until nightfall to seek out Zhao Meihui. However, upon hearing his words, Zhao Meihui paused in surprise. After being intimate with Zhang Jianshe so many times, Zhao Meihui had come to understand him quite well. She knew Zhang Jianshe wasn't just physically strong, his desires were intense too. Back when he stayed at Zhang Jianshe's place, it was always Zhang Jianshe who pursued him relentlessly.
But now that he'd become so proactive, Zhang Jianshe was pushing him away outright. What could be the reason? Could it be that Zhang Jianshe had already discovered their plan?
Normally, Zhao Meihui wouldn't be so suspicious, but deep down, he felt a slight pang of guilt. So, having these thoughts now was only natural. The moment this thought surfaced in Zhao Meihui's mind, his anxiety intensified. If Zhang Jianshe was now mentally prepared, the difficulty of taking him down would inevitably increase significantly.
Dealing with Zhang Jianshe later would become even more difficult.
Precisely because of this, he had to seize this opportunity. After a moment's hesitation, Zhao Meihui flushed crimson, gritted her teeth, and shoved Zhang Jianshe back into his chair before straddling him. Since Zhang Jianshe was unwilling now, she would simply have to be more proactive. She refused to believe he could resist such temptation when she was being this forward.
Zhang Jianshe, I've waited so long for you. Don't think you can refuse me again today.
Zhao Meihui's tone carried a hint of playful coaxing as she spoke, but upon hearing her words, Zhang Jianshe's brows involuntarily furrowed.
Although Zhao Meihui's current reaction made him feel deeply gratified, he also noticed a hint of urgency in her eyes. This instantly raised questions in Zhang Jianshe's mind.
Based on his understanding of Zhao Meihui, she wasn't the type to act this way.
Her current reaction only made him feel more puzzled. Regardless of what Zhao Meihui was thinking, Zhang Jianshe felt he had to be more cautious. For this very reason, he ultimately pushed Zhao Meihui aside forcefully.
When he saw her lunging toward him again, a cold glint flashed in Zhang Jianshe's eyes, and he delivered a sharp slap across her face.
Don't you have any self-respect as a woman? Enough. Now get the hell out of here. Or don't blame me for being rude.
The stinging sensation on her face left Zhao Meihui frozen in place, staring at Zhang Jianshe with utter disbelief. She never imagined he could be so ruthless. Yet a sliver of hope still clung to her heart.
Zhang Jianshe, it's just been so long since we've been together. I truly missed you. Could it be that you've lost all interest in me now?
As she spoke these words, her face wore a look of helpless vulnerability. Seeing her like this, Zhang Jianshe felt a slight softening in his heart, and his tone eased somewhat.
Zhao Meihui, that's not what I meant.
It's just that our situation now is truly a bit inappropriate. Hearing Zhang Jianshe's words and seeing the look in his eyes, Zhao Meihui's heart leapt with renewed hope. As long as Zhang Jianshe wasn't completely heartless, there was still a chance to salvage things. Conquering Zhang Jianshe from here on out wouldn't be too difficult. As long as she took the initiative a little more from here on out, there shouldn't be any major problems. It was precisely because of this thought that Zhao Meihui prepared to continue clinging to Zhang Jianshe. She refused to believe he could remain indifferent from now on. However, He Yutian, hiding outside, witnessed Zhang Jianshe slap Zhao Meihui. Instantly, he felt a surge of uncontrollable emotion.
In He Yutian's mind, once Zhao Meihui finished exacting her revenge on Zhang Jianshe and sent him packing, they could get married. In his mind, Zhao Meihui was already his woman. But now Zhang Jianshe had actually struck Zhao Meihui. Wasn't that like hitting his own woman?
This thought ignited a seething fury within He Yutian. His rage could no longer be contained, and he charged straight toward Zhang Jianshe's house.
Zhang Jianshe, how dare you hit Zhao Meihui? How can a grown man like you bring himself to hit a woman?
You're a disgrace to all the men in our courtyard. In truth, Yi Buchuan had been observing Zhang Jianshe's side all along. The moment he saw He Yutian charge out, the expression on Yi Buchuan's face changed. Deep down, he felt an overwhelming sense of regret.
Chapter 206, He Yutian causes trouble.
The overall plan had been flawless up to this point. In his mind, success was within reach. But he never imagined that at the critical moment, it would be He Yutian's side that caused the problem. By the time Yi Buchuan realized the problem, it was already too late. Stopping He Yutian was now impossible. Now, he could only rush over in a panic, desperate to see what was unfolding.
He Yutian's loud shouts had naturally drawn the neighbors out of their homes.
The entire courtyard was now filled with onlookers gathering to watch the commotion. Seeing this, Yi Buchuan felt even more anxious inside, sensing that things were taking a turn for the worse.
Zhang Jianshe wasn't some naive fool.
Seeing this, he would surely grow suspicious. Even if Zhang Jianshe didn't suspect anything immediately. But he knew it would be incredibly difficult to use this method to take down Zhang Jianshe.
In fact, just as Zhao Meihui had anticipated, seeing He Yutian and the others from the courtyard approaching sent a chill down Zhang Jianshe's spine. Fortunately, nothing had happened between him and Zhao Meihui just now. If they had actually done something, they would have been caught red-handed by the people in the courtyard. In the past, Zhang Jianshe wouldn't have been so afraid. But now he was the deputy chief of Aocheng police station. This was far from ideal.
Setting aside his ongoing aspirations for advancement, being caught with such misconduct would inevitably hinder his career prospects. Moreover, being seen by so many people engaging in such behavior was itself a major problem. The lingering fear in his heart naturally fueled Zhang Jianshe's rage. Seeing He Yutian's furious expression, he snorted coldly. He Yutian, I know you have feelings for Zhao Meihui and want to be with her. But even if you harbor such thoughts, don't you have the decency to take a good look at yourself? A woman like Zhao Meihui would never look at a man like you. Besides, even if you do want to be with Zhao Meihui, you'd better keep your hands off her now that you're meddling in my affairs. A woman as fickle as her dares to seduce me. Didn't you see it? After Zhang Jianshe finished speaking, his gaze toward Zhao Meihui instantly turned even colder. Now get the hell out of here. And don't you dare show your face around my place again. Otherwise, every time I see you, I'll beat you. With that, Zhang Jianshe shoved her out the door. Yet all the neighbors gathered in the courtyard murmured among themselves, their gazes toward Zhao Meihui filled with undeniably complex emotions. They knew that Zhao Meihui and Zhang Jianshe had once seemed very close. But ever since Zhao Meihua's incident, the two had had no contact. Could it be that now, seeing Zhang Jianshe doing better, Zhao Meihui was trying to take advantage of him and get back together? Realizing this possibility, the neighbors' gazes toward Zhao Meihui grew even more contemptuous. Sure enough, neither sister from the Zhao family was any good. Zhao Meihua had gone straight into selling meat, and now Zhao Meihui, though not selling meat herself, was essentially no different. When He Yutian saw the neighbors' glances in the courtyard, he realized he'd caused trouble. Anxiously, he wanted to step in and explain for Zhao Meihui. But when he opened his mouth, he found himself at a loss for words. He couldn't very well claim they'd orchestrated this scheme to frame Zhang Jianshe. Truthfully, Zhao Meihui no longer harbored any goodwill toward Zhang Jianshe. He Yutian understood perfectly well that even if he explained, few neighbors would believe him. Even if they did, it wouldn't be beneficial for them. It would only make Zhao Meihui's reputation worse, and it wouldn't do him any good either. Realizing this, He Yutian could only sigh helplessly. Faced with the current situation, he could only let things take their course. And for him, it wasn't necessarily a bad thing. As long as the neighbors in the courtyard all believed Zhao Meihui to be a promiscuous woman, no other men would dare to set their sights on her. This way, he could eliminate many potential rivals. After offering himself a few words of comfort, He Yutian's expression finally eased slightly. The neighbors in the courtyard shot Zhao Meihui a look of disdain before heading home. Once everyone had left, only Yi Buchuan, He Yutian, and Zhao Meihui remained in the courtyard. Zhao Meihui's gaze toward He Yutian was now filled with hatred. You bastard! Who the hell told you to come out? If you hadn't shown up just now, our plan would have succeeded. It's all your fault our plan fell apart. Hearing Zhao Meihui's words spoken through a face as pale as stone, He Yutian opened his mouth to explain, but in the end, no words came out. Deep down, he knew full well that his very presence had made it impossible for Zhao Meihui to capture Zhang Jianshe. Seeing this, Yi Buchuan beside him couldn't help but sigh. Deep down, he harbored some resentment toward He Yutian. Such a golden opportunity to take down Zhang Jianshe had vanished, and it also meant they could never use this method again. Yet despite his resentment, Yi Buchuan understood clearly that He Yutian was his best bet for future support. Precisely for this reason, he naturally had to speak up for He Yutian. Alright, Xiao Xiao, stop blaming Xiaoyi. While he did act impulsively just now, he was undoubtedly thinking of you. If it were anyone else, even if bullied by Zhang Jianshe, they'd pretend not to see it. At the very least, Xiaoyi genuinely cares about you. Since confronting Zhang Jianshe like this isn't working, we'll just have to figure out another way later. Chapter 207, Zhang Jianshe's Capabilities. Hearing this, Zhao Meihui remained unmoved. She shot Yi Buchuan and He Yutian a cold glance, snorted, and stormed straight home. What Yi Buchuan had just said sounded simple enough, but it had taken them all this time to come up with this one solution. This alone showed how incredibly difficult it was to deal with Zhang Jianshe. Finding another solution now would likely prove just as difficult, potentially consuming even more time. Most crucially, even if they spent more time, the solutions they came up with might not necessarily be more effective. He had absolutely no desire to collaborate with these two stinking men any longer, discussing solutions to the problem. After hearing Yi Buchuan's explanation, He Yutian felt an immense warmth within. At critical moments, Old Man Yi remained the most dependable, consistently standing by his side. So when he saw Zhao Meihui storming off in a huff, He Yutian couldn't help but feel a pang of worry. His gaze instinctively turned to Yi Buchuan. Uncle Yi, why did Zhao Meihui just storm off like that? What exactly does she mean by that? Does she even want to date me? Hearing these words, Yi Buchuan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Having Yi Yutian take care of him in his old age was indeed a rather good choice. But while this caregiver was good in every way, he was a bit slow-witted, and now things had turned out this way. How could Zhao Meihui possibly still be willing to date He Yutian? She probably didn't even have time to harbor resentment toward him yet. Though these thoughts churned within him, the reality that he would rely on He Yutian for his old age forced Yi Buchuan to devise a solution for him. Today, it was all because of you that our plan fell apart.
Zhao Meihui must certainly harbor some resentment toward you in her heart. Getting him to date you anytime soon is impossible, just give up on that idea. If you want him to agree to date you from now on, there's only one way. You need to quickly devise a suitable plan to deal with Zhang Jianshe. As long as you can take care of Zhang Jianshe, Zhao Meihui will definitely start to see you in a new light. Once that happens, I'll put in a good word for you. Winning Zhao Meihui over will become much easier. While Li Buchuan's words certainly reflected his desire to eliminate Zhang Jianshe and bolster his own influence within the compound, at its core, his advice was sincere and came from the heart. After hearing Li Buchuan's words, He Yutian nodded thoughtfully. Alright, old Yi, I understand. Once I have a plan, I'll come discuss it with you and Zhao Meihui. Rest assured, Zhang Jianshe isn't some invincible Iron Man. He must have weaknesses. Sooner or later, I'll definitely take care of this guy. After uttering these words, He Yutian headed straight home. Though he'd appeared confident in front of Li Buchuan, once home, his brow furrowed deeply. He'd had conflicts with Zhang Jianshe before, but back then, Zhang was just an ordinary resident in the courtyard. Even then, it had been incredibly difficult to deal with him. Now, Zhang Jianshe was the deputy chief of the police station and had connections in the provincial capital. Dealing with Zhang Jianshe would naturally become even more difficult. He might even get himself into trouble before he could deal with Zhang Jianshe. Precisely because of this, He Yutian felt an immense headache in his heart, unsure if he could handle this matter properly. Since there was no better solution in the short term, he could only keep a close eye on Zhang Jianshe and wait for another opportunity. Zhang Jianshe, of course, had no idea he was being targeted again. He didn't recognize today's incident as a conspiracy either, dismissing it as a mere accident. Even so, this incident served as a stark warning for Zhang Jianshe to heighten his vigilance. At the very least, he must never again engage in reckless romantic entanglements. If he desired a woman, it could only happen after marriage. Moreover, he must quickly achieve more results. After all, he was now the deputy chief of the police station. If he kept failing to deliver results, the people under him would never truly respect him. Even if they obeyed his orders, it was likely only because of his good relationships with the station chief and provincial leaders. Driven by these internal reflections, Zhang Jianshe poured all his energy into his work over the following period. Day after day, he busied himself investigating various cases throughout the streets and alleys. It must be said that Zhang Jianshe did possess a certain talent in this area. In less than half a month, he had resolved numerous minor cases in Aochang. Witnessing this, Zhang Jianshe's standing among the station's personnel rose considerably. This was especially true for those who had previously harbored reservations about him, as they now felt more at ease. It was well known that the deputy chief position at Aochang police station had long been vacant, making it a coveted role for many. Securing the deputy chief position would undoubtedly boost their career prospects significantly. The chief hadn't finalized a candidate yet, which they interpreted as him being new to the post and not yet fully familiar with Aochang's situation. They believed more time was needed for observation. Precisely because of this, although many had their eyes on the position, they weren't overly anxious. Just as they were strategizing internally on how to outmaneuver their rivals for the position, orders unexpectedly came down from above appointing Zhang Jianshe as deputy chief. This move effectively snatched their opportunity away. While they dared not openly confront Zhang Jianshe, they harbored resentment, convinced he had secured the position through connections in the provincial capital. However, as Zhang Jianshe began handling various cases, they gradually realized he was actually quite capable. Chapter 208, He Yutian's Solution. Given this, their resentment naturally dissipated. Zhang Jianshe not only possessed genuine ability but also leveraged his connections. It was only fitting that the opportunity fell into his hands. While Zhang Jianshe was busy handling all sorts of cases, He Yutian wanted to talk with Zhao Meihui again to ease the tension between them, but he couldn't find the right moment. Faced with this situation, He Yutian felt both irritated and anxious. It was all because of that bastard Zhang Jianshe. Why couldn't he just fall into the trap like he was supposed to? If Zhang Jianshe had already fallen into the trap, Zhao Meihui would have succeeded in her revenge. Then Zhao Meihui wouldn't be treating him the way she was now. As this thought took root in He Yutian's mind, it only intensified his conviction that he must eliminate Zhang Jianshe, the very obstacle blocking his romantic prospects, as soon as possible. After days of obsessively watching Zhang Jianshe and racking his brain, He Yutian finally came up with a rather clever plan. So the moment he clocked out that day, He Yutian sought out Li Buchuan. Uncle Yi, I figured out a way to deal with Zhang Jianshe now. Let's go see Zhao Meihui together later. Tell her that if my plan succeeds, dealing with Zhang Jianshe will just be a matter of time. After finishing his sentence, He Yutian's eyes brimmed with anticipation, as if he could already envision himself and Zhao Meihui flying together in perfect harmony. Yet upon hearing He Yutian's words, Li Buchuan sighed. Deep down, he clearly harbored little confidence in his foster son. Earlier, when Li Buchuan had told He Yutian that finding a way to deal with Zhang Jianshe would restore his relationship with Zhao Meihui, it had been merely to console him. He didn't want to dash He Yutian's hopes completely and wanted to offer some encouragement. Deep down, he didn't truly believe his foster son could come up with any decent solutions. Still, He Yutian was his foster father, so when he came looking for him, Yi Buchuan naturally had to give him some face. It was precisely because of this thought that Yi Buchuan could only suppress his impatience and give a slight nod. I didn't expect you to come up with a solution so quickly. That's very good news indeed. In that case, go ahead and share your thoughts. I'll listen to see if they're any good. If it truly works, that would be ideal. He Yutian had no idea that Yi Buchuan was already planning to dismiss any proposal he made with some excuse about its impracticality. Upon hearing Yi Buchuan's words, he immediately began speaking with great conviction. Zhang Jianshe has been handling quite a few cases lately, naturally making enemies along the way. If we hire an assassin to take out Zhang Jianshe now, we can exact revenge immediately without leaving any loose ends. Hearing this, Yi Buchuan couldn't help but sigh. Just as he'd anticipated, He Yutian's mind couldn't conceive of any truly effective solutions. After all, he had already suggested this very idea to Zhao Meihui before. But now that Zhang Jianshe had become deputy chief of the police station, that option was no longer viable. Otherwise, the commotion would be too great and the police station would likely launch a thorough investigation after Zhang Jianshe met his end. While it would certainly avenge Zhao Meihui, they wouldn't be able to extricate themselves afterward. Even though Yi Buchuan had already dismissed this plan in his mind, seeing Zhao Meihui's agitated state, he patiently explained. Xiaoyi, I know the method you're considering has some merit, but the risks are simply too great. Even if we took down Zhang Jianshe, we wouldn't escape unscathed ourselves. Yi Buchuan, aiming to nurture his foster son, meticulously laid out the pros and cons. Yet after hearing his words, He Yutian immediately shook his head. If you'd said this before, Uncle Yi, I'd certainly agree with you. But the situation now is completely different from before. Hearing He Yutian's emphatic shake of his head as he spoke these words, Yi Buchuan was momentarily taken aback. His inner confidence began to waver. Could it be that he had truly overlooked something? Was there a crucial detail he hadn't considered? Seeing Yi Buchuan's expression, He Yutian felt an instant surge of smug satisfaction. He then proceeded to voice his thoughts. Uncle Yi, back in the day, after Zhang Jianshe's incident, the police would certainly have conducted a thorough investigation. They'd want to know who killed Zhang Jianshe. After all, if this case remained unsolved, every officer in Stone City would lose face. They certainly wouldn't want that outcome. But don't forget, Zhang Jianshe has solved so many cases recently. At first, upon hearing He Yutian's words, Yi Buchuan couldn't help but nod in agreement. His thoughts on this elderly man matched his own perfectly. It seemed the man he'd chosen to take care of him wasn't as foolish as he'd feared. Only after hearing He Yutian's subsequent words did Yi Buchuan find himself even more baffled. He still hadn't grasped what exactly was different. Seeing Yi Buchuan still staring blankly, He Yutian continued his explanation. Think about it, old Yi. While Zhang Jianshe has indeed earned considerable merit by solving so many cases, it's precisely because of this that he's also made quite a few enemies. Those people have all been arrested by Zhang Jianshe. It's only natural that their families would seek revenge against Zhang Jianshe to avenge their loved ones. So even if we take Zhang Jianshe out now, those cops probably won't have a clue where to start their investigation. They wouldn't even know who Zhang Jianshe offended to warrant such vengeance. Isn't that good news for us? Upon hearing this, Yi Buchuan pondered for a moment before his eyes lit up. He Yutian's reasoning held undeniable logic, something Yi Buchuan hadn't even considered before. Now that they had a plan for Zhang Jianshe, everything could naturally get back on track. It was precisely these thoughts that made Yi Buchuan look at He Yutian with genuine admiration. Young He, I never imagined you'd come up with such an excellent solution. Let's go find Xiao Zhao right now and tell him about this plan. If the next phase succeeds, Zhang Jianshe will have nowhere to run. Chapter 209, Hidden Agendas. After confirming He Yutian's plan was flawless, Yi Buchuan took him to meet Zhao Meihui. Xiao Zhao, we now have a way to deal with Zhang Jianshe. This time, we'll make sure he has nowhere to hide. As Yi Buchuan and He Yutian entered Zhao Meihui's home, he whispered these words. Yet the excitement in his eyes was impossible to conceal. Zhao Meihui turned at Yi Buchuan's voice and saw He Yutian grinning foolishly at him. A wave of disgust washed over her. She couldn't bear to look at He Yutian at all right now. Yet the matter Yi Buchuan was discussing was far too crucial. For now, she had no choice but to suppress her inner revulsion. Uncle Yi, do you really have a solution now? Zhang Jianshe is in our OU city now, and he's actually gaining quite a bit of praise from the locals. His position as deputy chief of the police station has become more secure, and it might be even harder for us to deal with him now. I wonder what your thoughts are. Though she saw Yi Buchuan's confident demeanor, Zhao Meihui still harbored a hint of unease deep within. Precisely because of this, she asked carefully. Moreover, since they planned to unite against Zhang Jianshe, she naturally needed to understand the specifics of the plan. Upon hearing this, Yi Buchuan gave a slight nod. Truth be told, this plan is largely thanks to Xiao He. If it weren't for him coming up with such a brilliant idea, I doubt I would have realized how easy it could be to deal with Zhang Jianshe. After saying this, Yi Buchuan didn't hesitate for a moment and immediately relayed everything He Yutian had told him earlier. Upon hearing Yi Buchuan's words, He Yutian's expression naturally brimmed with immense satisfaction. Yi Buchuan's acknowledgement made it all worthwhile. All the brain cells he'd sacrificed recently, all the effort he'd poured into devising strategies against Zhang Jianshe hadn't been in vain. After all, neither Yi Buchuan nor Zhao Meihui had any means to deal with Zhang Jianshe. But now he had indeed devised a way to help Zhao Meihui exact her revenge. He reckoned this would elevate his standing in Zhao Meihui's eyes, which would greatly aid his pursuit of her. After hearing Yi Buchuan's words, Zhao Meihui wore an expression of impatience. Sure enough, this plan wasn't Yi Buchuan's original idea. Upon reflection, she realized someone as clever as Yi Buchuan would never resort to the same tactics as that little cutie, He Yutian. He was merely rehashing the same unworkable ideas they'd already considered. Still, it seemed Yi Buchuan genuinely intended to bring her and He Yutian together, otherwise, he wouldn't have brought He Yutian along now. Realizing this, Zhao Meihui felt a surge of distaste toward Yi Buchuan. As for He Yutian, she held no regard for him whatsoever. Even if Yi Buchuan tried to push them together, it wouldn't be that easy. In fact, if he confirmed Yi Buchuan couldn't avenge him, he'd never give Yi Buchuan another friendly glance. Though Yi Buchuan was unaware of Zhao Meihui's inner thoughts, her dismissive demeanor made it clear she hadn't grasped the ingenuity of his plan. Zhao, listen to me. When we considered hiring someone to deal with Zhang Jianshe before, the biggest risk was setting ourselves on fire. If the police traced it back to us, we'd be in big trouble. Even if we took out Zhang Jianshe and you got your revenge, ending up behind bars ourselves would be a huge loss. But now, hiring someone to kill Zhang Jianshe poses no problems whatsoever. Yi Buchuan then repeated the explanation He Yutian had given him earlier. After hearing it this time, Zhao Meihui paused for a moment. He had to admit that Yi Buchuan's reasoning was undeniably sound. Precisely because of this, a faint stir of temptation began to stir within her heart. Seeing how Zhang Jianshe was now being fawned over by so many people, and remembering how his own sister had died precisely because Zhang Jianshe refused to help, this thought caused Zhao Meihui immense anguish. Naturally, he wished Zhang Jianshe would die sooner rather than later. Besides, he himself had come from the countryside, yet he still hadn't managed to live a decent life. Why should Zhang Jianshe be a leader in OU City now? Before, since he had relied on Zhang Jianshe for survival, he naturally wished Zhang Jianshe would rise higher and higher. But now, he and Zhang Jianshe had no connection whatsoever. Naturally, she couldn't stand seeing Zhang Jianshe so prosperous. Since that's how you feel, oldie, should we still hire someone as we discussed earlier? But I'm barely scraping by now, I don't have that kind of money to hire someone. As she spoke these words, Zhao Meihui's gaze drifted subtly toward He Yutian. Upon hearing Zhao Meihui's words, Yi Buchuan's brow involuntarily furrowed. His goal in confronting Zhang Jianshe was to reclaim control over the courtyard. Even so, the idea of footing the entire bill himself felt somewhat unsettling. On one hand, parting with that much money stung his wallet. On the other hand, Zhao Meihui herself wanted revenge against Zhang Jianshe. If he covered all the expenses himself, he'd essentially be saving Zhao Meihui money, which made him feel it wasn't worth it. Yet he knew Zhao Meihui's words were undeniably true. For this very reason, his gaze shifted toward He Yutian. Younghe, you know exactly what the Zhao family is going through. Since that's the case, why don't you lend Zhao a little money first? In Yi Buchuan's mind, since He Yutian wanted to be with Zhao Meihui, he should naturally be the one to foot this bill. He didn't care where the money came from as long as someone covered it, it would ease his own burden. But while Yi Yutian genuinely wanted to be with Zhao Meihui, he simply couldn't bring himself to part with the money. Ever since his experience marrying Li Min, Yi Yutian had guarded his money more fiercely than anything else. He'd come to realize that with his substantial savings, finding a wife in the future wouldn't be a problem. Chapter 210, Yi Yutian sells his workstation. But if he spent it all, that would be a different story. Even if he still had a wife then, she might not necessarily be his. Therefore, this money must remain firmly in his grasp. He needed women to know he had it, yet they couldn't get their hands on it. This money was for their eyes only, never to be spent on them. It was precisely this mindset that made He Yutian shake his head with a look of helplessness. Uncle Yi, I'd be happy to cover the cost, but I just can't come up with it right now. You know I'm used to spending freely, I genuinely don't have the cash right now. As He Yutian finished speaking, Yi Buchuan couldn't help but snort inwardly. Though the Yi family lived comfortably, especially when it came to food and drink, ranking among the top in the entire courtyard. But as a chef, obtaining ingredients was naturally easy for He Yutian. So he didn't have to spend a dime on those things. He Yutian didn't have any other hobbies, so how could he have blown through all his money? It seemed this young man was quite tight-fisted with his money, unwilling to part with it even now. Upon reflecting on this, Yi Buchuan found himself even more satisfied with He Yutian. If He Yutian could think this far ahead, then when he retired and could no longer move about, needing care in his old age, he could rest assured in trusting his money to He Yutian. At the very least, He Yutian wouldn't squander it all. This would provide greater security for his retirement years. Upon hearing He Yutian's words, Zhao Meihui's eyes brimmed with contempt. Earlier, when he had approached He Yutian seeking financial support, He Yutian had been unwilling to contribute. Sure enough, this man was still too stingy, or perhaps he was simply incapable, unable to come up with even this small sum. He Yutian had thought that by rejecting Yi Buchuan's proposal outright, the matter would be settled. But noticing Zhao Meihui's gaze made him feel a surge of anxiety. Zhao Meihui already seemed to have reservations about him, making it far from straightforward to win her over. Now, the contempt in her gaze was palpable. If he truly angered Zhao Meihui, winning her over would become even more difficult in the future. Deep down, He Yutian understood exactly why Zhao Meihui held this view of him. It seemed he had no choice but to pay up today. Even so, getting him to pay up voluntarily was proving exceedingly difficult. After a moment's thought, He Yutian turned his gaze to Yi Buchuan. Uncle Yi, Zhao Meihui genuinely can't come up with this money right now. Why don't you cover the entire amount? As for the extra, consider it a loan from me. Once I have the money, I'll definitely pay you back. By saying this now, He Yutian was clearly preparing to have Yi Buchuan cover the entire cost. He wasn't a pushover. He could see right through Yi Buchuan's scheme to make him his personal pension fund. Under these circumstances, repayment was utterly out of the question. Upon hearing Zhao Meihui's words, Yi Buchuan was utterly dumbfounded. He never imagined his own caregiver would turn around and target him for financial support. He had never wanted to be the sucker footing the entire bill, which was precisely why he'd planned to drag He Yutian into sharing the expense. Now He Yutian had kicked the ball back to him. Wasn't this just forcing him to be the sucker again? My family has already spent far too much money on unnecessary things recently. Coming up with such a large sum all at once is quite difficult for me. How about this? Don't you still have that open workstation? Your sister still has a long time before graduation, so that workstation isn't needed right now. Why don't you sell that workstation? You could get 700 or 800 yuan for it. I'll cover the rest of the money. The moment He Yutian broached the subject, Yi Buchuan knew there was no escaping it. After all, offending He Yutian would severely impact his retirement plans. Unwilling to be the sucker, he came up with this solution. If it meant paying an extra 200 or 300 yuan, that was still manageable for him. He Yutian hadn't expected Yi Buchuan to set his sights on the workstation in his hands. Hearing Yi Buchuan's proposal, he paused in slight surprise. But after a moment's hesitation, he nodded. All right then. There's no better option right now. I'll start preparing for this immediately. After uttering those words, He Yutian could only turn and walk out. In his mind, he had already decided to sell this workstation as Yi Buchuan had requested. Once his sister graduated, he would come to Yi Buchuan for help resolving the issue. At that point, Yi Buchuan would either have to pay to buy him a position elsewhere, or else use his connections at the coal plant to pull some strings and secure a position for his sister. Either outcome would be acceptable to him. Although accidents frequently occurred at the coal mine, the high wages made workstations highly competitive. In less than a day, He Yutian had sold the item for 800 yuan and handed the money to Zhao Meihui. Zhao Meihui, go see old man Yi now. He'll handle the hiring from here. After all, the situation in OU City was rather complicated. It wouldn't be appropriate for us to find someone ourselves, and we probably wouldn't find a suitable candidate anyway. What He Yutian was saying now was essentially bull. As a chef who frequently catered banquets for outsiders, he had built some connections in OU City. Hiring some people shouldn't be too difficult for him. But deep down, He Yutian had his own calculations. If anything went wrong with the assassination attempt on Zhang Jianshe, that old acquaintance would surely meet a grim fate. Therefore, this matter was best left to He Yutian. Should anything go wrong, He Yutian would take the fall, leaving him and Zhao Meihui unscathed. In Zhao Meihui's mind, her sole preoccupation now was to deal with Zhang Jianshe as quickly as possible. Upon hearing He Yutian's words, she promptly nodded in agreement, preparing to take the money and seek out Yi Buchuan. Chapter 211, Yi Buchuan hires a hitman. Since He Yutian was now bringing the money to her, Zhao Meihui finally managed to muster a bit of goodwill toward him. Brother He, I really owe you this time. If it weren't for you and old Master Yi helping me, who knows how much longer I'd have to wait to get my revenge. Zhao Meihui said this and was about to go find Yi Buchuan, but He Yutian grabbed her arm. Brother He, is there something else? Zhao Meihui felt a twinge of confusion, but Yi Yutian wore a broad smile. Zhao Meihui, dealing with Zhang Jianshe brings me absolutely no personal benefit. So paying for this now is purely to help you. You have to admit that, right? After Yi Yutian finished speaking, Zhao Meihui felt a slight sense of foreboding in her heart. Yet she knew she couldn't deny it. Moreover, the money hadn't fully reached her pocket yet. If she offended Yi Yutian and he took the money back, she'd be left with nothing but false hope. It was precisely these thoughts that made Zhao Meihui nod immediately. Brother He, what you said is absolutely true. I truly am deeply grateful to you. Before Zhao Meihui could say more, Yi Yutian shook his head beside her. I don't want your thanks. Just agree to one condition, and you can take the money right away. Hearing this, Zhao Meihui's uneasy premonition grew stronger. But before she could ask, Yi Yutian continued. Once Zhang Jianshe is dead, you'll have avenged Zhao Meihua. At that point, you must marry me. This is 800 yuan. With this money, I could marry any girl I want. I can't just give it to you for free.
Hearing this, the look of utter disgust in Zhao Meihui's eyes as she stared at He Yutian grew even more intense. He never held a favorable impression of He Yutian to begin with, and now that he was using this money to blackmail him, his opinion of him only worsened. But Zhao Meihui couldn't deny that what He Yutian said was absolutely true. In the city, the dowry for marrying a girl was only a few yuan, and 10 yuan was considered quite high. With such substantial savings, even if He Yutian was a bit older and less attractive, he was still in a position to be selective when it came to finding a wife. If she refused now, He Yutian might very well take the money and leave. Then, seeking revenge later would be far from simple. Realizing this, Zhao Meihui gritted her teeth in fury but reluctantly nodded her consent. Fine, He Yutian. If I can successfully take my revenge, I'll marry you. Hearing this, He Yutian finally nodded in satisfaction, instructing Zhao Meihui to take the money directly to Yi Buchuan. But he didn't know what was truly going on inside Zhao Meihui's mind. He might indeed need to marry He Yutian at that time. But if they could marry, they could certainly divorce. Once they were wed, he would simply file for divorce after a few days. He wasn't afraid He Yutian would refuse. If He Yutian refused to grant the divorce, he would take the matter directly to the Women's Federation. By then, He Yutian would surely face consequences. After receiving the 800 yuan from Zhao Meihui, Yi Buchuan nodded earnestly. Alright, Xiao Xiao, you can rest assured about this matter. I'll definitely handle it properly. But everyone in Oyu City knows now that taking on Zhang Jianshe won't be easy. So if anyone here in Stone City wants to cause trouble for Zhang Jianshe, it's practically impossible. I'll head over to Huangta City during the weekend break. I know a few old friends over there too, they're all involved in the underworld. Getting those guys to help track down Zhang Jianshe will make things a lot easier. Deep down, Zhao Meihui didn't care where he found his people. As long as they could deal with Zhang Jianshe, his goal would be achieved. Though she had some reservations about Yi Buchuan waiting until the weekend to go to Huangtouching. But upon reflection, he'd been planning to deal with Zhang Jianshe for so long already. So a few more days wouldn't make much difference. It was precisely this thought that made Zhao Meihui look at Yi Buchuan and nod earnestly. Since Old Mastery entrusted this matter to you, I trust you completely. Besides, you and Zhang Jianshe have a grudge between you. So go ahead and handle it with confidence. I certainly won't object. Hearing these words, Yi Buchuan couldn't help but nod again, feeling a slight surge of pride within. The feeling of being trusted was truly satisfying. It wasn't until the weekend that Yi Buchuan quietly made his way to Huangtu town to find a few of his friends. Without hesitation, he laid out his plan. He wanted them to recruit people to deal with Zhang Jianshe. But upon hearing this, his friends all froze slightly, clearly hesitating inwardly. After all, Zhang Jianshe's connections with provincial leaders were not only well known throughout Oyu City but had also spread to surrounding areas. The people of Huangtouching were well aware of this. They had also heard that not long ago, 2 women running a prostitution ring had been arrested in Huangtouching by Zhang Jianshe and his police station officers. This incident clearly demonstrated Zhang Jianshe's strong connections with the police in their Huangtouching area. Dealing with Zhang Jianshe himself might be manageable, but if the Huangtouching police launched an investigation, it would spell serious trouble for them. Though these thoughts swirled in their minds, when Yi Buchuan offered each of them 100 yuan, everyone agreed immediately. They agreed to head to Oyu City the next day to first arrange Zhang Jianshe's cremation, then look for an opportunity to take action. Once the job was done, they would collect their payment from Yi Buchuan and return directly from Stone City to Yellow Earth City. Yi Buchuan naturally agreed to these terms without hesitation. Chapter 212, You're Still Too Green. From the very next day, the group from Huangtu City arrived directly at Oyu City. Naturally, they began quietly keeping an eye on Zhang Jianshe from the shadows. They were well aware that Zhang Jianshe was now the chief of the police station on the Stone City side. Though merely a deputy chief, he was still a bona fide cadre. This significantly heightened the risks involved in any attempt to deal with him. Therefore, they were extremely cautious during their surveillance, terrified of being discovered by Zhang Jianshe or other officers. If that happened, their fate would undoubtedly be sealed. Yet despite their utmost caution, Zhang Jianshe had once been a hunter. Back in the days when he hunted on the grasslands, even the most cunning predators couldn't harm him in the slightest. This was partly due to Zhang Jianshe's genuine strength, but another crucial factor was his heightened vigilance. Although Zhang Jianshe had now become the deputy chief of the police station and no longer needed to hunt, the vigilance ingrained in his heart remained unwavering. After these men from Huangtu town had been following him for 2 days, Zhang Jianshe had already detected their trail. This news made Zhang Jianshe's brow furrow involuntarily. His first thought was that Brother Long and the forces behind those thugs in the provincial capital had set their sights on him. They had hired people to keep tabs on him, preparing to cause trouble. If that was indeed the case, Zhang Jianshe would certainly not let these individuals off the hook. He had to wipe them all out. With this plan in mind, Zhang Jianshe quickly had his team of police officers set up an ambush near Oyu City. Then, that very day, he walked out of Shoucheng alone, pretending everything was normal. Upon reaching the grasslands, Zhang Jianshe simply found a spot and began setting traps. Seeing this, the group of small-time thugs following behind him froze in shock.
Isn't Zhang Jianshe already the deputy chief of Aochang police station? What's he doing setting traps out here on the grasslands? After one of the thugs spoke up, the others looked equally perplexed. But one of them suddenly had an epiphany. Isn't Zhang Jianshe originally a hunter? Now that he's in a leadership position, he can't go hunting anymore. After so long, he must be itching to get back out there. That's why he came out alone today without any of his men to set the traps. He just wants to catch some more game. Hearing this, the other thugs nodded in agreement. They found this explanation utterly plausible. The other thugs grew even more excited inside. With Zhang Jianshe completely alone right now, this is our perfect chance to make our move. And he's out on the grasslands right now. If we take out Zhang Jianshe, no one will suspect us. They'll just assume he got killed by some wild animals while out hunting. That way, we can get the 200 yuan directly from Yibuchuan. Once we get back to Huangtu City, we won't have to worry about a thing. Upon hearing this, the other thugs' eyes lit up, and they immediately nodded in agreement. Alright, since that's the case, why wait? Let's strike now. The rainy season had caused the grass on the steppe to grow rapidly. The grass on the grasslands is now nearly 1.5 meters tall, so these thugs sneaking around Zhang Jianshe won't be easily exposed. Little did they know that Zhang Jianshe had already spotted them. As they quietly approached Zhang Jianshe, a group of police officers suddenly burst out from the surrounding grass. Seeing the officers immediately point their guns at them left the thugs utterly stunned. They had assumed Zhang Jianshe wouldn't notice them sneaking up on him in this location. These officers had been stationed in the area by Zhang Jianshe beforehand. It was only natural that the thugs hadn't spotted them. Zhang Jianshe watched their expressions with utter contempt. With your half-baked skills, you actually thought you could ambush me? That's like showing off your skills in front of the master. Take them back immediately for thorough interrogation. Find out everything about their backgrounds and objectives. Though Zhang Jianshe had his suspicions about their background and motives, without concrete evidence, he couldn't report them to the provincial leadership. After getting caught, the thugs were stunned. No wonder Yibuchuan had paid them so much. This guy really wasn't someone to mess with. Sir, we've learned our lesson. We only came to avenge our boss after you arrested him. Sir, please spare us since we haven't even started. Let us go, and we'll pay whatever it takes. After one of the thugs finished speaking, he immediately rattled off the names of several thugs from Oyu City who had been dealt with by Zhang Jianshe. Since they were all part of the underworld and Oyu City wasn't far from Huangtu City, it made sense that these small-time thugs knew the names of those few from Oyu City. In their minds, even after revealing this information, Zhang Jianshe might not release them immediately. But their time in captivity shouldn't be too long. They figured if they gave Zhang Jianshe more money later, they could probably slip away unscathed. These petty thugs had their own plans in mind, but upon hearing their words, Zhang Jianshe snorted coldly. Take them all back. Interrogate them thoroughly. Looks like they're not being honest. Zhang Jianshe suspected their story was half truth, half lie. Their intent to seek revenge was likely genuine, but the claim that they were avenging a thug from Oyu City was false. Therefore, Zhang Jianshe suspected it was connected to the people behind Brother Long. But when the thugs were taken back, they were stunned. They hadn't anticipated Zhang Jianshe being so difficult to deal with. What they thought was a flawless plan had been exposed just like that. Once brought back, interrogation became unnecessary. The thugs immediately spilled everything. They now realized deceiving Zhang Jianshe any further was utterly impossible. After obtaining the confessions, someone promptly reported the developments to Zhang Jianshe. But when Zhang Jianshe saw Yibuchuan's name written on the top, he froze for a moment. He was aware that Yibuchuan seemed to have some reservations about him, but he never imagined Yibuchuan would actually hire someone to kill him. Chapter 213, Yibuchuan's Arrest. Upon receiving this news, Zhang Jianshe was momentarily stunned, his eyes reflecting utter disbelief. He was well aware that Yibuchuan had long sought to cause him trouble, but he never imagined he would stoop to such viciousness, hiring someone to kill him outright. However, the arrested thugs had already been tortured beyond recognition. Under these circumstances, Zhang Jianshe naturally didn't believe they could fabricate any lies. It seemed undeniable that these men had indeed been hired by Yibuchuan. The police station chief approached Zhang Jianshe, unable to suppress a sigh. Zhang, it seems this whole affair was orchestrated by your neighbors within the courtyard. Do you have any deep-seated conflicts with this Yibuchuan fellow? Upon hearing this, Zhang Jianshe shook his head slightly. Truthfully, we weren't particularly close. Since moving to Aochang, we've barely interacted at all. But this guy has been trying to cause trouble for me all along. I have no idea why. And I certainly never imagined he'd become this deranged. At this point, Zhang Jianshe naturally couldn't offer any satisfactory answers. Hearing Zhang Jianshe's words, the police station chief's expression grew even more serious. After a moment of careful consideration, the chief finally nodded. In that case, we must apprehend him immediately. Regardless, if he dared to attack you, he might be capable of even worse deeds in secret. If we let someone like this off lightly, it would be irresponsible toward the lives of ordinary citizens.
After uttering these words, the station chief immediately summoned several officers and dispatched them to the coal plant to apprehend the suspect.
The reason the station chief had initially inquired about the conflict between Zhang Jianshe and Yi Buchuan
was primarily to avoid misunderstandings or causing trouble for Zhang Jianshe. If Zhang Jianshe and this man had existing conflicts or entanglements, it would be difficult to determine who was right or wrong in the short term. After all, if it were just a minor issue, the other party probably wouldn't have gone so far as to directly attack and kill Zhang Jianshe.
But now, hearing Zhang Jianshe's explanation, the chief felt much less concerned.
Since Zhang Jianshe's side presented no issues, it was imperative to resolve this matter promptly and ensure this individual paid the appropriate price for his actions.
Following the police station chief's order, officers nearby responded immediately and quickly arrived at the courtyard.
Since the coal plant no longer required daily shifts, many workers were resting at home. Yi Buchuan was also resting at home, his nerves frayed. He had indeed hired men to eliminate Zhang Jianshe, but he wasn't entirely sure how capable those men truly were. If they succeeded in eliminating Zhang Jianshe, that would be ideal. But if something went wrong, it could spell trouble. Just as Yi Buchuan was lost in these thoughts, he saw a group of police officers arrive in the courtyard. Several neighbors gathered around, their expressions filled with confusion. At that moment, many immediately recalled the negative things Jiao Meihui and Yi Buchuan had previously said about Zhang Jianshe. Anyone who crossed Zhang Jianshe faced his retribution. So the first thought that crossed these people's minds was, could it be that Zhang Jianshe was now seeking revenge on the neighbors in the courtyard? Once this thought entered some people's minds, they pondered it and found it quite plausible. After all, Zhang Jianshe was now the chief of the police station. It was entirely within his power to mobilize these officers to cause trouble for the neighbors in the courtyard. At this moment, many dared not speak, but inwardly, they all speculated about who could be so unlucky. Meanwhile, upon seeing these officers approach, Yi Buchuan felt a slight tinge of nervousness. Yet alongside this tension, he also experienced a faint surge of excitement. He understood clearly that this situation presented two possibilities. The first possibility was that the people he had hired had already done the job, and Zhang Jianshe was dead. Now that the police station had discovered Zhang Jianshe's death, they would naturally investigate the matter. It was only natural for them to come into the courtyard to question the neighbors for information. Moreover, he had already prepared a story to divert everyone's attention toward the cases Zhang Jianshe had handled in the past. This way, everyone would assume Zhang Jianshe had offended someone during his investigations, leading to his revenge killing. Naturally, this would make him safer. Of course, another possibility was that his hiring of someone to kill Zhang Jianshe had been exposed, which was why the police had come to the courtyard to investigate the specifics. Just as Yi Buchuan's worries began to surface, he saw the police approaching his direction, making his heart race even faster. Yet a sliver of hope lingered. Perhaps they sought him out as the compound's caretaker to gather information.
When the officers finally reached him, they immediately demanded, "You're Yi Buchuan, right?" Hearing the officer's cold tone as he asked this question, Yi Buchuan felt an even stronger sense of foreboding. Nevertheless, he nodded immediately. He forced a smile onto his face. "Officer, I am Yi Buchuan, the caretaker of this courtyard. What brings you here?" After confirming Yi Buchuan's identity, the officers nodded in unison once more. "All right, since we've found the right person, you'll need to come with us now." With that, the officers prepared to take Yi Buchuan away. At that moment, Yi Buchuan felt an overwhelming sense of panic. Deep down, he knew all too well that if these officers took him away now, he'd be in serious trouble. Chapter 214, Zhang Jianshe's Revenge. Seeing the puzzled expressions on the faces of his neighbors gathered in the courtyard, he summoned his courage and began to struggle. "What do you think you're doing? Did Zhang Jianshe send you to arrest me? I know there's been some friction between us, but just because he's now the police station chief, does that give him the right to retaliate against me? Even if you take me away now, I won't accept it. I still believe there's justice in this world. Sooner or later, you'll pay the price for aiding and abetting tyranny." As Yi Buchuan spat out these words through gritted teeth, the neighbors observing the scene nearby all froze for a moment. Many had already found the whole affair puzzling. After all, while most didn't consider Yi Buchuan a saint, he certainly didn't strike them as a villain either. Naturally, they never imagined things would escalate to the point of being arrested by the police station. So now, with the police here to make an arrest, it seemed increasingly likely that Yi Buchuan was right. He was being targeted by Zhang Jianshe's revenge. Hearing this only made the expressions on the officers' faces turn even more grim. Seeing Yi Buchuan's smug expression only fueled their rage. One officer couldn't hold back any longer and slapped Yi Buchuan across the face. "Yi Buchuan, we're giving you some face by taking you to the police station for questioning. But since you refuse to show any respect, don't blame us for what happens next. Don't you know exactly what you've done? Did you really think hiring hitmen in Huangtu City would never come to light? Let me tell you this, the men you hired have already been apprehended, and they've confessed to every single one of their crimes. You may not have pulled the trigger yourself, but hiring someone to kill is still a crime. Now come with us for questioning." The police officer's cold, matter-of-fact delivery sent shockwaves through the neighbors gathered in the courtyard. They never imagined Ibuchuan would dare to commit such a heinous act as hiring a hitman. Didn't he realize he was courting trouble? But since the police had made such a statement in front of everyone, it must be true. Yet some still harbored a sliver of hope for Ibuchuan. They believed there must be some misunderstanding. As long as Ibuchuan denied it, they were willing to stand by him. It was precisely because of this belief that these people still turned their gaze toward Ibuchuan. Yet, upon hearing the police's words, Ibuchuan's face had already turned deathly pale. Truthfully, when the police first came for him, he had already begun to suspect something. Now, the officer's words confirmed his suspicions, shattering every last shred of hope within him. Knowing he was now facing certain death, he saw no point in struggling further. He could only watch helplessly as the officers led him away. At that moment, the neighbors nearby couldn't help but sigh. No matter how much they had believed in Ibuchuan, his demeanor now made the situation painfully clear. After the police took Ibuchuan away, the neighbors in the courtyard continued discussing the matter. However, He Yutian's expression turned utterly panicked. Although Ibuchuan was the one who hired the workers in Huantu town, the money came from both him and Ibuchuan. The police have already taken Ibuchuan away, and naturally they'll interrogate him rigorously. But what if Ibuchuan ratted him out too, and then the police came to arrest him as well? As this thought flashed through He Yutian's mind, an overwhelming sense of anxiety gripped his heart. He couldn't spare a thought for whether the neighbors in the courtyard might grow suspicious. Hurrying without a second glance, he headed straight for Zhao Meihui's home. Zhao Meihui, did you hear what the police were saying outside? They said the people hired by Old Man Yi have been arrested. That's why they're here to take Old Man Yi back for questioning. Do you think we too might be in trouble next? Upon hearing this, Zhao Meihui's expression remained remarkably calm, showing not a hint of anxiety. What does Ibuchuan's old friend planning to kill Zhang Jianshe have to do with us? He brought all this upon himself. He hired the men himself. How could we possibly be implicated? When Ibuchuan spoke these words, his meaning was crystal clear. No matter who questioned them about this matter, they would never admit to anything. Moreover, Ibuchuan held no evidence linking them to the incident. With that, their safety remained entirely unaffected. He Yutian froze momentarily upon hearing Ibuchuan's words, his mind still struggling to process it. Yet after a brief pause, he realized Zhao Meihui's argument did indeed hold some merit. After all, the person who hired the hitmen was Ibuchuan, and the arrested individuals had never laid eyes on them. Given that, this matter truly had nothing to do with them. This realization eased the weight on He Yutian's mind considerably. He scratched his head awkwardly. You really think things through. I hadn't considered that angle at all. Alright then, since that's the case, I'll head back now. With that, He Yutian finally made his way home. Meanwhile, Ibuchuan had already been taken to the police station. Zhang Jianshe now stood before Ibuchuan, his expression incredibly complex. Ibuchuan, I don't believe I've ever wronged you since coming to Oyu City. Yet ever since I arrived, you've been fixated on me, constantly looking for trouble. Now you've even gone so far as to hire someone to kill me. I'd like to ask exactly what I did to offend you that you'd cling to me like this. Upon hearing Zhang Jianshe's words, Ibuchuan gave him a cold snort. Yet his eyes still burned with hatred. Chapter 215, The police are here to arrest someone again? In Ibuchuan's mind, if Zhang Jianshe hadn't appeared, he could still control the entire courtyard. His retirement would be secured, and he'd remain the respected head steward. It was all because Zhang Jianshe had come to Oyu City that everything he had built was destroyed. It would be abnormal if he didn't harbor hatred toward Zhang Jianshe. Though Ibuchuan despised Zhang Jianshe to the core, he understood one harsh truth. He would never get the chance to exact revenge in this lifetime. Not to mention, Zhang Jianshe was now the deputy chief of the police station. Having brought him here, he would never let him go easily. Moreover, the act of hiring a hitman itself carried severe consequences, leaving him with no path but death. Given this, it was better to confess everything honestly. That way, even if he was arrested, he might suffer less hardship. And since he was now reduced to eating peanuts, he naturally didn't want others to have it easy either. It was precisely this thought that made Ibuchuan snort at Zhang Jianshe before speaking. Didn't you cross me? If you hadn't come to Oyu City, I'd still be the big shot running the show in the courtyard. Whatever I said in the courtyard carried weight, everyone listened to me. But after you arrived in Oyu City, not only did you take a job at the coal plant, but you also became a hunter. Your income level has already surpassed mine. Now everyone in the courtyard follows your lead. If this keeps up, what influence will I have left? How can I maintain control over the entire compound? Who would be willing to take care of me in my old age? After Ibuchuan finished speaking these words through gritted teeth, Zhang Jianshe was completely stunned. He never imagined this would be the reason Ibuchuan had been causing him trouble non-stop. After a moment's reflection, Zhang Jianshe couldn't help but sigh helplessly. In Zhang Jianshe's mind, Ibuchuan had become obsessed with the issue of his old age. Faced with such a man, Zhang Jianshe could say nothing more. He simply waved to the police officers standing nearby. Alright, take him down for questioning. See if he has any accomplices. Upon hearing this, the officers nodded in unison, preparing to take Buchuan away. In truth, Zhang Jianshe's question was merely a pretext. He intended to have his officers thoroughly deal with Buchuan. After all, since this guy had already attempted to kill him, he certainly wouldn't let these scoundrels off the hook. But at that moment, Buchuan spoke up again. There's no need for further questioning. Since I've fallen into your hands, I'm willing to tell you everything. As the saying goes, the victor is king, the vanquished is bandit. Since you captured me, it proves your skill surpasses mine. Now that I'm telling you everything, there's no point in feeling wronged. Though Buchuan's tone carried an air of confidence at this moment, he was well aware of his predicament. His words were merely a way to save face, ultimately driven by fear of facing retribution. Without hesitation, Buchuan proceeded to betray He Yutian and Zhao Meihui. He spilled everything about the three of them conspiring together to take down Zhang Jianshe. After all, he and Zhao Meihui were already partners in crime. Moreover, Zhao Meihui had long harbored a desire to eliminate Zhang Jianshe for revenge. Now that he himself had been captured, he naturally wouldn't let Zhao Meihui off easy. Regardless of whether he himself would be dealt with, he simply couldn't stomach the injustice. As for He Yutian, he genuinely intended to have him take care of him in his old age. But with his time running out, the prospect of a comfortable retirement was already impossible. There was no point in keeping He Yutian around any longer. As for how his wife would fare after his death, that was certainly not a concern for a dead man to ponder. Upon hearing Buchuan's words, Zhang Jianshe was once again taken aback. He hadn't imagined Zhao Meihui's hatred for him ran so deep, nor that she blamed him for Zhao Meihui's execution. This revelation meant that Zhao Meihui's previous invitation to dinner at his home must have had ulterior motives. Zhang Jianshe naturally recalled this matter and asked again. Upon hearing Zhang Jianshe's question, Buchuan nodded once more. He revealed the plan to report Zhang Jianshe for sexual misconduct at the time. Hearing this made Zhang Jianshe feel an overwhelming sense of dread. Thankfully, he had managed to restrain himself back then. Otherwise, he truly would have stumbled in a ditch. Make another trip out there and bring those two back too. As soon as Zhang Jianshe finished speaking, the officers nearby nodded in unison. Immediately, someone took Buchuan away to be detained, while others headed straight for the courtyard. Inside the courtyard, people were discussing Buchuan's arrest when they saw the police returning. When they heard the officers were preparing to take He Yutian and Zhao Meihui away too, their confusion only deepened. As the officers led the others away, He Yutian suddenly went limp, his face turning deathly pale. Earlier, he had heard Zhao Meihui say this matter had nothing to do with them and they wouldn't face any trouble. This finally allowed He Yutian to breathe a sigh of relief, his heart no longer in his throat. But before he could fully relax, the police unexpectedly returned. It seemed he was in for serious trouble after all. Yet as Zhao Meihui was led away by the officers, her expression remained remarkably calm, clearly not taking the matter seriously. Seeing her like this, He Yutian's slightly tense heart gradually calmed down. Chapter 216. Do you have evidence? If anyone was truly the mastermind behind this, it was Zhao Meihui. After all, he had merely lent her 800 yuan. So if anything went wrong with this matter, he could simply shift all responsibility onto Zhao Meihui. After pondering this, He Yutian gradually relaxed and began to formulate new plans. After the two were taken to the police station, Zhang Jianshe stared at them with an icy expression. But Zhang Jianshe's inner turmoil was far from the calm he projected. His emotions were deeply complex. After all, one of the men before him had shared his bed more than once. The other had been his first friend since arriving in Stone City. He never imagined they harbored such hurt toward him, nor did he foresee their relationship deteriorating to this point. But now that things had reached this point, Zhang Jianshe naturally wouldn't show any mercy to those before him. Zhao Meihui, He Yutian, I never imagined you two would harbor such thoughts about me, even going so far as to conspire with Buchuan to take my life. You two have truly surprised me. Though Zhang Jianshe's tone remained calm, He Yutian couldn't help but lower his head, a flicker of guilt stirring within him. Zhao Meihui, on the other hand, wore an expression of utter composure. Zhang Jianshe, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Could it be that Buchuan said we conspired with him to kill you? But you can't just take his word for it, can you? If he wants to claim we were the ones who attacked you, he'd need some evidence to back it up. After Zhao Meihui finished speaking, her expression remained utterly serene. Hearing this, Zhang Jianshe paused, slightly taken aback. He looked at Zhao Meihui with a hint of disbelief, clearly not expecting her to possess such remarkable composure. But now that they had brought the person back, the rest was straightforward. After hearing Zhao Meihui's words, Zhang Jianshe merely gave a slight nod. Fine. Since neither of you is admitting it, this makes things easier. You'll just have to face off with Buchuan later. Seeing Zhao Meihui refuse to admit anything, He Yutian felt a slight sense of relief. He believed that as long as they could muddle through, they would be safe this time. But he hadn't expected Zhang Jianshe to keep pressing them. This made He Yutian's heart, which had just settled, grow tense once more. Yet Zhao Meihui's expression remained utterly calm. She clearly hadn't taken the matter to heart. Another 2 hours passed before Zhang Jianshe finally had the police bring Yi Buchuan back out. When first brought in, Yi Buchuan had appeared perfectly normal, but now his entire body was covered in bloodstains. It seemed he hadn't been treated gently during those 2 hours. After all, Yi Buchuan's involvement in hiring a hitman was now confirmed. Consequently, the authorities could handle him however they saw fit. So the other officers, eager to curry favor with Zhang Jianshe, showed no mercy. Even though Yi Buchuan had confessed to everything, they still needed to teach him a lesson. As Yi Buchuan was brought in, the look in his eyes when he met Zhang Jianshe's gaze held no trace of hatred, only utter fear. He had believed that by confessing everything, he never imagined Zhang Jianshe would be so ruthless and unforgiving. Now he dared not provoke any further misunderstanding from Zhang Jianshe. If Zhang Jianshe sensed any lingering defiance, he would undoubtedly suffer further. Yet when his gaze shifted to Zhao Meihui and He Yutian, his eyes turned savage. Why had he been arrested and subjected to such torment? These two hadn't been beaten yet. It was precisely this sense of injustice that made Yi Buchuan immediately shout at Zhang Jianshe. Zhang Jianshe, these two conspired with me to kill you. Arrest them both immediately. There's absolutely no mistake about it. Yi Buchuan's outburst stunned He Yutian, leaving him with a complex mix of emotions. He had always held Yi Buchuan in the highest regard, never expecting him to betray him so directly. Zhao Meihui, however, remained remarkably composed. Yi Buchuan, you'll say anything to save yourself now? Even slander like this? You claim we conspired with you to kill Zhang Jianshe, but what evidence do you have to back up these words? If you can produce evidence, I'll gladly take responsibility. But trying to frame us with nothing but empty accusations? That won't fly. After Zhao Meihui declared this with unwavering conviction, Yi Buchuan was instantly dumbfounded. He never imagined he'd be arrested so easily, much less face such an interrogation. Naturally, he held no evidence in his hands. Now, faced with Zhao Meihui's question, he found himself at a loss for words. Zhao Meihui, you came to me for help to avenge your sister. Now that the truth is out, you're denying everything, huh? If you're a real person, own up to it now. Don't try any tricks on me. Upon hearing this, Zhao Meihui no longer even considered Li Hui's thoughts. Instead, she turned her gaze directly toward Zhang Jianshe. Zhang Jianshe, you heard it too. Yi Buchuan has absolutely no evidence. Surely you wouldn't believe his one-sided account? When Zhao Meihui first arrived at the police station, she had been extremely nervous inside, merely putting on a calm facade. But now she was completely at ease, even wearing a slight smile as she spoke to Zhang Jianshe. Seeing this, Zhang Jianshe could only wave his hand helplessly. Alright, you two can go now. But don't leave OU City for the time being. I may need to question you again if anything comes up. Upon hearing this, Zhao Meihui wasted no time and headed straight for the exit. He Yutian followed closely behind, feeling a weight lift from his shoulders. At the same time, he formed a new understanding of Zhao Meihui within himself. If he had ever considered marrying Zhao Meihui before, that thought had completely vanished now. Chapter 217, Zhao Meihui's Scheme. After this incident, He Yutian finally realized the gulf between himself and Zhao Meihui. To put it bluntly, her ruthlessness and cold-heartedness were qualities he simply couldn't match. This incident made He Yutian realize that if he truly ended up with Zhao Meihui, he'd likely spend every night sleeping with one eye open. Who knew when she might betray him? If that happened, death would surely be his only fate. So after returning to the courtyard, He Yutian now avoided excessive contact with Zhao Meihui. As for the 800 yuan she owed him, he naturally had no intention of collecting it. He'd simply consider it a loss he'd taken. While he did feel a pang of regret over the money, it paled in comparison to the value of his own life. He Yutian's reasoning was perfectly logical, but Zhao Meihui's thoughts had shifted. She never imagined this incident would lead to Yi Buchuan being arrested by the police as well. And judging by the current situation, the police had solid evidence against him. Given this, Yi Buchuan likely had no chance of ever leaving prison. Ultimately, he faced only a dead end. Zhao Meihui, of course, cared little for Yi Buchuan's fate. But originally, she had planned that once Yi Buchuan handled the matter, she would hold leverage over him. She could then keep extracting money from him, ensuring her livelihood at OU's place remained secure. After all, Yi Buchuan's salary was the highest in the entire courtyard, second only to Zhang Jianshe. Even if he realized he'd been manipulated, he probably wouldn't come looking for trouble. But now that Yi Buchuan had been arrested, his entire plan had been thrown into disarray. Returning home now was simply unacceptable to Zhao Meihui. Besides, he didn't want to go home now. Zhao Meihui's death made him feel he couldn't face his parents. If he wanted to stay in OU City, he had no income and no savings. Clearly, he couldn't make ends meet. Was he really going to end up running a shady operation like Li Nin and Zhao Meihua? The thought barely formed in Zhao Meihui's mind before he shook his head. Ever since Zhang Jianshe became the police station chief, he had cracked down fiercely on all kinds of illegal businesses in OU City. Although Brother Wolf had been lucky enough to avoid arrest before. This time, with Zhang Jianshe handling these matters, Brother Wolf wouldn't be so fortunate. He'd already been hauled into the police station. Although there were still a few bosses running the half-open door business in Oyu City, Zhao Meihui felt deep down that their good days wouldn't last much longer. Any day now, Zhang Jianshe might come for them too. Moreover, he believed that while what he'd said at the police station today might prevent the officers from finding evidence to trouble him, it was impossible to deceive Zhang Jianshe. So if the right opportunity arose, Zhang Jianshe would surely seek revenge. If he ventured into the fake door business, he would surely be apprehended by Zhang Jianshe too, and then, inevitably, only a dead end awaited him. It was precisely these inner thoughts that led Zhao Meihui to fix her gaze on He Yutian. Since He Yutian was willing to marry him before, being with her now is still a decent option. Although He Yutian's circumstances left Zhao Meihui somewhat unimpressed, at least it ensured her life could continue as before. As for the future, she'd focus on stabilizing her present life first. It was precisely these thoughts that prompted Zhao Meihui to dress up nicely the next day and wait at the courtyard gate. As soon as He Yutian returned from work, she approached him directly. "Brother He, you must be exhausted from work today, right?" Seeing Zhao Meihui acting as if nothing had happened, He Yutian naturally grew more wary of her. After all, it was precisely because of Zhao Meihui that Yi Buchuan had been arrested yesterday. How could Zhao Meihui show not a trace of nervousness or guilt? These thoughts only deepened his reluctance to have any contact with her. Now, the tone in her voice had lost its previous ingratiation, replaced instead by a hint of impatience. "Zhao Meihui, what brings you here? I've been busy all day and am exhausted. I was just about to head home to rest." Hearing this, Zhao Meihui's expression darkened slightly. This man was far too timid. Just moments ago, he'd been fawning over her, but now, at the slightest hint of trouble, his attitude had shifted dramatically. This only deepened Zhao Meihui's disdain for He Yutian. Although Zhao Meihui disliked He Yutian, she was quite fond of his money. Precisely because of this, despite her deep contempt, she managed to control her emotions and forced a faint smile onto her face. "Can't I come see you without having something specific to discuss?" After hearing Zhao Meihui's words, He Yutian grew impatient and prepared to leave. Seeing this reaction, Zhao Meihui paused in surprise. She hadn't expected things to spiral out of his control like this. "Don't rush off just yet. I came to see you for a reason. Just listen to me." As Zhao Meihui spoke, she stepped forward and grabbed He Yutian's arm. Several neighbors in the courtyard noticed the tugging and couldn't help but glance their way. Seeing this, He Yutian felt his impatience surge even more. Still, he managed to control his emotions and didn't head straight home. He continued staring at Zhao Meihui with a sour expression. "Fine. Just say what you need to say." Hearing He Yutian's dismissive attitude, Zhao Meihui took a deep breath before speaking. "Didn't you say before that you wanted to marry me?" "I said I'd be with you after I got my revenge. This time, even though we didn't take down Zhang Jianshe and I didn't get my revenge, I know you gave it your all. So I've seen your sincerity. That's why I still want to marry you. What do you think?" Chapter 218, Stuck with Her. In Zhao Meihui's current state of mind, she was certain that her words would deeply move He Yutian. From there, their marriage would naturally follow as a logical progression. What she hadn't anticipated was that the moment she finished speaking, He Yutian immediately shook his head. "What I said about Zhao Meihui earlier was just a joke. How could you take it seriously? If I used the money you owe me to force you into marriage, wouldn't that be like coercing someone into a transaction? Wouldn't that make me a trafficker? I wouldn't do something like that. As for the 800 yuan, you can use it for now. Just pay me back when you have the money. If you never have the money, it's no big deal if you don't pay me back." After saying this, He Yutian abruptly shook off Zhao Meihui's arm and walked home. In the past, he'd have loved for the neighbors to suspect something between him and Zhao Meihui. That way, winning her over would be much easier. But now that he had completely given up on Zhao Meihui, he was actually more worried about the neighbors in the courtyard misunderstanding the situation. Therefore, he naturally sought ways to distance himself from Zhao Meihui. Upon hearing He Yutian's words, Zhao Meihui's expression darkened considerably. Even He Yutian, whom she had always looked down upon, now refused to marry her. This made Zhao Meihui feel as if she had been humiliated. If He Yutian didn't want to marry her, then she certainly didn't want to marry him either. But she absolutely refused to give up a single penny of the money she intended to extract from He Yutian. It was precisely this thought that caused Zhao Meihui's voice to grow icy cold. "Fine. If you don't want to marry me, then forget it. I won't marry you either. But from now on, you'll give me 20 yuan every month." Hearing this, He Yutian was instantly dumbfounded. He stared at Zhao Meihui with disbelief. If Li Min had wanted his money before, at least she had married him, giving him several days of pleasure. But now, even though he didn't want to marry Zhao Meihui, she was outright demanding his money. How was that any different from trying to get something for nothing? "Zhao Meihui, are you out of your mind? Why should I give you money? Even if I were to give money, it should be you giving it to me. You owe me. Now you want me to give you money? What kind of logic is that?" Hearing these words left He Yutian utterly speechless. Deep down, he felt a sense of relief that he had finally seen Zhao Meihui's true colors. He no longer wanted to marry her. Otherwise, with Zhao Meihui's twisted logic, even if they did marry, their life together would likely descend into utter chaos. Yet after hearing this, Zhao Meihui argued with righteous indignation. If you want to join Yi Buchuan in prison, or worse, end up eating peanuts, then you don't need to give me the money. After uttering these words, Zhao Meihui's expression turned triumphant, her tone even more self-righteous. Don't forget that the only reason Yi Buchuan was able to hire someone to kill someone was because you gave him 800 yuan. What do you think Zhang Jianshe's attitude toward you would be if I told him about this? Hearing this, He Yutian immediately halted his steps. The look in his eyes as he stared at Zhao Meihui now held a hint of utter disbelief. He never imagined that lending Zhao Meihui 800 yuan would ultimately lead to such a consequence. Even now, though, he certainly wasn't willing to go to jail. After a moment's thought, a faint smile appeared on He Yutian's face. Zhao Meihui, to be honest, I really owe it to you for reminding me about this matter. Truthfully, I was genuinely worried about it before. But don't forget, Zhang Jianshe doesn't have any evidence right now. Do you seriously think he could go to the police station and report me? Even if Zhang Jianshe were to arrest me, you wouldn't be able to escape either. If I end up behind bars, you'll be doomed too. As these words left his lips, He Yutian felt a wave of relief wash over him. Fortunately, he had given the money to Zhao Meihui, who then handed it over to Yi Buchuan. This way, even if Yi Buchuan tried to implicate him too, it wouldn't be so easy. Not to mention Zhang Jianshe currently held no evidence whatsoever. But upon hearing He Yutian's words, Zhao Meihui showed no sign of panic. As long as I pin this on you and team up with Yi Buchuan to accuse you, even if Zhang Jianshe doesn't have solid evidence, he won't let you off the hook. Anyway, I have no income here in Aoqing now, and I can barely make ends meet as it is. Since I can't make ends meet anyway, I certainly won't be afraid of going to jail. So either you hand over the money willingly, or don't blame me for sending you to jail too. If misfortune comes, we'll all face it together. Zhao Meihui's words were clearly meant to intimidate He Yutian. After all, when it came down to it, he and Yi Buchuan were the real culprits behind this whole affair. He Yutian was merely being used by him. Besides, even if Zhang Jianshe really wanted to make trouble for Yi Yutian over this, it wouldn't make sense. After all, He Yutian's money was merely a loan, not funds provided to hire a hitman. But now that Zhao Meihui saw He Yutian's stance, she had no other option but to pressure him this way. Upon hearing those words, He Yutian's brows furrowed deeply. He had no idea what kind of attitude Zhang Jianshe would adopt next. But considering that Zhang Jianshe had already dispatched Deputy Chief 2FA, he was naturally reluctant to take any risks. After glaring fiercely at Zhao Meihui for another year, He Yutian knew he had no choice but to comply this time. Just as Zhao Meihui had said, if he had no income coming in, he wouldn't be able to make ends meet. Life outside might be worse than inside, at least in prison, he'd have food to eat. But now that Zhao Meihui had spoken, she was about to take nearly half his income, a sum He Yutian found hard to part with. Chapter 219, Seeking Help from Zhang Jianshe. Calculated against his earnings at the coal plant, it amounted to more than half his income. It was precisely this thought that made He Yutian snort before speaking. You can forget about getting 20 yuan. My money doesn't grow on trees. I need it for myself. I don't have that kind of cash to spare. 12 yuan a month is the absolute maximum. If you're willing, I'll start paying you next month. If you don't want it, go ahead and complain all you want. Hearing this, Zhao Meihui couldn't help but frown. Losing 8 yuan this month was a significant blow to her. But seeing He Yutian's current attitude, Zhao Meihui knew it was utterly impossible to change his mind. Moreover, she couldn't push He Yutian too far. Otherwise, if He Yutian did something unforeseeable, she wouldn't be able to predict the outcome. It was precisely this thought that ultimately led Zhao Meihui to nod her head in agreement. Fine, 12 it is. But you have to pay me now. Otherwise, I won't be able to make ends meet this month. Hearing Zhao Meihui's words, He Yutian breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he'd anticipated, as long as Zhao Meihui could make ends meet, she wouldn't turn against him outright. With this thought in mind, He Yutian nodded to Zhao Meihui. After they arrived at his place, He Yutian finally handed her 12 yuan. After she left, Zhao Meihui felt a pang of unease. When she had been with Zhang Jianshe, although he only gave her a few yuan in pocket money each month, she never had to pay for food. In fact, she ate better than anyone else in the entire courtyard. Now, while he could get 12 yuan from He Yutian every month, it was hardly enough to maintain his previous standard of living. Ultimately, since falling out with Zhang Jianshe, he was worse off financially. But he knew it was absolutely impossible to restore his relationship with Zhang Jianshe to what it once was. Therefore, he must find a way to earn more money. While Zhao Meihui was scheming in her mind about how to find more suckers to give him money to spend. After watching Zhao Meihui leave, He Yutian felt increasingly angry. He and Zhang Jianshe had only had minor disagreements, nothing that amounted to deep-seated hatred. It was all because of Zhao Meihui that he had not only alienated Zhang Jianshe but also suffered such significant monthly losses. This outcome was naturally hard for him to accept. He knew this couldn't go on indefinitely. Who knew when Zhao Meihui would use this excuse again to squeeze more money out of him? After careful consideration, he concluded he had to discuss this matter with Zhang Jianshe. He Tian was well aware that approaching Zhang Jianshe now carried its own risks. What if Zhang Jianshe harbored resentment over this and came looking for trouble? That wouldn't be good for him either. But He Tian had no other options at this point. Even if Zhang Jianshe caused him some trouble, it would still be better than letting Zhao Meihui continue to bleed him dry. Moreover, He Tian possessed an inherently stubborn disposition. Since Zhao Meihui had schemed against him this way, he was determined to retaliate. Otherwise, he simply couldn't swallow his pride. That was precisely why, upon seeing Zhang Jianshe return home, He Tian hurried straight over to the Chao family residence. "Brother Jianshe, you're finally back. I've been waiting for you for ages." Hearing this, Zhang Jianshe paused in surprise. Earlier, Zhang Jianshe, Zhao Meihui, and Yi Buchuan had conspired together to hire someone to kill him. This naturally led to Zhang Jianshe harboring no goodwill toward He Tian. "He Tian, what brings you here now?" Seeing Zhang Jianshe's icy demeanor now, He Tian couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh inside. He never imagined that he and Zhang Jianshe, who had once been fairly good friends, would end up in such a strained relationship. If he had any other options, he'd feel too embarrassed to ask Zhang Jianshe for help now. But now he had no other choice, so he could only scratch his head awkwardly. What happened with Zhang Jianshe earlier was actually a misunderstanding. Zhao Meihui asked me for a loan, but I had no idea what she intended to use the money for. I never imagined he was planning to kill you. If I'd known, I definitely wouldn't have lent him the money. Though Yi Tian spoke with sincere expression at this moment, Zhang Jianshe merely gave a cold laugh upon hearing it. After being arrested, Yi Buchuan had confessed everything in detail. Zhang Jianshe knew full well that this plan had actually been conceived by Yi Tian. But even though he recognized this in his heart, Zhang Jianshe had no evidence to back it up. Moreover, Yi Buchuan's testimony about Yi Tian was hardly sufficient grounds for an immediate arrest. Therefore, Zhang Jianshe chose not to dwell on the matter any further. Alright, Yi Tian. Let's just consider that incident a misunderstanding. I have nothing further to say about it. If that's the case, then let's put it behind us. From now on, you live your life and I'll live mine. Just don't go scheming against me anymore. If there's nothing else, you should head back. I've got dinner prep to get to." Zhang Jianshe spoke while preparing to shoo Yi Tian away, but upon hearing this, Yi Tian grew anxious. "I have business with you." To avoid being dismissed outright again and fearing Zhang Jianshe might refuse his request, without a moment's hesitation, Yi Tian immediately revealed Zhao Meihui's plan to demand 12 yuan from him every month. "Zhang Jianshe, you absolutely have to find a way to help me. She clearly took money from me, yet now she's actually planning to keep taking money from me every month? Don't you think I'm getting ripped off? You absolutely have to help me with this." Hearing this, Zhang Jianshe was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 220, This is Blackmail. He never imagined Zhao Meihui would turn out like this. This unreasonable attitude was actually quite similar to that of Qian Sunshi. It seemed the saying held some truth after all, birds of a feather flock together. But these thoughts only flashed through Zhang Jianshe's mind. Next, he naturally had to help Yi Tian resolve this issue. In Zhang Jianshe's mind, there was no question that Yi Buchuan, Yi Tian, and Zhao Meihui all had to be dealt with. They all had to be dealt with. After all, these three had already harbored murderous intent toward him. Even if their current plot had been foiled, they might conceive similar schemes again in the future. Unless these three were eliminated, Zhang Jianshe himself would live in constant fear. Yet Zhang Jianshe was acutely aware that eliminating all three required the perfect opportunity. With Yi Buchuan now trapped inside, his targets narrowed to Zhao Meihui and Yi Tian. Judging by what Yi Tian had just said, Zhao Meihui seemed considerably more astute than him. Given that, it was only logical to take down Zhao Meihui first. This opportunity truly seemed perfect. It was precisely these thoughts swirling in his mind that made Zhang Jianshe nod his head immediately. Yi Tian, Zhao Meihui demanding money from you now constitutes extortion. This single incident alone is enough to send him to prison at least 3 years behind bars. Upon hearing these words, Yi Tian's heart instantly filled with joy. Although Zhao Meihui would only be imprisoned for 3 years, not permanently confined, it was still an exceptionally favorable outcome. By the time 3 years had passed, he would have long since married and started a family, and his life would undoubtedly be improving steadily. By then, when Zhao Meihui was released, he naturally wouldn't have any lingering issues with her. Moreover, he was confident that once Zhao Meihui was released from prison, she would never dare to trouble him again. Just as excitement stirred within Yi Tian, Zhang Jianshe's voice reached him once more. "But there's one more issue. I can't just arrest someone based on your word alone. And regarding this matter, I doubt Zhao Meihui will admit to it so easily. Given that, you must find a way to secure evidence first. Only then can I make an arrest." Upon hearing this, Yi Tian immediately nodded in agreement. He fully agreed with Zhang Jianshe's emphasis on evidence. If Zhang Jianshe were to arrest people based solely on confessions, Yi Tian feared he himself might end up behind bars. But what followed left Yi Tian feeling intensely frustrated. Because right now, he had absolutely no evidence in his hands. After all, he had handed the money directly to Zhao Meihui, and no one else had witnessed it. Precisely because of this, He Yutian couldn't help but frown. Zhang Jianshe, I want evidence now, but I genuinely don't have any. Zhang Jianshe knew full well that He Yutian had no proof, and he had already devised a plan for him to obtain it. So upon hearing this, Zhang Jianshe still wore a smile. Go directly to Zhao Meihui and have him write a receipt. Make sure it clearly states the reason you gave him the money. That will serve as proof. Don't worry about him refusing if he does, just tell him you won't give him any more money. I'm sure he'll keep those written records then. Though Zhang Jianshe spoke with absolute conviction, He Yutian remained somewhat skeptical inside. Right now, He Yutian felt Zhao Meihui was more cunning than anyone he'd ever encountered. Could Zhao Meihui really leave him evidence? Though doubts lingered in his mind, He Yutian truly had no other options at this moment. For this very reason, he ultimately nodded in agreement and hurried off toward Zhao Meihui's residence. He Yutian, you're here again. What do you want? Upon seeing He Yutian arrive, Zhao Meihui naturally gave him a cold reception. Her previous pleasant demeanor toward him had been primarily to cultivate a good relationship. If she could marry He Yutian, she would naturally have no worries about food and clothing in the future. But since He Yutian now refused to marry her, she naturally saw no point in putting on a warm face for a cold shoulder. Besides, He Yutian had already agreed to give her 12 yuan every month. Even if she couldn't marry He Yutian, it didn't seem like such a big deal. Hearing Zhao Meihui's icy tone now, He Yutian felt even more furious inside. This had just taken money from him, and now she dared to treat him like this. It was precisely these thoughts churning inside him that made him feel even more determined to eliminate this woman before him. Though this raged within him, He Yutian maintained a faint smile on his face. Zhao Meihui, you took money from me earlier. You promised not to reveal this matter. But I can't trust you not to eventually spill the beans. If the money you took from me is enough to live on for the rest of your life, yet you still spread this around and send me to prison, then I'd be the one taking a huge loss. Upon hearing He Yutian's words, Zhao Meihui immediately shook her head. Rest assured. Since I promised not to reveal this, I absolutely won't. Besides, revealing it now wouldn't benefit me in any way. If handled poorly, it could land me in prison alongside you. So why would I do that? Although Zhao Meihui's reasoning was undeniably sound, He Yutian still shook his head immediately. I'm not about to take a woman's word for it so easily. Right now, write me a receipt detailing exactly why I gave you money and precisely how much you took from me. If you ever dare tell anyone about this, don't blame me for showing them the receipt you gave me. When that day comes, I won't fare well, and you'll surely meet your end too. If you refuse to write it, don't ever expect another penny from me. As He Yutian delivered this statement with unwavering resolve, Zhao Meihui's brows furrowed deeply. If she truly followed He Yutian's instructions, it would mean handing him the leverage over her. Such an outcome was something he naturally refused to accept. Yet judging by He Yutian's current stance, if he didn't comply, he'd likely never get another cent from him. Chapter 221, Zhao Meihui, we need your cooperation in the investigation. Zhao Meihui's expression grew intensely complex as she looked at He Yutian. She hadn't expected He Yutian to be so stubborn, even going so far as to demand she write a written statement. This turn of events naturally filled Zhao Meihui with intense frustration. After all, if she signed that document, it would mean giving He Yutian leverage over her. It would make it considerably harder to extract money from He Yutian in the future or continue demanding funds without restraint. This development threw a wrench into Zhao Meihui's carefully laid plans. Originally, according to Zhao Meihui's plan, he would only ask for 12 yuan a month from He Yutian. But after a year, he could ask for more. If He Yutian refused to pay, then he could continue to blackmail him. If He Yutian refused to pay up, not only could he face jail time, but the over 1,000 yuan he had already given her would be wasted. She believed that under such pressure, He Yutian would ultimately comply and hand over the money. But with this written agreement in hand, He Yutian now possessed leverage to counterbalance him. Continuing to treat He Yutian as an endless ATM would naturally become far more difficult. Though Zhao Meihui felt immense frustration inside, seeing He Yutian's smug expression, clearly unwilling to budge, made her sigh. After all, Zhao Meihui only wanted to extract some money from He Yutian. As long as she could keep her life afloat, she certainly didn't want to truly fall out with He Yutian. After all, if she really sent He Yutian to jail, it wouldn't benefit her either. She'd lose the 12 yuan a month. Moreover, Zhang Jianshe had surely learned today about her and Yi Buchuan's plan to hire a hitman. So Zhang Jianshe would undoubtedly come after him next. Reporting He Yutian could potentially drag him into trouble too. It was precisely these internal calculations that led Zhao Meihui, though her expression now held a hint of resignation, to ultimately give He Yutian a fierce glare before nodding in agreement. Fine, He Yutian. Since you no longer trust me, I'll write you a promissory note. That should put your mind at ease. After saying this, Zhao Meihui wasted no time. She quickly fetched paper and pen, wrote out the written agreement, and signed and sealed it. After all, she and He Yutian had now completely broken ties. Beyond shared interests, there was nothing left between them. With that settled, she saw no reason to keep up appearances in front of He Yutian. Watching Zhao Meihui complete the document, He Yutian finally nodded with a smile. All right. Since you're being so cooperative, our agreement still stands. With that, He Yutian turned and walked away. But that night, after everyone in the courtyard had fallen asleep, He Yutian quietly made his way to Zhang Jianshe's house. Zhang Jianshe, now that Zhao Meihui has written this note for me, what should we do next? After saying this, He Yutian handed the document directly to Zhang Jianshe. Zhang Jianshe examined the document carefully and gave a slight nod. That He Yutian had managed to obtain this written statement in such a short time truly exceeded Zhang Jianshe's expectations. But this very fact revealed that deep down, He Yutian must have harbored an intense hatred for Zhao Meihui. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so eager to send Zhao Meihui to jail. But these matters were naturally none of Zhang Jianshe's concern. What he wanted to see now was these people tearing each other apart. This way, it would become easier for him to send those who sought to harm him to prison. It was precisely these thoughts that crossed his mind as Zhang Jianshe gave a slight nod with a faint smile. You've done well. With these written statements in hand, I can take him back now. First thing tomorrow morning, we'll bring him straight to the police station for questioning. Don't rush to work tomorrow either. Find someone to cover for you. After all, you're the victim. You'll need to testify during the investigation. After hearing this, He Yutian nodded without hesitation. Alright then, I'll head back now. You should get some rest too. I'll come find you again tomorrow morning. Early the next morning, Zhang Jianshe had just gotten up when he saw Zhao Meihui preparing to go out to buy groceries. Zhao Meihui gave Zhang Jianshe a dismissive snort, her expression smug with satisfaction. Even if Zhang Jianshe knew it was him and Yi Buchuan who had planned to hire someone to kill him, what could he do about it? Now, Zhang Jianshe had no way to deal with him. But just as Zhao Meihui was about to walk past him, Zhang Jianshe stepped forward and blocked her path. Zhao Meihui, there's a case that requires you to accompany me to the police station for investigation. As soon as Zhang Jianshe uttered these words, several people in the courtyard who had been preparing to leave all gathered around. Other neighbors, hearing the commotion, also came out to see what was happening. No one knew what was going on between Zhang Jianshe and Zhao Meihui. At that moment, Zhao Meihui felt a slight tension in her stomach as she studied the expression on Zhang Jianshe's face. Could it be that she had left behind some evidence that Zhang Jianshe had discovered? The thought flashed through Zhao Meihui's mind, but she quickly shook her head. The Zhao Meihui of today was certainly not the innocent girl who had first arrived in Stone City. She had her own thoughts and plans deep within her heart. According to Zhao Meihui's reasoning, what she had done was merely discussed verbally with Yi Buchuan. There was no tangible evidence left behind, only verbal testimony. Zhang Jianshe likely couldn't do anything to him. Zhang Jianshe was likely trying to intimidate him now, hoping to break his resolve. That way, once he confessed, Zhang could secure his conviction. As this thought took root in Zhao Meihui's mind, she found it increasingly plausible. Her gaze toward Zhang Jianshe grew filled with contempt. Was Zhang Jianshe really that naive, thinking he could manipulate her so easily? Zhang Jianshe, yesterday you brought me to the police station for questioning, accusing me and Yi Buchuan of hiring someone to commit murder. But you had absolutely no evidence for that. What gives you the right to come after me now? Do you really think I'm some widow who can be pushed around so easily? You want to take me away for no reason? That's going too far. Chapter 222, He Yutian isn't clean either. As she spoke these words, Zhao Meihui's eyes had already turned crimson with tears, as if they might spill over at any moment. The neighbors in the courtyard were momentarily stunned by her pitiable appearance. Could it be that Zhang Jianshe truly intended to retaliate against Zhao Meihui? Was he trying to seize this opportunity to arrest Zhao Meihui as well? If Zhang Jianshe did that, it would be going too far. They would have to be wary of him from now on. If Zhang Jianshe could send Zhao Meihui away now, then if they ever offended him, they might well face the same fate. The shifting expressions on the neighbors' faces did not escape Zhao Meihui's notice. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction deep within. When it came to acting, he believed no one in the entire courtyard could match him, and the effect he was achieving now was undeniably excellent. As long as he could muddy the waters, it wouldn't be so easy for Zhang Jianshe to take him away. Even if he said something wrong under Zhang Jianshe's pressure later, it wouldn't matter. Everyone in the courtyard could vouch for him then. It would be clear that Zhang Jianshe's coercion had forced him to speak against his will. This would make it far more difficult for Zhang Jianshe to pin a conviction on him. Yet upon hearing Zhao Meihui's words, a cold smile flickered across Zhang Jianshe's face. He hadn't expected someone to undergo such a drastic change in such a short time. Regardless, this matter had nothing to do with him. Since Zhao Meihui now refused to cooperate with the investigation, he certainly didn't mind laying everything out on the table. Zhao Meihui, I'm taking you in for questioning now, but it's not about yesterday's incident. As you said, yesterday's matter is over. I certainly won't pursue it further. But your extortion of He Yutian, that's a fact, isn't it? After he finished speaking, Zhao Meihui paused in slight surprise. He Yutian, wearing a satisfied smile, approached Zhao Meihui. Zhao Meihui, you recognize this document, don't you? You wrote this yourself last night. You do nothing all day, yet you expect to extort 12 yuan from me every month? Isn't that a bit excessive? You'd better go to the police station to explain this matter.
As He Yutian finished speaking with smug satisfaction, the neighbors gathered in the courtyard were instantly stunned.
Many were inwardly surprised. Hadn't Zhang Jianshe and He Yutian already fallen out long ago? If that was the case, why would He Yutian seek Zhang Jianshe's help now?
Then again, Zhang Jianshe was now the police station chief.
If someone needed his help resolving an issue, he probably couldn't refuse.
This thought crossed many neighbors' minds, making them feel that having a deputy police chief in their courtyard wasn't such a bad thing after all. After all, even though Zhang Jianshe wielded considerable authority now, as long as they didn't cross him, he probably wouldn't cause them trouble.
But if their family ever faced trouble, reporting it directly to Zhang Jianshe would be far more convenient than involving other officers.
Moreover, as the deputy chief of the police station, Zhang Jianshe would handle related cases more efficiently, helping them resolve issues faster. Upon hearing He Yutian's words, Zhao Meihui's pupils suddenly contracted. The look in her eyes as she stared at him was filled with utter disbelief.
He never imagined He Yutian would actually show this written statement to Zhang Jianshe and report it to the police. This would undoubtedly cause him significant trouble, but wasn't He Yutian afraid that he himself would face consequences next?
But Zhao Meihui had no time to dwell on these thoughts. The consequences were painfully clear. If he were taken away now, he might never see the light of day again. It was precisely these thoughts that made her force a faint smile as she looked at Zhang Jianshe.
Zhang Jianshe, this must be some kind of misunderstanding.
Yesterday, I was just joking around with He Yutian. After all, he doesn't owe me anything. Why would I waste his money for nothing? Upon hearing this, Zhang Jianshe let out a cold laugh.
The written evidence is right here. Calling it a misunderstanding doesn't make it so. He Yutian now also wore a cold smile as he looked at Zhao Meihui.
Seeing Zhao Meihui's panicked expression now, she was nowhere near as smug as she had been when facing him yesterday.
This brought He Yutian immense satisfaction. Zhao Meihui, if you're feeling regret now, it's probably too late. When you took those 12 yuan from me yesterday, why didn't you think it was a misunderstanding then? I've already reported this matter to the police. You'd better go with Zhang Jianshe to cooperate with the investigation. Otherwise, I can't predict what might happen next.
Watching He Yutian bask in his triumph, Zhang Jianshe's gaze toward him held a hint of contempt. Deep down, he had no respect for bullies like He Yutian who picked on the weak and feared the strong.
Enough, He Yutian.
There's no need for further words. You're coming with me for questioning. Are you two going to come with me willingly, or do I need to resort to force? Zhang Jianshe had already informed He Yutian that he would need to accompany them to the police station for questioning.
Upon hearing Zhang Jianshe's words, He Yutian naturally showed no hesitation.
He nodded and agreed immediately.
Seeing this, Zhao Meihui felt utterly helpless inside. Yet one thing was certain.
She knew she had no choice but to go to the police station today. So, she could only follow obediently behind Zhang Jianshe. Yet when he caught the look on Zhao Meihui's face, his expression twisted into something vicious and ruthless. He had already made up his mind, even if he himself faced dire consequences, he would never let He Yutian live comfortably. With Zhang Jianshe now holding that written agreement as evidence, Zhao Meihui had no chance of wriggling out of this, no matter how much she tried to argue. Chapter 223, He Yutian's mad dash through blind dates. Regarding this matter, not only Zhang Jianshe but also He Yutian were well aware of it, and Zhao Meihui saw it clearly as well. It was precisely for this reason that upon arriving at the police station, Zhao Meihui immediately confessed to her crime without hesitation.
I did indeed extort He Yutian. Whatever responsibility comes with this matter, I am willing to bear it. But He Yutian isn't entirely innocent either.
The 800 yuan we used to hire someone to commit murder came from He Yutian. Therefore, he is also complicit in the crime of hiring a hitman. You must handle this matter with the utmost seriousness. As she uttered these words, a cold sneer flickered in Zhao Meihui's eyes as she stared at He Yutian. She waited for regret and shock to appear on his face. Yet He Yutian's expression remained utterly composed.
He then looked at Zhao Meihui with utter contempt.
Zhao Meihui, just as you told Elder Yi earlier, now you're accusing me of being part of a hired assassination plot.
Does that mean I'm actually one of them? This is clearly you failing to challenge me and now trying to frame me.
If you say this matter involves me, then bring out the evidence. Besides, even if that 800 yuan really was mine, I lent it to you. What did you use that money for?
How should I know? Upon hearing this, Zhao Meihui was instantly dumbfounded.
He hadn't expected that in just one day, He Yutian's mind would become so sharp. He Yutian had effectively shut her up with his own words, leaving her momentarily speechless.
Deep down, Zhao Meihui never imagined He Yutian possessed such sharp wit. If that was the case, then He Yutian's words must have been orchestrated by someone else. Could it be that Zhang Jianshe had taught He Yutian these words? The thought flashed through Zhao Meihui's mind, but she immediately dismissed it with a mental shake of her head. While she believed Zhang Jianshe was certainly clever enough to devise such a speech, she absolutely refused to believe he would share this solution with He Yutian. The reason was simple: the entire plan to hire a hitman had originated with He Yutian. Ultimately, the real threat to Zhang Jianshe's safety was He Yutian himself.
Given the current situation, Zhang Jianshe would naturally seek revenge against He Yutian. It was inconceivable that he would let He Yutian off the hook. This realization brought Zhao Meihui a slight sense of relief, and she turned her gaze back to Zhang Jianshe. As the deputy chief of the police station, Zhang Jianshe could certainly find ways to have He Yutian detained if he wanted to. But at that moment, Zhang Jianshe couldn't help but sigh.
He looked at Zhao Meihui and nodded. Zhao Meihui, what He Yutian said does indeed make sense. If you wish to accuse He Yutian, you must present corresponding evidence. Without it, this constitutes false accusation. We certainly won't be able to arrest He Yutian. As he spoke these words, Zhang Jianshe's heart was filled with anticipation, hoping Zhao Meihui would surprise him. After all, deep down, Zhang Jianshe genuinely wanted to seize this opportunity to send He Yutian away as well. Missing this chance would mean having to wait for another suitable moment. That would mean He Yutian could enjoy a comfortable life outside for a while longer. Upon hearing Zhang Jianshe's words, Zhao Meihui immediately shook her head. Yet the gaze she cast toward He Yutian carried a hint of cold amusement. Don't think you can escape justice now, He Yutian. Yi Buchuan and I are waiting for you inside. Sooner or later, you'll come in to see us.
Zhao Meihui spoke through gritted teeth, but He Yutian paid her words no mind. In his view, Zhao Meihui was now completely powerless, which was why she was lashing out in frustration. He certainly didn't take her threats seriously. But Zhao Meihui herself was utterly confident in the words she had just spoken. She had seen the look of anticipation in Zhang Jianshe's eyes when he asked that question. It meant Zhang Jianshe now wanted to send He Yutian away too, but he simply lacked the evidence at the moment. Now that He Yutian had caught Zhang Jianshe's attention, even if nothing came of this incident, trouble would likely arise later. After Zhao Meihui was detained, He Yutian was quickly released and returned to work. When he got home after work, he naturally gave a rough account of Zhao Meihui's threat to write about him. He couldn't possibly reveal the exact blackmailing tactics Zhao Meihui had used, but even so, after hearing the story, the neighbors in the courtyard all understood the general situation. This news brought relief to many in the courtyard. As long as Zhang Jianshe wasn't deliberately targeting Zhao Meihui for revenge, they wouldn't have to live in constant fear of offending him. Consequently, the entire courtyard gradually settled into calm, and everyone's lives began returning to normal. The only thing that struck everyone as odd was how rapidly He Yutian's pace of blind dates had accelerated. Sometimes he would meet several girls in a single day. However, the high standards He Yutian demanded made finding a suitable match exceedingly difficult. Faced with this situation, He Yutian felt it was hardly his fault. In the past, He Yutian had remained single, so he hadn't been in a hurry to find a partner. After all, his qualifications were excellent, so even if he waited a little longer, he would still be able to find someone. But after being served by Li Min and Zhao Meihua, He Yutian had truly experienced the pleasures of intimacy. Naturally, he couldn't stop thinking about it. Before, his mind had been entirely focused on Zhao Meihui, so he hadn't given it much thought. His sole focus had been on conquering Zhao Meihui. Now, with that one person who had tied him down gone, the desires within him became increasingly difficult to suppress. Chapter 224, The Woman Who Offered Herself. He Yutian had considered seeking out the half-open door to release his pent-up desires, but the thought of those women's exorbitant fees made him wince. In fact, the monthly cost of seeing those women who played the role of door alone was enough to cover his entire marriage dowry. It was precisely these thoughts that drove him to seek a partner quickly, hoping to settle down and start a proper life. However, when searching for a partner, He Yutian demanded not only exceptional beauty but also a gentle disposition and the ability to cater to his needs. After all, Li Min and Zhao Meihua had pampered him so well before naturally, he didn't want his married life to be any worse. Yet He Yutian overlooked one crucial issue: there was a reason Li Min and Zhao Meihua had served him so well back then. On one hand, both women had been held hostage by He Yutian. To prevent He Yutian from exposing their secrets, they had no choice but to agree to whatever conditions he demanded. They had no means to refuse. On the other hand, both women had already begun selling their bodies for money. Since they were already serving men, they naturally had nothing left to lose. Whatever conditions He Yutian demanded, as long as they satisfied him, it was acceptable. But now He Yutian was specifically seeking out respectable women. Under these circumstances, some of the conditions he proposed clearly seemed excessive. Or rather, while his demands could be met, his status and abilities made it difficult to find such women. Precisely because of this, after a month had passed, He Yutian still hadn't succeeded in arranging a match. His reputation had already spread, and fewer people were willing to introduce potential partners to him. Everyone understood clearly that although He Yutian seemed to have decent prospects, finding him a suitable match was no easy task. Not only was it difficult to make a successful match, but sometimes it even left them feeling frustrated and uncomfortable. Under these circumstances, naturally, no one was willing to subject themselves to such frustration. Faced with this situation, He Yutian naturally grew increasingly anxious. Just as he was about to leave work one day, a woman suddenly called out to him. This woman was arguably more beautiful than many others he had encountered before. However, if Zhang Jianshe had been present, he would undoubtedly have looked at this woman with disdain and contempt. For she carried an undeniable aura of worldliness. Though she appeared young, she was undoubtedly a woman who sold her body. Yet to Liu Tian, she carried none of that worldly aura. Instead, he found her more alluring than other women. It was precisely this reason that made Liu Tian, after being called over, scurry eagerly toward her. "Comrade, were you calling me just now? Is there something you need?" Upon hearing Liu Tian's words, a flicker of contempt crossed the woman's gaze as she looked at him. But she quickly regained her composure. After all, for this woman, there was no better alternative at the moment. He had been running a door business when he realized the police crackdowns were getting stricter, making him feel this business was no longer sustainable. But over the years in business, she'd earned quick money and developed a habit of spending lavishly. Without this trade, she feared she wouldn't be able to sustain her lifestyle. It was precisely for this reason that he planned to find a sucker to fund his lifestyle. Liu Tian's reputation was now utterly ruined. Naturally, no other woman would agree to a blind date with him. But for this woman, someone like Liu Tian was precisely the kind of person she was looking for. "You must be Liu Tian. My name is Zhao Ronger. I hear you're looking for a partner now. I wonder if you think I'd be a good fit." After finishing her sentence, Zhao Ronger blinked her eyes at Liu Tian. At that moment, Liu Tian felt an overwhelming surge of excitement, almost as if his soul were about to leave his body. Yet, he gradually regained his composure. After all, Liu Tian had suffered his share of disappointments at the hands of women, so caution was only natural. "Who told you that? And why are you suddenly approaching me for a matchmaking meeting now? But let's be clear about one thing, you know my conditions already. Everything else is fine, but after we marry, I must manage the household finances." Hearing this, Zhao Ronger's brows involuntarily furrowed slightly. She hadn't expected Liu Tian to be so guarded. Her intention in pursuing Liu Tian was, of course, his money. If he refused to hand it over now, wouldn't she be the one at a disadvantage? Though this thought crossed her mind, Zhao Ronger knew finding another suitable sucker wouldn't be easy. So she wouldn't give up on the man before her so readily. After a moment of careful consideration, she nodded slightly once more. "Rest assured, I have no intention of marrying you. I simply wish to live with you. Though I can't bear children for you, I'll make sure you're well taken care of and find nothing to complain about. And if you ever want to marry someone else in the future, I can simply disappear from your life. All I ask is $20 a month. What do you say?" Upon hearing these words, Liu Tian instantly understood what was going on. The woman before him was using the pretense of seeking a partner to conduct business with him. In the past, Liu Tian would have dismissed such a woman outright. But it had been a while since Liu Tian had tasted the flesh, and the desire within him was steadily rising. Facing this captivating woman, he simply couldn't bring himself to refuse. Moreover, as she had suggested, their relationship would proceed as a normal courtship. Even if someone wanted to report them for an illicit relationship, it would be difficult to obtain evidence. After careful consideration, his baser instincts overpowered his better judgment. He nodded in agreement. "Fine, 20 it is. I'll give you the money. Now, come home with me." Chapter 225, Zhao Ronger enters the family. Paying this woman 20 yuan every month naturally made Liu Tian feel quite pained. But after so long without tasting the flesh, Liu Tian felt he could still agree. Even if he gave this woman 20 yuan a month, it was still better than giving it away for nothing to Zhao Meihui before. At least this woman, though also after his money, showed a stark difference in attitude compared to Zhao Meihui. This woman could state her intentions plainly and honestly. He felt she was straightforward and without ulterior motives, and would likely serve him well. She actually put his mind at ease more than someone like Zhao Meihui. It was precisely these thoughts that led Liu Tian to walk toward the courtyard with Zhao Ronger. Zhao Ronger realized how easily Liu Tian had agreed to her request, and she felt an immense surge of excitement within her. At the same time, she felt profound contempt for Liu Tian. Sure enough, this man was a lecherous devil, otherwise, he wouldn't have agreed so readily. His frantic pursuit of blind dates must have been nothing more than a means to satisfy his own desires. This realization naturally left Zhao Ronger with a poor impression of Liu Tian. She couldn't help but look down on such a man. Therefore, she must now swiftly execute her plan. If she had to keep accompanying Liu Tian like this, she doubted she'd be willing either. After the two returned to the courtyard, they immediately drew the attention of several neighbors. However, after glancing once more and seeing that Liu Tian had returned with a woman, the neighbors didn't think much of it. They went back to their usual chatter and didn't pay further attention to the pair. After all, Liu Tian's daily dating activities had become common knowledge throughout the courtyard in recent times. At first, some neighbors had felt genuinely curious. But as they witnessed Liu Tian bringing a different woman to the courtyard almost every day, and each match ending in failure, the neighbors gradually grew accustomed to it. This woman certainly seemed quite impressive. But it was clear she and Liu Tian weren't meant to be. The moment he returned home, Liu Tian lunged toward the woman like a starving tiger pouncing on its prey. Zhao Ronger quickly pushed him away. A look of distress flashed across her face. "Liu Tian, don't be so impatient.
After all, I've already agreed to be with you, so I will definitely be your woman. But it's still daylight out, and so many neighbors are watching us right now. If we get together right now, what if the neighbors find out? That would be so embarrassing. Most importantly, we haven't even gotten our marriage certificate yet. If someone reports us and they say we're having an illicit affair, we'll be finished. As Zhao Ronger finished speaking, He Yutian's brows furrowed deeply. All he wanted right now was to properly get intimate with the woman before him, and he certainly wasn't willing to wait any longer. But he knew Zhao Ronger's concerns were absolutely valid. Regardless of others, if Zhang Jianshe found out about this, he wouldn't let them off easily. He might even have them both arrested on the spot. It was precisely this thought that forced He Yutian to suppress his urges for the moment and reluctantly nod in agreement. Fine, we'll wait until tonight. Lately, I've been bringing women back all the time, and the neighbors in the courtyard have already noticed. So they probably won't be watching us constantly at night to see if you've left. Then we can do whatever we want. As long as you can do it, and I serve you well, the money you deserve won't be shortchanged. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ronger immediately nodded, her expression becoming alluringly seductive. Yet deep inside, she felt a surge of irritation. Originally, Zhao Ronger had thought that when she and He Yutian returned, it would attract the attention of all the neighbors in the courtyard. That way, regardless of whether anything actually happened between him and He Yutian, the neighbors would inevitably assume something had transpired. Then, extracting money from He Yutian to fund her scheme would be a breeze. But judging by the current situation, even if he really let He Yutian take advantage of him, the neighbors in the courtyard probably wouldn't know. This would slightly complicate his scheme. It seemed that to better execute his plan, he would need to make additional preparations. Of course, He Yutian remained oblivious to Zhao Ronger's inner thoughts at this moment. His anxious anticipation gradually dimmed as the light faded. After the two finished their dinner, He Yutian could no longer resist and pulled Zhao Ronger to bed. At that moment, Zhao Ronger could only sigh. She knew she probably wouldn't get a single penny from He Yutian today. Well, she'd consider it an investment in He Yutian for now. After all, she'd slept with plenty of men back when she was in business. So sleeping with He Yutian now wasn't something she found too unbearable. So that night, Zhao Ronger not only kept He Yutian company but also pulled out all the stops. She pampered him so thoroughly that He Yutian was utterly satisfied. Yet upon waking the next morning, despite his physical ease, He Yutian harbored lingering doubts. After all, both Li Min and Zhao Meihua before her had been women in the adult entertainment industry. They had employed every trick in the book when they were with him. Yet compared to Zhao Ronger, he realized those two women's methods were far too one-dimensional. According to what Zhao Ronger had told him, she was a respectable woman. If that was the case, why were her skills so exceptionally refined? As these thoughts swirled through He Yutian's mind, Zhao Ronger suddenly wrapped her arms around him from behind. She pressed her body against his, her voice soft and husky as she spoke. Hey, Yutian, I did pretty well last night, didn't I? I wonder if you're satisfied with my performance. Chapter 226, He Yutian registers for marriage again. Hearing this made He Yutian feel like his bones were melting. Without hesitation, he nodded his head, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Satisfied? Of course I'm satisfied. Rest assured, from now on you're my woman. I'll definitely fulfill the conditions I promised you. Here, this is your advance for the month. From now on, you'll be staying at my place. As Zhao Ronger began to ask questions in a soft, gentle voice, He Yutian felt a surge of excitement throughout his body. Naturally, he forgot to dwell on the questions swirling in his mind. Besides, in his view, that matter wasn't particularly important. After all, this woman was now his woman, that was an undeniable fact. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Ronger nodded gently, tucking the money He Yutian offered into her pocket. Deep down, she felt a surge of satisfaction. He knew that with the experience and skills he'd accumulated over the years, manipulating He Yutian would be a breeze. The situation had unfolded exactly as he'd anticipated. With that settled, he could proceed to the next phase of his plan. After tucking the money away, however, a look of reluctance returned to Zhao Ronger's face. He Yutian, I'd love to stay by your side forever, but I'm afraid it won't be that simple. The moment Zhao Ronger finished speaking, He Yutian's brows furrowed tightly, and his gaze toward her grew wary. Could it be that this woman, having just taken money from him, was already preparing to renege? If that was the case, he wouldn't mind teaching her a lesson she needed to understand the consequences of playing him. Zhao Ronger, observing He Yutian's expression, could clearly discern the thoughts swirling in his mind. Yet at this moment, she showed no sign of anger. Instead, she began to explain softly once more. Think about it. Even if I want to keep coming over to be with you, I need a proper identity. After all, if I'm constantly showing up in your courtyard, the neighbors are bound to notice us. If someone reported us for having an illicit relationship, it would be a huge hassle. So for safety's sake, we really should hurry up and get a marriage certificate. But don't worry, I only need to receive the money that rightfully belongs to me each month. When we go to get the marriage certificate, we can have the neighborhood office act as a witness and write a statement. It'll state that after marriage, your premarital assets have nothing to do with me. My desire to marry you now is also for the safety of both of us. After saying this, Zhao Ronger fell silent, watching He Yutian to gauge his reaction to her words. Hearing this, He Yutian felt a wave of relief wash over him. At the same time, he even felt a slight pang of guilt. It seemed he had overthought things, assuming all women were bad. The woman before him genuinely cared for him, even fearing he might be taken advantage of. Given that, He Yutian naturally agreed without hesitation. But that prenuptial agreement Zhao Ronger mentioned earlier? It still needed to be written up. Alright then. Once we step outside, I'll introduce you to the neighbors in the courtyard. I'll tell them you're my partner from now on. That way, you shouldn't have any major issues staying here these next few days. After work tonight, just come straight back and have dinner here. Also, come this weekend, we'll go get our marriage certificate. Then we won't have to worry about a thing. Hearing this, Zhao Ronger naturally agreed without hesitation. He Yutian, meanwhile, had his own calculations in mind. Initially, He Yutian had genuinely felt no affection for this woman who had thrown herself at him. But after last night's exchange, his perspective had shifted. Moreover, Zhao Ronger was even willing to let him sign a prenuptial agreement. He was now convinced she truly only wanted to collect 20 yuan from him each month. Absolutely nothing else. While he felt he had grasped the truth of the matter, the thought of spending 20 yuan each month now stung a little. The idea of simply giving up on Zhao Ronger was utterly impossible. After careful consideration, He Yutian decided to invite Zhao Ronger to dine at his place that evening. That way, she could properly sample his culinary skills. Perhaps then, this woman might genuinely want to build a life with him because of his cooking. Then, in the future, he wouldn't need to give Zhao Ronger money anymore, yet she would still serve him well. Each harbored their own thoughts. Soon, Zhao Ronger and He Yutian appeared before all the neighbors. He Yutian loudly introduced Zhao Ronger to the neighbors in the courtyard, declaring she would henceforth be his woman. Hearing this, the neighbors in the courtyard were slightly taken aback. They hadn't expected that after so many matchmaking sessions, Zhao Ronger would finally find a partner. Moreover, this suitor seemed genuinely quite suitable. But this surprise only flashed briefly through their minds. Now, each neighbor in the courtyard was focused on living their own lives and naturally didn't want to think too much about others. From that day onward, Zhao Ronger visited He Yutian's home daily. After finishing dinner at the Yi family home, she would wait until everyone in the courtyard had gone to sleep before practicing martial arts with He Yutian. At first, He Yutian felt incredibly nervous, fearing that Zhang Jianshe might come looking for them and catch them red-handed. After all, although he had publicly declared Zhao Ronger his woman in the courtyard, they still lacked a marriage certificate. If Zhang Jianshe accused them of having an illicit relationship at this point, there would be nothing they could do. However, Zhang Jianshe was currently preoccupied with work matters and hadn't actually considered taking action against He Yutian. He never imagined He Yutian would dare to act so boldly right under his nose. Several days passed like this, easing He Yutian's nerves considerably. Then, when the weekend arrived, he immediately went with Zhao Ronger to obtain their marriage certificate. Chapter 227, Zhao Ronger comes to borrow money. Only now did he finally feel completely at ease. For the next month, Zhao Ronger obediently stayed at He Yutian's home doing housework, pampering him comfortably every single day. This made He Yutian feel even more satisfied, convinced that his monthly 20 yuan expenditure was well worth it. It was precisely because of these thoughts that when the time came to give Zhao Ronger the money they had agreed upon, He Yutian was exceptionally generous this time, handing her 25 yuan. Receiving the money from He Yutian once more, Zhao Ronger's face lit up with a smile. Of course, Zhao Ronger's joy wasn't solely about the 25 yuan. After all, if he had charged her the going rate for the time he'd spent with her, it would have been far more than 25 yuan. The primary reason for her inner joy now was that He Yutian's decision to give her extra money revealed his attitude toward her. It showed that He Yutian had come to trust him deeply. If He Yutian trusted him this much, then the other neighbors in the courtyard would naturally trust him even more. Under these circumstances, executing his next plan would become considerably easier. Driven by these thoughts, the very day He Yutian left for work, Zhao Ronger began rummaging through every drawer and cabinet at home. Earlier, Zhao Ronger had proactively asked He Yutian to draft a prenuptial agreement, and her behavior over the past period had indeed been exemplary. This had gradually eroded He Yutian's suspicions and guardedness toward her. Consequently, the household money was no longer hidden in particularly secretive places. After searching through just a few cabinets, Zhao Ronger found all the money in the house. After carefully counting it, Zhao Ronger was pleasantly surprised. She hadn't expected He Yutian, who usually seemed so stingy, to actually have quite a bit of cash on hand. This time, she found a full 1,500 yuan. But upon reflection, it made perfect sense. He Yutian worked at the coal plant, where his monthly salary was decent, and he often earned extra income on the side. Yet he rarely spent much, so over time, he'd accumulated this substantial sum. Such a sum was undoubtedly a fortune to anyone. Yet, despite this outcome, Zhao Ronger clearly remained unsatisfied deep down. That's precisely why, after leaving He Yutian's house, she headed straight for some of the neighbors in the courtyard. Having become fairly familiar with the neighbors in the courtyard over this period, he could now exchange a few words with them.
But this time, after Zhao Ronger found these neighbors, she didn't waste time on small talk. Her opening words were a straightforward request: she needed to borrow money.
And the amount she needed was indeed substantial. She asked each household for 10 yuan.
To ensure the loans were granted, Zhao Ronger came up with a plausible reason: she had lost her ability to conceive due to an illness years ago. Since marrying He Yutian, she had never conceived. They were borrowing money to seek proper medical care at a large hospital. However, since He Yutian felt somewhat embarrassed about it, she had to handle the matter herself. At first, the neighbors in the courtyard felt genuinely awkward when Zhao Ronger came knocking to ask for money. Everyone in the courtyard knew full well that Zhang Jianshe and He Yutian didn't get along. If they lent money to He Yutian now and Zhang Jianshe found out, he might hold a grudge against them.
If that happened, they might even face Zhang Jianshe's retaliation. The neighbors simply wanted to live their lives peacefully. Such consequences were clearly beyond what they could bear. But this was Zhao Ronger's first visit as the newly added daughter-in-law to their courtyard.
Moreover, she was borrowing money for a very important matter. After careful deliberation, the neighbors ultimately dug into their pockets and handed over the 10 yuan. After all, while 10 yuan wasn't a small sum, it was a significant amount for these neighbors. Under these circumstances, they simply couldn't refuse to give her even a little face. Moreover, the moment they handed over the money, Zhao Ronger proactively offered to write an IOU. This gesture put everyone's minds at ease. This completely dispelled any lingering doubts among the neighbors. Some had originally planned to wait for He Yutian to return from work and ask him what was going on. But now it felt awkward to press further. If they pressed him about that private matter now, wouldn't that be like rubbing salt into his wounds? Given He Yutian's temper, it would likely cause quite a commotion in the courtyard. It was precisely because of these underlying reasons that Zhao Ronger collected over 200 yuan in the courtyard within just a single morning. The sum in Zhao Ronger's possession now exceeded 1700 yuan. Yet deep down, she still felt unsatisfied. She knew all too well that this was the last scheme she could pull off in Yu City. To make money in the future, she would have to go elsewhere. She didn't know how long it would take to find another opportunity this good. If he made too little now, he felt he'd be shortchanging himself. It was precisely these thoughts that led him to ponder carefully for a moment. He then had Zhao Ronger find the deed to He Yutian's house at home, before rushing out again toward the main street. Although most of the houses in the courtyard were dormitories provided by the coal factory, He Yutian's family was different. His house had real value, meaning he held the property rights to it. Even in this era, when most people's living conditions weren't particularly good, the price of a house wasn't exactly low either. After going to the pawnshop, Zhao Ronger once again used this deed to secure a loan of 500 yuan. She informed the pawnbroker that she would repay the loan within a month, paying 20% interest. If repayment proved impossible, the pawnshop could come to their courtyard to handle the property transfer procedures. Chapter 228, Zhao Ronger escapes. Faced with such a lucrative deal, the pawnshop naturally had no reason to refuse. Consequently, the loan processing proceeded with remarkable speed. After securing the funds once more, she promptly slipped away from Stone City. At this point, He Yutian remained completely unaware that his wife had fled. When he returned home that evening and found his wife absent, he didn't think much of it, assuming Zhao Meihui had likely gone out shopping. But as darkness deepened and Zhao Ronger still hadn't returned, a faint worry began to stir in He Yutian's heart. Even then, he didn't suspect Zhao Ronger of doing anything to betray him. His primary concern was her safety. Driven by this worry, he found an iron basin and began banging it loudly in the courtyard, waking up all the neighbors. When the neighbors came out, the look on He Yutian's face naturally made them all look grim. Earlier, when He Yutian's family had asked them for money, they had readily agreed and had done nothing to wrong him. But now He Yutian wasn't sleeping himself and instead was disturbing everyone else's sleep. Wasn't this a bit much? He Yutian, however, remained oblivious to his neighbors' thoughts. Seeing everyone awake, his expression twisted into utter distress. "Neighbors, something terrible has happened at our house. I really need your help now. My wife has disappeared somewhere and hasn't returned yet. It's pitch dark outside. If she's out there alone, she could be in danger. Something might have happened to her. I sincerely ask everyone to help me search for her." Zhang Jianshe, roused by the commotion, emerged with a grim expression. As a police officer at Aoqing police station, he knew he had to handle this matter if it was true. Even though he harbored personal resentment toward He Yutian, he absolutely couldn't ignore this matter. Moreover, Zhang Jianshe harbored his own thoughts. If he could smooth things over with He Yutian now, perhaps He Yutian would lower his guard around him. That would make it easier for him to find dirt on He Yutian later on. Just as Zhang Jianshe was about to speak to the neighbors in the courtyard and lead everyone out, he caught sight of their expressions. Suddenly, a faint stir of unease stirred within him. A faint sense of unease stirred within him. He Yutian, hold on a moment. Something's off about the looks on everyone's faces. Do you all know something? This isn't a trivial matter. If there's something, everyone should just come clean. Hearing Zhang Jianshe's words, He Yutian's brow furrowed involuntarily. In his current state of mind, with his wife in trouble, the most urgent matter was to rush to her rescue.
What else was there to discuss? But since Zhang Jianshe had brought it up, He Yutian couldn't refuse outright. After all, Zhang was the deputy chief of the police station. When the time came to actually find someone, he'd definitely need Zhang's help. Offending Zhang Jianshe or creating friction with him at this critical juncture would clearly be detrimental to his interests. Precisely for this reason, He Yutian immediately turned his gaze to the neighbors around him. Neighbors, do any of you know anything about this? Then please speak up quickly. If this matter continues to be delayed, it won't be good for any of us. Seeing the look of urgency on He Yutian's face, many neighbors couldn't help but sigh again. Their gazes toward He Yutian were filled with nothing but sympathy. These neighbors in the courtyard weren't naive. Deep down, they already had some vague suspicions. Now that He Yutian had asked, they felt free to voice their suspicions. Besides, Zhao Ronger had taken their money and they intended to get it back. Driven by this very thought, one neighbor first nodded slightly at Zhang Jianshe before addressing He Yutian. Hey, He Yutian, your wife borrowed quite a bit of money from our courtyard today. She borrowed 10 yuan from almost every household. She even wrote us promissory notes to repay us. Here, take a look at this note. As soon as he finished speaking, a neighbor produced the written note. Upon seeing it, He Yutian's expression darkened considerably. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, He Yutian hurried back toward his home. But this time, he emerged less than the time it takes to smoke a cigarette, looking utterly dejected. It's over. My family's money is gone too. Zhang Jianshe, you're a cop. Help me figure out what happened to my wife. How could she suddenly need such a huge sum of money? Upon hearing this, Zhang Jianshe couldn't help but let out a helpless laugh. If you ask me, this money isn't because your wife needed it urgently. She just took all your money. She's greedy for your cash. As soon as Zhang Jianshe finished speaking, He Yutian abruptly lifted his head, his eyes red with anger. Impossible. My wife isn't that kind of person. Zhang Jianshe, if you don't want to help, just say so. No need to be so disgusting. This isn't your business anyway. Seeing He Yutian look like he could eat someone alive, Zhang Jianshe just shrugged indifferently. He never wanted to get involved in this mess to begin with. Now that He Yutian had made his stance clear, Zhang Jianshe certainly wasn't about to meddle in other people's business. After watching Zhang Jianshe head straight home, the other neighbors in the courtyard exchanged glances and dispersed. They wanted their money back quickly, but now clearly wasn't the right time. Moreover, the additional money He Yutian had added had been taken by that woman. Even if He Yutian wanted to repay them now, he simply didn't have the funds. Once everyone had left, He Yutian sat at home clutching his head, his face contorted in agony. Chapter 229, Pawnshop Debt Collection. Although He Yutian appeared extremely tough in front of Zhang Jianshe, he didn't believe Zhao Ronger had absconded with his money. But deep down, he knew all too well that Zhang Jianshe's words were likely the truth. He simply couldn't accept this outcome just yet. Earlier in the courtyard, in front of the neighbors, He Yutian's expression and demeanor remained resolutely firm. But now, back in his own home, he shed all pretense. Tears streamed down his face uncontrollably, and his hatred for Zhao Ronger burned fiercely within him. He simply couldn't understand why Zhao Ronger would do such a thing. In his mind, he had treated her exceptionally well. Yet he never imagined things would end up like this. If he ever saw Zhao Ronger again, he would absolutely refuse to let her off the hook. Driven by this deep sense of injustice, He Yutian began scouring the streets and alleys every day after work, searching for any trace of Zhao Ronger. But after taking all of He Yutian's money, Zhao Ronger had vanished without a trace. No matter how hard he searched now, he was bound to come up empty-handed. Seeing He Yutian in this state, the neighbors in the courtyard couldn't help but sigh helplessly. At the same time, they couldn't help but feel a certain sympathy for him. Although Zhao Ronger had borrowed 10 yuan from each household, which seemed like a considerable amount, such a sum didn't significantly impact anyone's livelihood. Precisely because of this, even neighbors who wanted to confront He Yutian about the debt ultimately decided to wait. What if He Yutian managed to track down the person? That would completely change the situation. Confronting him now would make it seem like they were forcing his hand, which clearly wasn't in their best interest. While these thoughts lingered in everyone's minds, time slipped by swiftly, and soon it was time for the pawnshop to collect its dues. That day, as soon as He Yutian returned from work, he saw several burly men already gathered at his doorstep. Naturally, many neighbors gathered in the courtyard to watch the commotion. Seeing these men, He Yutian froze slightly, a look of confusion crossing his face. Could it be that someone had discovered where Zhao Ronger had fled and had come to inform him? Just as these thoughts crossed He Yutian's mind, one of the burly men nodded slightly at him. You're He Yutian, right? Hearing the man's words, He Yutian felt even more certain that his guess was indeed correct. With that certainty, he promptly nodded his head without hesitation. That's correct. I am He Yutian. May I ask what brings you gentlemen here? Just as He Yutian was about to ask if they had any leads concerning Zhao Ronger, the burly man produced the contract she had signed earlier. Your wife, Zhao Ronger, borrowed money from our pawnshop using your family home as collateral. But to this day, that debt remains unpaid. And it's clearly stated in the contract, if the loan isn't repaid by the due date, your house becomes ours. Come with us now to complete the necessary paperwork.
Upon hearing this, all the neighbors in the courtyard were instantly stunned. They had only known that Zhao Ronger had taken all the money from He Yutian's family when she left, and had also borrowed several hundred yuan from them neighbors. But they never imagined Zhao Ronger had even mortgaged He Yutian's house. It was as if they were leaving He Yutian no way out. Hearing these burly men speak, the expression on He Yutian's face darkened. Guys, I had no idea my wife was borrowing money from you all. She took the money and ran off, and I still haven't found her. To be honest, I'm a victim in this situation too. Rest assured, once I find her, she will face the consequences. The money will be repaid to you. What He Yutian said was certainly true, but the men on the upper bunk weren't about to listen to reason. After hearing He Yutian's words, they merely snorted coldly. What exactly is going on between you and your wife? That's your business, not ours. But it's all right here in black and white, written clearly. Now, either you cooperate and go with us to complete the paperwork, or we'll have no choice but to report this to the higher-ups. Then they'll seize your house outright. Don't blame us for not giving you any leeway. The pawnshop had snatched up this house for a pittance, making it a huge bargain. But since the agreement was signed voluntarily by both parties, no one could hold the pawnshop accountable. Though property couldn't be freely traded in this era, using a house as collateral for debt was perfectly legal. Precisely because of this, the pawnshop representatives had come merely to notify He Yutian. Deep down, they harbored not a shred of fear regarding his refusal to acknowledge the debt. After all, those who pledge their entire household to pawnshops for cash are often desperate souls. Some were even gamblers. Counting on these people to repay their debts or surrender their collateral when due was far from easy. Precisely because of this, the staff at DIPA had long grown accustomed to such situations and naturally possessed well-established solutions. But when He Yutian heard these pawnshop employees come demanding payment, a surge of rage welled up inside him. Now, upon learning these men intended to forcibly seize his home, the rage within him boiled over, impossible to contain. You bastards are bullying me. You think you can just take my house now, huh? Fine. If that's how it is, I'll see if you've got the guts to do it. He Yutian roared, charging straight at one of the burly men. He was known as the toughest fighter in the courtyard, so he felt compelled to teach these troublemakers a lesson today. Chapter 230, Debt collection is legal. Otherwise, if someone else came looking for trouble later, he wouldn't be able to deal with it. He also didn't know if Zhao Ronger had mortgaged anything else, planning to swindle even more money out of him. Even now, a faint sense of relief flickered in He Yutian's heart. Thankfully, his sister hadn't returned home during this period and had been staying at school. Otherwise, that vicious woman Zhao Ronger might have found an opportunity to sell off his sister too. He Yutian's reasoning was indeed sound. If he could drive off the pawnshop men, they'd have no way to seize his house. Yet when the burly men saw He Yutian charging toward them, they merely sneered coldly. They were debt collectors for the pawnshop, having seen countless situations like this before. People like He Yutian, trying to wriggle out of their debts, were a dime a dozen. For He Yutian to think he could fight them was utterly preposterous. Before He Yutian's fists could land on anyone, one of the burly men kicked him flying. Without hesitation, the others closed in, pinning He Yutian to the ground and raining blows upon him. In less than 5 minutes, He Yutian's cries of agony grew fainter and fainter. Many neighbors inside couldn't help but sigh, immediately backing away in fear. They too felt a certain pity for He Yutian. It seemed as though everything in his home had been taken away by Zhao Ronger, a woman. Seeing the men's fierce demeanor, the neighbors dared not intervene, fearing they might get beaten too. At that moment, the leader waved his hand dismissively. Deep down, he harbored a slight worry if they really beat someone to the point of injury, that wouldn't be good. But then he saw the cold, icy expression on He Yutian's face. Today we're just giving you a little lesson. Now, do you want to pay us back quickly? That's up to you. But if you still refuse to pay when we come back next time, don't blame us for taking immediate action. With that, the entire group abruptly departed, leaving He Yutian behind. Meanwhile, neighbors from the courtyard began gathering around. They all chimed in, each offering their own advice. Hey, He Yutian, maybe you should report this to the police. After all, these guys aren't the kind you can easily mess with. Exactly. You should tell Zhang Jianshe about this. You absolutely need his help. If Zhang Jianshe doesn't handle it for you, you'll never resolve this on your own. As the neighbors spoke, He Yutian's expression grew increasingly grim. Deep down, he was reluctant to seek Zhang Jianshe's assistance. He felt it would mean lowering himself before Zhang, a prospect that made him feel utterly humiliated. Yet he was also acutely aware that he truly had little chance of resolving this problem on his own. It was precisely these conflicting thoughts that, after a brief moment, forced him to nod in agreement, his face ashen. Just then, Zhang Jianshe returned to the courtyard. Spotting him, a neighbor immediately spoke up. Zhang Jianshe, you're back. He Yutian's being bullied by outsiders. You really need to help him out. As one neighbor spoke up, the others nodded in agreement. Seeing this scene, Zhang Jianshe was genuinely taken aback. Hadn't He Yutian always boasted about being unbeatable? If anyone was bullying anyone, it should have been him bullying others. How could anyone possibly bully him now? Though Zhang Jianshe felt a twinge of doubt deep down, he still gave a slight nod.
He then turned his gaze toward He Yutian, eager to see how he would address the matter next. At that moment, He Yutian's face had turned as dark as a pot bottom, and he felt deeply aggrieved inside. Faced with the current situation, however, he had no recourse. Bowing his head, he approached Zhang Jianshe. Zhang Jianshe, I'm truly helpless about this situation. That woman Zhao Ronger has really screwed me over. You absolutely must help me out. After uttering these words, He Yutian abandoned all pretense of dignity and immediately recounted today's events to the neighbors, who chimed in with their own opinions. Zhang Jianshe, you're telling me this guy who lost big at gambling came to collect? That's just bullying. He Yutian's house could fetch over 1,000 yuan. How could they just take it away so easily? Maybe these people are working with Zhao Ronger to trick us on purpose. You can't just stand by and watch our courtyard folks get pushed around like this. Before He Yutian could say anything, one neighbor couldn't hold back. As they spoke, each harbored their own calculations. If Zhang Jianshe could help He Yutian dodge this debt, it would be a cause for celebration for them too. Then the folks in their courtyard wouldn't have to go to work anymore. They could just take a few things to the pawnshop to pawn them. When the pawnshop came to collect, they could simply deny the debt. If all else failed, they could ask Zhang Jianshe to handle the matter. Precisely because this matter held such significant benefits for the neighbors in the courtyard. Everyone now watched Zhang Jianshe, eager to see what answer he would give. After hearing these words, Zhang Jianshe pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Since the pawnshop holds valid collateral, their collection efforts are both reasonable and lawful. Even if you report this to me, there's little I can do to help. Even if we were to take them in, I'm afraid the higher-ups would quickly order me to release them. Hearing this, He Yutian felt an even greater sense of urgency welling up inside him. But when Zhao Ronger mortgaged the house, I had no idea she'd done it secretly. And after getting the money, she immediately ran off. This is clearly an intentional scheme to swindle my family out of money. Chapter 231, The Neighbors Have Had Enough. As He Yutian spoke these words, he felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. Zhang Jianshe couldn't help but sigh. Deep down, Zhang Jianshe felt genuine sympathy for He Yutian. However, his stance remained unchanged. Then this matter has nothing to do with me. In my view, even if your wife ran off with the money, it's solely your marital affair. It has absolutely nothing to do with the pawnshop. Besides, who told you to get married in the first place? Hearing this, He Yutian felt utterly helpless inside. He could only obediently lower his head and go home. Since dodging this debt was now impossible, he had no choice but to consider other options. Before the neighbors in the courtyard had even dispersed, He Yutian reappeared before them. Neighbors, I'm truly at my wit's end. This house can't just be taken away, otherwise, my sister and I will have nowhere to live. So I humbly ask everyone to lend me a hand and give me some money so I can pay off this debt. Fortunately, when Zhao Ronger mortgaged the house, the amount borrowed wasn't particularly large. Otherwise, the situation would have been even more difficult for He Yutian. Even so, upon hearing his plea, none of the neighbors showed the slightest flicker of emotion. Not a single one was prepared to lend him money. After all, Zhao Ronger had already borrowed 10 yuan from each of them, and He Yutian hadn't managed to repay that yet. As this thought crossed the minds of many neighbors, it stirred a slight flicker of emotion in several hearts. Given the current situation, the He family was undoubtedly penniless. And considering He Yutian's circumstances, it would likely take him several more years of steady work to turn his fortunes around. And even if he managed to earn that much money by then, whether he would be willing to repay it remained an unknown. The longer this debt lingered, the more likely it was to become muddled. Recovering the money from his family would become even more difficult later on. It was precisely because of these thoughts that one neighbor finally couldn't hold back and spoke up. He Yutian, we'll discuss your borrowing matters later. First, let's address the money your wife borrowed from us. You were the one who said in the courtyard that she was your wife, and that you'd already gotten your marriage certificate. We trusted you, so we lent the money to your wife. Now that your wife has run off, you need to repay us. After one neighbor finished speaking, the others nodded in agreement. Exactly. He Yutian, your family still owes us money. Shouldn't he pay us back now? As the words left the speaker's mouth, He Yutian was instantly dumbfounded. He never imagined his neighbors in the courtyard would go this far. At a time when he desperately needed their support, not only did they refuse to help, but they were now demanding repayment. This realization made anger surge through He Yutian's face. Don't you people have any sense of humanity left? Has every last shred of conscience been devoured by dogs? He Yutian couldn't help but lash out at his neighbors. Yet, deep down, they too felt deeply wronged. They never imagined Zhao Ronger would borrow money and then simply vanish, leaving them in such a helpless position now. At the same time, however, a faint sense of panic began to stir within them. Judging by He Yutian's current attitude, it seemed he had no intention of repaying them. If that were the case, wouldn't their 10 yuan have been thrown away for nothing? This outcome was utterly unacceptable to them. After all, demanding repayment had already earned them He Yutian's displeasure. Since that was the case, they saw no need to hold back any further. Driven by these thoughts, one neighbor immediately snorted coldly. He Yutian, no matter what you say, you have to pay back this money today. Otherwise, when will we ever get our money back? When Zhao Ronger borrowed money from us earlier, Zhang Jianshe also wrote a promissory note. The terms are right here. You have to help us get this money back now.
After one neighbor finished speaking, the others nodded in agreement, their eyes turning to Zhang Jianshe. They knew the pawnshop would demand even more from He Yutian, but even then, Zhang Jianshe hadn't spoken up for him. Now that they were coming after He Yutian for repayment, Zhang Jianshe naturally had to side with them.
Zhang Jianshe looked at the IOUs held by the neighbors and couldn't help but sigh. Deep down, he couldn't help but admire Zhao Ronger's cunning.
Zhao Ronger had handled everything flawlessly. Although he had taken money from many people, he had no intention of scamming them.
Instead, he planned to have He Yutian clean up his mess.
This way, the only person truly screwed over in the end would be He Yutian himself. Yet, as husband and wife, even the police wouldn't be able to handle this situation too effectively. But if he had only taken money from neighbors or pawnshops without leaving any written evidence,
then others could only come after him for repayment, not He Yutian.
In that case, the police station officers would likely hunt him down everywhere, putting him in grave danger. But by shifting all responsibility onto He Yutian, he had significantly reduced his own risk. This thought flashed through Zhang Jianshe's mind, but he quickly shook his head slightly, dismissing these thoughts. Regardless of what schemes Zhao Ronger might be plotting in her heart, this matter had little to do with him. For him now, the most crucial task was to resolve the immediate problem at hand. After pondering for a moment longer, Zhang Jianshe nodded slightly once more.
You're right. Under normal circumstances, He Yutian should indeed repay this money to you. If he refuses to pay, you can file a police report directly. But you all see clearly the state of He Yutian's family right now. Even if I had him arrested, he wouldn't have the money to repay you. Chapter 232, Is he really getting away with it? After Zhang Jianshe uttered those words, He Yutian snorted coldly. Though his family was now dirt poor, leaving him feeling utterly humiliated, Zhang Jianshe's words at this moment still brought him a strange sense of satisfaction. Didn't these neighbors all want to kick him while he was down? He'd see just what they could do to him now.
He had no money to spare anyway, let them try to collect what they were owed. Faced with this situation, the neighbors gathered in the courtyard all frowned deeply. Their primary goal was to recover their own money, so naturally, they had no intention of sending He Yutian to jail. After all, putting He Yutian behind bars wouldn't benefit them in the slightest. But after hearing Zhang Jianshe's words, they now understood all too well that getting their money back wouldn't be so straightforward. If they couldn't get the money back now, it would only become harder later. It was precisely this realization that immediately drew their attention to Zhang Jianshe. Zhang Jianshe, you're the chief of our Oucheng police station now. We've come to you for help, you absolutely must assist us. In this situation, you're our only hope, we have no other options.
Exactly. Zhang Jianshe, you're a police officer now.
And since we're neighbors, you can't just ignore this matter. As the neighbors collectively turned their gaze toward Zhang Jianshe, they placed all their hopes on him. But He Yutian merely snorted coldly, his expression clearly unconcerned. After all, he didn't have a penny to his name, so he wasn't worried Zhang Jianshe would pressure him for money. As Zhang Jianshe had said, the worst that could happen was he'd get arrested. Even then, he still wouldn't have the money to repay these people.
Moreover, if he were arrested, he wouldn't be able to work normally. That would make repaying the money even more impossible. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jianshe nodded slightly.
Actually, this situation isn't that difficult to resolve. He Yutian still has a job at the coal plant and his monthly income is quite stable.
At worst, you could have He Yutian repay a few people each month.
At most, it would take him a year to pay off the debt.
Upon hearing this, the neighbors in the courtyard pondered it and realized he had a point.
However, this approach would inevitably mean some people received their money sooner than others. Those paid later would naturally be unhappy, so everyone naturally wanted to get their money in the shortest time possible.
No way. This approach drags things out far too long. Our families are struggling to get by. Zhang Jianshe, why don't you come up with another solution for us? What if Zhang Jianshe drags this out and eventually refuses to pay back the money? What then?
By then, those who were paid back first will have gotten their money back, and those who came later will be the ones at a disadvantage.
Watching his neighbors continue to press him, Zhang Jianshe felt utterly helpless.
After careful consideration, he could only turn his gaze back to He Yutian.
Hey, He Yutian, don't you also need to repay that pawnshop?
In that case, write me a promissory note and use your position at the coal plant as collateral.
I'll give you 800 yuan outright.
Not only will you be able to pay back the money you owe outside, but you'll also be able to repay all the neighbors in our courtyard. Plus, you'll have some money left over to live comfortably from now on.
Anyway, I'll give you a year. As long as you can pay me back by then, there won't be any issues. After Zhang Jianshe finished speaking, the neighbors in the courtyard couldn't help but nod in agreement. At present, a job at the coal plant was only worth about 800 yuan on the market. So in terms of price, Zhang Jianshe wasn't taking advantage of He Yutian at all. Moreover, even if He Yutian repaid Zhang Jianshe, he would only need to return the 800 yuan without paying any interest.
Zhang Jianshe was being fair to He Yutian.
While He Yutian's regular income wouldn't cover the 800 yuan in a single year.
But if He Yutian could pick up some extra odd jobs on the side, it shouldn't be too much of a problem. It was precisely these thoughts that led the neighbors in the courtyard to naturally support Zhang Jianshe's approach.
Yet upon hearing this, He Yutian's expression darkened further.
Zhang Jianshe, I see now that you're eyeing my job.
Rest assured, I absolutely will not give you this workstation. And I don't need your help either.
Upon hearing this, Zhang Jianshe merely shrugged his shoulders helplessly, clearly not taking the matter to heart.
Since the other party didn't want his meddling, he naturally wouldn't interfere further.
But the neighbors in the courtyard suddenly grew anxious inside.
Since He Yutian couldn't repay the money now, Zhang Jianshe should just have him arrested.
He had to suffer some hardship inside.
Otherwise, who knows when we'll ever get our money back. Zhang Jianshe could tell He Yutian was clearly planning to default.
But at this point, he didn't care either way and simply nodded. Even if we wanted to arrest him now, the debt his family owes you hasn't been outstanding long enough. So we'll have to wait a while longer. If they can repay it in the future, that will naturally resolve your issue. So let's wait and see. Upon hearing this, the neighbors gathered in the courtyard froze for a moment before reluctantly nodding in agreement. Yet the look on each face was distinctly sour.
Only He Yutian's face lit up with immense satisfaction. Even if he defaulted on the debt, what could anyone do? Even Zhang Jianshe couldn't do anything about it now, could he? He had already decided that he would default on the money owed to these courtyard residents whenever possible and absolutely refused to repay it. But He Yutian's thinking was still too simplistic. While the money owed by these neighbors in the courtyard could still be sold off, the money owed to those outside wouldn't be so easily dealt with. Chapter 233, just like that, he's dodging the debt? Over the next few days, the neighbors in the courtyard didn't come looking for He Yutian again to demand their money. After all, seeing He Yutian's current state, they could tell that getting their money back from him was now an impossible task. Given that, they naturally abandoned the idea. When He Yutian realized the neighbors in the courtyard weren't pursuing him for repayment, he felt a surge of relief. He knew these neighbors wouldn't have the heart to make things too awkward. And now, things had unfolded exactly as he'd anticipated. With that settled, he felt no urgency to repay the courtyard neighbors. Perhaps after some time, he could even write off the entire debt, thereby reducing his losses. It was precisely these thoughts that allowed He Yutian to act as if nothing had happened. Every day, he cheerfully greeted the neighbors in the courtyard. But as for repaying the money? Not a single word. Faced with He Yutian's attitude, the neighbors in the courtyard were naturally furious. They never imagined He Yutian's nerve could reach such depths. He was practically treating them like fools. Yet despite the seething anger within them, the neighbors found themselves powerless to act in the short term. After all, they had been neighbors with He Yutian for years. They had practically watched him grow up, and it was undeniable that the He family was now completely penniless. Pressing him for money at this moment would indeed be somewhat awkward. After pondering the situation for a while longer and finding no viable solution, the neighbors naturally turned their attention to Zhang Jianshe. That day, as soon as Zhang Jianshe returned home from work, the neighbors in the courtyard immediately sought him out. Seeing the look of deep distress on Zhang Jianshe's face, "Zhang Jianshe, you really have to help us with this matter now." "Exactly. He Yutian owes us money, yet he acts like he owns the place and never even mentions paying us back. If this keeps up, won't all the money we lent them go to waste? We lent him money back then because we genuinely believed the He family needed it. Who would have thought he'd turn out to be such an ingrate?" The neighbors gathered in the courtyard spoke with expressions of palpable anger. After listening to the neighbors' complaints, Zhang Jianshe couldn't help but nod slightly in agreement. Although it was true that He Yutian's borrowed money had been swindled away by Zhao Ronger, this incident had nothing to do with the neighbors in the courtyard. Moreover, the neighbors had acted with good intentions. If He Yutian were allowed to keep defaulting on his debts like this, it would likely corrupt the entire courtyard's atmosphere. No matter whose family encountered trouble, no one would dare lend money to others anymore. After all, lending money was easy enough, but getting it back would likely prove far more difficult. Though Zhang Jianshe shared this sentiment inwardly, he maintained a cheerful expression as he shook his head. "I understand your current situation perfectly well. But right now, He Yutian is like a dead pig fearing no boiling water. Even if I went to ask him for the money, I doubt I'd get it back. We can't exactly arrest someone over such a small sum, can we? And it's not like they're refusing to pay back the money, they just say they don't have any cash on hand right now. We can't exactly arrest them for that, can we?" After Zhang Jianshe finished speaking, the neighbors gathered in the courtyard were once again left speechless. After a brief moment, however, they could only sigh helplessly. Though they were unwilling to accept this outcome in their hearts, they had to admit that what Zhang Jianshe had said was indeed the truth. After all, even they, as creditors, couldn't get their money back from He Yutian. Pinning all their hopes on Zhang Jianshe now was indeed asking too much. Yet, recalling what He Yutian had done, the neighbors in the courtyard still felt a deep sense of anger welling up inside them. Does this mean we're just supposed to swallow this bitter pill without a word? Seeing He Yutian show no intention of repaying the debt, I grew increasingly furious.
Amidst the grim expressions on the neighbors' faces in the courtyard, Zhang Jianshe shook his head.
Alright, everyone, don't get too worked up.
As the saying goes, every villain has his nemesis. Even if He Yutian tries to renege on his debt now, it probably won't last long. Rest assured, it won't take more than a week before he'll have to pay back every penny he owes you. After hearing these words, the neighbors exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with slight confusion. They couldn't fathom where Zhang Jianshe drew such unwavering confidence from. Before they could ask him more questions, however, Zhang Jianshe had already headed home. Seeing Zhang Jianshe's attitude now, the neighbors in the courtyard, though deeply anxious, could only sigh helplessly.
They decided to keep their thoughts to themselves for now.
Since Zhang Jianshe spoke with such conviction, he must have something solid.
Perhaps he would bring them a pleasant surprise soon. Another week passed.
That day, just as He Yutian returned from work, he saw the pawnshop people arrive once more. This time, however, the pawnshop representatives weren't accompanied solely by burly men. Several uniformed staff members had arrived alongside them. Seeing this scene, many neighbors in the courtyard couldn't help but feel a slight stir within. For ordinary folks like them, daily life demanded caution and a desire to avoid trouble.
Naturally, they didn't want to cross anyone connected to the authorities.
Otherwise, they might suffer significant losses later on. Precisely because of this, seeing the pawnshop people arrive with uniformed officers made them sense that something was amiss. They suspected He Yutian was headed for trouble.
Yet recalling He Yutian's recent behavior, the neighbors in the courtyard felt a surge of anger welling up inside them. Chapter 234, The Law Enforcement Office Arrives.
So even now, seeing this turn of events and knowing He Yutian was about to face trouble, no one stepped forward to offer a word of support. Upon seeing these men, He Yutian actually felt a hint of contempt. In his mind, even if he owed money to the neighbors in the courtyard, they couldn't do anything about it.
And now the pawnshop had come to collect? Did they really think they could get money out of him?
He Yutian had already made up his mind. If these people really pressed him for payment, he would simply say he had nothing to give them right now.
He'd simply repay in installments.
At worst, he'd give the pawnshop 5 yuan each month.
That amount should be enough to shut them up.
He Yutian's plan seemed perfectly sound, but the pawnshop staff had no intention of wasting any more time with him. Spotting He Yutian approaching, the uniformed staff member strode directly toward him. You must be He Yutian. According to the contract provided by the pawnshop, it's clear you've mortgaged this house to them.
But since your debt couldn't be settled, this property now belongs to them. Will you remove your belongings yourself, or do you need our assistance?
Hearing this, He Yutian was instantly dumbfounded. Zhao Ronger had indeed signed an agreement with the pawnshop, clearly stating that their house was being used as collateral.
He Yutian never imagined they would actually come to repossess his home. This realization sparked a flicker of panic within him. But He Yutian wasn't a pushover. He understood perfectly well that if he backed down now, it would become even more impossible to avoid repaying the debt later. That was precisely why He Yutian sighed helplessly at that moment. Comrade, I genuinely had no idea my house was mortgaged. It was all that woman, Zhao Ronger's doing. It has nothing to do with me.
He Yutian tried to continue explaining, but the staff member beside him had already nodded slightly. He Yutian, we've already looked into the matters you mentioned.
We've also verified the records at the neighborhood office and confirmed that Zhao Ronger is your wife.
You two have a marriage certificate, so your relationship is legally protected. Given that, she naturally has the right to use your home as collateral for a loan. Regardless of your current situation with Zhao Ronger, debts must be repaid. Since you can't repay them, we have no choice but to help recover the property for the creditors. If you feel the situation is unfair to you, you may locate Zhao Ronger and come back to negotiate with us.
We will mediate on your behalf.
Hearing this, He Yutian's face turned ashen. Zhao Ronger had long since vanished without a trace. How could he possibly track her down? Besides, even if he did find her, the creditors would naturally go after her for repayment. They wouldn't come after him. Since reason was futile with this staff member, he'd have to resort to other means.
Driven by these thoughts, He Yutian began to play hardball.
He planted himself squarely in front of his own door. I'll be damned if I don't see how you plan to take my house today.
What, are you going to just come in and rob me?
This house belongs to my family, not to you.
As He Yutian spoke, he glared fiercely at the pawnshop employees.
When he realized they weren't even looking at him, he felt a surge of satisfaction. If that was the case, then taking over this house shouldn't pose much of a problem.
But just then, the uniformed officer beside him walked straight toward Zhang Jianshe's house. Chief Zhang, we're conducting official business here.
There's one matter that requires your police station's cooperation.
Hearing the officer's earnest request, Zhang Jianshe nodded slightly and stepped out of his home.
However, upon seeing Zhang Jianshe, He Yutian still wore a look of utter contempt. Earlier, the neighbors in the courtyard had also sought Zhang Jianshe's help, but he hadn't been able to do anything about it then.
Could it be that Zhang Jianshe would dare arrest him now?
As these thoughts raced through his mind, the uniformed officer had already briefed Zhang Jianshe on the specifics of the situation.
He Yutian was currently in debt and refusing to repay it.
When they came to enforce the collateral, He Yutian was maliciously obstructing them. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jianshe said nothing further. He simply took out the handcuffs and fastened them around He Yutian's wrists.
Mr. He Yutian, you are obstructing law enforcement officers in the performance of their official duties.
According to regulations, this warrants at least 1 week of detention.
In that case, you'll be coming with us. Once I take him away, you can proceed with executing the foreclosure on this property.
Zhang Jianshe's initial words were directed at He Yutian, while the latter statement was naturally addressed to the uniformed officer. Upon hearing this, the officer gave a slight nod of agreement.
But He Yutian was stunned at that moment. Zhang Jianshe, what do you mean by this?
We're neighbors who've shared a lot of face together.
Now you're siding with outsiders instead of helping me? Are you trying to join these people in taking our house away from us? As he spoke these words, He Yutian's gaze toward Zhang Jianshe was filled with hatred and even disbelief.
Zhang Jianshe, however, remained utterly composed. I'm truly sorry, but I'm currently performing my official duties.
The fact that you haven't repaid the money you owe these neighbors is indeed a financial dispute between you and them. Naturally, I can't just take you away directly.
But now they've brought in the Law Enforcement Bureau to enforce the law.
Under these circumstances, if you continue to obstruct them, you are committing a crime.
Even though we are neighbors, I cannot condone your criminal behavior.
Chapter 235, I'm willing to pay back the money. After delivering this statement, Zhang Jianshe once again prepared to take He Yutian away.
At this moment, panic finally gripped He Yutian's heart. After all, if Zhang Jianshe took him away now, a week of jail time was guaranteed.
Moreover, he had no idea what these people intended to do with his house next. Perhaps after he was gone, his family home would still be taken away. If that truly happened, he would suffer a tremendous loss. But seeing Zhang Jianshe's utterly serious expression, showing no sign of letting him off the hook, He Yutian finally couldn't help but sigh, his entire demeanor softening. Is it too late for me to pay you back now? Please don't take my house. I'm willing to pay now. Upon hearing this, the enforcement officers didn't immediately agree.
Instead, they turned their gaze to the pawnshop owner standing nearby. The pawnbroker then pulled out an abacus and an account book, carefully calculating the figures. After a little over 10 minutes, he finally spoke slowly.
Your original debt to us was 500 yuan. With interest, it totals 600. However, since you haven't made any payments recently, the interest has now risen to 650. If you can repay this amount today, we won't take the house.
But if you can't, the house becomes ours. In truth, the pawnshop owner was giving He Yutian some face by saying this, mainly because of Zhang Jianshe, the police officer neighbor. If it were anyone else, the pawnshop would have absolutely taken the house no matter what. After all, they had already given him a week's grace period. Taking the house now, naturally, no one could fault them for it. And the value of a house far exceeded those 650 yuan.
Yet upon hearing this, He Yutian was dumbfounded.
He had been feeling rather smug inside, thinking he'd managed to dodge the payment. This money covered part of his losses, and he was quite pleased. But he never imagined that his own cleverness would end up costing him another 50 yuan for nothing. Though he see that inwardly, there was nothing he could do now. Deep down, He Yutian knew all too well that he absolutely couldn't keep stalling like this. If he dragged his feet any longer, he'd likely end up behind bars today. So he immediately nodded in agreement.
Fine, 650 yuan it is. I'm willing to pay it.
After saying this, He Yutian looked at Zhang Jianshe with an apologetic expression.
Zhang Jianshe, didn't you say earlier that mortgaging my house to you could get me 800 yuan? Or just lend me 800 yuan? I promise to pay you back within a year. As he uttered these words, the neighbors in the courtyard cast pitying glances at He Yutian. He himself felt his face burning with embarrassment. He had always refused to borrow money from Zhang Jianshe before, even hurling insults at him. But now that someone had come to collect a debt, why had his attitude changed so drastically? In the neighbors' minds, they would never lend money to He Yutian. Yet Zhang Jianshe merely nodded slightly, his expression barely changing. He could certainly have refused this loan, and the neighbors in the courtyard wouldn't judge him for it in the short term. But after some time passed, the courtyard residents would likely conclude that he had watched He Yutian fall on hard times without offering any help. This would inevitably tarnish his reputation. In the past, Zhang Jianshe wouldn't have cared about such things. But now, he had begun contemplating how to advance to a higher leadership position. And to pursue that path, he naturally had to place great importance on his reputation. It was precisely these thoughts that made Zhang Jianshe nod without hesitation. He then pulled out 490 yuan from his pocket and handed it to He Yutian. He Yutian stared at the money in his hand, momentarily dumbfounded. Zhang Jianshe, we're practically neighbors, living in the same courtyard. Charging me this much interest now, isn't that a bit excessive? This is worse than loan sharking. As he spoke, anger flickered in He Yutian's eyes as he stared at Zhang Jianshe. This was already the most difficult time for him, and now Zhang Jianshe was pushing the price down so low. Wasn't this practically forcing him to give the house away for nothing? But upon hearing He Yutian's words, Zhang Jianshe quickly waved his hands. Alright, that's not what I meant. I'll give you every penny of the 800 yuan, but your wife borrowed a total of 310 yuan from the neighbors in the courtyard earlier. Now that you have the money, shouldn't you repay the neighbors in the courtyard first? As Zhang Jianshe finished speaking, the neighbors in the courtyard lit up with hope. Their eyes now brimmed with profound gratitude as they looked at him. They had assumed the money was lost for good, but never imagined they'd actually get it back. All of this was thanks to Zhang Jianshe. Hearing this, He Yutian opened his mouth. He had intended to suggest that the neighbors' money could be temporarily withheld. He planned to address it later when funds became available. But then he recalled his attitude toward these neighbors over the past period. Unless he was a complete fool, these neighbors could probably see right through him. He was trying to renege on the debt. Given that, they would certainly refuse his terms going forward. Realizing this problem made He Yutian feel an overwhelming sense of regret deep within his heart. If he'd known things would turn out this way, he should have kept a lower profile earlier. He absolutely shouldn't have let things escalate to this point. But regret was useless now. He Yutian could only take the money, his expression growing even more grim. Because now he was still short 160 yuan. Without that amount, he couldn't possibly repay the pawnshop's debt. The pawnshop would likely come for him again soon. Chapter 236, He Yutian's change of heart. Moreover, the house was still mortgaged to the pawnshop. Without collateral, Zhang Jianshe wouldn't lend him any more money. In essence, none of his problems had been resolved in the slightest. After a moment of careful consideration, He Yutian gritted his teeth and spoke again. Earlier you said my job position could be mortgaged for 800 yuan. Now I'm mortgaging this job position to you. Give me that money too. As He Yutian uttered these words, a deep ache gripped his heart. If he mortgaged his job position too, it would mean he would owe Zhang Jianshe a total of 1,600 yuan. Although he would still have 600 yuan left, repaying 1,000 yuan within a year was vastly different from repaying 800 yuan. At that moment, Zhang Jianshe heard the offer and shook his head. I'm not a bank, how could I have that much money? Right now, the most I can lend you is another 500. If you're willing, you can use your job as collateral. If you're unwilling, then there's nothing more I can do. As Zhang Jianshe spoke these words, the neighbors gathered in the courtyard couldn't help but nod in agreement, showing not a shred of doubt in his words. After all, since arriving in Stone City, Zhang Jianshe had indeed earned a lot of money, but his expenses were also considerable. For instance, renovating this house had cost him a pretty penny. Plus, he hadn't been out hunting for a while, so it made sense he didn't have much cash on hand. Only He Yutian glared at Zhang Jianshe, his expression growing even more grim. While the neighbors in the courtyard readily accepted Zhang Jianshe's explanation, he refused to believe a word of it. The main reason was that when heavy rains had hit Oyu City, Zhang Jianshe had actually gone out hunting. Half of the game brought back from Oyu City at that time belonged to Zhang Jianshe. And Zhang Jianshe hadn't kept any of it for himself, he'd sold it all. He had sold a considerable amount of meat to the coal factory back then. By that calculation, Zhang Jianshe still had at least several thousand yuan in his possession. His refusal to give him 800 yuan now was clearly an intentional attempt to cause trouble. Though infuriated inside, He Yutian truly had no better solution at the moment. In the end, he could only nod reluctantly and agree to the arrangement. Next, Zhang Jianshe wrote out the relevant terms with He Yutian, then handed him the money. As for the 310 yuan, he promptly returned it to the neighbors in the courtyard. The pawnshop representative, having received the payment, promptly departed the premises. The neighbors in the courtyard showered Zhang Jianshe with endless thanks before finally dispersing to their homes. Only He Yutian stared at Zhang Jianshe with eyes filled with hatred. If it weren't for Zhang Jianshe, he wouldn't have had to repay these neighbors. Moreover, he wouldn't have had to mortgage his workstation to Zhang Jianshe. After returning the 800 yuan to the pawnshop, he still had 150 yuan left. It was precisely these thoughts churning within him that made He Yutian feel he finally understood why Yi Buchuan and Zhao Meihui were both out to get Zhang Jianshe. That bastard was truly no good. So now he too was out to cause trouble for Zhang Jianshe. If he could take Zhang out, not only would he vent his pent-up anger, but the debt he owed Zhang would become a dead debt. This money naturally wouldn't need to be repaid. As this thought emerged in He Yutian's mind, he began to ponder carefully. But finding a solution to this problem would likely prove far from straightforward. Zhang Jianshe had no idea that He Yutian had already set his sights on him again. Had he known, he likely wouldn't have cared about He Yutian's fate at all. After returning home for dinner, Zhang Jianshe retired to bed early. The next day, as soon as he arrived at the police station, he saw the chief hurrying toward him. The stern expression on the chief's face immediately put Zhang Jianshe on edge, a sense of foreboding settling in his heart. Judging by the chief's demeanor, it was clear something major had happened. True to Zhang Jianshe's expectations, the chief waved him over the moment he spotted him. Once they entered the chief's office, the chief spoke in a solemn tone. Zhang Jianshe, another shocking case occurred at our station yesterday. If we don't handle this case properly, both of us could be in serious trouble. Hearing this, Zhang Jianshe's expression turned grave. The chief wasted no time, laying out the entire case in clear detail. According to current information, the supply and marketing cooperative in Oyu City had been robbed. All the cash and goods inside the cooperative had been completely swept away. And they still hadn't found a single clue. Upon hearing this news, Zhang Jianshe's expression turned extremely grave. This case was indeed highly unusual. After all, not only was the supply and marketing cooperative staffed by night watchmen. Someone was sleeping inside the supply and marketing cooperative specifically to prevent theft. Even if the goods were loaded onto trucks, it would likely take 2 vehicles to haul everything away in one trip. For such a large quantity to vanish overnight without a trace was no simple feat. After pondering this, Zhang Jianshe immediately turned his gaze back to the police station chief. Chief, have you spoken with anyone from the supply and marketing cooperative to understand the specifics? Especially the night shift, did they notice anything unusual? Hearing this, the chief couldn't help but sigh again. I've certainly considered all these points, but that fellow seemed to have been drugged with sleeping pills last night and fell asleep early. That's precisely why he didn't notice anything last night. Chapter 237, A Tricky Case. Upon hearing the station chief's words, Zhang Jianshe's brows involuntarily furrowed. Based on the information currently available, this case was indeed riddled with peculiarities. The fact that this supply and marketing cooperative employee hadn't heard anything and had been drugged made the situation highly suspicious. Either the employee was lying, perhaps he was actually in cahoots with the thieves, or even stealing from the cooperative himself during work hours. Beyond that, another possibility was that this suspect had been meticulously planning for a long time. Whichever scenario played out, it didn't bode well for Zhang Jianshe. Catching this guy would be no easy task. However, Zhang Jianshe now needed to establish more merit. Precisely for this reason, Zhang Jianshe must find a way to crack this case. After a moment of deep thought, Zhang Jianshe looked at the chief and spoke slowly. Chief, I'm not entirely clear on the specifics of the situation either. Why don't the two of us go take a look for ourselves? Once we see exactly what's going on, we'll know how to proceed. Upon hearing Zhang Jianshe's suggestion, the station chief immediately nodded in agreement. The two quickly arrived at the scene. After careful observation, they found no useful clues. Whether it was the employee embezzling funds or some other reason, the scene had been meticulously cleaned up, leaving no footprints behind. Faced with this situation, the station chief couldn't help but sigh. Xiao Zhang, whatever you've considered, we've certainly considered as well. To be perfectly honest, we have more experience handling cases like this. That's precisely why we've already conducted thorough observations and interviews at the scene. Based on the current situation, there's simply no way to obtain any useful clues. Hearing this, Zhang Jianshe couldn't help but nod slightly. Deep down, he trusted the station chief's judgment. After all, it hadn't been that long since he became a police officer. The station chief, however, had accumulated extensive experience handling cases. Still, the thought of simply giving up left Zhang Jianshe feeling a bit reluctant. It was precisely for this reason that, after careful consideration, Zhang Jianshe spoke up once more. Chief, how about I come by tonight to keep watch over this supply store? The moment Zhang Jianshe finished speaking, a look of puzzlement flashed across the station chief's face. In the chief's mind, Zhang Jianshe was a smart man. And as a smart person, he could surely see that this supply and marketing store held little value now. After all, it had been completely ransacked just yesterday. Even if someone came back, they wouldn't find anything left. Given that, what point was there in Zhang Jianshe continuing to guard the place? Just as the station chief hesitated inwardly, Zhang Jianshe clearly discerned the thoughts swirling within the chief's mind. A faint smile now graced Zhang Jianshe's face. Chief, I have my own thoughts on this matter. After Zhang Jianshe finished speaking, the station chief paused in surprise, his gaze growing more curious as he looked at Zhang Jianshe. He wanted to know what Zhang Jianshe thought about the matter. Seeing the chief's gaze fixed on him, Zhang Jianshe naturally dropped the pleasantries. Chief, regardless of who stole these items, we can be certain of one thing. The fact that they managed to transport all the goods out last night without making a sound is itself rather unusual. After Zhang Jianshe finished speaking, the station chief couldn't help but nod slightly in agreement. What Zhang Jianshe had just pointed out was precisely the aspect they found most perplexing. Under normal circumstances, moving such a large quantity of goods overnight would be no easy feat. Under such circumstances, it was impossible to avoid making any noise whatsoever, not even the slightest sound that might alert nearby residents. Just as the station chief nodded, Zhang Jianshe voiced another thought from his mind. Precisely because of this, I believe they haven't transported everything away yet, or rather, some of the goods are still hidden inside this supply store. What? There's still stuff hidden here? Zhang Jianshe's words stunned the police station chief, a look of disbelief flashing in his eyes. But Zhang Jianshe nodded again, his expression unwaveringly firm. Since everything inside this supply and marketing store has been completely emptied, we absolutely will not allow it to continue operating until this case is solved. Therefore, we absolutely will not assign personnel to continue monitoring this supply and marketing store. This makes the supply and marketing store the safest place of all. After Zhang Jianshe finished speaking, the police station chief found himself nodding in agreement, acknowledging the validity of Zhang's reasoning. Until the case was solved, they truly could not permit the supply store to operate. Otherwise, no matter how many goods were restocked, they would likely be unable to protect them. If thieves could empty the store once, they could certainly return to steal again.
Since the supply store wouldn't be operating anyway, there was no point in keeping it under surveillance.
The police station chief now understood Zhang Jianshe's reasoning.
In this way, the supply store had become a blind spot hidden in plain sight.
For thieves, stashing some of their loot here would actually be safer.
After grasping these points, the police station chief immediately waved to his subordinate standing nearby. Get some men over here immediately to seal off the store and conduct a thorough search.
There might even be a basement in there. Once we find the basement, we'll be able to locate where they hid the items.
That way, we'll be able to recover some of the stolen goods.
Chapter 238, Waiting for the Rabbit. Upon hearing this, the nearby police officer quickly agreed and prepared to leave.
But at that moment, Zhang Jianshe quickly called him back.
This sudden intervention left both the station chief and the departing officer looking utterly perplexed.
After all, a major case had just occurred in Oyu City, and word had already reached the higher-ups. Naturally, this situation had left some superiors with a rather poor impression of them. Therefore, if they could recover some evidence, it would at least provide some justification to their superiors. Even if they couldn't crack this case, the repercussions wouldn't be too severe. Just then, Zhang Jianshe spoke up again. Chief, regardless of who the thief is, they're definitely keeping a close eye on every move we make here at the station. They'll also be monitoring how quickly we solve this case. If we search this place immediately, we might recover some supplies, but the cash and various receipts have likely already been taken.
Recovering those items afterward would be impossible.
Moreover, that thief will now lie low in the shadows, never making another move.
Even if we solve this case, the overall outcome won't be entirely satisfactory. Given that, it's better for me to lie in wait here tonight.
When they show up, we'll catch one red-handed. That way, the supplies won't be lost, and once we catch one of them, apprehending the rest will be much easier.
Naturally, we'll then discover where they've hidden the stolen money.
After hearing this, the police station chief fell deep in thought.
After careful consideration, he concluded that Zhang Jianshe's reasoning held merit.
However, if they proceeded with this plan, Zhang Jianshe would likely face immense danger. The station chief certainly wouldn't dare let Zhang Jianshe take such a huge risk here. After all, Zhang Jianshe had connections with provincial leaders. Moreover, provincial leaders had previously leveraged their connections to secure Zhang Jianshe's appointment as deputy chief at this very station. The fact that such a case had now occurred under his jurisdiction had already caused his superiors to view him unfavorably. If Zhang Jianshe were to get into trouble again, it would further alienate those higher-ups. His position would naturally become even more precarious. Even if he wasn't directly dismissed, he'd likely be unable to continue serving as chief in Aocheng. But this discovery had indeed been made at Zhang Jianshe's suggestion.
Excluding Zhang Jianshe from the operation would prove difficult.
Unless Zhang Jianshe himself volunteered to let others take charge of this operation. Otherwise, there was no way to get rid of him.
This realization brought a fresh wave of headache to the station chief. After pondering for a moment, he spoke again. Zhang, since you're determined to apprehend this individual, I certainly have no objections. But staying here alone is far too dangerous. And if they plan to move things quickly now, they won't come alone, they'll definitely have accomplices.
So tonight, you'll stay here with a small team on guard.
A squad typically numbered around 5 or 6 people. Including Zhang Jianshe, that would make 6 or 7 in total.
This way, if any danger arose, they'd have the strength to handle the situation. After hearing the police station chief's words, Zhang Jianshe thought it over carefully and found the reasoning sound. He agreed without hesitation. Although the police station hadn't made it public yet, Zhang Jianshe planned to stay here tonight to handle the case. However, neighbors sharing the same courtyard with Zhang Jianshe began to quietly speculate when they noticed he hadn't returned home after work. After all, a case like this had occurred in Oyu City. As the deputy chief of the police station, Zhang Jianshe naturally needed to expedite the investigation.
Only He Yutian wore a faint, cold smile upon learning Zhang Jianshe hadn't returned. The fact that this petty thief had managed to cause such a major incident in Oyu City meant he was undoubtedly a formidable opponent.
It would be best if Zhang Jianshe got taken out while dealing with this guy. That way, he wouldn't have to repay Zhang Jianshe's money. He Yutian's inner thoughts were, of course, quite favorable. Events nearly unfolded exactly as he had anticipated. That very night, Zhang Jianshe and a small squad remained at the supply store to keep watch.
By dawn, no one had come in.
Seeing this, the police officers nearby exchanged puzzled glances.
Chief, it's almost dawn, and still no one's shown up. Could it be they won't be coming today?
In truth, these officers wanted to ask Zhang Jianshe directly if his judgment had been mistaken. But Zhang Jianshe was the deputy chief of their police station, their superior. When communicating with his superior, one naturally had to give them some face. It was precisely because of these thoughts that, once the words reached their lips, they changed their approach. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jianshe immediately shook his head. Actually, this is precisely the most dangerous time. After all, most people start feeling fatigued at this hour. So if the enemy strikes now, they could easily catch us off guard. So everyone, stay alert.
Absolutely no letting your guard down. Hearing Zhang Jianshe's words, many couldn't help but inwardly groan. But since Zhang Jianshe had spoken, they dared not openly contradict him. After waiting nearly another half hour, someone suddenly heard someone scaling the wall and entering the courtyard of the supply and marketing store. This instantly galvanized all the officers. Many officers felt an even deeper admiration for Zhang Jianshe in their hearts. The current developments unfolded exactly as Zhang Jianshe had predicted. Chapter 239, Someone's Coming. The individuals who had scaled the wall immediately began digging along the base of the supply and marketing cooperative's wall. Soon, their digging uncovered a basement door. After opening the door, one man entered the basement. Soon, several items were passed up from below. The chief was right, they didn't take everything. They hid some of it here. Overcome by excitement, one officer couldn't control his voice and blurted it out. After the sound escaped, his expression turned slightly awkward, and deep down, he felt a pang of regret. He'd been far too excited just now, letting it slip out. This was trouble, he'd alerted the target. Though the officer reacted swiftly, covering his mouth, the men outside had already heard the commotion. Several of them had already drawn their guns, staring intently in the direction the sound had come from. The sight of the gun in the other man's hand made every officer's expression turn deadly serious. Now that firearms were involved in this case, it was an entirely different matter. On one hand, the presence of firearms meant their safety was now seriously threatened. On the other hand, although firearms hadn't been completely confiscated in China yet, they were already relatively scarce in rural areas. The fact that so many of them had guns and handguns at that. This clearly indicated these individuals were no ordinary people. When Zhang Jianshe saw them draw their guns, his brow furrowed deeply. But Zhang Jianshe knew this was no time for overthinking or delay. He immediately waved to his men. Begin the operation immediately. We must take them all down. At Zhang Jianshe's command, all the police officers immediately rushed out, pointing their guns directly at the thieves and opening fire. However, the thieves' reactions were equally swift. After the first round of gunfire, only one thief was hit by a bullet and not in a vital area. The rest instinctively ducked for cover, evading this initial barrage. Without hesitation, the thieves returned fire. Faced with this situation, a gunfight erupted between the two sides almost instantly. Seeing this, Zhang Jianshe gritted his teeth, grabbed his pistol, and charged straight into the fray. All the police officers were stunned to see Zhang Jianshe charging to the very front. Pushing fear aside, they immediately followed closely behind him. After a fierce exchange, though the thieves outside were completely eliminated, Zhang Jianshe had been shot twice in the arm. "Chief, are you okay?" Seeing Zhang Jianshe wounded, the hearts of the other officers instantly grew tense. They had been on this mission with Zhang Jianshe, yet none of them had been injured, only Zhang Jianshe had been hit. No matter how you looked at it, this situation was extremely difficult to explain or justify. If Zhang Jianshe decided to hold them accountable and take action against them, even their chief might not be able to protect them. Yet Zhang Jianshe, paying no heed to his own injuries, immediately shook his head. "We were too close when we engaged them, so it was only a through-and-through wound. It won't affect me much. We need to inspect the scene immediately, but be extremely careful. We hit them with bullets earlier, which might have caused penetrating wounds. These men could still be capable of fighting back. Don't let them ambush us." Upon hearing Zhang Jianshe's words, every officer nodded solemnly. Many officers in this era were veterans returning from the battlefield. From their experiences facing enemies on the battlefield, they knew full well that some would feign injury, waiting for the right moment to ambush them. Even without Zhang Jianshe's warning, they knew exactly what to do. At this moment, the officers certainly wouldn't conduct individual checks, doing so would still leave them facing immense danger. One officer immediately raised his gun and fired a second shot into the head of every person lying on the ground. There was no need to wonder if these men had been dead before they were thoroughly finished now. Meanwhile, there remained no movement whatsoever beneath the cellar. The man who had been retrieving items from the basement earlier heard the commotion and immediately hid inside the cellar. He certainly wasn't about to come out and court death at this moment. This situation caused the officers a slight headache. The fact that the enemy was holed up in the basement meant they couldn't move freely. But precisely because of this, the opponent was in a position that was easy to defend but difficult to attack. Forcing him out now would likely prove far from straightforward. If they rashly entered the basement, they would likely be the first to come under attack. Moreover, among the numerous items stolen from the supply store earlier were substantial food supplies. This made it even more difficult to wait them out until they were forced to emerge from the basement. At this point, the police had no viable options and could only turn their attention to Zhang Jianshe. They were waiting to see what orders Zhang Jianshe would issue next. Upon seeing the basement entrance, Zhang Jianshe's face broke into a faint smile. His expression betrayed no sign of distress. Since this guy wants to hide in there, let's see how long he can stay hidden. Go gather some damp grass outside, light it on fire, and let it burn inside the basement. I'm curious to see how long this guy can last in a basement with no ventilation. Hearing this plan, the police officers nearby all lit up with excitement. Zhang Jianshe truly lived up to his reputation as their chief.
This plan he'd devised now was indeed very logical. The key was to create massive amounts of smoke, making the basement unbreathable. Even if the suspect tried to hold out, he wouldn't last long and would eventually have to come out.
Upon receiving Zhang Jianshe's orders, the officers sprang into action immediately. Chapter 240, That Gang Again.
Soon, several bundles of damp straw were lit and tossed into the basement.
Within 5 minutes, waves of coughing echoed through the basement.
Seeing this, Zhang Jianshe's heart leapt with joy once more. He immediately ordered his men to set up an ambush near the basement entrance.
This would ensure anyone emerging from the basement couldn't immediately harm them. I surrender. We want out. I'm willing to surrender.
Within 5 minutes, desperate cries echoed from within the basement.
Zhang Jianshe waved his hand slightly, signaling his men to prepare. But they absolutely could not kill this man now.
This man was likely the leader of the group that had come to steal. Therefore, he likely possessed extensive knowledge about the entire operation. If they could control this one, it would be much easier to recover the stolen goods. Another reason was that they were now completely unable to breathe.
After hearing the shout, Zhang Jianshe and his men prepared themselves.
Several minutes later, a middle-aged man finally crawled out of the basement. The moment he emerged, several guns were immediately aimed at his head.
Freeze! Drop your weapon on the ground immediately.
Hearing Zhang Jianshe's icy tone, the operative couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Faced with the current situation, he dared not resist in the slightest. He could only obediently drop his gun onto the ground beside him. Facing this situation, Zhang Jianshe immediately stepped forward to conduct a search. Only after confirming the man posed no threat did he nod to his subordinate standing nearby.
Get all the supplies inside moved out immediately and tally them up.
See just how much they've managed to get their hands on.
As for this one right here, I'll handle his interrogation personally.
After Zhang Jianshe finished speaking, all the officers nodded in agreement. It could be said that this case was resolved smoothly precisely because Zhang Jianshe had prior knowledge about these individuals. It was only natural that Zhang Jianshe would conduct the interrogation. Once Zhang Jianshe brought the suspect to the police station, he showed no mercy whatsoever. Soon, every interrogation tactic the station possessed was deployed. Soon, waves of agonized screams and squeals echoed through the station. Initially, Zhang Jianshe believed this individual could endure for some time. But less than an hour later, officers from below delivered a confession.
Upon reading the details, Zhang Jianshe discovered the suspect was actually part of Long Ji's gang.
Since Brother Long had gotten into trouble in Stone City and their subsequent investigation team hadn't uncovered any useful leads. Instead, the investigator they sent had been arrested by the police. This naturally filled the crime syndicate's leader with immense fury. This time, he sent his men to Oyu City with the intention of orchestrating a major crime. Ideally, it would be one that neither Zhang Jianshe nor the police station chief could resolve. If that happened, both of them would likely be transferred to work elsewhere. Then they could naturally return to Oyu City to expand their operations. They could then reclaim the business they had previously lost in the city. After piecing all this together, Zhang Jianshe couldn't help but sigh. Even now, discussing the matter still made him feel as if he'd been struck by a bolt from the blue. But since things had already turned out this way, there was nothing he could do about it. He promptly handed over the personnel and laborers to the police station chief before finally heading home to rest. After all, regardless of whether his injuries are minor or severe, he has been injured. Taking some time to rest and recover is only natural. Moreover, Zhang Jianshe harbored a premonition deep within him. This criminal gang had suffered such a heavy loss this time they absolutely wouldn't let it go. It wouldn't be surprising if they sent someone back to seek revenge in the near future. If Zhang Jianshe continued working at the police station, those seeking revenge might target the station itself.
That wouldn't be good for anyone. But if he stayed at home, those seeking trouble would target him directly.
In that case, he would actually be better positioned to track down their whereabouts and apprehend them. After Zhang Jianshe returned to the courtyard, the neighbors saw the bandaged wound on his arm and were instantly shocked.
Zhang Jianshe, what happened to you? How did you get injured?
Hearing the neighbors' inquiries, Zhang Jianshe merely gave a wry smile and waved his hand dismissively. He explained what he had been doing the previous day and what they had found. After all, keeping such matters completely secret was impossible.
It was better to just come clean about everything.
Upon learning that Zhang Jianshe had been injured while apprehending criminals, many neighbors were genuinely shocked. After another round of concerned inquiries, Zhang Jianshe finally made his way back home.
At this moment, He Yutian naturally overheard Zhang Jianshe's earlier words. Yet a cold smile played on He Yutian's face. Zhang Jianshe's injury was precisely the outcome he most desired. It was just unfortunate that whoever had come to kill Zhang Jianshe hadn't done a particularly good job. That was why Zhang Jianshe had managed to return alive. Since others had failed to finish the job, it fell to him to see it through. With this thought in mind, He Yutian slipped away quietly, noticing no one in the courtyard had noticed him. Next, he must find a place selling rat poison and purchase a large quantity. He would then slip it into Zhang Jianshe's food or apply it to the bandages used to dress his wounds. From then on, Zhang Jianshe would inevitably face certain death. He Yutian's plan seemed flawless in his mind, but events did not unfold as he had anticipated. In fact, it soon brought immense trouble upon He Yutian. Chapter 241, He Yutian volunteers to help. At this point, He Yutian remained unaware of the impending danger. After obtaining the rat poison, he returned directly to his home. For the next period, Zhang Jianshe stayed quietly at home, not venturing out. Since they had captured a suspect alive last night, the remaining task fell to the police station to continue questioning and investigation. Recovering the money and belongings stolen by these individuals should not prove difficult. There was no need for Zhang Jianshe, still recovering from his injuries, to continue keeping watch. For Zhang Jianshe, the most important thing now was to recuperate at home. During his time at home, Zhang Jianshe began to feel some inconveniences. He couldn't help but sigh. Among the bullets lodged in Zhang Jianshe's body, one had struck his arm, while another had hit his leg. Though merely through and through wounds, they significantly reduced his mobility. Previously, Zhang Jianshe's household had no shortage of women, so it hadn't posed much of a problem. But now, living alone at home, it was undeniably a bit troublesome. Just as Zhang Jianshe was feeling deeply frustrated, He Yutian approached him with a cheerful smile. "Brother Jianshe, you got injured right in the middle of the arrest, and now you're not exactly mobile. That wound you got should be due for a dressing change soon, right? How about I come over and change it for you?" Hearing this, Zhang Jianshe paused slightly, his gaze toward He Yutian tinged with a hint of confusion. He Yutian was someone Zhang Jianshe knew fairly well. Though they held no grudges against each other now, their relationship wasn't exactly friendly either. So why was this guy suddenly offering to help him? Under Zhang Jianshe's gaze, He Yutian felt a twinge of unease. The smile on his face gradually turned awkward. "Brother Jianshe, we had some misunderstandings before, but haven't we already cleared the air? I feel a bit embarrassed about what happened before, so I came over to offer my help. Let me know if you need anything. Otherwise, I'll head back." As He Yutian spoke these words, his expression was genuinely sincere. Zhang Jianshe studied He Yutian carefully and gave a slight nod, finding nothing amiss. "Then thank you very much. The wound on my leg isn't serious, I can change the dressing myself. But the one on my arm is a bit tricky to manage on my own." "No problem. I'll go get extra gauze and medicine from the doctor right now. That way, you won't have to come get them every day. Just wait here for me." Hearing Zhang Jianshe's agreement, He Yutian breathed a sigh of relief. He quickly responded before rushing out the door. Watching He Yutian's retreating figure, Zhang Jianshe couldn't help but sigh inwardly. At critical moments, He Yutian proved fairly reliable. It seemed this guy had finally learned some lessons after all those setbacks. If he could just settle down and live honestly from now on, Zhang Jianshe wouldn't mind forgiving He Yutian. As for the 800 yuan He Yutian owed him, he naturally wasn't in a hurry to collect it. Once He Yutian left the courtyard, his face lit up with excitement. When he came to see Zhang Jianshe, he hadn't expected Zhang to agree so readily, much less achieve such a favorable outcome. Since Zhang Jianshe was now courting death himself, the blame for this affair could no longer fall on him. Today would be Zhang Jianshe's day of reckoning. With this thought in mind, He Yutian hurried to the nearby clinic, claiming he was getting medicine and bandages for Zhang Jianshe's injuries. Zhang Jianshe had previously had his wounds dressed at this very clinic, so the doctor there was naturally familiar with his situation. Without hesitation, the doctor handed the supplies to He Yutian. As he prepared to return to the courtyard, his heart swelled with excitement. In truth, Zhang Jianshe's home still had some spare gauze and medicine. He Yutian could certainly have used those supplies to change Zhang Jianshe's dressing. As for any future supplies needed, Zhang Jianshe could simply come to the clinic when he had time. But He Yutian didn't know if Zhang Jianshe would still need his help in the future. Therefore, with this chance to eliminate Zhang Jianshe right before his eyes, he absolutely couldn't let it slip away. It was precisely these thoughts churning within him that made him feel compelled to seize this chance. But using the gauze and medicine from Zhang Jianshe's home to change his bandages would be rather inappropriate. If Zhang Jianshe died outright, suspicion would inevitably fall on him. And if Zhang Jianshe survived, he would surely know that He Yutian had tampered with his bandages. But now that he'd obtained fresh gauze and medicine from the clinic, there would be no issues whatsoever. Even if someone discovered the gauze and medicine were tampered with, he could simply claim the clinic's doctor had done it. After all, Zhang Jianshe had offended countless people during his investigations in Outchang. Now, a doctor from this clinic seeking revenge against Zhang Jianshe seemed perfectly plausible. Naturally, no one would suspect him anymore. Driven by these thoughts, He Yutian immediately began preparing rat poison upon returning home. He planned to sprinkle it onto the gauze. He didn't know if the poison would kill Zhang Jianshe outright, but even if it didn't, Zhang's life would certainly become unbearable. This would naturally give him more opportunities. What He Yutian failed to notice was that at this very moment, Zhang Jianshe was quietly making his way toward He Yutian's residence. At this moment, Zhang Jianshe truly harbored no suspicion toward He Yutian. But as a hunter with years of experience, Zhang Jianshe had developed a deeply ingrained sense of vigilance.
Deep down, he understood clearly that while many creatures on the grasslands were dangerous, truly speaking, no prey was more dangerous than humans. It was precisely because of these thoughts in his mind that Zhang Jianshe still decided to come over and keep an eye on He Yutian. Just as he approached the window, he saw He Yutian sprinkling some powder onto the gauze.
Zhang Jianshe's brow instantly furrowed.
His vigilance had indeed been justified. Fortunately, he'd remained sufficiently alert today, otherwise, he might have suffered a major setback.
Chapter 242, He Yutian, what are you doing? It was precisely these thoughts chilling Zhang Jianshe's voice to a frosty tone. He Yutian, what did you sprinkle on that gauze? Hearing this, He Yutian immediately turned around.
Seeing Zhang Jianshe approach, his face drained of color.
Nothing. Zhang Jianshe, I was just coming to change your dressing, wasn't I?
I was just about to sprinkle the medicine onto the gauze. This way, it won't hurt as much when I change your dressing. Since you're here now, I'll change your dressing right away. He Yutian spoke while reaching out to pull Zhang Jianshe's arm, intending to have him sit down. He hadn't expected Zhang Jianshe to be so cautious and follow him over. Given this, he had to eliminate Zhang Jianshe even faster this time. Otherwise, given Zhang Jianshe's cautious nature, he might never get another chance like this. And once Zhang Jianshe returned and thought it through carefully, he'd likely figure out his true intentions.
Given Zhang Jianshe's temperament, he would never let him off the hook then.
Only by eliminating Zhang Jianshe now could he secure a sliver of hope for himself.
Thus, at this moment, He Yutian's murderous intent toward Zhang Jianshe reached its peak.
But just as He Yutian moved to grab Zhang Jianshe's arm, Zhang Jianshe dodged him with an icy expression. He had genuinely harbored no suspicion toward He Yutian before, but now, all trust in him had vanished.
If this is just ordinary powder, then dare you eat some now? After Zhang Jianshe coldly uttered these words to He Yutian, the latter's expression instantly darkened.
He knew full well that the substance on the gauze was the potent rat poison he had purchased. Consuming it now would inevitably lead to certain death. But he hadn't anticipated Zhang Jianshe being so meticulous. He had already sensed something was amiss at this point. Faced with this situation, He Yutian dared not show even the slightest hint of weakness. Otherwise, Zhang Jianshe would certainly not let him off the hook. Precisely because of this, He Yutian could only offer an awkward smile as he looked at Zhang Jianshe.
Zhang Jianshe, what on earth are you talking about? This medicine is meant to boost your intelligence, how could I possibly take it? Besides, I'm not sick.
You can't just take this stuff carelessly. And this medicine is meant to be applied to wounds. I don't have any wounds on my body, so naturally I have no use for these medicines. As He Yutian spoke these words, his face had grown noticeably pale.
Though his reasoning sounded perfectly logical, it only reinforced Zhang Jianshe's conviction that He Yutian was indeed troubled.
After hearing this, Zhang Jianshe nodded slightly and chose not to argue further. Just as He Yutian breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to approach Zhang Jianshe to change his dressing, Zhang Jianshe suddenly produced a small knife from somewhere. The moment He Yutian approached, Zhang Jianshe slashed a cut across his arm.
Zhang Jianshe, have you lost your mind? I genuinely wanted to help you.
Not only are you ungrateful, but you're also trying to hurt me.
What exactly do you think you're doing? He Yutian's loud shout drew the attention of neighbors in the courtyard.
The recent theft at the supply store had already sparked much gossip among the neighbors. After seeing Zhang Jianshe return this morning, many had intended to confront him about the situation. But they were afraid Zhang Jianshe might suspect them of being involved, so they hadn't made a move. Now that He Yutian and Zhang Jianshe were at odds, they naturally came to watch the spectacle.
They might even hear some unknown inside scoop. Could it be that He Yutian was the one who stole from the supply store? Once this thought occurred to the neighbors, they found it increasingly plausible. Setting aside capability, did He Yutian even have the means to pull this off? But purely in terms of motive, He Yutian certainly had one. After all, everyone in the courtyard knew he owed Zhang Jianshe 1,600 yuan. And he had to repay this large sum within a year. The neighbors were well aware that besides his coal factory wages, He Yutian earned a considerable amount from taking on private jobs. Even so, repaying such a large sum was by no means an easy task. So it was entirely plausible that He Yutian had stolen from the supply store to repay his debt. Even as the neighbors gathered around, Zhang Jianshe's expression remained largely unchanged. But when He Yutian saw the neighbors, it was as if he'd grasped a lifeline. He hurriedly rushed to the front of the crowd. Since everyone's here now, please help me settle this fairly. Today, I saw Zhang Jianshe come back injured, so I was going to help him get medicine and change his bandages. I was just trying to be helpful, right? But instead of appreciating it, this guy actually hurt my arm and insisted I use this medicine on him first to see how it works. Can you believe someone would do that? Now I'm helping someone, and somehow it's become my fault.
As He Yutian finished speaking, his face wore an expression of profound grievance. He Yutian knew full well that since Zhang Jianshe now harbored suspicion toward him, suspicion that had even led to him being injured. Under these circumstances, it was utterly impossible for him to take action against Zhang Jianshe. But even if he couldn't kill Zhang Jianshe now, he absolutely couldn't let his own life be threatened. Now that the neighbors had arrived, he needed to get them on his side immediately. If these neighbors all declared Zhang Jianshe ungrateful, Zhang Jianshe wouldn't dare continue pressuring him to take the drugs. After He Yutian finished speaking, the neighbors in the courtyard began to look at Zhang Jianshe with slightly changed expressions. They truly hadn't imagined the conflict between Zhang Jianshe and He Yutian would be like this. Chapter 243, He Yutian escapes. However, the neighbors merely shifted their expressions slightly. None spoke up at this moment. On one hand, they didn't know the full story and felt it unwise to speculate. On the other hand, they were well aware that provoking Zhang Jianshe would bring them no benefit whatsoever. Given the circumstances, it was best to play it safe. Seeing the neighbor's reaction, He Yutian was momentarily taken aback. A flicker of unease crept into his mind. Yet Zhang Jianshe, gazing at He Yutian, wore a faint smile. If this matter has caused you to misunderstand me, I'd like to apologize in advance, He Yutian said. At the end of the day, I'm truly grateful for your help. Hearing Zhang Jianshe's words, He Yutian couldn't help but snort again. Such gratitude from Zhang Jianshe was something most people couldn't bear to accept. Who thanks someone by slashing a cut into their arm? Just as these thoughts swirled in He Yutian's mind, Zhang Jianshe spoke again. But regardless, since you're already injured, you should get this wound treated promptly. And the medicine I'm using here, it's specially prepared by the doctor. It's the best wound medicine in all of Stone City. Ordinary folk can't even buy them normally. Now you get to use them too. Isn't that a blessing in disguise? With a smile, Zhang Jianshe held the gauze soaked in medicine before He Yutian once more. But He Yutian was once again dumbfounded. He hadn't expected that even now, with all the neighbors gathered in the courtyard, Zhang Jianshe still wouldn't let him off the hook. Just as He Yutian pondered how to extricate himself, Zhang Jianshe's expression turned grave. He then gave He Yutian a cold snort. He Yutian, you're injured now, yet you refuse to use this medicine. Could it be that you've actually tampered with it? As Zhang Jianshe finished his icy words, the gaze many cast upon He Yutian shifted noticeably. Previously, they had held no suspicion toward He Yutian. Yet witnessing this scene, they increasingly found Zhang Jianshe's words to carry a grain of truth. If He Yutian wasn't guilty and aware there was something wrong with the medicine, why would he react this way? Under the intense scrutiny of so many eyes, He Yutian felt an overwhelming panic surge within him. A wave of profound regret washed over his heart. He had always known that dealing with Zhang Jianshe wouldn't be easy, but he was still prepared to take the risk. Now, just as he had anticipated, he found himself in a predicament where he couldn't back down. But expecting He Yutian to take this medicine himself and simply wait for death? That was utterly impossible. Jianshe, saying that really shows you don't think much of your brother. Since it's your kind offer, I'm certainly willing to take this medicine. But the way things got so tense between us just now really gave me a scare. I genuinely thought something bad was about to happen. You nearly scared the pants off me. I need to use the restroom first. That's okay, right? As soon as He Yutian finished speaking, the neighbors in the courtyard couldn't help but burst into laughter. Zhang Jianshe could only nod slightly. Deep down, he knew He Yutian wasn't actually going to the bathroom. This guy was probably planning to make a run for it. But with so many neighbors watching, he couldn't very well keep blocking He Yutian's path. He could only nod and agree. Seeing Zhang Jianshe wasn't blocking him anymore, He Yutian felt a wave of relief wash over him. He dashed breathlessly toward the outhouse. But only a few minutes later, a neighbor came running over in a panic. Oh no! That kid He Yutian just bolted out the door. He's gone somewhere in no time at all. The neighbor's words sent shockwaves through the courtyard. Eyes widened, and a collective gasp of horror filled the air. If earlier they had only suspected that He Yutian might have tampered with the key to harm Zhang Jianshe, now they were certain. The neighbors in the courtyard were now overcome with shock and dread. They never imagined their courtyard could harbor so many ruthless individuals. If they continued living here, who knew if more murderers might emerge in the future? Only Zhang Jianshe showed little reaction upon hearing the news. Since the guy got away, he can't have gone far in such a short time. Sooner or later, we'll bring him back. For now, I need you to run an errand for me. Head to the police station and inform them. In other words, our Aochang police station will now be issuing a warrant for He Yutian. Since Zhang Jianshe had trouble walking, he asked the neighbors in the courtyard to help him out. Upon hearing Zhang Jianshe's words, the other neighbors quickly nodded and rushed out in a flurry. They were somewhat concerned that if they didn't appear sufficiently proactive now, Zhang Jianshe might suspect them of being in cahoots with He Yutian. If Zhang Jianshe harbored such thoughts, before He Yutian was apprehended, he might easily vent his anger on them or even retaliate. Such an outcome was utterly unbearable for ordinary citizens like them. When news of the incident reached the police station, the officers were stunned. They never imagined anyone in Stone City would dare target their deputy chief. Consequently, the entire Aochang police force immediately launched a search operation to apprehend He Yutian. At the same time, the number of officers patrolling the vicinity of Zhang Jianshe's courtyard increased significantly. Seeing this, many neighbors actually breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 244, Discovering Zhao Ronger. The relentless string of murders had kept the neighbors on edge.
But with more police now patrolling the area, they could finally relax. After learning of the situation, the police station personnel intensified their search of Oyu City, whether driven by personal outrage or a desire to curry favor with Zhang Jianshe. They intensified their search of Oyu City, but He Yutian had grown up in Oyu City. It was no easy task for the police to apprehend him. After searching all day until nightfall, the officers still came up empty-handed. Faced with this situation, the officers had no better options and could only return to their respective posts. It wasn't until late at night that He Yutian finally crawled out from a haystack near the courtyard. He glanced around to make sure no one was nearby before letting out a slight sigh of relief. After escaping from the courtyard today, He Yutian realized he had made a mistake. Now that he had fled, everyone would assume he intended to harm Zhang Jianshe. Leaving Oyu City would be no easy task from now on. Neither Zhang Jianshe nor the police at the station would let him off easily. If he'd known it would turn out like this, he might as well have tried applying that poison to his own wound. Perhaps the rat poison wasn't particularly potent, and he might have survived. But realizing this now was too late. He Yutian didn't attempt to leave Stone City immediately. Instead, he found a place to hide. Later, seeing numerous police officers searching for him on the stones only confirmed his suspicions. Emerging at this moment, He Yutian felt an overwhelming sense of relief. He was grateful that his mind had remained clear at the critical moment, otherwise, he truly would have been doomed this time. Now, He Yutian prepared to leave Stone City, but as he approached the courtyard and saw the people inside, his expression darkened. Not only had he lost his job, but his house would now be mortgaged to Zhang Jianshe, a debt he'd never be able to repay in his lifetime. Moreover, becoming a wanted criminal might drag his sister into trouble. All of this was caused by Zhang Jianshe. Now, only by eliminating Zhang Jianshe could he vent the rage boiling within him and find some measure of relief. Though He Yutian desperately wanted to kill Zhang Jianshe immediately, he knew now was not the time. The most crucial thing was to leave Oyu City first. Otherwise, if he were caught by the police, revenge would become utterly impossible. With this realization, He Yutian hurriedly began walking toward the city gates, his heart filled with profound distress. After all, he had only a few dozen yuan on him. Once he left Oyu City, his very survival would be in question. He had no idea how long he'd have to wait before he could seek revenge on Zhang Jianshe. Lost in these thoughts, He Yutian soon reached the outskirts of Stone City. Earlier, the police had been searching everywhere for him. After a full day of relentless pursuit, most officers were exhausted and had returned home early. Only a handful of patrols remained visible on the streets. He Yutian encountered no resistance when leaving the city. Only after exiting Oyu City did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. However, since it was nighttime, He Yutian dared not venture too far from the city walls. He simply found a random spot outside the city to rest. Near Stone City, few wild beasts dared to approach, meaning his safety faced little threat. At daybreak the next morning, he began walking eastward. He had once visited the eastern village while catering banquets for others. It wasn't very far from Stone City, only about 10 kilometers away. Staying in that village would allow him to monitor developments within Stone City and gauge the intensity of the police search for him. Moreover, he was relatively familiar with the village, making it easier for him to hide there. By noon, He Yutian finally reached the village. By then, his throat was parched, and he was clearly not in good shape. Still, he dared not approach anyone to ask for food. Even if the police hadn't yet searched the nearby villages, they would surely arrive within the next day or two. If the police discovered he had been in this village, his situation would become even more perilous, and this ideal hiding place would be lost. Driven by these thoughts, He Yutian casually scaled the wall of a farmhouse, intending to steal something to eat. Who's there? The moment He Yutian climbed over the wall into the courtyard, he heard a woman's voice. Instantly, his heart raced with tension once more. Yet at the same time, a faint sense of confusion stirred within him. Why did this voice sound vaguely familiar? Just as curiosity stirred within him, he turned his head and saw the woman. Both of them froze in shock, for the woman was none other than his wife, Zhao Ronger. Well, I never imagined you'd run off to a place like this. After swindling me out of so much money back in Stone City, now you're trying to escape? Isn't that a bit too much? Don't you owe me an explanation for this? Upon hearing He Yutian's words, Zhao Ronger was utterly dumbfounded. She couldn't fathom how He Yutian had managed to track her down. After taking the money and leaving Stone City, Zhao Ronger had originally planned to flee far away. But upon reflection, she decided she needed to see what the situation was like. If the police search wasn't too intense, she could always return to Oyu City. Perhaps she could swindle a few more people. As long as she avoided the coal factory area and didn't let He Yutian discover her, everything would be fine. That's why he chose this village, its proximity to Stone City, and rented this house for 10 yuan. Now, seeing He Yutian actually walking toward him,
he was filled with overwhelming regret. Had he known He Yutian would track him down, he would have fled long ago.
Even if he couldn't scam anyone else, the money he'd gotten from He Yutian would be enough to live comfortably for years. This whole thing with He Yutian is just a misunderstanding. Let me explain. Chapter 245, Zhao Ronger reports He Yutian.
Zhao Ronger didn't have time to wonder how He Yutian had tracked her down. She hurriedly began her explanation. She knew full well how badly she'd screwed He Yutian over. If he started pursuing this matter, she'd be in serious trouble. Even if He Yutian reported it to the police, they probably wouldn't be able to do much to him after all. He was technically He Yutian's husband. He had used his family's belongings as collateral to get the money. Moreover, he had borrowed money from others and hadn't resorted to theft or robbery. Even if the police sympathized with He Yutian, they couldn't do much to him. But He Yutian was a grown man. If this man flew into a rage and decided to teach him a lesson, he probably wouldn't stand a chance against He Yutian. After hearing Zhao Ronger's words, He Yutian gave a cold snort. While his outward expression was one of intense anger, deep down he felt a sense of relief. Judging by Zhao Ronger's current demeanor, she clearly remained unaware that he was already wanted by the police. With that settled, he could now freely exploit Zhao Ronger's presence in the village. This way, he wouldn't face any further danger. It was precisely these thoughts that made He Yutian speak to Zhao Ronger without any courtesy. Anyway, since you swindled my money, you'll have to face the consequences. I'm not going to report this to the police now, and there's nothing I can do to you anyway. The moment you return my money, I'll leave. Otherwise, I'll start eating your food and using your things. Just support me. Now go get me something to eat. After speaking, He Yutian plopped down on a chair like he owned the place. Zhao Ronger promptly nodded obediently and headed straight for the kitchen. But deep down, he breathed a sigh of relief. He hadn't expected He Yutian to be so reasonable now, not even beating him up. Since He Yutian just wanted to stick around, things were suddenly much simpler. He certainly wasn't going to hand over that money to He Yutian. How long this guy wanted to stay was entirely up to him. With that thought, Zhao Ronger went back to the kitchen to busy herself. After all, there was no point in further antagonizing He Yutian now. If he pushed him too far, things would only get worse. After staying there for 3 days, He Yutian finally made Zhao Ronger sense something was slightly off. After all, she knew very well that He Yutian had a job at the coal plant in Stone City. So why was this guy actually lingering here, refusing to leave? Could it be he'd even abandoned his job? As this thought crossed her mind, Zhao Ronger felt compelled to head to Stone City to investigate. She needed to see if He Yutian had sold his job in OU City after finding her trail. If that was the case, then he absolutely couldn't keep coming back. He had to find a chance to go home, take all his money, and leave this place. He couldn't possibly let He Yutian stay with him forever, supporting him for the rest of his life. Though this thought stirred within her, she naturally kept it hidden from He Yutian. After preparing breakfast for He Yutian that morning, Zhao Ronger mentioned their dwindling grain supply and suggested he go buy some. He Yutian, without much thought, simply nodded in agreement. After leaving home, Zhao Ronger wasted no time and headed straight for Stone City. As soon as she reached the city gates, she saw the wanted posters plastered on the walls. Discovering that He Yutian was actually suspected of killing a police officer and was wanted by the authorities, she froze in shock once more. Only then did she understand why He Yutian had been able to stay at her home all this time. This sudden realization filled Zhao Ronger with an overwhelming sense of excitement. If the police arrested He Yutian, all her problems would naturally disappear. Driven by this thought, Zhao Ronger wasted no time and headed straight for the police station. Officer, I'm here to report a crime. I know where He Yutian is hiding. After Zhao Ronger called out, several officers immediately came out, including Zhang Jianshe. Having recovered from his injuries, he heard the commotion and promptly emerged from his office. Deep down, Zhang Jianshe felt intense anger toward He Yutian, who had tried to kill him. But since He Yutian had already fled, Zhao Ronger didn't use her authority to waste any more energy searching for him. After all, if someone wanted to hide, finding him with just a dozen officers on the island would be no easy task. It would only exhaust everyone to the point of reluctance, potentially even breeding resentment toward her as deputy chief, with no tangible benefits. Besides, He Yutian hadn't taken any money with him when he left. Even if he went elsewhere, it would be difficult for him to find a proper job. He'd likely end up doing odd jobs like cooking for others or working as a kitchen helper, a life that couldn't be comfortable. In that sense, it would serve as a form of punishment for He Yutian. When He Yutian eventually finds himself unable to make ends meet elsewhere and decides to return to Ouachang, that would be the time to apprehend him. There's still plenty of time for that. But unexpectedly, clues and information about He Yutian had surfaced already. Zhang Jianshe emerged from the police station to his office and paused slightly upon seeing Zhao Ronger. He certainly recognized Zhao Ronger and knew she was He Yutian's wife, a woman who had swindled him out of a considerable sum.
But why were these two together now? He Yutian had been badly scammed by Zhao Ronger before. Even if he saw her again, he should be wary of her. Given that, how had Zhao Ronger managed to escape He Yutian's grasp and come forward to lodge a complaint? Though inwardly puzzled, Zhang Jianshe nodded in agreement. Zhao Ronger, are you really planning to report He Yutian? Remember, he's your man. You took a lot of money from him before. Are you really prepared to do this now? Hearing Zhang Jianshe's question, Zhao Ronger's face flushed slightly, a hint of embarrassment stirring within her. But more than that, she was gripped by a deep sense of nervousness.